I woke up groggily and found myself sitting on a hard earthen bed, as hard as a stone slab. I was covered with an old cotton quilt, and the room smelled damp and musty. I froze for a few seconds, then slowly looked around. This was a place I had never seen before. There was only a dilapidated little mud house with a blackened thatch roof and drafty windows that looked like a strong gust of wind could blow it away. Immediately afterwards, a flood of unfamiliar memories began to rush into my mind. These memories did not belong to me. It turned out that I had traveled back to the famine year of 1960. In those days, grain was more valuable than gold. City dwellers had food ration coupons, but they were still relatively well off when they went hungry. Rural people were more straightforward. Wild vegetable porridge was considered a luxury, and being able to eat one meal a day was something to be grateful for. I found myself in the body of a man with the same name and face as me, named Liufu. This body was tall, but actually as frail as a corn stalk blown by the wind. If I stood up and took a few steps, my stomach would start protesting. If I ran any faster, I'd probably collapse before the enemy even caught up. But that's not the most outrageous part. Today marks the beginning of the tragedy of my life. Someone has already arrived outside. Granny Wang, the famous matchmaker from all around. What's she here for today? To take me to Wangjia village to propose marriage. Sounds good, right? An 18-year-old boy from the countryside is going to marry Wang Shui, a beautiful girl from the next village. It's heartwarming. It's traditional. It has a strong sense of nostalgia. The problem is, I already know the rest of the story. This Wang Shui will become the Li family's lifelong nightmare. She looks gentle, has a soft voice, wears 2 braids, and stands out in the crowd with her fair complexion, like the only flower that hasn't withered from hunger during a famine. Unfortunately, I know she's not a flower. She's a bloodsucker that the Wang family uses to suck the lifeblood out of the Li family. In his past life, Li Youfu only glanced at her once, and it was as if he was under a spell, vowing to marry no one but her in this life. Then the Wang family spoke up. 100 yuan as a bride price. In this day and age, this isn't a bride price, it's robbery. A normal person would turn and leave after hearing that. But Li Youfu in his previous life was different. He was blinded by love and dragged his whole family into a fire. In order to raise this money, his eldest sister's life was ruined, his second sister married the wrong person and was beaten to death, and his 5th sister was sold to a remote mountain village and never came back. What about the Wang family? The older and younger brothers, relying on the Li family's bloodline, all got married and their lives became more and more prosperous. And what about his own family? They struggled to make ends meet, and eventually their family fell apart. Wang Shui, the woman he had slept with his whole life, turned around and divorced him in the early days of China's reform and opening up. What a complete idiot. I sighed deeply and accepted my current situation. I was sitting on the earthen bed, thinking about how to survive in this era of food shortages, when a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. If only I had enough food. At least I could protect my family. At least those who were truly good to me wouldn't be drained dry by the Wang family anymore. The next second, I vanished completely. When I came to my senses, I was standing in a strange space. Before me lay 2 acres of black soil. Beside me was a clear, refreshing spring. A fiery red sun hung in the sky, and in the distance, an impenetrable mist hung in the air. I paused for a few seconds, then laughed. Great. The time travel gift pack has finally arrived. In modern times, 2 acres of land might just be material for an agricultural news channel. In 1960, 2 acres of fertile black soil weren't just space. They were life itself. They were our livelihood. They were my trump card that pulled the Li family back from the brink of death in that hellish era. Just as I was about to examine the situation more closely, I heard Granny Wang's voice from outside. In other words, disaster had struck. She asked my mother, "Has Youfu woken up yet? We still have to go to the Wang family to propose marriage today." Granny Wang's voice, like a broken gong, jolted me straight back to reality from the spiritual spring space. I had just stood before those 2 acres of black soil, thinking about how to save my whole family with it, when the next second, fate's beginner's quest had already been delivered to my doorstep. Today is the day Granny Wang will take us to the Wang family to propose marriage. It is also the first step in Li Youfu's life, sliding into the abyss in his previous life. In the previous life, the Wang family clearly agreed on a dowry of 50 yuan. But when the Li family actually arrived at the door, they rudely raised the price to 100 yuan in front of the whole village. It sounds like only 50 yuan more, right? But in those days, 50 yuan was no small sum. It was the life-saving money that the whole family had tightened their belts and saved penny by penny. Li Youfu, for the sake of Wang Shui's pretty face, truly lost his mind at the Wang family's doorstep. He bowed his head, dragging his sisters into the abyss as well. Especially his fifth sister, who was forced by her family to marry a widower in his 40s. From then on, she vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by a mountain. Excellent. A perfectly tragic script. Unfortunately, in this life, the actors have changed. Let whoever wants to marry Wang Shui can marry her. I have no interest. As for those vampires in the Wang family, trying to slaughter the Li family in front of the whole village? Sorry. Today I'm not here to propose marriage. I'm here to sabotage things. With a thought, I instantly returned to the earthen bed. My position was exactly the same as before, the quilt still lying around me, as if I had never disappeared. It seems no one can discover this space for now. In this day and age, having secrets is more important than having money. I changed into a gray cotton coat, put on army green pants and rubber-soled shoes, and went out the door. As soon as Granny Wang saw me, her face crinkled with a wide smile. She complimented me on my radiant appearance and said that Wang Shui would surely be blessed with good fortune after marrying into the family. I smiled too. Of course, she would be blessed. But it wasn't her who would be blessed. It was that our Li family would finally be free from being dragged into hell by her. My mother, Jiang Tsuihua, standing beside me, was stunned for a moment. The old Li Youfu, whenever Wang Shui was mentioned, would be completely absorbed, refusing to be polite to the matchmaker or even listen to his family. I suddenly acted like a normal person today, which she found strange, of course. But she didn't ask any further questions. After a quick wash, our group headed towards Wangjia village. The two villages weren't far apart, only 4 or 5 li apart. But this body was far too weak. By the time I reached the Wang family's door, I was already panting. Good. A new problem arose. This body was tall and strong, but its foundation was ridiculously weak. If something really happened, let alone protecting my family, I probably couldn't even outrun that old yellow dog at the village entrance. I must train when I get back. Living in 1960, space alone isn't enough. You also need a strong body. Just then, Wang Shui came out of the house. She had 2 braids, fair skin, and regular features. In that era when everyone was starving and pale, she certainly stood out. No wonder Li Youfu in his past life devoted his entire life to me after just one glance. She lowered her head, her voice soft and gentle, and called out to me shyly, "Brother Youfu." If it were the old Li Youfu, he'd probably be head over heels for her. But looking at her, I just found it amusing, because I knew that behind that fragile expression stood the entire Wang family. She wasn't a flower. She was the first blood vessel the Wang family had inserted into the Li family. Wang Shui obediently called out to my mother and Granny Wang, then turned and went back into the house to call for others. Her acting was quite natural. It's a pity I've already seen all her scripts. Soon, Wang Shui's mother, Chen Xiuying, came out, followed by her 3 older brothers and 1 younger brother. The Wang family only had 2 mud houses, and the yard was surrounded by a low fence. With so many people, even the air seemed to greedily fill the space. Granny Wang began to get down to business. The 2 families had agreed beforehand that they would exchange 50 yuan as a bride price today, then go to the village to get a certificate, and then they could get their marriage certificate. My mother took out exactly 50 yuan from her bosom. As soon as the money was revealed, Wang Shui's brother's eyes widened immediately. A glint flashed in Chen Xiuying's eyes. I knew that look all too well. It wasn't like a mother-in-law eyeing her son-in-law. It was like a hungry wolf eyeing meat. In these days, 5 or 10 yuan was already a lot for a typical dowry. 50 yuan was considered an astronomical sum in the surrounding villages. But I knew the Wang family wouldn't be satisfied. They had no eyes for their daughter's happiness, only for how much more money they could squeeze out of the Li family. Sure enough, Chen Xiuying cleared her throat and spoke. She said 50 yuan wouldn't do. To marry Wang Shui, it had to be 100 yuan, not a penny less, and Wang Shui wouldn't be allowed to marry into the Li family. The courtyard fell silent instantly. Granny Wang's smile froze on her face. My mother's expression also darkened. Hearing the commotion, the villagers who had been watching outside began to gather around the fence. 100 yuan. For a rural family. That was money they might not be able to save up even after years of frugal living. Chen Xiuying wasn't marrying off her daughter. She was treating the Li family like pigs to be slaughtered. My mother exploded, demanding to know if she was marrying off her daughter or selling her. Chen Xiuying dropped the pretense and immediately berated me for being lazy and good for nothing, saying that Wang Shui was at a disadvantage marrying me and that it was wrong for her to ask for some security. After saying that, she deliberately looked at me. She probably thought that as long as she brought up Wang Shui, I would bow down like I did in my past life. Very well. She'll soon discover that the Li Youfu of today is no longer the fool who fawned over his family until they were ruined. I smiled and nodded, saying that Aunt Chen was right. My mother immediately became anxious and was about to call me, but I gently patted her hand, telling her not to speak yet. Then, looking at the greedy faces of the Wang family, I raised my voice little by little. 100 yuan for a bride price? My family doesn't have that. Even if we did, I wouldn't use it to marry Wang Shui. The people outside the courtyard immediately perked up their ears. I didn't stop. Whoever wants to marry Wang Shui can marry her. I'm not marrying her anyway. These words caused an uproar in the Wang family courtyard. A dowry of 100 yuan? The Wang family really dared to ask for that. Even more outrageous, Li Youfu actually refused to marry her? The villagers who knew me all stared at me as if they'd seen a ghost. After all, everyone in the surrounding villages knew that Li Youfu had practically lost his mind for Wang Shui. Chen Xiuying panicked and yelled at the people outside the fence, telling them not to eavesdrop. But the more agitated she became, the calmer my smile grew. This is nothing. In my past life, the Wang family ruined the Li family and caused my sisters' lives to be filled with misery. Today is just the first step. I looked at Chen Xiuying and deliberately raised my voice. Since everyone from the village is here, why don't you repeat the matter of the 100 yuan bride price in front of everyone? The villagers outside the courtyard all gaped in astonishment. The Wang family's faces changed. Wang Shui's brothers were all stunned, their faces instantly darkening. They never imagined that I, who used to insist on marrying no one but Wang Shui, would publicly declare that I wouldn't marry her today. They were more anxious than anyone else. If I didn't marry Wang Shui, the Wang family wouldn't get the bride price. Without that money, how would they afford to get married in the future? Seeing that things were not going well, Chen Xiuying secretly pinched Wang Shui. Wang Shui's eyes immediately reddened, and she pretended to be wronged, choking back tears as she said that her mother was just planning for the future. I interrupted her coldly. Before, when she cried, I would panic and not know what to do. But now, seeing her innocent, hypocritical act, I just feel disgusted. I stared at Wang Shui and made my point clear. Whether it was a real misunderstanding or not, I would not marry a woman like her. This marriage was over. Wang Shui's face turned deathly pale, and she sat on the ground crying and saying she didn't want to live anymore. Chen Xiuying also started wailing, and even threatened to report me to the commune for indecent assault if I didn't give her an explanation. Upon hearing this, my mother's face changed drastically. In this day and age, being a hooligan is no small crime. If you were truly labeled as such, it could ruin your reputation at best, and at worst, cost you your life. The Wang brothers also tried to rush forward. I shouted at them, stopping them all. I told them directly that anyone who dared to touch me today would go to jail. Then, I turned to the villagers who were watching and made my point clear in front of everyone. I had only met Wang Shui 3 times in total, and we hadn't even touched hands. How could she have acted like a hooligan? I then asked everyone to ask Granny Wang. She was the one who brought my family to propose marriage today, so she knows the whole story better than anyone else. Granny Wang immediately testified that Chen Xiuying had indeed raised the bride price from 50 yuan to 100 yuan on the spot. The onlookers instantly erupted in uproar. 50 yuan was already an exorbitant price, and 100 yuan was practically robbery. Even the people of Wangjia village felt ashamed, and their gazes towards Chen Xiuying changed. I seized the opportunity to deliver the final blow, saying that Chen Xiaoying, seeing that I couldn't afford 100 yuan, turned around and accused me of being a hooligan. What difference was there between her behavior and that of the landlords and rich people of the old society? This accusation immediately turned the faces of the Wang family members pale. They had just tried to use the rules to pressure me. Now I had thrown an even bigger rule at them. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, Wang Weigua, the village head of Wangjia village, arrived. Everyone chimed in, recounting the events from beginning to end. Without wasting words, I told Wang Weigua directly that Chen Xiaoying had publicly accused me of indecent behavior, and he demanded an explanation. Otherwise, how would I ever get married? Wang Weigua wanted the Wang family to pay compensation, but Chen Xiaoying immediately said she had no money. I hadn't expected them to pay anyway, so I only made one request. I didn't need the compensation. But Chen Xiaoying had to apologize publicly, and everyone had to hear clearly that from today onwards, I had absolutely no connection with the Wang family. Under Wang Weigua's pressure, Chen Xiaoying had no choice but to grit her teeth and apologize to me. After hearing this, I made my stance completely clear. Don't ever involve me and Wang Shui again. She may not get married, but I still want to find a wife. After saying that, I left with my mother and fifth sister. Not long after, a sharp cracking sound came from behind us. Without even looking, I knew that Chen Xiaoying had taken her anger out on Wang Shui. After leaving Wangjia village, fifth sister watched me the whole way, her eyes filled with shock. She never imagined that I, who was usually so unreliable, could force the Wang family to submit today. I jokingly teased her, saying that if I didn't stand up for myself, she might really be sold into the mountains to become an old widower's wife. It sounded like a joke, but I knew the truth in my heart. My fifth sister's miserable life in her past life started with this dowry. Now, I finally cut off that path with my own hands. My mother was still worried and asked if I was really not going to marry Wang Shui, or if it was just a fit of pique. I knew I had to be absolutely certain, so I lowered my voice and said that our ancestor had appeared to me in a dream last night. I told her that our ancestor said Wang Shui was not a good match, and if I married her, our family would be childless and our family would be destroyed. My mother scolded me for talking nonsense, but her expression had already changed. People in this era tend to believe to some extent in things like ancestors appearing in dreams. I reminded her again that the Wang family was asking for a dowry of 100 yuan, which our family simply couldn't afford. She fell completely silent. I've changed so much today. The ancestral message in a dream seems like the most reasonable explanation. I then added that our ancestors had taught me some skills. If I followed them, our family would prosper, and we'd have meat to eat every day. My fifth sister's eyes lit up at the mention of meat, and she immediately asked if she could have some fatty meat. My mother glared at her and shut her up. When we got home, we saw a cloth bag on the octagonal table as soon as we entered. When we opened it, we found 3 or 4 pounds of golden cornmeal inside. My mother recognized it immediately. It was secretly sent by my second sister. My heart sank. In my past life, my mind was so preoccupied with Wang Shui and the bride price that I hadn't noticed my second sister had been helping the family all along. I immediately told my mother to return the grain. My second sister's family still had 2 boys who were at the age where they could eat the most. If she brought the grain, her own family would go hungry. My mother looked at me, her eyes softening considerably. Then she told my fifth sister to cook, while she went to prepare joss paper for our ancestors. When I got back to my room, the first thing I did was check the spirit spring space. Now, for me, this is the real trump card that can change my destiny. The thought had barely formed when I entered that space again. A new usage method had appeared in my mind. It turned out I could freely enter and exit and use my mental power to store things inside and retrieve them at any time. Inside the space were 2 acres of black soil and a small wooden house. Time was frozen inside the house. Things placed inside wouldn't spoil. Time flowed 10 times faster on the black soil than outside. More importantly, I can use my mental power to accelerate crop ripening. Wheat that normally takes several months to mature can be done in as little as 9 days here. Although it's very taxing, it's enough to save my life. I drank 2 more mouthfuls of the spiritual spring and immediately felt energetic and my mind cleared up considerably. But not long after, I was starving. Lunch was a plate of stir-fried wild vegetables, and a few cornbread buns. I almost frowned when I took my first bite. They were dry and hard, and they scratched my throat. But I was so hungry that I forced myself to eat too to suppress my hunger. My mother said that being able to eat cornbread these days is already considered good. I casually suggested we go for a walk in the back mountains. My mother's face changed as soon as she heard that. There are wild boars and bears in the back mountains. Someone even died last year while the commune was hunting wild boars. I brought up the old folks' dream interpretation, saying that he had taught me hunting skills, and that I would only go to the outer perimeter to set a few traps and try my luck catching a wild rabbit. My mother was skeptical, but finally nodded, only telling me not to go deep into the mountains. I agreed, picked up my shovel, and went out the door. Meanwhile, things weren't peaceful at Wang Shue's home either. She had just been beaten and was forced to chop wood and cook. The pot only contained a thin porridge of wild vegetables, and she couldn't even get a single bite. Chun Xiaoying even pressured her to come to me again, saying that as long as I was willing to marry her, she would accept a dowry of 50 yuan. If it didn't work out, she would sell her to an old widower in the mountains. Wang Shui turned pale with fright and could only nod through tears. Meanwhile, I was unaware that the Wang family had once again set their sights on me. I carried the shovel and headed towards the back mountain. The effects of the spiritual spring water were obvious. I covered 7 or 8 miles in just over half an hour and felt much lighter than in the morning. I avoided the mountain paths and searched slowly in the woods. Soon, I found a depression with wild boar tracks on the ground and the bark of the nearby trees gleaming from being rubbed. I knew immediately that I had found the right place. To others, this was danger. To me, it was meat, it was food, and it was the first step in changing my family's life. I chose a shady spot and started digging. Half an hour later, a trap more than a meter deep was finally formed. I sharpened a few thick branches and stuck them into the bottom of the pit, only needing some bait. But just as I looked up to look for wild fruit, I suddenly saw a bird's nest hanging on a branch. I was hesitating whether to climb the tree when suddenly everything went blurry. The next second, the bird's nest had directly entered the spiritual spring space. I stood there stunned. So it turns out I can take things away even through a tree trunk. I quickly checked the spiritual spring space and found 6 bird eggs and a brightly colored bird in the nest. Even more amazingly, any living creature that went inside seemed to be frozen in place, completely still. I tried putting the nest back in the tree, and the bird immediately fluttered away. Great, I guessed right. The space can hold living things, but they'll be temporarily immobilized once inside. The bird flying away doesn't matter. The 6 eggs are still there. What surprised me even more was that there were several pumpkin seeds hidden in the nest. In this day and age, seeds are food, and food is life. I was worried about not having any crop seeds in my space, and this was like finding a treasure trove for free. I immediately planted 4 pumpkin seeds in the black soil, watered them with spiritual spring water, and focused my mind on ripening one of them. Before long, the vines broke through the soil and quickly covered the black earth. By the time I finished, there were 11 large pumpkins on the ground, each weighing 20 or 30 pounds. This stuff is so mentally taxing. I almost collapsed on the spot. It seems that while ripening agents are incredibly efficient, they can't be used recklessly. Otherwise, I'd be completely drained before the crops even grow. I quickly drank 2 mouthfuls of the spiritual spring water to recover. Just as I regained some clarity, I suddenly heard a noise from the bushes. I immediately became alert, looked down, and saw that it was 2 pheasants. I almost burst out laughing. The moment my hand touched the grass, I instantly sucked the 2 pheasants into my spatial storage, giving them no chance to even flap their wings. Great, the heavens are really on my side today. If there are pheasants, there's probably a nest nearby. I searched the surrounding area and, sure enough, found 3 pheasant nests with a total of 16 wild eggs inside. Of course, I didn't miss a single one. 2 pheasants, 16 wild eggs, 6 bird eggs, 11 large pumpkins, and pumpkin seeds that could be planted again. Today's trip has completely exceeded my expectations. I took out a pumpkin, kept the seeds, smashed the flesh into pieces, and threw them into the trap I had dug earlier as bait. Then I covered the trap with twigs and grass before preparing to go down the mountain. As I neared the edge of the mountains, I made sure no one was around before taking the 2 pheasants out of my spatial storage and tying them to the shovel with vines. My spiritual spring space was my greatest trump card. I couldn't reveal it. Just then, I heard my 5th sister calling me from afar. I answered and soon saw her running towards me, covered in sweat. I guessed my mother was worried and urged her to come find me. As soon as 5th sister approached, she saw the large pumpkin on the ground and froze. Before she could say anything, I pointed to what was tied to the shovel. She looked down and her eyes widened instantly. 2 pheasants. In this day and age, let alone eating chicken, even the smell of meat could excite people for half a day. I told her with a smile that we'd be stewing chicken tonight. It's been so long since we've had meat at home. 5th sister, as if in a dream, quickly grabbed her bamboo basket and followed me home. But we stopped just as we reached our doorstep. Standing in front of the gate was someone who shouldn't have been there, Wang Shui. The moment she saw the pheasant tied to my shovel, her body visibly trembled, and her eyes were glued to it. 5th sister's face immediately changed. She was afraid I'd be coaxed back by her words again. I handed the pheasant to my 5th sister and told her to go back and boil water to pluck its feathers. My 5th sister went into the yard, looking back every few steps, clearly still worried. Wang Shui apologized to me with red eyes, saying that her family had already agreed that the bride price would remain at 50 yuan and wouldn't increase. She only begged me not to break off the engagement. I only replied with one sentence: I accept your apology, but don't even think about marrying me. Wang Shui panicked on the spot and lunged at me, trying to pull me away, saying she knew she was wrong and begging me to give her another chance. But before she could even touch me, my mother rushed out of the yard. She grabbed her and started yelling. She made it clear that since the 2 families were now estranged, there was no point in arguing anymore, and anyone who dared to ruin her reputation would be dealt with severely. Wang Shui cried, saying she genuinely wanted to marry into the Li family. My mother didn't give her a chance and simply chased her away. I stood by and watched, thoroughly amused. Turns out, my mother's temper can be quite fierce. After we went inside, my mother first looked at the pheasant, then at the pumpkin, her eyes lighting up. She asked where we got them, and I casually said I'd picked them up in the mountains and that I hadn't brought 2 back yet. Hearing that we had more, she got incredibly excited. She quickly made up her mind. The pumpkin was too big for our family to eat, so she'd cut half and send it to my grandparents. I nodded in agreement and suggested sending another pheasant so the old couple could have a good meal too. My mother was overjoyed and immediately had my 5th sister pack half a pumpkin and a pheasant to take to my grandparents' house. 5th sister had just left when 4th sister-in-law Zhang Yumei returned, leading Daya by the hand. 4th sister-in-law still had that honest look on her face, but Daya was so thin it was heartbreaking. As soon as I saw the little girl, I pulled 2 wild eggs from my pocket and stuffed them into her hand. My 4th sister-in-law hurriedly said they were too precious and that my daughter couldn't eat them. I didn't waste any words with her and just told her to cook. The chicken was stewed, the pumpkin was cut into chunks and steamed, then mixed with cornmeal. Tonight, the whole family will have a good meal. When my 4th sister-in-law entered the kitchen, she was completely stunned to see half a pumpkin and a pheasant. My mother, while plucking the pheasant's feathers, told her not to tell anyone, and to just consider it a miracle from our ancestors that they had taught me a skill. I took out a few more wild eggs and asked my 4th sister-in-law to boil them all, 1 for each person in the family. My 4th sister-in-law's eyes immediately reddened, and she said that these should be saved for me to eat. I shook my head immediately. Daya is still growing. She can't keep drinking wild vegetable porridge. At that moment, she kept her head down, busy with her work, without saying a word, but I knew in her heart that this family was beginning to change. Meanwhile, 5th sister arrived at her grandparents' house. The elderly couple were shocked when they heard that the Wang family dared to ask for a dowry of 100 yuan. When 5th sister took out a pheasant and half a pumpkin, they were even more stunned. 5th sister recounted the events of the day from beginning to end, adding that she had brought all these things from the mountains specifically to honor her grandparents, urging them not to be reluctant to eat them. Grandma slapped her thigh with joy, praising me as a good grandson. Grandpa Li Shanjin didn't say much, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. He turned and went inside, poured out half a bottle of sweet potato liquor, and asked my 5th sister to bring it back to me. He solemnly explained that this liquor wasn't given away casually. It was because Grandpa had recognized me as a promising grandson. Fifth sister came back, carrying a bamboo basket, and handed me the wine. I felt a little embarrassed, but my mother smiled broadly, saying that it wasn't easy to get Grandpa's approval. Before long, the food was served. The stewed pheasant smelled wonderful, the steamed pumpkin was soft and tender, and each person had a bowl of chicken soup. My bowl was the biggest, and it even had 2 chicken legs in it. I picked up a chicken leg and put it in my mother's bowl. She refused to take it and put it back in my bowl. I decided to be stubborn and said that if she didn't eat it, I wouldn't eat it either. My mother's eyes welled up with tears, but she still left the chicken leg in the bowl. I shared the remaining 3 boiled eggs with my mother, fourth sister-in-law, and fifth sister. This meal included chicken soup, meat, eggs, and pumpkin. Normally, I only dare to dream of such a meal during the new year. In the end, even the broth was completely drunk. No one wanted to waste a single drop. After dark, the house quickly became quiet. I went back inside, and once there was no more noise outside, I flashed and entered the spiritual spring space again. The Lee family outside was eating meat, while the Wang family was still drinking wild vegetable porridge. Wang Shui was starving from morning till night, her mind filled with the 2 pheasants I had. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she became. If they hadn't had that argument during the day, those chickens might already be in her mouth. But her deadpan expression earned her another scolding from Chun Xiuying. Chun Xiuying pressed her, asking if she was willing to marry him with a dowry of 50 yuan. Wang Shui cried and said that she hadn't agreed, only that she was still angry and that if she gave her some more time, she would definitely be able to coax her back. The Wang family finally decided to give her another week. Wang Shui breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to ask for some food, but Chun Xiuying coldly chased her away, leaving her to continue going hungry. I couldn't care less about the Wang family's commotion. Inside my space, the other 3 pumpkin seeds had already sprouted, growing at an astonishing rate. I simply smashed open the remaining pumpkins and took out over 2,000 pumpkin seeds in one go. I used my mind to turn the soil, sow the seeds, and manipulate the spiritual spring water to create a light rain in the space. After finishing all this, drowsiness immediately overwhelmed me, so I exited the space and fell asleep. When I woke up the next day, I felt refreshed and much lighter. My fourth sister-in-law and fifth sister were already up, and the way they looked at me was completely different from before. My fourth sister-in-law was getting ready to fetch water when I said I'd go with her after dinner. Everyone was stunned. These days, everyone eats 2 meals a day, but I bluntly said, from now on, our family will eat 3 meals a day. My mother immediately asked me where the food came from. I didn't rush to explain, but simply told them earnestly that I would give them some time and make sure the whole family was well fed. If I wasn't afraid of scaring them, I really wanted to bring out all the pumpkins from my spatial storage right now. But food must be eaten one bite at a time, and cheat codes must be revealed slowly. Seeing that I wasn't just making things up, Mother finally nodded. I chuckled and took out 6 more bird eggs, handing them to her so she could cook them too. Mother scolded me for raiding the bird's nest again, but her expression wasn't so tense. Fifth sister and fourth sister-in-law stared wide-eyed at the bird eggs. Just then, 2 teenagers came running in from outside the courtyard. Before they even entered, their voices preceded them. Sixth brother. Sixth brother. As soon as Mom opened the door, she saw her second uncle's 2 sons, Go Dan and Air Dan, standing outside. The 2 boys were a little intimidated by their elders and stammered for a long time before they could speak clearly. I could tell at a glance they hadn't eaten yet, so I called them into the yard. We could talk while we ate. Just as Go Dan was about to retort, his stomach growled first. Erden couldn't help but laugh out loud, and when he turned around, Go Dan glared at him and made him cry. I quickly pulled Erden to my side and coaxed him, saying that we would steam pumpkin for them later. The 2 boys' eyes lit up instantly at the mention of food. These days, people are too embarrassed to ask for anything when relatives come over. Being able to eat something hot is considered a great blessing. Before long, the pumpkin was steamed, and each of the 6 bird eggs received 1. Erden stared at the bird eggs, swallowing hard, while Gooden cautiously asked, "Are you really going to give them some?" I laughed and told him to stop pretending. Only then did the 2 boys feel at ease and start eating, praising the pumpkin as they ate. and even clamoring to go up the mountain with me to catch wild pheasants. Of course, I couldn't take them into the mountains. I suggested we go to the river to see if we could fish. But the rules were clear. No one was allowed to go into the water without my permission. The two boys were overjoyed, patting their chests and promising to do whatever I said. After dinner, I found a 5-meter-long rope and took them out the door. On the way, Erden kept asking if this thing could really be used for fishing. I casually replied that if I said it could, then it could. Godan immediately told him to shut up and not to annoy me. When we got close to the river, I realized that the drought was worse than I remembered. The river, which was not shallow before, had now dropped at least 2 meters, and the banks were full of people fetching water. Just then, Li Qingxing shouted at me from afar. He's 4 years older than me and usually loves to gossip about me behind my back. Today, seeing me carrying a hemp rope, he perked up even more. He said he usually doesn't see me when I'm working, but today I'm running to the riverbank with this tattered rope. Could I really be thinking of fishing? I couldn't be bothered with him and just replied, "None of your business." But he wouldn't shut up and even called over the people around to come and laugh at me, saying that the Lazybones from Lijia village was trying to fish with a hemp rope. The people around us joined in the jeering. I turned to Li Qingsheng and asked him if he dared to strip naked and run around Lijia village if I actually caught a fish with the hemp rope. Li Qingsheng's face flushed red, but he still stubbornly retorted, "What if I don't catch any?" I made it clear from the start. If we don't catch anything, I'll compensate you with fish, or even just 2 yuan. Li Qingxing's eyes lit up at the mention of 2 yuan. Godan, anxious, kept tugging at my clothes, worried I'd be taken advantage of. But then he turned and started cursing at Li Qingsheng, saying that if he bullied me again, he'd beat up his 2 sons. Erden also raised his fist and shouted along. The onlookers laughed uncontrollably, and Li Qingsheng was almost losing face. But when it came to actually betting, he chickened out. I couldn't be bothered with him anymore. I found a spot that looked decent, bent an embroidery needle into a fish hook, tied a hemp rope to it, and attached a stick to it. A makeshift fishing rod was done. To others, it looked incredibly shabby. But for me, it was enough. I wasn't actually fishing with the rod. I was just using it as cover. Li Qingxing even came over to make sarcastic remarks. I told him to shut up and not to interrupt my fishing. Just as I finished speaking, a carp swam into my range. I seized the opportunity, secretly used my spatial manipulation to expand and contract, then pretended to be hooked, and suddenly pulled it back. The next second, I yanked a carp weighing a pound or 2 ashore. The riverbank fell silent instantly. Li Qingsheng was dumbfounded, but he still insisted that he was just lucky. Godan and Erdan, however, were screaming and jumping around me. I told them to quickly dig a small pond and keep the fish alive so it wouldn't die too quickly. The 2 boys immediately got to work. I also casually caught 2 more fish. It looked easy on the surface, but actually, each time I used my spatial ability to bring the fish out of the water, it consumed mental energy. I was too lazy to take the ones that were too small, and I didn't want to bother with the ones that were too big for the time being. But before long, more and more people gathered around the riverbank. Everyone stared in astonishment at the fish on the ground. Some said it was unbelievable that a broken rope could actually be used to catch fish, while others praised my skills as being better than those of proper fishing gear. Dog Egg listened with a smug look on his face, and even seriously reminded everyone to keep their voices down so as not to disturb my fishing. But in his smugness, he let slip that I had also mentioned catching pheasants yesterday. The looks on everyone's faces instantly changed. I quickly said it was all luck. Village Chief Li Daqiang happened to be there and immediately scolded those who were envious, telling them to go up the mountain and catch it themselves if they were so capable. No one dared to speak out of turn. But no sooner had they finished speaking than a huge splash erupted from the river. The rope in my hand snapped taut, as if it were about to break. The fish underwater was incredibly strong, and everyone around immediately gathered around. Li Daqiang quickly called for swimmers to come down to the river to help. Otherwise, if the big fish got away, the whole village would be heartbroken. Soon, 2 men took off their clothes and jumped into the water, shivering from the cold, but they held the fish tightly. After a while, a grass carp weighing nearly 30 pounds was finally pulled ashore. The onlookers were in an uproar. Nobody had ever seen such a big fish. Godan and Erdan were especially excited, like they had won a battle. I first told the two who had gone into the water to go back and change their clothes so they wouldn't catch a cold. Then I looked at Li Daqiang and said that everyone had helped bring this big fish up, so we'd just keep it in the village for lunch and stew it. I can take the remaining 3 fish home. That's enough. Li Daqiang was initially worried I'd be reluctant to part with them, but after hearing my explanation, he immediately agreed. We'll stew the fish at the village office for lunch, and everyone will get some. The crowd cheered. Sharing a single fish among hundreds of people was really just about getting a taste. But in those days, everyone was ecstatic just to have a little meat. Li Qingxing stood beside me, both envious and impressed. He gave me a thumbs up and said I was really good. I teased him on purpose, saying that everyone else got to eat, but he didn't. He immediately panicked, quickly apologizing with a smile and saying that he was just being mean and asking me not to take it to heart. Seeing how cowardly he was, I didn't bother arguing with him anymore and simply punished him by making him carry the big grass carp to the village office. As soon as he heard that he could get a share of the fish at noon, he was overjoyed, picked up the big fish, and ran off. Seeing that it was almost time, I put away the hemp rope and embroidery needle, deciding not to fish anymore. There were already 3 fish visible, and quite a few more in my storage space. Continuing would only attract too much attention. Although Go Dan and Air Dan were reluctant, they obediently followed orders. They threaded straw through the fish gills, tied the 3 fish to a wooden stick, and carried them back home, one in front of the other. The 2 boys stood tall and proud, looking like victorious soldiers. "Grandpa and Grandma, we're back," they shouted excitedly as soon as they entered the yard. Grandma came out and was stunned. 3 large fish were laid out before her, the stench of fish overwhelming her. Grandpa, hearing the commotion, rushed out and was equally shocked when he saw the fish. He knew, of course, that the 2 children couldn't have done this. It must have been me. I could only continue to invoke the old saying about being appeared in a dream by my ancestors, saying that I had suddenly learned how to fish. My grandfather, smoking his pipe, listened and sighed, saying that although I used to be lazy, it seems I am truly blessed. Even my ancestors are watching over me. Grandma quickly found a wooden basin and put the fish in to keep them alive. Grandpa, however, solemnly reminded us that we must not talk about this carelessly. There was still a campaign to destroy the 4 olds outside, and if word got out that our ancestors had appeared in our dreams, it could cause trouble. I smiled and nodded, reassuring him. I would only tell him at home and would never go out and spread rumors. But when Grandpa found out that I had also sent a large fish weighing nearly 30 pounds to the village office, his face immediately lit up with pride, and he pulled me toward the village office. 2 large pots had already been set up in the village office courtyard. The big fish had been gutted and stewed, and many villagers were helping out. When Li Daqiang saw us, he smiled and praised me for my fishing skills, saying that there were few people in the surrounding area with my ability. Grandpa said it was just luck, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. He also took the opportunity to remind everyone to remember his kindness. Li Daqiang pulled his grandfather aside and whispered a reminder that these fish and wild animals were now considered collective property and couldn't be shown off casually. His grandfather was a little unconvinced. I quickly tried to persuade him, saying that Uncle Qiangzi was right. Everyone in the village had a hard life, and we should help each other out if we could. When they got home, Grandpa was still a little angry. Grandma asked with a smile who had upset him, but Grandpa stubbornly insisted that whoever dared to provoke him would be taught a lesson. Looking at him like that, I couldn't help but laugh. I quickly coaxed him, saying that when I went to the city to become a worker, I would definitely buy a big piece of fatty meat to take care of him. Erden's eyes lit up immediately when he heard about the big, fatty meat, and he said he wanted to eat it too. I teased him on purpose, saying, "When you become a grandfather, I'll buy it for you." The whole family burst into laughter. Grandma looked at me with a face full of satisfaction and said she believed I would definitely be successful in the future and become a worker in the city. Just then, Aunt Zhou Lihua walked into the yard. Seeing Go Dan and Air Dan there, she quickly asked them if they had caused her any trouble. The 2 boys hurriedly explained that they had helped her a lot today and had even seen her catch a particularly large fish. My aunt didn't believe me, but my grandfather testified that I had made fish soup for the whole village today. I smiled and waved my hand, saying that 1 fish was nothing, It was more fun to eat together. Besides, without the villagers' help, I wouldn't have been able to pull that big fish up. In the evening, Grandma steamed pumpkin, and my second aunt cleaned the fish. They wouldn't let me into the kitchen no matter what, and soon a table full of fragrant fish soup and pumpkin pancakes was served. There were also chicken legs and chicken pieces that Grandma had specially saved for me on the table. Only then did I realize that the old lady was reluctant to eat them herself, but wanted to save them for me to nourish my body. I offered the meat to my grandparents, but they refused to take it. I had to pretend to say that if they didn't eat it, I wouldn't come back to see them again. Only then did the two elderly people smile and accept it. Grandpa looked at the family and said earnestly, "I brought all these things back with me. One should never forget kindness. If anyone forgets this favor in the future, I will be the first to object." During dinner, I casually asked Grandpa where I could get some seeds. Actually, I just wanted to find some seeds to put into the spiritual spring space. Grandpa looked at me strangely and said that the grain was managed by the production team and couldn't be taken casually. He then asked me why I was suddenly studying this. I could only say that I was too lazy before and couldn't even recognize all the crops. I just wanted to see what grains looked like. My second uncle immediately said that was easy and that I should come with him to work in the fields for a few days, starting with learning how to plow the land. I quickly waved my hand and said I just wanted to take a look, not that I really wanted to farm. My second uncle was relieved to hear that, because that was more like the person he knew. On the other side, Wang Shui and Chun Xiaoying were carrying bamboo baskets, digging for wild vegetables with the village women at the foot of the mountain. After a whole morning of work, their baskets weren't even a third full. Wild vegetables are becoming increasingly difficult to find. They're dug up as soon as they sprout. The food in the canteen is getting thinner and thinner, so to survive, we have no choice but to rely on these wild vegetables to fill our stomachs. Aunt Ma glanced at Wang Shui a few times and sneered, saying that she was indeed beautiful, but it was a pity that she had such a family and even lost such a good man. Chun Xiaoying's expression changed immediately, and she retorted. But Aunt Ma wasn't afraid of her at all, and directly brought up the fact that the Wang family had suddenly raised the bride price, saying that it was fortunate she hadn't married Wang Shui. Wang Shui's face turned deathly pale. She knew that the Wang family's reputation had been completely ruined these past few days, and people were talking about them everywhere they went. Before leaving, Aunt Ma even said, "I caught a fish weighing over 30 pounds, and I'll treat the whole village to fish soup." Some people just don't have that kind of luck. These words were like a slap in the face to Wang Shui and her daughter. They simply couldn't believe it, a fish weighing over 30 pounds. But the woman next to them immediately testified that Aunt Ma's son had just come to call her back to eat fish. Chun Xiaoying gritted her teeth in anger. The thought that if she married Wang Shui, all those fish and pheasants might end up belonging to her family made her even more upset. Wang Shui was filled with regret. Yesterday, she had seen me bring back 2 pheasants, and now she was left starving, digging for wild vegetables. I had no idea what they were thinking. After saying goodbye to my grandparents, I took the fish and pumpkin cakes home, already planning how to get some crops to grow. When I got home, my 5th sister's eyes lit up when she saw the fish in my hand. My mother was also very happy, saying that everyone in the village praised me for being so capable, and that it was thanks to me that everyone was able to taste meat. I told them I had already eaten at my grandparents' house, and had even left them a fish. I would bring the remaining 2 back and stew them again in the afternoon. My 4th sister-in-law suggested keeping the fish alive so we could eat them later. I shook my head immediately. My family members are all so thin, and they still can't bear to eat. What's the point of me bringing all this back? My mother finally decided that we would continue stewing fish that afternoon. Seeing the smiling faces of my family, I felt much more at ease. I was really tired after a busy morning. Back in my room, I slipped into the spiritual spring space. The pumpkin seedlings were growing amazingly well. They'd be ripe in a few days. The black soil in this space is far superior to ordinary farmland. The yield per acre probably far exceeds that of crops outside. More importantly, I found my body is also getting stronger. My strength, mental state, and reflexes are all improving. It's just that every time I drink from the spiritual spring water, my stomach becomes unbearably hungry. I exited the virtual space and hurried to the kitchen to find something to eat. Unexpectedly, I heard a voice coming from the darkness. It was my 4th sister-in-law, Zhang Yume, who was preparing to heat up my food. She said her mother saw I was too tired and specifically told me not to wake me so I could sleep a little longer. Watching my fourth sister-in-law's busy figure, I felt a little uneasy. She got up in the middle of the night to heat up my food, just to take care of me, her brother-in-law. The old Li Yofu didn't deserve this kind of treatment at all. A hot meal was served, brought back by my mother from the canteen. I asked them what they had eaten yesterday, and my fourth sister-in-law smiled and said they had wild vegetable soup. But I knew that so-called wild vegetable soup was just a few leaves soaked in water, not enough to fill their stomachs at all. I offered the pumpkin pancakes and fish soup to my fourth sister-in-law, but she initially refused. I told her directly that she needed strength to work, and only then did she accept them with tears in her eyes. After daybreak, Go Dan and Air Dan came running again. Their eyes lit up when they saw there was still fish soup. I told them to serve themselves, then picked up a shovel and prepared to check on yesterday's trap. As I approached the trap, I quickly heard noises coming from inside. Looking closer, I burst out laughing. There really was a wild boar, weighing about 150 pounds, struggling frantically inside. Without hesitation, I swung the shovel down. The next second, the wild boar vanished, stored in my spiritual spring space. Looking at the immobilized boar inside, I couldn't help but laugh. It turns out that here, even the fiercest creatures can only obey my commands. I rearranged the traps, added half a pumpkin as bait, and then dug 3 more traps nearby. Exhausted, I leaned against a tree to rest. I drank some spring water to regain my strength, ate a simple meal, and continued my search for food in the mountains. Before long, I caught 5 pheasants, 30 wild eggs, and 2 rabbits. Today's trip has been incredibly profitable. Just then, a heavy running sound suddenly came from the woods. I looked up and saw more than 20 wild boars charging out of the forest. The largest of them weighed at least 300 pounds. If they were to hit someone, their bones would be shattered. My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately hid in the spiritual spring space. The lead boar slammed into a tree with a loud crash. I watched this from inside the space, and then it suddenly dawned on me. What was I afraid of? As long as I could touch them, all these boars were mine. The next second, I reappeared outside, deliberately provoking the wild boar, then quickly climbed a large tree. The boar roared and charged at the tree. I seized the opportunity and directly stored the charging boar into my spatial storage. The remaining boars also charged at me one after another, but I stored them away one by one. Once the forest quieted down again, I looked at my haul in the storage space and almost burst out laughing. This time, I'd caught 8 wild boars, along with pheasants, rabbits, and a bunch of wild eggs. In these days, meat was the ultimate currency. You couldn't openly buy and sell, but no one could stop you from exchanging goods. Before leaving the mountains, I prepared a wild boar weighing about 200 pounds in my spatial storage, intending to bring it back to the village. But as soon as I reached the foot of the mountain, I was discovered by a villager named Dedong. When Dedong saw the wild boar behind me, he was completely stunned. I quickly told him to go and call for help, to bring over my second uncle, Uncle Qiangzi, and Grandpa. Before long, village chief Li Daqiang, second uncle Li Xingjun, grandfather Li Shanjin, and a group of villagers all rushed over. Everyone was shocked when they saw the huge wild boar. Their first question wasn't about how to divide the meat, but whether I was injured. Grandpa checked me over thoroughly and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming I was all right. I explained that I had dug a trap beforehand and was just going up the mountain to check things out, never expecting a wild boar to actually fall in. This explanation seemed reasonable, and the villagers all believed me. Li Daqiang couldn't help but praise his grandfather, saying he had raised a good grandson. Catching fish yesterday and catching wild boar today, this really made the Li family proud. Then, everyone's attention fell on the wild boar. Everyone wanted to know how the pig would be divided. I spoke directly. If I wanted to keep it all for myself, I wouldn't have called everyone over. I'll only take 1/10 of the boar. The rest will be given to the village committee, where Uncle Qiangzi will distribute it fairly among the entire village. No one objected to these words. Li Daqiang immediately made the decision. Carry the pig back to the village office, hire a butcher to slaughter it, and distribute the meat to the whole village. The entire village erupted in excitement. Children cheered, women chatted and laughed, and everyone waited to receive their share of the meat. Looking at their smiling faces, I knew very well what was being given away. This time, it wasn't just meat that was being distributed. It was giving everyone a glimmer of hope to survive during these difficult times. On the way back to the village, I tentatively asked Uncle Qiangzi if I could have a few different kinds of grains to look at. Li Daqiang was a little puzzled and asked me why I wanted to grow grain. I gave him the same answer, saying that I used to be too lazy and couldn't even recognize all the crops. Although he found it strange, he still agreed that he would prepare some dishes for me after he finished dividing the meat. When we arrived at the village office, the courtyard was already crowded with people. Everyone was staring at the wild boar, their eyes full of anticipation. When my mother arrived, she saw the wild boar and then saw me standing in the crowd, and her eyes immediately welled up with tears. I quickly smiled and said, "Mom, it's not that serious. Why are you crying?" When I got home, my mother and the others had already heard about the wild boar meat being divided up, and they were so angry they almost rushed to the village office to argue. I managed to stop her, but the more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and tears started streaming down her face. In her view, I risked my life to bring that wild boar back from the mountain, and no one else did any work, so why should they take a share of our meat? I could only patiently explain. The things in the mountains nominally belong to the collective. If they were all left at home, the villagers would resent it even if they didn't say anything. In these times, everyone is starving. If the Li family suddenly starts eating meat every day, it'll cause trouble sooner or later. If someone reports me to the commune saying I've taken collective property, it'll be a big problem. Mother is still worried. I looked at her and only asked one question. "Mother, do you believe me?" The room fell silent instantly. I told her that since our ancestors had given me these skills, our family would certainly never lack food or drink. But to live a good life, we had to first ensure that no one could find fault with us. By sharing the wild boar, everyone will remember the Li family for their kindness. Later, when the family occasionally eats meat, no one will feel envious. At this point, I lowered my voice and added, "Besides, how do you know I only hunted one wild boar?" Upon hearing this, my mother, fourth sister-in-law, and fifth sister were all stunned. I smiled and reminded them that this was a secret within our family and that they should not tell anyone else. Not long after, Li Dadong came running to call me, saying that the wild boar had been killed and the whole village was waiting to share the meat. Although my mother stopped making a fuss, she didn't want to go and see, afraid that she would feel heartbroken if she saw the meat being divided up. I had no choice but to follow Li Dadong to the village office. As soon as I entered the courtyard, everyone looked at me differently. Yesterday, I made fish soup for the whole village, and today I brought back a wild boar. Li Daqiang stepped forward and announced the meat distribution plan. "I'll take 1/10 first, and the rest will be divided according to the village's population." No one objected. They just urged the distribution to be done quickly. When it was my turn to choose the meat, I didn't grab the fatty cuts. Instead, I chose the lard, ribs, and offal. The villagers were all dumbfounded, thinking I'd gone mad. But I knew in my heart that these things, once properly processed, would taste much better than lean meat. Since nobody else wanted them, it was a good deal for me. In the end, the sack full of meat and offal weighed a good 60 pounds, more than I was supposed to carry. Someone offered to help me take it back, but I refused outright. With my current strength, carrying that much was no problem at all. As soon as I arrived at my doorstep, I heard someone call out, "Jiang Zuhua, there's a package for you." It turned out to be something my third sister had sent from the military region, asking my mother to pick it up at the post office. Mentioning my third sister, Li Lady, immediately brought back memories of her. My third sister married well. Her husband was a deputy battalion-level officer with a monthly salary of 89 yuan, which was considered a very good life in those days. The postman, Jiang Feng, stared intently at the sack in my hand. He couldn't help but ask if there was meat inside. I nodded, and he immediately became interested, asking if we could exchange some. I reminded him that these days you can't say buy and sell, you can only say exchange. Jiang Feng immediately understood, and his eyes showed more admiration. I opened the sack to show him, saying that it mainly contained ribs and offal, and the fatty meat had already been distributed to the village. He wasn't disappointed. Instead, he seized on the key point and asked, "Sixth brother, do you know how to hunt?" I didn't answer directly, but only asked him if he liked to eat fish. He immediately nodded, saying he liked any kind of meat. I then promised him that I would bring him 2 fish when I went to the post office to pick up a package tomorrow. Back in the house, my fifth sister asked me what Jiang Feng and I had been talking about. I teased her, saying I wanted to find her a boyfriend. My fifth sister blushed immediately and turned to go tell her mother. My mother thought Jiang Feng was a good catch, but she was worried he might not be interested in a country girl. I quickly explained that I was just joking and that we were really talking about work. When my mother and fourth sister-in-law heard about the job, they were stunned, thinking I was going to be a postman. I smiled and shook my head. That job was too tiring, and I had no interest in it. Then I picked up Daya and played with her. When the little girl heard there was meat to eat, she could only shout, "Meat, meat," which made the whole family laugh. I looked at my fifth sister and casually said to my mother, "Don't underestimate my fifth sister. She's just an official. I'll find her one someday." My mother didn't take it seriously, assuming I was just boasting again. But when she opened the sack and saw it was full of ribs and offal, her face immediately changed. "You damn thing, what did you bring back?" Before I could explain, Li Daqiang's voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. "Yufu, are you home?" My eyes lit up immediately. It seemed that the matter of planting grain had finally come to fruition. As soon as Li Daqiang entered the yard, he saw his mother wiping away tears and quickly asked what was wrong. His mother immediately lashed out at him, demanding to know why the village had given him pig offal that nobody wanted. Li Daqiang looked completely bewildered and quickly turned to me. I hurriedly explained that I had picked all these things myself, and it wasn't Uncle Chang's fault. My mother became even angrier upon hearing this. Everyone else was scrambling for the fatty meat, and I, on the other hand, was willingly taking offal that no one wanted. I quickly pulled Li Daqiang away, making him leave this troublesome place. Before leaving, he handed me some seeds and grains, then fled back to the village office as if his life depended on it. Looking at the seeds in my hand, I finally felt at ease. My mother was still upset about the meat, so I could only explain slowly. I told her that if I brought back more than 20 pounds of fatty meat, the whole village would definitely be unhappy. But nobody wanted the offal. Exchanging 60 pounds for 20 pounds of meat, no matter how you look at it, we were getting a good deal. Mother still didn't believe me, thinking these things were too fishy and no one would eat them. I laughed and said, "My ancestors taught me more than just hunting. I can also prepare these things." Then the whole family got busy. Mother was in charge of rendering lard, while my fourth sister-in-law, fifth sister, and I cleaned the offal. When she saw me washing pig intestines with cornmeal, Mother scolded me with heartache. Meanwhile, Ma Fong returned to Zhao family village carrying half a pound of wild boar meat, attracting much envy along the way. She proudly said that this was the wild boar meat allocated to Li family village. When everyone heard that everyone in Li Jia village had meat to eat, they were all shocked. Ma Fong also said that she had brought the wild boar, which weighed over 200 jin, approximately 100 kilograms, back from the mountain all by herself. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang's expression changed instantly. He finally realized what Wang Shui had missed. Back home, seeing the wild vegetable soup on the table and remembering that I had eaten meat, Wang Chang completely lost his temper. He questioned Wang Shui about why he hadn't won her back. Chun Xiuying also became anxious and directly forced Wang Shui to come to me, demanding that she find a way to get the meat back. Wang Shui also craved meat, but she knew that if she came now, I would only refuse her. Chun Xiuying, however, didn't care and even threatened her, saying she wouldn't eat if she didn't get the meat back. At this moment, Wang Chang suddenly realized that since he knew how to hunt, he would definitely not lack meat in the future. So he suggested that he could ask for less dowry, or even none at all, so that Wang Shui could marry him as soon as possible. After discussing it among herself and her brothers, Chun Xiuying set her conditions. No bride price is fine, but I must give half of my hunted game to the Wang family. Wang Shui was actually tempted after hearing this. In her mind, it was only right to marry into her family and help her parents' family. But she didn't know that I would no longer give her even the slightest chance. At this time, Li family village was filled with joy. The aroma of meat wafted from every household, as if celebrating the new year early. The Lee family had also stewed meat, and my mother had rendered a large vat of lard, as well as making pork cracklings and stir-fried offal. The only thing that bothered me was that the staple food was still cornbread, which was hard on the throat. After finishing my meal, I went back inside and eagerly opened the seeds and grains Lee Da-cheong had brought. Corn, wheat, rice, soybeans, peanuts, more than a dozen kinds of seeds were laid out before me. With these, I finally had the confidence to truly change my life. The next second, I entered the spiritual spring space, planted all the seeds in the black soil, and then watered them with spiritual spring water. As soon as the seeds came into contact with the spring water, they sprouted and grew rapidly. I continuously consumed my spiritual energy to accelerate their ripening until my body could no longer withstand it, at which point I exited the space and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up the next day, I found that my mental energy had actually become stronger after it was restored. When I checked my space again, the entire acre of pumpkins had ripened, yielding more than 10,000 caddies. The crops I planted last night have all ripened. The wheat ears are full, and the rice grains are heavy, yielding far more than in ordinary fields. I collected the seeds and planted another batch. Then, remembering the fish I promised Jiang Feng, I prepared to go to town. After breakfast, my mother secretly slipped me 2 yuan and a food coupon, telling me to go to town and buy some steamed buns. I accepted them with a smile and promised to bring her something nice to eat when I returned. Before leaving, I touched Daya's little face and told her that Uncle Lu would bring her a white rabbit candy when he returned. Then, I slung the bamboo basket over my shoulder and walked out of the yard. After confirming that no one was around, the basket vanished instantly. With the spiritual spring space, I certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to carry things to town. Uncle Yofu, where are you headed? I had just reached the village entrance when I heard someone calling me. I turned around and saw Li Guanqi, who was more than 10 years older than me, driving an ox cart towards the town. According to seniority, he's older than me, so he should call me uncle. I smiled and asked him where he was going. He said he was going to town to buy manure. The commune had issued some manure coupons, and he needed to get some fertilizer for the production team. I was almost stunned when I heard that. In those days, even manure required ration coupons. Li Guanqi, however, looked perfectly normal and said that nowadays, you don't need coupons for anything, and good things like chemical fertilizers are simply not available to our village. He invited me to ride in the ox cart. I glanced at the wooden barrels on the cart and decided to walk. More than an hour later, I arrived at the town post office, carrying 2 live fish that I had just taken from my spatial dimension. I had just called out Brother Jiang when Jiang Feng ran out. His eyes lit up when he saw the 2 fish, and he quickly pulled me away from the street. He said carrying 2 live fish on the street would be too conspicuous. If someone saw him, he'd be watched before he even got the fish. After a winding journey, he led me into a bungalow. The house wasn't big, but it was very clean. It was fully furnished, and there was even a radio on the windowsill. It seemed that being a postman was indeed much better than being a typical farmer. Jiang Feng weighed the 2 carp. They weighed a full 4 pounds and 6 ounces. He immediately quoted me 80 cents a pound and handed me 3 yuan and 70 cents. I felt it was too much and only wanted to take 3 yuan. But Jiang Feng insisted that the fish would be more expensive on the black market, and he had already gotten a good deal. That's when I truly understood that what we lack most right now isn't meat, but grain. On the black market, grain prices have even risen to 10 times the normal price. After leaving Jiang Feng's house, I asked him if there was anywhere in town to buy candy coupons. He shook his head, saying there was no black market in town, only in the county seat. He also reminded me that although the black market was regulated, as long as you were careful, no one would usually investigate. In those days, everyone knew that ordinary people needed these things too. After hearing this, I decided to go to the county town to take a look. Since I was already there, I might as well find out the market situation so I wouldn't be completely clueless later. After walking for more than an hour, I finally entered the county town. It was a bit more lively than the town center, but the streets were still lined with low-rise houses, and there was no sign of the prosperity that would follow. I went to the state-run restaurant first and bought 10 meat buns. I ate 4 myself and wrapped up the rest to take home for my mother and the others to try. After leaving the restaurant, I found a quiet place where no one would notice me put the steamed buns into my spatial storage, changed my clothes, covered my face with a cloth, and prepared to go to the black market. The black market wasn't as mysterious as I'd imagined. It was simply a place for clandestine transactions. Some sold tickets, some sold food, and others offered various scarce resources. As soon as I approached, someone whispered, "Buy or sell?" I said sell, paid 2 cents, and was able to enter the black market without any trouble. There were quite a few people inside, but it was unusually quiet. Everyone was speaking in hushed tones, as if they were on some underground mission. I first went to a ticket stall and asked the owner what kind of tickets he had. The owner patted his chest and said, "I have everything." I deliberately asked, "Do you have TV tickets?" A few people around me burst out laughing, but the shopkeeper actually quoted a price, 550 yuan per ticket. I quickly waved my hand. These things were too conspicuous, and even if I could afford them, I couldn't bring them home. Then I asked about the prices of meat coupons and grain coupons. A pound of meat coupon cost 1 yuan, and grain was even more outrageously expensive. In those days, having money wasn't necessarily useful. Not having coupons meant you could really not get by. I then asked about cigarette coupons and liquor coupons. The shopkeeper took out a stack of coupons, and I picked out Class A cigarette coupons, Class B cigarette coupons, liquor coupons, and a few sugar coupons, salt coupons, snack coupons, and cloth coupons. The shopkeeper waited for me to pay, but I smiled and said, "I don't have money. How about I trade you pumpkins?" He was taken aback, but when I opened the bamboo basket, revealing 2 large pumpkins weighing several tens of kilograms each, his expression immediately changed. In those days, food was the hard currency. Although pumpkin wasn't a refined grain, it could fill one's stomach, and anything that could fill one's stomach would be worth trading. Finally, I traded 2 pumpkins for a bunch of receipts without spending a single penny. Great! The pumpkins in my spatial dimension have officially become my first batch of circulating currency. The transaction had just ended when an old man selling watches suddenly approached, saying he wanted to trade his watch for grain. I looked at the watch. It was in pretty good condition. The old man didn't want money, just 24 jin of cornmeal or 3 large pumpkins. I did the math in my head and realized this deal wasn't a bad one. The watch was worth at least several tens of dollars, while the 3 pumpkins were just things I could easily grow anywhere in the space. I agreed and took him to the woods outside to get pumpkins. Once he saw the 3 large pumpkins, he immediately handed me the watch. After leaving the black market, I went to a traditional Chinese medicine shop and bought star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and other spices for braising meat, which cost me a total of 6 cents. Afterwards, I went to the county town supply and marketing cooperative and bought cigarettes, candy, soap, fine salt, and a bottle of wine. After spending all my money in coupons, I only had 21 cents left, but the trip to the county town was not in vain. I not only got tickets and a watch, but I also figured out the rules of trade in this era. Now I don't lack food. What I lack is a safe channel to exchange for goods. When I got back to the town post office, Jiang Feng had been waiting for a long time. I handed him 2 white rabbit milk candies, and his eyes lit up. He quickly helped me retrieve the package my third sister had sent. On my way home, I lit a cigarette. The long-lost smell of smoke made me feel a little uncomfortable, but it also gave me a feeling of truly coming back to life. As soon as I entered the yard, Go Dan and Air Dan rushed out. The 2 children had been sitting in the yard waiting for me to come back after they heard I was going to town. I took out the white rabbit candies and gave each of them 2. The 2 boys carefully put them in their mouths, reluctant to bite them, their eyes squinting from the sweetness. My mother scolded me for wasting money, but her face changed instantly when she saw what was in the bamboo basket. She pulled me into the house and asked me in a low voice where I got the money and ration coupons. I told her I traded fish for it. When my mother heard that a pound of fish could be exchanged for 80 cents, she was stunned, and then immediately felt sorry for the fish we had eaten a few days ago. In her eyes, we weren't eating fish, we were eating money. She quickly told me that from now on, we should sell all the fish for money and that we couldn't eat any more at home. I could only tell her that money is for improving our lives. We would only get better and better, and we wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. My mother's last reminder was that I must never do anything illegal. I patted my chest and promised that I would never touch anything dangerous. Then I took out the large meat buns I bought from the state-run restaurant and shared them with Go Dan and Air Dan. The two children were reluctant to eat them in big bites, taking only a small bite and staring at them for a long time, not even wiping the oil off their hands. After they left, I gave the steamed buns to my mother. She still couldn't bear to eat them and wanted to save them for me. I didn't argue with her. I put them in the kitchen first, intending to gently persuade her. Next, we opened the package my third sister had sent. Inside were malted milk powder, brown sugar, cotton cloth, flour, and 20 yuan. The letter said these things were for Mother to improve her health, and the money was for me to get married. Seeing this, my heart sank. My third sister married well, but she herself has had a tough time. Even so, she always thinks about the family, and she hasn't forgotten her good-for-nothing brother me. I handed the money to my mother to put away, then turned and went into the kitchen to start dealing with the pile of pig offal. Lard was added to the pot, and the aroma of star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves immediately filled the air. Then the prepared pork offal was added, and the rich fragrance quickly filled the entire courtyard. The smell was incredibly strong. Before long, the aroma wafted over the courtyard wall, drawing in everyone nearby. The village women were walking back after digging for wild vegetables when they started chatting and the topic of me came up again. After all, the whole village got a share of the more than 200 jin of wild boar meat yesterday, and no one could forget that. Someone asked Ma Fong how she would eat the meat she received. Ma Fong proudly replied that her husband ate some first to satisfy his craving, then marinated the rest, and she took her share directly back to her parents' home. This time, she really made a name for herself at her parents' house. Who wouldn't envy a wife who could bring meat home? As she spoke, she mentioned Wang Shui's family again. She said that the Wang family missed out on me because of the bride price, and now everyone in Lijia village is eating meat, while the Wang family can only be envious. Some even asked Zhang Yumei if she could help introduce them to girls. Zhang Yumei smiled and said, "No need to rush. I was just saying I wanted to find a factory worker for my fifth sister." The moment the word factory worker was uttered, the women fell silent. In those days, factory workers had guaranteed food rations, a secure job something ordinary rural people couldn't compare to. Just as they were talking, a commotion suddenly arose ahead. Approaching, I saw a crowd gathered at the gate of my yard, a group of children craning their necks to look inside. Even before we got close, the enticing aroma wafted out. "What's that smell? It smells so good." Zhang Yumei immediately thought that she needed to prepare pig offal today. But no one believed her. How could pig offal smell so good? Inside the house, Dia was also awakened by the aroma, her little mouth constantly calling out for meat, her mouth practically watering. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, I had no idea that my pot of braised food had become a sensation in half the village. In those days, pig offal was considered worthless scraps. But in my hands, with the addition of spices and later developed cooking methods, it was transformed into a delicacy that would make people unable to resist. My mother rushed into the kitchen drawn by the aroma and couldn't help but ask what I was making. I smiled and said, "It's just pork offal, it tastes all right." My mother was stunned. This was far from okay. People outside were practically drawn to the door by the aroma. She lowered her voice and asked, "Did the ancestor teach me this again?" I could only nod, continuing to attribute everything to the ancestors. I told her that with me in the family from now on, she could just relax and enjoy life. My mother beamed with joy, but quickly reminded me that a crowd had already gathered outside the courtyard. I went out to take a look, and sure enough, a large group of villagers were standing there, all drawn in by the delicious aroma coming from the kitchen. I brought out a pot of freshly braised pork offal. As the steam rose, the aroma became even stronger. Pig heart, pig stomach, and pig intestines were laid out in the pot, and everyone was stunned. No one had expected that these normally unwanted items could smell so good that they would stop them in their tracks. Several children stared longingly at the pot, their mouths practically watering. I smiled and told everyone to disperse, then took out a white rabbit candy and gave one to each child. The children's eyes lit up with sweetness, and they called me Uncle Yofu and Grandpa Yofu, each one more affectionate than the last. After everyone left, fourth sister-in-law and fifth sister returned. As soon as Dia saw me, she reached out and called for Ro Ro. I was about to give her a bite when fourth sister-in-law quickly stopped me, saying the child was too young and could only eat steamed egg custard and porridge. I had no choice but to promise to steam an egg for her later. Then the family sat down to try the braised dishes, and after the first bite, everyone was hooked. Fifth sister stared in astonishment, exclaiming that the offal was even more delicious than the meat. Fourth sister-in-law nodded in agreement, and mother, after finishing her meal, sighed with gratitude, saying that she was already content to have the opportunity to eat my cooking in this lifetime. But the next second, she felt sorry for me, because I was too generous with the oil I used when cooking. I didn't argue. I just took out the meat buns I bought from the county town and let everyone eat them. After finishing the meal, I divided the remaining braised food into several portions. I put one portion into my spatial storage, had my fifth sister deliver one portion to Uncle Changzi, and took one portion to my grandparents' house. One cannot be selfish. Now that I want the Lee family to stand firm, I must make sure that those who should remember this kindness do so. I took some braised food, wine, and meat buns to my grandparents' house. As soon as I entered, I saw that there was only a bowl of wild vegetable porridge on their table. There wasn't even a cornbread. My second uncle was still thinking about the things I brought and asked when I was coming over. My grandma scolded him on the spot, saying it was shameful for an elder to be concerned about the things of a younger generation. As soon as I entered the house and opened the bag, the aroma of braised food instantly filled the room. When Grandpa saw the bottle of Fingio liquor, his eyes lit up. He said it was a waste, but he hugged the bottle tightly. I told them that these were specially made for my parents, and that I would also have a drink with my grandfather. My aunt opened the bag and saw the bright red and fragrant pig's head meat and offal, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Grandma asked if I did it. I couldn't keep blaming it on my ancestors appearing in my dream, so I changed my story and said that I met a chef from a state-owned restaurant who taught me how to do it. Soon, everyone at the table was eating with gusto. Godan and Air Dan were fighting over the meat. Uncle Air was grinning from ear to ear while drinking sweet potato liquor, and Grandpa even got drunk for once, which was quite rare for him. When I left, Grandma saw me all the way to the door, telling me to come often and that I didn't need to bring anything. I smiled and left 2 meat buns for them to heat up and eat the next day. When I got home, my mother poured me a glass of water. I took a sip and noticed it tasted sweet, so I asked her if she had added sugar. She just smiled and didn't admit it. For the next 3 days, I worked in the Spirit Spring space to accelerate the ripening of the crops. Wheat and rice ripened one after another, with yields far exceeding those of ordinary land. After keeping the grain for planting, I processed the rest into rice and flour. With this grain, the Lee family won't have to worry about food for at least a year. The next morning, after breakfast, I took a few cornbread buns and headed straight into the mountains. My body was getting stronger and stronger. My speed and strength were incomparable to before. The traps were empty except for chicken feathers. The pumpkin bait had been eaten by pheasants, and the wild boars hadn't come. I wasn't in a hurry and continued deeper into the mountains, soon discovering a spring. Where there is water, there are often animals. Sure enough, not long after, several pheasants flew up into a tree, thinking they were safe. But the moment my hand touched the tree trunk, they all disappeared into the void. At noon, I decided to treat myself to a meal in the mountains. I grilled a fish and made a beggar's chicken. The fish was tender and the chicken was fragrant. The meal put me in a great mood. After cleaning up, I rushed to town. In Jiang Feng's room, several young people had just finished eating the fish I had brought and were still lamenting when they wouldn't be able to eat meat again. Jiang Feng told them that the fish was brought by a younger brother in the village, and that he also had access to wild game. Upon hearing this, the group immediately perked up. As soon as I arrived at the door, Jiang Feng invited me inside and introduced me to Zhang Guowei and Ma Hu. Ma Hu immediately asked me if I could get pheasants, rabbits, or even wild boar meat. I didn't agree immediately. I asked him how much he wanted first. He immediately said 100 or 200 caddies, or even 300 or 400 caddies. I felt relieved. A few hundred caddies of wild game wasn't difficult for me. If he had asked for several thousand caddies, that would have been really hard to explain. Ma Hu said the meat wasn't for his own consumption, but to improve the meals at his father-in-law's research institute. The institute had hundreds of people, plenty of money and ration coupons. yet they went months without meat. I was worried that a private transaction would cause trouble, but Mahu said that he had all the purchasing authority and that as long as a purchase certificate was issued, wild game could be legally brought into the unit. Hearing this, I was completely relieved. With proof, even if someone investigated, no one could accuse me of reselling supplies. Just then, Zhang Feng noticed the 2 pheasants in my bamboo basket. All 3 of them were excited, and Zhang Guowei and Mahu almost started arguing about it on the spot. I said these 2 were originally meant for Zhang Feng. As for how he divides them, that's their own business. The 2 pheasants weighed a total of 6 jin and 4 liang. Zhang Feng charged me 12.8 yuan, which was 2 yuan per jin. It wasn't the highest price for someone I knew, but it was enough. After leaving Zhang Feng's house, I went straight to the county's black market. The real big prize was still that wild boar weighing over 300 pounds in my spatial dimension. This time, I disguised myself beforehand and went straight to Wang Matzi after entering the black market. I first asked about cigarette and alcohol coupons, cloth coupons, and cotton coupons, and then told him that I had a wild boar to sell. When Wang Matzi heard about wild boar meat, his eyes lit up. I didn't let him come with me to pick up the goods. I just told him to prepare a cart and pick it up at the destination. I led him to a safe grove of trees, and after confirming that no one was around, I took the wild boar, which weighed over 300 pounds, out. Wang Matzi was stunned on the spot, and the way he looked at me changed. After weighing, it weighed 332 jin, 150 kilograms. At 1.85 yuan per jin, the total price was 614.2 yuan. I used some of the money to exchange for bicycle coupons, cigarette coupons, alcohol coupons, cloth coupons, and cotton coupons, and finally received 427 yuan in cash, along with a bunch of receipts. After leaving the black market, I went straight to the state-run department store. What I needed most right now was a bicycle. The journey from the village to the county town is too far. With a bicycle, it will be much more convenient to exchange goods, pick up packages, and go to the town. At the counter, I took out my bicycle ticket. The salesperson said Flying Pigeon was 170, Phoenix was 180, and Forever was 195. Without hesitation, I chose Permanent. Seeing how decisive I was, everyone around me couldn't help but gossip. Some people said that my buying a car meant I was planning to get married. The saleswoman also smiled and asked if I had a boyfriend, and even said she could introduce me to her cousin who worked at a textile factory. I was completely stunned. One second I was buying a bicycle, the next second someone was offering to introduce me to a potential wife. I declined Sister Ho's offer to introduce me to someone, smiling and saying that I was still young and not considering marriage for the time being. Seeing that I was firm in my attitude, Sister Ho didn't press me further and quickly helped me complete the bicycle registration. After receiving the receipt, I picked up the Forever bicycle and went to the police station to complete the registration. After paying a 1.5 yuan handling fee and tax, I finally owned the most enviable big-ticket item of this era. Riding my new bike down the street, I felt incredibly happy. But I didn't go straight back to the village. There weren't any bicycles in the entire Lijia village, and if I suddenly rode back, I'd definitely attract a lot of attention. In this day and age, one shouldn't be too flamboyant. So I went to a fishing tackle shop first and bought fish hooks, floats, a fish basket, and a roll of rope. That way, I'll have a plausible explanation when I take out fish later. Afterwards, I went to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought 12 bottles of Matai, 10 bottles of Dukong, 5 bottles of Fingio, as well as a lot of cigarettes and cloth and cotton coupons. When I pulled out dozens of cigarette and alcohol coupons, the entire supply and marketing cooperative fell silent. The director stared at me and asked where the coupons came from. My heart tightened. I knew that a bad answer would cause trouble. I immediately explained that these tickets were obtained by trading fish. I know how to fish, and I can catch dozens or even hundreds of kilograms at a time, which is why I was able to exchange them for these tickets. The director, far from suspecting anything, asked me if I could exchange some fish for fish at the supply and marketing cooperative in the future. I deliberately said selling fish was out of the question, because that would make me look bad. The director immediately changed his tune, saying it was an exchange. I then agreed and left my contact information with the people at the supply and marketing cooperative. Great, another new and secure trading channel has been added. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, I found a secluded spot and stored everything in my spatial storage. When I was almost at the village entrance, I put away my bicycle and took only rice, flour, wine, and 2 fish to my grandparents' house. When the old lady saw me bringing gifts again, she scolded me for being wasteful, but quickly ushered me into the house. When I took out dozens of kilograms of grain and several bottles of good wine, the 2 elderly people were stunned. Grandpa was worried that the goods were of dubious origin. I explained that they were all obtained by trading fish. City people had food coupons, but lacked meat, so they were willing to exchange their food and coupons for fish. Hearing that the exchange included the director of a supply and marketing cooperative and people from a research institute, Grandpa and Grandma gradually felt relieved. I then took out 2 packs of good cigarettes for Grandpa, telling him to stop smoking pipe tobacco. Grandpa was beaming with joy, saying it was the best cigarette he had ever smoked. When they started talking about Father, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became somber. My father went out to find work more than 2 years ago, and there has been no news of him. We don't even know if he's alive or dead. I looked at my grandparents and earnestly told them that after my father is gone, I will take care of him in his place. The 2 elderly people's eyes reddened after hearing this. At that moment, my resolve strengthened. I will not lose a single one of the family members I failed to protect in my past life in this one. After leaving my grandparents' house, I returned to my own home. When my 5th sister saw how much stuff I brought back, she exclaimed in surprise, "Did you go on a robbery?" I said irritably, "How could you possibly steal rice and flour from a robbery?" My mother quickly closed the courtyard gate, afraid that someone would see us. When the bag was opened, the whole family was stunned. The pure white rice and refined flour laid out before them were more precious than gold to them. My mother pressed me for details about where I got the money, and I still said I traded it for fish. City people didn't lack food stamps, but they lacked real fresh meat and fish, and this was my chance. My 4th sister-in-law asked what we wanted to eat for dinner. I said directly, steamed white flour buns and a stewed chicken. This time, my mother didn't object. She just said that from now on, the family would be under my control. Before dinner, I told my mother that I planned to visit my 2nd sister tomorrow. Now that I'm capable, I can't just think of myself. I should also help my sisters out of their hardship. Dinner was served quickly. Chicken soup, chicken, and steamed buns filled the table. The whole family ate carefully and contentedly, each bite feeling like a festive occasion. Just then, Wang Shui, full of resentment, walked towards my house. She had been the subject of much gossip in the village these past few days, and her brothers had also taken their anger out on her. She blamed everything on me. She felt that if I had married her with a dowry of 100 yuan, she should have a share of all this fish, meat, flour, and chicken soup. As Wang Shui approached the courtyard, the aroma of chicken soup made her mouth water. Just as she burst through the gate, I was coming out with a steamed bun in my mouth. She was clearly stunned when she saw me after a few days. The sallow-faced me from before now had a rosy complexion and had gained weight. I looked like a completely different person. She stared at the steamed bun in my hand, then smelled the chicken soup in the room, her eyes filled with resentment. She lowered her voice and said that her mother had agreed not to ask for a bride price, as long as we renegotiated the marriage. I found it laughable. I told her directly that even if she paid me money, I wouldn't marry her, let alone ask for a dowry. No sooner had she finished speaking than her mother rushed out of the house and berated Wang Shui until she couldn't utter a single word. Watching her leave in such a sorry state, I felt no pity whatsoever. In my past life, she caused my family to be destroyed. In this life, she doesn't even have the right to step into the Li family. Back at the table, my 5th sister asked if I still had feelings for Wang Shui. I almost choked on my own mushy words and quickly said that even if I remained a bachelor, I wouldn't marry her. Then I told my 5th sister that after visiting my 2nd and eldest sisters, I would definitely try to find her a job. My 5th sister had just shown some hope when my mother immediately said that job opportunities should be reserved for me first. I told her earnestly that a family should support each other. Now that I'm capable, I can't just go to the city to enjoy a better life while my sisters continue to suffer. That night, I continued to enter the spiritual spring space to accelerate the ripening of the grains. After the wheat and rice matured, I kept the seeds and processed and preserved the rest. The next morning, We prepared to go to my second sister's house. I packed rice, flour, candy, and cornmeal, and my mother brought out a pheasant for me to take to my second sister as well. It's more than 30 li from the village to my second sister's house. My body has been strengthened by the spiritual spring, so I don't feel tired, but my fifth sister was already sweating on her forehead halfway there. After walking for a long time, my fifth sister finally pointed to the mud brick house ahead and said we were almost there. Looking at that dilapidated courtyard, I felt a mix of emotions. In my past life, when I came here, I never brought anything decent with me. As soon as I arrived at my second sister's house, a boy came out of the courtyard gate. My fifth sister called him Dahu, and I took out a few white rabbit candies and offered them to him. But he looked indifferent and didn't take them at all. Before I could figure out what was going on, my second sister, Lipundi, came out of the house. But when I saw the bruises on her face, my expression instantly darkened. In my past life, my second sister was brutally murdered by that man. Now, as soon as we met, I noticed she was injured, and the anger in my chest instantly flared up. My second sister, however, pretended to be calm and said that she had just tripped and fallen, and even turned around to ask about my marriage. I told her that the marriage with Wang Shui had fallen through, and that it was my own choice not to marry her. Just then, Dahu suddenly burst into tears. He said there was no food at home, and Eru had been sick for 2 days. My heart sank, and I rushed into the house. Eru was lying on the broken bed, his little face flushed red, with only a bowl of cold wild vegetable soup beside him. I reached out and touched the child's forehead. It was frighteningly hot. I asked my second sister why she didn't take him to the hospital, but she said the family had no money and could only try to tough it out. Hearing this, I almost laughed in anger. The reason Eru became mentally impaired in his previous life was probably due to this high fever. I didn't continue to blame her. I simply told my second sister to find an ox cart and left the rest to me. Then I picked up Eru and rushed to the county hospital. Along the way, my second sister held the child and kept crying. All I could tell her was that Eru would be all right. When we arrived at the hospital, the doctor's expression changed after examining the child. The child had a fever of 39.8 degrees Celsius. If the child had been brought in any later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The hospital admission fee was 20 yuan. My second sister turned pale when she heard this, because she simply couldn't afford that amount. I took the payment slip directly to pay. Right now, the most important thing isn't the money, but saving my child's life. Not long after the 4 drips started, Eru's temperature finally came down. Dahu touched his younger brother's forehead and excitedly called out to his mother, saying that his brother's fever had subsided. I breathed a sigh of relief, took out a white rabbit candy and handed it to Dahu, asking him if he could finally eat the candy his uncle gave him this time. Dahu, however, couldn't bear to eat it, saying he wanted to wait for his younger brother to wake up so they could eat together. Looking at this sensible child, I felt even worse. My second sister, with tears in her eyes, said she would definitely pay me back for the medical expenses later. I interrupted her directly, telling her to focus on taking care of the child and not to worry about the money. Afterwards, I didn't let fifth sister and Dahu follow. Because I have too many secrets, this time, I planned to use the fish in my spatial storage to exchange for some tickets and supplies at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. When I arrived at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, I had barely called out "Sister Son" when several acquaintances immediately gathered around. When the fish basket was opened, it was full of live fish, and everyone's eyes lit up. Director Wang arrived quickly and invited me into the warehouse. Looking at the fresh, large fish, he couldn't hide his smile. I know how precious these fish are now. Even if ordinary people have money and ration coupons, they might not be able to buy such fresh meat. After having dinner with my second sister's family, I finally asked the question I'd been wanting to ask. Second sister, Zheng Jihong beat you up like this. What are you going to do? My second sister was stunned and instinctively wanted to speak up for Zheng Jihong. But looking at the injuries on her face, I couldn't suppress the anger in my heart. I told her that domestic violence is either a one-time thing or a recurring problem. If he dares to hit her today, he'll dare to escalate it tomorrow. Fifth sister thought I was exaggerating, but only I knew that in my previous life, second sister was beaten to death by Zheng Jihong. This life is different. I looked at my second sister and told her earnestly, as long as I'm here, no one can bully you. I told her to wait until Eru felt better before taking the two children back to her parents' home. Unless Jung Ji-hong personally apologizes and promises not to hit her again, she doesn't need to go back. The second sister's eyes were red. She had been taught since childhood that once a daughter is married, she belongs to another family and should not cause trouble for her own family. But now, for the first time, she felt that she really had someone backing her up. Meanwhile, Jung Ji-hong returned home and quickly noticed something was wrong. Usually, Dahu would call out Dad, but today the yard was eerily quiet. He searched everywhere for someone, but the house was empty. Just then, Grandpa Lu drove by in his ox cart and told him that he had taken Li Pundi and the child to the county hospital that day. Jung Ji-hong was stunned. He couldn't believe that his brother-in-law, whom he had previously looked down upon, could actually afford to pay for his child's medical treatment. Before leaving, Grandpa Lu told him one more thing. Li Yufu asked me to pass on a message. This matter of you hitting Pundi is not over. Jung Ji-hong's expression changed instantly. He had always thought of me as a lazy good-for-nothing, but now, for the first time, this brother-in-law made him feel pressured. Just then, he noticed two bamboo baskets in the corner of the yard. When he opened them, he found fresh fish, rice, and flour inside. Jung Ji-hong stood there, stunned. He had beaten his wife for 3 jin of cornmeal, yet Li Pundi's family had sent him grain he never dared to dream of. At that moment, for the first time, he began to doubt whether he had misjudged that most inconspicuous little guy. Chapter 41. All past experiences overturned. County Hospital. Li Pundi looked at Li Yufu and said, "Sixth brother, I think Eru is all right now. Why don't we discharge him this afternoon?" Staying in the hospital is not only expensive, but it's also inconvenient to eat. The hospital provides a place for patients and their families to cook, but they need to cook for themselves and be self-sufficient in food. Eating at state-run restaurants wasn't about spending money, but about having food coupons. Li Yufu looked at Eru, who had recovered his spirits, and couldn't help but sigh that children in this era were really tough. He had a high fever of nearly 40 degrees Celsius, but recovered almost completely after just 1-4 drip. However, he didn't agree immediately. Second sister, Eru's fever has just subsided. Perhaps we should observe him for a while longer. I also have something to do and need to go out. If Eru is still in good spirits when I get back, we can discharge him from the hospital, okay? Li Yufu was still worried. In his previous life, Eru had become mentally disabled due to a high fever, and he was determined not to repeat the same mistake in this life. Observing for a while is the best option. Li Yufu planned to take this opportunity to visit the research institute and resolve the issue of invoices. Sixth brother, do you still have friends in the county town? Li Yufu smiled and nodded. It's just a small matter. I promised someone something last time, and since I'm in the county town today, I thought I'd go and take a look. Then let Yudi go with you. It'll be good to have an extra helper if anything happens. Eru is fine now, and Dahu and I are taking care of him at the hospital. Upon hearing this, Li Yudi looked at Li Yufu with anticipation. She had finally made it to the county town, but she hadn't even explored it yet. Fifth sister, let's do it next time. Next time I'll take you to the county town. Stay at the hospital with your second sister today. You two can talk to each other. I'll be right back. Li Yudi nodded. Okay, drive carefully. Don't worry, I'm not a child. Li Yufu smiled, waved, and turned to walk out of the hospital. Mahu had mentioned the research institute's address to him before. It wasn't far from the county hospital. Comrade, who are you looking for? As soon as Li Yufu arrived at the research institute, he was stopped by the gatekeeper. Hello, comrade. I'm looking for the director of your institute's logistics department. Could you please pass on a message for me? The gatekeeper glanced at Li Yufu and asked, What's the surname of the person you're looking for? And what's your relationship with him? Li Yufu smiled and handed him a cigarette. All I know is that he's the head of logistics at the research institute. My surname is Li, and his son-in-law, Mahu, sent me here. Could you please pass on a message for me? The gatekeeper took the cigarette Li Yufu offered and glanced at it. Good cigarette. Li Yufu disagreed. How could a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, which cost 72 cents, not be a good cigarette? The gatekeeper smiled more broadly. Young man, the person you're looking for should be Director Qian from our logistics department. You wait here. I'll go and call Director Qian over. You can't go in until Director Qian arrives. Okay. Okay, thank you for your trouble, sir. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's just a gatekeeper. Who knows who he might be related to? Li Yofu was very polite and took the opportunity to tuck a cigarette behind the old man's ear. The old man gave him a look that said, "You're a smart kid." Watching the other person leave, Li Yofu stood there and lit a cigarette for himself. He had only smoked half of his cigarette when the gatekeeper led a middle-aged man over. The man had a square face, was in his 40s, wore a Zhongshan suit, and had a pair of shiny leather shoes on his feet. While Li Yofu was sizing up the other person was also sizing him up. The gatekeeper spoke first. "Young man, this is Director Qian you're looking for." Li Yofu greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Director Qian, I'm Mahu's friend." Upon hearing Mahu's name, Director Qian suddenly realized, "It's you. Mahu mentioned you to me. You're here today, how about we talk in my office?" "Okay." Li Yofu nodded, then politely said to the gatekeeper, "Thank you, sir." Director Qian observed all of this and nodded silently. Upon arriving at Director Qian's office, Director Qian offered Li Yofu a cigarette, saying, "Don't be shy, make yourself at home. I heard from Mahu that your name is Li Laolu, right?" Li Yofu nodded with a smile. "I'm the sixth child in my family. That's what everyone calls me." "Then I'll call you Laolu. Don't call me Director Qian. Just call me Uncle Qian." "Uncle Qian." Director Qian nodded in satisfaction. "Sixth brother, Mahu has already told me about your situation. He said you can get wild game from the mountains, right?" Li Yofu naturally wouldn't admit to these things. "Uncle Qian, don't listen to Mahu's nonsense. How could I get all of these by myself? They all come from the village." Upon hearing this, Director Qian smiled more. As a shrewd man who had lived for over 40 years, how could he not sense that Li Yofu was hiding something? But none of that matters. These days, being able to get your hands on supplies is what really matters. Director Qian took a drag of his cigarette. "Sixth brother, I'll be blunt. You've done me a huge favor by getting this game, and I promise you won't be ripped off. I'll give you the highest price. How does that sound?" Li Yofu asked, "Can I exchange them for some tickets?" "What kind of tickets do you need?" Director Qian simply opened the drawer. Wow, they really have all kinds of tickets. Cigarette coupons, liquor coupons, cloth coupons, cotton coupons, pastry coupons, sugar coupons, all kinds of coupons, making Li Yofu's mouth water. He also saw bicycle tickets, sewing machine tickets, and grain coupons were everywhere. "Can I exchange any of these?" Director Qian nodded affirmatively. Now it was Li Yofu's turn to face a dilemma. He already had a bicycle, but he definitely needed to get a sewing machine. If Zhang Suihua were to bring a sewing machine back home, she would be ecstatic. However, Li Yofu still asked in confusion, "Uncle Qian, why don't you exchange so many grain coupons for grain?" Director Qian offered another cigarette and said with a smile, "Sixth brother, grain coupons are generally used in state-run restaurants and on trains. When you go to the grain station to buy grain, you mainly need to check the grain ration book." "I see." Li Yofu always thought that he could buy grain at the grain station with grain coupons, but it turned out that they only recognized the grain book. Experience can be deadly. But thinking about it, this is in line with the current national conditions. Then, Li Yofu asked, "Uncle Qian, would you like some wild boar?" "Wild boar." Director Qian's breathing became rapid, and he grabbed Li Yofu's hand. "Yes, of course I want it." You have no idea how difficult it is for Uncle Qian to carry out his work now. The employees are throwing tantrums every day because they can't see meat, but the market supply is limited. "What can I do?" Li Yofu readily agreed. Yes, I heard that the supply is tightened now. It's all because of the trouble caused up north." At this point, Director Qian changed the subject. "Sixth brother, just bring them over. Uncle Qian will take care of them all for you, and I'll charge you 3 yuan per gene." 3 yuan per gene? The research institute is really flush with cash. On the surface, Li Yofu looked troubled. "Uncle Qian, didn't we agree to exchange tickets?" Director Qian readily agreed. Okay, that's easy to arrange. Sixth brother, when can you get it over here?" "Uncle Qian, could you help me get a handcart? I'll get it over before I leave work." "Will a tricycle work?" "Of course, no problem. Bicycles and tricycles operate on similar principles, and in some respects, tricycles are even easier to ride than bicycles." An hour later, Li Yofu rode his tricycle back to the research institute. Without saying a word, the gatekeeper opened the gate. Look, there really is pork on the truck. Great. I haven't tasted meat in almost a month. Director Chien really knows how to do things. We can also benefit from it. The entire journey was filled with the chatter of the Institute's staff. Li Youfu parked his tricycle at the entrance of the logistics department, where Director Chien and 2 employees were already waiting. Sixth brother, you must be tired from the journey. It's no trouble, Uncle Chien. Where are you delivering the wild boar? Upon seeing such a large wild boar, Director Chien's face nearly split open with a broad smile. Just leave it here. They'll handle it. Come to my office with me for a cup of tea and wait. If you're worried, you can go and watch them weigh it. If I can't trust anyone else, how could I not trust Uncle Chien? Director Chien's smile grew even brighter. Come on, let's go inside and have a cup of tea. Chapter 42, Level 10 Clerk, 27.5 yuan. Inside the office. Sixth brother, come and have some tea. Director Chien poured a cup of tea for each of them. Thank you, Uncle Chien. I'm the one who should say thank you. Lao Lu, you've really helped me a lot. If I can't get meat for everyone, I won't be able to stay in this position as director any longer. Director Chien opened the drawer. Sixth brother, take a look and see what kind of tickets you need. Li Youfu didn't stand on ceremony. He had been eyeing the tickets in Director Chien's drawer for a long time. He accepted all kinds of coupons, including cigarette coupons, alcohol coupons, and candy coupons. He even took more than 60 jin of grain coupons, including 40 jin of national grain coupons, which had no time limit. The local grain coupons only require 22 jin, 11 caddies, and must be used within the month. Otherwise, they will expire and become invalid. This is the measure taken during the period when food supplies were tight. After that, grain coupons, whether issued locally or nationwide, had no time limit. Li Youfu had a fair number of tickets, but they only added up to 73.5 yuan. The change was even rounded down by Director Chien. Just then, the employee who weighed the pork knocked on the door and came in. Director, the wild boar has been weighed. Its live weight is 278.3 jin, approximately 184.6 caddies. Okay, Xiangzi, I'll have the brothers work overtime to finish processing the wild boar meat before we go back. Xiangzi chuckled. Director, the brothers are in high spirits and are waiting for you to have a drink tonight. Director Chien laughed and offered each of them a cigarette. Old Lu, let me introduce you. This is our canteen supervisor, Yang Jiqiang, and this is my son-in-law's friend, Li Laolu. Upon hearing this, Li Youfu looked at the other person. Sure enough, no matter the era, the cook will never go hungry. Yang Jiqiang is tall and has a protruding belly, making him very recognizable. Sixth brother, if you ever see me not here, you can hand over the duties to Yang Jiqiang. Yang Jiqiang laughed heartily. Brotherly, just call me Xiangzi. Thank you so much for sending the wild boar. Don't leave yet. I'll cook a few dishes after the pig is slaughtered, and we can have a good drink later. Director Chien chimed in. Sixth brother, Xiangzi's skills are renowned far and wide. You must do me the honor. Li Youfu smiled and said, Uncle Chien, Xiangzi, thank you for your kindness. But I have something to do later. I'll find another opportunity to try Xiangzi's cooking next time. Yang Jiqiang nodded. All right, I'll head out now. Go. Seeing Yang Jiqiang leave, Director Chien tossed another cigarette to Li Youfu and asked, Sixth brother, are you interested in working at the Research Institute? Uncle Chien, what do you want to do? I'd like you to be the purchasing agent, in charge of the Institute's procurement of supplies. As long as you can meet the monthly targets, that's fine. As for the salary, I'll treat you as a level 10 clerk, with a monthly salary of 27.5 yuan, plus some other benefits. How about it? If you're willing, I'll go talk to the director and resolve the quota issue. Upon hearing this, Li Youfu was also taken aback. The compensation offered by Director Chien wasn't exceptionally good, but it certainly wasn't bad either. Generally, new employees first go through an apprenticeship period of 1 to 2 years before becoming full-time employees and earning a monthly salary of 22.5 yuan. Only after advancing 2 levels can one's monthly salary reach 27.5 yuan. However, Li Youfu was not in the county town, so all he could say was an apology. Uncle Chien, thank you for your kindness. but I don't plan to join the company yet. Director Qian was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to be rejected by Li Youfu. Sixth brother, how about you consider it? Thank you, Uncle Qian. I'm afraid I won't be able to meet the procurement targets, and that would embarrass you. Director Qian smiled awkwardly. This was originally a spur-of-the-moment idea of his, which was to better keep Li Youfu under control. Seeing that Li Youfu refused, he didn't say anything more. All right then, if you change your mind later, you can contact me anytime. Thank you, Uncle Qian. Director Qian smiled slightly. No need to be so polite. It's getting late. Let's settle the accounts. Li Youfu naturally had no objections. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Uncle Qian, how do you calculate the net meat yield? Director Qian thought for a moment. Generally, the net meat yield of live pigs is between 70% and 75%, so I'll use the highest 75% for you, which works out to 2.25 yuan per gene. What do you think? I have no problem with it, but I'm worried that if you offer such a high price, people will gossip. Director Qian waved his hand. Anyone who dares to gossip can buy the wild boar himself. All right, the price will be set at this. Subtract the ticket from before, and I'll give you 553.2. Director Qian counted out 555 yuan, saying, take the extra to buy cigarettes. This. Li Youfu felt embarrassed. She was always thinking of him in every way. It seems they have seen through Li Youfu's thoughts. Director Qian laughed and said, nothing else. If you get any wild game in the future, remember to ask your Uncle Qian, so that when other units come to inspect, we can't even offer a decent meal, and people will laugh at us. Li Youfu grinned. Uncle Qian, don't worry, I'll definitely deliver it when I get it. Oh, and install this too. Director Qian took out a procurement certificate and handed it to Li Youfu. The red stamp had already been affixed to it. Li Youfu was overjoyed. With the purchase certificate, he could now proceed openly and legitimately. Uncle Qian, I'll be going now. Okay, drive carefully. Li Youfu walked to the entrance of the research institute and, as usual, offered a cigarette to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper chuckled. Great job, young man. You even brought a wild boar for our station. You've been instructed above that you can go directly into the logistics department from now on. Thank you, sir. I'll be going now. Li Youfu smiled and waved to the gatekeeper, then quickly disappeared at the end of the street. Having visited so many places in just one day, Li Youfu experienced both pain and joy. The receipts yielded several items, and the money returned to 600 yuan. For the time being, Li Youfu will not have to worry about bills. More importantly, by using supplies to pave the way, he discovered that this route was feasible. The next step is to stabilize development and find a way to settle down the family. That way, he'll have more time to do what he wants to do. Having come to this era, even without achieving any great feats, Li Youfu still wanted to become a hero behind the nation's prosperity and strength. I don't understand scientific research, but is it okay to send some food to researchers? County Hospital. Are you done with your work, Youfu? Uncle. As Li Youfu entered, all eyes fell on him. Li Youfu reached out and touched Eru's forehead. Not bad. Eru, how are you feeling? Is there anything else that feels uncomfortable? Li Pundi said with a smile. He's quite resilient, Eru. You can tell your uncle yourself. Uncle, I'm all better now, I want to go home. He's just a 6-year-old child, and everything he says is written all over his face. Sixth brother, there's no point in staying any longer. Let's go back. Okay, I'll go and take care of the formalities. Li Youfu didn't insist, and Eru did seem to have recovered. Fifth sister, second sister, please get ready. We'll meet at the entrance when you're done. Li Youfu quickly finished assigning tasks, and then took the forms to the payment counter. It cost a total of 11.2 yuan, with 20 yuan paid and 8.8 yuan refunded. For today's wages, it's really not cheap. Li Youfu didn't care about earning 600 yuan in a day. 10 minutes later, the group boarded an ox cart. In stark contrast to her anxious mood when she arrived, Li Pundi became increasingly uneasy the closer she got to Lijia village. Chapter 43. Teaching second brother-in-law a lesson. Hello, Uncle Youfu. Hello, Uncle Youfu. Where did Lao Lu go? Go to my second sister's house and pick them up to stay at home for a few days. Li Youfu was all smiles. He would give out candy to children and cigarettes to adults. and he could chat with everyone for a bit. The key point is that this is already the umpteenth wave. Lee Pundi went from initial surprise to gradual numbness. She couldn't help but whisper in Li Yudi's ear, "Fifth sister, is our sixth brother so popular now?" What was Li Youfu's reputation in the village before? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as someone who was disliked by everyone and even dogs. But what did Li Pundi just see? Everyone in the village who knows him, whether they are adults or children, will take the initiative to greet Li Youfu whenever they see him. Village Chief Li Dadong probably only gets this kind of treatment, right? Li Yudi disagreed, saying, "Second sister, our sixth brother is not what he used to be. He's no longer the same Li Laolu. Besides, they took such a big advantage of Laolu. Shouldn't they at least say hello when they see him? How cheap must it be to get this?" Li Pundi had already heard Li Yudi talk about Li Youfu. Seeing it with her own eyes still deeply shocked her. Before they knew it, the group had reached the entrance to the courtyard. "Mother, we're back." Li Youfu walked over to the chair and plopped down, not wanting to move at all. "You must be exhausted." "Mom, quickly pour me a glass of water. I'm exhausted." All right, mother will go right away." As soon as Jiang Cuihua turned around, she saw 2 adults and 2 children behind her. Mother, grandmother. "Hello, grandma." The 4 spoke in unison. Jiang Cuihua was slightly taken aback. Seeing her son's lazy appearance, she decided to go and pour him some water first. "Fifth sister, sixth brother." Li Pundi thought Jiang Cuihua would put on a stern face, but Jiang Cuihua completely ignored the 3 of them. Li Pundi immediately turned her gaze to Li Youfu. "It's all right, Dahu, Erhu, find a stool to sit on." Li Youfu waved his hand dismissively. Then she saw a little figure running towards her. Shoo shoo. Li Youfu's heart melted instantly, and he hugged Daya into his arms. Daya looked at the others with curious eyes, but finally couldn't resist the gazes of everyone and buried her head in Li Youfu's chest. "This must be Daya. The child has grown so much. I am my second aunt." Li Pundi tried to tease Daya to ease the awkwardness, but Daya wouldn't even look at her, which only made her feel more embarrassed. "Ha ha." Li Youfu laughed and kissed Daya on the cheek. "Daya, this is your second aunt. She's an adult greeting you. You should be polite, you know." "Tang Tang." Li Youfu affectionately pinched her little face. "You always think of Tang Tang, you little foodie." "For you." Li Youfu grabbed a few candies and put them in Daya's hand, saying, "These are your big tiger brother and second tiger brother. Now your 6th uncle is giving you the candy. Can you share it with your 2 older brothers?" All eyes were on Daya's face. The little guy looked conflicted, glancing at the candy in his hand, then at Dahu and Erhu, and feigning reluctance. She still walked over to the 2 of them with her short legs. "Tang Tang, quickly say thank you to your sister." Li Pundi reminded her 2 sons from the side. "Thank you, little sister. Thank you, little sister." After finally handing the candy to Dahu and Erhu, Dia turned around and ran back to Li Youfu, looking all wronged. The group burst into laughter. "Youfu is back. This girl is getting more and more attached to you. She runs out as soon as she hears your voice." Zhang Yumei's voice came over before she even arrived. "Fourth sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Second sister. Are these your Dahu and Erhu? They've grown so tall." When Zhang Yumei came out, she found that there were 3 more people in the house. She didn't expect that Li Pundi would also come back with Li Youfu and the others, and bring Dahu and Erhu with her. At this moment, Jiang Cuihua came out of the kitchen carrying an enamel mug. "If you want water, go to the kitchen and get it yourself." "Mother, I'll go." Li Pundi volunteered and quickly took over the conversation. Jiang Cuihua pointed at her. "You keep her, let Yumei and Lao Wu go." Li Yudi shrank her neck, clamped her legs together, and ran towards the kitchen. Although Zhang Yumei was unaware of what had happened, she followed Li Yudi into the kitchen. At this moment, Li Pundi was extremely nervous. Jiang Cuihua had such a great influence on her that she didn't even know where to put her hands. Dahu and Erhu didn't dare to even breathe loudly. "Mom, where's my water? Give." Jiang Cuihua rolled her eyes at him and handed him the enamel mug. Li Youfu chuckled. He didn't know that his mother, from the few days he'd known her, was a typical example of someone with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Sure enough, after taking 2 sips, I discovered that it was filled with sugar water. This is not obvious yet. Li Youfu smacked his lips. Mom, put less sugar next time. It's too sweet. If you're not going to drink it, just leave it there. Even I can't bear to part with it. No way, this is all from my mother's heart. Li Youfu was always grinning and never acted with any sense of propriety. Jiang Cuihua asked sternly, "What do you mean by asking your second sister to come back?" "Impressive. You figured out it was me." Li Youfu gave a thumbs up. "Mother, why don't you suspect its fifth sister?" "Go away, your fifth sister can't even fart for half a day. If it weren't for your idea, I would have twisted her neck off." Li Pundi looked embarrassed. "Mother, we just came back to see you. We'll leave in a bit." Jiang Cuihua waved her hand. "All right, your brother must have something to tell you if he brought you back. I'm old, but I'm not blind yet. What happened to the injury on your face? That bastard Zheng Jihong hit you?" Li Pundi was at a loss and stood there wiping away tears. Li Youfu quickly got up and pulled Jiang Cuihua to sit down in a chair. "Mother, that bastard Zheng Jihong is a real piece of work. She actually hit my sister. Does she really think the Li family has no one left? I'll have my second sister bring Dahu and Erhu back with me. If that bastard doesn't come to my door to kowtow and apologize, I will never let my second sister go back with him." "You think you can bring your second sister and the others back? With so many people, where will they stay tonight?" "Jiang Cuihua isn't stupid. There must be a reason, right?" Li Youfu pursed his lips. "Let my second sister and the others stay in my room. I'll just stay at my grandparents' house for a few nights. It's no big deal." "That sounds nice, but we've already separated from your grandparents, and you're still living with him. If the villagers see this, who knows what kind of gossip will spread." "Mother, I won't stay here tonight. I'll take Dahu and Erhu back with me." "Second sister, you're not allowed to leave." Li Youfu grabbed Li Pundi's arm and said, "What gossip? If anyone spreads rumors, I'll tear their mouth apart." "Mother, we are second sister's family. If we don't help her, who will? Besides, this was all because my second sister brought cornmeal home." Snap! Jiang Cuihua slapped Li Youfu's arm. "You little brat, is your mother really such a cold-blooded person in your eyes?" Li Youfu flattered. "How could that be? In my heart, mother has always been an upright and kind person, the best mother." Jiang Cuihua pouted. "You've said everything. Second brother, you stay at home. After you tidy up tonight, you can squeeze in with fifth brother. I'll go to fourth brother's room to sleep with Yume and her daughter." "And what about me?" Li Youfu pointed to himself and asked. "You should sleep in your room. It wouldn't sound good if a married daughter came back and took her son's room." "That's settled then. Second brother, come with me to the kitchen to cook. You're always causing me so much worry." Li Pundi smiled and said, "Okay, mother." Li Youfu was left sitting alone in the chair, bored out of his mind. "Do you think it's easy for me?" Faintly, laughter and cheerful voices could be heard coming from the kitchen. This felt more like a home. Chapter 44. Let him learn a lesson. Life returned to normal. Li Youfu would go to the back mountain once a day to catch prey and bring it back for an extra meal. He wouldn't be discouraged if he didn't catch anything, treating it all as a form of exercise. Everything seems unchanged, yet it also seems to have changed. With 3 more people eating at the house, it certainly added a bit of liveliness. Day 1. The next day. The third day. This peace was eventually broken. Li Pundi found Li Youfu and said, "Sixth brother, I want to take Dahu and Eru back today." "Go back? What would you do going back at this time?" Li Youfu was furious. "That bastard Zheng Jihong didn't even come to apologize to your family and take you back, and you just rushed back like that. Who knows how he'll treat you in the future?" "Second sister, what sixth brother said is right. The family doesn't need you to eat anything." After so many days of subtle influence, Li Yudi has completely idolized her younger brother and listens to everything Li Youfu says. Li Youfu asked, "Second sister, you can't still be hung up on that bastard, can you?" Li Pundi said coquettishly, "What are you saying? No matter what, he is still your brother-in-law. Don't keep calling him a bastard." Okay, I won't call him a jerk, all right." Li Youfu made a gesture of surrender, saying, "Then what exactly are your concerns? We're all family, what can't we talk about?" Li Pundi's tone softened considerably. "Sixth brother, second sister knows you're doing this for her own good. But the food in our house didn't just fall from the sky. When Dahu, Erhu, and I eat at my parents' house, it consumes enough food for 3 people. Besides, With so many people crammed into one room, I don't want to cause you any more trouble. Second sister, you don't need to worry about the food. I'll take care of it. Li Yofu smiled and said, even if you and Hu and Erhu eat 8 meals a day, it's not a big deal. The important thing now is to get your brother-in-law to apologize and promise not to lay a hand on you again. If he still hasn't realized his mistake, I advise you two to just get a divorce. Divorce? Li Pundi shook her head vigorously. Sixth brother, I never thought about getting a divorce. Yes, sixth brother, how could you say something like that and suggest second sister get a divorce? If my second sister really gets divorced, she'll be so old and raising 2 kids alone. What will she do for the rest of her life? Upon hearing about the divorce, even Li Yudi, who always obeyed Li Yofu, stood up to oppose it. In this era, people generally don't think about divorce, they only think about widowhood. Unlike in later generations, when marriage and divorce were treated like child's play. Whether rich or poor, staying together through thick and thin, that is the essence of marriage. Li Yofu greatly admired the marriage concepts of that era. But despite his envy, the soul of the future generation resided within him. Zheng Jihong refuses to admit her mistakes. Knowing full well that it was a trap, why didn't she stop it? Second sister, fifth sister, don't get excited, listen to me. Let's set a limit of 7 days. Today is the 3rd day, and there are still 4 days left. You've been taking the child back to your parents' home for so long. Doesn't Zheng Jihong, as your husband, worry at all? If a normal couple has been separated for so long, shouldn't they at least send someone to deliver a message instead of coming themselves? Not to mention he even hit you. I even asked Uncle Lu, who took us to the county hospital that day, to pass on a message to him. What does this show? It shows that he doesn't care about his wife and children at all. Li Yufu looked at Li Yudi and said, Fifth sister, do you still think my advice was wrong? Li Yudi was speechless. At this moment, Li Pundi felt even more distressed. Every word Li Yofu said was like a knife, stabbing deep into my heart. Sixth brother, I feel so bad. Li Pundi started crying as she spoke. If I really divorce Zheng Jihong, I'm not afraid of suffering, but my child is so young and will lose his father. I'm scared. Li Yofu stepped forward to comfort her, saying, Second sister, what you said may be rough, but it makes sense. Think about it carefully. It's not that we didn't give Zheng Jihong a chance. We're giving him 4 more days. If he still doesn't come to our door, there's really no point in continuing this relationship. If you're worried about not being able to raise your children well, I'll take care of everything for Hu and Erhu until they turn 18, including their food, drinks, supplies, and schooling. I refuse to believe that a family as big as ours can't support 2 children. Okay, I'll listen to you. Li Pundi took a deep breath. I'll go check on Hu and Erhu. Don't just keep playing, or you'll get dirty and won't have any clothes to change into. Watching Li Pundi's departing figure, Li Yudi asked, Sixth brother, you've been a bit harsh. I'd better go check on second sister, just in case something happens. Don't go. Let her think about it herself. Marriage is a lifelong commitment for 2 people. It's not about one person being stronger or the other being weaker. One person always needs to compromise for the marriage to last. Li Yufu sighed and said, You know what kind of person my second sister is. If I, as her younger brother, don't stand up for her, Zheng Jihong will only become more and more ruthless towards him. Sixth brother, you're amazing. At this moment, Li Yudi's eyes sparkled. Compared to Li Yofu, she seemed more like a younger sister. Time quickly came to noon. The family sat around the immortal table for lunch, but looking at the chicken soup and white steamed buns on the table, Li Yofu felt a little melancholy. I'm getting tired of eating these dishes every day. It seems I need to make some other dishes. Fortunately, these were just his true feelings. If anyone else had heard them, he would have been beaten to death. While others are eating coarse food and wild vegetables, you're eating meat and fish every day and still not satisfied. Are you planning to ascend to heaven? Just then, there was a knock at the courtyard gate. Who is it? It's me, Zheng Jihong. Zheng Jihong. Everyone was taken aback. Li Pundi's expression clearly began to tense up. The 2 little ones, on the other hand, were happily dancing around. Hu said happily, It's Dad. Dad's here. I'll go open the door. Sit down and eat. Li Yufu got up, walked over, and opened the courtyard gate. Sure enough, The person standing outside was Zheng Jihong. He was in his 30s, with dark skin, stubble, and wearing a patched blue cotton coat, carrying a bamboo basket on his back. The moment Zheng Jihong saw Li Youfu, she smiled broadly and said, "You Youfu, why did you come all this way?" Li Youfu had a stern face and didn't give him a friendly look at all. "I'm here to pick up Pundi and Dahu and take them back." Zheng Jihong then pointed behind her. "I've brought the rice and flour you took with me. That was saved for my sister. I'm asking you, were you the one who hit my sister on the face?" "This? I'm asking you, isn't that right?" "Yes." Upon hearing his admission, Li Youfu sneered. The next second, bang! Li Youfu kicked Zheng Jihong, knocking her to the ground. He straddled Zheng Jihong and rained punches down on his face. "I'll teach you to hit my sister. You think you can bully my Li family because we have no one to rely on. You think you're so great? You're so good at fighting, aren't you? Come on, get up and fight me." Li Youfu was truly furious. His second sister was wrong for taking cornmeal from home to her parents' house without consulting him, but that was absolutely no excuse for him to hit her. "Good luck. If you keep hitting me, I'm going to fight back. Come on, fight back, try fighting back." Li Youfu delivered a heavy punch, almost making Zheng Jihong vomit bile. "Good luck, stop hitting him, or you'll hurt him. Sixth brother, stop right now. Father, how are you?" Hearing the commotion outside, everyone forgot about eating and rushed out to break up the fight. What's even more unbelievable is that Zheng Jihong, a farmer, was beaten black and blue, lying on the ground vomiting bile. When has Zheng Jihong ever felt so humiliated, being beaten up like this by a brother-in-law he looked down on, without even having a chance to fight back? He wanted to say some harsh words to Li Youfu, but when he met Li Youfu's murderous gaze, he couldn't utter a single word. Dahu and Er who lay beside Zheng Jihong, trying to pull her up, but they were too weak and tears streamed down their faces in desperation. "Are you all right?" Seeing her husband beaten like this, Li Pundi felt both heartache and sorrow. "Don't touch me. You still think you're right, huh?" Li Youfu grabbed Zheng Jihong by the collar and slapped her twice more. He felt absolutely no guilt about hitting Zheng Jihong. What a wonderful second sister she was, and she was beaten to death by such a bastard. Although this happened in a previous life, Li Youfu couldn't help but bring up both old and new grudges. "Stop hitting him, sixth brother. I'm begging you, second sister." Li Pundi grabbed Li Youfu's arm, and out of respect for his second sister, Li Youfu let go. "Pooh!" Li Youfu pointed at his nose and cursed. "Zheng Jihong, let me tell you, if you don't kowtow and admit your mistake for hitting my second sister today, this isn't over. Do you think that just because my sister married you, she's no longer yours to be treated like water spilled on the ground, and you can do whatever you want with her? Do you think we, your family members, are all dead?" Chapter 45, Back in Town. Li Youfu's words were deafening. This also showed the second sister the determination of her sixth brother to protect her. "Speak up. Are you a dead man? Do you really want Lao Lu to beat you again?" Li Pundi's emotions nearly collapsed at this moment. "Would you be satisfied if the two of us got a divorce?" "Divorce? You want a divorce?" Upon hearing the word divorce, it wasn't just Zheng Jihong who was stunned. Even Jiang Tsuehua and the others, who were unaware of the situation, were dumbfounded. The two little brats, Dahu and Erhu, cried their hearts out. "Daddy, Mommy, please don't get a divorce. Please don't separate." "Mother." Eru clung tightly to Li Pundi's leg. "Please don't divorce Dad, okay? Eru, don't cry. The choice isn't yours now." Li Pundi looked at Zheng Jihong and said, "Zheng Jihong, I've been married to you for 10 years and have given you 2 sons. I deserve credit for my hard work, even if I haven't done anything particularly great. My younger brother went on a blind date, and as his older sister, I gave him 3 pounds of cornmeal, and you hit me. If anything happens to my family in the future, are you going to just beat me to death?" Old Six is right. A man who hits a woman doesn't look for the problem within himself, but blames the woman for his mistakes. Can you even be considered a man? Li Pundi's silent anger vented all the grievances she had suffered over the years. She felt that she had wasted her life and had not seen as clearly as Li Youfu. "Don't just stand there outside. You're just making a fool of yourself. If you have something to say, come inside the yard." Jiang Tsuehua spoke directly, and everyone's eyes turned to Li Youfu. Li Yufu smiled and said, "Why are you all looking at me? If mother says we should go inside and talk, then let's go inside and talk." After saying this, Li Yufu took the lead and walked into the courtyard. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. If they hadn't seen Li Yufu make the move earlier, they would have thought it was someone else who had done it. Second sister. Li Pundi waved her hand. "I'm fine. You guys go in first. Zheng Jihong, if you're a man, go in by yourself. Don't make me look down on you for the rest of my life." "Father, let go. I can get up by myself." Zheng Jihong stumbled and fell to her feet. That bastard really went all out. Zheng Jihong rubbed her abdomen vigorously. She still felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. As for divorce, he doesn't want to at all. Where can you find a woman as good as Li Pundi after a divorce? Putting aside the fact that Li Pundi often helped her family, she was also very good at managing household chores and cooking. The arguments over the years have all stemmed from the fact that the wife's family is of no help whatsoever. Instead, they are like a bottomless pit, constantly draining her resources. Who could stand that? In a word, it's poverty. These days, no one is having an easy time. If I help you, will others go hungry? Zheng Jihong's inner conflict lies here. But the grain that Li Yufu and Li Yudi took this time made him waver again. Especially when Eru fell ill, the family couldn't afford a single penny and could only watch helplessly as Eru pulled through. What if you can't make it through? That's fate. Zheng Jihong didn't know exactly how much the county hospital had spent, but he was certain he couldn't afford it. Therefore, this wavering intensified. Zheng Jihong walked slowly into the courtyard, and the first thing she said was, "I will not get a divorce." "I said, I won't get a divorce." Can. Zheng Jihong was prepared to be troubled by his wife's family, but he didn't expect that his brother-in-law would be the first to agree. Everyone turned their attention to Li Yufu. Li Yufu smiled and said, "Dao, go get a stool for your dad so he can sit down." "Oh, what do you mean, huh? Go." Zheng Jihong shook her head. "I won't sit. Just sit down when we tell you to. Anyone who doesn't know better would think we're bullying you." Upon hearing Li Yufu's words, everyone's expressions turned strange. Li Yudi almost couldn't hold back. "How could you say such a thing after beating your second brother-in-law like that?" Li Yufu didn't care about any of that and continued, "I know you're not convinced, but calm down and think about it. My sister has been married to you for so many years, bearing your children and managing this household, and yet you beat her up and left her with a black and blue face? Shouldn't you kowtow to my sister and apologize?" Don't speak yet. Let me finish what I have to say." Li Yufu interrupted, saying, "Putting all that aside, our two families are related by marriage. It's only natural in my opinion that my sister helps her family and her family helps my sister. Because we are family. Just like when my family saw that my sister couldn't get enough to eat, they would bring her rice and flour. When they saw that Eru couldn't afford medical treatment, they would contribute money and effort to take him to the hospital. My sister saw that her family was in trouble and helped she." Li Yufu's words struck everyone's hearts like a giant hammer. Zheng Jihong was completely calmed down and couldn't find any words to refute him. Li Pundi, who was standing to the side, was already in tears. "If you really want to live a good life with my second sister, you have to promise not to lay a hand on her again. There are no insurmountable obstacles in life, only people who can't overcome them. If she doesn't want to live with my sister, it's not a big deal if her family continues to support her. I, Pundi, want to live a stable and peaceful life with you. I promise I will never lay a hand on you again. I swear." Bang! Zheng Jihong knelt before Li Pundi in front of everyone and swore an oath with 3 fingers raised. "I believe you. I believe you. Please get up. Big Tiger, help me. Quickly pull your dad up." Zheng Jihong stared intently at Li Yufu. Li Yufu sighed. "Since my sister has forgiven you, what can I, as her brother-in-law, say? Second brother-in-law, get up quickly." Zheng Jihong stood up and patted her knees. "Thank you." Li Yufu smiled back. "As long as my second brother-in-law doesn't hold a grudge against me, there's no need to thank me. Sixth brother, I won't say anything, okay?" Li Yufu smiled and shook his head. "Second sister, I'll say it again. No matter what happens, your family will always be your strongest support. All right, everyone go eat. The food's getting cold. Brother-in-law, let's go together." Yes, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you definitely didn't eat any. We stewed chicken at home today, and it tasted delicious. Li Yudi, Zhang Yumei, and Jiang Zuohua came over one by one to persuade her, their attitudes much better than before. The meal is over. Li Pundi pulled Li Yufu aside and said, "Sixth brother, your second sister really doesn't know how to thank you. Your brother-in-law just said that you can ask for anything the family needs in the future. I'll go say hello to Mom and the others later, and then I'll get ready to go back with your brother-in-law." Li Yufu smiled and nodded. "Okay, go back and live a good life. If there's anything wrong, just say it. We're family. Don't carry everything on your own." As they were talking, Li Yufu took out 50 yuan and 5 jin of grain coupons, saying, "Second sister, take this." "No, sixth brother, you've already taken the rice and flour. I can't accept this. Otherwise, what would I be?" Li Yufu knew she was referring to the supplies in the bamboo basket. Zheng Jihong returned the 5 jin of rice and flour intact. Li Yufu packed it back up and added 30 jin of cornmeal. "Just take it. What if there's an emergency and the family can't come up with the money? Then I'll take it. Consider it a loan to you. Second sister will pay it back later." Looking at Li Pundi's serious face, Li Yufu wanted to laugh, but dared not. 50 yuan is nothing to Li Yufu. But his second sister said he would return it, and he agreed, though whether he actually wanted it or not was another matter. At the entrance to the courtyard, "Say goodbye to Grandma and Uncle." "Goodbye, Grandma. Goodbye, Uncle. Goodbye, Aunt." Li Yufu waved his hand vigorously. "Go back and listen to your parents. You can come visit your uncle when you have time." "We understand, Uncle. We will definitely listen to our parents." "Second sister, second brother-in-law, please take care on your journey. We won't see you off. Okay, you can go back now." The group waved goodbye. Back in the courtyard, Jiang Zuohua patted Li Yufu on the shoulder and said, "Yufu, you did the right thing. Your second sister and the others will remember your kindness. We're all family, and I hope my second sister and the others are doing better." These words came from the heart, and finally relieved Li Yufu of one of his worries. "Mom, I'm going to town to take care of something. I'll be back tonight. Do you need me to wait for you to eat?" "No need. You can eat first if you're coming back late." The sound was still echoing when Li Yufu had already walked some distance. Chapter 46, 500 yuan per job quota. "Uncle Yufu, where are you headed?" "It's Guanxi. Where's your little brat?" Upon seeing that the visitor was Li Guanxi, Li Yufu's smile became even brighter. He hadn't forgotten the incident a few days ago when he tricked his little brat. Upon hearing this, Li Guanxi's face instantly darkened, and he said with a wry smile, "Uncle Yufu, how can you act like an elder? My son was running around like crazy when he got home, so I gave him a good scolding. That kid was something else. He turned around and went to my dad to complain, which made me get a beating from him. When I asked him about it later, I found out that you taught him all of this, just for a piece of candy." As Li Guangxi said these words, he gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. "Ha ha ha, your kid is so funny. You're still laughing," Li Guangxi said anxiously. "I just couldn't resist. If you don't believe me, go ask other people in the village. I didn't instigate your son to do bad things. He was the one trying to frame you. In my opinion, you should give him a good beating when you get back. There's no way a son can betray his father. Go away, go away. If I teach that brat a lesson again, my dad will skin me alive. Haha, your family is really funny. Don't be angry, have a smoke." Li Yufu quickly offered them a cigarette. He didn't want to ruin the relationship with such a fun-loving family. "Don't give me that." Li Guangxi said one thing, but his actions betrayed him. "Good cigarettes, but it has to be Uncle Fu who makes them. It's just a cigarette, why make such a fuss?" Li Yufu took out matches to light cigarettes for Li Guangxi and himself. Li Guangxi took a deep breath. A good cigarette is a good cigarette. It's not pungent at all. "All right, you go back and take care of your little one, or you'll cause more trouble." In my opinion, the saying "spare the rod and spoil the child" still applies, so you still have to beat them. You still dare to say that? Haha, okay, I won't say any more. Li Yufu took a dozen steps forward, then turned back and asked, "Aren't you really going to beat me up?" "Li Yufu, I'll fight you to the death." Ha ha. Li Yufu laughed loudly and ran towards the village entrance. After running a few steps, Li Guangxi was no longer in sight. Seeing that no one was around, he took out his bicycle. A dozen minutes later, Li Youfu parked his bicycle in front of Jiang Feng's house and took 2 pheasants off the handlebars. Brother Jiang, are you there? Sixth brother, what brings you here? Come in, and sit down. Jiang Feng saw that Li Youfu was standing at the door and quickly welcomed him into the house. Brother Ma, Brother Zhang, you're here too. Sixth brother, I'm so glad to see you. Come and sit down. The other 2 were Ma Hu and Zhang Guowei, whom Li Youfu had met before. At this moment, on the octagonal table was a plate of fried peanuts and a bottle of white wine. Sixth brother, you should have a drink too. Ma Hu quickly grabbed a glass and poured wine, appearing exceptionally enthusiastic. I've already heard from my father-in-law that it's all thanks to your help. This glass of wine is for you, Brother Ma. Brother Ma, I can't hold my liquor very well, so I'll just have a little. I still have to go to the county later. It's all right, we're all brothers, just relax. Despite saying that, Ma Hu still picked up his glass and drank it all. Jiang Feng looked the 2 of them up and down. What's going on between you 2 that I don't even know about? Zhang Guowei immediately perked up his ears. He hadn't heard Ma Hu mention this before. Ma Hu put down his cup and chuckled. Didn't I say last time that my father-in-law's family is short of wild game? I was thinking that even if Lao Lu helped, it would take several days. As a result, he sent a wild boar over in just 1 or 2 days. Hey guys, do you think I should toast Lao Lu with this glass? Holy crap, a pig. Zhang Guowei and Jiang Feng's eyes lit up, and they subconsciously swallowed. Li Youfu chuckled and said, it was all luck. The village happened to catch a wild boar and sent it over. Sixth brother, next time something like this happens, don't forget me. We were the first 2 people to meet. Jiang Feng looked on with envy, and upon closer inspection, there was a hint of resentment in his eyes. Jiang Feng, why are you meddling in this? That's a whole pig, not just a couple of pounds. Ma Hu stepped forward to defend the company, saying, if you really brought us a pig, could you stomach eating it? Brother Ma, Brother Jiang was just joking with me. Li Youfu smiled and pursed his lips. Didn't they immediately bring 2 pheasants over? Snap. Jiang Feng slapped Li Youfu hard on the shoulder. Good brother, that's a true friend. Don't say anything more, this glass of wine is for you, Brother Jiang. Li Youfu grimaced, suspecting that the bastard was retaliating. We're all friends, so let's not stand around toasting each other. Let's all have a drink together. Okay, I'll do as Lao Lu says. For our friendship. Cheers. After downing a glass of wine, a burning sensation spread through my throat. Li Youfu quickly ate a few peanuts, and then he felt a little better. He asked, why are you all gathered here today? Zhang Guowei looked resentful. I had nothing to do on Sunday, so I was planning to come over for a treat, but all that was left were peanuts. Jiang Feng spat. It's good enough to have something to eat. Why be so picky? Where's Brother Ma? Li Youfu knew that Ma Hu was married and had a wife and children. Instead of spending the weekend at home with his wife and kids, he actually came over to drink. Brother Ma's wife and kids have gone back to her parents' home. Zhang Guowei chimed in. All right, hurry up and cook the chicken first. I'm already drooling over it. Ma Hu nodded in agreement. Cooking chicken is no problem, but let's make it clear first. Is it Wei Guo's turn to eat this time? Yes, I agree. Sixth brother, what do you say? All 3 of them turned their gazes toward Li Youfu. Li Youfu smiled slightly. I have no objection. It doesn't matter to me who pays. Good lad, you've been waiting here. I told you Lao Lu is someone who never suffers a loss, see? Zhang Guowei glanced at the pheasants on the ground. Both pheasants weigh a little over 1 jin, but less than 2 jin. Lao Lu, how about 5 yuan each? That's too much. Li Youfu looked at the group of people, but none of them reacted much, seemingly indicating that the price was indeed as advertised. Zhang Guowei explained, Sixth brother, it's hard to buy meat on the market these days. As he spoke, he pointed north. Li Youfu had already heard Director Qian mention it before, and he understood it almost instantly when Director Qian made the gesture. There's 1 pheasant left. I'm going to take it back later. Jiang Feng had no objection to Ma Hu's actions. They are also well aware of the current predicament. Li Youfu pondered for a moment and said, Brother Zhang, just give me the price for 1 chicken, and I'll treat the other one to a meal for my 3 brothers. This isn't appropriate. Yes, At least we all have jobs and get paid every month. Li Yufu smiled and said, if you feel embarrassed, why don't you do me a favor? What kind of help? Brother Jiang, Brother Ma, Brother Zhang, you all have secure jobs and a wide network of contacts. I'd like to ask you to help me find out where there are any openings. We'll spend whatever money is needed to meet the work targets. We won't make things difficult for you. Mahu frowned and looked at Li Yufu. Sixth brother, I heard from your father-in-law that he wanted to give you a quota, but you didn't agree? Li Yufu nodded. It's not for myself, it's for my fifth sister. I'm begging you, my three brothers. Zhang Guowei said seriously. Sixth brother, you need to think this through. Buying a license plate isn't cheap. I heard someone say last time that they spent 500 yuan to buy one. Jiang Feng chimed in. Isn't 500 yuan too much? 300 or 400 would be more like it. How can the jobs they sold be the same as those of the 8 high-ranking officials? Jiang Feng immediately shut up. The job quotas for different positions really did have different prices. 500 it is, as long as it can be transferred to my fifth sister's name. You're so good to your fifth sister. I wish I had a younger brother like you. The three of them simultaneously cast envious glances at each other. They just didn't know how much his older sisters had sacrificed for him in his previous life. What's wrong with spending a little money? Of course, Li Yufu would never say these words aloud. Chapter 47. Cotton cloth, cotton. I just called you guys older brothers, didn't I? Li Yufu raised an eyebrow and smiled, then winked at the group. All three were taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Sixth brother, I've officially accepted you as my brother. Don't pretend you don't know me when we meet again. It is our blessing to have such a capable younger brother as you. Zhang Guowei patted his chest and said, I'm not going to say anything more. Your business is my business. Go back and wait for news. I'll find out as soon as I have Jiang Feng inform you. Li Yufu smiled broadly, raised his glass, and said, Thank you all, brothers. I would like to offer you a toast. Haha, no problem, no problem. Come on, cheers. After a glass of wine, everyone was in high spirits, almost ready to swear an oath of brotherhood. Li Yufu didn't stay there long. When the chicken was almost cooked, he made an excuse to leave. It wasn't entirely an excuse. He did indeed need to go to the county town. Fortunately, there are bicycles for transportation, and it only takes half an hour to get from the town to the county seat. Li Yufu bought a bamboo basket for 5 cents, and then went to the second floor of the department store. The previous bamboo basket was used by my second sister and the others to carry grain. Having a bamboo basket makes buying things much more convenient. Moreover, in that era, anything related to handicrafts was worthless, which was the exact opposite of later generations. The department store was still packed with people, as if none of them were at work. To Li Yufu's surprise, he was recognized by Sister Ho as soon as he walked to the fabric counter. Young comrade, it's you. Sister Ho, what a coincidence. What a coincidence. I work right here, you know that. Li Yufu looked embarrassed, but he still walked to the counter where Sister Ho was. Sister Ho, my surname is Li, and I'm the sixth child in my family. You can just call me sixth brother. Sister Ho smiled slightly. All right, from now on I'll call you sixth brother. Why are you here again? What are you planning to buy this time? Do you need my help? Sister Ho was as enthusiastic as ever, and as long as she didn't introduce him to anyone, he was easy to talk to. Li Yufu didn't hide anything. Sister Ho, I'm planning to buy some fabric and cotton, since the weather is getting colder and colder. Did you bring your money and tickets? Li Yufu nodded. Okay, wait. After saying that, I saw Sister Ho call out to the counter next door. Yufeng, my younger brother wants to buy some cloth and cotton. All right, let him come over. Sister Ho chuckled. Hurry up and go, or you won't be able to get it later. No sooner had he finished speaking than he heard someone at the counter next door call out. Excuse me, let that young man in the back come over. Someone whispered, We've been queuing for ages. Yufeng said impatiently. If you're not satisfied, then go ahead and complain. You're just being difficult all day. Say one more word, and I'm not going to serve you anymore. Li Yufu was dumbfounded, while the others seemed used to it and unsurprised. The person who had spoken earlier lowered their head and obediently made way for them. Wow, Sister Ho is amazing. Li Yufu couldn't help but give a thumbs up, showing him what it meant to openly and legitimately use connections. Believe it or not, This is the only way to buy things these days. If anyone else dares to complain, the salesperson won't sell it to you, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's how awesome it is, and that's a characteristic of this era. How else could a sales clerk become one of the 8 key personnel? Yu Fong smiled and asked, "Which one do you want? Did you bring the tickets?" If Li Youfu hadn't witnessed what happened earlier, he would have thought it was a different person. Her voice wasn't exactly sweet, but it was at least gentle. Without hesitation, Li Youfu pulled out cloth coupons and cotton coupons. "I need 10 meters of cotton cloth and 15 kilograms of cotton." While counting the receipts, Yu Fong said, "Cotton cloth is 80 cents a foot, and cotton is 1.5 yuan a pound. I can only sell you 10 jin of cotton. Come back in a few days for the rest." "Okay. Thank you for your help, Sister Fong." Yu Fong smiled and said, "You little one has such a sweet tongue. No wonder even Sister Ho speaks well of you. Do you need me to cut the cotton fabric for you?" "Thank you, Sister Fong. No need to cut it. I don't know my family's measurements yet." "Okay, please wait a moment." Yu Fong quickly measured with a ruler and thoughtfully tied the cotton and cotton cloth together with a rope so that Li Youfu could easily take them. "Okay, that's 39 yuan in total." Li Youfu paid the money and the ticket without hesitation and thanked him again. Given how thoughtful they are, it's only right to say thank you. "Have you bought everything?" Li Youfu smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Sister Ho. If it weren't for your help, I probably wouldn't have been able to get it so easily." Sister Ho waved her hand. "It's a small matter, not worth mentioning. But since you were able to get so many votes all at once, Sister Ho would like to ask you for a favor." "Sister Ho, please speak." Sister Ho looked around and said, "Sixth brother, put the things on the counter first. Don't worry, no one will take them. Yu Fong, I'm going out for a bit. Keep an eye on things for me." "Okay, Sister Ho." Li Youfu put down his things and followed Sister Ho to the corner. There aren't many people here. The sales staff usually come here to slack off and relax. Sister Ho got straight to the point. "Sixth brother, here's the thing. My husband is going on a business trip to another province in a few days. As you know, you need food coupons everywhere you go. I wanted to ask if you have any national food coupons to exchange for some for Sister Ho. I went to the black market several times, but I only managed to get 3 or 5 kilograms. That's not enough." When Sister Ho looked worried, Li Youfu immediately burst into laughter. "You're still laughing? I'm so worried about you." After saying that, Sister Ho was a little embarrassed. "I only thought of asking you to try my luck because I saw that you could come up with so many votes all at once. I thought it was something serious, but it turns out it's just this?" Li Youfu asked, "Sister Ho, how much is your husband short? If it's too much, I'll have to ask someone else to think of a solution." 15 jin, is that okay?" Sister Ho looked at Li Youfu anxiously. "It will take him 20 days to travel to another province and back. I'm afraid that's not enough for him to eat. I won't let you suffer a loss either. I'll exchange 3 jin of local grain coupons for 1 jin of national grain coupons." She added, "Don't worry, there are no time limits." "That's not what I meant." Li Youfu reached into his pocket and took out 20 jin of national grain coupons from his spiritual spring space. "I was just thinking, would 15 jin of grain coupons be enough for my brother-in-law to eat? I have 20 jin of national grain coupons here. Why don't you take them all, Sister Ho? Your brother-in-law needs grain coupons to treat us." This. Sister Ho stared in disbelief at the 20 jin of national grain coupons that Li Youfu handed her. "Sixth brother, you've really helped Sister Ho a lot." Sister Ho was overjoyed. 20 jin is enough, more than enough. With these 20 jin, plus what we replaced earlier, your brother-in-law can easily afford to treat us to several meals. But, Sister Ho touched her pocket, looking embarrassed. She had never expected that Li Youfu would have brought the food coupons with him. She just said she wanted to exchange 3 jin of local grain coupons for 1 jin of national grain coupons, but she can't produce any of them. Sister Ho said awkwardly, "Sixth brother, why don't you wait a moment? I'll go ask for leave right now. The food coupons are all at home. I'll be back in 20 minutes at most." Chapter 48, Out of Money Again. "No need, Sister Ho. If I can't trust others, how could I not trust you? Take these 20 jin of national grain coupons for now, and give them back to me whenever it's convenient for you." "This won't do." Ho Guojin was overjoyed with Li Youfu at this moment. 20 jin of national grain coupons is not a small amount, no matter what kind of family it is. However, Ho Guozhen was deeply moved that Li Yufu trusted her so much, even though they were not related. Li Yufu smiled faintly. What's inappropriate about it? You think you can run away? Even if the monk can run away, the temple can't. Sister Ho laughed heartily. Haha, that's true. Don't worry, sixth brother, I'll remember this favor. You'll definitely get your share of the grain coupons. Didn't I already say that if I can't trust others, I can trust Sister Ho? By the way, how many years has Sister Ho worked as a sales clerk in the department store? It's been almost 20 years. I took over the family's work position when I was 18. Sister Ho thought for a moment, then looked at Li Yufu. What? If there's anything I can help you with, don't hesitate to ask. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a saleswoman at a department store. But Sister Ho has been in this industry for so many years. She still has some connections. Li Yufu chuckled. I knew I couldn't hide it from Sister Ho's sharp eyes. Stop flattering me. Just say what you need, and I'll see if I can do it. If not, I'll ask someone else to think of a solution. Ho Guozhen was a straightforward person, and after speaking these heartfelt words, he clearly treated Li Yufu as his own younger brother. Sister Ho, I wanted to ask if the department store still has any job quotas. Don't worry, I'll buy them with my own money. Whatever the quota is, I'll get. Ho Guozhen looked at him suspiciously. You're not letting me introduce you to anyone. Are you planning to buy a job quota for your girlfriend? How is that possible? Li Yufu quickly explained. I'm still young and don't really plan to get married yet. If I do plan to get married in a few years, I'll ask Sister Ho to introduce me to potential partners. This job quota was bought for my fifth sister. He added, born from the same mother. Uffed. Sister Ho laughed. No need to explain so clearly. Sister Ho is just teasing you. If it weren't for buying jobs for family members, who would spend so much money? Don't you think so? After a pause, Sister Ho continued. There is a job quota. Sister Li, who sells candy, is about to retire. She has a son and a daughter. Her son is in the army, and her daughter's husband's family has arranged a job for her. So she wants to sell this job quota, but the price won't be cheap. Li Yufu pressed further. How much does she want? 600 yuan. If I were to negotiate, I could probably get a lower price because we've been colleagues for years, but I estimate it would be no more than 550 yuan. You know he's one of the 8 key officials. If word gets out, there will be plenty of people wanting the job. That's true. Being one of the 8 high-ranking officials was an enviable profession, and in that era, their status in the eyes of ordinary people was undoubtedly the highest. Getting such a job quota for 550 yuan is definitely a good deal. Seeing that Li Yufu didn't speak, Sister Ho assumed that he couldn't come up with that much money. She quickly added, Sixth brother, how much do you still owe? If it's not much, Sister Ho has some money here that I can lend you first. You can pay me back when you get your salary. However, I'd like to make it clear beforehand that when you first arrive, it's just an internship, and your monthly salary is 18 yuan. After a year, you'll be officially hired and your monthly salary will be 23 yuan. No, I can afford the 550 yuan, and my salary is no problem either. Li Yufu took out a thick stack of black bills, which made Sister Ho's eyes widen in amazement. Why do you carry so much money on you? Li Yufu made an excuse. That's all I have. I originally intended to use it for work-related matters, but it just so happens to be here now. I think you planned this all along. Li Yufu didn't explain. He let her think what she wanted. Sister Ho took the money and counted it carefully. That's right, it's exactly 550 yuan. Come to my counter in a bit, and I'll write you a receipt. Why do you need a receipt? Aren't you just slapping your brother in the face? Ho Guozhen was amused. You're not that old, but you have such a strong will to get things done. Okay, leave this to Sister Ho. She'll make sure it's done perfectly for you. Bring your people here tomorrow to get the paperwork done, so we don't have to go through all that trouble later. Li Yufu was taken aback. So fast, Sister Ho said with a smug look. Your Sister Ho always keeps her word. Li Yufu gave a thumbs up. You have to say I found the right person. It has to be Sister Ho. I'll treat you to dinner after this is all settled. By the way, Sister Ho, does your workplace have accommodation? There are staff dormitories available. You just need to submit an application, but you have to cook for yourself. The accommodation fee is 5 yuan per year. 5 yuan a year isn't much, and it's still more cost-effective than going back and forth all the time. Li Youfu was very satisfied. Then there's no problem. Ho Guozhen smiled and said, if there are no problems, then let's leave it at that. I'll go find Sister Li to finalize this. Don't forget tomorrow, you must come in person to get the grain ration book. Okay, Sister Ho, then I won't bother you any longer. See you tomorrow. Okay, drive carefully. After saying goodbye to Sister Ho, Li Youfu rode his bicycle back home. The bamboo basket was stuffed full of cotton, and a 10-meter-long piece of cotton cloth was tied to the back of the bicycle. Li Youfu originally wanted to hire an ox cart, but now that there's a clear road, some things can be gradually revealed. However, money doesn't last long. After buying the job quota, Li Youfu had only a little over 100 yuan, but less than 200 yuan left. I'm poor. As Li Youfu drove the car at breakneck speed, he couldn't help but think to himself, if this gets out, how will others feel? But that's what Li Youfu thought. It seems I'll have to sell pork a few more times. As for food, the Lingquan space has harvested another crop of corn these days. If it were all ground into cornmeal, it would yield more than 4,000 jin, 2,000 caddies. This doesn't even include the rice and flour harvested earlier, or the pure cornmeal. The Li Youfu family alone could eat for 10 years without finishing their meal. The black soil wasn't idle either. Li Youfu planted soybeans all over it. He planned to use his mine to extract oil from the soybeans once they matured, and some of them could be ground into soy milk and made into tofu, all good things. The remaining soybean residue and soybean cake can be used to feed livestock. It's just that the Spirit Spring space can't be used for raising animals. It would be great if it could. With that thought in mind, Li Youfu had already returned to Li family village. A bicycle, this is a bicycle. Look everyone, Uncle Youfu is back on his bicycle. Uncle Youfu, where did you get this bicycle? It looks really cool. Along the way, everyone who saw Li Youfu riding his bicycle back stared wide-eyed. A group of kids were chasing and playing around behind the bicycle, racing against it, and they were all incredibly excited. As they approached their own courtyard gate, even more villagers gathered around to watch the spectacle. Grandpa and Grandma, second uncle, second aunt, Li Daqiang, Li Guangqi, Ma Feng, Dadong, and Xiaodong. You're so lucky. You've struck it rich. Wow, when did you buy this bicycle? It must be the first one in our Li family village. Uncle Youfu, can I touch it? Finally, even Jiang Zuohua and the others inside the house were alerted. Jiang Zuohua looked at Li Youfu with a face full of surprise and doubt. Youfu, when did you buy a bicycle? I didn't buy it. I borrowed it from someone else. I need to take my fifth sister to work at the department store in the county town tomorrow, so I borrowed a bicycle for convenience. These words struck like a thunderbolt. Chapter 49, Overt Scheme. You're lucky. You mean Yudi is going to work at the county department store tomorrow? Li Youfu nodded immediately. That's right. Otherwise, why would I borrow a bicycle? Of course, it's to take my fifth sister to work in the county town tomorrow. Are you talking about bicycles? You're clearly talking about work. Li Youfu's matter-of-fact expression left everyone speechless. This is one of the 8 most prestigious positions, a job that everyone envies. If it were anyone else, they would have bought firecrackers to celebrate. So why are you making this face? Everyone was stunned for quite a while. Cough, cough. Li Shanzhen coughed lightly, breaking the silence. It's a great thing that Yudi can work in the county town. She'll be able to eat government-subsidized grain from now on. Congratulations, Yudi. You're about to become a city dweller. Ma Feng felt a pang of envy. Just a few days ago, she was digging for wild vegetables with her best friend, and now she was about to become a city dweller, one of the 8 most envied officials. From then on, she would rise above her station and become a phoenix. If she married a city man, her life would be wonderful. Whether it was the eldest daughter-in-law or the young girl, everyone looked at Li Yudi with envy. Why can't such a wonderful thing happen to me? Li Yudi, the person involved, blushed and was somewhat afraid to make eye contact with so many people. It wasn't until I heard Ma Feng and the others' envious tone that I realized they were talking about me. Li Daqiang looked at Li Youfu and said with a smile, Youfu, I didn't hear you mention such a big thing. Yudi, you are the first person in our village to receive government-subsidized grain rations. You must work hard outside and bring honor to our Lijia village. Uncle Qiangzi, I don't know what's going on yet. Li Yudi's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible unless you listened very carefully. She was afraid this was all a dream, and looked at Li Yufu, who shone brightly in her heart at that moment. What else could it be? Of course it's a good thing. Didn't Yofu just say that he's going to take you to work in the county town tomorrow? You'll be a sales clerk at a department store. Someone noticed their expressions and said, Yudi, how could you not know about something this big? Could it be fake? As soon as these words were spoken, many people began to whisper among themselves. Going to work in the city is such a big deal. I don't believe that Yudi and her family don't know anything about it. That's true. If it were true, I bet it would have spread by now. That can't be fake, can it? I think Li Yofu spoke with such conviction. If it were fake, he would lose face in front of the whole village. Don't be fooled by his current air of authority. You all know what he was like before. It might all be a false alarm. Jiang Zuohua's expression changed several times, and she looked at Li Yufu with a questioning gaze. Yofu. Mother, you should take the things back first. Li Yofu untied the cotton cloth and bamboo basket from the bicycle and handed them to Jiang Zuohua and the others. If there's nothing else, everyone can go home. Good news. Yudi will really be able to start working at the county department store tomorrow. Why don't you take such a good job? These words struck a chord with everyone. People in this era still have a strong preference for sons over daughters. She would contact her son at home as soon as she had a job. Li Yufu looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was one of the people who had been whispering earlier. He sneered. First of all, my fifth sister is going to work in the county town tomorrow. You'll find out in a couple of days. I can't make it true if it's fake. Secondly, men and women are equal in our family. There's no such thing as me having to go to work. Isn't my fifth sister part of the family too? Upon hearing this, the women present were deeply moved. The woman who had spoken to him earlier wanted to bury her head in the ground, and at the same time, a feeling of jealousy arose in her heart. Her own family was a typical example of patriarchal society. Daughters are like water spilled on the ground, a money-losing commodity. Only sons are precious gems. Li Yofu's words overturned her beliefs of several decades. Who wouldn't want to live in a family where men and women are equal? After saying that, Li Yofu looked at Li Daqiang and said, Uncle Qiangzi, I was planning to come to you later, but since you're here, I need to trouble you to get a certificate for my fifth sister so we can complete the paperwork tomorrow. No problem. Come to my house to pick it up in a bit. Thank you very much, Uncle Qiangzi. Li Daqiang smiled slightly. We're all from the same village. There's no need to thank me. You've made something of yourself, and Yudi has gotten another job. Don't forget about us, your fellow villagers. Someone chimed in. Yes, Uncle Yofu, your family's life is getting better and better. Every day when I pass by your house, my mouth waters. All they do is eat all day long, without ever asking Uncle Yofu if he has any connections so we can benefit from his generosity. The food at Li Yofu's house is well known, if not universally acknowledged. But every villager who passed by the door cast an envious glance at them. The aroma of the meat was so enticing it was almost intoxicating. At this time, they did not know that Li Yofu's family ate rice and steamed buns every day. If you knew these things, it wouldn't be envy, but naked jealousy. Even so, many people's eyes were red. You want to get a job quota that you bought for 550 yuan? You wish. Li Yofu couldn't help but curse inwardly. On the surface, he said, this is a work quota I exchanged for over 200 jin of fish, so there's nothing I can do to help you. He wasn't entirely making it up. It was just that it wasn't 200 jin of fish, but 200 jin of wild boar meat. Let them think and guess. They probably won't come up with this even if they rack their brains. Can you get a new job with 200 pounds of fish? The eyes of the Li brothers lit up instantly. These two were among the few people in Lijia village with some skills. Hunting in the mountains and fishing in the river were no problem for them at all. It's just that the two were born in the wrong era, or rather, their vision was limited to the village, and they couldn't see that far ahead. Li Yufu also benefited from the spiritual spring space and the perspective of later generations. Without these things, he wouldn't be living as comfortably as those two brothers. What? Real? This was like stirring up a hornet's nest. All eyes were now on Li Yufu. Even grandparents and second uncles were no exception. Of course it's true. Li Yufu nodded firmly, then looked troubled and said, You all know I'm really good at fishing, right? A few days ago when I was fishing, there was a fisherman next to me who happened to be the logistics manager of the research institute. I was able to exchange over 200 kilograms of fish for this job, entirely thanks to him. Later I asked him, and he said that was the only job quota he had. Otherwise, why would someone offer fish in exchange for a job? Have you ever seen or heard of that? I see. Everyone nodded hastily, a hint of disappointment flashing in their eyes. It's like hitting the jackpot. Even if there really were that many fish, it's not certain that someone would trade their job quota for them. Many people sighed with regret, while at the same time envying Li Youfu's good fortune. For him to encounter such good fortune, his ancestors must have been incredibly lucky. Some people are even calling Director Qian an idiot for using work quotas to exchange for fish. Isn't that just plain stupid? However, what they think is none of Li Youfu's business. It's not like there's only a river in Lijia village. They can't possibly go to Director Qian to verify something like this. But the saying, better safe than sorry, is ingrained in Li Youfu's very being. There's a saying that goes, it's not scarcity that's worrisome, but inequality. Although Li Youfu's words were very convincing and could temporarily dispel everyone's doubts, let's not forget what time it is now. Everywhere has its share of conjunctivitis. In a few years, when that monstrous wind blows down, even if you don't die, you'll be badly injured. Everyone, please listen to me. Li Youfu waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Chapter 50, Rising to Fame. The scene seemed to freeze, with everyone turning to look at Li Youfu. Jiang Zihua and the others put down what they were holding and hurriedly came out, fearing that he would say something shocking again. Li Youfu was just too much of a troublemaker. Her little heart could hardly take it. Li Youfu looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Li Daqiang. He smiled and said, Uncle Qiangzi, I heard some news outside. The purchasing station buys fish. Fish weighing over 1 pound are sold for 45 cents per pound, while small miscellaneous fish weighing less than 1 pound are sold for 35 cents per pound. What? 45 cents? That's so high. Does anyone actually like to eat this? In rural areas, very few people like to eat fish. One reason is cooking skills. If not handled properly, it can taste fishy and smelly. On the other hand, fish itself has many bones, so it takes a lot of oil to cook. Everyone cherishes the little oil they have at home. When stir-frying vegetables, they only use a couple of drops with chopsticks. The amount of oil used to cook one fish dish is almost equivalent to someone else's annual usage. This is one of the main reasons why people in rural areas don't like to eat fish. As soon as he finished speaking, a murmur arose. Someone asked, Youfu, is what you said true? Do the people at the fish buying station really buy fish? What if they don't accept the fish we catch? Wouldn't all our efforts be for nothing? Yes, the weather is getting colder and colder. You can't let everyone's hard work go to waste, Youfu. How can you say this is a waste of time? Even if the purchasing station doesn't buy the fish, at least the fish are in your own hands, and you can eat them yourself. Besides, I only heard the news. You can't blame me for not being able to eat. Do I owe you anything, or am I obligated to you? Li Youfu was almost amused by this person. He had a whole set of moral blackmail tactics. He wouldn't have said these things if he wasn't thinking that eating good food at home every day would be too conspicuous. Li the cripple, shut up. Li Daqiang glared at Li Guizi and said, I think Youfu is right. It's a good thing that the purchasing station buys fish. Even if they don't buy fish, they're still in our own hands. How can it be a waste of time? After saying that, he looked at Li Youfu and said, Youfu, don't be angry. In a big village, there are always 1 or 2 troublemakers who can't do any work and just dream about all sorts of nice things. If anyone makes me hear these kinds of remarks again, I will report them directly to the commune and send them to the farm for reform. Upon hearing this, Li Guizi turned pale with fright and nearly fainted. I must say, the power of the modification is a formidable weapon. Who wouldn't be afraid of it? The scene was completely silent. Li Daqiang was very satisfied with the results. He put on a smiling face and continued to ask, Youfu, tell everyone what you heard in detail. Even if this didn't happen, I believe no one will blame you. Uncle Qiangzi is truly a man of great principle. Li Youfu smiled and said, I heard it from people at the supply and marketing cooperative. Whether it's true or not, The purchasing station is right next to the supply and marketing cooperative. You can go and ask them yourselves. In this way, everyone won't have to worry about working hard all day and not earning a single penny. Think about it yourselves, isn't that the truth? Li Dadong loudly echoed. Yofu is right. We'll just go ask and find out. It's just a few more steps. We're all farmers. Who's afraid of walking a few more steps? Ha ha. Everyone laughed, none of them willing to admit that they were physically weak and didn't even want to walk. Li Daqiang emphasized. However, I'll make it clear from the outset. The production tasks assigned by our superiors must not be delayed. I will never forgive anyone who delays production because of fishing. All right, I've said my piece. Everyone can go home now. With someone taking the lead, 1 or 2 people quickly left, but the most discussed topic was still the news brought by Li Yofu. With a purchase price of 45 cents per pound, if you can catch several pounds of fish a day, wouldn't that be equivalent to a worker's income, or even more than a worker's monthly salary? Tonight, half the people are destined to lie in bed tossing and turning, thinking about their grand plans to get rich. Putting aside the fact that fishing is quite difficult, even angling requires a lot of skill. Do you really think everyone has a magical spring space like Li Yofu, which he uses as a cheat code? Others are fishing he's buying in. Soon, only Li Daqiang, his grandparents, and his second uncle's family remained at the scene. Li Yofu took out cigarettes and gave one to each of the 3 men, then lit one for himself and took a puff. Li Daqiang exclaimed with deep emotion, "Uncle Shanjin, your grandson is truly remarkable." Li Shanjin said with a smug look, "Although my 2 sons are not very good, my eldest grandson will definitely amount to something." Li Shengjun. I didn't say a word, and even standing there I was being scolded by the old man. When will this ever end? Li Shengjun quickly lowered his head and silently took 2 more puffs of his cigarette, as if this could soothe the sorrow in his heart. Haha, now everyone who sees Yofu gives him a thumbs up. I think that after tonight, more people will remember the good fortune of being blessed. The old lady pouted. I don't expect everyone to appreciate my good fortune, but don't be like Li Guizi, always thinking about taking advantage of my golden grandson. Li Daqiang's face was fierce. He dares. I'll skin him alive. As the village chief of Lijia village, Li Daqiang undoubtedly enjoys one of the highest prestige among the villagers. If he gets angry, the person involved should really think twice. Li Yufu smiled slightly to himself, giving the old lady's instigation a perfect score. Good fortune, come to my house tonight to pick up the certificate. I'm going to give Li Guizi a piece of my mind right now. If you can feed everyone, you are the benefactor of Lijia village. If anyone speaks ill of you, I will be the first to punish them. Uncle Yamane, sister-in-law, I'll be going now. Li Daqiang took a deep drag and threw the cigarette, but to the ground. In fact, he had already believed most of what Li Yofu said. Not everyone could afford a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes that cost 72 cents. Watching Li Daqiang's departing figure, Li Shanjin called to his second uncle and the others. We should go back too. Grandpa and Grandma, come in and have a seat. Dinner will be ready in a bit. Jiang Tsuahua then urged, Father, Mother, second uncle, come in and have a meal before you go back. Li Shanjin shook his head. Damn it. Yofu brought us some grain last time, so let's go back and eat it. You're lucky. Come visit your grandparents when you have time. The old lady replied. My precious grandson, you must come and see your grandma. Li Yufu smiled and said, Definitely. After I'm done with these few days, I'll go to my grandparents' house for dinner. Grandma, please cook me something delicious then. Okay. Grandma will definitely make you your favorite food. Let's go inside quickly, we're going back too. After watching the others leave, Li Yofu pushed his bicycle into the yard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they were surrounded by Jiang Tsuahua and her group. There were too many people around earlier, so Li Yudi didn't dare to ask any questions. But now that she's at home, she's become much bolder. Sixth brother, did you really trade me 200 pounds of fish for a job? Of course it's fake. How much does 200 jin of fish cost? Ignoring his fifth sister's rapidly changing expression, Li Yofu parked his bicycle and went straight to sit down on a chair in the main room. What happened? Jiang Tsuehua and the others followed them in. Didn't you just say you changed jobs? Go get me a glass of water first. Li Yudi placed the enamel mug in front of Li Yofu. Li Youfu took a few sips of water, put down the enamel mug, and said, "The job is real, but it wasn't exchanged for more than 200 caddies of fish. I bought the job quota for 550 yuan. How many? 550 yuan. The three of them were also taken aback when they heard the number. Not to mention those further away. No one in Lijia village could come up with 550 yuan at once. In the countryside, you can build a mud brick house for 20 yuan. 550 yuan is a dizzying thought. Chapter 51. Building a good relationship with the village chief. Li Youfu smiled slightly. 550 yuan buys a job quota, and it's a salesperson position among the 8 major positions. During the 1-year probationary period, you get 18 yuan per month, and after becoming a regular employee, you get 23 yuan per month. So much. Li Yudi never dared to dream of such treatment in her entire life. Sixth brother, why don't you just give up? You should go to work yourself if you think this job is so good. What are you talking about? This performance quota was bought specifically for you. Don't worry about my affairs. Do you think I won't find a job? Jiang Tsuehua nodded. Yudi, just do as Yofu says. If he tells you to go to work, then go to work. But, mother, Li Yudi still felt that she owed Li Youfu too much for such a good job, and more importantly, Li Youfu himself didn't have a job, which made her very uneasy. It's settled then. Jiang Tsuehua thought for a moment and continued. But let me make this clear from the start. Your brother spent money to buy you a job quota, which is a favor, so you should remember his kindness. From now on, you only need to keep 5 yuan with you each month. Give the rest of your salary to Youfu. We'll stop when you've paid off the money for the job quota. Li Yudi nodded hurriedly. Mom, I will definitely remember Lao Lu's kindness. Actually, I don't need 5 yuan a month. I'll keep 3 yuan and give the rest to Lao Lu. She grabbed Li Youfu's arm and said ingratiatingly, Sixth brother, please agree, otherwise fifth sister will feel uneasy. Li Youfu didn't refuse. How about leaving 8 yuan a month? You still need to eat. You can't keep going home to eat every day after you start working. I said that purely to scare my fifth sister, so she wouldn't have to live in poverty. Cabbage and potatoes cost 2 cents a pound. How much can a little girl eat in a month? Mother, let's make it a deal. Okay. Hearing the two of them talking, Li Yudi felt like she was dreaming. How did I suddenly get a job, and one that everyone envies as one of the top 8 positions? Li Yudi never imagined in her life that she would be able to eat subsidized grain, but now it has all come true. She could never forget who brought her here. She had to be good to Lao Lu for the rest of her life. Li Yudi couldn't help but think about these things secretly. Zhang Yumei, who was standing to the side, was very happy for her sister-in-law. It's not something everyone can experience, as it can change one's destiny. Now the family is getting better and better, and we no longer have to worry about going hungry every day. All of this is thanks to my brother-in-law, Li Youfu. Zhang Yumei smiled slightly. Mother, you two chat first. I'll go to the kitchen to cook. Li Yudi quickly stood up. I'll go help too. Sit down, everyone. This is the last thing. Li Youfu looked at the 3 of them and said, the weather is getting colder and colder. Fourth sister-in-law, could you help me get the cotton cloth and cotton I brought back to make a set of cotton padded clothes and trousers for each of the 5 of us? If you don't have enough cotton or cotton cloth, just tell me, and I'll go buy some more. How can it not be enough? Jiang Tsuehua hurriedly replied. Who doesn't go through 3 years of new clothes, 3 years of old clothes, and then 3 more years of patching and mending? Mother's clothes are still wearable. There's no need to make new ones. You may make 2 new outfits for Youfu first. Ud is going to work, and her tattered clothes don't look good. Make her a new outfit too. Zhang Yumei nodded obediently. I understand, mother. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Li Youfu became displeased. Mother, what you're saying are outdated ideas. People only sew and mend when they don't have the means. Now that we have the means, how could I wear a new cotton padded coat while you wear patch clothes? Fourth sister-in-law, don't listen to mother, do as I say. Zhang Yumei hesitated for a moment. How about I leave it at that with Daya? I'll alter the clothes. Daya is growing a lot, otherwise it would be a waste of such good material. So what if it's ruined? What's wrong with me, as an uncle, making 2 new outfits for my niece? Li Youfu opened his arms. Daya, come to Uncle Lu's place. Dia toddled over to Li Youfu's arms with her short legs, so clingy that anyone who didn't know better would think they were father and daughter. Upon seeing this, Jiang Zuohua waved her hand. Then let's do it, as Youfu said. Zhang Yumei reminded her. Dia, hurry up and thank your sixth uncle. Your sixth uncle is so good to you. I don't know where you got such good fortune. If you dare to be unfilial to your sixth uncle when you grow up, I'll beat you to death. Uncle. Dia raised her head and called out to Li Youfu. Her cute and obedient appearance was simply adorable and could melt anyone's heart. Li Youfu laughed heartily. Ardia is so well-behaved. She'll be a filial child in the future, won't she? Iya. Giggle. Ha ha. Li Youfu looked at Zhang Yumei and said, Fourth sister-in-law, Dia is very well-behaved. Let's eat early. We still need to go to Uncle Qiangzi's house later. I'll go right now. Zhang Yumei and Li Yudi hurriedly went to the kitchen. Dia sat obediently in Li Youfu's lap. Jiang Zuehua spat. You're so lucky. You love children so much. When are you going to let your mother hold her grandson? Li Youfu looked embarrassed. Mother, there's no rush. Didn't we agree before that I would bring back a girl from the city to be your daughter-in-law? You're not going to keep your mother waiting too long, are you? That's hard to say. You can't just tell me to pick anyone. After all, it's a lifelong commitment, don't you think? Jiang Zuehua rolled her eyes at Li Youfu, annoyed. Do you have enough money on you? Enough. I sold 2 wild boars, but don't tell anyone about it. Jiang Zuehua gave Li Youfu a deep look. She had her own guesses about this. Li Youfu was bringing things home every few days. Where did these things come from? Hearing Li Youfu say that he had sold 2 wild boars still gave me a little shock. This little rascal was really too bold. Be careful not to get hurt. Upon hearing this, Li Youfu nodded heavily. Don't worry, mother, I will be very careful. Also, after I send fifth sister to work tomorrow, I'll bring back some more food. We should go see our eldest sister too. Jiang Zuehua nodded slightly. I know, I'll go with you then. Your eldest sister is married far away. I'm afraid you won't be able to find your way by yourself. After the meal, Li Youfu took his fifth sister to the village chief's house. Good fortune has arrived. Uncle Qiangzi, Aunt Ma. Good luck, Yudi, get your own stool, don't be shy. A middle-aged woman, around 40 years old, greeted the two. She was Li Daqiang's wife, Ma Yongmei. Aunt Ma, take these few to sweeten the children's mouths. Li Youfu took out 5 or 6 white rabbit candies and placed them in Aunt Ma's hand. The latter beamed. This, how can I accept this? It's all right, they're all for the children. All right, thank you in advance, Aunt Ma. Ma Yongmei accepted the candy after a slight polite refusal. It was the first time she had ever seen such fine milk candy. The 3 little ones standing to the side had longing expressions on their faces. Mother, take it, one for each of you, and don't ask me for any more. Thank you, mother. Thank you, sixth brother. The 3 little ones happily accepted the white rabbit candy, and then couldn't wait to stuff it into their mouths, their faces full of satisfaction. Ma Yongmei smiled sheepishly. You're lucky. I'm sorry to have made you laugh. That's nonsense. Uncle Qiangzi, have a smoke. Li Youfu opened an unopened box of Zhonghua cigarettes, took out 2 cigarettes, and lit them for the 2 men. He didn't put the remaining cigarettes in his pocket, but pushed them all in front of Li Daqiang. What do you mean? Li Daqiang looked at Li Youfu with a puzzled expression. Li Youfu chuckled. What's the big deal? It's just a pack of cigarettes. Consider it a token of respect to Uncle Qiangzi. Take it back. As long as I can smoke a good cigarette, that's enough. You should keep this expensive stuff for yourself. Li Daqiang took out the stamp certificate and said, Take this certificate and go back quickly. Li Youfu smiled and said, Of course I'll take the proof back, but what's wrong with calling you uncle and offering you a few cigarettes? It's just a fish. You little rascal, you're practically a genius by now. Li Daqiang was speechless for a long time after being choked by his Versailles words. Chapter 52, Reporting for Duty. Okay, I'll take your cigarettes. It's rare to see you change your ways now. I'm happy for you to smoke a pack of your cigarettes. Li Daqiang looked at Li Youfu and continued. I've already taught Li Guizi a lesson. You're quite capable, so don't worry about what happened this afternoon. You made sure the people of Lijia village had enough to eat, so you are the greatest benefactor of Lijia village. Everyone will remember your kindness. If anyone dares to speak ill of you behind your back, I will be the first to punish them." I feel relieved to hear Uncle Changzi's words. Li Youfu chuckled awkwardly. "I'm just afraid that some people are incompetent but envious, and when they see everyone else making money, they'll jump out and cause trouble." Upon hearing this, Li Daqiang said earnestly, "You have to trust your uncle on this point, and you also have to trust the collective. We all have discerning eyes. If they can't catch fish, it's because they're incompetent. What does it have to do with you? If you can't poop, you blame the toilet. That makes no sense. We will all remember your kindness in sharing this news." Li Youfu nodded. In fact, he had also thought about whether to take advantage of the information gap to collect all the fish caught by the villagers and then sell them all by himself. He even has the acquisition certificate issued by Director Qian in his online space, so he's not afraid of people overthinking things. After thinking it over carefully for a moment, Li Youfu gave up the idea. It's simply that we're no longer in the period before or after the reforms, so some people are allowed to get rich first. Once the scheme is exposed, it will be considered a typical case of speculation and profiteering, and the perpetrators will be punished. In reality, Li Youfu didn't care about such petty gains. His real prize was the grain grown in his space. The purpose of doing this is simply to have a legitimate source of income, so that the money has a legitimate origin. Otherwise, they would really be treated as enemy agents. Fishing and buying stations form the best closed loop to explain the source of the money. As for the future, once you have a job, a salary, and a legitimate income, who cares about what others say? With that thought in mind, Li Youfu smiled and said, "If I can't trust anyone, why can't I trust Uncle Qiangzi? We're all from the same village, and most of us are related by marriage, so I can't keep good news from you." Li Daqiang patted Li Youfu on the shoulder. "Youfu, it's best that you think this way. By the way, Uncle Qiangzi, winter is just around the corner. It's the perfect time to cook for warmth. You know my family situation. I'm the only man here now. How about this? I'm going up the mountain to hunt in a few days to see what I can catch. Just like last time, I'll hand over the game to the village office, and the village will organize it to be distributed among everyone. The villagers will get meat and bring a load of firewood in exchange." Li Daqiang didn't agree immediately. "Let me think about it. I'll get back to you in a few days. Is that okay? What's the big deal? It'll be fine in a few days. If there's nothing else, my fifth sister and I will head back now." Uncle Qiangzi, Aunt Ma, were leaving. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Ma Yongmei couldn't help but say, "Why didn't you come down? It's such a good thing." The wild boar that Li Youfu hunted last time was divided up, and Ma Yongmei ate it to her heart's content. They rarely get to eat meat, let alone have such a windfall, which made people from other villages extremely envious. "What do you know?" Li Daqiang said irritably. "The things in the mountains don't belong to Li Youfu. They belong to the entire collective. You're suggesting using collective property to benefit his family? Can I just agree to that? I think you're just stubborn." Ma Yongmei scoffed. "So what if it's a collective? Can you see or touch it? Only what you eat is truly yours. If you were capable of hunting in the mountains, I wouldn't need to spout this nonsense." "I think Youfu is right. You can get pork with just a load of firewood. I don't think any family would be willing to do that." "All right, let's leave it at that for now. I'll discuss it with a few people later and ask for everyone's opinions. If everyone agrees, then we'll do it this way. If anyone objects, then we'll call it quits." On the other side, Li Youfu, holding a flashlight, and Li Yudi walked back. The flashlight is the only electrical appliance in the house. If it weren't for walking at night, I really wouldn't be willing to take it out. "Sixth brother, are you really going to trade firewood with the villagers?" "Actually, my mother, my fourth sister-in-law, and I could all go up the mountain to chop firewood and come back." Li Youfu smiled and said, "Don't worry about these things. Just go to work tomorrow and focus on your job. I'll take care of things at home. Changing the firewood is just an idea I have at the moment." Uncle Qiangzi might not agree. Li Yudi was puzzled. "I would have agreed to something this good a long time ago. You don't understand. There are too many twists and turns in it, and it can't be explained in a short time." Li Youfu didn't care. "At worst, I'll just get some coal from the city. It's not a big deal." As they spoke, the two had already returned to the courtyard. Li Youfu told her to get some rest, and then went back to his room. After fiddling around in the spiritual spring space for a while, he fell into a deep sleep. I slept without any dreams. The next day, when Li Yofu came out of the room, he saw that Li Yudi had dark circles under her eyes. After asking, I learned that my fifth sister had been tossing and turning in bed all night because of work. You're useless. You tossed and turned all night, keeping your mother up all night too. Mother. Li Yudi looked aggrieved. Li Yofu burst out laughing. Ha ha. Fifth sister, what's there to be nervous about? It's just going to work. You still dare to say that? All right, I won't say anything more. Let's eat first, and then we'll head to the county town. Breakfast consisted of rice porridge, pickled vegetables, and large white steamed buns. We've already finished the wild eggs, otherwise we would have at least had a couple more. It seems I'll have to go to the mountains to stock up on some supplies after I get back this time. Li Yofu ate while silently thinking about these things. Jiang Tsuhua reminded her fifth sister, Yudi, eat quickly so you can go back to your room and pack your things, clothes, and bedding. You're lucky. You're carrying a lot of stuff on the road. Be careful when you ride your bikes. You're borrowing someone else's bike, so it would be hard to explain if you crash. Jiang Tsuehua still thought the bicycle was borrowed by Li Yofu, and Li Yofu didn't say anything. He nodded and said, Okay, Mom, I'll be careful when I ride my bike. Sister-in-law, let me help you tidy up. Thank you, fourth sister-in-law. No need for formalities among family. A short while later, Li Yudi came out carrying bedding and some enamel mugs, but Li Yofu didn't let her pack them. He planned to go to the county town to see what else he needed and buy it later. Li Yofu still has the thermos and enamel mug he bought at the supply and marketing cooperative last time, which he can also take out for fifth sister to use. 10 minutes later. Mother, fourth sister-in-law, we're leaving. Okay, drive carefully. Yudi, if there's anything you don't understand, you must listen to what Bless says. Li Yudi waved her hand sadly. I know, Mother. I'll have Lao Lu bring you the news after I'm done. Li Yofu rolled his eyes. Sit down properly. It's not like you're not coming back. There's no need for this. You're annoying. Li Yofu kicked his feet very fast, which frightened fifth sister so much that she could only hug him around the waist. We drove at high speed and arrived in the county town at just 9 a.m. Fifth sister, would you like something to eat? I noticed you haven't eaten much this morning. Li Yudi shook her head. Let's go register first. Okay. Li Yofu readily agreed, and then led Li Yudi to the department store. Fifth sister, this is where you will be working from now on. Li Yofu appeared very casual, continuously explaining the department store to fifth sister. Li Yudi, on the other hand, was like Grandma Lu visiting the Grandview Garden, her eyes dazzled by the sights. Sixth brother, can I really work here? Li Yofu nodded, definitely. Come on, follow me to the second floor, and I'll take you to see Sister Ho. The job quotas here were bought for me by someone she helped me with. Chapter 53, Urban Household Registration. Sister Ho, did I disturb you? Sixth brother. A hint of surprise bloomed on Ho Guozhen's face. She quickly walked out from behind the counter. Yufeng, keep an eye on things for me. I have something to take care of. Okay, Sister Ho. Sixth brother, come with me. Ho Guozhen led Li Yufu and the other person to a lounge. Just find a stool to sit on. I haven't thanked you for what happened yesterday yet. Your brother-in-law was so happy when he saw the food coupons that he couldn't stop smiling. Li Yufu chuckled. It's my honor to be able to help my brother-in-law. You're such a sweet talker. It's like you've got honey on your lips. Ho Guozhen looked Li Yudi up and down. Sixth brother, she's the older sister you mentioned. Li Yudi quickly stood up. Hello, Sister Ho. My name is Li Yudi, and I am the blessed fifth sister. Ho Guozhen waved his hand with a smile. Sit down, don't be shy. Your brother and I get along very well. From now on, we'll be colleagues. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Thank you, Sister Ho. Ho Guozhen took a folded piece of paper out of his pocket. This is a work quota I bought from Sister Li. Just take the quota to report for duty later. The compensation package is what I mentioned yesterday. Is that acceptable to you? Li Yufu chuckled. There's definitely no problem. Otherwise I wouldn't have come so early. My fifth sister didn't sleep well all night because of this. Li Yudi blushed and lowered her head shyly. Seeing this, Ho Guozhen chuckled and said, I was the same when I first started working. Yudi, it's okay. Going to work isn't as hard as you think. You'll get used to it after a while. We're a department store here, and our main job is to deal with customers who come to buy things. Being so shy won't do. Li Yufu said politely. My fifth sister doesn't have much contact with people at home, so please take the trouble to help her, Sister Ho. It's nothing. I would have taken care of her even if you hadn't told me. By the way, did you bring the supporting documents? Li Yufu nodded. I brought it. I had the village chief issue a certificate yesterday. Ho Guozhen glanced at the supporting documents and found no problems. All right, Lao Lu, sit here for a while. I'll take your fifth sister to get the formalities done. Thank you, Sister Ho. Don't mention it, just wait here. After saying that, Ho Guozhen took Li Yudi to the personnel department. With a work quota and supporting documentation from the village, the onboarding process was completed quickly. The slightly troublesome part is that you need to take the documents issued by the personnel department and your household registration book to the police station to establish a new household registration. This is what later generations often referred to as the conversion of agricultural residents to non-agricultural residents. Only those who change their household registration from rural to urban can receive a fixed amount of grain, which is called commodity grain. Rural residents do not have this and can only eat high-priced grain. This is the main reason why so many people are desperate to become city dwellers. By noon, all the formalities had been completed. Li Yudi held several notebooks, her excitement barely concealed in her eyes. Sixth brother, I'm a city dweller now. It feels like a dream. Maybe in a few decades, someone will force you to become a city dweller, and you won't want to. How is that possible? Not only did Li Yudi not believe this, but Ho Guozhen, who was standing to the side, also looked at Li Yufu with amusement. She thought Li Yufu was saying that on purpose to put her sister at ease. Only Li Yufu knew that what he said was true. It's just that no one would believe these words in this day and age. Li Yufu didn't want to explain, because these things wouldn't happen for at least another 40 years. Sister Ho, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I would have been completely lost. Let's not talk about this since we're friends. Oh right. Sister Ho took out 60 jin of local grain coupons and handed them over. Sixth brother, this is what we agreed on yesterday. You count it. Grain coupons came in denominations of 1 jin, 5 jin, and 10 jin, making them easy to identify. They also had something in common. None of them had an expiration date. Actually, this situation only occurred with grain coupons issued in these 3 years. Li Yufu glanced at them once and then collected all the grain coupons. Sister Ho, it's almost noon. Would you do me the honor of having lunch with us? This. Ho Guozhen hesitated and said, why don't you two go eat? I won't join in the fun. No way, didn't we have an agreement? If you do this, I can't accept these food coupons. Okay, I'll go tell them and come right away. Ho Guozhen couldn't resist the enthusiasm and nodded in agreement. The three then went to a state-run restaurant. Li Yufu prepared 3 vegetarian dishes in addition to the standard of 1 serving of braised pork per person. Including rice, it cost a total of 2.6 yuan and 1 jin of grain coupons. For Li Yufu, it was just an ordinary meal, but for others it was 3 days' wages. They ate and drank their fill. Ho Guozhen said politely, Sixth brother, you've gone to so much trouble. Li Yufu casually said, it's just a meal. I think the dishes here are too monotonous. When I have the chance, I'll bring over some really good stuff. I guarantee that after you eat it, you'll swallow your tongue. Li Yudi felt that this meal was one of the best she had ever eaten. She didn't know what Li Yufu meant by something so delicious that she could swallow her tongue. Could it be dragon meat from heaven? Ho Guozhen was already trembling with laughter. Ha, then Sister Ho will be waiting for you. Li Yufu patted his chest and said, no problem. Ho Guozhen then led the two to the dormitory, which was an old courtyard house with 7 or 8 households. She handed the key to Li Yudi and pointed to a room, saying, this is the accommodation in our department store. Before Sister Ho got married, she lived here. Later, she moved to the house allocated to your brother-in-law. It's not far from here. I'll take you to visit sometime. Okay, I'll go back to work now. You guys check if there's anything missing and we'll coordinate with the warehouse department later. Thank you, Sister Ho. Thank you, Sister Ho. Watching Ho Guozhen leave, Li Yufu urged, Fifth sister, let's go in and take a look too. Li Yudi nodded, her hand holding the key still trembling slightly. Li Yufu found it amusing. Seemingly sensing Li Youfu's gaze, Li Yuti took her first step with difficulty. As the door opened, the interior furnishings came into view. It's much better than I expected. The bedboard, the wooden table, and the ready-made earthen stove. What's problematic is that the cooking area and the sleeping area are in the same room, so the cooking fumes can't escape. However, judging from the sparkle in fifth sister's eyes, you could tell she was extremely satisfied. Sixth brother, thank you. Don't thank me yet. Let's tidy up the place first, otherwise we won't have anywhere to sleep tonight. Li Yuti scoffed. I'm not a child. I can take care of myself. When I get back, I'll tell my mom that I'm doing well here and that they can rest assured. I'll go back during the holidays. Chapter 54. Sir, you have no martial ethics. No. Li Youfu responded and turned to leave. When I returned, my fifth sister had already tidied up the dormitory properly. The thermos, enamel mug, toothbrush and toothpaste, towel, cooking oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar, as well as 20 jin each of rice, flour and cornmeal. There was also a small bag of cornmeal weighing 10 jin, 5 caddies. Looking at Li Youfu covered in soot, Li Yuti covered her mouth tightly, looking incredulous. Sixth brother you. Stop talking, come and help. Oh. Once everything was tidied up, Li Youfu breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, that's more like it. Where did you get all this? You, where did you get all this? Li Youfu rolled his eyes. If you didn't buy it, did you steal it? These bags are filled with rice and flour. Find a place to put them so that no one else can see them. Just leave the cornmeal outside. Also, take this money. Buy whatever you need at home. Use it in case you need it in an emergency. Li Youfu then took out 30 jin of grain coupons and 50 yuan, explaining everything in detail. Sixth brother, this is too much. Fifth sister should be taking care of you. You're making fifth sister feel useless. Li Yuti's eyes were red like a rabbit's, and she sobbed on Li Youfu's shoulder. Li Youfu patted her shoulder and said, Fifth sister, we are family. You took care of me so much when I was little. It's time for me, your younger brother, to support you. All right, enough with the sentimental stuff. Think about what we're missing, and I'll go buy it. Li Yuti shook her head like a rattle drum, choking back tears. No need. Really no need. Sixth brother, it's enough. More than enough. All right. Li Youfu didn't insist any further. He went through all the ideas he could think of. After all, fifth sister will be living alone in the county town from now on, so at the very least she needs a place to live and food to eat. As for earning a salary, that's a matter for a month later. Then I'm leaving. Remember to eat on time, spend money when you need to, and don't try to save money. Mom has me and your fourth sister-in-law here, so you don't need to worry. Okay, drive carefully. Watching Li Youfu's departing figure, Li Yuti's eyes welled up with tears once again. But she felt a warmth in her heart. It was so wonderful to have a younger brother like him. After leaving the courtyard house, Li Youfu felt a great sense of relief. In her past life, fifth sister did the heaviest work and endured endless hardships for him. All year round, she could only pick up what Li Youfu left over and didn't want, because all the good food belonged to Li Youfu. Even after she grew up, she was sold to an old widower in the mountains for 20 yuan because of Li Youfu's dowry. Finally, this life has changed the tragic fate of my fifth sister. Li Youfu was in a good mood. He glanced at the time and saw that it was still early, so he turned a corner and found a secluded spot to put his bicycle into his spatial storage. Then he headed towards the research institute. The young man is here again. Grandpa, do you still remember me? The gatekeeper chuckled and said, You solved our meat problem as soon as you arrived. Not only do I remember you, but everyone in our station remembers your kindness. Haha, if that's the case, then I'm embarrassed. Li Youfu laughed heartily, took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to the old man, then lit one for himself as well. Good cigarettes. Once I smoke yours, I can't bring myself to smoke anything else. The gatekeeper looked completely absorbed in the moment. Li Youfu wasn't some clueless kid, so he quickly grabbed a cigarette and tucked it behind the gatekeeper's ear. The gatekeeper gave him a thumbs up. Excellent. You're here to see Director Qian, right? Director Qian is in his office right now. You can just go in. All right, I'll finish this cigarette with you before I go in. Whatever. The gatekeeper tossed his head and happily went into the security room. Li Youfu was dumbfounded. What the heck, Grandpa? Aren't you going to chat with me a little longer? I'm a grown man. What's the point of talking to a little kid like you? Yuri crossing the river and burning the bridge, aren't you? You took the benefits and then ignored me. How can you do that? Li Yufu angrily flicked his cigarette, but, thinking to himself, fine, if you don't want to talk, then don't. See if I'll offer you a cigarette next time. Knock knock knock. Come in. Li Yufu pushed open the door and saw Director Qian sitting in a chair. Sixth brother. Upon seeing Li Yufu enter, Director Qian's face was beaming with smiles. You rascal, I was just thinking about you, and here you are. Please sit wherever you like. Li Yufu, in his easygoing and unceremonious manner, pulled up a chair and sat down opposite Director Qian. Uncle Qian, what are you talking about me about? You're not talking badly about me behind my back, are you? Is your Uncle Qian that kind of person? Director Qian rolled his eyes at him irritably, then handed the brewed tea to Li Yufu. Just kidding, Uncle Qian. Don't look so serious, it's kind of scary. Director Qian gave a wry smile. All right, hurry up and drink your tea. Why is it that the words coming out of your mouth are so unpleasant to hear? Often should I leave. Go away, you dare to try walking there. Li Yufu laughed heartily. That's good, laughing more is good for your physical and mental health. I don't have the time or inclination for that. You young people are so open-minded. Li Yufu looked at Director Qian. What's wrong? Director Qian smacked his lips. I'm really worried about how to entertain them. Li Yufu chuckled to himself. I thought it was something serious. Just treat them to a meal. I remember you said last time that Brother Yang's cooking was pretty good. It's good, but we need something to do first. After Director Qian finished speaking, he stared intently at Li Yufu and asked, Sixth brother, you didn't come here today just to chat, did you? I knew I couldn't hide it from Uncle Qian. I came here to ask if you still want wild game. Bang! Li Yufu was startled. Director Qian's lips curled into a smile, the curve widening as he said, I knew you were capable. Where are the things? What are they? I can't guarantee anything else, but I'll take all the wild game. Li Yufu asked in confusion. Didn't we just send over a pig last time? How come it's gone so quickly? You know it's a pig. Director Qian said irritably. How many kilograms can a pig weigh? There are hundreds of people in the research institute. It'll only take 2 or 3 days. A portion of this needs to be set aside for a small canteen. Do you still think one pig is too many? Li Yufu clicked his tongue. It seems there really aren't many. Director Qian asked. What's up this time? Li Yufu calculated for a moment. There are pheasants, wild boars, and a few fish as well. Director Qian slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Good lad, you've been a great help again. Now that we have the main course, we'll prepare a few vegetarian dishes later. I guarantee the leaders won't have any complaints. Where's the stuff? Upon seeing Li Yufu's expression, Director Qian said, Go ahead, just say what I said, and go ride the tricycle. Li Yufu gave a thumbs up. Uncle Qian, you're the best. You know exactly what I'm thinking. Stop joking around. Hurry up, the boss is coming over at 7 p.m. Okay, I'll go right away. Li Yufu turned and went out the door. Chapter 55. The secret treasury exceeds 1,000. Brother Chong, I'm bothering you again. Sixth brother, I'm happy to see you. What trouble is there? Yang Jiqiang smiled broadly. Is something good being delivered again? Li Yufu nodded directly. The two had already dealt with each other once, so he was naturally familiar with Li Yufu borrowing a tricycle to transport wild game. Yang Jiqiang pondered for a moment and said, Should I send someone over to help you? It's okay. I can go by myself, and I'll be back soon. As he spoke, Li Yufu offered him a cigarette. Brother Yang, where's the tricycle parked? Yang Jiqiang pointed in a direction. The tricycle is over there. It's unlocked. Go ride it yourself. All right. See you later, Brother Yang. Li Yufu waved and rode his tricycle out of the research institute. As he rode toward a secluded corner, he used his mind to survey the space around him. Of the original 8 wild boars, only 5 remain, along with 8 pheasants and 5 fish. These things are neither a lot nor a little. If they were all sold, they would make at least 2,000 yuan. This is considered a huge sum of money in this day and age. But if you try to use that money to buy antiques, you'll at best make a splash. Half an hour later, Li Yufu appeared at the entrance of the Research Institute's canteen on a tricycle. Brother Chong, look where the tricycle is parked. Don't move, I'll take care of these. Yang Jiqiang directed the two kitchen helpers behind him. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and unload the things from the tricycle and weigh them. Sixth brother, you must be tired from the journey. Have a smoke. It's not as good as your cigarettes, but don't look down on it. Li Yufu chuckled. Haidman is a good cigarette too. Ha ha ha, just for show, just for show. Yang Jiqiang's expression turned serious. Brother, wait here for a moment. I'll go and call Director Qian to come and take a look. Okay. Li Yufu lit a cigarette and smoked it by himself, while Yang Jiqiang turned around and ran to call Director Qian. Less than 2 minutes later, Director Qian shook Li Yufu's hand with a big smile. Sixth brother, you are Uncle Qian's lucky star. Let's go back to the office to talk. I already told Yang Jiqiang about this last time. He wanted me to come down and take a look. What's there to see? Director Qian warmly took Li Yufu's hand and said, I have already criticized him, and this will not happen again. Next time you bring something over, just let me know. Uncle Qian won't treat you badly in any other way. The two returned to the office. Director Qian opened the drawer. We'll stick to the old rules. If you want the receipts, they'll be used to offset part of the cost, and the rest is yours. Li Yufu nodded to indicate that there was no problem. This time, he mainly selected coupons for cigarettes and alcohol, media, and other daily necessities. Regarding food coupons, he still had several dozen kilograms of local food coupons in his storage space, enough for him to use for a while. This time, he chose less than 40 kilograms of national food coupons. As Li Yufu finished selecting the receipts, Yang Jiqiang also walked into the office with a small notebook. Director Qian, the 2 pigs weigh a total of 478.3 jin. The 5 pheasants are 1 liang short of 8 jin, and the 3 fish weigh 9.8 jin. This is all the supplies that Li Yufu brought over. Director Qian fiddled with the abacus for a while. Wild boar 1,076.2 yuan, pheasant not by weight. That's hard to calculate. I'll charge 5 yuan per pheasant. 5 pheasants is exactly 25 yuan. Fish is 1 yuan per jin. Total 1,111 yuan. After deducting the ticket from before, I'll give you another 1,050 yuan. I've included all the odd amounts for you. Uncle Qian, isn't this inappropriate? Director Qian counted out 105 large black 10 yuan bills. What's wrong with that? Like I said before, as long as you have wild game, just send it to Uncle Qian. Don't worry about the price, you definitely won't lose out. Count the money. Li Yufu knew that leaving without counting the money meant leaving the store, so he obediently counted the large black coin. I must say, counting a thick stack of black coins is quite satisfying. The 105 large black cards were counted quickly. Li Yufu looked up and said, Uncle Qian, no problem. That's good. Keep the money safe. Don't lose such a large sum of money. The fact that Director Qian said this shows that he genuinely regarded Li Yufu as a junior. Li Yufu wasn't stupid. He thanked Director Qian and said, Don't worry, Uncle Qian, I keep them in my inner pocket. They won't get lost. He was confident that the money he put in his pocket went directly into the spiritual spring space. And unless an outsider could open the spiritual spring space, there was no way that anything put in would be lost. Of course, Director Qian was unaware of these things. Seeing that Li Yufu had heard what he said, he nodded in satisfaction. Sixth brother, are you really not considering working for Uncle Qian? If you feel that there are time constraints, we can discuss it. This is a very generous offer, showing great sincerity. However, Li Yufu did have his own ideas. He didn't want to be tied to a small county town. Li Yufu politely declined, saying, Uncle Qian, thank you for your kindness, but I can't come to work right now. I plan to visit relatives in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces in a few days. It's hard to say how long it will take. It could be 1 or 2 months, or it could be more than half a year. So, a hint of disappointment flashed across Director Qian's face, but he quickly recovered. It's all right. If you'd like to come over, just tell Uncle Qian. Thank you, Uncle Qian. Don't mention it. By the way, Uncle Qian, could you give me a business trip certificate when the time comes? Director Qian smiled and said, That's possible, but you can't let me work for nothing, can you? We need to send at least 4 more wild boars here within a month. How about it? Director Qian thought about it for a while before coming up with this idea. 4 wild boars a month is neither too many nor too few, but but it greatly reduces the difficulty of the logistics department's work. With the new year just a month away, he was worried about how to provide employee benefits. With 4 wild boars as a base, there's no need to worry about New Year's bonuses. Make a deal. Ha ha. Director Qian's hearty laughter rang out in the office. He looked at Li Youfu. When do you need it? Let's wait a few days. I have some other things to take care of at home. Okay, come find me when you need me. Li Youfu stood up to express his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Qian. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. All right, come over to have tea with Uncle Qian when you have time. I won't see you off. Goodbye, Uncle Qian. Goodbye. Li Youfu quickly arrived at the entrance of the research institute. The gatekeeper came out and greeted him. Young man, going back so soon? Li Youfu handed him a cigarette. Yes, sir, it's getting late. The gatekeeper nodded in agreement. All right, go back early and come back in a few days. Seeing Li Youfu's confusion, he explained, the food in the cafeteria is always pretty good whenever you come here. Of course, I hope you can come every day. Is that really true? Watching the gatekeeper skillfully light a cigarette and exhale a beautiful smoke ring, Li Youfu felt numb. You old geezer, I think you just want my cigarettes. Ha ha, hey, a little rascal. You know you should see through things, but not say anything? Old man, I think you're just disrespectful to your elders. Li Youfu stormed off, his initial excitement about making money vanishing instantly. Damn old man. As he spoke, he laughed out loud. Chapter 56, A Case of Matai. Sixth brother, you've been all smiles all day, what's the good news? Did they find money on the street? As soon as Li Youfu entered the supply and marketing cooperative, he was amused by Sister May and the others. No, there's just a funny old man here. We bicker with each other all the time, and it's quite fun. Li Youfu would naturally not admit that he picked up money. He sold some of his inventory to Director Qian, which was practically the same as picking up money. It cost over 1,000 yuan. He's got a bulging wallet now, and with money comes spending, which only makes money less and less valuable. He might as well exchange it for other things. Sun Yumei smiled and handed her a hard candy, saying, Here's a candy for you, to sweeten your mouth. Chun Ziqiang quickly replied, What Sister Mei means is, how come you came empty-handed? Did you forget something? Zhang Chunlei chimed in, That's right. We were all so excited for you, and you came back empty-handed. Don't you think you should apologize to us properly? Brothers and sisters, I was wrong, okay? Li Youfu suddenly realized. It's just some meat. Why make such a fuss? If you can perform a double act, why don't you go and sing opera? Li Youfu thought this to himself. On the surface, he still wore an expression of sincere remorse. The group was just joking, and when they saw Li Youfu surrender and admit his mistake, they immediately burst into laughter. Chun Ziqiang laughed the most exaggeratedly, almost out of breath. Even the seemingly mature and composed Sister Anita covered her mouth and chuckled. All right, stop crowding around here and go back to your posts. Yes, Director Wang. Brother Wang. Director Wang smiled slightly and said, Sixth brother, you've come at the right time. We were short of supplies last time, so we just restocked here yesterday. See if you need anything else. Okay, thanks, Brother Wang. There's no need to thank me. You need money and coupons to buy things. Just saying thank you won't make me shortchange you a single penny. No way. I'm not that kind of person. I'll bring some nice things when I come in a few days. Li Youfu was referring to pork. There were still 3 pigs left in the space, and he planned to kill the smaller ones and put them in the space. Whether for everyday consumption or for doing favors, it's very convenient. In this era, the price of beef and mutton was actually lower than that of pork. The supply and marketing cooperatives charged 50 cents per pound, while on the black market it was just over 1 yuan. And me too. Don't forget us. Li Youfu chuckled. Don't worry, everyone gets a share. That's more like it. Sun Yumei laughed to herself. Sixth brother, what do you want to order today? Another stack of cigarette and alcohol coupons was placed on the counter. Sun Yumei. You brat, you didn't say anything to me. Sun Yumei rolled her eyes at him. Wait, I'll go check the back warehouse. Sixth brother, you're asking for too much. Let's not even talk about how the supply and marketing cooperative doesn't have that many. Even if they did, they couldn't give you all of them. Director Wang was once again shocked by Li Youfu's extravagant spending. How many fish will you catch? Did this kid buy up all the fish in the lake? Director Wang thought this to himself, but still offered a verbal reminder. Brother Wang, give me whatever you can. Director Wang pondered for a moment, then said, You still want Matai? Right. Then one box it will do. The leaders of the other factories have already given me instructions, so I need to set aside some for myself. Li Youfu thought there were only 6 bottles in the case and was about to try to get a little more when he saw Chen Ziqiang and Zhang Chunlei carrying a wooden box together. A total of 24 bottles. Li Youfu immediately smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Wang. Don't mention it. If you need anything else, just tell them. I'm going to the back. Li Youfu waved to him. Brother Wang, you're busy. Sun Yumei smiled and said, It's all thanks to Director Wang for taking care of you. He left the whole box for you, kid. All I can say is that Brother Wang is magnanimous. So you're saying we're stingy? No. I was just kidding. Chen Ziqiang took a screwdriver and pried open the box with some effort. 6th brother, take a look. 24 bottles is easy to count. You can get the number at a glance. No problem, Brother Chen. Chen Ziqiang nodded. Okay, I'll close the box so you won't have trouble dealing with it when you get back. A whole case of Matai was placed on the back of the bicycle and tied with rope several times to ensure it wouldn't come loose. In addition, there were cigarettes, as well as other Fingio and Dukong liquors. Li Youfu left cautiously, only breathing a sigh of relief after reaching a secluded corner and storing the items in his spatial storage. At the current price of 2.97 yuan per bottle, a case of 24 bottles would only cost 71.28 yuan. In later generations, a bottle of 60-year-old Matai would cost 900,000 yuan, and a case would cost 21.9 million yuan. It seems that apart from antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and traditional courtyard houses, there are really not many other real estates that can compare with Matai. It was already 6 p.m. when I got home. However, Li Youfu did not ride his bicycle back, and the distance was nothing to him. He could only take it out openly and legitimately later. With increased strength, they also ate more. The lunch I had at noon had long been digested. Li Youfu walked to the gate of the courtyard, glanced around to make sure no one was there, and then quickly took out 50 jin of rice and flour and a piece of pork from his spatial storage. It weighs about 10 kilograms. Mother, I'm back. Hey, what are you holding now? As soon as Jiang Cuihua came out, she saw what Li Youfu was carrying and quickly called Zhang Yumei out as well. With the help of 2 people, the rice and flour were neatly arranged, and the wild boar meat was placed on the kitchen counter. Jiang Cuihua looked at Li Youfu and asked, Where did you get this from? The wild boars come from the mountains, and the rice and flour were traded with other people. Li Youfu plopped down in a chair. Pour me some water. Jiang Cuihua gave Zhang Yumei a wink, and the latter went into the kitchen. She asked, Weren't you supposed to be taking your 5th sister to register? Why are you doing all this instead? Li Youfu picked up the enamel mug and gulped down a few mouthfuls. 5th sister is doing well. She can go back to work tomorrow. Household registration, grain ration book, and other documents have all been taken care of. Don't worry, I watched it all before I left. My 5th sister, would I ever cheat her? Blessed are you, with all this grain. Seeing that Li Youfu had brought back so much rice and flour, even Jiang Cuihua was terrified. Too many. I've never seen so much grain before. While other families eat wild vegetable porridge every day, their family eats rice and wheat flour every day. That's probably how it was for the landlords and rich people of the past. There's no problem with the food supply. We don't steal or rob. These grains are all grown in the Spirit Spring space and have absolutely no connection to the outside world. Li Youfu knew the origin of the grain, but he couldn't reveal it. He could not reveal his secret, not even to his family. Therefore, a white lie becomes the best excuse. It's difficult for city dwellers to buy meat now. I heard from Brother Jiang at the post office that they only issue 2 liang, 100 grams, of meat coupons a month, and even then, it's not guaranteed that you can buy them. If you can't buy it, the meat ration coupon becomes a worthless piece of paper. Is it that hard in the city? In Jiang Cuihua and Zhang Yumei's minds, everything in the city was wonderful. They even believed that the air in the city smelled sweet. But after hearing what Li Youfu said, they realized that they couldn't even afford meat, which was no better than their own lives. During this period, Liu Fu tried every possible method, and his family was basically able to afford meat. Compared to this, Jiang Zuehua couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Liu Fu is her son, and she also deserves some credit for the changes he brought about. Liu Fu sighed. That's right, otherwise, these are all refined rice and flour, fine grains. Who would be foolish enough to exchange them for meat? It's because you're greedy. This explanation relieved the two of them. Chapter 57. The eve of going to my eldest sister's house. Zhang Yumei looked at Liu Fu. Brother-in-law, what should we do with the meat in the kitchen? Liu Fu thought for a moment. Fourth sister-in-law, cut out 5 caddies. I'll take it to my eldest sister and the others tomorrow. We can keep the rest at home. Don't listen to this brat. Jiang Zuehua pondered for a moment and said, Fourth brother's wife, cut out a pound of meat, stir-fry it for Yu Fu to eat with rice later, and marinate the rest of the meat with salt. Liu Fu was puzzled. Mother, do it the way I say. Zhang Yumei agreed and ran to the kitchen to cook. Jiang Zuehua's gaze returned to Liu Fu's face. I know you're going to deliver meat to the eldest son's family. If we go, should we bring some food? Liu Fu smiled and said, we can't just send food to second sister and the others and not give any to eldest sister, can we? I know you feel sorry for your older sisters. Then let me ask you, it's not a holiday or festival. How are you going to explain bringing so much fresh meat over? This, Liu Fu couldn't help but think. It seems I've oversimplified the problem. Jiang Zuehua sighed. I didn't stop you from delivering rice and flour to your second sister's house before, because your second sister and her family had separated and were living their own lives. It's different on your older sister's side. They still live in the same courtyard as her husband's family. Jiang Zuehua made her meaning very clear. Liu Fu and his sisters were indeed family, but he was not with his in-laws. If Liu Fu has to involve his sister's family and her in-laws in order to help them, then what does that make him? A sucker or a saint? Liu Fu took out a cigarette, lit it, and silently took a few puffs. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he knew that Jiang Zuehua was right. Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. In an instant, Liu Fu understood many things. Jiang Zuehua patted Liu Fu's hand affectionately. Liu Fu, I'll go with you tomorrow. Let's not take too much stuff. Otherwise we won't be helping your sister, but harming her. Mom, I understand. I'll take 10 jin of cornmeal and a small piece of pork, about 2 jin. Liu Fu added, I just feel sorry for my older sister. The eldest sister, Li Zhaodi, was 10 years older than Liu Fu, but she was the strongest-willed among the siblings. She was the type who would swallow her pride and never complain. In his past life, even though his eldest sister's family was struggling financially, they still helped Liu Fu a lot. They treated him, their younger brother, like a precious gem, afraid he would melt if he fell on the ground. Unlike her second sister, the eldest sister never used any of the family's possessions to help Liu Fu. The family's possessions belonged to the eldest sister and her husband. Every penny and every grain of food she gave to Liu Fu was earned by the eldest sister through her hard work and diligence. Later, in an attempt to help his good-for-nothing younger brother Liu Fu, he went to the mountains to collect herbs and broke his spine, ultimately resulting in a lifelong disability. These past events appeared before Liu Fu's eyes like scenes from a painting. Now that he has the ability, how could he watch his older sister suffer again? Jiang Zuehua looked at her son with satisfaction. If your older sister dares not to appreciate your kindness, I'll skin her alive. At the same time, second sister's house. Big tiger, little tiger, come and eat. What is mom making? It smells so good. It's dumpling soup. I haven't had dumpling soup in a long time. I must eat more today. Big tiger cried out in delight, drooling all over the ground. Although the food at my maternal grandmother's house was better than what I eat now, I always felt an invisible pressure. Especially after seeing his uncle lose his temper over his mother, who was terrified that he would become an orphan, unlike now when his smile came from the heart. Children aren't ignorant. They're just not good at expressing themselves, nor are they afraid to. Eru is still young and has little influence, and he is currently reaching out and shouting, Mom, I want some too, give me more. Okay. After returning from that day, Zheng Jihong's attitude improved more than twice as much, as if she had returned to the time when they first got married. Looking at the two little ones in front of her, sitting in their chairs and wolfing down their food, Lipundi felt a surge of happiness. She didn't ask for much. Enough to eat and for her family to live in harmony was enough. However, she did not forget that all of this was brought about by Li Youfu. Having your maternal family backing you up is a completely different matter from not having one. Just then, Zheng Jihong hesitated before speaking. Wife, I want to discuss something with you. Lipundi didn't pay much attention and casually said, Go ahead. I want to take some grain to my parents. Just 5 jin will be enough. Zheng Jihong never imagined she would say such a thing. He used to see his wife giving food to her family, and he held a grudge against her for it. But this time, Li Youfu taught him a good lesson about what it means to be a family. I didn't know until I went back today that my parents' family had run out of food and were surviving on a bowl of wild vegetable porridge they got at the village canteen for lunch every day. Zheng Jihong's eyes immediately reddened, and he finally understood the true value of the words, a family supports each other. This brother-in-law is really something else. Every time I think of Li Youfu, my face still aches. Okay, Lipundi countered. Is 5 jin enough? Should we take more? But rice and wheat flour won't do. I'm afraid they'll cause trouble for Lao Lu if I take them over. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jihong felt a sense of relief. Her family not only had rice and wheat flour, but also pure cornmeal and corn kernels. The weight that had been pressing on his chest finally lifted. Zheng Jihong grabbed Lipundi's hand and nodded repeatedly. That's enough. 5 jin is more than enough. Originally, my brother-in-law only brought these over because of you. What would it look like if I took the rice and flour to my parents? Lipundi shook off his hand and said coquettishly, The children are all here. There was still enough food at home. When I left that day, Lao Lu even gave me 50 yuan. If it's really not enough, we can go buy some more. My dear wife, you are so wonderful. I must have been blinded by greed to lay a hand on such a good wife. I'm not human. I'm worse than a pig or a dog. As Zheng Jihong spoke, she became more and more agitated, and then slapped herself across the face. Father, you sir. Zheng Jihong reached out and patted the two little ones on the head. There are mosquitoes. Daddy's swatting mosquitoes. You two hurry up and eat. Oh, Big Tiger and Little Tiger lowered their heads. It's almost winter. Where did these mosquitoes come from? But after being glared at by Zheng Jihong, the two quickly lowered their heads again. Lipundi rolled her eyes. Don't you think you've been eating too much all day? If you have that kind of energy, go work in the fields. Hey. Zheng Jihong kept grinning foolishly, but listening to his wife's words, he felt a warm glow in his heart. This is life. On the other side. After dinner, Li Youfu returned to his room and began to reflect. Perhaps because he obtained these things too easily, and because there was still an inexhaustible supply of food in the spiritual spring space, he forgot that it was a year of famine. In years of famine, anything can happen in order to get food and survive. What is most difficult to predict is often the human heart and human nature. Li Youfu is not a god. He claims he doesn't yet have the ability to see through people's hearts. It seems that from now on, we should not only keep a low profile, but also avoid being high profile about the grain we produce. Without hesitation, Li Youfu's consciousness entered the spiritual spring space. 2 acres of soybeans were quickly ripened under the power of mental effort, and sorghum was then planted on top. The mainstream flour nowadays is made by mixing sorghum and corn together, or adding a little wheat flour to make 2, 3, or even 4-part flour. Li Youfu insisted on planting sorghum on all 2 mu of land before finally falling into a deep sleep. Chapter 58. My heart suddenly clenched. Before dawn the next day, Zhang Yume got up and started making breakfast. The distance to my eldest sister's house is much farther than to my second sister's house, and it's all along narrow, winding paths, so you can't even find an ox cart. After having breakfast, the two hurried along, and it wasn't until afternoon that they arrived at Kyeojegu. You must be tired. Put down your bamboo basket and rest for a while before we continue. Jiang Tsuhua, panting heavily, found a large rock by the roadside and sat down on it. Actually, Li Youfu felt fine, even though he was carrying something that weighed over 10 kilograms. In fact, he had already secretly moved the grain and pork into his storage space. What you see now is just an empty bamboo basket on his back. Li Youfu shook his head. Mother, I'm not tired. How much further is it to my eldest sister's house? Almost there. It'll be there in another half hour. At this point, Jiang Zuohua paused for a moment. I remember last time I came here, there were fewer people than this. Why haven't I seen a single person this time? Li Youfu lit a cigarette and took a puff. It's already noon. They might be eating lunch. You're right. Jiang Zuohua asked. Youfu, are you hungry? If you get hungry, take out a steamed bun and have a bite first. These were extra steamed buns that my fourth sister-in-law specially made this morning. They were made with corn and wheat flour, and they tasted sweet. Without any side dishes, Li Youfu ate 4 dry steamed buns with water. He didn't want to take out the braised food from the space as a side dish, but Jiang Zuohua was still watching from the side. After finishing their meal, the two continued on their journey. Half an hour later, your eldest sister's house is just ahead. Jiang Zuohua pointed to the courtyard not far ahead. I'll knock on the door. Clang, clang, clang. Zhao Di, is Li Zhao Di here? Mother. After a while, some noise came from inside. The door opened, and Li Zhaodi was slightly taken aback. Mother, it really is you. I thought I misheard. Why did you come here? Your brother and I came to see how you're doing here. Sixth brother. Li Zhaodi's pupils suddenly dilated. A smile appeared on Li Yufu's face as he waved to his eldest sister. Eldest sister? What are you standing there for? Help your brother get his things down. Oh. Li Zhaodi was stunned for a moment, then quickly walked over to Li Youfu. Li Youfu chuckled and said, It's all right. Let's go inside first and talk about it. Big sister, are you all alone at home? Where are your husband and the others? The child's father is in the village. Li Zhaodi's heart tightened, and she greeted the two of them as she entered. Mother, sixth brother, please sit down first. I'll go to the kitchen to boil some water. I'll go with you. Huh? Li Zhaodi's mouth dropped open. Jiang Zuohua glanced at her. Huh? I can't go to the kitchen? No, the kitchen is a mess. Jiang Zuohua ignored him completely and went straight to the kitchen. Then, the sound of the lid hitting the ground and Jiang Zuohua complaining came from inside. Zhaodi, is there not a single grain of rice left in the flour jar? Tell your mother honestly, is the family running out of food? No, Li Zhaodi stammered. We eat at the village canteen, we don't cook at home. All right, come with me. The two returned to the main room. These cornmeal pieces are for you, and there's also a piece of pork. Looking at the contents of the bamboo basket, Li Zhaodi swallowed hard. She asked in surprise, Mother, where did all of these come from? You didn't bring all the food from home, did you? What will Yudi and the others eat? Li Yufu smiled and said, Big sister, fifth sister is now working in the county. She earns 18 yuan a month. I'm here at home, so don't worry, no one will go hungry. Is the fifth brother at work? She's become a city dweller? Li Zhaodi's mouth remained agape for a long time before she asked with a stern face. Mother, why won't the job be given to Lao Lu? If Lao Lu had a job, he could even find you a wife from the city. Jiang Zuohua rolled her eyes. Ask him yourself. Li Zhaodi looked at Li Youfu. Sixth brother, what's going on? Nothing much. It's just that this job isn't really suitable for me. Li Zhaodi was amused by these words. So many people can't find a job these days. You want to be a peasant for the rest of your life? 18 yuan? I'd be willing to do it, even if you only gave me 5 yuan a month. And you, with all your nitpicking, you Yuri going to drive me crazy. Li Zhaodi looked at Jiang Zuohua. Mother, the sixth son is young and doesn't understand things. How could you really let the fifth son go to work? She's a girl. She'll get married sooner or later. Jiang Zuohua looked at Li Yufu with a reproachful expression, as if to say, You decide what to do. Li Yufu didn't expect his older sister to react so strongly, but he felt a warmth in his heart. Eldest sister, this is neither mother's fault nor fifth sister's fault. To tell you the truth, I bought my fifth sister's job quota. Spend money? Where would the family get the money? Li Zhaodi was completely bewildered. She had only been away from her parents' home for a while. So what had happened? Are the mother and sixth brother in front of me still the ones I know? Mom, tell my eldest sister about the recent changes at home. Li Youfu walked to the side, took out a cigarette, and lit it. Cough, cough. Jiang Zuohua looked at Li Zhaodi and said, Eldest sister, there have been quite a few changes at home recently. Then, Jiang Zuohua recounted how Li Youfu was blessed by his ancestors, and how they taught him skills in a dream. After hearing Jiang Zuihua's story, Li Xiaodi was shocked. If Jiang Zuihua hadn't said these words, she would never have believed it. However, the facts speak for themselves. Li Xiaodi walked up to Li Yufu, grabbed his arms with both hands, and looked him up and down. She smiled with satisfaction. Sixth brother, seeing how capable you are now, I'm really happy for you. Sister, the difficulties will always pass, and things will get better and better. Jiang Zuihua continued. When Lao Lu was a child, the fortune teller said that he would be blessed in the future. His second and fifth sisters have made a living because of their good fortune. Eldest brother, Yofu remembers how good you sisters are to him, but you should also remember how good Yofu is to you. Do you hear me? Li Xiaodi said very seriously. I know, mother. I will remember Lao Lu's kindness for the rest of my life. Jiang Zuihua cautioned, just keep this to yourself. Don't tell anyone else, or you'll get Lao Lu into trouble. Li Xiaodi promised, I won't tell anyone. Mother, not saying anything is making things difficult for eldest sister. Li Yufu patted his eldest sister's hand. Eldest sister, if your brother-in-law and the others ask, just say that I traded it for fishing, and don't say anything else. Just say you don't know anything. Li Xiaodi nodded solemnly, keeping all of Li Yufu's instructions firmly in mind. Xiaodi, what should we do with the grain that Yofu brought? Li Xiaodi looked at Jiang Zuihua, then at Li Yufu, and said, Mother, I want to call Shirtu and Damao back first. There used to be some wild vegetables in the canteen's pot, but now there are no more wild vegetables to dig up, only leaves from the trees. If you don't come, I won't dare to move at all. If I'm hungry, I can grit my teeth and drink some water to get through it. If I exert myself, I'll only get hungry faster. Shock. Li Yufu and Jiang Zuihua looked at each other, only now realizing that the year of disaster was right beside them. Chapter 59, Big Hair Stone. Sister, where is the village's grain? They've all been handed in. Li Xiaodi forced a smile. Every household is doing this now. In a few days, after the autumn harvest, we should be able to save some. It's a bit tough right now, but at least no one's starving to death yet. Li Yufu. It takes about half a day to travel from Kaojagu to Lijiakan. Although the road is not very good, the distance is not far. In fact, Li Yufu couldn't understand why the two were so different. Jiang Zuihua sighed. Your uncle Qiangzi did a good thing. If it weren't for the pressure from the commune, our lives would be difficult too. Got it. No wonder Li Daqiang commands such a large following in the village. For this reason alone, he is undoubtedly worthy of being the village chief. Li Yufu looked at Jiang Zuihua and said, Mother, take the food we brought to the kitchen and make some dumpling soup. Make more, at least enough for my sister's family to eat. I'll go with my sister to call Damao and the others back for dinner. Sixth brother, tell mother to rest. I'll go call them back, and then I'll cook dinner. Li Xiaodi felt sorry for her mother and younger brother who had just arrived. Besides, what kind of family member from the bride's side would come to the bride's home and expect her to cook for her? Jiang Zuihua waved her hand impatiently. Listen to Yufu. You guys hurry up and go. Sister, we're all family. Why bother with these things? Li Xiaodi walked to the door and then turned back. Mother, could you please call father-in-law and the others back as well? Jiang Zuihua said irritably. Do you think I can stop them from coming back? Uft. Li Yufu smiled and realized that his mother was quite adorable, a typical case of someone with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He tugged at Li Xiaodi. Big sister, are you coming or not? Mother said she already knows and will cook their food when she cooks. Thank you, mother. Li Xiaodi belatedly realized what was happening, and a happy smile appeared on her face. What can you do when you encounter such a straightforward and frank older sister? Just spoil her. As the saying goes, you've spoiled me since I was a child, and I'll spoil you from childhood to old age. Li Yufu couldn't pamper his eldest sister like he would a maid, but he wouldn't let her go hungry either. Damao Stone, where are you? Not far away. Two boys, barely out of school, were squatting on the ground, stirring up whitish clods of earth with twigs. One of them was 8 years old, and the other was 6 years old. They were wearing cotton-padded clothes full of patches. They were Damao and Shirtu. Damao pretended to listen. Stone, I think I heard mother calling us. Stone shook his head. Brother, you must be starving. Mother is sleeping right now. How could she possibly come out to look for us? That's right. They must be so hungry they're dizzy. Damao nodded seriously, then patted Shirtu's head. Shirtu, hang in there a little longer. Your big brother will be done soon. Upon hearing this, Stone asked hesitantly, Brother, is this really edible? Would my brother lie to you? Damao swallowed hard. Do you know what the cowherd's father used to do? They were the Red Army, who climbed snow-capped mountains and crossed grasslands. Their lives were much harder than ours now. Do you know what this is called? Damao pointed to the whitish clods of earth on the ground, while Shirtu shook his head. This is called guanine clay, and it can fill your stomach. Big brother, is it poisonous? I heard from the cowherd that this won't kill us, so we'll just eat a little and not go hungry. Upon hearing that he wouldn't have to go hungry, Shirtu's eyes lit up. Big brother, I'll do whatever you say. Okay, wait a minute, I'll get some water, otherwise it'll be too dry. Stone looked at his older brother with a face full of admiration. As expected of the eldest brother, he knows so much. Brother, this tastes really strange. It's okay, it's just that taste. If you can't eat it, just think of it as roast chicken. What does roast chicken taste like? That way you'll be able to eat it. Brother, I can't figure it out. Stone was so anxious he was almost in tears. Just then, a shout came from above. Damao, Shirtu, what are you doing? Damao and Shirtu suddenly stood up. No, I didn't do anything. Mom, I'm hungry. My older brother said he'd take me to eat something, so I can fill my stomach. Upon hearing this, and seeing that the two men's faces, mouths, and bodies were covered in mud, he noticed that they were covered in mud. Li Xiaodi rushed over to Damao in 3 quick steps and smacked him hard on the buttocks several times. While hitting him, he shouted, I told you to take care of your younger brother, and this is how you take care of him? Do you know that eating too much guanine clay can kill you? How much did you two eat? Hurry up and throw it up. Stone pressed his little face against Damao's waist. Mom, don't hit big brother, don't hit big brother. Damao bit his lip. Shirtu said he was hungry, so we put it in our mouths, and then you came over. Does it hurt, Damao? I shouldn't have hit you. It doesn't hurt at all. Damao pursed his lips and shook his head vigorously. Li Xiaodi sniffed hard, and at that moment, tears streamed down her face. Damao, Stone. Mother! Mother! The mother and her 3 children huddled together, and no one knows who started it. But the crying was deafening, creating a sense of oppression. Li Yufu, standing to the side, had red eyes. He was both relieved to hear Damao say that he had just put it in his mouth, and heartbroken to see this scene, as if someone had touched a sore spot. Big sister. Li Yufu's voice sounded choked with emotion. This address of elder sister brought Li Xiaodi back to her senses. She sniffled and wiped her nose hard with her sleeve. Stop crying, everyone. Li Xiaodi pointed at Li Yufu. This is your uncle, your mother's younger brother. He came to see us with your maternal grandmother and brought us a lot of food. Upon hearing this, the 2 boys sized up Li Yufu with their eyes. Quickly call for help. Uncle! Uncle! Damao, Stone. Li Yufu instinctively reached for the white rabbit candy, but suddenly realized that what they were going to eat wasn't candy, but dumpling soup to fill their stomachs. You 2 go back with your uncle first. Wash up properly. Grandma has already made dumpling soup at home, waiting for you to come back and eat. Li Yufu looked at his eldest sister and said, Eldest sister, I'll take the 2 little ones back first. You should also call your brother-in-law and the others back quickly. Good. Li Xiaodi nodded, then looked at her 2 sons. Damao. Shirtu. You 2 go back with your uncle first. I'll go find your father and your grandparents. Yes, mother. Stone grinned. Big brother, there's dumpling soup. Uncle, is there really dumpling soup? Right. Li Yufu grinned. Not only do we have dumpling soup, but my uncle also has white rabbit milk candy. After we get back and have dinner, your uncle will give you some candy, okay? Good. The 2 spoke almost simultaneously. Although they didn't know what white rabbit was, they clearly heard the last word, candy. The thought of the sweet taste of sugar immediately brought smiles to their faces. However, the smile was surrounded by a layer of distressing clay, making it look exceptionally jarring. Come here, everyone, wash your faces and hands. Do you still want some dumpling soup? As soon as Li Yufu returned with his 2 little ones, he smelled the delicious aroma coming from the kitchen. The aroma also carried a hint of meat. Damao and Shirtu could barely move their feet, their eyes fixed intently on the direction of the kitchen, while they inhaled deeply through their noses. It's as if by doing this, you can inhale all the fragrance into your stomach. Li Yofu had to use a forceful tone to get the two of them to come to his side. Uncle, I can do it myself. Mother says I'm already an adult. And me, Shirtu isn't a 3-year-old child anymore. Shirtu can also help his mother with chores. Li Yofu's eyes were filled with laughter. All right, you two are both adults now. You should take care of your own things. Your uncle will be here watching over you both. If anyone doesn't wash it properly, they'll have to eat one less bowl later. Chapter 60. The smile on the eldest sister's face. Uncle, I will definitely wash it clean. Me too. The two little ones' eyes darted around. The aroma from the kitchen was so tempting that they felt like they would die if they didn't eat a bowl of it. Li Yofu coaxed and scared the two little ones into cleaning themselves up. On the other side, Li Zhaodi, along with her husband Chao Jiqiang and his parents, were also rushing home. Chao Jiqiang is the second oldest child in his family, with an older brother and 2 younger sisters. My 2 younger sisters are already married, so they weren't in the crowd. Since the Chao family did not divide the family property, the eldest and second eldest sons still lived with their parents. Second brother's wife, how about your eldest brother and I don't go? Let's let our parents and Damao eat more. The speaker was Li Zhaodi's sister-in-law, Wu Chaoshi. She was a very honest and simple rural woman in her 40s. Years ago, Wu Chaoshi lost her child in childbirth, and she hasn't been pregnant for many years, so she has resigned herself to her fate. However, Li Zhaodi, her sister-in-law, was really good to her. Not only did the 2 sisters-in-law not have any conflicts, but they also got along well. The elder sister-in-law even treated Damao and Shirtu as her own children. Li Zhaodi understood what her sister-in-law meant. One more person meant one more portion of food to eat. Food is so precious now, it can save lives. Li Zhaodi looked at Wu Chaoshi and said, Sister-in-law, my mother brought enough food. If you and my brother don't go, how are we supposed to eat? Chao Jiqiang knew about Li Zhaodi's family situation. For so many years, they had been like gluttons, only taking in and never giving out. They would only come once in a long time, and even then, they would bring food with them. He estimated that his mother-in-law wouldn't bring much food. At most, he'd be grateful for a pound or 2. But Chao Jiqiang wouldn't reveal the truth. Even if the grain was scarce, it was a token of his wife's family's goodwill, and making do with a little food was better than what they had now. He followed up on Li Zhaodi's words, saying, Sister-in-law, my mother-in-law and brother-in-law are coming over. If you and my brother aren't here, they'll say we don't know how to behave properly. Well, I'll go back with your older brother. Wu Chaoshi didn't think much of it. She only thought that one less person meant one less bite to eat. But when she heard her second uncle's words, she panicked. Old Chao, who was standing to the side, spoke up directly. The second son is right. Regardless of whether our mother-in-law brought any food, we should treat her well. It's basic courtesy. Chao the eldest nodded slightly. Dad, let's hurry up and not keep Aunt and the others waiting. The group reached a consensus and quickened their pace considerably. What does this smell like? It smells amazing. Why do I smell meat? All eyes were on Li Zhaodi's face. The closer they got to the courtyard, the stronger the fragrance became. In this era, there was no advanced technology or grueling work. Everything we ate was naturally grown. Needless to say, the food that Li Yofu brought came from the spiritual spring space. In addition, the wild boar meat was diced and stir-fried in a large pot. Even without seasoning, the oil released from the wild boar meat after being stir-fried over high heat, mixed with the cornmeal dumplings, made into soup. That's so domineering. The aroma of the food made them all wear the same expression. They could tolerate it at first, but now they felt even hungrier. Li Zhaodi was also wondering, when did my mother's cooking skills become so good? Jiang Cuihua's cooking wasn't bad, but it certainly wasn't delicious either. The highlight was the ingredients. Some people, when hungry, found everything they saw delicious. Not to mention that the group ate soup made from tree leaves for many days in a row. Hearing the commotion outside, the 2 little ones, who had been eagerly waiting, quickly ran to the yard. Grandpa and Grandma, father and mother, uncle and aunt. Hurry up, I'm starving. Old Chow's gaze passed over his two grandsons and landed on Li Youfu's face. Isn't this Youfu? He's grown so tall now. Uncle Chow, Auntie. Li Youfu smiled and greeted the group. How fortunate. Where is your mother-in-law? At this moment, Jiang Tsuehua came out of the kitchen. Mother-in-law. Mother-in-law. Mother. Auntie. Their gazes fell on Jiang Tsuehua. Jiang Tsuehua smiled slightly. Father-in-law and mother-in-law. Hurry up and wash your hands. The dumpling soup is ready. Zhaodi, go to the kitchen and serve the rice. Yes, mother. Second brother's wife. I'll help you too. The two sisters-in-law went into the kitchen. When the Chow family members finished washing their hands, the octagonal table was already full of bowls and chopsticks, which were still steaming. Old Chow smiled awkwardly. My dear-in-law, please excuse my embarrassment. Jiang Tsuehua sighed. Youfu felt sorry for his sister and wanted to come and see. We didn't know the situation was so bad until we came. Mother, everything will be all right. Li Zhaodi chimed in, easing the awkwardness among them. When their daughter-in-law's family saw that they had eaten their fill, they didn't look very pleased. Chao Jiqiang said ingratiatingly, Mother-in-law, brother-in-law, things will get better. The autumn harvest is just a few days away, and it won't be like this anymore. Faced with such natural and man-made disasters, they all felt powerless. Damao and Shirtu couldn't understand what the adults were saying. Their eyes were fixed on the dumpling soup in the bowl, and they kept swallowing their saliva. Li Youfu patted Jiang Tsuehua's hand from under the table. The smile on her face didn't fade. Uncle, Aunt, my mother didn't mean to blame you. Nobody wants to see a year of disaster. I heard someone say that a lot of people died in the neighboring province. Our situation is relatively good. I believe that life will always go on. Let's all start eating. The two little ones can't wait. Ha, all right. Everyone hurry up and start eating. Don't let your mother-in-law down. No sooner had the words been spoken than the sounds of bowls and chopsticks clattering, slurping, and the delightful surprise of eating pork filled the air. Damao and Shirtu both ate 2 bowls, and the adults ate at least 3 bowls, even scraping the bottom of the pot clean. After the meal, Li Zhaodi and her sister-in-law washed the dishes in the kitchen, while Old Man Chow and Old Mrs. Chow kept Jiang Tsuehua company and talked. Chao Jiqiang called Li Youfu into the courtyard and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, you're blessed. To be honest, this is the most I've eaten in days. Li Youfu chuckled, handed a cigarette to his brother-in-law, and lit one for himself as well. Li Youfu had a good impression of his brother-in-law. In their past life, the eldest sister and her husband had a very good relationship. After the eldest sister became disabled, her husband took care of her and never abandoned her. Li Youfu couldn't find any reason to dislike his brother-in-law. Good cigarettes. Chao Jiqiang took the cigarette and grinned foolishly. The best cigarettes he had ever smoked were the economical ones that cost 8 cents a pack, the kind without filters that burned his throat. If you like, pack these 2 boxes as well. Chao Jiqiang almost dropped his cigarette. No. I'm already very satisfied to be able to smoke a good cigarette. Without saying a word, Li Youfu stuffed 2 boxes of Dakiamin cigarettes into his pocket. Consider it a gift from your brother-in-law. If you feel embarrassed, then be nicer to my sister in the future, even nicer. Chao Jiqiang clearly recognized that it was a box of Dakiamin cigarettes that cost 35 cents a box, and refused to take it no matter what. He said with a serious face, Youfu, I, Chao Jiqiang, swear that I will treat your sister well for the rest of my life. If I fail to do so, may I be struck by lightning. You should take this cigarette back. My brother-in-law isn't used to such good cigarettes. It would be a waste for me to smoke them. What are you talking about? At this moment, Li Zhaodi walked over with a smile. The arrival of Jiang Tsuehua and Li Youfu not only provided their family with a full meal, but also changed the Chow family's negative impression of Li Zhaodi's family. Chapter 61. On the way back. No, I didn't say anything. Ha. Seeing his brother-in-law's awkward manner, Li Youfu burst into laughter and decided to add fuel to the fire. Big sister, I just gave my brother-in-law 2 packs of cigarettes, so he'll treat you better in the future. Upon hearing this, Li Zhaodi looked over suspiciously. Chao Jiqiang quickly said, I'm going to return the cigarettes to Youfu. I told you, even if you don't give me the cigarettes, I'll still treat you well. Yeah. Li Xiaodi smiled broadly, her hand already pinching Chao Jiqiang's soft flesh. If you don't treat me better, do you still have a conscience? His wife, I swear to God, my feelings for you are as clear as day and night. Chao Jiqiang winced in pain, staring at Li Yufu with a resentful look, as if to say, you little brat, you better remember this. Li Yufu raised an eyebrow. Big sister, brother-in-law is glaring at me. Chao Jiqiang, I think you're asking for trouble. Ouch, ouch, ouch honey, I was wrong. Please stop pinching me, it's all purple. Li Yufu, who was watching the commotion from the side, was all smiles. The next second, he was met with a glare from his older sister, who said, you're lucky. Take the cigarettes back. Your brother-in-law isn't used to such good cigarettes. She didn't ask Li Yufu when he started smoking, because there are very few men who don't smoke these days. No, I was just joking. Your brother-in-law has a very good relationship with you. This is me, as his brother-in-law, showing my respect. Li Yufu quickly waved his hand, realizing the importance of his eldest sister in his brother-in-law's heart. With such a good brother-in-law treating his older sister so well, he felt at ease. Take it. My brother-in-law has brought home a lot of things before. It's just 2 packs of cigarettes. Li Xiaodi raised an eyebrow and said fiercely, that's what your sister earned by making clothes for others through hard work. What does it have to do with him? Yes, your sister is right. Chao Jiqiang nodded hurriedly. However, despite saying that, Li Xiaodi didn't insist. She pushed the cigarette into Chao Jiqiang's hand, saying, old Lu gave it to you, so just take it. But remember how good my 6th son is, you hear me? They say an elder sister is like a mother, but this style is exactly like Jiang Tsuawa's. Chao Jiqiang beamed with joy. You're so lucky, brother-in-law thanks you. Once things get better on your end, I'll treat you to a meal at a restaurant in the county town. Go, brother-in-law. Li Yufu didn't mention that he often ate out, so as not to dampen his brother-in-law's enthusiasm. After a pause, Li Yufu continued, elder sister, it's getting late, mother and I are getting ready to go back. Oh, Li Xiaodi was taken aback. 6th brother, you and your mother should stay home tonight. That's right. It gets dark late now, and we're worried about you and your mother-in-law going back now. Chao Jiqiang, who was standing nearby, also tried to persuade them to stay. Li Yufu had thought about this problem. Resting for one night and leaving the next day would definitely be the best option. However, he didn't bring much food this time, and he would need to eat another meal if he stayed overnight. It wasn't practical to take food out of his spatial storage, so he could only politely decline. Li Yufu smiled slightly. Big sister, big brother-in-law. The main thing is that we have to rush back today because we have things to do tomorrow. We need to go to the county town to deliver something to 5th sister. She's still waiting for us. I'm sorry, 5th sister, but at this point, you're the only one I can use as a scapegoat. Li Yufu said this silently to himself. At the same time, achoo-choo. Li Yuti sneezed twice in a row. She rubbed her nose and asked, who's talking about me? It must be your lover thinking of you. Nonsense, I don't even have a boyfriend yet. Where would I get a lover? After Li Yuti finished speaking, her pretty face was already flushed with embarrassment. Ho Guozhen looked at Li Yuti with amusement. TSK, why are you getting shy? Men should marry when they are of age, and women should marry when they are of age. Yuti, how about I introduce you to someone? Sister Ho, why are you making fun of me too? Li Yuti was so embarrassed by what she was being said that she didn't dare to lift her head and wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Upon seeing this, the crowd burst into laughter again. Ha! Fortunately, the department store wasn't too busy today. A few older women were standing at the counter, mostly eating sunflower seeds and chatting. Seeing that Li Yuti was too thin-skinned, Sister Ho couldn't continue joking. She asked with concern, Yuti, how was your day at work? Don't be so serious, you'll get used to it. Li Yuti nodded. It's all right. As long as I remember the prices, it's much better than doing farm work at home. Ho Guozhen was relieved to hear this. If you encounter any difficulties in life, just ask Sister Ho. Sister Ho will definitely help if she can. Thank you, Sister Ho. Lao Lu left me money and tickets when he left. Ho Guozhen raised the corners of her mouth and said, your younger brother is really good to you. I wish I had a younger brother like that. Li Yuti felt a surge of joy. Although she had only been away from home for a day, she already missed Li Youfu a little. She wondered what the sixth brother was doing right now, and whether he was lazily lying in his chair again. Even she herself didn't notice the doting smile that appeared on her face at that moment. On the other side, Li Youfu had already slung the empty bamboo basket over his shoulder. He told Jiang Zuihua about his idea, and Jiang Zuihua and her son had the same thought. Mother-in-law, look, you've come all this way, and we haven't had anything to offer you. Instead, you've brought us food. Yes, mother-in-law, why don't you stay the night and leave tomorrow? Li Youfu used the same excuse as before. Uncle Chow, Auntie, I really have something to do tomorrow, otherwise I would have been delayed. I'll definitely come and stay for a few days next time I have the chance. You'll definitely be welcome then. Old Chow patted his chest. Of course you're welcome. You can stay as long as you want. In that case, we'll see you off. Jiang Zuihua waved her hand. Let the two younger ones accompany us for a while. Mother-in-law and father-in-law will be going now. Damao, sure too, you two stay home. Your dad and I will go see your grandma and the others off. Say goodbye to your grandma and your uncle. Goodbye, grandma and uncle. Okay, be a good boy and stay home. Grandma and uncle are leaving now. We'll come to see you again next time. Li Youfu casually handed the two little ones a few white rabbit candies, as he had promised them beforehand. Thank you, uncle. Children's emotions are quick to flare up. When they see candy, they clutch it tightly in their hands, afraid that someone will snatch it away. The adults smiled knowingly at the sight. Lucky you, I'll carry it. Chao Jiqiang snatched the bamboo basket and carried it on his back. Li Youfu let him have his way, so he could chat with his older sister. Sixth brother, watch your step on the way back and help your mother. Don't worry, sister, I'll take good care of mom on the way. As for you, if you had known it would be like this, you should have brought more food with you when you came. At this point, Li Youfu still felt somewhat regretful, feeling that he hadn't helped enough. It's already quite a lot. In a few more days, it will be time to harvest the autumn grain, and things will gradually get better. Among the older sisters, the eldest and third sisters are both strong-willed. Li Youfu was afraid that his elder sister would keep her suffering to herself, so he said, Elder sister, even if the autumn harvest is still a while away, this amount of grain is not enough. Put this on. Li Youfu took out 50 yuan and 20 jin of local grain coupons from his spatial storage and stuffed them into the older sister's hand. This is... When Li Xiaodi saw the large black coin in her hand, she panicked and refused to take it, but Li Youfu held her hand tightly. Sixth brother, what are you doing? Take it. If we run out of food, we can still find a way if we have money and ration coupons. Even if the adults can go hungry, what about Damao and Shi too? Do you really want to see them eating clay? These words shattered Li Xiaodi's psychological defenses. Li Youfu continued, Sister, don't think too much. We have money and food at home now, so we're not short of food. Remember, we're a family. Also, if you run out of food, come back to your parents' house and find me. Don't do anything foolish. If you fall and get hurt, my brother-in-law loves you so much. How could you bear it? Pooh, Li Xiaodi spat. What are you thinking? You're the one who broke yourself. Why would I go up the mountain for no reason? It's not like I don't know anything. Li Youfu chuckled. He had to give her a heads up, because who knew if she might suddenly have a brain fart. Chapter 62. Comforting Jiang Zuihua. Xiaodi, Jiqiang, that's enough for you. You should go home soon. After walking about a mile, Jiang Zuihua saw that it was about time, so she told the two to go back. Li Youfu took the bamboo basket from his brother-in-law and carried it on his back. He then instructed Li Xiaodi, Sister, don't forget what I told you. Okay, I'll remember that, big sister. Seeing that Li Youfu was serious, Li Xiaodi didn't know why he thought she would go up the mountain, but she still agreed. Li Youfu smiled and waved to the two of them. Big sister, brother-in-law, you can go back now. Mother and I are leaving. Okay, drive carefully. As the two figures gradually disappeared from sight, Chao Jiqiang asked, What did Youfu just say to you that you should remember? Li Xiaodi rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, Sixth brother is just concerned about me, his older sister, and he's been giving me all sorts of instructions. You think everyone is like you? Chao Jiqiang touched his nose and said with a hint of grievance, Wife, I care about you too. Li Xiaodi rolled her eyes so hard they almost reached the sky when she heard this. What's wrong? My brother treats me well, and you're jealous? Virtue. After a pause, Li Xiaodi took out the money and tickets. So much. Chao Jiqiang was shocked, his eyes wide open. When has he ever seen so many big black boxes at once? Wi-Fi's this something I'm giving you? Li Xiaodi nodded and looked at Chao Jiqiang seriously, saying, Boss, take this money and put it away. Why are you giving this to me? This is from your brother. You're the boss here. What kind of family would you be if you left money here without paying me? But you have to promise me that we can't touch this money and tickets unless it's absolutely necessary. Li Xiaodi took a deep breath. I, as the older sister, haven't even taken good care of Lao Lu, and he still has to give me money to help his older sister out. Wife, I'll do whatever you say. Uft. Seeing Chao Jiqiang's serious expression, Li Xiaodi chuckled. All right, let's remember Lao Lu's kindness. We can't forget our roots. We'll pay back this money when things get better. Okay, let's go back too. Hopefully, this autumn harvest will yield a lot of grain. On their way back, the two felt heavy-hearted. Little did they know that this year of disaster would continue for another year. On the other side, when Li Yufu and Jiang Tsuhua returned, they sped up considerably, but even so, it was already dark outside. He glanced at his watch. It was already past 8 p.m. No wonder he was so hungry. Fourth sister-in-law, we're back. Is there any food? We're starving. Before he even entered the courtyard, Li Yufu's voice could already be heard inside. Zhang Yumei hurriedly came out of the house. Mother, brother-in-law. I didn't know you were coming back tonight, so I only cooked for me and Daya this afternoon. Can I go and roll out some noodles? Fourth sister-in-law, anything is fine with us. Just make it however is convenient for you. The most important thing is that there is meat in it. Okay, Zhang Yumei smiled. You and your mother rest for a bit. It'll be done soon, very quickly. All he thinks about all day is eating meat. Jiang Tsuhua originally wanted to say, with your craving for meat, who can afford to eat like this? But she swallowed the words back down. The meat in the house was all sourced by Li Yufu, so we can eat it whenever we want. Li Yufu, unaware of Jiang Tsuhua's thoughts, grinned at her and said, meat is for eating, otherwise what if it spoils? Jiang Tsuhua choked and went to sit on a chair in the main room to catch her breath. Li Yufu called out towards the kitchen, Fourth sister-in-law, is Daya asleep yet? Not yet. She's sitting on the calm, heated brick bed, playing by herself. All right, I'll go and carry Daya out, so she doesn't fall off the calm while playing. Just spoil her. A smile appeared on Zhang Yumei's lips, but her hands didn't stop moving. Children in rural families aren't treated like that. Every child grows up this way. Daya. Uncle. After spending this time together, Daya was quite attached to Li Yufu. When she saw Li Yufu coming in, she smiled and reached out her hand to him. Li Yufu chuckled and gently pinched her nose. You can't do that to other boys again, understand? Iya. Regardless of whether the little girl understood or not, Li Yufu reached out and hugged her in his arms. She was a tiny, soft little thing, and Li Yufu preferred this little niece to the mischievous boys. Come on, Uncle Lu will carry you over to play. When Jiang Tsuhua saw Li Yufu carrying Daya in, she had gotten used to Li Yufu's favoritism towards Daya. Aren't you tired? Give me Daya, and you should sit down and rest for a while. Uncle, you little brat, your sixth uncle has been walking all day. Don't you know to let him rest? Li Yufu smiled and said, a little girl like her won't get tired. Just keep spoiling her. Li Yufu laughed heartily. Sixth uncle is happy to see Daya. Isn't Daya happy? Giggle. Look, Daya can still understand what I'm saying. Li Yufu looked at his mother and said, Mom, please say things like that less often in the future. Grandchildren are all the same to us. Jiang Tsuehua glanced at him sideways and said, I think you're biting the hand that feeds you. They don't know what's good for them at all. Li Yufu wasn't stupid. He could tell that Jiang Tsuehua was concerned, but he just didn't want her to suffer. I was wrong, okay? Li Yufu said to Daya, everyone knows your grandma has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Daya, don't you think so? Iya. Ha, so good. Li Yufu leaned in and gave the little boy a kiss on the cheek. As a reward for you. Just as the two were talking, Zhang Yumei walked in carrying a bowl of noodles. Dinner's ready. Mother, brother-in-law, come and eat. Give me Dia. Dia, come here quickly. Don't disturb your sixth uncle and grandma's meal. It smells so good. Fourth sister-in-law's cooking skills are getting better and better. While praising the noodles, Liufu picked up his chopsticks and stirred them. The sauce is made by frying wild boar meat into small cubes in a pot until the fat is rendered, and then placing it on top of snow-white hand-pulled noodles, which instantly whets the appetite. Liufu didn't care about anything else. He mixed the noodles and slurped them into his mouth. High-end ingredients are often prepared using the most basic cooking techniques. Liufu tasted the noodles as soon as he put them in his mouth, and he felt they were much tastier than the noodles made in noodle shops in later generations. Zhang Yumei smiled and said, I don't have any cooking skills. It's all thanks to the good ingredients. Is there enough for my brother-in-law? If not, I'll go get some more. Liufu didn't even look up. Fourth sister-in-law, I'll finish this bowl first, and we'll talk about it if it's not enough. Why don't you take Dia back to rest first? If it's not enough, I'll go to the kitchen and make some myself. It's all right. It won't make a difference if we wait a little longer. Zhang Yumei didn't leave and continued. By the way, Uncle Xiangzi came over today, saying he was looking for you. I told him you went to your eldest sister's house with Mom and won't be back until tomorrow. Finally, Uncle Xiangzi, when you get back, go visit him. Uncle Xiangzi? Could it be about the firewood I mentioned to him last time? Li Youfu nodded. Thank you, fourth sister-in-law. I'll go to his place tomorrow. What does Li Daqiang want with you? Hearing their conversation, Jiang Zuohua looked over at Li Youfu. I don't know either. I'll find out when I go to his place tomorrow. Jiang Zuohua spoke again. They wouldn't be here to talk to you about the purchasing station, would they? You're lucky. Tomorrow when you go there, you should talk to your Uncle Xiangzi properly. This is news you heard from outside, so how can you be blamed? It's all right, mother. The purchasing station is indeed buying fish, and I'm not making this up. Li Youfu comforted her. Mother, don't overthink it. Eat quickly. I'll know what it's about when I go tomorrow. Okay. Chapter 63. Faith has collapsed. Night. The kerosene lamp inside the room cast a soft, swaying glow on the person. Zhang Yumei sat on the Kong, a heated brick bed, sewing a new cotton-padded coat, occasionally glancing at the sleeping Dia, a smile curving her lips. Although it was cold outside, her heart was burning with warmth. Just then, it seemed as if a figure was moving outside. Who? Zhang Yumei assumed a defensive posture, warily watching the doorway. Yumei, it's me. The head of the household? Zhang Yumei opened the door, and standing outside was her husband, Li Weiguo, who had gone to join the army. Honey, why are you back? The troops were on a mission nearby, so I took some time to come back and see you too. Li Weiguo was wearing a military overcoat, looking travel-worn and much more robust. His sharp eyes took in the situation inside the room. A fleeting look of surprise crossed his eyes. Let's go inside first, it's cold outside. Zhang Yumei didn't notice the change in Li Weiguo's expression. She pulled Li Weiguo into the house, and then closed the door. I'll go check on Dia. Don't wake Dia up. Zhang Yumei gave a brief instruction and turned to pour hot water. Li Weiguo sat on the Kong, a heated brick bed, watching Dia's slightly chubby face and her even breathing. His gaze softened. Li Weiguo came back once half a year ago, when Dia was exactly 9 months old. Her small, thin body was curled up in a ball. She had hardly any flesh on her body. It was a sight that brought tears to my eyes and made me feel heartbroken. The girl in front of me has a chubby little face and smooth, supple skin. In her sleep, she sometimes frowned, sometimes smiled, listening intently. Uncle Tang Tang. Li Weiguo immediately frowned, his doubts deepening. At this moment, Zhang Yumei came over carrying an enamel mug, saying, Honey, have some hot water to warm yourself up. Good. Li Weiguo responded, took the enamel mug, and sipped the water slowly, his eyes occasionally glancing at the newly made cotton-padded coat. He put down the enamel mug. Yumei, did you make these cotton-padded clothes for the villagers? Zhang Yumei said with a smile, This one is for my brother-in-law, and these two are for my mother and Yudi. We haven't had time to make cotton-padded coats for Dia and me yet. What was said unintentionally may have been taken to heart by the listener. Li Weiguo knew the situation at home better than anyone else. He served in the army for 4 years, sending all his monthly allowance home, just so his family could have a better life. But with a mother who is extremely biased towards her youngest son and a younger brother who is lazy and does nothing, the family's money, even if they still have it, is probably all gone. 2 years ago, Li Weiguo married Zhang Yumei when he returned from visiting his family. However, to his anger, when he returned 6 months ago, he found his wife to be extremely thin and his child to be malnourished. From that moment on, he knew that no matter how much money he sent back, not a single penny would go to his wife and children. So he would secretly save the bonuses he received from each mission. This time, he gave all of the 200+ yuan he had saved to his wife. "Honey, have you eaten yet?" Zhang Yumei's words brought Li Weiguo back to his senses. Before he could answer, Li Weiguo's stomach rumbled. Zhang Yumei smiled and said, "Wait here, I'll go to the kitchen and make you a bowl of noodles." Looking at Zhang Yumei's curvaceous back, Li Weiguo fell silent once again. What exactly happened at home during the 6 months I was away? On the other side, inside the kitchen. "Yumei, why are you still cooking so late? Didn't you eat enough this afternoon?" Hearing the noise coming from the kitchen, Jiang Zuohua put on her clothes and walked towards the kitchen. From a distance, she saw that the person in the kitchen was none other than Zhang Yumei. "Now that we have plenty of food at home and our stomachs are full of oil and fat, how could we possibly be like before, waking up hungry in the middle of the night and having to rely on water to fill our stomachs?" Zhang Yumei smiled and said, "Mother, Weiguo is back. I saw he hadn't eaten, so I came to the kitchen to cook him a bowl of noodles. The noodles were leftovers from last night, so it's perfect to cook them for Li Weiguo now." Jiang Zuehua was taken aback. "You mean Weiguo is back?" "Mother." Li Weiguo walked to the kitchen door. Jiang Zuehua looked him up and down, then nodded. "You look much stronger now. How long do you plan to stay at home this time?" "It won't be long. I'll be leaving soon. This time I was on a mission with the unit and came back to visit, so it doesn't count as a family visit leave." Jiang Zuehua nodded. As she sized up Li Weiguo was also sizing her up. The old lady looked radiant, and Li Weiguo was certain that his family had undergone a complete transformation. He couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Mother, what happened at home? The cotton-padded clothes and trousers that you may sewed must have cost a lot of money just for the cotton fabric and cotton filling, right? And the flour in the pot." To be honest, the troops weren't starving, but the food wasn't as good as one might imagine. Li Weiguo was stunned when he saw Zhang Yumei cooking noodles made from wheat flour. "That's all thanks to Fu. Blessed." Li Weiguo's eyes widened. He simply couldn't believe it. Zhang Yumei chimed in. "If it weren't for Yofu's hunting trip from the mountains, our family would probably be starving." Hunt. Li Weiguo felt numb. When would his younger brother learn to hunt? "Eat your food first, and I'll tell you when you're done." Jiang Zuehua glanced at the noodles in the pot and gestured for Li Weiguo to eat first. Li Weiguo was in no mood to eat at all. However, when the noodles were placed in front of Li Weiguo, he was captivated. In addition to the noodles, there was also a topping made of wild boar meat. When he took a bite, the oil sizzled and the taste was indescribable. Just by looking at how fast Li Weiguo ate the noodles, you could tell. He finished the bowl of noodles in less than 3 minutes, not even leaving a drop of soup in the bowl. Li Weiguo put down his chopsticks and stared intently at Jiang Zuehua. "Mother, now you should tell me." Jiang Zuehua didn't hide anything and told Li Weiguo about how Li Youfu had received his skills from his ancestors. They even took advantage of Li Youfu's practice of exchanging his hunted prey for food and fish for job quotas. "Mother, is this really true?" Li Weiguo was a staunch materialist who believed in science and rejected feudal superstitions. To him, this was utterly unbelievable. But standing in front of him were his wife and his mother. Adding to the changes he witnessed upon his return, a certain string in his heart seemed to loosen. "You little brat, do you think I'd lie to you? I think you've gone stupid from being in the army all day. You don't even believe what your family says anymore. Your wife is still standing in front of you. You may not believe your mother, but you should at least believe your wife, right?" "Mom, no, I didn't say I didn't believe you. Why are you getting so anxious?" "Wife, please tell my mother for me." This time, Zhang Yumei stood firmly by Jiang Zuohua's side. "All right, I'll apologize to Youfu in person next time I come back." "You're leaving already?" Zhang Yumei's face was full of reluctance. "You're leaving without even meeting Youfu?" "Maybe next time. It's too late now." Li Weiguo nodded. Besides, my comrades are waiting for me. It wouldn't be good to go back too late. Mom, here is 100 yuan. It's a reward I got from doing tasks recently. I'm not usually home, so Yume and Dia want to thank you for taking care of them. Yume is capable of doing anything. Why should I take care of her? Keep the money yourself, and be careful on missions out there. Li Weiguo felt a warmth in his heart. This was the first time he had heard Jiang Zuohua speak words of concern. Mother, please accept this. Consider it a gift from Yume and me to you. Yes, mother, you take it. Jiang Zuohua reluctantly accepted the money, saying, All right, I'll take the money. I'll keep it for you to deposit. I'm getting old. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Li Weiguo's eyes were a little moist. He smiled at Zhang Yume and said, Wife, this is for you. As you said, since Lao Lu has helped our family so much, I, as his older brother, can't not show my appreciation. You can think of something to buy for him. Li Weiguo gave the remaining money and tickets to Zhang Yume, keeping only a dozen yuan for himself. Keep the rest of the money, just in case. Honey, I understand. The two embraced for a while, and then Li Weiguo disappeared into the night. Not far away, inside a jeep, 3 men in military overcoats were smoking and chatting casually. Has that kid from Weiguo fallen for a beautiful woman? How much longer do you think it will take him? I think it will take at least half an hour. Half an hour? That kid's as strong as an ox. I bet it'll take at least an hour. Hee. I'm just afraid my sister-in-law can't handle it. What are you guys talking about? Defend the country. The three were taken aback and looked at the elusive Li Weiguo, shouting, Weiguo, how come you're back so quickly? Did your sister-in-law not let you in? Li Weiguo chuckled, Pa, my wife is doing great. She even cooked something for me. The three of them looked on with envy, but their expressions toward Li Weiguo were somewhat unfriendly. While the rest of the men were starving, Li Weiguo not only had a wife cooking for him, but also a loving home. The 3 men exchanged a glance. Brothers, let's beat him up. Okay. I was wrong. I admit my mistake. I'll treat everyone to a meal after the mission is over tomorrow. That's more like it. Someone asked curiously, when you went back this time, was everything all right at home? The 3 men were comrades in arms with Li Weiguo and knew that he was not well liked at home. His purpose in going back this time was to secretly give money to his wife, so she could buy things to supplement the nutrition of herself and the children. Li Weiguo nodded, then shook his head. The impatient one had already clenched his fists. It can't be your younger brother again. It's one thing for him to be lazy and unwilling to work, but how can he leave all the work to his sister-in-law? This is outrageous. I can't swallow this insult. After this mission is over, anyone want to come with me and secretly beat that kid up? I'll go too. Li Weiguo was somewhat amused and exasperated. It has nothing to do with my brother, and it's not what you think. If anyone dares to say they'll beat up my brother again, don't blame me for turning against them. Li Weiguo, are you even human? We're trying to help you. That's right, I think you're just biting the hand that feeds you. Drive. Li Weiguo snapped out of his daze. Sorry, my head is still a little fuzzy. What happened? Li Weiguo was unwilling to elaborate, but instead asked, Do you think there really are gods in this world? I think you're quite ill. All right. Ignore him and hurry up and drive to the mission location. Receive. Upon hearing this, Li Weiguo gave a bitter smile, and the direction of his home seemed to grow smaller and smaller in his sight. Chapter 64, Climbing the Mountain Again. The next day, Li Youfu learned from Jiang Zuohua that his 4th brother had been on a mission nearby the night before and had only made a brief return. Li Youfu asked. He didn't say when the mission would end, or if he would come back. Jiang Zuohua shook her head. She didn't say, she just said the mission was urgent. All right. Li Youfu sighed, realizing that it would be difficult to see his 4th brother anytime soon. Breakfast was quickly finished. Li Youfu looked at Jiang Zuohua and said, Mother, I'm going to Uncle Qiangzi's place. I'll go with you. Jiang Zuohua was still worried that her son would be harassed. Li Youfu chuckled lightly. Really, there's no need. Perhaps Uncle Qiangzi has something else to discuss with me. Okay, let me know if anything happens, or have someone notify me. Okay, Mother, I'll be going now. After saying hello, Li Youfu headed towards Li Daqiang's house. Good fortune has arrived. Auntie, is Uncle Qiangzi home? He's here, I'll go get him. It's okay, I can go in by myself. As soon as Li Youfu entered the house, he saw Li Daqiang sitting in a chair. Uncle Qiangzi, when did you come back, Youfu? When I went to your house yesterday, your fourth sister-in-law told me that you and your mother went to your eldest sister's house. Yes, I was planning to come back from my older sister's place this morning, but having one more person means one more mouthful of food. Li Youfu pulled up a stool and sat down next to Li Daqiang, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to him. Uncle Qiangzi, what do you need me for? Is there any progress on that matter from last time? Li Daqiang struck a match, lit both of their cigarettes, took a puff, and then said, I went to discuss the matter of changing firewood that you mentioned last time with them. To be honest, it's a win-win situation where you put in the effort to hunt and they exchange it for firewood. Only a fool would disagree. Li Youfu smoked a cigarette, listening to Li Daqiang continue. Really? The next second, Li Daqiang changed the subject. Youfu, I can guarantee that the people in the village won't have any objections, but I can't guarantee that if people from other villages find out, they won't go to the commune to make trouble. Do you understand what I'm saying? Li Youfu flicked his cigarette ash. I understand. You're a smart kid. If the commune finds out that you're exchanging collective property for firewood, neither of us will get away with it. The most direct way is to buy firewood with money. You can buy a large bundle of firewood for just 2 cents, with absolutely no risk. Alternatively, they could go to the county town to buy coal briquettes and coal. Li Youfu had also managed to smuggle 500 jin of coal coupons from Director Qian last time, which, when mixed with firewood, would be enough to get them through the winter. It was Li Youfu who complicated a simple matter at first. If Li Daqiang hadn't reminded him, things might have backfired. After understanding the key point, Li Youfu thanked Li Daqiang and said, Thank you, Uncle Qiangzi. Let's leave it at that. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Wait, what's your hurry, kid? Li Daqiang was annoyed, but then he smiled and said, Still has a stubborn temper. I'm not just looking for you about this. Also, Dedong and the others went to town and saw that the purchasing station is indeed buying fish. We invited you here on behalf of everyone to express our gratitude to you. Li Youfu didn't take it seriously. If they want to thank me, they should come to me themselves. What's the point of having you as their representative? Forget it, let's just let it go. Uncle Qiangzi, let's make this clear first. I provided the information, but whether we can catch the fish or not depends on our own abilities. Don't blame me if we can't catch the fish later. Look at you. You just said that this matter was over, but now you've become quite capable, and your temper has gotten bigger too. No way. Li Youfu chuckled. I just meant well, thinking that the villagers could also have some meat. They do the work of chopping wood, and I do the hunting. Isn't that the same as putting in effort? I know, and everyone knows it too. Li Daqiang patted Li Youfu's hand. I told you not to do this, Youfu. Uncle Qiangzi won't harm you. Remember this, too many people will talk. I understand, Uncle Qiangzi. Good to know. In addition, Uncle Qiangzi also promises you that if anyone causes you any trouble because of fishing, I will deal with them. Upon hearing this, Li Youfu readily nodded. Okay. By the way, Uncle Qiangzi, I also have something to ask you. If you have something to say, just say it all today. Li Daqiang leaned back in his chair, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Li Youfu. This is the same pack of cigarettes you gave me last time. Don't be disgusted by it. How could that be? Even if you gave me a cheap cigarette, I would still smoke it. Then give me back my cigarette, and I'll get you an economy cigarette. You wish. Despite saying he didn't mind, Li Youfu's hands moved swiftly, striking a match and lighting it. He even glanced smugly at Li Daqiang. This scene. Li Daqiang was both amused and exasperated. You brat, hurry up and tell me. I have other things to take care of. Having gained an advantage, Li Youfu also knew when to stop. The next moment, he said seriously, Uncle Qiangzi, I'm going to Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces to see my third sister in a few days. Could you please do me a favor and help me get a certificate? Go that far. My third sister is afraid of wasting money, so she sends things home every year. I should also go and see how my third sister is doing over there. There was something Li Youfu didn't say. In his past life, he felt guilty towards his older sisters, and in this life, he wanted to see these relatives as soon as possible. What will happen to your mother after you leave? My fourth sister-in-law is still at home. Besides, I'm just visiting relatives. Li Daqiang nodded. Okay, come find me whenever you need proof. All right, Uncle Xiangzi, I won't bother you any longer. Having gotten what he wanted, Li Youfu didn't plan to stay any longer. He even thought he'd take a stroll up the mountain. Okay, come and sit down when you have time. After saying goodbye to Li Daqiang, Li Youfu headed up the mountain. Currently, there are only 2 wild boars left in the Spirit Spring space. He took the rest and exchanged them for money and tickets. He also has 1 slaughtered wild boar left, which he uses for daily needs and as a gift for Sister Mei and Director Wang. Calculating the demand, Director Qian still owes 4 wild boars. Although he gave him a month, Li Youfu plans to get all 4 wild boars at once this time, and also replenish the supply of the Spirit Spring space for unforeseen circumstances. As for the business trip certificate issued by Director Qian and the certificate issued by Li Daqiang, they are 2 different things, and Li Youfu used both. It depends on the situation. In short, if you take everything into account, you'll never suffer a loss. Li Youfu then arrived at the place where he first dug the trap in less than an hour. The pit was still there, but the pumpkins inside had long since vanished, leaving not even the seeds behind. The remaining 3 traps were exactly the same. It seems that since the leader of that group of wild boars was caught last time, the rest of the wild boars have moved to other places. Li Youfu was only slightly disappointed for a moment before continuing to walk inside. Chapter 65, Bear Skin, Bear Paw. Roar. Humph. Just then, the roar of a wild beast came from not far away. Its sound urgent, passionate, and excited. Upon hearing this sound, Li Youfu inexplicably shuddered and became excited. He cautiously approached the sound and saw a dozen large wild boars attacking a bear. Holy crap, this is actually true. He had previously heard Jiang Tsuehua talk about bears in the mountains, but he thought she was joking and didn't take it seriously. After all, this place is close to Wild Boar Ridge, and bears are territorial and will not easily leave their activity range. But what he saw today was a bear battling a wild boar. To witness such a rare sight was truly a stroke of good luck. Li Youfu's eyes lit up when he saw the bear in the distance. You should know that in later generations, even if someone had the ability to hunt and kill a bear, they would be called, "You little devil, you're really good at torture." But in this era, there was no such thing. Tigers are one of the 4 pests, and everyone wants to kill them when they encounter them. Immediately, Li Youfu frowned. Nothing more. At this moment, the battle between the 2 can only be described as brutal. The bear, weighing over 400 pounds, stood on its 2 legs and looked exactly like a ferocious humanoid beast. 5 or 6 wild boars had already fallen around it. The entire area was permeated with a strong stench of blood, which could further arouse the bestial instincts of wild beasts. Judging from their weight, the wild boars that attacked the bear were mostly between 200 and 300 pounds, so the bear didn't actually gain much of an advantage. Although each swing of the bear's paw could overturn any approaching wild boar. But one thing is lost while another is gained. Wild boars also have their advantages, 2 outward curling tusks, and a savage charge resulting from a burst of strength and speed. Each impact leaves wounds of varying sizes on the bear's body. As the bear's blood drains away, defeat is only a matter of time. Li Youfu now faces 2 choices. The first option is to intervene in the battle between the 2 and overthrow them both. It's very risky. One wrong move could be fatal. The second option is to wait and reap the benefits. No matter who loses, Li Youfu will not suffer a loss. However, the commotion they caused was too great, and the bloodshed was too intense. The longer it dragged on, the more likely it was to attract the attention of other predators, such as wolves. But no matter what, Li Youfu must make a decision as soon as possible. Let's do it. Li Youfu's eyes were resolute, yet tinged with a hint of madness. He considered 3 meters to be a relatively safe distance. As mentioned earlier, Li Youfu can store items into the Spirit Spring space through a medium. Of course, living things will remain still when they are put into the space, and will only return to their original state the instant they are released from the space. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have entered the space and smashed the wild boar's head with a shovel when he sold it for the first time. However, after discovering the wonderful uses of mental power, they stopped using such a clumsy method. Once he had this thought, Li Youfu didn't hesitate any longer. He found a tree nearby, climbed up it, and forcefully broke off a branch. Including the twigs and leaves, the branch was nearly 5 meters long and 1 meter wide. This commotion did attract attention, and immediately a wild boar grunted in the direction of Li Yufu, as if warning him of something. Li Yufu chuckled, grabbed the tree branch with both hands, and charged towards both sides. His expression seemed crazy, but his eyes were surprisingly calm. The wild boars reacted immediately to the sudden intrusion. With their eyes glowing red, the two boars lowered their heads and frantically stomped their hooves on the ground, maximizing their speed advantage. "They're here." Seeing the wild boar charging towards him, Li Yufu said he wasn't nervous, which is absolutely a lie. While preparing to retreat into the space at any time, he held a 5-meter-long tree branch upright in front of him, so that the wild boar would first come into contact with the branch rather than Li Yufu's body. "Get in here." Whoosh. The wild boar charging at the front vanished into thin air. The wild boar following closely behind was unaware of the approaching danger. It was hurtling straight toward Li Yufu at nearly 80 miles per hour. Whoosh. As expected, both wild boars entered the spiritual spring space. At that moment, Li Yufu realized that his heart was beating so fast. Almost there. It was just a little bit short. The distance between the two was no more than 100 meters. The wild boar did not make full use of its speed advantage. Otherwise, a distance of 5 meters would have been covered in the blink of an eye. If your intention is even slightly slower, the result will be completely different. The other wild boars that were besieging the bear were momentarily stunned, not understanding how their brethren had disappeared. In that instant, roar. A roar came from the bear's mouth as it slammed its fist down on the head of a wild boar. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. The collision knocked over the two wild boars behind him. Humph! Seemingly provoked by this, the other wild boars went berserk, charging at twice the frequency. It's not that they didn't notice Li Yufu. They simply instinctively felt that the bear was far more dangerous than Li Yufu. It was this flawed judgment that led Li Yufu to cross the most dangerous 50-meter distance. Without the speed boost from the sprint, the wild boar becomes easy prey, and the bear, already bleeding profusely, is no longer in danger. Swish, swish, swish. With a sweep of his hand, the wild boar entered the spiritual spring space in just over 10 seconds. The bear, the moment it touched the tree branch, also followed in the wild boar's footsteps. Besides the blood everywhere, all the prey had been taken into Li Yufu's spatial storage. Whoa! Just then, the howling of wolves came from afar. Li Yufu didn't have time to count the spoils in the spiritual spring space. He quickly retreated from the spot, running all the way without even catching his breath. Wolves are known as military experts among animals, and that's no joke. They always plan their hunts carefully and know how to use the weaker prey to wear down their opponent's stamina. Li Yufu was unwilling to provoke wolves unless absolutely necessary. They ran all the way to the foot of the mountain. Li Yufu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down heavily on the ground to catch his breath, and then took out some spiritual spring water from his spatial storage to drink. It took a while for Li Yufu's breathing to calm down. But I have to say, this adventure was incredibly profitable. They harvested as many as 19 wild boars, which, combined with the original 2.5 boars in the space, makes a total of 21, plus more than half a wild boar. There's more than enough to complete the task assigned by Director Qian. Not counting the half-pig to be sold to Director Wang and his group, there are still 17 wild boars left. However, Li Yufu does not plan to sell these wild boars for the time being. Resources in the mountains are limited, so we need to find a sustainable development path in the future. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Li Yufu's gaze was quickly drawn to the bear. The biggest gain this time was undoubtedly the bear. Whether it's bear skin or bear paws, they are rare and valuable items, and such things will only become increasingly scarce in the future. As the country becomes stronger and its laws become more comprehensive, bear skins and bear paws can only be found in film and television materials, or as ancestral heirlooms. Li Yufu got up, dusted himself off, and walked home in a cheerful mood. As soon as I entered the village, I ran into a few villagers. Good fortune. Did you just come down from the mountain? Everyone in the village knows that Li Yufu is a hunter. Some people also heard that Li Youfu planned to trade his hunted game for firewood. Of course, some people would be willing to do such a good thing, but Li Daqiang stopped them. The resources in the mountains belong to the collective and cannot be used for private profit. That being said, many people still felt it was making a mountain out of a molehill and were preparing to discuss it privately with Li Youfu. Unexpectedly, we ran into Li Youfu coming down from the mountain. Li Youfu nodded, feigning a disappointed expression. Yes, we just came down from the mountain, but we didn't find anything. Really no results? Seeing that Li Youfu's hands were empty, he felt a mixture of disappointment and schadenfreude. Chapter 66, 300 Bundles of Firewood. It's actually quite easy to understand. A person who was originally lazy and good for nothing in the village suddenly becomes capable. While other families are still eating chaff and wild vegetables, his family eats meat every day. It's no wonder that people are envious. Li Youfu spread his arms wide. Look at me. I'm covered in dirt. It's not that I didn't encounter any, but the pheasants are too good at flying. I tried to catch them for ages but couldn't, and I got my clothes all dirty. Don't be fooled by my good luck in catching a wild boar last time. I dug a trap beforehand, and it was just a lucky break. After Li Youfu's explanation, the group immediately felt much more at ease. Smiles bloomed on their faces. Li Guizi patted Li Youfu on the shoulder and comforted him. It's okay. If we can't catch him this time, there's always next time. If you can catch prey every time, wouldn't you become a famous hunter far and wide? Don't you all think so? The group nodded hurriedly. Li Youfu chuckled inwardly. This time I not only caught a wild boar, but I also hunted a bear. Do I need your consolation? However, Uncle Xiangzi taught Li Youfu one thing. To be low-key, especially when it comes to the word collective. On the surface, Li Youfu sighed. It seems that my luck from last time has run out. I don't plan to go into the mountains again anytime soon. Unfortunately, as you know, my family only has 1 or 2 able-bodied people. My 5th sister went to work in the county, and now we don't even have anyone to gather firewood. Upon hearing this, a hint of envy flashed in their eyes. Who wouldn't want to go from being a peasant to a city dweller? Moreover, she was a sales clerk, one of the 8 key employees. Li Guizi couldn't help but think to himself, it's a pity that Li Youfu is out of his mind. He actually gave such a good job to his 5th sister. Li Youfu didn't care what the others were thinking. He said to himself, so I want to spend money to buy some firewood. Spend money? You're lucky. There's firewood everywhere on the mountain. Why would you spend money on this? If you have that money, you might as well buy some salt and matches for your family. How much are you willing to pay per bundle? The person who asked this question was naturally Li Guizi. Not satisfied with being dealt with by Uncle Xiangzi last time, he wanted to take advantage of Li Youfu as well. Some people are just like that, old habits die hard. However, Li Youfu is not afraid of him now. He now has the clear path of working with his 5th sister. Li Yudi receives a salary every month, and there is also fishing. It's easy to tell from Li Daqiang's tone that some people have already sold the fish they caught to the purchasing station. This is a calculated move by Li Youfu. Even if he didn't say anything, the purchasing agent, forced into a corner, would use all sorts of connections to penetrate into the village, and naturally, it wouldn't be kept secret. It's better for him to say it. At least he'll do me a favor. Most people in Lijiao village are related by blood or marriage. While there may be some cunning and deceitful individuals like Li Guizi, the vast majority are still very honest and simple. Li Youfu held up 2 fingers. 2 cents. Li Guizi frowned. It was all thanks to Li Youfu that everyone found a way to make a living. Fishing, and then selling their catch at the town's purchasing station. Small fish weighing less than 1 jin, 500 g, are 35 cents per jin, while fish weighing more than 1 jin, 500 g, are 45 cents per jin. That's absolutely not a drop in the bucket. For rural people who work hard to farm, they might only earn 10 or 8 yuan a year. In better years, the maximum you might get is $15. However, Li Guizi has some difficulty walking and cannot wade through water. In addition, the weather is getting colder and colder, so there's no guarantee of catching any fish. It's far better to put in some physical effort, something tangible and real. But 2 cents for a bundle of firewood is really too little and not worth it at all. Li the cripple held up 5 fingers. 5 cents a bundle. If you're willing to pay 5 cents a bundle of firewood, I'm willing to do it. Li Youfu was taken aback. He originally wanted to say 20 cents a bundle. For him, 20 cents a bundle was not a lot of money. With 100 or so bundles, plus some charcoal bought from the county, it would be enough for this winter. However, he certainly wouldn't refuse such a good opportunity. Moreover, since the other party was Li Guizi, Li Youfu felt even less guilty. He feigned a troubled expression. 5 cents it is, it's just that my family really has no able-bodied workers. But we also need to agree that this cannot be a business transaction. I can only say that my family is asking for your help. We really have nothing to offer, so we can only offer money as payment. Li Guizi laughed and said, That's no problem. Everyone has their difficulties. They are all witnesses. He said that, but what he really thought was, What an idiot. I can easily collect 20 or 30 bundles of firewood from the mountains every day. If I just borrow a cart, my wages will almost be as high as those of workers in the city. All right, my family needs 100 bundles of firewood. 100 bundles is too few. We need at least 300 bundles of firewood to burn in a winter. Li Youfu did a quick mental calculation. What the locals called a bundle was actually the width of 2 adults hugging each other, enough for about 2 to 3 days for boiling water and cooking. If you also need to heat the kong, a traditional heated bed, for warmth, you'll need more than 3 bundles a day. This place is only about 100 kilometers away from the old city of Beijing, and it is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. In winter, the temperature can drop to minus 30 degrees Celsius, and you can't get by without heating the kong, a traditional heated bed. Okay, we'll do it your way. Give me the money. Li the cripple chuckled and held out his palm. What money are you going to give us? We haven't even seen any firewood. Besides, you can run away, but you can't hide. Okay, when do you need it? Go get it today. I need it today, the sooner the better. Okay, I'll go now. After agreeing to the terms, Li Guizi hurriedly left. Li Youfu had no interest in staying any longer, so he said goodbye to the others and headed straight home. It's hard to say who benefited or lost in this matter, but handing the job over to Li Guizi only cost a quarter of the money. More importantly, it also kept that kid from causing trouble and kept him quiet. After a while, we'll find a way to get Jiang Zuohua to the city, where the emperor is far away. Li Youfu is only thinking about it for now. He hasn't fully decided yet. After all, in a few years, when a strong wind blows, nowhere is as safe as the countryside. Lucky you, there's still rice in the pot. I'll go heat it up. You may get some hot water for your brother-in-law, so he can wash up. I don't know where he got this mess. As soon as Jiang Zuohua saw Li Youfu, she kept muttering to herself, but her hands moved quickly. Zhang Yumei filled a basin halfway with water and added some hot water. Brother-in-law, test the water temperature. If it's not hot enough, I'll add more. Perfect timing. Thank you, fourth sister-in-law. There's nothing to thank me for. It's just a small thing. Zhang Yumei smiled slightly. By the way, brother-in-law, I've finished making your cotton-padded clothes. Try them on later, and if they don't fit, I'll alter them. How could I not trust my fourth sister-in-law's cooking skills? The words had barely left his mouth. Then Jiang Zuohua came out carrying the food. Your fourth sister-in-law told you to try it on, so why are you making so many demands? If it doesn't fit, we can alter it. Don't wait until you run out of cotton fabric and have nothing left to alter. Li Youfu smiled and nodded. Okay, fourth sister-in-law, I'll try it after I've eaten. As he spoke, Li Youfu ate a steamed bun and then a bite of vegetables. By the time he got back, he had already digested everything in his stomach. He even drank several large mouthfuls of spiritual spring water. Seeing her son eating with relish, Jiang Zuohua hesitated to speak. What's wrong, mother? What does your Uncle Changzi want with you? I went to look for you later, but you weren't there. I heard from your Aunt Ma that you left early this morning. Li Youfu nodded. It's nothing much, just something about the purchasing station. Brother Dedong went to the purchasing station and sorted things out. Uncle Changzi asked me to come and praise me. A bunch of ingrates. Jiang Zuohua cursed and complained, expressing her indignation on behalf of her son. Once the matter is over, it's over. This was originally an open conspiracy orchestrated by Li Youfu. He swallowed the steamed bun in his mouth. By the way, Mom, I ran into Li Guizi and his gang on my way back. That bastard is causing you trouble? Jiang Zuohua's eyes widened. No, Uncle Changzi already gave him a warning last time. Li Youfu vehemently denied it, saying, I asked him to help my family gather some firewood, and I gave him 5 cents for each bundle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cuihua and Zhang Yumei had identical expressions on their faces. Chapter 67, Before Departure. What? Jiang Cuihua's eyes widened. Why are you spending that money? There's firewood everywhere on the mountain. Aren't you just wasting money? The two men had completely different expressions, staring at Li Youfu as if he were an idiot. Zhang Yumei said earnestly, Brother-in-law, you haven't given him the money yet, have you? Why don't you talk to Li Guizi again, and let's just let this go. I'll finish sewing the cotton-padded clothes I have, and collect a few more bundles of firewood every day. Why waste money like this? Both of them were used to being frugal. Jiang Cuihua was only generous to Li Youfu. Otherwise, she would try to stretch every penny in half. A bundle costs 5 cents, and little by little, it adds up to a considerable sum. As a soul from the future, Li Youfu would not agree with their views. He believes that time is money. Instead of wasting time collecting firewood on the mountain, it's better to use that same time to go fishing. Li Youfu knew that unless he persuaded the two men, it would take a long time for them to change their minds. He finished the steamed bun in a few bites, then said to the two of them with a serious expression, Mother, fourth sister-in-law, I know you are worried about the money and think it's not worth it for me to spend it. You can do it easily, but you insist on giving the money to others. Their gazes fell on Li Youfu's face. The fact that he could say such things proved that he wasn't completely ignorant. The two waited quietly for what would happen next. After a pause, Li Youfu continued, In a person's life, which is only a few decades long, how much money can one possibly earn? Compared to the whole country or the whole world, it's just a drop in the ocean. Like a drop of water in the ocean. Li Youfu gestured with his hand, pinching his little fingernail with his thumb. Uft. Zhang Yumei was amused by Li Youfu's funny expressions. Jiang Cuihua didn't blame her, but looked at her son with some surprise. Youfu, are these words also taught to you by your ancestors? Li Youfu was taken aback by what he heard, but he still nodded. Yes, even our ancestors understood the principle that time is money, so why can't this be explained? If I were still the old Li Youfu, I wouldn't have the right to say such things. Zhang Yumei panicked. Brother-in-law, mother and I didn't mean to blame you. Jiang Cuihua opened her mouth, but her meaning was similar to Zhang Yumei's. Li Youfu smiled and said, I didn't say anything else. Why are you getting so worked up? Mother, fourth sister-in-law, this is what I think. I don't want to go into the mountains to chop firewood and collect firewood. Li Youfu made his stance clear first, gesturing to Zhang Yumei who was about to speak. Sister-in-law, let me finish what I have to say first. Now we can't count on fifth sister, and there are only the 3 of us left in the family who can work. My mother has worked hard for half her life. It's not appropriate to ask her to collect firewood again, so it's just the 2 of us left. You and fourth brother are family. Since fourth brother isn't here, you represent fourth brother. No matter where we go, we still believe in keeping clear accounts even among close brothers. Let's lay everything out in detail this time, and make it clear once and for all. Li Youfu took out a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and said, Leaving aside my sisters who are away, it's just the 2 of us at home right now. Gathering firewood will either fall on your shoulders or mine. Logically, it should be half and half for each person. I'll pay for the firewood from Li Guizi so you won't have to go up the mountain to collect it. You're getting a good deal out of me. At home, you've always been the one cooking and taking care of Mom. I haven't done anything. So, when you think about it, we're even. What do you mean by offsetting or not offsetting? Zhang Yumei and Jiang Cuihua felt their heads buzzing. Is this how the accounts are calculated? It feels like something's not right, but it also seems to make some sense. Li Youfu stubbed out his cigarette and patted Jiang Cuihua's hand. Mom, don't think so much. The purpose of making money is to live a good life. Fourth sister-in-law, you don't need to worry about the household chores. When I'm not around, just take good care of mother for me and fourth brother. If you're not here, where are you going? Having laid so much groundwork, Li Youfu had no intention of hiding anything and proceeded to recount his plans to visit his third sister in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. Are you going to your third sister's place? Jiang Cuihua's eyes widened in surprise. Li Youfu had always lived under her watchful eye, and the farthest he had ever been was probably the county town. Now that he was suddenly going on a long trip, even across provinces, Jiang Zuohua instantly became worried. Zhang Yumei, who was standing to the side, also did not expect her brother-in-law to make this decision. She suddenly understood why Li Youfu had bought firewood from Li Guizi. She and her sister-in-law Li Yudi had always been responsible for preparing the firewood for the family. Occasionally, Jiang Zuohua would lend a hand. Now that my sister-in-law has gone to the county town, this matter really falls on her own shoulders. The two people suddenly became one, and now that the weather is getting colder, gathering firewood will only become more difficult. Zhang Yumei looked at Li Youfu with gratitude. This younger brother-in-law had gone through a lot of trouble, but he had quietly done everything behind the scenes. At that moment, Zhang Yumei felt a warm feeling in her heart. No matter how lazy and good-for-nothing her brother-in-law used to be, she knew that he had changed. He was now sensible, family-oriented, and responsible. Having such a brother-in-law is a blessing for Zhang Yumei. Li Youfu only felt the grateful look from his fourth sister-in-law, but he didn't take it seriously. He continued to say to Jiang Zuohua, "Eldest sister, I've been to second sister's place, and fifth sister's job has been secured. I was thinking of settling things at home first, and then going to visit my third sister. After all, my third sister has been with the army for so many years, and each time she only sends things back. Mother, do you think my third sister is reluctant to spend the travel expenses, or does she use all her travel expenses to send back things each time?" This, Jiang Zuohua was very perceptive. Of course, she wouldn't think that the third son was reluctant to part with his son. Those fine grains, ration coupons, malted milk powder, brown sugar, aren't they all precious items? And every now and then, a large black 10 coin would be slipped into the letter. Jiang Zuohua looked at Li Youfu and said, "It's not that I don't want you to go. Now that you have the ability, I want your third sister and the others to see. I've spoiled you for so many years, so why do they say that I'm biased? Even I'm biased. If they can be biased towards such a good brother, then they're lucky." Li Youfu grinned from ear to ear, and even his fourth sister-in-law beside him wore a motherly smile. Jiang Zuohua's expression softened, and she said with concern, "A mother worries when her son travels 1,000 miles. You are blessed. I know that our ancestors taught you many skills. I won't ask about these things. But when you're out and about, never be reckless. Go to your third sister's place. With your third sister and brother-in-law there, I believe they will take good care of you. But don't cause trouble for your brother-in-law. The army is not home." Jiang Zuohua went on, and Li Youfu listened patiently the whole time. His mother was a typical example of someone with a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and she put all her heart and soul into him. Now, Jiang Zuohua is finally showing her true personality. "Mother, I understand. I'll send you a telegram as soon as I get there." Jiang Zuohua opened her mouth, but after a long while, she finally managed to utter a single word. "Okay." Communication was extremely inconvenient in those days. Making phone calls was impractical, and there was a distance between the village and the town. Telegrams were charged per character, at 0.035 yuan per character, and it wasn't until the 1980s that the price increased to 0.1 yuan. There will be another chapter tonight, and the time will be adjusted to put them together tomorrow. Also, I have read all the comments. I will correct any mistakes and strive to make everyone satisfied. The space will not remain unchanged, and there will also be career planning. I will not spoil the female lead for now. Please give me a good review. I am too embarrassed to show my rating. Chapter 68. Competing for favor at grandparents' house. How long do you plan to go? When I get to Daqiang's place later, I'll ask him to write you a letter of introduction. A letter of introduction is equivalent to proof of identity, serving to verify the visitor's identity information. Upon hearing this, Li Youfu smiled and said, "Let's wait a couple of days. Let's settle some things at home first. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease if you just leave like this." Jiang Zuohua rolled her eyes at him. "I raised all of you by myself. Why would I need to worry about you?" That's what she said, but the smile on Jiang Zuohua's face betrayed her. All right, you're still going strong as ever, isn't that enough? You can take good care of your health. Since you're so experienced in taking care of kids, you'll have a whole bunch of grandchildren to bother you every day. Get lost, you little bastard, always trying to take advantage of me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zuohua laughed and cursed, then waved her hand impatiently. Get lost. You're making me angry just looking at you. How did I end up with such a thing as you? Alright, I'm leaving now. Return. Just as Li Youfu was about to get up, Jiang Zuohua stopped him. Go try on your cotton-padded clothes. If they don't fit, your sister-in-law can help you alter them as soon as possible. Zhang Yumei smiled and said, Brother-in-law, you wait here. I'll go back to the house to get it. Moment. Li Youfu didn't want to take off his new clothes after trying them on. Why? Because new clothes make people feel happy, they fit snugly, and they keep them warm. Oh my, it fits him really well, and he looks like a handsome young man. Mother, what do you think? Jiang Zuohua looked satisfied and nodded repeatedly. You're so lucky. Is there anything else that's uncomfortable about wearing this? Li Youfu tried it out and did a few squatting movements. It has to be said that the clothes Zhang Yumei made for Li Youfu were made with plenty of material, so there was no need to worry that his waist would be exposed when he squatted down. He gave his fourth sister-in-law a thumbs up, saying, Your cooking skills are impeccable. Take it off quickly, and put it back on when you go to your third sister's place. No. Li Youfu was unhappy. Even clean clothes get dirty on the train, let alone a new cotton-padded coat. Then we'll change after you get off the train. No, I want to wear new clothes now. Besides, clothes are just for people to wear. As long as I'm comfortable, why should I care about what other people think? Li Youfu waved to the two of them. I'm going to visit my grandparents. You little brat, come back here right now. Li Youfu has long since disappeared. Seeing this, Zhang Yumei pursed her lips, wanting to laugh but afraid of upsetting her mother-in-law. Jiang Zuohua said sullenly, I think this kid is getting more and more out of line, so I want to take charge now. Mother, didn't you say yourself that we are now the ones in charge of the family? Jiang Zuohua. Mother, I'm going back to the house to make a cotton coat for Yudi. I can take it to her when my brother-in-law passes by. Watching the backs of the fourth brother's family, Jiang Zuohua sighed softly. She wasn't angry with Li Youfu at all. She just wanted to vent her emotions because her son was going on a long trip. With a sigh, Jiang Zuohua went back inside to rest. On the other side, Li Shanjin, the old lady, and the second uncle's family were all there. Grandpa and Grandma, I've come to see you. Sixth brother, it's sixth brother. Sixth brother, I miss you so much. As they were talking, Go Dan and Air Dan pounced on Li Youfu. Stop, stop, stop. Sixth brother, I just changed into new clothes. Don't get them dirty. Dog Egg and Air Dan weren't too unhappy about being disliked. They were easily appeased by Li Youfu's 2 white rabbit candies. When Li Shanjin and the old lady saw that their grandson had arrived, they both beamed with joy and began to chatter as they held Li Youfu's hands. Grandson, it's been a few days since you last visited your grandmother. Don't go back this afternoon. Stay for lunch. I'll come to your room later and tell your mother. Li Youfu smiled happily. How could he really let the old lady go and say that? He quickly said, Grandma, you don't need to go and say it. Go Dan can make the trip. I'll stay with Grandma this afternoon and wait for her to cook me something delicious. The words had barely left his mouth. Dog Egg, ears perked up, quickly said, Sixth brother, I'll go now. After saying that, he ran out of the yard in one go. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Shengjun spat inwardly. What a spineless piece of trash. You think you're so great. Li Shengjun was greeted with a glare from his second aunt, who smiled at Li Youfu and said, Mom, I'll go into the kitchen to help you in a bit. Okay. When the old lady heard this, she laughed so hard her mouth almost reached her ears. She didn't care whether her second son's wife helped or not. She was just happy that Li Youfu stayed for dinner. You're so lucky. Come sit down and keep Grandpa company. You old codger, your grandson just arrived and you already want to monopolize everything. Not only was Li Shanjin jealous of the old lady's words, but even his second uncle standing next to him was also very jealous. Li Youfu chuckled and said, Grandma, I'll stay here this afternoon and not go anywhere. With this assurance, the old lady loosened her grip and took Li Youfu's hand. Jin's son, stop standing and find a stool to sit on. Grandma will go get you some sugar water. Thank you, Grandma. Seeing the old lady turn and go to the kitchen, Li Shanjin breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing. The whole village is talking about the purchasing station you mentioned. Many villagers go to the river to fish, and then send the catch to the town's purchasing station. We have to thank you for this. Li Daqiang told me everything, and he's still very grateful to you. Li Yufu smiled slightly. We're all from the same village, and we're even related in some way. It's better to benefit our own family than to let others benefit. To be so open-minded at such a young age, he is truly a good grandson of his grandfather. Li Yufu chuckled to himself. He wasn't being magnanimous. He was simply going with the flow. It was a win-win situation, gaining a good reputation and opening up new avenues for advancement. Why wouldn't he do it? He went through all that trouble, letting others benefit. Was he stupid? Not at all, as I said before. This era is very special. If the relevant departments want to investigate someone, there's basically no way to escape. They can even investigate your ancestors for 8 generations. First of all, the money spent on buying job quotas is unreasonable. Every company's salaries are public and transparent. Everyone, including the leaders, knows how much they earn each month. Buying fish from the purchasing station was like patching up the hole in their first pot of gold. If someone suspects them one day, an investigation can easily cover it up by claiming it was a sting operation. Besides, everyone in the village can serve as witnesses, including people from neighboring villages and distant relatives. Li Shangjin patted Li Yufu's arm. The more he looked at his grandson, the more he liked him. He was getting old, and his 2 sons were unreliable. He never expected that his grandson's words and actions would often surprise people. Grandpa, you're praising me too much. Be careful, or I'll get cocky later. Ha, even if you're cocky, you're still better than your dad and your second uncle. The second uncle hung his head, not daring to look at his nephew at all, and even more afraid of provoking Li Shangjin. What are you standing there for? Come over here. You eat so much every day, but I haven't seen you improve your skills at all. Father, grandfather. Li Yufu hurriedly called out to his grandfather, saying that he still had to give his second uncle face. He took out cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to each of them, saying, Grandpa, second uncle, smoke, and don't say a word. Li Shangjun grinned and said, Look, being lucky means you know how to talk. Li Shangyan's eyes widened, and he made a gesture as if to raise his foot. I'll kick you, you believe me or not. What are you doing? Jin's son, don't follow your grandfather's example. He's old and still has such a temper. Aren't you afraid of hurting your back? At this moment, the old lady walked over with a stern face, carrying an enamel mug in her hand. When she got to Li Yufu, she immediately put on a smiling face. Chapter 69. It seems to be getting wonderful. Jin's son, don't pay attention to your second uncle. Come and drink some water. Grandma put a lot of sugar in it. The old lady handed the enamel mug to Li Yufu without even glancing at Li Shangjun. Thank you, Grandma. Li Yufu took the enamel mug and replied with a smile. Li Shangjun looked resentful, but for the shameless man, this blow was nothing. He turned to the old lady with a smile and said, Mom, I want to drink water too. The old lady glanced at him sideways. Can't you get yourself some water if you want to drink it? Li Shangjun. The differences between people are quite large. I am, after all, your own son. Cough, cough. Li Shangjun coughed twice. Actually, I don't think I'm that thirsty. He did want to ask for some sweet soup, but seeing the old lady's attitude, he decided against it to avoid getting scolded. Li Shangjun smoked a cigarette, seemingly thinking that the sweet soup was nothing special. This scene. Li Yufu suppressed a laugh and asked, Second uncle, everyone in the village has gone fishing. Why are you still staying at home? Him. Aunt Zhou Lihua scoffed. Your second uncle is afraid of water. He doesn't even dare to go to the river. You can't expect him to catch fish. The sun will rise in the west. Why are you saying all this? Li Shangjun was unhappy, saying, You're still lucky. Being afraid of water isn't something to be ashamed of. Can't I even say it? It's fortunate that Yofu is here too. You know, your second uncle is a grown man, yet he's afraid of water. Isn't that embarrassing? Li Yofu looked embarrassed. Why did he have to say that extra thing? All right, everyone, say one less word. If you keep making such a fuss, our family will fall apart. When the old lady spoke, Zhou Lihua quieted down, while Li Shengjuan's face turned red, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Second aunt, this really can't be blamed on second uncle. Everyone's constitution is different. Some people are afraid of water, and some are afraid of fire. If someone suddenly appears in the middle of the night and scares you, you will feel scared just the same. Zhou Lihua wanted to retort, but after hearing Li Yufu's words, a similar scene appeared in her mind's eye, and she felt a chill run down her spine. The words she was about to say were swallowed back down. Clap, clap, clap. Well said, absolutely right. Li Shengjun clapped his hands so hard they almost swelled up. That was so satisfying. Ever since Zhou Lihua found out he was afraid of water, that woman would always use his fear of water to embarrass him, even though he was her man after all. This time, we've finally met our match, haven't we? Li Shengjun glanced at his wife with a hint of pride. Having a capable nephew seemed pretty good. Why are you saying all this, kid? Second son's wife. Come with me into the kitchen to cook. Yes, mother. Zhou Lihua's voice was still trembling slightly. Li Shengjun patted Li Yufu on the shoulder happily. Good lad. You've finally helped your second uncle get revenge. If she brings up my fear of water again next time, I'll tell her ghost stories in the middle of the night. Compared to his second uncle's smugness, Li Yufu wanted to rub his forehead in exasperation. Is there really no hope for them? The next second, Li Shengjun kicked him in the butt. You're a grown man. How can you scare your wife like that? I think you don't want to get into bed tonight. Why don't you go and say something nice to me? How did I end up with such an idiot like you? Li Shengjun was heartbroken and muttered curses under his breath. Li Shengjun was dumbfounded. Thinking of the tigress's ferocious appearance, he felt his scalp tingle. He ran while shouting, Wife, listen to me. I didn't mean to scare you. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Li Yufu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Having such an interesting second uncle made life much more interesting. You good for nothing. Li Shengjun muttered something under his breath, then looked at Li Yufu and said, Don't you dare follow your second uncle's example. I won't, Grandpa. Li Shengjun nodded in satisfaction. That's a good grandson of yours. Have a good drink with your grandpa during dinner later. Li Yufu stayed until dark before returning home. During this time, he told his grandparents the same thing. He was going to his third sister's place, but the time was uncertain. His intention was to ask his grandparents and second uncle to keep an eye on her. He was gone for at least half a month, leaving only Jiang Zuohua and Zhang Yumei, 2 women, with 1 child at home. Li Yufu was overthinking it. Putting aside the fact that my 4th brother, Li Weigua, joined the army, our family became military dependents, and no one dared to bully us. Furthermore, there's the matter of his grandfather Li Shang'an's seniority. Even the village chief Li Daqiang has to respectfully address him as Uncle Shengjun. When she got home, Jiang Zuohua was still awake. Hearing that Li Yufu had returned, she lit a kerosene lamp and went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water. Yufu, come and have some water. You didn't drink too much at your grandfather's house, did you? She observed Li Yufu's condition while asking him questions with concern. Li Yufu shook his head. It's only 2 ounces. I'm perfectly sober. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zuohua immediately felt relieved and added, In the corner of the yard over there's the firewood that Li Guizi brought over, a total of 20 bundles. I've already paid him. That Li the cripple is really something. Li Yufu cursed under his breath, then asked, Mother, how's the quality of the firewood he brought over? It's all firewood, as thick as a water bucket. It's better than what you Mei and the others picked up from the mountain. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given him the money. Hearing Jiang Zuohua say this, Li Yufu felt much better. Mom, here's 20 yuan for you. I have to go to the county town tomorrow, so I don't have time to wait for him. Jiang Zuohua refused, saying, I have money. I don't need your money. We discussed it this afternoon, and it's settled. It's getting late. Mother, you should go back to your room and rest. After watching Jiang Zuohua enter the house, Li Yufu turned around and went back to his own room. After closing the door, his consciousness entered the spiritual spring space. Looking at the 21 wild boars and 1 bear, Li Yufu felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He only glanced at it a few more times before quickly focusing his attention on the sorghum. Irrigated by the spiritual spring water and accelerated by spiritual energy, the sorghum on the 2 acres of land has reached harvest time. The crops grown on the black soil are as productive as ever, yielding nearly 2,000 jin, 1,000 caddies. After hulling, it becomes sorghum rice, which is then ground to make sorghum flour. In Li Youfu's area, most people make mixed flour or triple flour using wheat flour, sorghum flour, or a little corn flour. Of course, using sorghum to make liquor is also an option. However, Li Youfu didn't understand the process and was too lazy to do it. After processing the sorghum flour, the next step was the soybeans. Li Youfu hadn't processed the soybeans harvested last time, but he took out about 100 jin, 50 caddies, of them. If you put the soybeans in an outdoor oil press, you can get 20 jin of soybean oil from 100 jin of soybeans. Compression using mental power in the spiritual spring space has the same effect, and even exceeds it by nearly 25 kilograms, but the drawback is that it is not as pure as chemical purification. However, it's perfectly adequate for stir-frying. Seeing the increasingly abundant produce in the space, Li Youfu felt a little satisfied. There was soybean oil, rice, flour, corn, sorghum flour, pumpkin. If it's just for one family, they simply can't finish it. Immediately, he had a thought and planted peanuts on all 2 acres of land. At that moment, Li Youfu sensed something and withdrew his thoughts directly from the spiritual spring space. He felt that everything around him seemed to have changed. How to describe it in 2 words? It's wonderful. Something came up. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Love you all. Chapter 70. The Allure of Candy. It's a wonderful feeling, as if you can see everything at a glance. Li Youfu could clearly sense a line of ants climbing outside the courtyard wall, a rat peeking out from not far away, the snoring of Jiang Tsuohua next door, and the even breathing of fourth sister-in-law and Daya in another room. This feeling is not about seeing with your eyes, but about listening with your ears. It's like triggering a mechanism in the body, amplifying hearing and perception dozens of times. As we all know, perception is a broad concept. It involves forming a known image in the mind through various factors such as sight, skin contact, smell, and hearing. Just like hearing the thump, thump, thump sound of a ball hitting the ground, you can roughly tell that someone is playing basketball even without looking. Li Youfu undoubtedly amplified this ability many times over. He discovered that this ability would appear when he concentrated, with a range of about 10 meters. However, it also consumed a lot of mental energy, and after a while, Li Youfu felt sleepy. After trying it a few more times, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. I slept without any dreams. The next morning, Li Youfu tried it again, and when the feeling returned, he nodded in satisfaction. Li Youfu did not continue the experiment. As his perception improved, troubles followed one after another. Useful and useless voices would flood his head. It seems I'll have to try to master this skill gradually in the future. After breakfast, Li Youfu said goodbye to Jiang Tsuohua and the others, and then headed towards the county town. The only way to reach the county town was to go to the town first. Obviously, Li Youfu's plan to find a place where no one could see him to take the bicycle out of his spatial storage had failed. On his way to town, he ran into several acquaintances from the village. Brother Dadong, you're here so early. Seeing Li Dadong's exhausted face and the basket on his back that was constantly leaking water, Li Youfu thought for a moment and asked in surprise, "You didn't sleep all night, did you?" Li Dadong smiled sheepishly upon hearing this. He had actually guessed correctly. He responded with a laugh. "I put a basket by the river last night, and I was a little afraid it would be washed away by the water." TSK, TSK, TSK. Li Youfu couldn't help but sigh. "You're really pushing yourself too hard." "No way." Li Dadong scratched his head sheepishly. "I still want to find a wife for Xiaodong, but it won't work if we don't have money. Let me see how many they caught in one night." "Not many. 3 weighing over a pound each, and a dozen or so small miscellaneous fish." "Good luck. This is all thanks to you. These fish together can be exchanged for 3 yuan." Li Dadong looked exhausted, but his smile remained. The harvest of one night is almost equivalent to the daily wage of an 8th grade worker. "I never thought I, Li Dadong, could earn so much money in one night." "Brother Dadong, you need to take care of your health. You can't keep going like this. If you really can't, you can try setting off traps during the day." Li Youfu kindly suggested that it was already a miracle that Tmall hadn't frozen to death after spending the night by the river in such cold weather. He was genuinely worried that something might have happened to Li Dadong. "It's all right. I'm dressed warmly. Besides, we'll be setting the traps during the day, and by the time we catch the fish, the people at the purchasing station will all be gone. If the fish escape after another night, we'll lose a lot of money. Li Yufu. What he said made so much sense that I was speechless. Li Dadong patted Li Yufu's arm with a smile. It'll only be a matter of a few days. Xiaodong and I will take turns coming at night. Nothing will happen. Let's hope so. Since Li Dadong had already said so, Li Yufu wasn't one to meddle. He offered Li Dadong a cigarette, and they chatted as they walked about who in the village went fishing and who caught the most fish. Before Li Yufu realized how far he had traveled, he had already arrived in town. Brother Dadong, we're not going the same way. I'll go that way to the post office. All right, I'll hurry to the purchasing station too, otherwise the fish will die and become worthless. The two waved goodbye. Li Yufu went to the post office to check on Jiang Feng, but after hearing from the people inside that Jiang Feng had gone to another village to deliver mail, he didn't linger. Half an hour later, on the second floor of the department store, Li Yufu hid behind the crowd, watching fifth sister stand behind the counter, sometimes weighing sugar for customers, sometimes counting money and tickets, looking quite professional. If it weren't mentioned, no one would know that Li Yudi was a newbie who had only been working for a few days. The candy counter was also the busiest counter. From the moment Li Yufu started standing on the second floor, he never saw Li Yudi stop for a moment. But this is also good, as it's the fastest way to train a person. I'm afraid it won't take more than a month for fifth sister to be completely transformed. Sister Ho. Li Yufu walked up to Ho Guozhen's counter with a smile. Of all the department stores, Sister Ho's place is the most relaxed. Not everyone can afford a bicycle. Most people look at them, but few actually buy one. As always, Sister Ho was eating sunflower seeds with her head down. When she heard the sound, she suddenly looked up. Sixth brother, come see your fifth sister. Look, she's at that counter over there. Ho Guozhen pointed to the corner, which was the candy counter. Upon hearing this, Li Yufu smiled and said, Sister Ho, I already stood on the side and looked at it from a distance when I came up here. My fifth sister's group is all lined up, so I didn't want to go over and say hello, lest I delay her. So I came to see Sister Ho instead. Puff. Ho Guozhen grinned. Then let's eat some melon seeds together, Sister Ho. Forget it. Once you start using that thing, you can't stop. Sixth brother, I find your description to be quite accurate. Sister Ho covered her mouth and laughed. Now that you mention it, I won't bring sunflower seeds to work next time, so I won't be able to stop eating them, and it won't be good if the director sees me. Li Yufu rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, you're practically blatantly doing this, yet you're afraid of being seen by the director. On the surface, he said, it's not impossible, as long as we know when to stop. All right, you've got me started lecturing you. You're asking for it. Ouch, someone's been hit. Okay, enough joking around. Yudi is doing a good job here. The young girl is very clever. There are some prices that even I can't remember, but I only taught her once, and she managed to remember them all. Ho Guozhen looked at Li Yufu with admiration. This family had really good genes. The younger brother was capable and eloquent, and the older sister was also competent. It's just a pity that you introduced two people to each other, but they weren't interested at all. Can you believe how frustrating that is? Li Yufu was happy for his fifth sister when he heard this. He had come specifically to visit her and learn about her life and work here. Thank you, Sister Ho. Without your guidance, my fifth sister wouldn't have adapted so quickly. Ho Guozhen waved his hand. It has little to do with me. It's your sister's own spirituality. Do you want to go talk to your sister? This isn't appropriate. Looking at the queue that hadn't shortened over time, Li Yufu sighed. He just couldn't understand. Was candy really that delicious? If Li Yufu were to ask just anyone, they would definitely say it's delicious. Even a hard candy that costs only 1 cent is out of reach for many people, and is especially loved by children. Having just one piece of candy is enough to make a child the envy of his or her circle. This is a kind of happiness that no other kind of joy can replace. There's nothing wrong with that. Sister Ho can just go and take her place for a while. Without saying a word, Ho Guozhen had already come out from behind the counter. Chapter 71. I almost broke out in a cold sweat. Come on, make way, make way. As soon as the crowd saw that it was a salesperson who was speaking, they spontaneously made way for them. Sister Ho. Li Yudi noticed Ho Guozhen walking by and quickly greeted her. Ho Guozhen smiled slightly. Yudi, stop what you're doing. Your brother is here. Go and talk to him for a while. Then what about me? Sister Ho is here. Hurry up and go. Thank you, Sister Ho. Li Yudi was taken aback at first, then gratefully thanked Sister Ho. The two sides switched positions, and Ho Guozhen skillfully called out to the crowd. Don't push, one person at a time. Who is it just now? My turn, my turn. What kind of candy do you want? Soft or hard? Soft candy requires a ticket. As the sound faded into the distance, Li Yudi turned around with relief, only to meet Li Yofu's gaze. Sixth brother, when did you get here? I just arrived a little while ago and saw you were busy, so I didn't want to bother you. But Sister Ho insisted on coming to relieve you. Uffed. Li Yudi covered her mouth and chuckled. Sister Ho is a very warm person. I wasn't used to it at first, but after getting to know her, I found her to be a really nice person. No matter how well we know each other, if we click, we'll strike up a conversation. Sixth brother, is everything all right at home? Why don't we go to the break room to talk? There are too many people here. It wouldn't be good if the director saw us. The lounge was the same lounge that Li Yofu had visited once before. He nodded to his fifth sister. Everything is fine at home. When you're not home, I pay Li Guizi to help gather some firewood. At least we won't have to worry about firewood this winter. Fifth sister, are you getting used to the food and accommodations here? Li Yudi nodded. Everything is fine, so don't worry about me and Mom. I'll come back to see you when I have a holiday. Sixth brother, sit here for a while. I'll go get you a glass of water. No need, sis. I just came to check on you. I'm leaving soon. So fast. Li Yufu nodded slightly. There are other things to do later. By the way, take this coal coupon. When you're on holiday, buy some coal, keep enough for your needs, and find an ox cart to take the rest back. I won't give you the money. I have money. I still have the 50 yuan you gave me last time. Li Yudi looked down and saw 500 jin, 250 caddies. So much. This was the last time Li Yofu exchanged 0.25 tons of coal coupons with Director Qian, which is 500 jin. Li Yofu didn't pay much attention. Coal was very cheap in those days. Only 6 yuan per ton. 500 jin is 250 kilograms, which is 1.5 yuan. However, you need to show a coal coupon to buy coal. Each person with an urban household registration can receive 40 kilograms of coal coupons per month, and 40 kilograms of coal only costs 24 cents. Cooking and boiling water consume a lot of energy every day. Fifth sister, keep enough for yourself before taking it back. The city is not like the countryside, where there is firewood to burn. Li Yudi felt that Li Yofu was like an older brother, and the feeling of being cared for and loved by him warmed her heart. She will remember Li Yofu's kindness for the rest of her life. Immediately, Li Yofu stood up and said, Fifth sister, I'll be leaving now. I'm going to visit third sister in Jiangsu and Zhejiang province in a few days. When you're on vacation, go back and spend more time with mother. Does mother know you're going to Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces? Li Yofu nodded. I've told her. Li Yudi wasn't surprised to hear him say that, and instructed him. Third sister lives far from us, so be careful on your journey. Also, when you get to third sister's place, please give her and her husband my regards. Li Yofu smiled and said, Okay, when I get there I'll tell you that fifth sister misses you. Then I'll be going. You go back to work too. Please tell Sister Ho thank you for me. I won't come over to see her. Okay, drive carefully. After saying goodbye, Li Yofu went to the research institute after leaving the department store. Here to see Director Qian again? Yes, sir. Is Director Qian here? Grandpa, have a cigarette. Li Yofu chuckled and took out a cigarette, offering one to the gatekeeper. This time, the gatekeeper not only accepted the cigarette, but also lit it for both him and Li Yofu with matches. The security guard took a deep breath before replying. Director Qian is in his office. He hasn't left work yet. By the way, what did you bring this time? With you around, the quality of food in our institute's cafeteria has improved dramatically. Sir, you flatter me too much. I'm here to see Director Qian about something. The gatekeeper smacked his lips. Well, I'd better hurry up, kid. The new year is just around the corner, and everyone's waiting for their perks. Sir, you even know about this? Li Yofu looked surprised. The gatekeeper chuckled and said mysteriously, Just a guess. A guess. Hey kid, you look pretty smart. How come you're so dumb? If the station gives out towels and enamel mugs, nobody cares. Everyone wants to take a pound or two of meat home, don't you think? Li Yufu. Seeing the smug look on the gatekeeper's face, Li Youfu was furious. Why couldn't he learn his lesson? He had been tricked by this old bastard again. All right, you finished your cigarette. Hurry up and go inside. Don't delay me from doing my job. Li Youfu, why didn't you say this when you were smoking my cigarette? Of course, Li Youfu would not say these things to him. Grandpa Chow rolled his eyes at Li Youfu's retreating figure and walked dejectedly toward Director Qian's office. Sixth brother, you're here. Find a place to sit and wait for me. Director Qian was writing something on a piece of paper, and Li Youfu didn't disturb him, casually finding a chair to sit down. A few minutes later, Director Qian looked up and said with a smile, Has something come of it this time? Li Youfu shook his head. It can't be that fast. I saw bears fighting when I went up the mountain a few days ago. I was so scared that I quickly came down the mountain. I came to see Uncle Qian this time to get a business trip certificate. Director Qian's expression changed. Safety first. We absolutely mustn't let anything happen. Li Youfu smiled and said, Uncle Qian, don't worry, I'll be careful. Okay, is the time set? Director Qian opened the drawer and took out a blank letter of introduction form. All he had to do was fill in his name, the reason for the letter, and stamp it. Li Youfu thought for a moment. Tomorrow or the day after, I'll have to go to the train station to see if there are any tickets. Are you heading to Jiangsu or Zhejiang province? Seeing Li Youfu nod, Director Qian continued. Then I'll write it under the name of the institute's logistics procurement. Thank you, Uncle Qian. It doesn't matter what name it's called. What matters is that such an organization exists. Whether it's buying train tickets or staying in a guest house, it will be much more convenient and much better than the certificate issued by the village. People moved around very little in those days. You could say you couldn't get anywhere without a letter of introduction. And the only people who could take the train were celebrities, scholars, and people on business trips assigned by their companies. On the contrary, relying solely on a letter of introduction from the village will inevitably lead to more questions from people. Li Youfu was also making 2 preparations to avoid trouble. Swish, swish, swish. Director Qian quickly wrote 2 letters of introduction on the blank letterhead. He stretched out his arm, glanced at the time on his plum blossom watch, and said, Come on, it's almost time to get off work. Come with me to the cafeteria for a quick meal, and I'll have someone take the letter of introduction to the train station to buy tickets later. How much is it? I'll remember it for you, kid. I'll deduct it from your pay next time. It was only then that Li Youfu learned that buying train tickets at the train station also required a letter of introduction, stating that comrades so and a certain number of people were coming to his place to buy train tickets, where they were going, and the time limit. Thank you, Uncle Qian. I didn't know any of this if you hadn't told me. Li Youfu glanced at Director Qian with some gratitude. Director Qian laughed and patted Li Youfu's arm. If I hadn't asked you to investigate carelessly, how would we have known that you've never even left the county town? Chapter 72. Train tickets in hand. Uncle Qian. What do you mean by that, old man? Li Youfu was nervous, but his expression was unusually serious. Don't be angry, Uncle apologizes to you. Director Qian smiled apologetically. But you have to understand, Uncle Qian. After all, this is a research institute, and we can't be careless. Li Youfu forced a smile. So, does that mean I've passed the test? Certainly. Director Qian patted his chest. Otherwise, the security department would have arrested you long ago. Li Youfu, still shaken, asked jokingly. Uncle Qian, what did I do that made you suspicious? That's not it. We met through my son-in-law. Director Qian offered Li Youfu a cigarette and continued. As I just said, this is a research institute, a key unit. We're just verifying your identity to make sure you're not an enemy agent. Immediately, Li Youfu activated his ability, and in an instant, he seemed to be immersed in an ocean of sound. In particular, the way Director Qian spoke, his heartbeat, and his pulse made it seem as if Li Youfu had pressed his ear against Director Qian's chest. Fortunately, when Director Qian was saying these words, his pulse was steady and his heartbeat was normal. Upon hearing this, Li Youfu was both amused and exasperated. It seems the problem mostly lies with the letter of introduction. Imagine that Li Youfu had someone issue a business trip certificate bearing the name and seal of the research institute. If something went wrong, the first person to contact would be the research institute. Director Qian simply had Ma who confirmed Li Youfu's true identity before issuing the business trip certificate without hesitation. Let's not talk about the deal involving the 4 pigs. Li Youfu had to acknowledge this favor. Thinking about it this way, Li Youfu felt much better. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, the workday bell rang outside. Director Qian stubbed out his cigarette. Come on, let's go to the cafeteria. I told you before that I'd let you try Yang Jiqiang's cooking. I wasn't exaggerating. I guarantee you'll want to come back for more after you try it this time. Thank you, Uncle Qian. I'll bring you some specialties from Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces when I come back this time. Ha, it doesn't matter whether it's a local specialty or not. Don't forget what you promised, Uncle Qian. I made that promise to the director. Must. Li Youfu followed Director Qian into the canteen, which was just a small canteen for entertaining guests. It was partly an attempt to apologize to Li Youfu, but more importantly, it was to build a closer relationship. Go and call Yang Jiqiang over here right now. Yes, Director Qian. A moment later, Yang Jiqiang, wearing a chef's hat and an apron, came over. Yang Jiqiang, I finally managed to get Lao Lu to come here for dinner today, so you better bring some of your best dishes, or Lao Lu will laugh at us. I've really blown my own horn out of proportion. Yang Jiqiang grinned and patted Li Youfu on the shoulder. 6th brother, I can't speak for anything else, but when it comes to cooking, I can't find a match around here. Just you wait and see. Li Youfu smiled and said, Then thank you very much, Brother Yang. Garlic-flavored pork belly strips, mapo tofu, braised pork belly, twice cooked pork. These are just 4 dishes, but I must say, they taste really good. This level of skill would be enough to make you a 5-star chef in later generations. How is it? Is it to your liking? Delicious, really delicious. Li Youfu gave a thumbs up, praising Yang Jiqiang generously, while Yang Jiqiang smiled smugly. Eat more if it's delicious. If there's a chance in the future, Brother Yang will cook for you again. It's just that we don't have any other skills. All we know is cooking. Brother Yang is confident in this area. Seizing the opportunity, Director Qian gave Yang Jiqiang a wink and then asked, 6th brother, Uncle Qian wasn't bragging to you, was he? No, Brother Yang's cooking is definitely this good, even better than the state-run restaurants in the county. But as you know, if a chef has no ingredients, no matter how good his skills are, he has no use for them. When Li Youfu looked up, the 2 women were looking at him with smiles like those of ants. Good heavens! Is love waiting for me here? Li Youfu saw through Yang Jiqiang's intentions, but didn't say anything. Yang Jiqiang's cooking skills were indeed excellent, far surpassing those of someone who had only watched a few food videos online. Besides, Director Qian still owes me a favor. Li Youfu said with a smile. Uncle Qian, Brother Yang, don't look at me like that. If you have something to say, let's get straight to the point. I'm scared when you look at me like that. That's what he said, but he wasn't scared at all. He was just putting on an act. Director Qian gave an awkward smile. You're too smart, kid. I knew I couldn't fool you. Uncle Qian will tell you the truth. See if you can think of another way. Send us 2 more, and the delivery time will still be 1 month. Li Youfu hesitated for a moment before agreeing immediately. Uncle Qian, I can't guarantee it 100%, but I will do my best. If we really can't hunt wild boar, pheasant, or rabbit, what do you think? At this moment, there were 21 wild boars lying in Li Youfu's spiritual spring space, but he didn't make any absolute statements. Even so, Director Qian slapped his thigh with joy. I knew you were a good kid. Uncle Qian offers you a toast with water instead of wine. Drop. After finishing his meal, Li Youfu stayed in Director Qian's office for nearly 2 more hours. Just then, someone knocked on the door and came in with a train ticket in hand. Director Qian, the tickets have been purchased. They're for 3:15 p.m. tomorrow. This is troublesome. You're welcome, Director Qian. If there's nothing else, I'll head out now. Good. After the door was closed, Director Qian walked up to Li Youfu with the train ticket in hand. 6th brother, is the ticket for tomorrow on time? No problem. Li Youfu nodded. Director Qian instructed. All right, you should go back early too. The train won't wait for you. If you have anything to do, hurry up and don't miss tomorrow's train. Besides, there's a dining car on the train, and train attendants sell tickets and give out boxed meals. You're rich, so you don't need to worry about going hungry. Just remember to bring a water jug, that's all. Thank you, Uncle Chien. Li Youfu was embarrassed and thanked Uncle Chien, saying he had said it many times today, but he still sincerely thanked Director Chien for sharing his experience with him. Director Chien smiled and waved his hand. Sixth brother, I won't say more. I've already written down the cost of your train ticket. We'll settle the bill when you get back. Uncle Chien wishes you a safe journey. Okay, Uncle Chien, I'll be going now. Li Youfu left Director Chien's office with the train ticket and letter of introduction. The moment he closed the door, the items were in the spirit spring space. Li Youfu usually doesn't carry anything on his person anymore. He keeps everything in his spatial storage, which makes it convenient to retrieve things. After greeting the gatekeeper, I rode my bicycle to the edge of the county town, circled around, and re-entered the town. There was now a burlap sack containing wild boar meat on the back of my bicycle. Before leaving, Li Youfu took the opportunity to fulfill his promise to Director Wang of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Sixth brother, Sister Mei. Li Youfu stopped his bicycle, waved to Sun Yumei, and gestured for her to look at the back seat. Mei Jia, who had previously done business with Li Youfu, immediately had a bright idea. Before even getting close enough to see what it was, people started cautiously looking around. Sister Mei whispered, Sixth brother, what's that? Wild boar meat. Sister Mei stepped forward and covered Li Youfu's mouth, saying, Keep your voice down. Why are you shouting so loudly? Come on, bring the sacks and come in with me. Sun Yumei took the lead, and, upon seeing Chun Ziqiang and Zhang Chunlei, mouth, good stuff, before pointing to Li Youfu behind her. The two understood immediately. I apologize for the carelessness in the previous chapter where I made a mistake with the numbers. I have quickly corrected it, and would like to apologize to everyone. I will be more careful in the future. Chapter 73. People from the commune arrive. At the same time, Chun Xiaoying led a large group of people from the commune toward Lijia village. Among them were Sun Haoran, the commune's secretary, Zhu Kaixian, the director, Wu Guozian, the women's director, Wei Jiangwo, the commune's armed forces minister, and 2 militiamen. The lineup can be described as quite impressive. If you don't make my family's life better, don't blame me for ruining you. These days, life is tough for the Wang family. Before their reputation was ruined, they could shamelessly beg for food from the villagers, but now nobody cares about them anymore. Walking around the village, he was either cursed or given the cold shoulder. To make matters worse, the eldest son of the Wang family couldn't afford the high bride price, so the marriage that had been arranged fell through. Chun Xiaoying was ruthless. She blamed all the crimes on Li Youfu. She originally thought that she wouldn't let Li Youfu pay a bride price. As long as her Wang Shuem married into the family, she could legitimately leech off the Li family. Wouldn't that be more cost-effective than paying a high bride price? But plans can't keep up with changes. Li Youfu had absolutely no interest in Wang Shui and refused to marry her without asking for a single penny in dowry, leaving the Wang family at a loss. As the days went by, Wang Shui couldn't find any way to get through Li Youfu, while Li Youfu's family was getting better and better every day. I heard a few days ago that Li Youfu used the more than 200 jin of fish he caught to get a new job. If the Wang family hadn't manipulated the bride price to ensure Wang Shui and Li Youfu's smooth marriage, this job wouldn't have fallen to Li Yudi. I hate it. Wang Shui's 3 older brothers were furious, their eyes red with hatred. Why should Li Youfu's family's life get better and better while their Wang family has to suffer? Now they are barely surviving on just 1 meal a day from the village canteen. On what grounds? The more they thought about it, the more indignant they became. So they put their heads together and went to the commune to sue Li Youfu. The commune leaders attached great importance to this matter, which led to the scene described above. Wu Guozian looked at the beautiful Wang Shui and said, What a lovely girl. She looks like she'd be good at bearing children. I never thought that even in this new society, there would still be such a heartless man like Chun Shimi. Chun Xiaoying snorted. This man is not only a heartless scoundrel, but also a lazy good-for-nothing in the village. If my daughter weren't so stubborn, would I have fallen for such a scoundrel? Wang Shui kept her head down, too embarrassed to say that it was because her mother had made outrageous demands, which had frightened everyone. Comrade Chun Xiaoying, let's not talk about your daughter Wang Shui anymore. If what you just said is true, I think this Li Youfu should be fed peanuts. Wei Jiangwo has a square face and a tall stature. His tone just now was unusually serious, giving people a sense of authority without anger. Especially with two militiamen following behind him, no one thought he was joking. Upon hearing this, the Wang family members' faces immediately turned pale. Comrade Wei Jiangwo, we should treat our own compatriots with kindness. The tone you used just now was like interrogating a criminal, which is not right. Who will dare to report situations to the organization in the future? Wei Jiangwo humbly accepted the criticism, saying, Comrade Sun Haoran is right. I will definitely pay attention next time. Zhu Kaixian smiled and said, let's talk about these things in private. Let's not let Comrade Chen Xiuying and the others laugh at us. Then, he asked, Comrade Chen Xiuying, you don't need to be nervous. Tell us everything you know, especially about this man named Li Youfu. What's his situation? This. Chen Xiuying became timid and lost her initial arrogance. She turned her gaze to her second son, Wang Chong. Of the three sons, Wang Chong was the quickest to think. Wang Chong gritted his teeth and said, Leaders, actually I'm not very familiar with Li Youfu either, because we are from Wangjia village and he is from Lijia village. I can only offer my limited understanding of him, so please don't be offended if I say anything wrong. The commune members exchanged glances, and Zhu Kaixian said with a smile, just say whatever you know. But we must also be realistic and not talk about hearsay. Clear. Wang Chong took a deep breath. It's like this, Li Youfu and my sister Wang Shui were introduced to each other by Granny Wang from the neighborhood. Marriage is a major life event, so I also inquired about Li Youfu's character from a few other people who knew about him. This Li Youfu has several older sisters. He is waited on hand and foot at home. His sisters do all the chores. He is lazy and good for nothing. Get to the point. Wang Chong argued. That's the key point I'm making. Secretary Sun Haoran waved his hand, signaling Wang Chong to continue. Just tell me about Li Youfu's current family situation. Chen Xiuying couldn't help but whisper a reminder. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong suddenly realized. Li Youfu's family situation is similar to ours. We couldn't even afford the bride price back then. They've become successful now. They even gave meat to every household in Lijia village a while ago. Wait a moment. Zhu Kaixian interrupted. You just said that Li Youfu distributed meat to every household in Lijia village. Is that true? Lijia village has 67 households, which is more than 300 people in total. I guarantee that everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, just ask anyone in Lijia village. Wang Chong was furious. He was stating the facts without any fear. Okay, you can continue. Wang Chong nodded. Besides distributing meat to the villagers, his family is also well fed. I heard he even found a job for his fifth sister. Tell me, how did someone known far and wide for being lazy and idle at home all day get such great skills? I suspect that this Li Youfu is a spy, a traitor sent by the enemy. The words had barely left his mouth. The people in the commune looked unusually serious. In this era, the country was teeming with spies of all sizes who were dedicated to causing all sorts of sabotage. If what Wang Chong said was true, this matter was no small thing. What is Li Youfu planning to do by lurking here for so long? What are his motives? These are questions worth trying to get out of him. Okay, we've got all of this in mind. Let's go to Lijia village together and find the village chief, Li Daqiang, to verify the situation again. Chen Xiuying was somewhat dissatisfied upon hearing this. Why do we need to verify this further? Isn't it obvious? In my opinion, the best way to deal with a scoundrel like Li Youfu who is evil to the core is to arrest him and make him eat peanuts. Mother, Sun Haoran frowned. Comrade Chen Xiuying, we have our own procedures. We will never wrong an innocent person, nor will we let a bad person go unpunished. Chen Xiuying didn't dare to say anything to Sun Haoran, but glared at Wang Shui and said, What? Do you think what your mother said is wrong? If it weren't for this bastard, would your brothers still be unable to get a wife? I think you're an ingrate. I've raised you all these years, and you're just a money loser. Chen Xiuying reached out and pinched Wang Shui's waist, making her wince in pain, but she dared not utter a sound. You just wait. After I've dealt with that bastard Li Youfu, I'll find Granny Wang to marry you off. Don't blame your mother for being heartless. You know the family situation. Your three older brothers are counting on this money to get married. Wang Shui's face was ashen, and she hung her head, as if resigned to her fate. Is Li Daqiang here? As they spoke, the group had already reached the entrance of the village office. Chapter 74. Do you believe what I'm saying? On the other side, Li Youfu was unaware that the Wang family would go to the commune to sue him, and a major drama targeting him was unfolding in Lijia village. Even if Li Youfu knew all this, he wouldn't care. They were just a bunch of clowns who couldn't cause any trouble. Or perhaps Li Youfu still harbored some expectations. He had made so many preparations and elevated himself to the level of the collective. It can only be said that the Wang family had neither chosen a good opponent nor a good time. Sixth brother, we'll take all this meat. Don't share it with the others. Upon entering the lounge, when Li Youfu opened the sack, Director Wang and the others were immediately impressed. It weighed 31.3 jin, 16.95 caddies, not from a live pig, but from lean meat. Foreleg meat with fat. All four of them had their eyes shining. They clearly liked it at first glance. Don't just stand there. Two of you go to the front. Director Wang said sternly. If you don't want to break up, just say so. No, I'm leaving now. Chun Ziqiang and Zhang Chunlei kept turning back, afraid that the best spots would be chosen by the director and Sister Mei. Director Wang ignored them and looked at Li Youfu. Sixth brother, let's name a price. This meat would cost 2.3 yuan per jin, even on the black market. Sun Yumei, who was standing to the side, had no objections. She knew the price as well. The key issue is that money doesn't work these days. The market supply is limited. Let's not set it at 2.3 yuan per jin. Let's set a fixed price of 2.5 yuan per jin, and we can divide the rest among ourselves. Li Youfu knew that these words were addressed to both him and Sun Yumei. Sun Yumei said with a smile, Sixth brother, we're so familiar with each other now. Don't let Sister Mei only be able to look. That would be too cruel. Brother Wang, Sister Mei, you're joking. This meat was brought here specifically for you. Don't pay the black market price. It's only 2.2 yuan per jin. Do you think this is okay? That's fantastic. Li Youfu offered to lower the price by 1 cent, and the two of them were naturally delighted. Director Wang hesitated for a moment. It's too unfair to you. I'm already very happy that you remember us. Sister Mei, don't you think so? Director Wang also thought about the next time. Who knows when things will improve with the current environment. He heard that not only the surrounding areas, but also meat from several other major provinces are being transported to the north. This is called being prepared for a rainy day. Sun Yumei's salary was not as high as Director Wang's, but fortunately, she was not the only one earning money in her family. The money was split among several families with whom she had good relationships, and it was only a few cents more expensive than on the black market. But the meat on the black market was clearly not as good as the meat Li Youfu brought over, which was obvious. Sun Yumei nodded in agreement. Sixth brother, just do as Director Wang says. We can't let you suffer any losses. We're waiting for the next time. No. Just keep it at 2.2 yuan per jin as I just said. Next time you hunt wild game, I'll bring it to you again. Li Youfu shook his head and refused. If he really wanted to make this money, he would have sent it directly to Director Qian at the Research Institute, where the price for the clean meat was 3 yuan per jin. He added, Brother Wang, Sister Mei, if you feel indebted to me, next time you can help me with a few bottles of matai. Upon hearing this, Director Wang patted Li Youfu's arm and chuckled. What are you doing with so much matai? Doesn't it cost coupons? Would you believe me if I said I was collecting these matai bottles to store and drink when I'm old? The two men naturally didn't believe such nonsense, and simply thought Li Youfu was a drunkard. Sometimes, telling the truth makes people disbelieve you. Li Youfu chuckled. Actually, I don't believe it either. It took me a lot of effort to get these tickets. I had to exchange fish for them and buy them from ticket scalpers. To be honest, I don't want to go through all this trouble. It's just for safety. A few bottles down, and the wild boar will collapse on its own. Really? Sun Yumei's eyes widened. It was the first time she had ever heard of wild boars liking to drink alcohol, especially matai. Li Youfu shrugged. I told you, but you wouldn't believe me. What can I do? Director Wang quickly grabbed Sun Yumei's arm. All right. Why are you worrying about this? Perhaps it's their unique hunting recipe. In ancient times, there was also the story of Wu Song fighting the tiger, who drank dozens of bowls of wine. Sun Yumei smiled. At least this was more credible than what Li Youfu had said earlier. Then, Director Wang opened the drawer and counted out the money. 68.86 yuan. And this is 68.9 yuan. Count it. Let's not count them. I can trust Brother Wang. It's better to count. All right. Li Youfu counted the money and found it was just right. Brother Wang, there's nothing wrong. Wait a moment, I'll get you some change. It's just a few cents, don't bother with the change. By the way, you asked me to save some matai for you, but I can't this month. I'll have to wait until next month. I'll see if I can save you a case. Li Youfu said excitedly. Thank you, Brother Wang. Hey kid, I don't even smile when I see you counting your money, but the moment I hear I'm saving you some matai, your face changes. Sixth brother, you're still young, drink less alcohol. Brother Wang, I'm not lying to you. I rarely drink alcohol, I just smoke a cigarette. Little did they know what made Li Youfu happy. November is almost here, and it's still unknown when Li Youfu will return from his third sister's place. There's only 1 month left in December before the new year turns to 61. That same year, matai was designated as the national liquor, making it extremely difficult to buy even with money and ration coupons. It would be several years before it became available again. And this is a whole case, the kind with 24 bottles. If it were worth more than 20 million in later generations, how could Li Youfu not be happy? This isn't just wine. It's money, culture, and heritage. Decades later, Li Youfu took out the liquor from that era. I have what others don't have. That's what makes me proud. Director Wang was naturally unaware of Li Youfu's thoughts. Li Youfu also secured Director Wang's promise by offering a discount of 1 cent per pound, making it a win-win situation. Brother Wang, Sister May, I'll be going now. I'll sit for a while, chat with Sister May for a bit, and I'll treat you to some candy. No need. I have some things to take care of at home. I'll come when I have time. Okay. After saying goodbye and leaving the lounge, Li Youfu greeted Chen Ziqiang and Zhang Chunlei before riding his bicycle back home. Lijia village office. Snap. Zhu Kaixian slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Li Daqiang, you come and tell me. What's going on with this Li Youfu? What? What happened? Director Zhu, I don't understand what you're saying. Li Daqiang's heart skipped a beat when he saw the men's unfriendly expressions, but he kept his mouth shut and tried to get some information out of them. Still pretending? Li Daqiang looked completely innocent. No, Director Zhu, I'm not pretending. I just don't know what you're talking about. Why don't you tell me what it is, so I can answer you? Secretary Sun Haoran, what do you say? Sun Haoran smiled faintly. Comrade Li Daqiang is right. Then let Comrade Zhu Kaixian tell you what happened and why we went to such lengths to come here to find you. The village chief. Sun Haoran emphasized the word village chief, implying both a reprimand and pressure. When Li Daqiang reported on his production targets last year, he ignored Sun Haoran's winks and continued to do as he pleased. Although it was true, the output reported by other villages was far less than that reported by the other villages. It was like a thorn piercing Sun Haoran's heart. Chapter 75. Where did the money come from? Li Youfu is on his way back. Meanwhile, the questioning at the Lijiakan office continued. Send someone to fetch Li Youfu. Understood, Uncle Qiangzi. Li Daqiang shouted something to the crowd outside, and immediately some people took off running. Upon seeing this, Sun Haoran and the others' expressions changed. Li Daqiang, you didn't send someone to tip us off, did you? If the person runs away, I'll hold you accountable. Li Daqiang showed no fear, saying, I just sent someone to notify Li Youfu to come over. No matter what, he is also a party involved. Also, Comrade Sun Haoran, I am a party member and a state cadre, not Li Youfu's cadre. Good. Sun Haoran smiled faintly. Then let's talk about Li Youfu first. Comrade Qin Xiuying, Comrade Wang Chong, please repeat what you just told us. Don't worry. Our people are all here. No one dares to do anything to you. As soon as Sun Haoran finished speaking, the tense expressions on the faces of the Wang family members vanished instantly, replaced by a hint of excitement. That's right, it's excitement. Since they couldn't get what Li Youfu had, that confirmed his guilt. With this in mind, Wang Chong, encouraged by Chen Xiuying's gaze, slowly began to speak. At the same time, the villagers who had just run out to look for Li Youfu also spread the news. Something big has happened. Everyone hurry to the village office to see what's going on. People from the commune are coming to cause trouble for Li Youfu. Uncle, what happened? Yes. Why are people from the commune causing trouble for Uncle Youfu? I know. I overheard something at the door just now. They said that Uncle Youfu's distribution of meat to everyone was reported to the commune. This is outrageous. Youfu caught the wild boar on the mountain, and he didn't keep it all to himself. He shared the meat with everyone, and yet some people are jealous and have sued Youfu. Do you think there is any justice or law left? Come on, everyone, come with me to the village office. I want to see who is slandering Youfu like this. The crowd was immediately outraged, and they headed toward the village office with whatever they were holding. Huh? Divide the meat. What does the distribution of meat in my Li family village have to do with you? Do you need to distort the truth here? Li Daqiang was so angry that he wanted to beat up Wang Chong, but someone stopped him. Sun Haoran said seriously, Comrade Li Daqiang, it seems there really is such a thing. That's indeed the case. However, the wild boar was hunted by Li Youfu on the mountain. After coming down the mountain, he handed the wild boar over to the village for disposal and meat distribution, which was done with the consent of the whole village. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone. This, Sun Haoran, Zhu Kaixian, and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. This seems to contradict what Wang Chong said. Wang Chong shouted, You're talking nonsense. Li Daqiang retorted, How did I talk nonsense? You're just biased towards Li Youfu. Even if Li Youfu's wild boar is distributed among the whole village, let me ask you, why should Li Youfu alone get dozens of kilograms? Is that fair? Wild boars are a collective, so why should he be allowed to do this? Wang Chong was somewhat smug. This was a term he had only heard from outside. Since wild boars belong to the collective, why should Li Youfu take more than his share? Zhu Kaixian was stunned for a moment. Comrade Li Daqiang, although Comrade Li Youfu hunted the wild boar on the mountain, what Comrade Wang Chong said is also correct. The wild boar belongs to the collective. When you divide it like this, don't you consider the opinions of the other comrades in the village? The commune leaders, we have no objections, not a single one. We all raised our hands in agreement. Just then, a large group of people from Lijia village arrived. Elderly men, middle-aged men, young wives, and many villagers walking by holding their children's hands. Snap! Sun Haoran slammed his hand on the table. Li Daqiang, what's going on with the people outside? Li Daqiang looked completely innocent. Comrade Sun Haoran, I don't know either. I didn't call him here. You. Sun Haoran was trembling with anger, but he didn't dare to do anything to Li Daqiang. He then turned to the villager from Lijia village who had just spoken and said, Comrade, you just said that everyone in your village raised their hands in agreement. Do you know how much meat Li Youfu took? That's dozens of kilograms. And how much did you get? Sir, if you don't know the actual situation, don't listen to rumors. The one who said this was none other than Ma Fong, the woman who married from Wangjia village to Lijia village. She spotted Chen Xiuying and the others in the office at a glance. After a moment's thought, Ma Fong understood what was going on, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. Then, Ma Fong scanned the crowd and continued. When the meat was being distributed, we were all there. What did Li Youfu get? It was all unwanted offal and scraps. This commune leader, if you were in his shoes, would you want these sewage treatment plants? Ma Fong's words were like knives. Those who came from the commune had all lived most of their lives, so they naturally knew which part of the pig was the most delicious. They asked themselves honestly, if they hunted a wild boar on the mountain, would they really hand it all over to the village? People are selfish. At least on this question, there were two people who couldn't answer it. Not to mention, he was clearly a hero who should have been loved and respected by the village, but he was the one who was most wronged because he only received some waste and scraps. Sun Haoran's eyes widened immediately. The Wang family members were dumbfounded. Was Li Youfu stupid? He doesn't choose the best pork belly from the wild boars he hunts. He only wants the offal. 3 don't know any of this. I only heard that Li Youfu alone got dozens of kilograms of meat. Wang Chong shrank back and continued to argue. Let's not talk about that. But Li Youfu is still a problematic person. He's a lazy bum who doesn't even do farm work. Where does he get the money to buy cotton cloth and cotton clothes for his family? And what about that job in the city? He said he got it by trading fish for it. But who can prove that? Can't say it, can you? Wang Chong smiled contemptuously. I knew it. This guy was definitely suspicious. He's an enemy spy. He should be arrested and punished. He became more and more agitated as he spoke, completely oblivious to the murderous looks on the faces of the people from Lijia village. Enough. Shut up. Li Daqiang could no longer hold back, and stood up abruptly. Comrade Sun Haoran, Director Zhu Kaixian, I can guarantee that Li Youfu is not a spy sent by the enemy. He has lived in our Lijia village for more than 10 years, and is a native of Lijia village. That's right. I've watched Li Youfu grow up since he was a child. How could he be a spy sent by the enemy? What a joke. If that's the case, then everyone is a spy. Ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter, but Sun Haoran's face was unusually grim. Since you're not a spy, is the information Comrade Wang Chong just reported true? Has Comrade Li Youfu bought back a large quantity of cotton cloth and cotton from outside? Yes. Chun Xiaoying snapped out of her daze and asked in an arrogant tone. Then where did his money come from? And where did the tickets come from? Back then, my family asked him to provide a bride price to marry my daughter, but he said in front of many people that he had no money. Everyone in my Wangjia village can testify to this. So how come he has money again this time? And where did the money come from? Tell me. Since you're so eager to know, then I'll tell you. Just then, Li Youfu stepped forward from the back of the crowd and looked directly into the eyes of the people in the room. Chapter 76, A Lifetime of Nightmare. Uncle Youfu, you finally arrived. That's great. Youfu, you should quickly talk to the leaders of the commune and make things clear. This is too much of a bullying. Li Youfu arrived late because on his way there he heard that Chen Xiaoying had reported him to the commune. Jiang Cuihua was so angry that she was trembling. It took some persuasion to calm her down. You're lucky to have come. Uncle Xiangzi, how could I not come after something like this happened? You're Li Youfu? Upon seeing Li Youfu in person, the eyes of the commune members all fell on his face. Li Youfu remained composed and smiled calmly, saying, That's right. I am Li Youfu, a native of Lijia village, not a spy. Li Youfu quickly gained the upper hand, explaining his background and indicating that he had heard everything that had just been said, showing off its sharp edge. This was Li Youfu's first impression on the group. Sun Haoran frowned. What a sharp-tongued young man. Then, a faint sneer appeared on his lips. The unspoken message of his sharp-tonguedness was, the tallest tree in the forest catches the most wind. Then he slowly began. We have a pretty good understanding of the situation. Since you are Li Youfu, then you should explain properly where the money came from and where the tickets came from. If you can't explain it, we have reason to suspect that you have ties with enemy agents. Then he looked at Li Daqiang and said, It's not that people who are born and raised here can't be enemy agents. They could be saboteurs planted among our people after being turned by enemy agents. What a big hat. What a powerful warning shot. Li Youfu couldn't help but applaud him in his heart. Without prior preparation, we might have really gotten ourselves into trouble this time, and it would have even dragged Li Daqiang down with us. But Li Youfu smiled slightly and looked at Chun Xiaoying and Wang Shui's family. Before I explain, I need to clarify one thing. Seeing Li Youfu's gaze and hearing his words, Wang Shuixin suddenly felt uneasy. Chun Xiaoying, Wang Chong, and the others also felt a chill run down their spines under Li Youfu's gaze. But then I thought, Li Youfu is about to be in big trouble. What does the previous incident matter? It just shows that Li Youfu can't come up with that much money. With that in mind, the others stopped looking away, except for Wang Shui, who kept her head down. You say, the commune's attitude was already clear in just 2 words. In the eyes of the people in the commune, no matter how eloquently Li Youfu spoke, it was all in vain. Li Youfu simply smiled faintly, but his gaze toward the Wang family grew increasingly cold. In a voice only he could hear, he said, Since you're courting death, don't blame me. There's 1 or 2, but no 3 or 4. Li Youfu had long wanted to avoid any connection with Wang Shui's family, but sometimes, the more you try to avoid them, the more they stick to you like glue. If you don't kill such a person, you might get bitten back if you're not careful. This is human nature. Only when they are afraid and dare not provoke them will they stop. Would Li Youfu give them that opportunity? Of course not. Then, Li Youfu spoke up, The first thing I want to clarify is that Wang Shui and I met through a blind date arranged by Granny Wang. Their family asked for a bride price of 100 yuan for me to marry their daughter, Wang Shui. I disagreed, and my family would never agree to it. Everyone in Wangjia village witnessed this. Even though they were somewhat prepared, the Wang family members still looked extremely grim when they heard these words in person. The words were spoken. The crowd erupted in uproar. What the hell, where do they have the nerve to ask for a dowry of 100 yuan? I wouldn't agree to such an outrageous request either. I think this family is obsessed with money. No wonder they went to the commune to complain. The way Wu Guozian, the women's director, looked at the group was one of utter hatred, as if she wanted to devour them whole. She questioned, "Comrade Chen Xiuying, what did you just tell me? You said Comrade Li Youfu is like Chen Shimi, who abandoned his daughter after becoming successful. How are you going to explain this to me?" Chen Xiuying's face turned deathly pale, and she stammered for a long time before she could speak. Zhu Kaixian interrupted again. "Now is not the time to talk about this. Continue your explanation." Li Youfu didn't mind and continued. "The second thing I want to clarify is about the wild boar meat distribution. There's no need to elaborate on that." Wei Jiangwo interrupted. "We have already understood the situation. The wild boar you hunted will be handed over to the village for disposal. Although dividing the meat is not entirely reasonable, it is a decision made by the entire village collective. We have no objection," Li Youfu said with a smirk. "The matter of dividing the meat is now over. We can't bring up old grievances again. Since it was a collective decision, we won't bring up past issues." "Good," Li Youfu said, "Okay," and then continued. "The third thing I want to talk about is that you're not concerned about where the money comes from, so I'll tell you now. The town's purchasing station buys fish at 45 cents per pound for large fish and 35 cents per pound for small fish. How is this possible?" Wang Chong and the others looked incredulous. When did fish become so valuable? Li Youfu turned to look at the villagers and asked, "Have I, Li Youfu, ever told a lie?" No. I can testify. I can testify as well." Each shout was louder than the last, the sound like a tsunami, overwhelming everything. The people of the commune seemed to be in a sea of sound, and their expressions changed. If this is true, then it would explain the source of Li Youfu's money. It's easy to find out with just a few questions. There's no way to fake it. That's still speculation and profiteering. Wang Chong shouted loudly. "Li Youfu has already confessed without being asked. Arrest him immediately." Li Youfu sneered. "Do you think the people in the commune are as stupid as you?" Then Li Youfu pulled out his second and third trump cards. He reached into his clothes and took out the purchase certificate that Director Qian had previously issued. This kind of procurement certificate is a must for every state-owned factory and is also a kind of independent authority. It is different from speculation and profiteering. With the certificate, the purchasing agent can go to the countryside to make purchases with confidence and boldness. This is the kind of prescription that Director Qian gave to Li Youfu back then. Li Youfu never expected it to be brought out at this time. "This is the procurement certificate issued to me by the Research Institute." The letter had a header, Li Youfu's name, the subject matter, and the institute's red stamp at the bottom. It's impossible to fake. The group carefully examined the writing, their expressions becoming somewhat subtle. Before they could speak, Li Youfu handed them a second letter of introduction. "This is the business trip certificate I just received from Director Qian today. This is the third thing I want to clarify. I, Li Youfu, am not a lazy bum. I also receive a salary. Now I can finally prove how many pieces of cotton cloth and how many kilograms of cotton I can buy, right?" Li Youfu's voice wasn't loud, but it sent chills down the spines of everyone present. "How is that possible? How could you possibly get a salary? I don't believe it." "Shut up, all of you," Wei Jiangwo, who was standing to the side, roared angrily. He was a soldier, upright and incorruptible, and he was straightforward and principled. The facts were already laid bare before him. Yet these people were still making trouble and arguing. He was absolutely furious. Li Youfu didn't even bother to glance at the Wang family's hysteria and disbelief, let alone offer any explanation. Sun Haoran, Zhu Kaixian, and Wu Guozian, on the other hand, gave him kind looks and personally handed the two certificates to Li Youfu. Comrade Li Yofu, you are a good comrade. We have wronged you and sincerely apologize to you here. An apology is unnecessary. Just prove my innocence. Innocent, absolutely innocent. Sun Haoran smiled and said, I've heard of the Research Institute in the county. It's a key national institution. Even a level 10 clerk's salary is 27.5 yuan a month, which is more than enough to buy some cloth and cotton. That's good. Li Yufu looked at the Wang family members and said, Leader, the facts prove that I am innocent. You can find out what I just said by asking around in Wangjia village. But this family is rotten to the core. When they couldn't extort 100 yuan from me by offering a dowry, they resorted to framing and falsely accusing me. I find it hard to imagine how people can live with such a family of bad apples among the masses. They can fabricate accusations against me today, and they can accuse you, him, and everyone else tomorrow. If any family seems to be doing better or showing signs of improvement in the future, they will become a thorn in our side. How are we supposed to live our lives then? It is clearly insufficient for Li Yofu to rely on his own strength alone. This time, he's using an open strategy again, and he's managed to tie everyone to the same boat. The idea of minding one's own business has been prevalent throughout history and continues to be so in people's minds today. But once it comes down to oneself, especially one's own interests, who can remain uninvolved? What Li Yofu needed to do was to bring things out into the open and make the Wang family the enemy of everyone else. This is the essence of killing someone by destroying their spirit. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned at first, then their expressions turned extremely ugly. The people of Lijia village have been earning some income these days through fishing and selling their catch at the purchasing station, regardless of how much or how little they have caught. This also gave everyone a glimmer of hope. If the Wang family gets their eye on this and ruins it, or if they label it as speculation and profiteering, the thought of this made everyone grit their teeth in hatred. Immediately someone shouted, Send this family to the horse farm for reformation. We must not allow such saboteurs to remain in the commune. That's right. They must be sent for reform. If their thinking isn't corrected, who knows who they might harm in the future? Sun Haoran, Zhu Kaixian, Wu Guozian, and Wei Jiangwo, the leaders of these four communes, also felt a chill run down their spines. Public anger is always overwhelming. Chun Xiuying's face turned deathly pale, and she collapsed to the ground. Wang Jun, Wang Chong, and Wang Lei, three grown men, are not as good as Wang Shui, a little girl. By now, he was already drenched in cold sweat. The commune members exchanged glances, and Wei Jiangwo expressed his opinion. I think Comrade Li Yofu is right, especially in these difficult times. We must not let our comrades lose heart, nor will we encourage such unhealthy tendencies. I suggest that we take them directly to the horse farm for renovation, and then send them back whenever the renovation is completed. Wei Jiangwo spoke up, and the other three didn't have much of an opinion. Agree. Wei Jiangwo hesitated for a moment, then suddenly waved his right hand and ordered, Take him away. At his command, two militiamen immediately stepped forward, one in each hand, and dragged the limp Chun Xiuying and Wang Chong and the others away like dead dogs. Chapter 77. Departure for Jiangsu and Zhejiang Province. I'm innocent. Please spare me. My mother made me do it. It's not my fault. I don't want to go to the horse farm. Gag his stinking mouth. Sun Haoran's loud rebuke revealed the authoritative image of the commune leader. The sounds outside suddenly stopped. Some people took out tattered rags, while others simply took off their shoes and socks, pinched the mouths of the Wang family members, and stuffed them in. Sun Haoran was very satisfied, and his voice softened considerably. Comrades, the commune has a zero-tolerance attitude towards such disruptive elements who undermine the harmony of the people. Rumors, slander, and false accusations will be dealt with one by one from now on, without any leniency. Of course, we are all good comrades, and we should carry forward this spirit of daring to fight against saboteurs. Thank you, everyone. That's so well said. This is the kind of leader everyone admires. Slap, slap, slap. Thunderous applause erupted and continued unabated. Sun Haoran and his group gained face, while Li Yofu benefited. What appeared to be a crisis targeting Li Yofu was quietly resolved with the help of two supporting documents. The worst off were the Wang family members, who had no idea what being sent to the horse farm for reformation meant. I'm afraid they'll only realize this when they get there, and there's no one to turn to for help. However, this has nothing to do with Li Youfu anymore. The Wang family was just a brief passerby in his life, not a mainstream one. After Li Youfu shook hands with several commune leaders, Sun Haoran and his group left, with several Li family villagers volunteering to help restrain them. Once they returned to the commune, someone would be arranged to send them to the horse farm for reform. As soon as the commune members left, the villagers immediately gathered around. You're so lucky. Why didn't you say something sooner? If we, the people of Lijia village, were to be bullied by the people of Wangjia village, we would have led people to their village to cause trouble long ago. Exactly. Look at the mess this has made. They even let this treacherous villain go to the commune to file a complaint, ruining his whole family. All right, everyone, please disperse. What kind of behavior is this, standing around like this? At this moment, Li Daqiang spoke up. From now on, you all need to keep your mouths shut. You were fortunate enough to share meat with everyone and seek benefits, but you were still sued by the commune. You should also look for the reasons within yourselves. Otherwise, if anything good happens in the future, who will dare to speak up? Under Li Daqiang's barrage of criticism, the crowd scattered in all directions. Thank you, Uncle Qiangzi. Li Youfu thanked them and then lit cigarettes for the two of them. Li Daqiang took a puff and said, Youfu, learn from this experience. It's good that I'm keeping things under control in the village, but there are plenty of envious people outside. Li Youfu nodded in deep agreement. No wonder Li Daqiang had stopped him last time. Li Daqiang was indeed farsighted. Li Daqiang patted Li Youfu's arm and smiled. You've been hiding it well, finding a job outside without making a sound. You said last time you wanted to get a letter of introduction to visit your relatives. Was that also for a business trip? I understand. After all, it's a research institute, a key national unit, and we have to keep things confidential. Wait here, I'll go and get you a letter of introduction right away. You know nothing. Watching Li Daqiang turn around to get the letter of introduction, Li Youfu couldn't help but sigh that he really had a vivid imagination. It's almost forming a closed loop. However, Li Youfu was happy with this and did not offer any explanation. A few minutes later, Li Youfu took the letter of introduction from Li Daqiang and headed home. Jiang Zuohua was getting impatient, but Zhang Yumei kept comforting her until she saw Li Youfu return, at which point she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is everything resolved? It's solved. Li Youfu nodded to her. The Wang family has been sent to the horse farm for reformation. They won't be back until the reformation is complete. But in his heart he thought, it's probably impossible to come back in this lifetime. Jiang Zuohua sighed. Everyone told you to keep a low profile, but now people are holding a grudge against you. This is not a matter of being low-key. That whole family is abnormal. Hearing this, Jiang Zuohua sighed deeply and recalled the experience, still feeling a lingering fear. If my son really marries that girl named Wang Shui, I don't know what kind of disaster will befall this family. Of course, she was unaware that in her past life, Li Youfu had indeed married Wang Shui, and that the entire family had been ravaged by this woman, who had been sucking blood from the Li family. Unfortunately, Li Youfu was a sycophant, only realizing his mistake when he was on his deathbed. Mother, fourth sister-in-law, there's something else I need to tell you. The two men looked over, and Li Youfu immediately took out his train ticket. This is the train ticket for 3:15 p.m. tomorrow. It's already booked? Li Youfu nodded. Director Qian from the Research Institute had someone buy the train ticket for me, so it can't be changed. Is there anything you'd like me to pass on to my third sister? What's there to bring? We have plenty of food at home, and Mom is in good health. Just tell her to take care of herself. That's what she said, but Jiang Zuohua was a typical example of someone with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She kept rambling on and on. Most of the time, Li Youfu was told to listen to his third sister and brother-in-law. The military wasn't like the civilian life. Li Youfu listened attentively without interrupting, knowing that Jiang Zuohua cared about him. Take a look. Do you want to bring something over to your third sister? There's still a piece of meat left in the kitchen, weighing over 6 jin, 3 caddies. Upon hearing this, Li Youfu shook his head. You and your fourth sister-in-law can keep that piece of meat at home. I've already prepared the things for my third sister. I left them with Director Qian. She can pick them up when she goes over tomorrow. Li Youfu then looked at his fourth sister-in-law and said, Fourth sister-in-law, while I was away, the family has been relying on you to take care of things. What are you saying? Zhang Yumei chuckled lightly. Your mother is also your fourth brother's, and my mother. It's only right that I take care of her. Why bring this up? By the way, brother-in-law, when you go to the county town tomorrow, please take the cotton padded coat with you. I've already made it. Youfu has to catch the train tomorrow. Let that girl come back and get it herself. Does she think that just because she's a city dweller now, she's no longer my daughter, Jiang Cuihua's daughter? Jiang Cuihua spoke, and Zhang Yumei immediately shut up. Li Youfu chuckled to himself, thinking that his mother still cared about him the most. After chatting for a while, Zhang Yumei hurriedly went to the kitchen to cook, so that they could finish eating as soon as possible and Li Youfu could rest early and not miss his train the next day. For people like Jiang Cuihua who had never traveled far from home in their lives, they had only heard that trains were enormous machines that could carry many people at once, but they didn't know what they actually looked like. There was even some fear. I was afraid of missing my train because of the time constraints. Seeing that he couldn't win the argument, Li Youfu let the two of them have their way. After eating and playing with Dia for a while, he returned to his room. Actually, the things I need to bring for my third sister are very simple, nothing more than grain and meat. However, the meat you bring cannot be fresh pork, it can only be salt-cured meat. After rummaging through the space for a long time, Li Youfu finally came up with a solution. The black soil accelerated time tenfold, so he placed the marinated pork on the black soil. 1 day is equivalent to 10 days. Once we get there, there will be no flaws left. I slept without any dreams. The next morning, Jiang Cuihua knocked on the door because she needed to catch the train from the village to the town and then to the county seat. It was Li Youfu's first time riding a train from this era, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. Chapter 78. The Green Train on the Tip of the Tongue. Go wash up quickly, breakfast is ready. Good. Li Youfu responded and ran to wash up. When he came back, he saw rice porridge and steamed buns on the octagonal table. The enticing aroma was emanating from the steamed buns. It smells so good. Eat slowly, there's still plenty left. As Li Youfu chewed, he was surprised to find that Jiang Cuihua's eyes were red and full of blood vessels. He quickly swallowed the steamed bun. Mom, didn't you sleep last night? You should eat something and then go rest. Don't worry about your mother's affairs. After I send you away, I'll go back to my room to sleep. Eat quickly, and I'll pack some buns for you to take on the journey. I've already packed them for you. Li Youfu was touched and felt a warmth in his heart. The saying, a mother worries when her son travels 1,000 miles, is absolutely true. When you get to the county town, call your third sister and ask her to pick you up. I know, mother. You should go back early too. Fourth sister-in-law, quickly help mother back to rest. I'll send a telegram home as soon as I get there. Understood, brother-in-law. Only after Li Youfu disappeared at the village entrance did Jiang Cuihua and the others stop waving their hands. Yesterday, Li Youfu lied and said that the things he wanted to bring to his third sister were in the county town. When he left home, he only carried a canvas bag with 2 changes of clothes inside. Actually, the item has always been in the Spirit Spring space. When Li Youfu arrived at the county post office, he dialed the number on his third sister's letter. On the other side, at the training field. Report, Deputy Battalion Commander Nya. There is your phone number in the reception room. The person on the other end says he is your brother-in-law, named Li Youfu. Nya Hailong returned the greeting. Tell the other party to call back in 20 minutes. Yes. Correspondent. Arrive. A capable young man jogged up to Nya Hailong and gave him a military salute. Go find your sister-in-law and tell her to wait for a call in the reception room, saying it's her brother calling. Yes. The communications officer took his orders and left. Nya Hailong shouted, Everyone, continue training. Meanwhile, his old partner, Deputy Instructor Han, laughed and said, What's wrong? Nya Hailong, who's usually fearless, is all droopy like a wilted eggplant. Your brother-in-law can eat people? Deputy Instructor Han had naturally overheard the conversation, which is why he teased his old partner. You know nothing. Nya Hailong said irritably. You know my wife Li Di. She's good in every way except that she spoils her younger brother. It's one thing if he's not capable, but the worst part is that he's also a lazy bum. I reckon he's just asking for money and things again. I'm too lazy to waste my breath arguing with him. I'd rather spend that time training my own men and let Lydie worry about it. After saying that, he ignored Deputy Instructor Han and quickly caught up with the group to train together. Upon seeing this, Deputy Instructor Han couldn't help but shake his head and mutter, "Every family has its own troubles." Li Youfu was unaware of these things. After contacting his third sister, he explained that he was coming to see her, then told her his arrival time before hanging up. He was unaware that Li Lady was already stunned into silence upon learning that he was coming. Blessed. Sixth brother. Li Lady received no response and knew that the other party had hung up the phone. It seemed that she would have to have a serious talk with Nya Hailong about this matter. After hanging up the phone, Li Youfu went to the train station to wait for his train. His initial excitement gradually faded over time. An average speed of 40-60 kilometers per hour was the speed of trains in that era, which is incomparable to the high-speed rail of later generations. It takes about 40 hours to travel from the county seat to Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, a journey of 2 days and 1 night. We arrived in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces at just over 7 a.m. The only good thing is that not many people can take the train these days, unlike in the 1990s when it was so crowded that a dozen or so people could squeeze into just one aisle. After Li Youfu got on the bus, he sat in a window seat next to a 40-year-old man wearing a Zhongshan suit, who looked like a cadre. Opposite him was a dark-skinned man wearing a white shirt, a blue-collared jacket, and a faded blue baseball cap. Next to him sat a young man in blue overalls. As Li Youfu sized them up, they were also sizing him up. Then, the group nodded politely. Since they didn't know each other, after the train started moving, they each found their own way to pass the time. Li Youfu watched the people smoking, reading newspapers, playing cards, and even carrying chess pieces onto the train, as if watching a documentary, but soon lost interest. Then, Li Youfu closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, his mind already entering the spiritual spring space. His main goal was to observe whether the curing of meat could truly follow the time flow rate of the black soil. Not bad. Overnight and half a day, the cured meat looked as if it had been left out for 7 or 8 days. Other wild boars and bears, being outside this area of time flow, remain prohibited. It's essentially time-stopping. Once released from the space, the wild boar and the bear will immediately return to their original state. This is why he kept taking action in the space. Time flies. The train kept stopping and starting, stopping for several minutes, or even 10 minutes, at almost every station. Li Youfu's mind was entirely focused on the space, until the train conductor's voice echoed in the corridor, pulling his thoughts back from the spiritual spring space. Looking up, I saw a man in a white uniform standing in the middle of the aisle. He was wearing a blue baseball cap with a red 5-pointed star in the middle and was holding a wooden board with receipts in his hand. "Hello, passengers. It's mealtime now. The dining car has prepared dinner for everyone. The main dishes are rice, noodles, flatbread, and steamed buns. There are more than 10 kinds of dishes. To make it easier for passengers to try more, you can also buy half portions. Anyone who wants to eat, please prepare your change. Tickets are now being sold." After the train conductor finished speaking, he took the ticket book and asked each passenger one by one. "I'll have some noodles." "Okay, 2 cents. Is there anyone else having dinner?" "I'd like a rice bowl with toppings." Sanmao. Hearing people buying meal tickets, Li Youfu found it strange. Then, a female flight attendant, also wearing white overalls, pushed a box cart over. Inside were various dishes ordered by the customers, all packed in aluminum lunchboxes and accompanied by an aluminum spoon. Seeing that the other 3 people in the seats remained unmoved, Li Youfu asked, "Comrades, aren't you going up to buy tickets?" "No, I have some dry food with me." "Me too." The 2 men sitting opposite him answered him, taking out an aluminum lunchbox from their package, inside which were 2 somewhat hardened cornbread buns. Seeing this, Li Youfu clicked his tongue slightly, but didn't say anything. Actually, he also brought his own dry food, which was a large meat bun that Jiang Tsuohua prepared for him in the morning. Wild boar meat is diced and then mixed with a little cabbage filling. It smells delicious. However, Li Youfu had his own ideas. This is not the future, where the food on the train is ignored. It is no exaggeration to say that in those days, all the chefs on trains came from old restaurants like Fengziwen and Hongbinla in Beijing. The food prepared on the dining car was delicious and visually appealing, comparable to a state banquet. When state banquets are held to entertain foreign guests, chefs are even drawn from the railway department, which shows how prestigious the position is. Li Youfu had long wanted to try it out. He hadn't had the chance before, but now that he had, he certainly wouldn't miss it. Young man, did you bring food too? After they finish getting their meals, I'll have the flight attendant bring some hot water. If you need hot water, just bring out your enamel mug. After saying that, he grinned at Li Youfu. Chapter 79, A Man's Responsibility. Hello, comrade. I see that the cornbread you are eating is cold and hard. Let me take it to the kitchen to heat it up. You can also add some tofu and radish as side dishes to go with the rice. Just as Li Youfu was about to say he wanted to go to the dining car for a meal, a train attendant in a white uniform walked up to them. Train conductor, how much will it cost in total? 5 cents. It can work. The two men opposite Li Youfu immediately paid and handed over the aluminum lunchbox. The train conductor took the lunchbox and arranged for someone to deliver it to the kitchen. Please wait a moment. A train attendant will bring it over once it's heated up. That's great. Thank you. You're welcome. It's what we should do. This scene. Li Youfu was also stunned. The service on the green trains of this era was too good. The next moment, the train conductor's gaze fell on him and the middle-aged cadre next to him. Hello, comrade. Would you like something to eat? We have all kinds of rice bowls, noodles, flatbread, steamed buns. Li Youfu asked. Train attendant, may I go to the dining car for a meal? Of course, the dining car is 3 carriages behind here. The train conductor pointed in the direction behind Li Youfu. Upon hearing this, Li Youfu stood up and thanked him, then asked, Comrade train conductor, do we still need food coupons for meals? In the past, we used to use them, but now we have new regulations that food coupons are no longer required for meals on the train. The train conductor always spoke in a gentle and refined tone, giving people a feeling of warmth and comfort. No wonder, when he saw others buying food without taking out their food coupons, Li Youfu thought he had misread it. However, it's easy to understand upon reflection. Grain coupons were a type of voucher exchange from grain ration coupons, used to pay for meals at state-run restaurants and to solve the problem of meals when traveling on business. Farmers did not have food ration coupons, but they still needed to travel long distances. Eliminating food ration coupons for meals on trains resolved this contradiction. Thank you, train conductor. You're welcome. Li Youfu thanked him again, and then he noticed that the middle-aged cadre had the same idea as him, to eat in the dining car. The two walked towards the food truck almost one after the other. At the same time, at the entrance of the daycare center, Mother! Mother! 2 adorable little girls ran quickly to Li Lady's side. Upon closer inspection, the 2 women look almost identical, except one has short, ear-length hair and the other has 2 braids. The older one is as composed as a little adult, while the younger one has an innocent and carefree demeanor. Just like their names, Nie Shengnan and Nie Rushua. Upon receiving her daughters, Li Lady smiled like a loving mother and gently patted the 2 little girls on the head. Were you good today? Did you listen attentively to the teacher in class? Good boy. I also learned a Tang poem today. Really? Then how about Rushua recites it for Mom? Good. Nie Rushua shook her little head, reciting, hoeing the fields at noon, sweat drips onto the soil. Who knows the hard work behind every grain of rice on the plate? Every grain is hard-earned, you idiot. Nie Shengnan looked at him with disdain, her small face unusually cold. Oh, it's every grain is hard-earned. Mom, I just recited it wrong. Nie Rushua lowered her head, looking as if she had done something wrong. Li Lady was also at a loss with her eldest daughter. Normally, she would tell Nie Shengnan to give in to her younger sister, but today she was really not in the mood. Let's go home with Mom. Li Lady led her 2 daughters by the hand and walked towards the compound. Along the way, she would nod to familiar soldiers she encountered. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Suddenly, Nie Shengnan pointed to the figure in front of her and said, Mom, it's Dad. Dad's back. Then, like wild horses that had broken free, the 2 girls rushed into the arms of the tall man in front of them. Dad, You're off work so early. Dad, I learned a new Tang poem today. Shengnan, Rushua, you're such good girls. Let's wait for Mom to come home together, okay? Good. Looking at her husband, Li Lady didn't know how to speak. The short distance felt like a kilometer. Even a distance of 1 kilometer can be covered eventually. In fact, it only took him a dozen seconds to walk up to Nia Hailong. So early today? Nia Hailong nodded. We're going on a mission in a few days, so we can't train too hard all at once. It would be troublesome if we got injured. Li Lady knew that her husband had his own way of doing things, and she only needed to focus on being a good housewife. She wouldn't ask any more questions. Did you receive a call from your brother? On the way back, Nia Hailong asked the question. Li Lady nodded, then hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but didn't. She knew that Nia Hailong didn't like his younger brother very much, feeling that Li Yofu was spoiled too much by the family and had lost the responsibility and commitment that a man should have. Just say what you have to say. We're a married couple. Did that kid cause some trouble? No. Li Lady shook her head and took a deep breath. Hailong, Lao Lu said he's coming to our house to see me and your brother-in-law. What? Nia Hailong stared wide-eyed, looking incredulous. He came to see us? Yes, that's what he said on the phone. Before I could even react, Lao Lu had already hung up. I don't know his number. He's probably already on the bus by now. Li Lady still expressed her concerns. Before marrying Nia Hailong, she had raised Li Yofu single-handedly. After she got married, it was Li Yudi who took care of Li Yufu. It's fair to say that she, as the older sister, knows her younger brother's personality very well. She can't carry anything on her shoulders or lift anything in her hands. It's such a long distance. How can Zhang Tsuehua, as a mother, not feel at ease? What if something happens on the way? Nia Hailong, however, was thinking about something else. If he wants to come, let him come. Even if I, as his brother-in-law, don't want to see him, he's already on the bus. What can I do? But you also need to make it clear to that kid that there is a food shortage everywhere right now. And in many places he can only have a thin porridge a day. When he comes, he can't complain about our food. Otherwise, let him go back to where he came from. Li Lady was overjoyed. Hailong, I knew you were the best. Nia Hailong gave a bitter smile. It's just a pity for Shengnan and Rushua. Li Lady understood what her husband meant. Everyone's food rations were fixed, and each additional person would require an extra ration. This applied to both local areas and the military, without exception. Old 6 share will come from my account. Then what will you eat? Nia Hailong glared at them. What I mean is, the food rations should come from our own pockets. No matter how hard things are, we can't let the children suffer. Thanks. Li Lady suddenly said in a tearful voice. You know I only have one younger brother. Several years ago, Li Lady overheard a conversation between Zhang Tsuehua and her father and learned that the 4th son, Li Weigua, was not Zhang Tsuehua's biological son, but had been switched with someone else. Chapter 80, Shooting Flowers. In fact, some things can be traced back to certain patterns. Especially in rural areas, a woman who cannot give birth to a boy will be gossiped about and will never be able to hold her head high for the rest of her life. Li Lady carried this secret for many years, like a shackle. She always felt guilty for only giving birth to 2 daughters for Nia Hailong. She named her eldest daughter Nia Xingnan, hoping that she would become a woman who would not be inferior to men in the future, and named her younger daughter Nia Rushua, hoping that she could grow up healthily. Nia Hailong was conflicted, but deep down, he also wished to have a son whom he could train from a young age to become a soldier. I won't talk nonsense. Nia Hailong held his daughter's hand with his left hand and Li Lady's hand with his right. Hey, Deputy Battalion Commander Nia, you and your wife are so sweet together. What are we bachelors supposed to do? Go away. You even dare to tease your sister-in-law. See if I'll introduce you to someone else. A blush crept onto Li Lady's face, only to be met with a fierce glare from her. There aren't so many complicated things in the military. When others tease you, you have to stick your neck out and fight back, letting them know how tough you are. No, sister-in-law, I will never dare to do it again. Ha-ha-li debeo, you coward, don't shrink back just because your sister-in-law scares you. You deserve to never get a wife. Nia Hailong waved his hand to shoo them away. Go away. All of you, get out of the way. I think you guys haven't had enough training. Do you want me to give you another 10-kilometer armed cross-country run? The report is not. Goodbye, Deputy Battalion Commander Nya. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, they all scurried away like rabbits whose tails had been stepped on, each one faster than the last. Uffed. Lee Lady smiled gently, not only because it was amusing that the greenhorn had slipped away, but also because of her husband's understanding and tolerance. Nya Hailong, however, said embarrassedly, "It's all my fault for spoiling these kids too much." Lee Lady laughed and said, "It's nothing, it was just a joke. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? But I should also find a wife for Lee Debeo, so he won't keep wandering around all day." Nya Hailong smiled and nodded. "You handle this matter. It's not appropriate for me, a grown man, to interfere in this. Having a wife can keep that kid in check, so he won't cause trouble one day." The couple held their child's hand, chatting as they walked home, looking very happy. On the other side, the clanging sound of the train crushing the rails continued. The scene on the dining car was quite different. Clean and tidy, each table was covered with a white cloth, and a bouquet of flowers was placed next to it for decoration. There weren't many people dining here. Apart from Li Youfu, a young man in a cotton-padded coat, there were only cadres in Zhongshan suits, celebrities, and a train conductor in white. Li Youfu simply found an empty seat, where there was a rather thick cookbook on the table. There's a saying, "Delicious food on green-skinned trains." This means that the dishes gathered here will only circulate within the railway system. For example, this train departing from Beijing mainly serves Beijing cuisine, also known as Beijing-style cuisine. One of its characteristics is its exquisite and delicate appearance, and its perfect combination of color, aroma, and taste. Shredded pork with sweet bean sauce, stir-fried vegetables, and a bowl of mutton soup, it's so delicious you could practically swallow your tongue. The railway department's regulation on using famous chefs was not abolished until around the 1980s. In other words, while taking a green-skin train in this era may be a bit slow, it also allows you to experience the culinary skills of famous chefs from all over the country. "Young man, can you finish all this food by yourself?" When Li Youfu saw that it was the cadre in the Zhongshan suit sitting next to him, he smiled and said, "I have a big appetite, and I won't waste food. It's so good to be young. My name is Li Xiangqian. How should I address you, young comrade?" Li Youfu is the sixth child in his family. "Everyone calls me Lao Lu, or Li Lao Lu." Li Xiangqian smiled. "Sixth brother, are you here on a business trip?" "Half and half." "Oh," Li Youfu explained. "My older sister happens to be in the same place as me on a business trip, so I took the opportunity to visit her." "Comrade, your meal is ready." Just then, a female train attendant walked over. Seeing this, Li Xiangqian smiled at Li Youfu and said, "Comrade Lao Lu, please enjoy your meal. My meal is ready too." "Okay, Comrade Li Xiangqian." This was just a minor incident and did not prevent Li Youfu from continuing to enjoy the food. After finishing his meal, he greeted Li Xiangqian and returned to his seat. When he returned, he saw that the enamel mug on the table was filled with boiling water. Without even thinking, he knew that the two men sitting opposite him had done it. Perhaps because they had just finished eating, they returned the courtesy. Li Youfu took out cigarettes, offered one to each of the two men, and then lit one for himself. From the conversation, it was learned that the two people on the other end were carpenters who worked in Beijing and had inherited their skills. They had returned to their hometown and planned to stay there until after the new year before returning to work. Li Youfu was neither in this industry nor very knowledgeable about it. The only thing he knew was that Phoebe Jinan wood was valuable, so he lost interest in continuing the conversation. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness re-entered the spiritual spring space. Even when Li Xiangqian returned, Li Youfu remained in the same posture. The clanging sound, sometimes loud and sometimes soft, was both irritating and had a slightly hypnotic effect. Time flies, and it was already midnight on the third day. In a few hours, the train will reach Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, which is also Li Youfu's destination. Shoot the flower. Pao Huazi is a slang term referring to child traffickers. Since it primarily involved boys, it led to many families taking the risk of selling their sons from one place to another, resulting in families without sons. Li Youfu was able to notice the situation in the other carriage because he was so bored that he tried to control his new ability. In an instant, he entered a strange state where the sounds of the wind, voices, snores, breathing, and heartbeats all reached Li Youfu's ears. Even though there was still some distance between them and a passageway connecting the carriages, Li Youfu felt as if he were standing right in front of them, watching their every move. However, few people traveled in those days, let alone a young couple carrying a baby in swaddling clothes. The baby wasn't crying or fussing, it seemed to be asleep. If this happens 3 times in a row, spanning from afternoon to late at night, then it is definitely not normal. Li Youfu snapped out of his daze, still somewhat exhausted, but he couldn't care less, because he noticed through his look that the old and young couple were packing their luggage. They looked ready to get off the bus. Just then, the announcement came over the loudspeaker that the station was about to arrive. It's too late. Stop. A roar from Li Youfu not only startled the sleeping passengers, but also gave the elderly couple a fright. You're about to die. What are you yelling about? I'm just an old woman, and you almost scared me sick. The crowd was also criticizing Li Youfu, glaring at him angrily, and several hot-tempered people had already rolled up their sleeves. Sizzle. Hiss. The next second after the 2 voices rang out, I felt the standing carriage suddenly shake. The train had arrived at the station. At that moment, the old and the young exchanged a glance. The old woman, holding the swaddled baby, retreated behind the man, while the man glared angrily at Li Youfu. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. Don't let them get away. Those 2 are human traffickers. Li Youfu shouted loudly, and at the same time, he stomped his feet hard, unleashing the full effects of the spiritual spring water he had been consuming. Like an arrow knocked on a bowstring. Bang! Li Youfu's body, like a cannonball, crashed into the man. Chapter 81, Captured and Punished. Snap! A distinct cracking sound could be heard. The man felt as if he had been knocked away by a charging beast, followed by a sharp pain that assaulted his brain. Then, he felt a sweet taste in his throat and coughed up a mouthful of blood as soon as he fell to the ground. Li Youfu was stunned for a moment, somewhat incredulous that he was so powerful that he could knock someone to the ground with just one move and leave them unable to get up for a long time. He didn't even consider that just a few days after drinking the spiritual spring water, he was able to drag a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds down the mountain using brute force. With that kind of strength, it's a miracle the man didn't die instantly. He's lucky to be alive. Upon seeing this, the old woman took off running. Stop her, she's a human trafficker. Only at this moment did a few pedestrians realize what was happening and rushed to block the passage, standing in front of the old woman. Seeing that she couldn't escape, the old woman turned her gun on Li Youfu and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. I was holding my grandson. You beat my son like this. I'm going to call the police to arrest you." The pedestrians blocking the old woman's way looked at each other in bewilderment. The old woman's words weren't without reason. They had personally witnessed Li Youfu beat the man so badly he couldn't get up, and calling the police was the right thing to do. When Li Youfu saw that everyone's eyes were on him, he shouted, "Brothers, please don't let human traffickers take advantage of this. There are railway police officers on the train. If they are human traffickers, we can find out by calling the train attendant and the railway police." A middle-aged man who frequently travels for work chimed in. The young man is right. There are railway police on the train. Hurry up and go find the person in the carriage. The commotion woke up most of the passengers in the next carriage. It was only through word of mouth that I realized there were people taking pictures of flowers on this train. Those watching the spectacle peered out from the entrance of the passageway. Several others ran to other carriages to find the train conductor and railway police. As more and more people gathered, the old woman lifted the swaddled baby above her head. She said angrily, "Get out of my way, all of you. If you don't move aside, I'll throw him off, and nobody will get away with it." The words were spoken. The pedestrians who were blocking the old woman's way were both anxious and angry. It turned out that what Li Youfu said was true. The old woman in front of them really was a con artist. "Xiangzi, come here quickly." Once the situation was under control, the old woman shouted the man's name. Xiangzi snorted and slowly got up from the ground. He covered his chest with one hand and stared at Li Youfu with a pair of sinister eyes, wishing he could devour him alive. "Stop." Just then, The train conductor in white uniform and the railway police arrived. At this critical moment, no one expected Li Youfu to make his move. He darted forward and landed a punch on the man's stomach, then charged at the old woman without slowing down. Xiangzi! The old woman screamed loudly, and just as she was about to throw the baby to the ground, a large hand grabbed her wrist like a vice. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old woman's other hand was also grabbed by several pedestrians who blocked her way, while her other hand steadily held the poor little one. The commotion woke up most of the passengers on the train, while the baby remained fast asleep. Seeing this, Li Youfu breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a pang of heartache. This baby has suffered so much while still being breastfed. Who knows how much poison those two swindlers gave it. Comrade, on behalf of the railway department, I thank you for your righteous help. Please give a statement later. The train conductor quickly pushed through the crowd to Li Youfu. The scene was under control. With the help of pedestrians, the two kidnappers were tied up and awaited their fate. The baby was then handed over to another train conductor. No need for a statement, just consider it a good deed on my part. I'm about to leave, and if I'm delayed, the person picking me up will be worried. Li Youfu came up with an excuse that wasn't really an excuse. You're kidding, don't you even know what time it is? It takes 1 or 2 hours to drive just a few dozen kilometers. In addition, due to the inconvenience of communication, Li Youfu refused without even thinking about it. No one expected Li Youfu to react this way. The spirit of police-civilian cooperation and the close bond between the military and civilians has been deeply ingrained in the hearts of every ordinary person in this era. What's more, this is a good deed done by a good person. The railway department will send commendation letters to units to recognize their achievements, which is definitely an opportunity for them to gain recognition. Those who receive commendations will also receive a raise based on the specific content of the commendation. The railway police seemed to realize that Li Youfu was genuinely unwilling, so they didn't force him. Instead, he smiled and said, "Young comrade, could you leave your contact information so we can get in touch with you if anything happens on our end?" The railway police spoke very tactfully, and Li Youfu couldn't find a reason to refuse. If he really had a job, he would have given them his company's contact information, but unfortunately he doesn't. Li Youfu thought for a moment, and then gave his third brother-in-law's address. "So that's how it is. Young comrade, you're actually a soldier." "No, it's a misunderstanding. This is my third brother-in-law's address. I'll be staying at my third brother-in-law's house when I visit relatives in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces." "Okay, we'll contact you later." When the railway police saw the train conductor nod at him, they quickly ended the conversation. Then he escorted the two flower sellers off the train, with the sleeping baby in his arms. Wah! The train sounded its horn. Looking out the car window at the receding figures of the group, Li Youfu returned to his seat. Li Xiangqian gave him a thumbs up. "Sixth brother, you're really amazing. How did you figure out that the other party was a human trafficker? How did you know?" Of course, it can be seen through ability, but Li Youfu cannot say that. So he made up an excuse. There weren't many people on this train to begin with. Not to mention there was a baby in swaddling clothes, so I paid a little more attention to it. But isn't it strange? Despite all the noise along the way, we didn't hear a single baby cry or make a fuss. So you called it out to test the other party. Li Youfu thought to himself, "You've already given me a reason. Shouldn't I just go along with what you're saying?" On the surface, he nodded. "I didn't expect that my test would immediately expose their true colors." Li Xiangqian was also shocked by Li Youfu's boldness and meticulousness. He pursed his lips. "Just based on this observational ability, I think you're a promising talent." "What do you mean?" Li Youfu stared wide-eyed, not understanding what Li Xiangqian meant. "It's nothing. Go and get some rest. You'll arrive at your destination in 2 hours. "Holy crap." Li Youfu was genuinely surprised. "How did you know? Didn't you just give me your brother-in-law's address?" "I happen to have been to this place a few times." "All right." Li Youfu was skeptical, but nodded nonetheless. As Li Youfu closed his eyes, Li Xiangqian's lips curled into a slight smile, and he said in a voice he could only hear, "Kid, you're pretty alert." Chapter 82, Meeting Third Sister. Is this old guy trying to scam me? Li Youfu appeared unconcerned, but inwardly he was already on guard. just like the saying that Taoist Juanti often repeated, "Fellow Taoist, you are destined to be with me in the West." Fate my ass. This has nothing to do with whether or not one loves one's country. Li Youfu had too many secrets. He only wanted to ensure that the ancestors who had dedicated themselves to the country could have food without revealing himself. These predecessors who dedicated themselves to the country were able to create one miracle after another even while enduring hunger and hardship. In fact, Li Youfu was also curious about how much energy his ancestors would have unleashed if they had never had to worry about food and drink. Thinking about all this, Li Youfu entered the spiritual spring space and began to organize the things he wanted to bring for his third sister. Actually, there's not much to it. It's just about food and meat. There are still several hundred kilograms of rice and wheat flour in the Lingquan space. Each of the following types of grains, such as cornmeal, sorghum flour, and brown rice, exceeded 2,000 kilograms. Even though Li Youfu had so much fine grain, he really couldn't take it out until he found a good excuse. Unlike Jiang Tsuehua and her other older sisters, Li Lady was not easily fooled. She was quite shrewd. After thinking for a moment, Li Youfu put 2 jin of polished rice and 3 jin of brown rice together, and then took 3 bags and put 5 jin of wheat flour, 20 jin of sorghum flour, and 20 jin of corn flour in them respectively. The cornmeal was mixed with a lot of cornmeal. It wasn't pure cornmeal. The total weight is 50 jin, 25 caddies, and there is also a small piece of cured meat, which weighs about 5 jin, 2.5 caddies. Once all these things were gathered together, Li Youfu stopped. There were quite a few of them combined. If we weren't staying with my third sister for a few more days, we probably would have given even less food. Dear passengers, the train is about to arrive at Jiangsu Zhujiang Provincial Station. Just then, the train's announcement system came on. Li Youfu stood up from his seat. Comrade Li Xiangqian, I've reached my stop. See you again sometime. Okay, sixth brother. After Li Xiangqian finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes again. He didn't notice that when Li Youfu was dragging his luggage, there was already some more food in the snakeskin bag in his hand. As Li Youfu got off the train, he walked outside with his luggage, looking around curiously. In those days, relatively few people traveled by train, and low-rise bungalows were everywhere you looked. On the platform, besides passengers getting on and off the train and staff, the most common sight is flatbed carts loaded with boxes of all sizes, a characteristic of that era. Outside the station, Li Lady stood outside waiting early. Although she was not a female soldier, her short hair, which did not reach her shoulders, still gave her a somewhat heroic and spirited look. Look, it's out. Just then, someone shouted. The crowd that came to pick them up immediately surged toward the exit. Li Lady couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She had joined the army 6 years ago, when Li Youfu was only 12 years old. It's been 6 years since I last saw him. The little kid from back then has grown into a grown-up. I wonder if I could recognize him right away. Third sister. Li Youfu waved vigorously at his third sister and walked towards her carrying a snakeskin bag. Sixth brother. Li Lady was stunned for a moment, more surprised than anything else. It is said that girls change a lot as they grow up, and the same is true for boys. Li Youfu has grown from a little kid into a young man, and Li Lady almost didn't recognize him. He grew taller and stronger, so much so that she, as the older sister, had to look up at her younger brother's face. Third sister, where is my third brother-in-law? Do you think everyone is as free as you? Your brother-in-law is in the military, so he has to abide by military discipline. Li Lady rolled her eyes at him, feeling the long-lost family affection return. But you, how could your mother let you run so far away alone? Aren't you afraid something might happen to you? I'll carry the bag for you. You must be tired after such a long drive. Let's eat something here first, and then catch the bus. Listening to his third sister's nagging, Li Youfu raised the corners of his mouth. It's okay. I can carry it myself. The stuff is heavy. How heavy can a snakeskin bag be? Li Lady immediately took action, and Li Youfu was happy to see his third sister's surprised expression. Really? When Li Lady picked up the burlap sack, she was startled by its weight. It must have weighed at least 50 kilograms. Sixth brother, what's inside? It's so heavy. I'll show it to you when we get back, since I brought it for you anyway. Having traveled by train, covering thousands of kilometers, It's likely that only someone like Li Yufu would carry grain in a snakeskin bag. Seeing that Li Yufu didn't say anything, Li Lady pouted. You're acting all mysterious. Let's go get something to eat first. Comrade, 2 bowls of wontons, please. Okay, 2 bowls of wontons. Please wait a moment. The two walked to a wonton stall not far away and sat down, not noticing that Li Xiangqian, who came out afterward, got into a military vehicle. After ordering the wontons, Li Lady couldn't wait to ask, Sixth brother, last time Mom asked someone to write a letter saying you were going on a blind date. Tell me the truth, is something wrong at home? Li Lady's anxiety was written all over her face, because Li Yufu's arrival was sudden and suspicious in every way. Seeing his third sister's tense expression, Li Yufu had no intention of teasing her. She then said, Third sister, everything is fine at home. Mother can eat 3 steamed buns at every meal and is in good health. Fifth sister has also gone to work at the department store in the county and gets a salary every month. There wasn't much going on at home, so I thought I'd come and see how you and your brother-in-law were doing. Mom agreed to it. Do you think I could get on the train without a letter of introduction? What? Li Lady didn't hear what Li Yufu said next. Her mind was full of what he had said earlier. Jiang Cuihua can eat 3 steamed buns at each meal. Li Yudi went to work at the county's department store. She recognized every single word in it, but when they were put together, it just looked so strange. It wasn't that Li Lady didn't want her family to be better off, but to put it bluntly, without the monthly allowance that Li Wei was sent back, and her own occasional financial support, this family probably couldn't make ends meet any longer. Jiang Cuihua, Li Yudi, and Zhang Yumei can only be considered half a labor force in the countryside. Li Yufu is also a lazy and gluttonous person. How many work points can he accumulate throughout the year? We're eating at the village canteen now. We're lucky to get a bowl of wild vegetable porridge, plus 3 steamed buns for every meal. Not to mention Li Yudi went to work at the county department store. What is that? One of the 8 key positions, a job that everyone envies. Thinking of this, Li Lady's heart sank. The wontons are ready. Be careful, they're hot. Just then, the stall owner came over carrying 2 steaming bowls of wontons. Each wonton is wrapped like a gold ingot and topped with a little chopped green onion, making it look very appetizing. One bite and the aroma is irresistible, filling your mouth with the taste of meat. Seeing Li Yufu eating with relish, Li Lady's mind was filled with thoughts of how Lao Lu had become like this, spouting nothing but lies. Third sister, why aren't you eating? Li Yufu asked in confusion, and then stuffed another wonton into his mouth. Li Lady forced a smile. Sixth brother, third sister probably didn't rest well and doesn't have much of an appetite right now. If you like to eat, why don't you eat third sister's bowl too? She pushed the bowl of wontons in front of her towards Li Yufu. At that moment, no matter how hard she tried to hold back, tears still welled up in Li Lady's eyes and dripped onto the table. Soon, a large area of the wooden dining table became wet. Chapter 83, Heading to the Military Compound. Third sister, why are you crying? Are you feeling unwell? If so, I'll take you to the hospital. Li Yufu noticed his third sister's unusual behavior and stopped eating. Li Lady sobbed, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. Third sister is all right. You should eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Comrade, how much is it in total? 1 yuan. Li Yufu hadn't eaten wontons in a long time, and it wasn't like he absolutely had to have this meal. He put down his chopsticks, got up, took out a yuan from his pocket, and handed it to the stall owner. Sixth brother, you haven't finished your wontons yet. Where are you going? I'm not eating anymore. I'm already full. After saying this, Li Yufu picked up the snakeskin bag and left. This, Li Lady glanced at the untouched wontons, gritted her teeth, and quickly chased after him, calling out, Sixth brother, where are you going? Wait for me. What kind of person is this? This is just wasting food. The stall owner shook his head at the sight, picked up the bowl that Li Lady hadn't eaten, and quickly ate all the wontons in a few bites. Etc. Sixth brother, what exactly are you trying to do? Li Yufu looked at his third sister with amusement. Since you don't welcome me, of course I'll buy a ticket and go back. Do you want me to stay here and become a laughingstock? Oh, right. The snakeskin bag contains food and meat for you and your third brother-in-law. I'm too lazy to take it back, so you can figure out what to do with it. Sixth brother Hua. At that moment, Li Lady seemed to have lost something important, and she grabbed Li Youfu's arm and refused to let go. What are you doing? Just then, an older staff member walked towards the two of them, staring at Li Youfu with an unfriendly look. Auntie, it's a misunderstanding. My brother and I just had a little argument. We're siblings, born of the same mother. Upon hearing this, Li Youfu felt a chill run down his spine. He certainly didn't want to be charged with hooliganism. Really? The older woman looked at Li Lady suspiciously. Li Youfu urged from the side. Third sister, hurry up and explain. Li Lady asked, are you still coming or not? I'm not leaving. Upon hearing this, Li Lady wiped away her tears. Auntie, it's not what you think. My brother and I had a little argument, and he wanted to leave, but I wouldn't let him. That's all there is to it. All right, let's go. With so many people watching, don't you know how to be careful? Upon hearing this, the older woman waved her hand dismissively. Thank you, ma'am, we'll be going now. That's what she said, but Li Lady didn't actually let go of her hand. Li Youfu shook his head with amusement. You can cry so easily. It's a real shame you're not an actor. Still poor, huh? Li Lady was both embarrassed and angry, so she pinched Li Youfu's arm. Hiss. Li Youfu winced in pain. You want to strangle me? Be careful, or I'll tell my mother you bullied me. You dare. Li Lady glared, her expression fierce. This scene reminded Li Youfu of his childhood, when Li Lady often used the same expression to scare him. Among these older sisters, the third sister has the most unique personality. Thinking of this, Li Youfu's tone softened. Then you should at least tell me why you were crying just now. Is it that you don't welcome your younger brother coming to see you? Or, stop talking nonsense. Li Lady angrily slapped Li Youfu again. If you're not welcome, I'll get up in the middle of the night after I've eaten, just to pick you up at the station. It's all because what you just said was too far-fetched. As she spoke, Li Lady herself couldn't continue. Li Youfu picked up on her words, saying, it means I lied to you. I'd like to ask you, what did I lie to you about? You don't even believe your own brother's words. How can you be such a third sister? On the surface, Li Youfu put on a very aggrieved expression, but inside he was bursting with laughter. He knew his third sister was shrewd, but he never expected her to doubt even his words. That's right. Li Youfu acted it all out. It's not just Li Lady who can act and cry on cue. Li Lady hesitated for a moment and said, it's at home. You're not lying to me? If you don't believe me, send a telegram back to your mother and ask her yourself. Actually, I don't believe it either. You. Li Lady pointed angrily at Li Youfu. Li Youfu rolled his eyes at her. What do you mean, you? Open your eyes wide and look carefully. As he spoke, Li Youfu reached out and untied the rope binding the snakeskin bag. Nothing is more impactful than what the eyes see. Grain, lots and lots of grain, and meat too. Li Lady opened her mouth slightly, her eyes wide with astonishment. She never expected that Li Youfu would carry so much grain all the way to see her. Recalling what Li Youfu had said earlier, Li Lady felt so ashamed and indignant that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. On one hand, I felt a warmth in my heart. The sixth child had finally grown up and knew how to care for others. It was a feeling of being cared for by family. This feeling was something Li Lady had experienced before, not only with Nia Hailong, but also for the first time with her own family member, especially since this person was her younger brother, whom she had always cherished. On the other hand, they felt sorry for him. Li Lady reached out and touched the arm that had been pinched earlier, saying with heartache, sixth sister, third sister didn't mean it just now. I'm sorry. Now you know how to apologize? What were you doing just now? Don't push your luck. Li Lady then mimicked the teeth-grinding motion she used to make when she was a child, when she used to scare Li Youfu. With her short hair that didn't reach her shoulders, she looked rather cute. All right, let's talk about this as we walk. Didn't you say you were going to take the shuttle bus? Li Youfu's reminder brought Li Lady back to her senses instantly. She slapped her forehead and said, it's all your fault. If we miss the bus, you'll have to walk back. Despite saying that, the smile on Li Lady's face showed that she was in a good mood at the moment. Playing and joking with Li Youfu felt like time had been pulled back to when they were still in the countryside. After 6 years apart, the distance between them seemed to have vanished. Taking advantage of the break while rushing to catch the bus, Li Youfu repeated to his third sister what he had said to Jiang Zuohua. There was an initial reversal and the impact of food shortages. Li Lady quickly came to believe that her ancestral home had taught Li Yofu his abilities. As Li Yofu explained, Li Lady's small mouth remained open almost the entire time. What about fishing to change jobs? What kind of wild boar was it that was distributed to the whole village? Every word and every event was impacting Li Lady's soul. Sixth brother, you can just talk about this with third sister. Don't go around telling everyone else. After listening to Li Yofu's story, the first thing Li Lady thought of was not to seek personal gain, but to ask Li Yofu to keep it a secret. Upon hearing this, Li Yofu gave her a reassuring look. Third sister, don't worry. I've only said these things to mother, eldest sister, second sister, and fifth sister. I'm not stupid. How could I tell outsiders about this? However, Li Lady soon thought of Nia Hailong again. Seeing that she hesitated to speak, Li Yofu took the initiative to ask, is it because you're having trouble explaining it to your brother-in-law? Li Lady didn't hide it, and there was no way she could hide it anyway. The large amount of grain that Li Yofu brought couldn't be explained. You can handle things with your brother-in-law. It's okay to tell him, but there's one thing. You can only say that you learned these skills from an old hunter. Don't say that it's related to a dream from your ancestors. Third sister knows what she's doing. Li Lady knew the importance of the matter and nodded in agreement. Just then, the bus to town arrived. Chapter 84. When will my brother-in-law be able to live in the small 2-story house? Comrade, 2 tickets to Lu's Hen. 1 bill costs 2 mao. 2 bills cost 4 mao. Li Lady handed the money to the ticket seller, then said to Li Yofu, Sixth brother, go find a seat first. Okay, third sister. Li Yofu responded and walked towards the back, carrying the snakeskin bag. In those days, most shuttle buses were Jiefeng brand CA-10, with an inline 6-cylinder engine, producing 90 horsepower and a top speed of 65 kilometers per hour. It is an important means of transportation between cities and rural areas, as well as between mountainous regions. Is this your first time riding in a car like this? Li Yofu nodded. He had never ridden in such a dilapidated bus before. The buses of later generations, in terms of both length and comfort, were far superior to those of this era. Li Lady clearly misunderstood, and she smiled and said, It's okay. You'll get used to it after a few more times. Next time I have the chance, I'll take you to ride in a military vehicle. It's just that it doesn't have a roof, but it's okay. The wind is blowing and it's quite comfortable. Unlike this kind of vehicle, which can make you feel dizzy if you sit in it for a long time. In this day and age, it's good enough to have a bus to ride in. Who cares about getting carsick? Before long, the bus was packed with people, including passengers who brought poultry on board. The smell of diesel fuel, cigarette smoke, sweat, and feces mixed together, making it unbearable. Li Yofu somewhat understood what his third sister meant by saying, It's quite comfortable with the wind blowing. In fact, the vehicle that Li Lady mentioned was a truck commonly used by the military. It was fine in the summer, except for the swaying and the breeze was refreshing, but it was a real ordeal in the winter. Li Yofu forced a smile. Third sister, how long will it take to get there? It wasn't long, just over an hour. So long. That's already fast enough. Li Lady's casual demeanor contrasted sharply with Li Yofu's pained expression at this moment. After finally getting off the bus, Li Yofu felt like he had come back to life. He really didn't want to take such a bus again unless absolutely necessary. Are you all right? Fine. That's good. Li Lady nodded and pointed to the sentry post not far away. Let's go. The compound is not far ahead. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello to you all. Li Lady greeted the sentry skillfully and then led Li Yofu to the reception room to complete the registration procedures. Without this procedure, it would be strange if they weren't mistaken for enemy agents. After completing the formalities, Li Lady led Li Yofu towards their home, explaining the basic situation of the military unit to him as they walked. Sixth brother, most of the people living here are military spouses like my sister, and some are family members of soldiers. The factory over there is run by the military, so that we military wives can have a job. Besides these, there are nurseries, grocery stores. It is practically a fully functional community. Where does your brother-in-law train? Whether in his past life or this one, this was the first time Li Yofu had ever stepped into this mysterious place. When he actually walked in, He found that it was different from what he had seen on television in his later years. Li Lady smiled and said, "This is a military compound, where families live. Your brother-in-law's training is at the military base, not far away. Look, that's the house where your brother-in-law and I live." Li Lady pointed to a row of houses in front of her and said, it was actually a long row of brick and tile bungalows, built very neatly and slightly larger than the bungalows usually seen in towns. Behind them was a vegetable garden, divided into many plots according to the size of each house. Upon seeing the single-story houses, Li Youfu also noticed the small two-story buildings on the other side and asked, "Third sister, who lives in these small two-story buildings?" "You mean that? At least you need to be a regimental-level cadre to be assigned there. When will my brother-in-law be able to move into the two-story house?" Li Lady then smiled and said, "Your third brother-in-law is only a deputy battalion commander. He's still a long way from that." "Lady, relatives have come to visit." Just then, a woman in her 50s carrying a bowl of vegetables saw Li Lady leading Li Youfu toward them. "Aunt Zhang, this is my cousin who came from our hometown to visit me and my brother-in-law. He'll be staying here for a few days." "Sixth brother, this is your brother-in-law's comrade's mother. Her surname is Zhang." Li Youfu nodded to her. "Hello, Aunt Zhang." Aunt Zhang's triangular eyes sized up Li Youfu, finally settling on the snakeskin bag with a disdainful look. "Since you're here, stay a while longer. The military compound has running water and electricity, which is much better than your poor rural areas where you don't even have running water." Li Lady quickly grabbed Li Youfu's arm. "Aunt Zhang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my brother back to the house to rest. He's been on the train for 2 days and needs a good rest." Bang! After the door closed, Li Youfu asked, puzzled, "Sister, why did you stop me?" That Zhang woman spoke so rudely. What did she mean by a poor rural area without even running water? It's like she's not from the countryside herself. What? Just because you join the army you think you're superior to everyone else? This was the first time Li Youfu had been insulted in such a sarcastic tone. If his third sister hadn't stopped him, he would have loved to slap her twice. Having seen foul-mouthed people before, Li Youfu had never met such a shrewish old woman who couldn't even keep her mouth shut. "Did I offend her or something? Why do you look down on rural people so much? If you're so capable, then don't eat the food grown by rural people." Li Youfu became increasingly angry as he spoke, and his hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. "Sixth brother, don't be angry. Aunt Zhang may have a strange temper, but she's also a pitiful person." "What's so pitiful about her?" "I think she's very arrogant." Li Lady quickly covered Li Youfu's mouth. "Shoo! Keep your voice down. This room isn't very soundproof." After a pause, Li Lady continued, "Aunt Zhang's son is named Li Debao, and he is a company commander under your brother-in-law. 2 years ago, he was wounded while taking a bullet for his comrade during a mission. In the end, his wife ran away, leaving behind a child with no one to take care of him. That's why we brought Aunt Zhang from the countryside to help take care of the children. Just ignore her, otherwise it will cause a scene. How will your brother-in-law get along with people?" Upon hearing this, Li Youfu nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll only do this because of my third brother-in-law. Third sister, what should we do with this grain? You go and rest first. I'll take care of things here." Li Lady led Li Youfu to a separate room. "The bedding and everything else are all packed. You can sleep for a while if you want. I'll call you when the food is ready." "Third sister, if I sleep here, how will you sleep?" "The house is at most 40 or 50 square meters, and besides the cooking area and living room, there are only 2 rooms. I'll sleep with Shangnan and Rushua at night. Your brother-in-law is going on a mission in a few days, so we'll just stay with his comrade for the next couple of nights." This was something Li Youfu hadn't anticipated. Li Lady had already pushed him to sit on the bed. "What are you talking about? If your brother-in-law hadn't been on a mission, I would have had him go to the warehouse and move a board to the living room. Would you have been left without a place to sleep? All right, I'll quickly tidy up the room, and you should get some rest too." After saying that, Li Lady closed the partition door. Chapter 85. The Arrogant Little Lolita. Looking at the somewhat unfamiliar surroundings and the lingering smell of sun-baked bedding, I felt a sense of loss. Li Youfu finally felt that he had traveled a long way to visit his third sister. In this day and age, this is undoubtedly a remarkable feat. Li Yofu took off his shoes and clothes and crawled into bed. After a 2-day, 1-night train ride, he was indeed quite tired, and then he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. I slept until the afternoon. When Li Yofu woke up, got dressed, and went out, his third sister had already picked up the 2 little girls from the nursery. 3 pairs of eyes staring at each other. Li Lady waved to the 2 little ones. Shengnan, Rushua, this is your uncle. She's Mom's brother, quickly call her. Hello, uncle. Uncle. Nie Rushua's voice was sweet, giving people the feeling of a girl next door, while Nie Shengnan was as indifferent as ever. Even calling him little uncle was unusually crisp. Well, his name reflects his character. Li Yofu took out several white rabbit candies from his pocket. You are Shengnan, you are Rushua. Here, these are some milk candies your uncle brought for you too. Try them and see if they're good. Hurry up and thank your uncle. Li Lady offered a reminder from the side. Nie Rushua sweetly said, Thank you, uncle, and took 2 milk candies from Li Yofu's hand. Nie Shengnan, with a cool expression on her face, frowned slightly when she saw the white rabbit candy in Li Yofu's hand, and then said, Thank you, uncle, but I don't eat candy. Dad said that children who eat candy will have rotten teeth. Then I won't eat candy anymore. I don't want my teeth to rot. Nie Rushua's little face showed a moment of panic, and she returned the candy as if she were a little scared, even with a slight sob in her voice. This scene left Li Yofu both amused and exasperated. He found his somewhat cool niece quite interesting. Li Lady, who was standing to the side, also said helplessly, 6th brother, your brother-in-law doesn't allow the child to eat candy, so he coaxes the child by saying that eating candy will ruin his teeth. It's okay, sis. Eating too much sugar is not good, but eating 1 or 2 pieces of candy occasionally will not only not damage your teeth, but may even be beneficial to your health. Li Yofu realized he was somewhat like the big bad wolf who tricked Little Red Riding Hood. Really? Nie Rushua's bright eyes looked at Li Lady. My uncle would never lie. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, just ask your mother. Mother? Nie Rushua felt her brain wasn't quite working properly. Li Lady raised the corners of her mouth. 6th brother, people here don't say mother. They all call each other mama and papa. Then, looking at Nie Rushua, he said, Nyang also means mother. People call their mothers in different ways in different places. Rushua understands now. Mom is mother, and mother is mom. Great. Childish. Just as the 2 people were praising Nie Rushua, a hint of embarrassment flashed across their faces. Having seen many precocious children in later generations, Li Yofu never expected to encounter one in this era, especially since it was his own little niece. Shengnan, what do you think is not childish? Nie Shengnan raised her little face and said, Childish is childish. You just want to trick me into eating candy, but you say so many high-sounding things. TSK, TSK, TSK. Li Yofu gave a thumbs up. Since Shengnan thinks it's childish, then your uncle will give all the candy in his hand to your little sister. Don't be sad, okay? Before Nie Shengnan could react, Li Yofu stuffed all the candy in his hand into Nie Rushua's small hand. 6 or 7 large white rabbit candies filled her little hands completely. Rushua, hurry up and thank your uncle. The milk candy your uncle gave you can't be bought in ordinary places. Their slogan is that 7 milk candies can be mixed with a cup of milk. In other words, if you pour these candies into a cup and add water, you'll have a full cup of milk. Really? Nie Rushua's eyes were already sparkling. Nie Shengnan pursed her lips, a hint of regret still on her face. She didn't like eating sugar, but she had heard of milk, and she had also heard from others that milk was very beneficial for physical growth. Nie Shengnan never expected that what she had just rejected sugar would suddenly turn into milk. Serves you right for being so arrogant. Now you're in for a surprise, aren't you? Li Yofu didn't know where this wicked sense of humor came from, but he was in a particularly good mood at the moment, though he didn't show it on his face. Unlike Nie Rushua, who was overjoyed and dancing with delight, Nie Shengnan looked like a wilted eggplant, her stubborn little expression tinged with a hint of grievance. He just hid it very well. Upon seeing this, Li Lady was both amused and annoyed. How old are you? Shengnan, Rushua, you 2 play by yourselves. Mom is going to cook. Okay, Mom. Okay, Mom. Seeing that the 2 girls agreed, Li Lady called out to Li Yufu again. Sixth brother, why are you running? Third sister still has some questions for you. I didn't run away. I was just going outside for a smoke. Why go outside when you can just smoke at home? Li Lady disagreed, saying that most people in this era don't have the awareness to refrain from smoking in front of children. It took decades for experts to mention that the harm of secondhand smoke is 20 times that of normal smoking. The two little girls had already gone out and were playing at the door. Li Yufu took out a cigarette and lit it. Third sister, what do you want to ask? It's about your partner. Li Lady had wanted to ask in the morning, but Li Yufu's words were too shocking and caused that commotion. It wasn't until she returned that Li Lady remembered. She waited until Li Yufu woke up from his nap, and then, unable to hold back any longer, she asked him the question. Snap! Just then, the door opened, and a man in military uniform entered. He was 1.75 meters tall, with a dark complexion. The most conspicuous thing about him was the rank of major on his shoulder. What are you talking about? Brother-in-law. Upon seeing the visitor, Li Yufu politely greeted him as third brother-in-law. Good lad, you've grown so much. Nia Hailong stepped forward and punched Li Yufu in the chest. He nodded with some satisfaction. Not bad, quite sturdy. He's a promising talent. Would you be interested in joining my brother-in-law's army? Li Yufu grimaced, feeling as if he had been punched hard, his chest going numb. He suspected that his third brother-in-law was settling a personal score. If he were a soldier under him, he would be in deep trouble. Without even thinking, Li Yufu shook his head vigorously. Just then, Li Lady's voice rang out. What are you doing? You can't even calm down when you're home. Do you think this is a training ground? Nia Hailong, let me tell you, stop with your nonsense and stop trying to recruit everyone you meet into the army. What's wrong with joining the army? Serving in the military protects our country. Without us soldiers, ordinary people would not be living a good life. All right, I'm not going to argue with you. I can't win against you. Anyway, Lao Lu didn't say he was willing to join the army, so don't get any funny ideas. Okay, I got it. Nia Hailong grinned, then patted Li Yufu on the shoulder twice. With a physique like yours, don't you think it's a waste that you're not in the army? Nia Hailong. Okay, I won't tell, all right. Li Yufu couldn't help but smile. There's always someone who can subdue another, and it has to be his third sister. Chapter 86. The Taste of Meat. Sizzle. Wisps of smoke rose, and a strong aroma of meat wafted into people's nostrils. Nia Hailong frowned and strode towards the cooking area. When he saw Li Lady wielding a spatula and constantly stirring the meat in the pan, the aroma of the meat became even more tempting, and his brows furrowed even more. There must be at least a pound of meat in the pot. After this meal, are we just going to skip the rest of our days? Nia Hailong will be going on a mission in 2 days, so he can save his own rations. Li Yufu will only eat his own rations, so there's no need to worry about his wife and children going hungry. What angered him was that Li Lady knew the family's financial situation, yet she still spent so extravagantly. Didn't Li Lady know that even as the deputy battalion commander, he only received 2 taels of meat coupons per month? 1 pound of meat ration coupons, that's a huge favor to be done. Everyone's struggling financially. How can Nia Hailong face his comrades? At this moment, Nia Hailong's face fell, and he tried to take a deep breath to calm the anger in his heart. He remembered what Li Lady had said, that Li Yufu was her only younger brother. He could understand why. It was only right to treat his wife's younger brother, his brother-in-law, who had come all this way. But they can't do that. If they eat a pound of meat at once, their family won't be able to taste meat again for half a year. Nia Hailong can tolerate it. But what about the children? What's wrong, standing behind me? Li Lady looked at Nia Hailong and said, if you weren't here to help, you should go and talk to Lao Lu for a while. What kind of brother-in-law are you? Your brother-in-law came all this way to see us, bringing food and meat, and instead of thanking him, you're giving him that long face. Let me tell you, Nia Hailong, this is home, not a training ground, and I am not one of your soldiers. What? Li Lady's words shattered the last bit of anger Nia Hailong had left, and he looked at his wife with a blank expression. What did you say? This. Nia Hailong pointed at the meat in the pot, but before he could finish speaking, Li Lady interrupted him. She rolled her eyes at Nia Hailong. Don't you know how little your rations are? I only did a little more, because I was thinking you'd be going on a mission in a couple of days. If you ask me, if I had known you would be so accusatory, I should have waited until you left, and then secretly ate with Shangnan, Rushue, and Lao Lu. Li Lady's lips curled up slightly, and she pinched Nia Hailong's arm with considerable force. Anyway, I'm thick-skinned and tough, so I won't feel bad about twisting it. Nia Hailong's eyes were wide open like copper bells. He didn't care about being pinched by Li Lady, but stared into Li Lady's eyes, eager to know if it was true. Outside the door, Nia Xingnan and Nia Rushue stopped playing and inhaled the aroma of meat wafting through the air through their little noses. Sister, Mom is cooking meat. Nia Rushue blinked her eyes, staring intently in the direction of home, almost staring straight ahead. Nia Xingnan frowned slightly, her small face showing a composure beyond her years. She took Nia Rushue's hand and said, "Little sister, promise me one thing." "What's up, sister?" Children are just that impatient. As Nia Rushue answered her sister's question, she sniffed hard, her eyes never leaving her. If Nia Xingnan hadn't been holding her little hand, she probably would have rushed home without a second thought. "No meat is allowed when we eat later." "Why, sis?" Nia Rushue's face was tense, and she spoke with an incredulous tone. It's been a month, and she's finally looking forward to eating meat, but her older sister won't let her have any. "Anyway, you're not allowed to eat it, or I'll never talk to you again." Nia Xingnan didn't know how to answer Nia Rushue's question. All she knew in her little head was that there wasn't much meat in the family each month. She had never seen her mother smile so brightly before. That genuine smile was deeply etched into her little mind. But Nia Xingnan knew it was because her mother's younger brother had come to see her. She had heard other soldiers say that it was a great joy to have friends coming from afar, and since her uncle had come all this way to see them, they should save the best meat for him. In this way, my uncle will visit them often in the future, and I will be able to see the heartfelt joy on my mother's face. Nia Rushue pursed her lips and inhaled deeply to stop herself from crying. Her older sister wouldn't let her eat meat, and her sister stopped talking to her afterward. Nia Rushue ultimately chose the latter, and their two small hands clasped tightly together. "Sister, Rushue doesn't eat meat. Please don't ignore me." "Good." Nia Xingnan imitated Li Lady, stroking Nia Rushue's head with her small hand. Sister gave all her candy to Rushue, so Rushue drank a cup of milk more than sister. Upon hearing this, Nia Rushue forcefully raised the corners of her mouth, and her eyes curved into crescent moons. At the same time, "Grandma, I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat." A little boy, almost as fat as a ball, clung to Aunt Zhang's leg and howled incessantly. "Grandma's good, grandson. Let's wait a few more days, okay? Once your father gets his meat ration coupons, Grandma will definitely buy you some meat." "No, I want to eat now, Grandma. I want to eat now." The aroma of meat wafting through the air made Li Xiaobao's mouth water, as if countless tiny insects were wriggling inside his stomach, making him even hungrier. "What are you eating? Look how fat you've gotten, and you still want to eat meat." "I think you want to eat bamboo shoots stir-fried with pork." Li Debao kept a straight face the whole time. He knew perfectly well that the smell of meat was coming from Nia Hailong's house. This kind of thing cannot be called a secret in the military. Just as Li Youfu boarded the train, Nia Hailong's comrades already knew that his brother-in-law was coming to visit him. There were also plenty of banter and worries among comrades. Since Nia Hailong and Li Lady got their marriage certificate, all they've seen is Li Lady frequently sending food and money to her family, but they've never seen her family give back in any way. The letters they received never mentioned anything about how they were doing, whether they had food, or whether they were in good health. They only kept asking for more. So some of Nia Hailong's comrades often joked that he didn't marry a wife, but rather Li Lady's whole family. It was precisely because Li Debao knew how difficult things had been for Nia Hailong that he got so angry. "What are you yelling about? Now that you're an official, you think you're so great? Do you even have to yell at your old lady?" Li Debao immediately wilted. "Mom, that's not what I meant." "If that's not what it means, then what does it mean?" "I don't care. My grandson wants to eat meat. You go and figure it out. If that doesn't work, take the bowl and go ask Nia Hailong for some. I don't believe he won't give you a piece of meat out of consideration for your comrades." Aunt Zhang was the kind of person who would stir things up, even when she was being unreasonable. Smelling the aroma of meat, Not only was her grandson Li Xiaobao extremely hungry, but she herself was also constantly swallowing her saliva. Chapter 87. Third sister will introduce you to someone better. What? Li Debao couldn't believe that these words came from his mother's mouth. But Aunt Zhang looked unconvinced. Why are you looking at your mother? You're incompetent. What's wrong with asking Deputy Battalion Commander Nya for a bowl now? Mother, that's Deputy Battalion Commander Nya. He's my superior. What were you thinking, sending me to Deputy Battalion Commander Nya's house to ask for meat? Aunt Zhang's voice was even louder than his. If you hadn't been injured a few years ago while taking a bullet for your comrade, this Deputy Battalion Commander position would have been yours. What would Nya Hailong have to do with it? Mother, keep your voice down. How can you say such things? Li Debao quickly reached out and covered Zhang Dinyang's mouth. Deputy Battalion Commander Nya has risked his life on missions and has won at least 3 second-class merits. Even if I hadn't been injured, he would still have been the Deputy Battalion Commander. If anyone else hears what you said and it gets back to Deputy Battalion Commander Nya, how am I supposed to face the world? If my superiors find out, they might make me take off my uniform and retire immediately. What? Retired from the military? Aunt Zhang opened her mouth, her expression changing several times in an instant. She hesitated and asked, "Is it really that serious?" Li Debao nodded vigorously. "Would I lie to you? Where is this? This is the military. Discipline is paramount. To speak ill of people like this is a sign of disorganization and lack of discipline in the military. Do you think the military would keep someone like me around?" Aunt Zhang stopped talking. "Then can't mother not bring this up again? But as you can see, Xiao Bao is still so young, and his mother ran away, so he's a motherless child now. All you want is a bite of meat. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. If you can't afford to feed the child yourself, why don't you go to Deputy Battalion Commander Nye's house and ask for a bite to satisfy the child's wish? Besides, even if you don't ask for it, in the end it will just benefit Li Lady and her brother from her maternal family. Do they really think that Deputy Battalion Commander Nye can still eat a lot more?" It has to be said that Aunt Zhang's words completely hit Li Debao's weak spot. As a grown man, he had to act as both father and mother, which was something that Li Debao couldn't compare to those who had both parents. This was a source of anxiety for him. In addition, Li Debao could also see that Deputy Battalion Commander Nye did not like his brother-in-law. Otherwise, he would not have stayed at the training ground and refused to come back, even though he knew that his brother-in-law was coming. "All right, I have no choice but to give it a try." Aunt Zhang beamed with joy. "Little Bao, let go and get your dad a bowl. Remember to get a big one." Li Debao's eyes widened, but he never said a word. On the other side, Nya Hailong couldn't tell whether he should feel fortunate or embarrassed at that moment. When he saw the full 50 gene of grain that Li Youfu had brought, his eyes widened in surprise. Not to mention that piece of cured meat with alternating layers of fat and lean meat. "Now let's see what you, Nya Hailong, have to say." This was the most triumphant moment for Li Lady, her eyes and brows beaming with joy. There's absolutely no problem with the relationship between the couple. However, when it came to issues between their families, Nya Hailong didn't say anything, but Li Lady still felt inferior to her husband. Love is mutual, and the same applies to relationships with family. It's one-sided to take, which is fine when conditions are good, but does it really have to be so heavy that it makes people feel suffocated? After the initial surprise, Nya Hailong's biggest question was about how Li Youfu managed to get all this grain. As expected, Li Lady gave the same answer as that morning. Only she omitted the ancestors and replaced them with the old hunter. "The food is served. Sixth brother, go wash your hands and check on Shengnan and Rushua. Those little brats never know where they're from when they're playing." Li Lady held the bowl and chopsticks, her words implying complaints about her 2 daughters, but the upturn of her lips showed that she wasn't really angry. Compared to the other children in the compound, Shengnan and Rushua made her very satisfied. "Okay, sis." Li Youfu smiled and replied, but as soon as he stepped out, he saw the 2 little ones walking towards home with their hands still wet, clearly having just washed them. "Shengnan, Rushua, come back for dinner quickly." "Okay, uncle." "Okay, uncle, you should go wash your hands too. Mom said that if you don't wash your hands properly before eating, you'll ingest germs." These words were naturally spoken by Nye Shengnan. Looking at his niece, who seemed like a little adult. Li Yufu smiled and ruffled her hair. Uncle knows. Ugh, you've messed up my hair. Ha ha. Li Yufu laughed and, amidst the little girl's complaints, quickly washed his hands and face. Don't let the little girl lecture you. That would be too embarrassing. When Li Yufu returned, the two adults and the child were already sitting in chairs, waiting for him. Nia Hailong chuckled. Sixth brother, don't be shy. Make yourself at home. Thank you, brother-in-law. All right, everyone's here. Let's start eating. Li Lady began distributing steamed buns to everyone, which were made with cornmeal, sorghum flour, and a small amount of wheat flour. In addition, there was a stir-fried cabbage with pork and a stir-fried radish with pork, making 2 large plates full. For people of this era, 2 dishes are already a luxury, especially since they are both meat dishes. Cabbage and radishes coated in oil taste exceptionally sweet. Li Yufu took a bite of each dish. His third sister's cooking wasn't exactly delicious, but it had a homey taste. How is it? The taste is all right, isn't it? Li Lady looked at Li Yufu with an expression that seemed to be waiting for praise. Uft. Nia Hailong, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but smile. It was the first time he had ever seen his wife so adorable. Eat your food. Li Lady glared back. Not bad, even better than Mom's. Upon hearing this, Li Lady happily said, if it's delicious, eat more. If you find a wife who's good at cooking, you can eat like this every day. Nia Hailong readily offered a compliment. But to his surprise, Li Lady's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. He asked, I almost forgot about this if your brother-in-law hadn't mentioned it. What's going on with your boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Nia Hailong realized he had accidentally said the wrong thing. He glanced at Li Yufu discreetly, and, seeing that Li Yufu's expression was fine, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, that's true. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. Li Yufu picked up a piece of food and put it in his mouth. It was introduced by Granny Wong from the village. That family is a bit greedy. They said they wanted 100 yuan as a bride price. What? 100 yuan? Li Lady and Nia Hailong reacted in the same way. They were both shocked by the number. Li Yufu shrugged, his expression unchanged. So this deal fell through. Third sister, third brother-in-law, don't worry, it was I who suggested it was inappropriate. Even if you satisfy her, there's no telling what other problems she might cause in the future. 2. Upon hearing Li Yufu's words, the 2 men had similar expressions. Li Lady comforted her. Let bygones be bygones with that kind of woman. You can stay here for now, and I'll find you a girl from the military later. Puff. Upon hearing this, Nia Hailong nearly spat out the food in his mouth. Li Lady looked at the other person with an unfriendly expression. Nia Hailong, what do you mean? Do you think my brother is not good enough for you? I didn't say that. That would be best. Li Lady rolled her eyes at him. By the way, sixth brother, third sister has something else I'd like to ask for your opinion on. You say? Li Lady pondered for a moment and said, I see there's still some meat left. I was thinking, why don't we find some time to invite your third brother-in-law's comrades as well? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Li Lady was a little annoyed. Who would knock on the door during mealtime? Thinking this, she got up and walked towards the door. Chapter 88. The Other Side of a Clever Little Man. Dabao, you're here to see Lao Nia, right? Old Nia, Dabao is looking for you. When Li Lady opened the door, she saw the man standing there. She didn't think much of it, and assumed that Li Dabao had come to see Nia Hailong. Although it is mealtime, military dependents should be aware of their responsibilities. They're here. Nia Hailong responded, stuffed the steamed bun in his hand into his mouth in a few bites, and mumbled, You guys eat first. The army probably needs to talk to me. The 2 girls seemed to be used to it, and kept their heads down while eating. Li Yufu nodded to his third brother-in-law, and then looked at Nia Shengnan and Nia Rushua's bowls. He asked with a smile, Shengnan, Rushua, why aren't you eating meat? Do you dislike your mother's cooking? It was a completely sarcastic tone. In this day and age, having something to eat is already a blessing. Who cares about the taste? Nia Shengnan ate in small bites, her face expressionless, but she didn't answer Li Yufu's question. Nia Rushua, standing to the side, hesitated for a moment before saying, Rushua doesn't like meat. Uncle, you should eat more. Li Yufu smiled and picked up a piece of meat, putting it in his mouth. Tsk, one bite, and my mouth is full of oil. It's a pity that Rushua doesn't like to eat it. As he spoke, he shook his head and made a gesture of enjoyment. The next second, Nya Rushua looked at her older sister, her expression showing how wrong she was. What are you looking at your sister for? Go eat. Since you don't like meat, your uncle will give you some cabbage and radish. Seeing Nya Rushua's expression, which looked like she was about to cry, Li Youfu stopped teasing her and instead kept a straight face. Rushua, did your teacher ever teach you that children shouldn't lie? Because if they lie, they'll turn into having a long nose? Nya Rushua covered her nose in fright and could vaguely hear her mumbled words. I don't want to have a long nose. It's so ugly. I don't want to. Uncle, can you please stop scaring Rushua? I told her not to eat meat and to leave it all for you. Isn't it a pleasure to have friends coming from afar? Uncle, please eat more. Nya Shengnan comforted her younger sister, then gave Li Youfu a disdainful look, as if to say, You're such a grown man, yet you're bullying a little kid. He's small, but incredibly clever. This is the second time Li Youfu has commented on his niece. At the same time, Li Youfu felt a pang of sadness, as if the little girl had suddenly touched a nerve and brought tears to his eyes. Li Youfu forced himself not to cry, and instead, he put a lot of meat into the bowls of the two little girls. Shengnan, Rushua, you two should eat more. Your uncle has been eating too much meat and is getting tired of it. Liar. Two pairs of eyes blinked, one of which was veiled in a thin mist. Clearly, the two girls didn't believe Li Youfu's words. In these days, it's hard enough to eat meat even once in a while, so how could anyone get tired of it? Nya Rushua sniffed. Uncle, you're lying. The teacher said that children who lie are not good children. Uncle, you're the one who should grow a long nose. Mom said the same thing, just to trick me into eating more meat. Uncle, we're not 3 years old anymore. We're 5 years old now. Nya Shengnan nodded her little head in agreement. At this moment, Li Youfu realized that no matter how much she pretended to be a little adult, she was still a child. My uncle wasn't lying. He's incredibly capable. Do either of you know where this meat came from? Li Youfu pointed to himself with a slightly arrogant expression. This meat was all from wild boar that my uncle hunted in the mountains. Wild boars are different from the domestic pigs we usually see. They have 2 tusks this long. As Li Youfu spoke, he gestured with his hands to the 2 little girls, drawing their attention to him. At the entrance, sister-in-law, actually I came to see you. Li Debao said these words with some difficulty, and then he saw Nya Hailong had already walked to Li Lady's side. He called out to Nya Hailong, Deputy Battalion Commander Nya Debao, what do you want with your sister-in-law? Nya Hailong breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought the army had sent a mission, but since it wasn't, he planned to go back and continue eating. It was a rare treat to have meat, so he had to eat it to his heart's content. The kids at home smell it and are really tempted. After Li Debao finished speaking, he lowered his head in shame. Did you bring the bowl? The one who said this was Nya Hailong. After all, he was his company commander and comrade in arms. Since the other party had asked, how could he refuse? But when the couple saw the bowl that Li Debao took out, they still felt angry, but they had no way to vent it. Li Lady grabbed Nya Hailong's arm and forced a smile. Debao, we have guests at home. It's not that your sister-in-law is stingy. How about we wait until Lao Nye gets his meat ration coupons, and then your sister-in-law will cook you a plate and bring it over. Sister-in-law, Deputy Battalion Commander Nye, I was being presumptuous. I'll go back now. Sorry to bother you. Click. The door was closed. Nya Hailong sighed. You know, that kid has it tough too. Just because he has it tough doesn't mean it's easy for us. Li Lady suppressed her anger. This has happened so many times. Every time you use the child as an excuse. When I brought my 6th son back today, that Aunt Zhang was acting all awful. Did my 6th son do something to offend her or something? She started off by making sarcastic remarks about my brother being from the countryside. So what if he's from the countryside? Did he eat at her house? All right. I'll find some time to give that kid a good talking to later. Let's go eat. Knowing that her younger brother was also sitting inside, Li Lady reluctantly followed behind Nya Hailong. As soon as I arrived, I saw that Li Youfu's 2 daughters were surrounding him, their eyes sparkling as they looked at him. As for Rushua, let's just forget about her. They both know very well what kind of personality Xingnan has. Unexpectedly, Xingnan's expression at this moment was exactly the same as Rushua's. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Lady's heart seemed to melt, and the corners of her mouth turned up high as she complained. You two little girls don't eat properly, and you don't let your uncle eat either. Can't you wait until your uncle finishes his meal before you say anything? That's right, this time Dad isn't on your side. Uncle, then tell us more later. Good. Li Youfu smiled and agreed, showing that he liked the two little girls no less than he liked the eldest. The two sat down again. While eating, they continued the previous topic. Old Nya, I think we should take advantage of the time before you go on your mission and invite your regimental commander, political commissar, and deputy instructor Han over. They've always taken good care of our family. We'll take this opportunity to invite them over for a get-together. I was thinking of asking them for a favor, to see if they could help Lao Lu find a job here. Sister, you don't need to worry about my work. Upon hearing this, Li Youfu hurriedly stated, I came here this time to see you, my brother-in-law, and my two nieces. I've already made arrangements with my colleagues, and I can start working as soon as I get back in a few days. Then why didn't you say anything? Li Lady glared at her. Li Youfu feigned a wronged expression. Didn't you even ask me? You just made the decision on your own. You bastard, I'm only doing this for your own good. I think you're just asking for a beating. You two siblings are really something. You haven't seen each other for so many years. Why do you start fighting as soon as you meet? Li Lady rolled her eyes. What do you know? My brother and I have a great relationship. Don't you think so? Yes, 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 third sister is right. Li Youfu nodded hurriedly. Unlike the playful banter and laughter on the other side, as soon as Li Debao returned, Zhang Denyang grabbed his arm. Chapter 89. Did you eat shit first thing in the morning? The meal is over. Nya Hailong stayed at home for a while, chatted with Li Youfu, and then got up to go to Deputy Instructor Han's house to stay overnight. The two little girls wanted to pester Li Youfu to tell them stories, but Li Lady yelled at them to go to sleep. Uncle, tell us another story tomorrow. Uncle, let's pinky swear, it'll never change for 100 years. All right, I'll tell you about it tomorrow. When you're not in class, your uncle will personally take you to see my fishing skills. Nia Shengnan and Nia Rushua exchanged a glance, their eyes already showing a hint of eagerness for the fishing that Li Youfu had mentioned. Go to sleep now. Li Lady urged them again, and the two girls reluctantly went into the house. Sixth brother, what did you say to them? Nothing much, just hunting and fishing. There are also big mountains in Lu's Hen, and they're not small either. Li Youfu noticed this on the way here. Don't take those two little girls up the mountain. There really are wild boars up there, and they often come down and wreak havoc on the crops. Upon hearing this, Li Lady quickly warned her younger brother, fearing that something might happen to him. Li Youfu nodded. I definitely won't take them up the mountain. Real. Li Lady looked suspicious. Then why are they so excited and don't want to sleep? Li Youfu chuckled sheepishly. I was just thinking that my fishing skills are pretty good, so I might take them fishing sometime. Hearing him say that, Li Lady didn't say anything. She changed the subject and asked, Sixth brother, I hope you won't overthink the meat you brought. No way. I brought it here for you to eat. Whether you want to eat by yourselves or treat others is up to you, third sister. I have no objection. Li Youfu wasn't a fool. He definitely needed to maintain basic social interactions. By the way, third sister, I heard you got angry during lunch this afternoon. What happened? Li Youfu hadn't activated his abilities, but the house was so small that it was unrealistic for him to pretend to be deaf and dumb. Speaking of this, Li Lady sighed repeatedly. It's that Aunt Zhang you met this morning. Her grandson smelled the meat in the stir-fried dishes and wanted to eat some meat. So he came over and asked for a bowl, but I didn't agree. Although Li Youfu hadn't seen his third sister for almost 6 years, he still understood her temperament. Li Lady was definitely not the kind of person who would keep people at arm's length. Moreover, the two little girls were raised to be very sensible, so sensible that even Li Youfu, a soul from a later era, felt ashamed. Li Youfu snorted coldly. You didn't do anything wrong. If it were me, I'd rather throw it away than feed it to the dogs. Uft. Upon hearing Li Youfu's description, Li Lady immediately burst out laughing. She patted Li Youfu's arm and said, It's fine if you say these things to me, but don't cause trouble for your third brother-in-law. Otherwise, how will your third brother-in-law get along with his comrades? Fine. I won't say anything then. The next moment, Li Youfu solemnly said, however, you are the wife of my third sister's husband, and also the mistress of this house. Because of his status, my third brother-in-law can't speak out or say certain things, but you can. Based on Li Youfu's experience of watching so many TV shows and movies in his later years, it would be better to casually offer a few words of advice to his third sister than for her to sulk. No. There's water in the kettle. Wash up and go to bed early. Just as Li Lady said this, the whistle for sleeping sounded outside. Li Youfu felt it was novel. It was the first time in his life that he had experienced such a rhythmic life in a compound. I slept without any dreams. The next day, Li Youfu woke up to the reveille outside. Li Lady had already prepared breakfast for several people. Morning. Li Lady smiled and said, why don't you sleep a little longer? Is it too noisy outside? That is, when we get up in the morning and go to bed at night, we can hear the troops' whistles. We people living in the compound are used to it. I forgot to tell you last night. Li Youfu smiled slightly. It's all right. I usually get up around this time when I'm at home anyway. So early. Li Lady looked on with suspicion. Her impression of Li Youfu was still from 6 years ago, when he wouldn't get out of bed until the sun was high in the sky. Of course it's true. Li Youfu suddenly remembered. Oh right. Third sister, I forgot to let mother know I'm safe. I promised her I'd send her a telegram as soon as I got here. After we finish eating, take me to the telegram sending area, and I'll send her a telegram. Okay. Li Lady nodded. Since you're up, go outside to wash up. I've prepared new toothbrushes and towels for you. Li Youfu responded, took the basin, and went out. He saw Aunt Zhang as soon as he stepped out the door. Upon seeing that it was Li Lady's younger brother, the other party let out a cold snort. Li Youfu didn't take it seriously at first. He put the basin under the tap and filled it with water to brush his teeth and wash his face. Perhaps in his later years, he had gotten used to brushing his teeth while getting water, with the tap running continuously. But Zhang Denyang saw all of this. This water comes from wells dug by the soldiers. It's precious. Are you just going to waste it like this? No wonder you're so ill-mannered. You deserve to never have running water in your life. Old woman, did you eat shit this morning? That's why your mouth smells so bad. Is the water I use for washing my face and brushing my teeth bothering you or something? If we have to pay for tap water, it'll be from my sister's house. What does it have to do with you? What did you say, you little brat? Who did you say ate shit? Aunt Zhang slapped her thigh and shouted at the top of her lungs. Everyone come out and see. The new brat is bullying an old lady. What did I do to deserve this? He actually said I eat shit. Is there no justice left? Is there no law left? Upon hearing Aunt Zhang's loud voice, many doors of the bungalow opened, and numerous people peeked out to see what was happening. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Lady rushed out immediately. What happened? Li Lady's gaze swept over Li Youfu and Aunt Zhang's faces. Li Lady, you've come at the right time. Your younger brother was running the water like that this morning, and I kindly went up to say a few words to him. But he just came up to me and said that this old man had eaten shit. Is there anyone who would insult someone like that? If you don't give me an explanation in front of everyone today, I'm going to complain to the higher-ups. Your brother bullied this old woman as soon as he came to the compound, and even cursed at me, saying I ate shit. Everyone, please be the judge. Is this how you bully people? Chapter 90. Continue. Make the expression even better. What did Lai Di do to offend Aunt Zhang so early in the morning? It's not Lai Di, but it's pretty much the same. See that young man next to Lai Di? He seems to be Lai Di's younger brother. He didn't turn off the tap when he washed his face this morning, and Aunt Zhang scolded him. Who knew that Lai Di's younger brother wasn't one to be bullied either, so he scolded Aunt Zhang. Several military wives, one after another, quickly pieced together the truth of the matter. Someone sighed. You know, this younger brother of Lai Di is really something. He got scolded by Aunt Zhang, and he's so old, yet he still yelled back. He was right, but he turned it into he was wrong. Some people retorted, I think the younger brother didn't do anything wrong. We think you guys are the cowards. Others don't know what kind of person Aunt Zhang is. She's the kind of person who makes trouble even when she's in the wrong. In my opinion, this kind of person, who takes advantage of her age and acts like a big shot, deserves to be taught a lesson. Chill. Keep your voice down. Don't let Aunt Zhang hear you. The military wife next to her pulled her aside, and the military wife who had been speaking immediately stopped talking. After all, this is a military compound, and the words and actions of military wives, to some extent, represent the image of their husbands as soldiers. Li Lady felt the same way. She was also afraid of tarnishing Nia Hailong's reputation and being looked at by Aunt Zhang's aggressive gaze. She looked at Li Youfu with a retreating look in her eyes. Li Youfu shrugged. I was just brushing my teeth and washing my face, and this old woman acted like a lunatic, immediately criticizing me and saying I'd never have running water in my life. His mouth is as if he ate shit. You little brat, who are you calling a shit eater? Whoever agrees can eat it, otherwise their mouth will smell so bad. You little brat, I think you've gone too far. Aunt Zhang turned her head back and said, he just cursed at me again. Everyone must be my witnesses. Li Lady, is this how you educate your younger brother? Stop saying anything. Let's go find the military leaders right now and let them judge this for us. Sixth brother. Li Lady's face was very ugly. She was worried about bringing shame to Nia Hailong, and she was also angry to see Li Youfu being bullied. Even a clay figure has some temper. Sis, don't get involved. I have ways of dealing with this kind of person. Li Youfu gave her a reassuring look, then looked at Aunt Zhang and said, Old woman, it's not about who shouts the loudest, that's right. If either of us doesn't go to the military leaders to complain today, then we're both cowards. I'd like to ask the military leaders if all military family members are like you. You're a disgrace to the People's Liberation Army. Military families? Bah. Does being a military family member mean you can ride roughshod over ordinary people? Does being a military family member mean you can humiliate and insult farmers? To put it bluntly, without the grain grown by us farmers, I think it would be pointless for you to eat shit. I seriously suspect that with a military family member like you, your son is no better. The saying, like father, like son, perfectly describes someone like you. Let's go. Let's go to the military leaders right now. I'm going to have them investigate your family thoroughly. With such corrupt practices, you're not fit to be soldiers. Boom. Li Youfu's words were deafening. Not only was Aunt Zhang stunned on the spot, but every single military wife standing nearby was also dumbfounded. That feels so good. That was so damn satisfying. Judging from Zhang Denyang's usual behavior, the words arrogant and domineering would be used to describe her. These military wives had suffered a lot from her behavior. But given her status as a military wife, who would be foolish enough to make a big fuss about it, lest she cause trouble for her husband? Having discovered the benefits, Aunt Zhang became even more unscrupulous. Aunt Zhang felt her head buzzing. She wanted to reach out and tear Li Youfu's foul mouth apart, but Li Youfu's cold gaze stopped her. Even worse, if Li Youfu's words reach the ears of the military leaders, her son Li Debao will definitely be punished, and it's hard to say whether he can stay in the army. To kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit. Wow, come and see. It's one thing for Li Lady's brother to bully an old woman like me with an orphan and a widow, but all I did was say he was wasting water. He's pushing me to the brink. You even want to kick my poor son out of the army. I risked my life for the army and was even wounded while taking a bullet for my comrades. How can you be so heartless? Her wailing and crying drew pity from most of the military wives watching the scene. The old woman was a bit domineering, but her son, Li Debao, did indeed make contributions to the army. Someone advised, let's leave it at that. If we really escalate this to the higher-ups, nobody will have an easy time. Yes, Aunt Zhang is quite old. She just scolded you a few times, and look how much she cried. Aunt Zhang, get up quickly, the ground is dirty. Aunt Zhang glanced at Li Youfu out of the corner of her eye, and Li Lady also showed a hint of pity on her face, shaking Li Youfu's arm. Sixth brother, I think we should just let it go. This time, it can be considered as teaching her a lesson. Upon seeing this, Aunt Zhang's wailing suddenly rose another octave. Li Youfu looked at him with a mocking expression, then took out a yuan from his pocket and said, Continue, make it louder. You should do it like this. While you're howling, you should also be slapping your thigh. Oh, and the expression too. It has to be the kind that looks like you're suffering a lot of grievances. Not bad. If you could speak a little louder and add a curse like, I'll draw circles around you to make it even better. Do it 10 more times, and this 1 yuan is yours. Li Yufu, with a serious expression, waved a 1 yuan coin and kept instructing Aunt Zhang. If you didn't know better, you would think he was teaching Aunt Zhang to perform. Good heavens! Everyone was dumbfounded. The two military wives, who had originally wanted to persuade Aunt Zhang to get up from the ground, were now speechless. Li Lady's lips twitched. She wanted to laugh, but couldn't actually laugh, otherwise she would really offend people. Even so, she still felt extremely uncomfortable holding it in. Aunt Zhang was completely stunned. Watching Li Youfu wave his 1 yuan coin, she didn't know whether to continue or stop. What are you doing? Just then, a group of soldiers walked over, and the leader had the rank of colonel with 23 cents on his shoulder. The military wives held their breath, clearly recognizing the newcomer as a military leader, a regimental-level officer. Li Lady's heart tightened. She even spotted her husband, Nia Hailong, in the crowd. Lady, what's going on? Why is Aunt Zhang sitting on the ground? The one who asked the question was Nia Hailong, who stepped out of the crowd first to inquire about the situation. Li Lady stammered, afraid that Nia Hailong would find out. And what she feared most came true. Why did he come over? Shouldn't they be training at this time? Brother-in-law, let me say it. As soon as Li Youfu spoke, everyone's hearts jumped into their throats. He didn't make things up. He recounted his encounters with Aunt Zhang yesterday and this morning. Nonsense. Nia Hailong was also astonished. He didn't expect his brother-in-law to cause such a mess as soon as he arrived. His superior's superior was also there. He was doomed. Aunt Zhang, on the other hand, looked aggrieved and had a smug expression on her face. This outburst startled everyone, who all thought the commander was angry because of Li Youfu's behavior. However, the commander's attitude took a 180-degree turn. He pointed the finger at Aunt Zhang, saying, I'd heard that some military family members were throwing their weight around in the compound, but I thought it was just a joke. Today has broadened my horizons. Having a military family member like you is a disgrace to our People's Liberation Army. This matter will not be left like this. I will definitely have someone investigate it thoroughly, and those who should be punished will be punished, and those who should be discharged from the military will be discharged. After saying that, the regimental commander looked at Li Youfu. He then gave him a gentle smile and said, You must be Comrade Li Youfu. I received a call from the police last night. More importantly, Li Youfu also spotted someone in the crowd who shouldn't have been there, Li Xiangqian. Chapter 91. Li Lady, once again shocked by her own younger brother. Comrade Li Xiangqian. Haha, Comrade Lao Lu, we meet again. A hearty laugh came from the crowd. Then, he strode up to Li Youfu and gave him a military salute. Li Youfu was stunned. He never expected that the person he met on the train would be a military officer. And what was even more unbelievable was that his rank was not low. Seemingly noticing Li Youfu's embarrassment, Li Xiangqian said with a smile, No need to return the salute. You're not a soldier. If you really want to give a military salute, how about I act as your introducer? Not very good. You little brat. Li Xiangqian still reached out and shook hands with Li Youfu. The two men's words and actions astonished everyone around them. Nia Hailong whispered a reminder. Sixth brother, this is our regiment's political commissar. Fine. Li Xiangqian waved his hand. I treat Lao Lu as an equal. He's not a soldier, so why are you bringing up these empty words? Ha ha Lao Li, since you know this young comrade Li Youfu, how about I leave this matter to you to handle? Can. Li Xiangqian responded, and then looked at Li Youfu. Sixth brother, do you remember the child trafficker you caught on the train? Li Youfu nodded. Here's what happened. You left the military's address, and last night the local police called to inform us about the case. You've done a great job this time. Li Xiangqian slapped Li Youfu on the shoulder, showing that he was still very upset. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he recounted the situation reported over the phone. The police officers over there followed the clues and discovered that this was a massive child trafficking organization operating across several provinces. The police had noticed this group of people a long time ago, but they were short of clues. These human traffickers were meticulous and efficient, and they were constantly moving between several provinces to commit crimes. During this period alone, we have received reports from more than 200 parents of missing children. This time, the woman was caught red-handed. She was an important figure in the case, and we managed to extract a lot of useful information from her. If it weren't for your timely intervention, we probably would have missed the criminals again this time. That's why, after receiving the notification, Commander Tian and I came here specifically to give you the commendation. The commendation letter is already on its way, and it includes a bonus and receipts. After discussing it with the regimental commander, we decided to commend you in the name of the regimental headquarters. It is an honor for our entire regimental headquarters to have a military family member like you who dares to fight against lawbreakers. After hearing this, the military wives around them were dumbfounded. The look in his eyes when he looked at Li Lady was filled with envy. Being praised by the military leaders, even if it's just verbal praise, would definitely make them feel proud and respected in the compound. Not to mention the series of benefits that will follow. Li Lady was still somewhat incredulous. Sixth brother, did you encounter human traffickers on the train? Are you hurt? Although Li Lady felt honored, her focus remained on whether Li Youfu was injured. It's okay, I'm fine. Li Youfu gave a slight nod to indicate that he was all right, which relieved Li Lady. Meanwhile, Nia Hailong, standing to the side, beamed with a smile. The more he looked at his brother-in-law, the more pleasing he became. Political Commissar Li, the army doesn't just give verbal praise, does it? What about the bonus? Wow, he talks to the political commissar like that. A verbal praise isn't enough? You want a bonus too. Li Xianqian's next move surprised the group of military wives. Instead of being angry, he smiled and took an envelope from his pocket. You little brat, it's a good thing that Commander Tian and I were prepared, otherwise you would have put us in a very difficult position. There's 50 yuan in the envelope, Lao Lu. Don't complain about the small amount. It's not easy being in the army. This is money that the regimental commander and I both paid out of our own pockets. Upon hearing this, everyone's surprise reached a new level. Li Youfu waved his hands repeatedly. Political Commissar Li, I was just joking. How could I really take your money? Besides, the police also offer commendations and bonuses. Li Youfu was just saying it offhand to avoid being led by the nose by Li Xianqian. He didn't actually care about the bonus from the army. On the other hand, 50 yuan is a lot of money for others, and Li Youfu might not even care. He still has 1,000 yuan lying dormant in his storage space, not to mention all the supplies he hasn't sold yet. This time, receiving praise from the military leaders made his third sister and brother-in-law look good, and Li Youfu was already very satisfied with just this one thing. Just take it. You think it's not enough. Without saying a word, Li Xianqian stuffed the envelope into Li Youfu's hand, saying, The army believes in rewarding merit and punishing mistakes. You are not a soldier of the People's Liberation Army, but you are a military family member of the People's Liberation Army. I hope that every military family member can be like you and dare to stand on the opposite side of criminals, instead of making the compound a mess all day long over trivial matters. These words carry extremely heavy weight. The military wives who heard this were all terrified, especially Aunt Zhang, who felt a chill run down her spine and straight to the top of her head. After a pause, Li Xianqian added, Of course, I'm not telling you to risk your lives. That's for our soldiers and for the local police. I just want to convey this spirit to everyone. All right, that's enough of the unnecessary talk. Everyone, go do what you're supposed to do. Comrade Lao Lu, I'll say it again, you have great talent, and I hope you can use that talent in the right way. After saying this, Li Xianqian and his group left. They had come in a large group, and they left in the same way. Even Nia Hailong couldn't exchange more than a few words with Li Lady. However, no one paid attention to this. This is the military, yet it's also a discussion of personal matters. Without this commendation, they would probably still be sweating it out on the training field. Splash! Like flowing water, in an instant, Li Youfu found himself surrounded by military wives. Lady, what's your younger brother's name? How old is he? Does he have a girlfriend? Sister who? You want to introduce your sister to someone, but don't you even look at her appearance? Is she good enough for him? Zhang Chunhua. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. You believe me? All right, stop arguing. Li Lady was also caught off guard by this sudden enthusiasm. Even her third sister was still confused. No matter what, she had to find out the whole story. With this in mind, She had no time to listen to these military wives introducing potential partners to her brother. If she were to introduce someone, it would have to be a female soldier from the cultural troop. Sixth brother, come back to the house with me. Li Lady grabbed Li Yufu with one hand and used the other hand as a barrier between the military wives until the door was closed, at which point she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning her head, Li Lady saw Li Yufu's smiling face and became furious. You little rascal, still smiling? What are you hiding from your third sister? Hurry up and tell me everything. Didn't you hear that just now? Human traffickers were discovered on the train, and with the assistance of the train police, an abducted baby was rescued. Li Yufu spoke casually, attributing the credit to the railway police. His slightly languid and relaxed expression contrasted sharply with the forlorn look on Aunt Zhang's face at the door. I've read all the comments, and it's true that updates are infrequent, which the author acknowledges. Please give the author a day to organize the plot and increase the update frequency to 3 chapters per day. If there's more time, we'll increase it further. As for the update time, due to synchronization, we will adjust it within 2 days to ensure a single upload at a fixed time. Finally, I would like to thank all the readers who enjoyed this book. Chapter 92, The Two Little Ones' Dreams. You little rascal, thank goodness nothing serious happened this time. If anything happens to you, how am I supposed to explain it to my mother? Don't try to be a hero next time, you hear me? Li Lady complained about Li Yufu, but her concern for him was undeniable. Upon hearing this, Li Yufu curled the corners of his mouth and said, Third sister, you are still a military wife. Political Commissar Li just praised me, and you're telling me to desert my post at the last minute. You brat. Is that what third sister meant? Li Lady slapped his arm, feigning anger. Third sister is saying that even if you encounter this again, don't try to be brave. You can ask the police for help. You got lucky this time, but what about next time? Even your third brother-in-law, a well-trained soldier, can't guarantee he won't get injured every time he goes on a mission. What makes you, a mere civilian, think you can rush to the front lines? As she said these words, Li Lady's mood also dropped, and she was afraid that her words had hurt Li Yufu's self-esteem. Li Lady's tone softened slightly. I didn't mean anything by it. Don't overthink it. Third sister just hopes that you can be safe and sound, and that you can find a wife and live a stable life in the future. Every time your third brother-in-law goes on a mission, I'm always on edge at home. You have no idea about this Wa. Third sister, you were scolding me. Why are you crying now? Seeing his third sister's emotional breakdown, Li Yufu felt terrible. Don't cry, please stop crying. If your brother-in-law sees you crying, he'll think I'm bullying you. Besides, my brother-in-law is a soldier. He is carrying heavy burdens for us, ordinary people. As a military wife, you should support and encourage him. Third sister, we should also believe that our brother-in-law can not only complete the mission well, but also protect himself. Don't you agree? Mother. Mom, why are you crying? Hearing the commotion, Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushua ran towards Li Lady with their short legs, asking her with concern as they ran. Li Lady wiped her eyes hard with her sleeve. Mom didn't cry, Mom just got sand in her eyes. Xingnan, Rushua, let's eat breakfast first, otherwise we'll be late for daycare. Good. The two little girls responded crisply, then sat obediently in their chairs and ate their breakfast. Sixth brother, you should eat something too. After I drop Xingnan and Rushua off, I'll take you to send the telegram. No rush, it's still early. The military's reveille is at 6:20 in the morning, and it's only a little past 7 o'clock now. Seeing that his third sister's emotions had not completely calmed down, Li Yufu said, Third sister, why don't I take Xingnan and Rushua to the nursery in a while? You can tidy up at home, and then go wash your face later. Okay, Xingnan will show you the way in a moment. Li Lady readily agreed. She had just been crying like a cat, and it was indeed not a good time to take the child to school in that state. To avoid being seen by other military wives, which might lead to gossip and rumors. Breakfast is over. Li Yufu was already standing at the door. Xingnan, Rushua, shall your uncle take you to daycare today? Good. It was supposed to be Nie Xingnan, but Nie Rushua tilted her head and asked, Why doesn't Mom take Rushua to school? Little sister, you're not allowed to fool around. Okay, sister. Seeing that the two little ones had already solved the problem themselves, Li Youfu swallowed back the words he was about to say. He shook his head with amusement, the phrase, "a little devil," resurfacing in his mind once again. Say goodbye to your mother. Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, Mom. Li Lady nodded with a smile. Listen to your uncle on the way. Mom will pick you up after school this afternoon. Good. Li Youfu led the two little girls out the door, taking his two 5-year-old children to daycare for the first time, which gave him a sense of being a father. On the way, Li Youfu still managed to ask, Rushua, do you want your mother to send you to daycare because you don't like your uncle? No, Rushua likes her uncle. Shengnan also likes her uncle. Her uncle is the best. Li Youfu looked at Nie Shengnan, surprised to hear such words from his precocious niece. I saw this morning that my uncle defeated the bad guys. That Grandma Zhang is the worst. She always bullies my mom, and my mom won't let me tell my dad. And then there's Li Xiaobao, who always comes to my house asking for meat. If we give it to them, my sister and I won't have any meat to eat. Hearing this, Li Youfu suppressed his anger and said, it won't happen again. Let me tell you, when dealing with shameless people like this, don't give them any face. Just after he finished speaking, Li Youfu felt that the child might not understand what he was saying, so he changed his approach. In short, if you don't want something to happen, you must say it out loud. Remember that. I've got it, Nie Shengnan asked. Uncle, is it okay if I don't want to give the meat to Li Xiaobao? Sure, Li Youfu said fiercely. If there's a next time, just tell them that if they want meat, they should buy it themselves. Thank you, Uncle. Nie Shengnan and Nie Rushua's eyes were shining. Being looked at with adoration by two little girls, Li Youfu didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Nie Shengnan tilted her head and said, Uncle, Mom wasn't crying because she got sand in her eyes. She was worried about Dad, right? I heard you talking just now. Li Youfu smiled and patted Nie Shengnan's head to ease his embarrassment. It's said that children in later generations are all incredibly smart, but children in this era are no less easily fooled. Cough, cough. Li Youfu coughed twice. Does Shengnan think what her uncle said is right? Without the slightest hesitation, Nie Shengnan nodded her little head very seriously. When I grow up, I want to be like my dad and contribute to the country. Good, that's ambitious. Li Youfu looked to the other side. What does Rushua want to do when she grows up? Nie Rushua thought about it seriously for a while. I want to be a doctor. Why? Because doctors can cure diseases, my parents, sister, and uncle will no longer be afraid of getting sick. Good grief, he dragged himself into it too. Li Youfu smiled and patted Nie Rushua's head. Then Rushua needs to start studying hard now, because to become a doctor you need to learn a lot of knowledge. Yes, Rushua will definitely study hard and become a doctor in the future. Great. While Li Youfu was happy for his two nieces, he also encountered many military wives who were bringing their children to the daycare. The compound looks big, but it's actually quite small. The events of this morning have already spread throughout the entire compound. Those who looked at Li Youfu and his two companions, one adult and two children, were filled with curiosity and scrutiny, while a few whispered amongst themselves, offering their opinions. Look, that's the young man leading Deputy Battalion Commander Nie's child. Don't let his young age fool you. He's very capable. Chapter 93. The Compound Gains Fame. Tell me what happened quickly. When did such a formidable character arrive in our compound? Go ask Qin Maisie. She saw the whole thing this morning. Qin, tell us quickly. Not all of these military spouses came to drop off their children at daycare. In order to provide some support for their families and give them an income, the military also set up several factories in the compound. Don't be fooled by the small size and limited number of jobs in these factories. The competition is fierce. Conversely, positions like those in nurseries, which require a certain level of education, have deterred most military family members. These military wives, gossiping amongst themselves, are employees of a nearby matchbox factory. Their work is simple and requires little skill, so how could they pass the time without chatting about gossip? The military wife, nicknamed Qin Maisie, immediately became animated when asked to tell her what had happened that morning. Then let me tell you about it. You all know how domineering Aunt Zhang is, even without me saying it. She only dares not offend the families of a few high-ranking officials. I don't think she cares about anyone. All right, Let's forget about these trivial matters and get to the point. That's right. Hurry up and tell me what that young man did to Aunt Zhang. The military wives weren't there to listen to Qin Meizi recount Zhang Denyang's glorious deeds. Qin Meizi wasn't annoyed at all. She enjoyed being surrounded by people. All right, I'll tell you. I don't know why you're all in such a hurry. That's what she said, but she still added. In the morning, I was still inside the house when I heard Aunt Zhang's pig-like screams. When I ran out, I found out that Aunt Zhang had scolded Deputy Battalion Commander Nie's brother-in-law for using too much water. But he wasn't one to back down. He cursed Aunt Zhang for eating shit and for having such a foul mouth. Hiss! All around were gasps of breath. They had already imagined the scene of Aunt Zhang being relentless. If that were all, Li Youfu wouldn't have become so legendary and famous in the compound. These military wives are already looking forward to what will happen next. Tell me quickly, and then what? Was it Aunt Zhang who wouldn't let it go? And how did Deputy Battalion Commander Nie's brother-in-law deal with it? Qin Meizi smiled smugly. If you ask me, this kid is a real talent. I really don't know what he's thinking. Aunt Zhang wouldn't let it go and insisted on taking him to see the military leaders. The matter also involved Deputy Battalion Commander Nie's wife. I think her name was Li Lady. Yes, that's her name. Aunt Zhang is going to take the two of them to the military leaders to demand an explanation. Just imagine, if this gets back to the military leaders, they'll get a scolding, and it'll probably leave a bad impression on Deputy Battalion Commander Nie as well. Several military wives nodded repeatedly. If it were them, they would probably have panicked at that moment. What could they do if they suffered a little grievance? If I drag my spouse into this mess, I'll never be able to go on living like this. The girl who said this was also full of admiration for Li Youfu. Do you know how that young man did it? They weren't afraid to meet the military leaders at all. Not only were they not afraid, they also insisted on taking Aunt Zhang with them. Is he insane? Is this guy stupid? He thinks he'll get away with it. Qin Meizi snorted coldly. I thought the same as you, but who knew that what he said next would scare Aunt Zhang to death? He said he was going to report Aunt Zhang to the military leaders. He kept calling her a country bumpkin and a farmer, and said he would never have running water in his life. Saying that Aunt Zhang is not worthy of being a military family member, that the People's Liberation Army has such a family member, is a disgrace to the army and the People's Liberation Army. We also need to make the military leaders thoroughly investigate her son, Li Debeo, saying things like father, like son, and that keeping such a person in the military is a disaster. Hiss! Several military wives felt a chill run down their spines. Such a serious accusation is a minor matter compared to the potential consequences. It could even force Zhang Denyang's son to retire from the army early. Several people shivered involuntarily. No wonder Qin Meizi's eyes lit up when she talked about Deputy Battalion Commander Nie's brother-in-law. Any one of them would have collapsed to the ground in fear in such a situation. One of the military wives, still shaken, asked, and then what happened? Despite their fear, the people around Qin Meizi still turned their attention to her face. Someone asked, did Aunt Zhang apologize to him? Qin Meizi scoffed. What's there to admit wrong? Aunt Zhang is a real tough nut to crack. She sat down on the ground and said that Deputy Battalion Commander Nie's family bullied her, an old woman with an orphan and a widow. That old hag is so shameless. Her son is a military officer, after all. To smear his name like this is truly despicable. Qin Meizi's words aroused righteous indignation among the crowd. It can be said that Aunt Zhang's behavior resonated with the entire group of military wives in the compound, and there was a strong consensus to condemn her. Being a military family member like this person is an insult to the term military family member. However, when everyone saw Qin's ambiguous smile, they knew that things were far from simple. So they asked, how did that young man handle it? Uft. The thought of Li Youfu waving a 1 yuan coin to get Aunt Zhang to continue made Qin Meizi laugh. Why are you laughing? Tell me quickly, what happened in the end? Haha, let me laugh for a bit first. I just couldn't hold it in. Qin Meizi laughed heartily, and after laughing, she immediately poured out all the stories about Li Youfu making Aunt Zhang slap her thigh hard, drawing circles and cursing, like pouring out beans. Ha 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 ha, this is so funny. I really want to see that scene. I think that old lady Zhang should finally shut up now. She's made such a huge fool of herself. If she doesn't stop now, she probably won't even have the face to stay in the compound anymore. What's that young man's name? Li Youfu is the sixth child in his family. I heard them call him Lao Lu, or Li Lao Lu. This Li Lao Lu is quite interesting. He's really a talented person. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter again. Someone asked, what happened next? After suffering such a great loss, Aunt Zhang will definitely make a scene at the military leaders. Even if she doesn't, I reckon her son, Li Debao, will hold a grudge against Deputy Battalion Commander Nya. I heard that the people who came were superiors and subordinates. Yes, how are the two of them supposed to get along in the future? Qin Meizi pursed her lips and said, you don't need to worry about this. Finally, Regiment Commander Tian and Political Commissar Li also arrived. The military leadership found out so quickly? Qin Meizi shook her head and then nodded. The leader came for other matters. I heard that when Li Laolu came here, he caught a baby trafficker on the train. This visit is specifically to commend him. Political Commissar Li and Regiment Commander Tian even gave him 50 yuan out of their own pockets as a bonus, along with a letter of commendation from the Public Security Bureau, the bonus, and receipts. At this moment, the military wives' expressions also became serious. If they could have just laughed off Li Youfu's teasing of Aunt Zhang, they would have been able to do so. At that moment, their eyes were filled with admiration. Chapter 94, Entrusting the Shop. Achoo! Could it be that Mother and the others miss me? Li Youfu thought to himself with a touch of smugness, and his steps on the way back became a little lighter. Sister, I'm back. Were the two little ones naughty on the way? No, I'm being good. Li Youfu smiled slightly and saw that his third sister had tidied up the house, and even the quilt he had slept in was neatly folded. She said jokingly, Third sister, after you discipline me like this, I'm almost afraid to put my foot down. You're never serious. Li Lady laughed and scolded. Sixth brother, wait for me a little longer. Third sister will water the field, and then we'll leave, otherwise the vegetables will wilt as soon as the sun comes out. Third sister, you still have vegetables growing? What's so strange about that? Growing seasonal vegetables in the field and eating them sparingly is always more practical than spending money to buy them. This can be considered a preferential treatment given to us military families by the military. I'll go with you. The two of us can hurry. Li Lady did not refuse. The two of them carried buckets to the vegetable garden behind the bungalow. Looking around, it looked like a vegetable garden of about an acre. The vegetable plots allocated to each household were not much, only about 1/10 of an acre, and a few boards were used as dividing lines. Besides, there is a large area of wasteland behind the vegetable garden. Li Youfu asked with some curiosity, Third sister, why isn't that wasteland being cultivated? Be content with what you have. Li Lady smiled, showing no sign of complaining about the small amount of land. The wasteland behind is used by the troops in other ways. This small vegetable garden, which is only about an acre in size, was also applied for by us military spouses. Li Youfu nodded. What he said was absolutely true. It was like having an extra plot of land to keep for himself. In rural areas, apart from planting some things in their own yards, all the farmland used for growing grain belongs to the collective, while the land that is not allocated belongs to the state. It will be more than 10 years before the land is distributed to individual households. As Li Youfu watered the plants, he thought to himself, should I get some vegetable seeds to plant in my space? No matter what season it is, as long as there are seeds, vegetables can definitely be grown in the spirit spring space. Then we can eat vegetables that are only available in summer, even in the dead of winter. Just thinking about it makes me happy. What are you grinning about? Li Lady smiled and said, you want to eat chicken? I just brought this hen home a few days ago. Once it lays a few more eggs, I'll kill it for you. In fact, as soon as Li Youfu came over, he noticed the two hens in the cage. People in those days didn't have much to supplement their nutrition. They relied on hens laying more eggs to get some nutrition, or they could exchange them at the purchasing station for daily necessities like salt. There are indeed people who are willing to eat old hens, but they only do so after the hen stops laying eggs. They would never kill a hen to kill its eggs. The important thing is that even if you can raise chickens, you can't raise too many. 2 or 3 is the limit. It would be great if we could raise animals in the spirit spring space. Moreover, it is an indisputable fact that wild pheasants are tough and not as tasty as domestic chickens. Li Yofu shook his head. Let's keep them to lay eggs, to give Shengnan and Rushue some nutrition. We'll talk about it later. Li Lady did not give a direct answer. Li Yofu was still thinking about vegetables. Although animals could not be kept in the Lingquan space, various vegetables could be put on the agenda. As we all know, off-season vegetables are actually vegetables grown in greenhouses using the greenhouse effect. Building greenhouses requires plastic film, also known as polyethylene film. My country introduced it in 1955 and was able to produce agricultural polyethylene film independently by 1958. My country has also achieved success in the cultivation of off-season vegetables, and they are being grown on a small scale in several major cities, including Beijing. If Li Yofu brings out-of-season vegetables, he can eat them himself. If we want to feed it to other people, we have to find a legitimate way. At least for now, off-season vegetables can only be obtained in small quantities through certain channels. Ordinary people have never seen this before. With these thoughts in mind, the small vegetable patch was quickly watered. Half an hour later, as the two left the post office, Li Lady still felt a little sorry for Li Yofu for the money. Sending telegrams was charged per character, at 0.035 yuan per character. Li Yofu thought it would only cost a few cents or two to send a few words, but he ended up spending 10 yuan. Are you writing a short essay here? Li Lady sighed. The telegram has been sent. Third sister will take you to town to buy you a new outfit. No need. Third sister, you go back. I'll go for a walk by myself. Where are you going? Go to the provincial capital. Just then, several military wives carrying baskets came out of the compound and saw Li Lady and her brother. Lady. Hearing the voice, Li Lady looked over and saw several familiar military wives. Sister Yuqin, I want to say a few words to my brother. Li Lady then looked at Li Yofu. Third sister will go with you. Really, there's no need. I'm a grown adult. Why would you be afraid of losing me? All right, go and come back soon. If you get hungry, take some money and eat at a state-run restaurant. Li Lady took out money and tickets from her yellow satchel and patiently explained the route to take the bus. Li Yofu didn't take the money or the tickets, but he did memorize the route. He urged, Third sister, I've remembered everything. I'll be back before dinner. Seeing Li Yofu's attitude, she could only give up. Okay, drive carefully. After giving a few more instructions, Li Lady walked towards the other military wives. Judging from their posture, the military wives were preparing to go into the mountains. Between going into the mountains and going into the city, Li Yofu chose the latter. After another hour of bumpy travel, Li Yofu got off the bus after entering the city. However, he did manage to find out the address of the store in the provincial capital that was entrusted to him. Especially in this era where everything requires ration coupons, and due to the current shortage of goods, a large number of people will consign their unused old items to stores to sell in order to alleviate the pressure. Although it's called a consignment store, it's a legitimate state-owned consignment store. Some people who used to make a living by collecting second-hand goods have now become employees of the consignment store because they know their stuff. Li Yofu's purpose in this trip was twofold. Firstly, to broaden his horizons at the consignment store, and secondly, to see if he could find any good items there. Don't underestimate the consignment shops of this era. They truly have many fine items, such as calligraphy and paintings by great calligraphers, or furniture made of Wangwali and Zeton wood. Even the currently popular 3 turns and 1 sound, referring to a watch, a revolving door, a radio, and a speaker, can be purchased from authorized stores. It sounds a bit fantastical. Why not keep the good stuff for yourself? If the consignor doesn't know its value, surely the shop assistant does, right? This is actually a matter of perception. Everyone knows that furniture made of Wangwali wood is of high quality. It used to be used in the palace. How much could it be worth? 100 or 200 at most. Could it be that, like in later generations, hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars are still involved? Li Yofu found a quiet alley where no one was paying attention, took out his bicycle, and asked 2 or 3 passers-by for directions before finally arriving at the consignment shop. The consignment shop has 2 floors and seems to occupy a considerable area. He heard from the people in the car that it was originally a pawn shop before it became a state-owned consignment shop. It is roughly divided into two parts. One is acquisition, and the other is sales. The acquisitions are divided into two categories. One is for those who urgently need money. The items will be evaluated by the staff, and cash will be paid upon receipt of the goods. Another similar option involves waiting until the entrusted items are sold before receiving payment. Typically, these types of entrustments are priced relatively higher. Hello, comrade. Is it because you have something to entrust to us? As soon as Li Youfu entered, a staff member from the store asked him questions. There are two more chapters, a little later, sorry. Chapter 95, The Imperial Green Jade Pendant. Comrade, I'm here to buy some things, not to sell them. Then feel free to look around. Call me when you see something you like. The staff seemed unfazed, and many people who came to the store just to look around without buying anything were treating it like a shopping mall. The items in the consignment shop are inexpensive and don't require tickets. So many people come here to find bargains. Li Youfu was quickly attracted by the items for sale inside. Although they were all second-hand goods, some of them looked to be in pretty good condition. He walked a few steps to the watch counter, where the majority of the watches were not second-hand Titoni watches, but rather Swiss watches, ranging from 80% to 50% new, with some having chrome peeling off the cases and others having internal damage. Li Youfu pointed to a wooden clock tower over a meter tall behind him and asked, Comrade, how much does this wooden clock tower cost? 5 yuan. How many? Li Youfu thought he had misheard, and after repeatedly asking, the price quoted by the other party was still 5 yuan. This isn't expensive, it's incredibly cheap. The clock has simply stopped working. If you take the machine apart, clean it with kerosene, and wipe away the grease inside, it might be able to start working normally again. Even if it's the worst, it's only 5 yuan. Such a big wooden clock. Even if it's just for decoration, it won't be a big loss. Li Youfu resisted the urge to buy the wooden clock tower, because there were just too many good things inside. Soon, Li Youfu was drawn to a pair of deep blue, plum blossom porcelain jars. The jars were wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, about 10 centimeters high and about 12 centimeters in diameter. They were a pair of very exquisite porcelain pieces. However, Li Youfu's limited knowledge of antiques meant he couldn't distinguish between an antique and a modern craft. Comrade, is there any special meaning behind these porcelain pieces? I'd like to ask you to take a look at my product. Li Youfu took the opportunity to pull out a cigarette and handed it over. The other person was a middle-aged man in his 40s. When he saw the cigarette Li Youfu offered, his eyes lit up suddenly. Good cigarette. The middle-aged man smiled and said, May I ask you, young man, whether you intend to use this pair of porcelain pieces for decoration or as a collection? Li Youfu was somewhat puzzled. What do you mean by decoration, and what do you mean by keeping it as a collection? As for decorations, it doesn't matter, as long as it looks nice. Keeping them as collectibles is a complete waste of money. These are a pair of late Qing dynasty porcelain pieces. Look at the shape of this vessel, the pattern, the glaze. The middle-aged man rattled off a whole bunch of professional knowledge, leaving Li Youfu completely bewildered. But he also knew that things from the late Qing dynasty were worthless. This is relatively inexpensive compared to porcelain from the Kangxi era. In later times, it would be worth at least 100,000 yuan. Li Youfu offered him another cigarette, saying, It's nothing. I just think it looks nice. It would be good to have it as a decoration at home. Some things don't need to be said outright. These people who made their living by collecting second-hand goods and eventually got a stable job aren't actually that conservative in their thinking. She's very tactful and diplomatic. Some of the cultural relics that have been preserved in later generations were secretly hidden by this group of people. These porcelain pieces cost 10 yuan. Go over there to pay and get a receipt, and the items are yours. Thanks. Li Youfu thanked him, but did not leave immediately. What is your surname, brother? His surname is Ho. This surname is not common. If you don't mind, I'll call you Brother Ho. My surname is Li, and I'm the 6th child in my family. You can just call me Li Laolu. Li Youfu simply stuffed the entire half-pack of cigarettes into Brother Ho's hand. Brother Ho smokes. I feel a sense of familiarity just by looking at you. Your level of knowledge is incredibly high. Even someone like me who doesn't know anything can sense that there's a lot going on here. Brother Ho just smiled. It's never wrong to be polite. He knew perfectly well what Li Youfu's purpose was. He's quite an interesting young man. Are you asking if there are any antiques left that have collectible value? A slightly higher price is acceptable. We don't actually have that. Brother Ho also spoke the truth. This is a state-run and trusted store. Think about it. Those who have antiques wouldn't bring them here to sell. On the one hand, it's hard to estimate the value, and on the other hand, there aren't many people who know its worth. If you really want these, besides trying your luck, you can either go to the black market or go somewhere else. Do you know who has a lot of these things? Li Youfu shook his head. Brother Ho himself gave the answer. They're remnants of the old regime. The capital city of Beijing. The name of the place instantly popped into Li Youfu's mind. When you get back, you can take a stroll around Beijing. However, he still wanted to try his best with Brother Ho. Brother Ho, I understand what you're saying. If I have the chance in the future, I will go there to take a look. If you encounter any problems here, please keep an eye out for me. I'll pay you a small fee after it's done, okay? These words were only spoken to Brother Ho. Li Youfu might not have said them to anyone else. After saying that, Li Youfu intended to pay and leave. Etc. Li Youfu looked over with some surprise. Brother Ho took out a jade pendant, which was completely green and without a single flaw. If it was real, it would be imperial green. Li Youfu felt his heart suddenly beat faster. This is... Brother Ho didn't hide anything. This is a piece of imperial green jade pendant, which someone brought over a few days ago and entrusted us to sell it. The product is good, but it's also expensive. The price we were entrusted to sell was 800 yuan. 800. Li Youfu was taken aback, and Brother Ho also showed a slightly embarrassed expression. In those days, 800 yuan was already a huge sum of money. Since they entrusted us to sell it, we are only responsible for verifying its authenticity. We cannot compromise on the price. Li Youfu was already overjoyed inside, but he didn't show it. In later generations, this full green imperial jade pendant would be worth tens of millions. You can get it for 800 yuan now. They've made a killing. On the surface, Li Youfu pretended to ponder. I do like the jade pendant, but I don't have that much money on hand. Brother Ho, how about this? Please hold on to the things for me. I'll go borrow the money right now, and I'll definitely come over this afternoon no matter what. Okay. Brother Ho hadn't expected to sell it. He was just trying his luck. He didn't expect Li Youfu to actually want it. The jade pendant had already been sitting unsold for several days, so what did it matter if it sat for another half day? He nodded in agreement. Seeing that Brother Ho agreed, Li Youfu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he really would have liked to take the money out. However, this would be too shocking. Who would casually spend 800 yuan just to browse a consignment shop? It's not the thief you should fear, but the one who has his eye on you. After making arrangements with Brother Ho, Li Youfu left the consignment shop without buying the pair of porcelain pieces, but they agreed to settle the bill together in the afternoon. After leaving the store, Li Youfu wanted to check out the black market, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea and ended up riding his bike to a state-run restaurant where he had lunch. After dawdling for a while, Li Youfu took out his watch and checked the time. It was already 2:20 p.m. before he returned to the store he had entrusted with the task. The thick stack of black bills was quite impressive. 810 yuan, that's right. Brother Ho, thank you. Don't mention it, you've surprised me. Li Youfu naturally understood what he meant. He had borrowed 800 yuan in just a few hours, whether it was a loan or he already had it. This also indirectly shows that Li Youfu does not seem simple. Brother Ho also intends to befriend him. The two agreed to come back in 10 days to see if there were any antiques. Li Youfu then left the consignment shop with a full haul. Not long after leaving the commissioned shop, the porcelain, along with the jade pendant, were all collected by Li Youfu into his spiritual spring space. However, the next second, Li Youfu felt a violent tremor in his heart. This is Chapter 96, Did a Good Deed. Boom. This scene was like the creation of the world. When Li Youfu's consciousness entered the spirit spring space, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. The sky above the spirit spring space resembled a rainbow torn apart, and the white mist that had originally obscured the space seemed to pierce through the darkness like dawn breaking through the night. In no time, amidst the roar, the fog expanded by a factor of 2, revealing a prairie-like green expanse. Even more incredibly, in the cracks not far from the black soil, many streamlined lakes suddenly emerged and took shape at that moment. At that very moment, the sky stopped trembling, the ground stopped shaking, and the white mist was still visible, but the entire spiritual spring space had doubled in size compared to before. At the same time, the information about the extra space echoed in Li Youfu's mind, making him instantly understand the purpose of this space. Simply put, the extra grassland and lake can be used to raise animals and aquatic products. The speed of time is also 10 times faster. The only difference is that Li Youfu cannot accelerate ripening through mental power. It's actually quite easy to understand. One is alive, and the other is not. My imperial green. Li Youfu felt a little heartache, which was quickly replaced by joy. The pair of late Qing dynasty porcelain pieces that were stored in the spiritual spring space are still there, but the imperial green jade pendant has disappeared. This also illustrates that imperial green can promote spatial upgrades. However, the jade in Li Youfu's hand, strictly speaking, was only the imperial green jade pendant. Even he hadn't warmed it up before it was completely absorbed by the spiritual spring space. Li Youfu wasn't sure whether all jade could promote space upgrades, or only top-grade jade, or fully green imperial jade, could. But this move was definitely worthwhile. You can upgrade your spirit spring space for just 800 yuan. What a steal. Li Youfu withdrew from the space and rode his bike back. He planned to release some chicks into the space another day, and maybe before long, the mountains and fields would be full of domestic chickens. Just then, Li Youfu's gaze sharpened. He seemed to have spotted a familiar face. This wasn't one of the two people who sat opposite him on the train. When Li Youfu went to the dining car for a meal, he saw that the enamel mug had been filled with hot water when he returned, so he offered the two of them cigarettes. What a coincidence. Li Youfu pushed off hard with his foot, and the bicycle suddenly lurched forward a distance, allowing him to see the man's face clearly. He looked rather disheveled at the moment, with a stubble-covered face, bloodshot eyes, a basket on his back, and a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, holding a hand with her hands covered in patches. "Young comrade, it's you." The man's smile was somewhat forced. He had also recognized Li Youfu. "Brother, what's going on?" Before Li Youfu could finish speaking, he heard a sound coming from the man's basket, like the sound of flapping wings. Li Youfu couldn't help but take a second look. "When I got back, I found out that the child's mother had accidentally broken her leg while working and was taken to the hospital by the village." "Young man, would you like some chicken?" The man suddenly stared at Li Youfu with wide eyes, then lowered his head, realizing he had been abrupt. "I'm sorry, I was in a hurry, so I just asked everyone I could find." "Fine." Li Youfu smiled and shook his head. "Big brother, are you planning to sell chickens?" The man nodded. "When I went back, I returned the money I had to the village and paid some more money to the hospital. Don't worry, 2 of these chickens are from my family, and the other 2 are borrowed. I'll pay them back when I make some money." The man's speech was somewhat incoherent, partly due to his anxiety and partly because seeing Li Youfu's somewhat familiar face made him feel like he had grasped a lifeline. If Li Youfu was unwilling, he would have no choice but to find a place to sell chickens. "Brother, how much are your chickens?" This was the first time Li Youfu had encountered such a thing. Fortunately, the Lingquan space had been upgraded to allow for the raising of poultry, so it would be good to use it for an experiment. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes lit up, and he quickly untied the basket on his back. "There are 4 chickens, 3 hens, and 1 rooster. The hens are not very big. They all weigh a little over 2 pounds, while the rooster weighs a little over 3 pounds. Some eggs were tied together with straw, 7 in each row, for a total of 2 rows. I want to exchange these things for 20 yuan and 20 jin of grain." He quickly added, "Cornmeal will do." To be honest, according to the current black market price, 1 jin of cornmeal costs 1.6 yuan, so 20 jin of cornmeal would cost 32 yuan. Adding the 20 yuan he asked for separately, the total would be 52 yuan. Last time, Li Youfu sold about 2 jin of pheasants to Director Qian, and he charged 5 yuan per pheasant. Even if you make up for the price difference of the rooster, and include all 14 eggs in the 2 rows, it still wouldn't be worth 52 yuan. No wonder the man quickly lowered his head after saying that. He also knew very well that money was not the most important thing. The most important thing was food. Who would be willing to take out 20 jin of grain all at once? For urban residents, The monthly ration for each adult is 26 jin of grain. A half-grown child weighs only 15 kilograms per month. This doesn't even include the fact that 60% of it is coarse grains, and in some more severely affected provinces, this proportion is even higher. Certainly, this is just the price of food during a famine year. Young comrade, tool go ask around elsewhere. No need, I'll take these. Really? Li Youfu nodded. The man suddenly hugged the little girl he was holding. It was hard to believe that a man who looked to be almost 40 years old was crying like a child. The little girl kept sobbing, large tears rolling down her cheeks. Quickly kowtow to your benefactor. The man pulled up his child and was about to kowtow to Li Youfu. He couldn't stand it, so he jumped off the bicycle and held onto the two of them with both hands. At the same time, he shouted, "Big brother, don't do this. If you keep doing this, then I won't change it." That sounds like a stop button. The man bent over slightly, then suddenly straightened up again. This scene made Li Youfu feel a little sad. "Brother, wait here for me for a moment. It will only be 10 minutes or so. I will go and get the grain." Okay. I won't go anywhere. I'll just wait for you here." The man nodded hastily, and just as he said, he leaned against the roadside and sat down on the ground. Upon seeing this, Li Youfu nodded to him, then picked up the bicycle from the ground and rode it into an alley. When they came out, there was an extra cloth bag of cornmeal on the back seat, weighing at least 20 jin, 10 caddies. In addition, Li Youfu had 2 steaming buns that he had taken from the spiritual spring space. The steam buns were given to Li Youfu by Jiang Tsuehua when he left home, so he could eat them on the way. There are areas in the spirit spring space where time stands still, so there's no need to worry about that. "Little sister, come and have a steamed bun." "Big brother, you should have one too." This, the man blushed slightly, torn between wanting to refuse and his daughter's longing gaze, as well as his own nearly empty stomach. "Take it. Eat it while it's hot. Girl, why don't you thank your uncle?" "Thank you, uncle." Li Youfu waved his hand. "Just call me brother." After saying that, he seemed to realize something and said, "Let's just talk about our own things." The man chuckled and took a bite, his eyes filled with disbelief. "It's a meat bun," he said somewhat awkwardly. "When you give me the money later, just give me 50 cents less." A meat bun costs 5 cents at a state-run restaurant, along with a grain coupon. The man was also trying to avoid owing Li Youfu too much, but after saying that, he still felt a little bad that he had spent 50 cents on a steamed bun. It was too extravagant. That's all for 3-3. Sorry for the lateness. See you tomorrow. Love you all. Chapter 97. In the end, it's always the third brother-in-law who gets hurt. It's just 2 steamed buns. If I wanted to charge you, I wouldn't have taken them out. It's on you. Li Youfu didn't pay any attention to that, and then took out 2 large black 10 yuan bills from his pocket and handed them over. "Brother, this is 20 yuan. There are still 20 jin of cornmeal in the cloth bag on the back seat of the car. You can feel it, it can't be wrong." The man immediately opened the cloth bag, and when he saw the golden cornmeal inside, a smile spread across his face. "Thank you. I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't met you today. Young man, take this 50 cents. You've already helped me a lot. If I take advantage of you again, I can't be a person without conscience." Li Youfu didn't take the 50 cents he was offered. Instead, he pointed to the basket and said, "Brother, I already said it's for you 2 to eat. If you really feel bad about it, just give me the basket. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to bring this back." The man grinned. "It's nothing, as long as you don't mind. Young comrade, do you think I should put a seat on the back of my basket? I'll carry it on my back. Without a rope to hold it in place, I'm afraid it will shake off." "Ha ha ha, young comrade, you're quite the joker. My name is Luo Hongjun. Thank you for today. If we meet again, I'll treat you to a meal." Luo Hongjun stretched out his hand. The gloom on his face lessened, and his eyes showed a glimmer of hope for life. "Li Youfu is the 6th child in his family, and everyone calls me Lao Lu, 6th brother." Li Youfu returned a smile, clasped his hands tightly together, and then separated them. "6th brother, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Say goodbye to Uncle Li, little girl." "Goodbye, Uncle Li." "Goodbye." Li Youfu waved to the 2 of them, then got back on his bicycle. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Luo Hongjun carefully tucking the half-eaten bun into his pocket, as if he were carrying something precious. Immediately, he pushed off with his feet, and the distance between the three of them widened further and further. At this moment, Li Youfu was unaware that the good deed he was doing today would one day do him a great favor. Time passed. When Li Youfu returned to the compound, it was almost 6 p.m. As soon as he got home, Li Lady grabbed his ear and said, "You brat, you finally came back. I thought you couldn't find your way. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Third sister, be gentle. I suspect your ears are so big because you pulled them when they were little." "Pa, nonsense." Li Lady blushed for no reason, and then she saw the hen that Li Youfu was carrying. "Why are you buying a hen? Didn't third sister say she'd kill the hen at home for you to eat?" Li Lady suddenly paused, somewhat regretting what she had said that morning. "We'll kill the hen and eat it after it lays a few more eggs." If she had agreed then and there, wouldn't Li Youfu have avoided going out to buy the hen, thus saving his money? "What are you thinking about? I already said that those two hens are kept to lay eggs for Shangnan and Rushua to nourish their bodies. Why would I think about eating them?" Li Youfu recounted his encounter with Luo Hongjun, only omitting 20 jin of cornmeal and 3 other chickens. On the way back, Li Youfu had already made plans. He left behind 1 rooster and 2 hens in the spiritual spring space for laying and incubating eggs, and also took out 2 rows of eggs totaling 14. On the one hand, he was unsure which egg was fertilized. On the other hand, even if he put the egg back next to the hen, she wouldn't incubate it. Instead of doing that, we might as well take them out and eat them all at once. Anyway, the spiritual spring space has a time flow, and who knows, the hen might lay a lot of eggs while I'm asleep. Real. After hearing Li Youfu's story, Li Lady's complexion improved considerably, and she stopped blaming herself. However, she still asked a question with suspicion. She was afraid that Li Youfu was saying this on purpose, just to make her, his third sister, feel better. Li Youfu rolled his eyes. "I'm a complete stranger in this place. If it weren't for a chance encounter, where would I have gone to buy it? Isn't there a black market?" Li Lady muttered something under her breath, but she still agreed with Li Youfu's explanation. "All right, how much is it? Third sister will give you the money." "What would I do with your money?" Li Lady, however, was very serious. "You won't let your third sister kill the chicken, so it just so happens that we bought a hen. Shouldn't your third sister pay for it and treat you to a chicken meal?" "I agree," Nia Hailong said with a smile. "We are already very happy that you came to see us. Look, you brought food and such a big piece of meat. If you don't get your third sister to pay for this, she probably won't be able to sleep well at night. Your third brother-in-law is right." Li Lady nodded gently, clearly agreeing with what her husband said. "In that case, I'll accept the money for the hen, and these eggs are just for me to buy to supplement everyone's nutrition. I'll eat them too. If you don't agree to what I say, I won't take a single penny." Li Youfu then brought up the bonus as an excuse, which finally made Li Lady reluctantly agree. She asked, "How much did you pay for your hen?" 2 yuan. "What? I bought it for 2 yuan. Li Youfu remained unfazed, since his third sister didn't know the exact amount spent, so it was ultimately up to him to decide. It was just a hen. Li Youfu didn't really think too much about it. Anyway, she'll end up eating it herself eventually, but from Li Lady's perspective, she'll feel that she, as the older sister, didn't treat her younger brother well. This is understandable. Li Lady laughed in exasperation upon hearing this. "Do you think third sister never buys groceries? 2 yuan could buy a hen. That might not be a problem for the first 2 years. With supplies so scarce right now, it's definitely impossible to buy them." Li Lady ignored what Li Youfu thought and handed him a large black 10 yuan note, saying, "That's all. Don't tell me so much. If you lose less, consider it bad luck. If you gain more, consider it a profit." After saying this, Li Lady felt a surge of relief. She looked at Nia Hailong. "Shall we add another dish tonight?" "I'll listen to you. I'll go and call Commander Tian and the others in a bit." "Good," Li Lady responded, and took the hen and eggs from Li Youfu into the kitchen. Nia Hailong patted Li Youfu on the shoulder and said, "That's just how your sister is, don't take it to heart." Li Youfu glanced at him and said, "Why should I take it to heart? I bought a hen for 2 yuan, and my third sister bought it for 10 yuan. Not only did I earn 8 yuan for no reason, but I can also eat chicken later. What do you think, brother-in-law? Nya Hailong. I feel like I'm the one who's full of resentment. Fine. I'm not going to argue with you, kid. I can't win an argument with you. Sixth brother, you sit down first. I'll go call the regimental commander and the others. After saying this, Nya Hailong rushed out, afraid that if he continued talking, he would be angered to death by his brother-in-law, Li Youfu. Take care, brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Nya Hailong almost stumbled, feeling his blood pressure rise. Seeing Nya Hailong's somewhat disheveled figure, Li Youfu burst out laughing. What's wrong? Li Lady's voice came from the kitchen. Fine. Li Youfu shook his head with amusement, then got up to find Nya Shengnan and Nya Rushua. 2 more chapters are on their way. Chapter 98. Aunt Zhang, who was frightened. As soon as Li Youfu stepped outside, he saw a dozen or so children gathered together playing jump rope. 2 people stand on either side, stretching the rubber band about 4 or 5 meters apart. 4 slightly older girls are jumping, while the rest are cheering them on from the sidelines. The flowers of the malin flower bloom at 21, 256, 257, 2829 31, 356, 357. The closer Li Youfu got, the louder the children's rhyme about jumping rope became. Children in this era don't have many forms of entertainment. Rolling iron hoops, playing marbles, jumping rope, playing with beanbags, sometimes they can play for a whole day. Comic books, like those for children, are not only loved by adults, but also by children. Often, when one person is reading one, there are several little followers following behind. Victorious woman, like snow. Li Youfu waved to the 2 little ones with a smile. Uncle. Nya Rushua turned her head first and called out in a clear voice. Then, holding Nya Shingnan's hand, she walked towards Li Youfu amidst the envious gazes of many children. He is Nya Shengnan, Nya Rushua's uncle. If I had an uncle like that, I could also eat white rabbit candy. I smelled meat being cooked at her house yesterday, and it smelled so good. What's so great about it? I'll ask my dad to buy me white rabbit candy when I get back. Who says kids don't compare themselves to each other? Li Youfu vaguely heard these words and simply smiled and ignored them. Uncle, you're back? Mom said you went to the provincial capital today? Li Youfu smiled and reached out to ruffle the hair of the 2 little girls. Uncle also brought back a hen. Shall we eat it tonight? Good. The 2 little girls cheered and jumped for joy, their eyes curving into crescent moons. Li Youfu was very satisfied with the 2 children's expressions. No child dislikes eating meat. Their mature and old-fashioned manner actually suppressed their natural instincts. On the other side, as a strong aroma of meat filled the air, Aunt Zhang took a deep sniff and instantly felt that the cabbage stalks and cornbread she was eating were like chewing wax. Grandma smells so good, it smells like stewed chicken. Li Xiaobao didn't dare look at Li Debao's gloomy face. He looked longingly at his grandmother. He really wanted to eat meat and drink a bowl of fragrant chicken soup, instead of the pungent cornbread. Snap! Li Debao slammed his chopsticks on the table. Eat if you can, otherwise get the hell out of here. Wah! Li Xiaobao, who was almost as fat as a ball, rushed into Aunt Zhang's arms. Aunt Zhang glared at her with her triangular eyes. Why are you scolding the child? Xiaobao is a boy. He's growing. He just wants to eat some meat. What's wrong with that? Little Bao, don't cry. Grandma will go to the market tomorrow to buy you meat. Grandma, I want to eat chicken. Li Xiaobao, with his neck stiff, shouted, Those 2 good-for-nothings get to eat chicken, Grandma. I want some too. Okay. Grandma will find a way to buy a chicken for Xiaobao tomorrow and cook it for him. Grandma is the best. Li Debao couldn't stand it anymore. Mom, are you just going to spoil him like this? If he wants to eat dragon meat from the sky, are you going to bring it down for him too? This is my grandson, your son. Xiaobao has never had a mother's love since he was little. He's just a little greedy, but he's usually very well behaved. It's all that little beast's fault. Mentioning Li Youfu, Aunt Zhang gritted her teeth. He's only been here for less than 2 days, and look at the state Xiaobao has become. Xiaobao is not usually like this. If it weren't for that little bastard, you wouldn't have gotten such a big punishment. I think that little bastard is a jinx. Who knows where he stole the hen he brought back today? Otherwise, where would a country bumpkin like him, who doesn't know anyone here, buy a chicken? Aunt Zhang couldn't control the other places, but behind the house was a small vegetable garden of about an acre. She knew exactly what vegetables everyone was growing or who was raising chickens. They practically gouged out his eyes to stare at him. During dinner, she saw Li Lady killing a chicken and even glanced at the vegetable garden in the backyard. Li Lady's 2 hens were still safely kept in their cages. Her words were well-reasoned and supported by evidence, as if she had witnessed it herself. Upon hearing this, Li Debeo got anxious. Mom, just calm down. If someone lost a chicken, they would have made a scene by now. You only feel satisfied when I'm discharged from the army and sent back to the countryside, don't you? Aunt Zhang stood up abruptly. You're a military officer. If you're going to leave, it will be a job placement after demobilization. Li Debeo felt somewhat helpless. That's true, but if you get punished, where will they find you a job? Aunt Zhang was instantly dumbfounded. She had finally made it from the countryside to the army, and she had no intention of going back to the countryside. Aunt Zhang asked in a low voice, Is it really that serious? Li Debeo nodded heavily, not entirely to scare Aunt Zhang, because in those days there were many people with military merits who held higher positions than Li Debeo. But there are only so many job openings, and each position is filled by a specific person. It's true that local authorities need to resettle demobilized soldiers. But for an officer who has been disciplined and whose demobilization was arranged by the military ahead of schedule, whether or not he is resettled and where he is resettled is entirely up to the neighborhood committee. Debao, no, I was wrong. Why don't I go and apologize to the leaders in the army and beg them not to let you be transferred to civilian work early? I don't want to go back to the countryside. Aunt Zhang was clearly frightened. Her voice was trembling with tears. In fact, Li Debeo was also in a real bind. The punishment was a pretense. He could still hear Political Commissar Li's stern warning in his ears. The compound is a haven for soldiers, and it is also a place where the military arranges for the families of soldiers to live so that soldiers have no worries about their families. If anyone disrupts the peace of the compound, the military will not allow a single bad apple to spoil the atmosphere and thus affect the soldiers fighting on the front lines. This statement practically calls out Zhang Dinyang as the rotten apple. Aunt Zhang's domineering attitude and greed for petty gains have caused many military wives in the compound great suffering. After a while, some complaints naturally reached the ears of the military leaders. This time, Li Youfu's actions were just an opportunity to warn Li Debeo. In other words, in the eyes of the military leaders, Li Debeo was at least a qualified soldier, and there was still hope for him. Thinking about all this, Li Debeo couldn't help but sigh heavily. The scene on Nye Hailong's side was much more lively. Because there were so many people, some chairs were temporarily borrowed from other military spouses, and the table was divided into 2. Li Lady cooked the dishes and ate with Nye Shengnan and Nye Rushue at an octagonal table. Li Yufu, Nye Hailong, and the regimental commander Tian, political commissar Li, and battalion commander Chao, who were brought along by Nye Hailong, sat at a slightly larger table. As for the dishes, they were very simple and straightforward. Fried peanuts, stir-fried cabbage with vinegar, shredded potatoes, stir-fried cabbage with meat, stir-fried radish with meat, stir-fried wood ear mushrooms with eggs, and stewed hen. This is a meal that many families might not even be able to afford during the Lunar New Year. Everyone had a smile on their face, and they all seemed to be thoroughly enjoying their meal. Commander Tian raised the enamel mug and said, First of all, thank you for your warm hospitality, and I would also like to take this opportunity to say a few words. Sixth brother, although you are not a soldier, your actions in capturing human traffickers are no less impressive than those of soldiers and local police officers. Political Commissar Li and I, representing the headquarters, welcome you to the compound to visit relatives and be our guests. Let's toast Comrade Lao Lu with tea instead of wine. Cheers. Li Youfu shouted loudly, his face flushed. Although he was drinking water, not wine, he still felt a surge of excitement. Wah wah. Just then, a somewhat shrill sound suddenly rang out, a sound that instantly engulfed people, as if it were about to devour the entire world. Chapter 99, People's Park. Whoosh. Commander Tian and his comrades stood up from their chairs with serious expressions. Boom. Just 10 seconds later, a thunderous roar resounded across the entire sky. Snap. Commander Tian slammed his hand on the table, his face dark and gloomy. a sign of extreme anger. He clenched his teeth so hard they almost broke. Damn the Americans, they're getting more and more lawless. I'll shoot that damn plane down one day. Order. The entire regiment is on level 3 combat readiness. All officers are on duty. An emergency assembly has been sounded. Weapons and equipment are being distributed according to wartime requirements. We are ready to enter combat at any time and are awaiting further orders from the division headquarters. Execute immediately. Yes. After receiving the order, the people at the table, including Political Commissar Li, filed out, saying, "Sister-in-law, let's get together again next time." Nia Hailong only had time to say one sentence. Lock all the doors and windows. Once outside, he took 2 steps at a time and sprinted towards the camp like lightning. Li Youfu looked at his third sister and saw only calmness on her face, revealing little emotion. Li Lady silently got up, tidying up the remaining debris as she explained, "An American plane entered our territory, and the air raid siren just sounded. These damn bastards. We'll take them down sooner or later." As she said this, Li Youfu could clearly sense a murderous aura emanating from his third sister. She truly deserves to be called a military wife. She's quite capable, even surpassing men. "Sixth brother, the lights are about to go out. You should go to sleep early too. Your third brother-in-law and the others are watching over you, so nothing will happen." Li Lady thought Li Youfu was scared, so she quickly added another sentence. "I'm fine." Li Youfu wasn't afraid. He was a soul from the future who had traveled through time. Only in that peaceful era could he truly understand the intolerance and heartache of this era. "I had just lain down in bed when the lights went out. Only that silent sound remained around us. It's somewhat similar to the tinnitus you experience after an airplane takes off or lands. In this state, there seems to be a suffocating stillness. After waiting for a long time, it felt like an eternity." In the darkness, Li Youfu stared with his bull-like eyes, and after confirming that the alarm had been cleared, his consciousness entered the spiritual spring space. That oppressive, suffocating feeling was released after seeing the hen successfully lay 2 eggs. Li Youfu immediately smiled, as if he could see chickens all over the mountains. The subsequent work was simply to distribute the food. Chickens eat a variety of things: vegetable leaves, grass, insects, grains. Furthermore, Li Youfu discovered that the animals in the breeding area could not enter the planting area. It was as if a diaphragm was preventing them from exploring. Li Youfu's only worry has been largely eliminated. He can even carve out a separate space within the breeding area. The only problem now is that there are no chickens in the breeding area, but Li Youfu still kept the chickens in one area, which is much more convenient overall. Next, Li Youfu used his mind to send out a large amount of food, mainly grains and cereals, supplemented with grass. After the vegetables are planted for a while, we can then add some vegetable leaves. In addition, he also brought over some spiritual spring water, as Li Youfu wanted to see if the spiritual spring water could promote growth. Then there's the lake. Aquaculture should be put on the agenda. He also promised Nye Shengnan and Nye Rushua that he would take the 2 girls fishing, which is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After looking at the breeding area, Li Youfu returned to the planting area. Harvest, sow seeds, water with spiritual spring water, and finally ripen them. After finishing all this, Li Youfu withdrew his consciousness from the spiritual spring space and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Li Youfu slept until late morning before getting up. He slept very soundly and didn't even hear the reveille. Woke up. As soon as Li Youfu stepped out of the cubicle, he was greeted by his third sister's smiling face. "Go wash up. I've saved breakfast for you. I'll heat it up in the kitchen and you can eat it." That. Li Youfu was a little embarrassed. "I probably didn't rest well last night and overslept." "Third sister, what happened in the end?" "Nothing's wrong. Your brother-in-law came back this morning and took 2 pieces of clothing from home, saying that the army has been lifted from combat readiness. Your brother-in-law is on a mission. It has nothing to do with this." Li Youfu knew that Nye Hailong was going on a mission. He nodded to his third sister and said, "Then, third sister, I'm going to wash up. Go." Just as I reached the door, I saw Nye Shengnan, and Nye Rushua was also there. "You 2 didn't go to daycare? Today is Sunday." "Silly little uncle." Nye Shengnan gave Li Youfu a disdainful look. Li Youfu said fiercely, If you look at your uncle like that again, I'll flip you over and spank you. After saying that, he reached out and ruffled Nie Xingnan's hair for a while, making it look like a bird's nest, before going outside to wash up, satisfied. As Li Youfu ate the meal his third sister had heated up, he also noticed Nie Xingnan's sullen little expression. Since you're off today, your uncle will take you fishing after dinner. Yay, long live uncle. Nie Rushue ran up to Li Lady with her short legs and said, Mom, my uncle said he's taking us fishing later. Now only Nie Xingnan and Li Youfu were left staring at each other. Li Youfu slightly raised his chin. Do you want to go? Go. You can go if you want, but give your uncle a smile. Nie Xingnan made a face that was barely better than crying, her mouth twitching as if she had suffered a great injustice. You're so young but so shrewd. Is it so hard for you to smile? Ugh, you messed up my hair. Ugh he. Nie Xingnan was so angry that she ran to Li Lady to complain. Mom, my uncle bullied me. How old are you? Li Lady rolled her eyes at Li Youfu, annoyed. Why are you still acting like a child? Ha ha. Li Youfu laughed and said, just teasing her. A child should act like a child. Don't pretend to be an adult all the time. Li Lady ignored this and asked, you just said you were going fishing, but you don't have a rod or anything. How are you going to fish? Using your hands to fish. Li Youfu joked, I brought a fishing hook, a float, and a line with me when I came. It seems you've thought it all through. I can't say I've made up my mind. I bought these things in my hometown county, and they've just been sitting in my online space ever since. Li Youfu lied and said there was nothing wrong with bringing it over. Seeing that Li Youfu spoke with such conviction and had made ample preparations, Li Lady didn't think much of it. Moreover, when Li Youfu came, he also mentioned that he learned his fishing skills from his ancestors and had even traded fish for a job. Li Lady, however, was secretly looking forward to it. He then instructed the two little ones to listen to Li Youfu and be careful, and Li Youfu finished his breakfast. Li Lady never expected that Li Youfu's fishing would be so simple and crude. While others used fishing rods, he used tree branches, which he casually broke off from a tree on the way there. If they knew these things, they would probably try their best to stop it. Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushue were in high spirits, each carrying a small shovel and an empty bucket, while Li Youfu was empty-handed, with only a military satchel slung over his shoulder. The group of one adult and two children left the compound, and then took a car towards People's Park. Chapter 100. The Duel Between Fishermen. When we arrive, you two must follow instructions. Uncle, I'll help you dig up earthworms in a bit. Then I'll help my uncle carry the fish. The two little ones were still in high spirits, chattering all the way. After saying this, Nie Xingnan even showed off her willow-like little arms. Okay. Li Youfu was amused and laughed heartily. When he reached out to touch the two little girls' heads, he was surprisingly not met with a disapproving look. The surrounding passengers looked at the strange pair and smiled knowingly, but no one believed that Li Youfu and his companion could actually catch fish. Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces have numerous rivers and lakes, with the Qiantang River and West Lake being the most famous. Among them, carp, silver carp, perch, mandarin fish, and grass carp are the most common fish resources in the area. Therefore, even if the passengers on the bus couldn't be called fishing experts, they knew that fishing required fishing gear and rods. It's understandable that people like Li Youfu and his two companions, who only brought buckets and shovels, would be mistaken for children on an outing. People's Park Station has arrived. Passengers who need to get off may disembark. Come on, let's get off too, stay close. Despite saying that, Li Youfu still helped the two girls get out of the car. I didn't feel any better until I got off the bus and breathed in some fresh air. To Li Youfu's surprise, two middle-aged men got out of the car. One was wearing a white shirt with a blue work jacket, and the other was wearing a Zhongshan suit. The man in the Zhongshan suit chuckled. Young comrade, I overheard you talking about coming all the way here. Are you here to fish too? Yes, uncle. My uncle is really good at fishing. Nie Rushue leaned her head against Li Youfu, her face showing a proud little expression. Haha, don't cry if your uncle doesn't catch any fish later. No way. Nie Rushue sniffed, her little expression looking incredibly cute. The man in the Zhongshan suit didn't take it seriously. He already thought Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushue were cute, and since they happened to be getting off at the same place, he couldn't resist teasing them. Then he looked at Li Youfu and said, "Young comrade, your two nieces are quite adorable. It's fate that we met. How about we find a fishing spot together? If you can't catch any fish later, I can lend you my fishing rod. Don't let the kids go home disappointed when we're out having fun." After the man in the Zhongshan suit finished speaking, he patted his brand new fishing rod with a sense of pride, while the other man in blue overalls had equally complete fishing gear. In those days, most fishing rods were made of bamboo. Just any bamboo wouldn't do. People would usually choose bamboo or water bamboo. Water bamboo is not very long, but it has a short knot, a thin body, and is very tough, making it suitable for fishing for crucian carp and other small fish. Mangosteens are generally quite thick and long, making them suitable for catching large fish. However, they are not as resilient as water bamboo, and if not handled properly, they can break the rod with a fish weighing just a few pounds. A better fishing rod is made of 3 sections of bamboo, with the first section inserted into the second section and the second section inserted into the third section, which is why some people jokingly call it a 3-section rod. Okay. Seeing that the other party meant well, Li Youfu nodded in agreement. However, he refused to lend the fishing rod, firstly because it was unnecessary, and secondly because he didn't want to owe anyone a favor. "Forget about the fishing rod. I have my own. Do you have a fishing rod?" Both middle-aged men stared wide-eyed, wanting to see where Li Youfu would conjure a fishing rod from. "Shengnan, Rushua, you two stay where you are. Your uncle is coming right away." "Good." Seeing that the two girls had agreed, Li Youfu took the shovel from Nye Rushua's hand and ran to a tree not far away. Li Youfu glanced at the tree, selected a branch slightly thicker than his thumb, climbed up, and used a shovel to chop around the branch, then snapped it off forcefully. Li Youfu trimmed a branch that was more than 2 meters long, removing the small forked tinder branches and keeping only the main trunk. This is Li Youfu's fishing rod. I wouldn't dare say it can handle 20-pound fish, but for fish around 10 pounds, it's still easy to catch them by hand. When Li Youfu returned carrying a tree branch, the two middle-aged men stared in disbelief. They looked at their own 3-section poles and then at the tree branch in Li Youfu's hand, feeling as if they were dreaming. "Uft." The man in the Zhongshan suit chuckled. "Young comrade, is this your fishing rod? Let's go in and pick a spot. It's the weekend, so there will probably be a lot of people fishing here. I'll lend you my fishing rod when I catch a fish later. You should just throw this thing away, or people will laugh at you if you go inside." The man in overalls standing nearby smiled and nodded, clearly agreeing with what the other man said. This fishing rod was so hard to get down from the tree, why throw it away? Li Youfu rolled his eyes, thinking, if he wasn't afraid of being too shocking, he wouldn't even bother with tree branches. He could just pick up a stick, tie it with a nylon rope, and no one could do anything about it. Of course, Li Youfu only thought this to himself. On the surface, he called out to the two girls, "Shengnan, Rushua, take your things, let's go fishing." Yay! Finally, I can go fishing. The two little girls didn't care about any of that. They didn't understand either. They came fishing with Li Youfu just for fun. Huh, I don't believe it. I'd like to see how you fish with a stick. You'll be begging me for help one day. The man in the Zhongshan suit was amused and annoyed by the scene before him. He picked up his things and followed the man in work clothes. Soon, the group entered the park and began looking for a suitable fishing spot. The man in the Zhongshan suit was right. Some of the better fishing spots had already been taken by other anglers. Looking around, the shore was full of anglers with fishing rods. "Uncle, there are so many people here. Are they all here to fish?" The two little girls looked around, their initial excitement gone. Li Youfu smiled and said, "That's right. Look, the people sitting by the lake with fishing rods in their hands are all here to fish. However, their fishing skills are mediocre at best, not even close to my uncle's." "Really? Of course it's true. Would your uncle lie to you?" Nye Shengnan and Nye Rushua looked at Li Youfu with stars in their eyes. Their uncle was so amazing, what he said must be true. The two began to dream again. The two middle-aged men exchanged a glance, feeling both annoyed and amused, but mostly disappointed that Li Youfu, an adult, was deceiving a child. Nye Shengnan and Nye Rushua, dressed in green with small green military caps on their heads, clearly came from a compound. When did people in the compound start telling such lies to children? Old comrade, do you think I'm bragging? Li Yofu pointed to a deserted area not far away, with a large tree providing shade. It was one of the few fishing spots that hadn't been taken over by anglers. How about we choose that spot to fish? If I lose, I'll apologize to you and the children. If you lose, you'll apologize to me too. Good. The man in the Zhongshan suit looked at Li Yofu's serious expression and, while amused, decided to teach this arrogant young man a lesson. Then it's a deal. I had a bit of insomnia and woke up late. I'll read the remaining 2 chapters in the morning. Chapter 101, The Importance of Nesting. It's a deal. After saying this, Li Yofu took the 2 girls and went to the fishing spot they had chosen. Zi Xiang, the man in the Zhongshan suit, felt it was fair and maintained a certain distance from Li Yofu's side. Li Yofu simply laughed it off when he saw this. Next, he took out fishing line, hooks and float from his bag. The fishing line was not the traditional nylon line, but a dynamo rope that he had bought at a shoe stall in the county town. Li Yofu's motto can be summed up in 4 words, simple and brutal. Meanwhile, the 2 little ones, Nie Shengnan and Nie Rushue, were not idle either. While Li Yofu was tying a knot in the tree branch with a braided rope, the 2 of them carried shovels to the base of the tree and started turning over the soil with the shovels. Uncle, look! There really are earthworms. Nie Rushue jumped up with joy, as if she had discovered a new and interesting toy. When Nie Shengnan saw the soft earthworm, she instinctively took a step back, her face turning pale. Let me see. When Li Yofu walked towards the 2 of them, he also noticed that Nie Shengnan, who usually acted like a little adult, was actually afraid of this kind of soft-bodied animal. He didn't expect that Nie Rushue, who usually seemed quite timid and had a gentle and cute personality, would grab it without hesitation with her little hands, her face beaming with excitement. Rushue is wonderful. Li Yofu patted Nie Rushue's head, praising her appropriately. He also kept a close eye on Nie Shengnan, who was standing to the side, her face pale with fright. Shengnan, you must be exhausted from carrying water buckets all the way. Your uncle can tell you don't look well. This white rabbit candy is a reward for you. After you eat it, you'll regain your strength. Li Yofu didn't expose her, but instead took out a white rabbit candy and handed it to Nie Shengnan's small hand, which made her look at Li Yofu with a hint of relief. Uncle, I also want a white rabbit candy as a reward. I also need to help my uncle find more earthworms. Nie Rushue excitedly raised her little hand, but she didn't notice her older sister next to her, whose hand holding the white rabbit candy was trembling. Good, good, good. Rushue worked hard digging for earthworms. She is our great hero. Rushue will be rewarded with a white rabbit candy. However, there's no need to dig up the earthworms. Rushue, you can use a shovel to turn the soil back up. Why? Nie Rushue's little head was filled with big questions. I heard from other children that you should use earthworms as bait when fishing because fish love to eat earthworms. Li Yofu patiently explained. Because my uncle has a better way, that's why he doesn't use earthworms as bait. Little did she know, Nie Shengnan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. She didn't know why she was afraid of this seemingly harmless mollusk. It might be a mollusk like an earthworm, which would remind her of a snake. Li Yofu even came up with an excuse for her. The commotion here was naturally under the watchful eyes of the other 2 middle-aged men. They also use earthworms as bait when fishing, but the more sophisticated ones will dry the earthworms and grind them into powder, then mix them with other dried and ground powdered substances, such as the corpses of flies and other insects. In short, no matter how good the bait is, its purpose is to attract fish to open their mouths and bite. Don't wander around here. Your uncle is going to get some water. Good. The 2 little ones were banging their heads like garlic. Li Yofu smiled slightly, then picked up the bucket and walked to the water's edge. While scooping some lake water with the bucket, he also secretly filled it with some spiritual spring water. Tada, this is my uncle's secret weapon. When the 2 middle-aged men in the Chinese suit and blue overalls saw clearly, Li Yofu took out a bag of flour from his satchel. Inside was golden cornmeal, not cornmeal with the cob crushed. The man in the Zhongshan suit's face changed. You spendthrift. How could you waste such good grain like this? Do you know how many people are still hungry? How many people can only drink a bowl of thin porridge a day to fill their stomachs? Grain production in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces has been severely reduced, and a large amount of grain has been transported to Xinjiang province. The situation in many rural areas is far more serious than he described. To the man in the Zhongshan suit, Li Youfu's fishing was pure nonsense, and he intended to teach Li Youfu a lesson. If you can fish with tree branches, then why bother buying a 3-section rod? But no one expected that Li Youfu would waste the grain. Old comrade, you have your way of fishing, and I have mine. Furthermore, I do not agree with what you said. Li Youfu's expression turned serious. Yes, I'd use cornmeal as bait. As long as I catch enough fish, far more than this amount of grain, I think it's worth it. This is not called being wasteful or extravagant, but rather a reasonable investment. You only get what you put in. You've eaten more salt than I have. You should understand this principle. All right. Let's see how many fish you can catch. The man in the Zhongshan suit laughed in exasperation and simply stopped looking at Li Youfu, preferring to avoid seeing him altogether. Li Youfu was just as happy to accept this. The reason he didn't choose to use earthworms as bait was because, in later generations, when Li Youfu was watching short videos, he saw teacher Deng Gang using corn as ground bait and fishing bait. In addition to corn, fish feed is also mixed in. Li Youfu had no feed, only corn. He grew it in the spiritual spring space and used spiritual spring water. The results were not necessarily worse than if he had less feed. Uncle, why is that uncle over there angry? Nie Shengnan still had a white rabbit candy in her mouth, and her complexion was no longer so pale, but rather had a rosy glow. Ignore him. He felt that his uncle couldn't catch any fish, but his uncle caught a lot of fish, and he made him apologize to me. My uncle is the best. These words were spoken by Nie Rushua. From beginning to end, the little girl looked at Li Youfu with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Haha, my uncle is starting too. You two watch carefully. Li Youfu laughed heartily. As he poured cornmeal into the bucket and stirred it with his hands, he explained, when we go fishing, the first step is to bait the area. What is baiting? It means using food to attract fish. The more fish gather together, the greater the probability of catching them from the water. So, did you two little ones understand? It was the first time the two had ever tried fishing. They only vaguely understood what Li Youfu was saying, but they couldn't say they fully comprehended it. These days, anglers may seem enthusiastic, but most of the time they end up empty-handed. On the one hand, they don't know the techniques for baiting. Even if they understood, they wouldn't be as arrogant as Li Youfu. Food is so precious that people are too busy eating it themselves to even consider it a life-saving commodity. Who would risk their life for something so valuable? However, under Li Youfu's guidance, the two little girls finally understood the importance of baiting, and the bait mixed in the bucket gradually took shape. Li Youfu carried the bucket to the fishing spot and said, "Now, your uncle will teach you the second step, how to bait the area. Don't pour all the bait into the ground all at once. Use a certain frequency to place small amounts of bait in the same spot multiple times. Like this." Li Youfu grabbed a handful of bait and threw it into the lake. Chapter 102. His face almost turned green. This distance isn't far. In fact, it's right around the float. The branch that Li Youfu was holding was only a little over 2 meters long, less than half the length of the angler's fishing rod. But at that distance, the two little girls could easily throw the bait around the float. That's right, that's exactly it. After casting 4 or 5 times in a row, you should stop and observe to see if any fish have taken the bait. Li Youfu was only responsible for explaining, while the task of baiting the ponds was handed over to Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushua. The two little girls felt involved and gradually became more skilled, having a great time. This scene made 2 middle-aged men not far away shake their heads. That's enough, stop now. Li Youfu finally called a halt, because through his mental perception, he discovered that a school of fish was swimming rapidly toward them. Is that all? Uncle, I'm not tired, I can still throw things away. The two little girls were still having a great time, and they really treated throwing the bait like skipping stones. However, compared to skipping stones, throwing bait requires little skill. Uncle, it moved. The float moved. Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushua shouted loudly, their excitement far surpassing that of Li Youfu. You two did this on purpose, didn't you? A man in a Zhongshan suit expresses his dissatisfaction. He finally managed to sense something and saw the fishing float in the distance move slightly, but after Nie Shengnan and Nie Rushua shouted, it immediately went silent. As soon as the voice came out, the two little girls moved closer to Li Yufu. Li Yufu smiled and said, "It's okay. You two just keep your voices down a bit, so he won't blame us if he doesn't catch any fish later." "Okay, uncle. Okay, uncle, let's keep our voices down." Nie Shengnan and Nie Rushua playfully stuck out their tongues. "My little uncle is so much better. He's not as fierce as the uncle next to him." Fishermen are most afraid of making noise that will disturb the fish in the water. Li Yufu, on the other hand, had no such concerns. He doesn't rely on fish actively biting the hook to fish. Instead, underwater, where others can't see, the hook pulls the braided rope like a nimble water snake. With each surge, any fish touched by the fishing hook or the braided rope will appear in the spirit spring space. In fact, anyone with a little fishing experience would easily notice that Li Yufu's fishing line tied to the tree branch was 7 or 8 meters longer than others. This is related to the type of fish. Different types of fish live in different water layers. Whoosh! Li Yufu yanked hard on the tree branch, looking at the empty fishing hook. Nie Shengnan and Nie Rushua couldn't help but feel disappointed. Nie Rushua tilted her head and said, "Go, uncle. You're the best, sister. Am I right?" Nie Shengnan nodded. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. It doesn't matter if you win once, as long as you succeed next time. The two spoke very softly, and their lively little expressions made Li Yufu both laugh and cry. He flicked their smooth foreheads lightly with his finger. Li Yufu pretended to be angry and said, "What are you little brats thinking? How could your uncle not catch any fish? I was just testing the water level." "Is that so?" "Of course that's true." As he spoke, Li Yufu had already retracted all the thread and removed the excess parts, so that it wouldn't look so fake. Just now, Li Yufu had already used his mind to send all the fish he was going to harvest into the aquatic product area of the spirit spring space. 4 or 5 of each type of fish, size doesn't matter, since the aquatic area of the spirit spring space has a 10 times faster flow rate. What he really cares about is the species. Fortunately, after all that commotion, all 7 types of fish carp, silver carp, perch, mandarin fish, black carp, grass carp, and Christian carp were successfully transported to the aquatic product area of the spirit spring space. In addition, Li Yufu also unexpectedly captured a pair of turtles. A 1,000-year-old tortoise, a 10,000-year-old turtle. Turtle, also known as soft-shelled turtle, has meat that is rich in nutrients and can improve the body's immunity, but it is not advisable to eat too much. Li Yufu smiled slightly. "Watch closely this time." As he spoke, Li Yufu had already baited the hook. This time, the fishing line was the right length. Then, with a slight flick of his wrist, the hook and line traced an arc in the air before entering the water. Clap, clap, clap. The two girls couldn't help but clap their hands. They had never seen Li Yufu before, but they thought his movements were so smooth and pleasing to the eye. Li Yufu blushed, then shouted, "Keep digging. Receive. It's my uncle." The two remained enthusiastic, much like soldiers receiving orders from their superiors. Another 10 minutes or so passed. Li Yufu shouted, "Stop." Only a few seconds had passed. The fishing float suddenly sank, and at that moment, Li Yufu forcefully pulled the tree branch out of the water. A huge carp appeared on the surface of the water, still swaying its tail. "I caught it. Uncle is amazing. What a big fish." Nie Shengnan and Nie Rushua were so excited that they danced around. Once Li Yufu removed the fishhook, the two of them held onto the carp tightly and wouldn't let go. "Aren't you afraid of getting your clothes dirty and getting scolded by your mother when you get home?" "I'm not afraid at all. That is." Li Yufu looked at the two of them with affection. "Don't run around. Uncle will go get some water, or the fish will die." "Good." Li Yufu poured all the bait from the bucket onto the ground and carried the empty bucket to the lakeside to collect water. Just then, he saw the man in the Zhongshan suit walking towards him with a surprised look on his face, muttering to himself, "Damn it. You can even catch fish with tree branches. This carp is so big, it must weigh at least 3 pounds. Upon seeing that it was a large carp, the man's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Li Yufu chuckled inwardly, but didn't say anything. "My uncle is the best at fishing. One fish is nothing to him. He's going to catch a big one like this later. Nia Rushua gestured with her hands for a long time, leaving the man speechless. It's like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. I refuse to believe it could be bigger than this fish. Let's fish our own way. It's better than trying to catch nothing with a 3-section rod. You. Li Yofu's words were like daggers piercing the man's heart, each one a blow to his very soul, and the man's face immediately darkened. You can say the angler is bad, the weather is bad and not suitable for fishing, or the location is bad, but you can't say he went home empty-handed in front of him. This was worse than killing him. At this moment, Li Yofu put the carp into the bucket and shook the tree branch, which was thicker than a thumb. Seeing this, the man's face turned green. He stopped talking and turned to walk back to his fishing spot, vowing to catch a fish even bigger than Li Yofu's earlier. However, just as the man in the Zhongshan suit cast his fishing line into the lake, he heard cheers from Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushua nearby. We caught one. This fish is huge, even bigger than the last one. Uncle is so amazing. Uncle is so great. Completed on March 3rd. Today is today, and there's more tonight. I haven't been getting enough rest these past 2 days. I'm giving myself a shout out and doing my best. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 103. The Pilgrims and Fishermen. I refuse to believe that I'm no match for a fishing novice who knows nothing. Not far away, the man in the Zhongshan suit heard the cheers coming from Li Yofu's side and felt as if the sound was deafening. He muttered to himself over and over, "It must be the newbie protection period. Otherwise, how could a professional fishing rod lose to a tree branch? It doesn't make sense." Yes, that's right. He must have just learned to fish and was secretly protected by the god of fishing to be like this. The man in the Zhongshan suit made no attempt to hide his envy. It was truly outrageous that a young man who fooled around and used grain as bait would be favored by the god of fishing. He recalled that when he first learned to fish, he once caught 3 fish in half an hour. It's only 2 fish, not even as many as my previous record. What's the rush? Thinking this way, the man in the Zhongshan suit felt much better. While giving himself some psychological guidance, he kept his eyes glued to the water, afraid of missing the fleeting moment when the fish opened its mouth. Uncle is amazing. Uncle is so incredible. He's already caught 3 fish. This is a sea bass, and sea bass is the best food. How did you know it was a bass? You idiot, of course it's what Mom said. All you care about is eating. I see. Nie Rushua looked at Li Yofu with a bewildered and foolish gaze. Uncle, is what my sister said right? Li Yofu patted Nie Rushua's arm with a smile. Sister is right. This is a bass. Let's take it back later and have Mom cook it for you, okay? Okay, they both said in unison. Upon hearing this, the man in the Zhongshan suit's expression changed slightly. Then he gave a wry smile. He's really lucky. He even managed to catch a bass. Sea bass is characterized by its delicious flesh and few bones. Simply steam the prepared sea bass in a pot for a few minutes. Then drizzle with some soy sauce for a tender and delicious dish. Thinking about all this, the man in the Zhongshan suit stared at the lake's surface with increasing tension, occasionally pulling the fishing hook out of the water, afraid that he might not even notice when the fish had eaten the bait. Even he himself didn't realize that his fishing rhythm had completely gone out of control. Wow, another fish. Uncle, what's this fish called? This time, Nie Rushua asked directly, her eyes shining. This is a grass carp, which is best suited for stewing. Li Yofu didn't say something. There are many ways to cook grass carp, such as braising, boiling fish fillets, pickled fish, and paper-wrapped fish, all of which are suitable for using grass carp as the main ingredient. The spicy and savory flavor kept stimulating Li Yofu's taste buds. He began to miss the variety of seasonings available in later generations, so that even if he didn't know how to cook them, he could still order takeout to satisfy his cravings. Such a thought flashed through Li Yofu's mind, and then he took off the fishing hook and rebaited it. The commotion here is quite significant. Li Yofu frequently lifted his rod, and each time he did so, it was accompanied by cheers from the 2 little ones. This attracted the attention of anglers and passers-by, who, though late, always made an appearance. 5 minutes later, the man in blue overalls couldn't resist his curiosity and got up to walk towards Li Yofu. The man in the Zhongshan suit had a gloomy face and was still persisting. 10 minutes later, The cheers from Li Youfu's side were incessant and so frequent, as if they were on steroids. The man in the Zhongshan suit's face twitched. I don't believe all the fish ran off to him. He envied Li Youfu for finding such a perfect fishing spot. It could only be said that everything was in Li Youfu's favor, while he was still making a last-ditch effort. Perhaps the fish are no longer over there. The man in the Zhongshan suit began to glance at things more frequently out of the corner of his eye. 15 minutes. The man in the Zhongshan suit could no longer sit still. In just 15 minutes, Li Youfu lifted the rod 5 times, and each time a fish took the bait. He had reached his limit. He was certain that it was a place with excellent feng shui. If he fished next to Li Youfu, he might also benefit from the good fortune. Thinking of it, he immediately put it into action. The man in the Zhongshan suit packed up his fishing gear and walked towards Li Youfu. From a distance, he saw Li Youfu lift up a tree branch, and then a fish that was thrashing about leaped out of the water. Whenever he saw such a scene, the man in the Zhongshan suit felt a sense of unreality. He looked at the 3-section pole in his hand, and then at Li Youfu's tree branch. Could it be because fishing rods aren't as useful as tree branches? Once such an absurd idea takes root, it's impossible to shake it off. I caught another one. I caught another one. Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushua were so excited that they danced around, their eyes practically sparkling with excitement as they looked at Li Youfu. Li Youfu also noticed the man in the Zhongshan suit and gave him a gentle smile. Old comrade, are you looking to change your fishing spot? Man in Zhongshan suit. All the fish have come to your area. There are no fish left around there. The man felt that Li Youfu was poking at his lungs again. I didn't feel anything today. I'll try fishing another day. After saying that, he sighed, then spoke with envy. Young man, you've had a good day. The man in the Zhongshan suit looked over at the bucket that Li Youfu had placed there. Damn it. This was hardly a good harvest. The bucket was almost full of fish. However, this was not what he envied the most. What he envied the most was that every fish Li Youfu caught was very big. None of them weighed less than 1 jin, 500 grams, and some weighed almost 4 or 5 jin, 2.5 kilograms. When you compare them like this, the man in the Zhongshan suit, given his past record, wasn't even worthy of carrying Li Youfu's shoes. Uncle, I always knew my uncle was the best at fishing. Nie Rushua shouted, her neck stiff. She hadn't forgotten the man in the Zhongshan suit's attitude towards Li Youfu earlier. Yes. The man in the Zhongshan suit had to admit that he had underestimated Li Youfu. From another perspective, if he were to use Li Youfu's tree branch to fish, would he really be able to catch a fish? I'm sorry, young comrade, and 2 lovely children. I apologize for my previous attitude. After the man in the Zhongshan suit finished speaking, he lowered his head, and Li Youfu noticed the subtle change in his attitude. He chuckled and said, Old comrade, do you still think I'm squandering money and wasting food? There are some things Li Youfu can ignore, but on this matter, he stubbornly wants to take it seriously. I'm sorry, young comrade. I sincerely apologize again for what I just said. Fine, I accept your apology. Li Youfu smiled slightly and continued his fishing legend. This is nothing. Dozens of kilograms of fish still couldn't satisfy Li Youfu's appetite. The crowd grew larger and larger, filled with discussions, noises, and exclamations. Among them were fishermen who had come from afar, their hearts filled with a sense of pilgrimage. They had never seen anyone whose fishing skills surpassed Li Youfu's. On average, 1 fish is caught every 3 minutes. Not only did he intimidate those around him, but they also looked at Li Youfu as if he were a monster, their eyes filled with the worship of an idol and a powerful figure. In modern terms, I would call him the god of fishing. I'll save the other 2 chapters for tonight at the usual time. I finally got a good night's sleep. Let's see if I can manage for updates today. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 104, Red Star Machinery Factory. 2 hours later. The scene was completely silent. Even the 2 boisterous little girls had expressions that were full of exhaustion and confusion, not to mention the other onlookers, whose expressions went from shock to numbness. Even with Li Youfu's exceptional physical strength, he was starting to feel tired after 2 hours of intense fishing and mental exertion. More importantly, at an average rate of 1 fish every 3 minutes, after more than 2 hours, not only were the buckets full of fish, but 2 neat rows of fish were also arranged on the shore. There were over 50 of them, weighing nearly 200 jin, approximately 100 caddies. You must be exhausted. After Li Youfu removed the fishing hook, he decided not to fish anymore. Uncle, I'm starving. Nia Rushua pouted, and Nia Shengnan didn't say anything, but the look in her eyes as she looked at Li Youfu said it all. Li Youfu smiled upon hearing this. Then let's call it a day. What would you two like to eat? How about your uncle takes you two to a restaurant? The two little girls cheered with joy. Eating out is a luxury for many people, but it was undoubtedly a completely new experience for the two of them. Nia Shengnan looked at the fish on the ground again, and her expression suddenly became a little conflicted. Uncle, let's go back quickly. Fish will die soon if they leave the water. Hearing Nia Shengnan's words, Nia Rushua was also a little reluctant. On one hand, there was going to a restaurant, and on the other hand, there was fish, which the two of them had personally participated in catching with Li Youfu. Young man, you've caught so many fish, it's not convenient to take them all back. How about you sell me two? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Immediately, an old fisherman walked up to Li Youfu and said, Young man, I've been watching you for a long time. Can you sell me one too? Me too, I want one too. Young comrade, sell to me first. I was the first to speak. In an instant, Li Youfu and his two companions were surrounded by enthusiastic fishermen, and some people outside were even commenting on the fish. This fish is huge. I've been fishing here for 3 years, and I've never seen anyone catch such a big fish. This young comrade is really amazing. I've been standing here for almost 2 hours. This is not fishing. I don't know what kind of bait this young man is using. I've never seen a fish that is so willing to open its mouth. The man in the Zhongshan suit smacked his lips, then immediately closed them again. He knew that Li Youfu wasn't using any bait, but cornmeal. But then again, with just over a pound of cornmeal, you can catch more than 50 fish. Anyone would think that this is a bad deal, right? Ironically, he even questioned whether Li Youfu was wasting food. Li Youfu's statement, as long as I catch enough fish, far more than this amount of food, I think it's worth it, is a testament to his wisdom. At this moment, it became even more deafening. Thank you all for your kind words. Just then, Li Youfu cupped his hands towards the crowd and said, Listen to me, everyone. These fish definitely cannot be sold to you. Speculation is a mistake, and I hope you can understand. The scene was quiet for a few seconds. Suddenly someone said, If you don't tell, and I don't tell, then no one will know, right? Yes, young comrade. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. No. Li Youfu shook his head like a rattledrum. He was also a little worried about how to get 200 jin of fish back. He should have known better than to fish so many. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Li Youfu couldn't easily put these fish into his spatial storage, and he certainly wouldn't trade them with anyone else. Because it's obvious that handing over leverage over speculation to others would be a losing proposition. It's better to resell it to a purchasing station. Even if the price offered by the purchasing station is cheap, at least the paperwork is complete, and no one can use that as an excuse. There really is a recycling station at the park entrance. A large portion of the anglers don't fish for fun, but to supplement their income. They didn't eat these fish themselves, they actually sold them to a purchasing station. Some bolder individuals will even take the fish directly to the black market to sell. In short, don't assume everyone is so naive. Upon hearing this, some left disappointed, while others remained on the sidelines. But most anglers wanted to get the secret to catching so many fish from Li Youfu. Immediately, someone asked, Young man, it's fine if you don't want to sell fish, we understand your concerns. You're not fishing now, so could you tell us what good methods you have to attract so many fish? Upon hearing this, passers-by and fishermen who were originally planning to leave found their feet rooted to the spot and could no longer move. That's their skill, why should I tell you? It was at this moment that the man in the Zhongshan suit spoke up. Young man, fishing is all about skill, and I, Wang Baoqiang, admire you. Also, if you're willing to sell these fish, I can take them all on behalf of Hongxing Machinery Factory. This is my work ID. Wang Baoqiang pulled out his Red Star Machinery Factory ID and waved it in front of everyone. His name, black and white photo, an official seal clearly identified him. Furthermore, Wang Baoqiang's Zhongshan suit itself indicated that he was a cadre, but no one expected that he would be a cadre from the Hongxing Machinery Factory. Hongxing Machinery Factory was a large factory with several thousand employees in the area, and it was under the management of the Ministry of Metallurgical Industry. In this era, nothing is simple if it involves metallurgy. Upon hearing Wang Baoqiang's words, the previously lively crowd quickly dispersed, with more than half of them leaving. Wang Baoqiang smiled and said, "Young man, I don't know your name yet. Li Youfu is the sixth child in his family, and everyone who knows him calls me sixth brother. Hello, Comrade Lao Lu. I sincerely apologize to you again. It turns out that I did not find out the truth before I said you were wasting food. I'm sorry." Li Youfu smiled and said, "Didn't I already apologize? I should thank you for your help. If it weren't for you speaking up for me, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to get away." Wang Baoqiang chuckled and said, "I'm just stating the facts. Your accent doesn't sound like someone from around here. It sounds like you're from the north." Li Youfu didn't hide anything. "Yes, I'm from Beijing. I'm here to visit relatives. Lijiakan is more than 100 kilometers away from Beijing, and the accents are somewhat similar, so Li Youfu's statement doesn't seem to make any mistake." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Wang Baoqiang's eyes lit up instantly. The two children, who had come from Beijing to visit relatives, were clearly dressed like they were from a wealthy family. Li Youfu, unaware of Wang Baoqiang's wild imagination, pulled the two girls close to him and peered down to check if they were injured, given the large crowd that had surrounded them. "Sixth brother, let's talk about the price of these fish. How much do you plan to sell them for per pound? You really want to buy it?" As soon as he said that, Li Youfu realized that the other person was not joking. The shortage of supplies is not limited to one place or one province. It is happening all over the country. Since you represent Hongxing Machinery Factory, you set the price. After Li Youfu finished speaking, he pointed to the fish on the ground and asked, "But how are you going to get all these fish back? Also, I can't sell all the fish. I want to take a few back to try." "Of course." Wang Baoqiang nodded. "Sixth brother, do you think you can wait here for me for a few minutes? I'll be back in 10 minutes at most." Chapter 105. Leave it to me. "Shengnan, Rushua, are you willing to wait for this uncle for 10 minutes? Li Youfu did not answer, but looked at the two little ones beside him. "I'll listen to my uncle." "Me too. Mom said we should listen to our uncle." "Good boy." Li Youfu looked at the two of them with a hint of indulgence. "Then let's hang in there a little longer before we go, okay?" "Good." The two spoke in unison, and Li Youfu then nodded to Wang Baoqiang. Wang Baoqiang laughed and said, "You're so sensible. Your uncle will be back soon." After saying that, he nodded to Li Youfu and then turned and walked outside. Li Youfu was not idle either. He used both hands to cup the lake water and wash Nye Shengnan and Nye Rushua's little hands. Repeatedly, it's better than nothing. As for Nye Shengnan and Nye Rushua, the fishy smell on their bodies and the muddy clothes mixed with lake water would have to wait until they got back to wash them again and change into clean clothes. After washing the two little ones' hands, Li Youfu saw Wang Baoqiang and another man pushing a tricycle approaching. As soon as the two arrived, the man pushing the tricycle exclaimed in surprise, "Such a big fish, section chief. Did you really catch it here?" The man was clearly skeptical. He had been staking out this spot for quite some time and had never seen anyone catch such a big fish. "Nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false?" After saying that, Wang Baoqiang smiled at Li Youfu. "This is Duan Peng from our department. His nickname is Lao Lu, a friend I just met. Hey Lao Lu, want to have a cigarette?" Duan Peng skillfully took out a pack of cigarettes, offered them to the two men, and lit them with matches. "Sixth brother, these are cigarettes produced here. They taste just as good as Dakiaman cigarettes." The Lacoon brand cigarette factory had only been established for a short time, and its brand recognition was not comparable to that of Dakiaman. Fearing that Li Youfu would dislike it, Duan Peng added an explanation. In later generations, the Lacoon brand of cigarettes held an important place in the hearts of many smokers, but now it is indeed still an unknown cigarette brand. Li Youfu didn't mind. He took a sip and found the taste to be quite good. "See? I wasn't lying, was I?" Wang Baoqiang looked disgusted and said, "Go away, what did I call you here for?" After saying that, he looked at Li Youfu and said apologetically, "This kid is never upright. Sixth brother, take a look at which ones we need to keep, and I'll have Duan Peng weigh the rest." 2 base, 1 carp, and 2 grass carp will do. Li Youfu didn't covet the larger size, as that would mean using more oil and seasonings. He put the selected fish into the bucket and then gestured to Wang Baoqiang. Okay. Wang Baoqiang instructed Duan Peng. Weigh all the fish. Make sure you don't make a mistake. We guarantee the mission will be completed. Duan Peng happily went to weigh the fish. Wang Baoqiang continued. This is a point set up by our factory's purchasing department. After all, we have several thousand people to feed, so we have to find a way to do it. Understanding is not easy for anyone. Li Youfu understood perfectly. In this era of chaos and unscrupulous people, everyone was using their own unique methods. Let alone setting up a single point here, a large factory with thousands of employees would have dozens of such points. If one factory is like this, then several, or even 10 factories combined would amount to quite a lot. But there's no other way. The workers have to meet the targets set by their superiors, so the factory leaders have to find ways to make sure the workers are well fed. Many workers collapse at their posts due to lack of income and heavy physical labor. Broken hands and feet are considered minor injuries. A considerable number of workers die from improper operation of machinery. Ensuring that the workers are well fed and have some oil in their stomachs becomes the daily task of the purchasing department. How about this? I won't let you suffer a loss. Actually, the factory's purchasing is relatively flexible. Sea base has few bones and a lot of meat, so the price per pound is relatively high. Plus, your other fish are also quite large. I'll just buy them all at the same price as the sea base, 1 yuan per pound. Is that okay with you? The price here is even higher than the price of pork at the supply and marketing cooperative, which is because the situation here is more severe than in Beijing. On the black market, the price will be even higher. Li Youfu had no complaints and immediately nodded. Okay, the price is as you said. Section Chief, all the fish have been weighed. There are 48 fish in total, weighing 192.4 g. By this time, Duan Peng had finished weighing the fish, and this time alone he had bought more fish than he had in the previous 2 days. Load everything onto the truck and haul it back to the factory. Hurry up. I'll send the note over again when I go to work tomorrow so I can sign it. Yes, Section Chief. Duan Peng agreed and handed over 192.4 yuan to Li Youfu. Li Youfu counted the money and found it to be correct. Then Duan Peng hurriedly left. Li Youfu was very happy to have earned more than 190 yuan. In those days, not to mention that workers' monthly wages were only 20 or 30 yuan, who could match Li Youfu's speed in making money. This made my already meager wallet bulge again after buying the Imperial Green Jade. 6th brother, you're such a good fisherman. If you catch any fish next time, could you save some for me? Wang Baoqiang hasn't left yet. He's already waiting to seek cooperation with Li Youfu again. Li Youfu asked with some curiosity, besides fish, what else do you buy? Let's talk as we walk. Okay. Li Youfu carried a bucket of water, while Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushua walked a few steps ahead of the two. Wang Baoqiang deliberately kept the same pace as Li Youfu as they walked out of the park. 6th brother, don't be fooled by the fact that our factory seems to be quite large. Let me be frank, there are hundreds of factories across the country that are the same size as our Hongxing machinery factory. It just looks better on the surface. To complete the task, we need to get the quotas from the higher-ups. We're so far away, it's no use talking to them. Even if we beg and plead, we have to get them to come to the factory and explain the factory's difficulties. We have to offer something in return, or at the very least, we have to give them a meal. You say we have everything we need right now? I just have no other choice. But at least our water system is relatively developed, so we can at least buy supplies from outside. As for other things, I have no choice. Wang Baoqiang had a bitter expression on his face when he said this. Some factories, due to their geographical advantages, can obtain quotas from higher authorities. Once they have these quotas and complete the tasks, they will not only be rewarded by higher authorities, but also receive commendations throughout the entire system, which is beneficial for promotion and expansion of the factory. Conversely, that would be a vicious cycle. In these difficult times, being able to have a good meal is something that not only ordinary people can afford, but also leaders can. Perhaps I can get some supplies from other places. Real. Wang Baoqiang's eyes lit up instantly. The thought of Li Youfu coming from Beijing and having a close relationship with the compound made his heart flutter. Sixth brother, if you can really get your hands on the supplies, you'll be like a second parent to me, helping me a lot. This? Li Youfu smiled slightly. I can only say I'll give it a try. I can't guarantee anything. Besides, if I were to procure supplies, it would be somewhat illegitimate, and I'm afraid that. I understand. Wang Baoqiang patted his chest and said, This is simple. Leave it to me. Chapter 106. Back to the compound. What do you know? You understand already. Li Youfu silently complained to himself, and then he heard Wang Baoqiang say, Look, how about this? Come to Hongxing Machinery Factory in a few days. If it's inconvenient, you can leave me your address. Wang Baoqiang knew the address of the compound. Seeing that Li Youfu didn't speak, he smiled awkwardly and continued. It's like this. I'll report to the factory leaders and ask for a recruitment quota. We'll put you in our purchasing department. Don't worry, your rank might not be high at first, but it'll only be temporary. I'll also give you a lot of authority. You don't need to come to the factory to report regularly. Just complete the procurement targets set by the department. What do you think? Wang Baoqiang didn't know what kind of treatment to give Li Youfu, but he could only go back and discuss it with the factory leaders before he could give a clear answer. In those days, being able to bring back supplies to the factory made you a hero, just like the top salesperson in later generations. As long as it wasn't a matter of principle, you could practically do whatever you wanted in the factory. This is also the source of Wang Baoqiang's confidence in making such a guarantee. Hiring a single worker is truly a simple matter for the leaders of a large factory with thousands of employees. Brother Wang, it's really not about the treatment. Oh, Li Youfu said carefully. I'll only say this here. I won't acknowledge it after this place. Wang Baoqiang feigned surprise on the surface, but inwardly he thought, I knew it. But he still listened intently. If I could get some wild boar, chickens, fish, and grain, maybe even some domestic pigs, but the cost. Also, there won't be many supplies. I can't talk about this channel or inquire about it. Once it's found out, it'll be gone forever. Wang Baoqiang was in a bit of a dilemma. In fact, he had some suspicions in his mind that Li Youfu might have connections with the military. But that was fine. It could all be handled internally, and it was all for the benefit of the people. Wang Baoqiang also knew that the military and civilian areas were different, and the military also had its own land for breeding and planting. This explains why Li Youfu repeatedly emphasized secrecy. After a pause, Wang Baoqiang said with some difficulty, I won't ask where the supplies come from, and the factory won't ask either. To be honest, it's good that you're cautious, Lao Lu, but you're overthinking it. The factory leaders have emphasized in meetings many times that as long as you can get supplies, no matter where they come from, you'll be a hero in the factory. But let me put it this way. The purchasing department will lend money to purchasing staff in advance to purchase materials. Afterwards, the quantity and price of the materials will be verified, and the loan will be reimbursed through a reimbursement process. For goods costing more than 50 yuan, the purchasing staff can only write a receipt first, and then the finance department will transfer the funds according to the amount on the receipt. I hope you can understand this. Paying first, and then taking the supplies is definitely not acceptable. The procedures are there. Even Wang Baoqiang, as the head of the procurement department, doesn't have that much power. Brother Wang, I meant bringing the supplies back. If you check them and find no problems, you have to pay me. You can't delay payment. Wang Baoqiang was somewhat shocked by Li Youfu's abilities, but at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief and a smile spread across his face. That solves the problem. As long as the materials enter the factory, they can be inspected and a receipt can be issued. With the receipt, you can go to the finance department to collect the money. I can guarantee that not a single penny will be owed. The products produced by Hongxing Machinery Factory were in high demand. They were only worried about whether their superiors could allocate more quotas and provide more raw materials, without having to worry about whether the factory had enough money. It seems that apart from the shortage of supplies, the factory is actually not short of money. This is why Wang Baoqiang has the confidence to say this. Against this backdrop, steel mills, coal mines, and everyday textile and sugar factories in various regions were indeed companies that were not short of money. However, It's not like you can buy everything just because you have money. The planned supplies are rationed, and even an Iron Man can't withstand the high-intensity workload. You need to be well-fed and have some oil in your stomach to have the strength. So what we really lacked was always the unplanned supplies. Okay, I'll think about it some more. Just then, the bus arrived. Li Yufu didn't agree immediately. He really needed some time to think about it, mainly because of how to transport the goods. Sixth brother, I'll go talk to the factory leaders first. If you've thought it through, come find me at Hongxing Machinery Factory. Wang Baoqiang never gave up. The more Li Yufu refused to agree easily, the more he felt that Li Yufu was not a simple person. From the moment the two first met, from using tree branches as fishing rods to using grain as bait, every single thing overturned Wang Baoqiang's understanding of the world. Brother Wang, the bus has arrived. Li Yufu poured out most of the water, leaving only a little, and then got into the car with Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushua. Seeing that Wang Baoqiang was still standing there, he called out to him again. Brother Wang, aren't you leaving? Wang Baoqiang waved to Li Yufu. Sixth brother, you guys go back first. I have something to do. You must come to Hongxing Machinery Factory to see me in a few days. Wake up, we've arrived at our stop. Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushua were indeed tired. There weren't many people on the bus when they came back. Li Yufu made an excuse, lying that Wang Baoqiang had given them steamed buns, and let the two of them each eat one. He could treat Luo Hongjun, whom he had only met once, to steamed buns, so there was no reason for him to mistreat his two well-behaved and sensible nieces. However, they fell asleep on his shoulder before they even finished eating. Shaked awake by Li Yufu, Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushua rubbed their sleepy eyes and suddenly became somewhat excited. Uncle, let's go back quickly. I want to show Mom how many fish we caught. Slow down, watch your step. The three of them got out of the car and soon arrived at the military compound. Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushua strode forward with proud and vigorous steps, like warriors returning victorious from a battle. Mom, we're back. Mom, open the door quickly. As soon as the door opened, the two little girls rushed towards Li Lady. Mom, look, fish. We caught so many fish. There are so many fish. Nie Rushu gestured with her hands with great effort, completely unaware that Li Lady's expression changed repeatedly. She rolled her eyes in annoyance. You've been gone for so long, and you still know to come back. Look at this mess you've made of. And you too. Seeing the two little girls covered in dirt, Li Lady glared at Li Yufu. After saying this, her tone softened. Have you eaten? There's rice left in the pot. Go wash up quickly, you're filthy. Li Lady complained for a while, then noticed the bucket of water at Li Yufu's feet and belatedly realized. Did he really catch something? Let me see. They're so big. These are bass, grass carp, and common carp. Li Lady's tone rose higher with each note. Nie Xingnan, who was the first to wash her hands in return, couldn't help but purse her lips. My uncle caught dozens of them. What's so special about that? What? Dozens? Her gaze fell on Li Yufu. What about the other fish? Mom, I know. My uncle sold the fish to an uncle. The one who answered was Nie Rushua, who had just washed her hands and came in. Li Yufu gave a shy smile. Let them tell you. I need to go wash up too. Oh, and they each ate a steamed bun. As Li Yufu turned and left, Li Lady felt her head buzzing. Dozens of fish. It's sold. These few words, put together, felt somewhat surreal to her. How long had it been? 4 late, but here it comes. Chapter 107. The Bathhouse in the Compound. Shengnan, tell your mother what your uncle took you to do today. Nie Shengnan recounted the story vividly, from Li Yufu taking the two of them on the bus to fishing in People's Park. Mom, my uncle caught so many fish that the bucket couldn't hold them all, so my sister and I had to put them on the ground. Many people came to watch my uncle fish. They all wanted to buy the fish he caught, but he wouldn't sell them to them. He said that selling to them would be a mistake. This is what Li Yufu saw when he came in after washing his hands. As Nie Xingnan continued her narration, Li Lady's mouth grew wider and wider, convinced that Li Yufu had indeed caught a lot of fish. You brat, you know you've made a mistake. So why did you still sell the fish? I couldn't bring back even dozens of fish. Li Yufu replied with a smile, then reached out and ruffled Nie Xingnan's hair. Go and call Rushua over for dinner. I'll talk to your mother later. Understood, uncle. Nie Shengnan responded, called Nie Rushue over, and then obediently sat down in the chair. Upon seeing this, Li Lady put aside her doubts and went to the kitchen to heat up food for the three of them. Li Youfu carried a bucket to fetch some more water, just in case all the fish died, as the meat wouldn't taste as good as freshly killed fish. Moment. 3 steaming bowls of dumpling soup were served, containing dumplings made from wheat flour and sorghum flour, along with leftovers from last night. Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold. The three of them did the same thing, blowing air out of their mouths while sips of the soup, never imagining that a bowl of dumpling soup could be so delicious. Seeing that the three of them were eating heartily, clearly starving, Li Lady felt both angry and amused. Slow down. You all look like you've been starving to death. There's more in the pot if you're not full. Li Lady chuckled and scolded him, but she was still very grateful to Li Youfu. If it weren't for the 50 gene of grain that Li Youfu brought this time, Li Lady wouldn't have cooked a little more than usual. In the past, every family counted their grain reserves, fearing that if they cooked too much at one meal, the remaining grain wouldn't last until the end of the month, and they would go hungry. Sis, you said to eat it while it's hot, because it won't taste good when it's cold, and you also told us to eat slowly. Do you even want us to eat? You're so talkative, aren't you? Even eating can't shut you up. Li Lady rolled her eyes in annoyance, then covered her mouth and laughed. But she felt it wasn't right to laugh like that in front of the child, so she took her hand off her mouth, but then she felt a little uncomfortable holding it in. Ha ha ha, Mom, you're so funny. The meal ended amidst laughter. After Li Lady finished clearing the dishes, she pulled Li Youfu aside and asked, Now you can talk. What's going on? Li Youfu lit a cigarette. What I said earlier is pretty much the same as what Shengnan said. It's not easy to handle so many fish. I was even planning to release them or sell them to a purchasing station if things got too bad. I never expected that the cadre who came with us was the head of the purchasing department of Hongxing Machinery Factory. That factory has thousands of employees and the right to go out and purchase supplies on its own. Selling the fish to Hongxing Machinery Factory is not a mistake for me. It's a win-win situation. So how many did you sell? Li Lady asked casually. She didn't think fishing could make a lot of money. 192. How many? Li Youfu smiled slightly, and then said, word by word. To be precise, it is 192.4 yuan. Hiss. Li Lady gasped. She was shocked by the numbers Li Youfu had announced. Even after confirming them several times, she still felt like she was dreaming. So much, 192.4 yuan, my God. How could it be so much? Do you know how much your third brother-in-law earns in a month? Li Youfu nodded. My third brother-in-law is a deputy battalion commander, and he earns 89 yuan a month. Yes, he risked his life every month for only 89 yuan, and he still had to support our whole family. Li Lady gave a wry smile. You've only been doing this for a short time, less than half a day, and you've already earned almost as much as your third brother-in-law's salary for more than 2 months. In this era, Nie Hailong's monthly salary of 89 yuan was definitely considered high income. However, their responsibilities are different. Without soldiers standing in front of us and bearing the burden, we wouldn't have the peaceful life we enjoy today. Li Lady truly felt the disparity in her younger brother. Sister, you don't need to overthink it. Li Youfu patted his third sister's hand. My situation is a bit special, as you know. My skills were all taught to me by my ancestors in a dream. No one else has these skills. Even if they fish all day, they probably won't bring back as many fish as I do. That's true. Li Lady's eyes lit up. She had lived here for 6 years and had never heard of anyone with such ability. Moreover, Li Youfu was her own younger brother. Thinking of this, Li Lady instantly recovered from her disappointment. Sixth brother, I'm truly happy for you that you have this ability. However, I still want to tell you something. Too much of a good thing is bad. Third sister, I understand. Li Youfu nodded firmly. Without a doubt, after he and the 2 little ones left, those who wanted to find out more about him, and those who wanted to learn his fishing techniques. Regardless of his motives, Li Youfu still managed to steal the spotlight while fishing in People's Park. Although this attention was passive, others might not catch 2 big fish in a whole day, but wow. You caught 200 pounds of fish in 2 hours, and each one was a big fish weighing 2 or 3 pounds or more. Envy, jealousy, and resentment. To be honest, Li Youfu really has to thank Wang Baoqiang. Without his intervention and timely delivery of his work ID, it wouldn't have been possible. Li Youfu wanted to get away quickly, but it probably wasn't that simple. Thinking about it this way, Li Youfu was actually a little scared. He was fine on his own, but he was with Nie Shengnan and Nie Ruxue at the time. If something happened to the two little ones, how would he explain it to his third sister and brother-in-law? Third sister, I won't go fishing anymore. Li Lady shook her head. Sixth brother, that's not what third sister meant. You have such amazing fishing skills, others would kill for it. What I'm trying to say is, don't catch so many at once, or people will covet them. Li Youfu nodded slightly. He was determined not to go to People's Park again. However, this matter has two sides. Li Youfu's feat of catching 200 jin, 100 caddies, of fish in 2 hours will soon be passed down by word of mouth among anglers and become a legend. At the same time, once the aquatic products industry in Linquan space develops, this can also serve as an excuse. No one would suspect that Li Youfu possessed a spiritual spring space. They would only assume that he obtained his fish through fishing. Alright, don't overthink it. Third sister will give you a bath ticket. Go to the bathhouse and take a bath. Leave your clothes there. I'll also boil some water in the room so Shengnan and Ruxue can have a good bath. After saying that, Li Lady took out a bath ticket and handed it to Li Youfu. Chapter 108, Straightening My Back. Is it okay to take a shower at home in this weather? It's already late October, and the temperature in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces is a bit higher than in the north, but only slightly higher. Besides, the two little girls got wet in the park, so a hot bath would not only feel good, but also help them ward off the cold. It's okay. We've always done it this way. That's just a lie. Li Youfu noticed the evasive look in his third sister's eyes. After a slight smile, she said, Third sister, why don't you take a fish and try to trade it with one of the military wives you know? Maybe they have some extra bath tickets. When you go, take Shengnan and Ruxue with you, and you can give them a massage too. In those days, the factory would give its employees 4 bath tickets, 2 haircut tickets, and 1 soap ticket each month. Many families are so large that they can't even guarantee 1 sheet of paper per person. So someone has to make a sacrifice, stay home to boil some water, do some cleaning, and that's it. The military and local authorities differ greatly on this issue. Upon hearing this, Li Lady was tempted, but she was reluctant to exchange fish for a bath ticket, especially after learning the price of fish. Exchanging more than 3 caddies of fish for a bath seemed too extravagant. Third sister, you're not reluctant to part with her, are you? As if Li Youfu had touched a nerve, Li Lady's expression became somewhat unnatural, but she still said, Sixth brother, you can go wash yourself. You asked third sister to take the fish to exchange for tickets, because third sister is afraid she won't be able to sleep well at night. What's wrong with not sleeping well? What's so special about this? Li Lady retorted. You brat. Do you even know that a pound of fish costs 1 yuan? You expect me to take Shengnan and Ruxue for 3 yuan to take a bath? You might as well kill me. Miser. Li Youfu muttered a complaint under his breath. Li Lady's eyes widened. What did you say? Third sister isn't a miser. She just thinks it's unnecessary to waste this money. She softened her tone. Actually, it's fine to just clean it at home. It's not a waste if the fish is saved and ends up in our stomachs. Li Youfu pouted. How can it not be wasteful? It'll just be gone after you go to the toilet, won't it? You brat, I think you're determined to argue with me today, aren't you? Li Lady couldn't help but reach out and pinch it. We can't finish 5 fish. I'll take them to the recycling station outside for you later. I'm not trying to be mean, but you're all grown up now. You need to settle down and have children of your own. A man can't be without any money. All right. All I asked you to do was take Shengnan and Ruxue to take a bath. Why are you lecturing me like this? Li Youfu was also somewhat amused and exasperated. Third sister, I'm only 18. I want to postpone the wedding for 2 years. We're just talking about exchanging the bath tickets. It's just a fish. If it's gone, I can just go fishing another day. That being said, it's impossible to go fishing. In just a few days, given the tenfold time flow rate of the spirit spring space, 1 or 2 months would have passed in the aquatic area. If the spring water can promote fish growth, it is equivalent to indirectly increasing the time flow rate in the aquatic area. Such a thought flashed through Li Youfu's mind, but he would only know after testing it. Li Lady had no idea what Li Yofu was thinking. After hearing Li Yofu's words, she was stunned for a long time. How could you forget your fishing skills? Li Lady had told Li Yofu not to fish too much, fearing he would stand out too much, but 2 or 3 fish weren't a big deal, especially considering that a pound of fish would cost a yuan. She rolled her eyes at Li Yofu, annoyed. Keep an eye on Shengnan and Rushue for me. Third sister, go get your tickets first. Okay, third sister. Li Lady chuckled, but felt even more grateful to Li Yofu. My little brother, whom I've cherished for so many years, has finally grown up. There's also a sense of nurturing or raising a child mixed in with it. Seeing his third sister carrying a grass carp out the door with a smile on her lips, Li Yofu's lips also curled up a little. Then, he waved to the 2 little girls. Shengnan, Rushue, quickly prepare the clothes you need to change into. We'll wait for Mom to exchange the bath tickets and come back. Then we'll take you to the bathhouse to take a bath. Great, we can go to the public bathhouse now. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle. Li Yofu smiled. What's wrong with favoring his 2 lovely and sensible nieces a little? On the other side, Li Lady carried the grass carp and ran towards the place where the military wives were gathered. Although the military has a few small factories to house military families, the positions are limited and there is only one job available. A large portion of military families are left to support their husbands and raise their children. Taking care of the children, managing the household, and ensuring a hot meal is ready for their husbands when they return home. Besides that, gathering in groups of 3 or 5 to chat about everyday matters and gossip in the compound becomes their daily routine. Lady, your 6th son is already in the compound. How come you still have time to come over? The news of Li Yofu's visit to the compound and his argument with Aunt Zhang had already spread throughout the entire compound. Upon seeing Li Lady walking towards them, a military wife who had a good relationship with her inquired about her. Wow, such a big fish. It must weigh 2 or 3 pounds, right? Li Lady walked up with a smile, and all the military wives around noticed the grass carp she was carrying. The envious looks in their eyes almost overwhelmed Li Lady. Lady, where did you buy such a big fish? Your younger brother is truly blessed to have such a doting older sister like you. He's only been here 2 days, and he's already rushing to buy such a big fish. I also heard that he invited Commander Tian and his men over for dinner yesterday, and there were several meat dishes. The person who said this was Battalion Commander Ma's family member, or more precisely, his sister-in-law, Huang Ying. Battalion Commander Ma and Nie Hailong had a good relationship, so their families were naturally familiar with each other. However, Battalion Commander Ma's sister-in-law was no pushover. Despite her young age, she had a pair of captivating eyes, especially after learning that Li Lady often used Nie Hailong's salary to support her family. She would often intentionally or unintentionally gravitate towards Nie Hailong. Even a lowly servant knows Sima. She knew all about her little schemes even across the courtyard. Fortunately, Nie Hailong didn't have that kind of intention. Although Li Lady saw it all, she was too short-tempered to find a rebuttal when faced with the sharp-tongued Huang Ying, and could only sulk every time. After hearing Huang Ying's words, many people around looked at Li Lady differently. In the past few years, everyone in the compound knows what's going on in each other's lives. Li Lady frequently provided food and money to support her family, a fact that was largely spread by Huang Ying. Seeing this, many people shook their heads. It's just that Nie Hailong has a good temper and spoils people. You'd have to try it on someone else. Moreover, Nie Hailong is so outstanding, with excellent military skills and outstanding performance in completing missions. He is highly valued by his superiors, and it is said that after returning from this mission, his superiors intend to promote him to battalion commander. At 30 years old, a battalion commander is in the top tier of the entire army, and it's not impossible for him to rise to a higher position in the future. After saying this, Huang Ying immediately covered her mouth, as if she had accidentally said something wrong. In fact, she wanted to say it in front of these military wives to make more people dislike Li Lady. The effect is good. Looking at the reactions around her, Huang Ying's eyes subtly revealed a smile. I heard that Deputy Battalion Commander Nie went on a mission early this morning. Lady, you can't spoil your younger brother like this. If Deputy Battalion Commander Nie finds out when he gets back, he'll be upset even if he doesn't say anything. The person who said this was a military wife who had a good relationship with Lee Lady. Lee Lady knew the other party meant well, so she smiled slightly at her and said, "Sister-in-law Lee, the fish I'm carrying weren't bought by me. It's my younger brother. He took my 2 little girls out fishing today. This isn't dirt that got on the 3 of us, so I was wondering if any of you ladies have any spare bath tickets. I'll trade this fish for them." Chapter 109. The wind has changed in the compound. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze as soon as he said that. The surrounding military wives looked at Lee Lady with astonishment, surprise, and confusion. A military wife who had previously been on good terms with Lee Lady asked, "Lady, did your brother really catch that? It must weigh about 3 jin, 1.5 caddies. A little over 3 jin, less than 4 jin." Lee Lady replied with a smile, which undoubtedly confirmed the matter. The gazes around them began to grow intense. "Lady, your younger brother is truly remarkable. Not only did he catch a human trafficker on the train, but he also has such excellent fishing skills. Such a young talent is rare, even in our army. Your younger brother doesn't have a girlfriend yet, does he?" "Lady, it's only natural for a man to marry when he's of age and a woman to marry when she's of age. If you don't have a suitable candidate, how about I act as a matchmaker for your brother?" Everyone chimed in with their own comments, creating a scene so absurd that Lee Lady was left both amused and exasperated. "Dear sisters-in-law, on behalf of my brother, I thank you all for your kindness. But that brat said he's only 18 and doesn't want to get married so early, so even if I, as his older sister, try to persuade him, it's no use. If he ever has a change of heart, I'll ask all of you sisters-in-law for help, okay?" Seeing that Lee Lady had already said so, the others decided not to bring it up again. If they are rejected again, it will be a public humiliation. Should we continue the relationship? The conversation then shifted, returning to the starting point. Immediately, a military wife asked, "Lady, are you really going to exchange fish for bath tickets?" Lee Lady nodded. "Yes, we're just waiting inside. All we need now is a bath ticket." The women exchanged glances. Exchanging bath tickets for fish was a way for them to avoid losing out. Some people even had ulterior motives, saying, "Lady, I actually have some bath tickets at home. How do you plan to exchange them? You're trading this fish for a bath ticket? That won't do." Lee Lady shook her head like a rattle drum. "For bath tickets, plus a bar of soap, I'll trade this fish for them if you're willing." After that, the military wives began to bargain. "That's too much. They only give out 4 bath tickets a month. And what you want isn't a soap ticket, it's soap, which you have to buy with money." "Yeah, Lady. Anyway, it was my brother who caught the fish, so it's free. How about 2 bath tickets?" In their view, something that's free is free, and since it's free, there's no problem negotiating the price. "No, if you're not willing to change it, then I'll go ask someone else." "Are you kidding me? You dare to trade 2 bath tickets for the fish in her hand?" Lee Lady knew the price of fish, and in her opinion, for bath tickets plus a bar of soap were still a bargain, giving them a great deal. "You think you can trade 2 bath tickets for the fish in her hand? Dream on." Lee Lady had no intention of continuing the conversation. The longer the fish is out of water, the worse it tastes. Besides, Li Yofu is still waiting at home. "Don't go, lady. Let's talk about it some more." Seeing that Lee Lady was about to leave, someone quickly stopped her. "Fish is still meat, no matter what. She only gets 2 ounces of meat a month. She doesn't eat any meat normally. This kind of opportunity is not easy to come by. 3 tickets. How about 3 bath tickets? We used 1 before, and now we only have 3 left at home." "Sister-in-law, I believe you only have 3 bath tickets at home, but there are 4 of us, so we really can't exchange them." Lee Lady refused without thinking. She had already asked for less, but she still underestimated human nature. "It's just a fish. Why are you treating it like a precious treasure? Even Sister Zhang is willing to pay 3 bath tickets for it. The army only gives 4 a month. You should be content." The one who said this was naturally Huang Ying, and the other military wives who originally wanted to speak up also chose to keep quiet at this time. It would be good to save bath tickets, but if they couldn't save them, they wouldn't offend Lee Lady. Huang Ying was all smiles, ready to receive compliments from the other military wives around her, but to her surprise, she was met with Lee Lady's cold words. "Huang Ying, I don't even bother to talk to you. You're a girl who's never lifted a finger in the world. Have you ever bought groceries? Do you even know how much meat costs outside? After giving her a disdainful look, Lee Lady continued. Ladies, Lee Lady, have not taken advantage of any of you. Since you won't exchange, I'll go ask someone else. Don't let this little thing ruin our relationship. Lee Lady's words were reasonable and well-founded, which made the faces of the other military wives around her blush with embarrassment. Lady, let me and a few others discuss this. Even if you ask other people, I'm afraid you won't be able to come up with 4 bath tickets all at once. Lee Lady wasn't in a hurry to leave, seemingly agreeing with this explanation. Huang Ying, standing to the side, was dumbfounded. No, I'm speaking up for you guys. You're not really going to switch places with her, are you? The group looked at her as if she were an idiot. An older military wife finally spoke up. Huang Ying, do you know how much fish costs per pound outside? The cheapest is 80 cents, the most is $1. Lady didn't take advantage of anyone at all. After hearing this, Huang Ying was so ashamed that she wanted to disappear into the ground. It's one thing to have an excellent husband, but then she also has a powerful younger brother. How come she's so lucky? She knew the fish was expensive, but wouldn't say anything, clearly wanting to see me make a fool of myself. How could she be so wicked? She doesn't deserve such a good husband as Nia Hailong. Huang Ying had cursed Lee Lady countless times in her heart, and her eyes were full of resentment and jealousy when she looked at Lee Lady. Lady, we've decided. It'll be 4 bath tickets plus a bar of soap, just like you said. Wait here for us. We'll go back and get it now. Okay. Lee Lady nodded. The grass carp, weighing more than 3 jin, was divided among the 3 families. 2 families each contributed 2 bath tickets, and the 3rd family contributed a bar of soap. As for how the fish was divided, that was none of Lee Lady's business. As soon as the 3 military wives left, Lee Lady was surrounded by the other military wives. Some of them cursed themselves for being too late, wishing they had teamed up with the other 2 to win her over. As a result, someone beat them to it. If we want to taste meat again, we'll probably have to wait until the army issues us 2 ounces of meat coupons every month. Lady, your brother caught more than just this one fish, didn't he? Are there any more? Let's get another one. It wasn't until these words were spoken that the military wives around them belatedly realized that Li Youfu must have caught more than 1 fish. Looking at Lee Lady again, their eyes were filled with envy. Why didn't they have such an amazing younger brother? Some people looked at Huang Ying with disdain. Before, they were talking about Lee Lady everywhere, trying to get her back to her family, but her brother only stayed for 2 days and was praised by the military leaders and received a bonus. I heard that the bonus from the military leaders was just a bonus. There was also a letter of commendation from the Public Security Bureau, and the bonus and various receipts were on their way. Not to mention the fish caught this time. There were at least 3 or 5. Look at the life they live. How could Huang Ying say such a thing? It seems that Huang Ying's interest in Deputy Battalion Commander Nia is not unfounded. A mere young girl, barely out of her teens, trying to seduce a married man. Shameless. The more the military wife thought about it, the angrier she became, and she spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Bullseye. Huang Ying felt as if something had been added to her face. It was sticky and smelled like vegetable leaves. She froze on the spot. After realizing what it was, a strong feeling of nausea rushed to my head. She could no longer hold on. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Vomit. Soup and water gushed out, spraying everywhere. Counting from the previous 4, these 3 chapters were written yesterday, and I still owe 3 chapters today. The author will make up for it in the next few days and will not renege on the debt. Chapter 110. He has become a man who can shelter from the wind and rain. Huang Ying, you heartless bastard, look at what you've done. It's disgusting. The military wife, who was unfortunately sprayed by Huang Ying, was so angry that she jumped up and down, while the others kept their distance from the 2 of them, as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. This person was none other than Zhang's wife, who had previously tried to take advantage of Lee Lady. Sister Zhang, no, someone spat in my face. I did. Vomit. Huang Ying had just started to explain when she mentioned the thick phlegm, and she felt nauseous again. Now that the 2 of them were close together, she vomited directly onto Zhang's face. Huang Ying, I think you're doing this on purpose. Let's go find Battalion Commander Ma and your sister right now. They have to give me an explanation today. Do they think I'm made of clay? Aunt Zhang was disgusted. Not only did she not get the fish, but she also got vomited on in the face by that yellow-haired girl, Huang Ying. Today, she was determined to get 2 bath tickets from Battalion Commander Ma. No, she needed 4. This scene left the other military wives speechless. The person who started it all acted as if nothing had happened. Who saw her vomit Huang Ying? Who can stand up and testify? Lady, give us 2 more fish. You won't lose out. We'll keep the same price, for bath tickets and a bar of soap for each fish. But it can't be smaller than the one you have in your hand. That's right. We're all from the same compound. You can't favor one over the other and only give the replacements to Sister Li and the others. Lady, say something. Li Lady had just recovered from the previous incident, but little did she know that these military wives were so oblivious, and then they started discussing the fish exchange with her. Just then, 3 military wives who had gone back to get their tickets ran over one after another. One of them covered her nose and asked, "What's that smell?" "It stinks." A military wife recounted what had happened. The 3 military wives who went back to get their tickets were stunned for a while. "Serves you right. I knew from the start that this girl was no good. She's always staring at Deputy Battalion Commander Nya like she's never seen a man before." Just as I was getting to this point, I suddenly realized that Li Lady was still there. "I'm sorry, Li Di. Look at my loose tongue. That's not what I meant." Li Lady forced a smile. "It's okay. I trust my Nya Hailong. He won't do anything to betray me." "That's good. Lady, look, the tickets and soap are right here." Li Lady took the 4 bath tickets and soap and readily handed the grass carp in her hand to the 3 military wives. The moment they received the fish, all 3 of them smiled. "This fish is really big. It feels quite heavy when you pick it up." "Lady, thank you. Your sister-in-law knows that she got a good deal from you this time. You can't get such a big fish for this little bit of stuff outside." Li Lady was also very happy to receive the gift. "There's nothing to thank me for. This was a mutually agreeable thing." Yes, we'll be going now. We need to go back and discuss how to cook this fish." "But Li Di, you are a kind person, but you should still keep an eye on your own man, lest some slut take advantage of you." "Thank you, sister-in-law. I will be careful." Li Lady thanked them and prepared to go home, where Li Yufu and the others were waiting. "Lady, what about us?" Watching the 3 military wives who had received the fish discuss how to cook it, I couldn't help but feel envious. In fact, they also understood that Li Lady was at a disadvantage by exchanging bath tickets for fish, as she couldn't get such a big fish for those few items outside. "Sisters-in-law, my brother caught the fish, so it's his responsibility to make the decision. How about this? I'll ask him when we get back. If he agrees, we can change it. If he doesn't, there's nothing I can say as his older sister." Upon hearing this, several military wives secretly regretted not acting sooner. However, what Li Lady said makes sense. Even if someone doesn't want to exchange, can they force them to buy or sell? I can only blame myself for not making a decision sooner. It looks like we'll only be able to eat the same old cabbage, radish, and potatoes tonight. If we want some meat, we'll have to wait for the 2 ounces of meat ration coupons the army gives us. Some people were still unwilling to give up, saying, "Lady, when you go back, have a good talk with our brother. My sister-in-law will remember the good things our brother did for her." "Okay, I'll talk to him properly when I get back. If my brother agrees, I'll come and talk to the other sisters-in-law." Then it's settled. On the way back, Li Lady couldn't help but smile. It wasn't for any other reason than that Nya Hailong had never shortchanged her in terms of food, clothing, and daily necessities during the 6 years she had been with him. But as a military wife, she couldn't let her military husband's reputation be tarnished by the rules and regulations and the harmony between neighbors. Therefore, no matter how wrong Li Lady was, she always swallowed her grievances. When had she ever been like this, being fawned over by the military wives, and even being used by our younger brother? Huang Ying, that immature girl, is not even worthy of being my rival. How dare she try to steal my husband away? The huge weight that had been pressing on Li Lady's heart was lifted, and a relaxed smile appeared on her face that she had never seen before. "Sis, you're back. Did you exchange the tickets?" "Tada." Li Lady smiled and waved the things in her hand, for bath tickets and a bar of soap. "Great. I can go to the public bathhouse with Mom. Nie Shengnan and Nie Rushua jumped up with joy. Go and get the clothes you need to change into. Mom, we're all packed. Good girl. Li Lady smiled and patted the two of them on the head. Sixth brother, you can take this new bar of soap and use it. Shengnan, Rushua, and I will use the old ones at home. Sixth brother, thank you. In the past, Li Lady had taken her 2 children to the bathhouse. With 4 bath tickets a month, they could only go once a month. Girls are naturally inclined to love beauty and cleanliness. In addition, Li Lady also wanted to thank her younger brother for the changes he brought. She felt more relaxed than ever before after Li Yofu came. Don't mention it, we're all family. Yes, we are family. Li Lady wanted to reach out and pat Li Yofu's head like she would pat 2 little girls' heads, but she realized that her younger brother had grown so tall. It's already tall enough to shelter her, her older sister, from the wind and rain. Li Yofu smiled and squatted down a little. Go ahead and touch me if you want. You only get one chance. After all, I'm a grown man now. You brat. Li Lady vigorously rubbed Li Yofu's head and said with a laugh, even if it's 10 or 20 years from now, in my heart, you'll still be that brat, my own little brother. You think that once you've grown up, you've become independent and won't recognize me as your older sister anymore. No. Good to know. As she spoke, Li Lady removed her hand from his head and then gave Li Yofu a hug. Thank you, Lao Lu. Third sister is so lucky to have a brother like you. What's wrong? Li Yofu asked suspiciously. Third sister, you didn't go out and get bullied, did you? Pa, do you think third sister is the kind of person who would be bullied? Li Lady let go and took a step back. By the way, a few military wives asked me to ask you if we could exchange them for 2 more fish. You can decide. There are only 4 of us. We can't possibly eat that much. Okay, Li Lady already knew what to do. Let's take a shower early and cook fish when we get back tonight. Mom, you're so good. Is my uncle not doing well? Uncle, you're the best. Ha ha. Amidst laughter and cheerful conversation, the 4 of them left the house and headed towards the courtyard bathhouse. Chapter 111, The Fish Swapping Incident. At the same time, just as Li Yofu and his group of 4 were heading to the courtyard bathhouse, Zhang's wife took Huang Ying's hand and led her to the bungalow where Battalion Commander Ma lived. Sister-in-law Zhang, I beg you, please don't come looking for my sister and brother-in-law. No way, look what you've done to me. Then I'll wash it for you, and I'll bring it to you after I've washed it clean. Sister-in-law Zhang was determined to get 4 bath tickets from Battalion Commander Ma, so how could she possibly be persuaded by Huang Ying? Huang Lan, you get out here right now. Who's calling for a soul in broad daylight? When the door opened, Huang Lan saw Zhang's wife tightly holding onto her younger sister Huang Ying. The 2 of them looked like they had been scavenged in a pigsty, and a foul stench could be smelled from afar. Sister. Upon seeing Huang Lan, Huang Ying's voice trembled with tears, and her face was filled with grievance. Sister Zhang, what are you trying to do? Let my sister go right now. Now that she'd finally met the real person, Aunt Zhang disdainfully shook off her hand. If she weren't afraid Huang Ying would run away and leave her with no evidence, she wouldn't have cared at all. Huang Ying, what happened? Sister. Wah. When Huang Ying saw her older sister, it was like seeing a savior. In an instant, all her grievances burst out, and she cried so sadly that tears and snot streamed down her face. Huang Lan had never seen Huang Ying like this before, and she was disgusted by the smell on her body. She shouted to the surroundings, "Come out and see. Sister Zhang is bullying people. Huang Ying, don't be afraid. I'll stand up for you. Tell me how she bullied you, and let everyone judge for you." The sound was quite loud, and several military wives immediately poked their heads out. Huang Lan was proud and arrogant, and disdained to associate with the other military wives, thinking that they came from the countryside, while she herself had an urban household registration before she joined the army. However, Sister Zhang was a shrew and greedy for small gains, and she often caused a great deal of trouble over trivial matters. In short, none of them are easy to deal with. Upon seeing that it was the 2 of them, the military wives simply pricked up their ears but had no intention of coming out to watch the commotion, lest they miss out on the excitement and end up getting themselves into trouble. Shout louder. Let everyone come out and judge who's bullying whom. Feeling emboldened, Zhang's sister-in-law believed she was in the right and hadn't done anything to Huang Ying, so she wanted to escalate the situation. Huang Lan was stunned, and then looked at Huang Ying, who was still crying. Look at my face and body. They're covered in your sister's vomit. What do you suggest we do? This is a brand new dress that I just finished making. I haven't even worn it yet. Look how much I threw up in it. Can I still wear it? Huang Lan rolled her eyes so hard they almost reached the sky. These shameless words just came out of her mouth. Whose new clothes have 3 patches? But now is not the time to dwell on these things. Huang Ying, what's going on? Speak up. Did you really put those things on Sister Zhang's face and body? Sis. Someone spat in my face, and I couldn't hold it in. Aunt Zhang raised her eyebrows. Don't look at me like that. I don't know if what she said is true or not. Even if someone did spit in her face, that has nothing to do with me. Now tell me how you plan to compensate us. Stop crying. Wipe your tears away. You made Sister Zhang vomit like this, and you still have the nerve to cry. Tell me the whole story about who spat in your face. Huang Lan was furious. She was utterly humiliated. It would probably be the talk of the town in no time, and the whole compound would be buzzing about it. Sis, I didn't see it. I don't know who spat it. It's disgusting. It's all over my face. Sis, how am I supposed to face anyone now? Huang Ying recounted the events in fits and starts. The thought of how she had shot herself in the foot and been looked down upon by Li Lady made her eyes red. What makes Li Lady so special? She's just a woman from the countryside. What right does she have to look down on me? Huang Ying became angrier the more she thought about it. There were many female soldiers in the cultural troupe who couldn't cook, but they were still loved by everyone. In her opinion, Li Lady was just lucky. She married a good man and had a capable younger brother. Without these things, Li Lady would be no match for her. Now things are really messed up. The most embarrassing part of the incident will definitely spread throughout the entire compound, and Li Lady will also tell Nya Hailong about it. Thinking of this, Huang Ying couldn't help but cry again. Huang Lan looked at her younger sister with complicated emotions. She was so useless that Li Lady could ride on her head. But Sister Zhang didn't care about any of that. Huang Lan, you two stop acting here. If you don't give me an explanation, I'm going to find Battalion Commander Ma right now to demand an explanation. No, Sister Zhang, let's talk this out. Old Ma is busy with training. We can handle these small matters privately. A small matter? Sister Zhang pointed at herself. I'm already like this, and you call this a small matter? So what do you want? I'll just wash your clothes for you. That's what she said, but Huang Lan would never touch such disgusting clothes. 6 bath tickets, I'll wash my own clothes. What? Huang Lan thought she had misheard. 6 bath tickets? Other military dependents might have leftover bath tickets. But who is Huang Lan? How can she be compared to a military wife from the countryside? Taking a shower once a week is her bottom line. To this end, she secretly spent money to exchange for a few bath tickets from other military wives. I don't care. If you don't give it to me, I'll go find Battalion Commander Ma. At worst, I'll make a big fuss about it. If Battalion Commander Ma doesn't take action, I'll go to the military leadership. Seeing Huang Lan's gloomy, almost dripping face, Zhang's wife had never felt so comfortable. I'll give it to you. Huang Lan gritted her teeth so hard they almost broke. Sister Zhang, we only have 4 bath tickets at home right now. We'll give you 2 more after old Ma distributes the bath tickets. Sister, shut up. Huang Ying immediately felt wronged. 2 of the 4 bath tickets belonged to her, and there were still more than 10 days before the tickets were issued. The thought of not being able to take a shower for almost half a month brought tears to Huang Ying's eyes. She's a princess-like woman. She doesn't want to become smelly. That's too little. Seeing Huang Lan agree so readily, Zhang's heart skipped a beat. But since the words were already spoken, she had no choice but to accept it. Aunt Zhang took 4 bath tickets from Huang Lan and went home happily. So what if Huang Ying vomited in her face? She could just wash it off. These are 4 bath tickets. Aunt Zhang slapped her forehead. Damn it. I was so focused on the bath tickets that I forgot to ask them for a bar of soap too. I should have taken another bite earlier. In this way, he could exchange a fish with Li Lady. This is over 3 pounds of fish that I got for free. Sister-in-law Zhang secretly regretted her actions, but she had no choice but to spend money to get a bar of soap from home. The Huang sisters, Huang Lan and Huang Ying, probably never dreamed that Zhang's sister-in-law was making such a big fuss just to exchange a fish from Li Lady. Knowing this would be the result, Huang Ying felt like she was going to vomit blood. Li Yufu, who was taking a bath, was also unaware of this other drama unfolding on the other side. There's one more chapter, around 2 o'clock. Chapter 112. Preparing to go to the provincial capital. Scrub, I love taking a bath. My skin feels so good, oh. Li Yufu hummed as he rubbed his body with a towel. But it must be said that being able to take a bath in a public bathhouse in this day and age is a very happy thing. Actually, the bathhouse in this compound is pretty good. It's mainly for military families, so there aren't many people. Military personnel usually take care of their business at their barracks or camps. Taking a bath in the local area is like fighting a war, especially in public bathhouses, which are very rudimentary. Inside, there is a large, square cement pool with a long bench in the middle. There are no lockers for storing clothes, and no separate sections for men and women. Women wash on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, while men wash on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. In some places, the dates are reversed, depending on which one the bathhouse announces to the public. People are used to this method. When Li Yufu came out after taking a bath, his third sister and 2 maids hadn't come out yet. After waiting for a while, the 3 of them finally came out with their hair still half dry. Uncle! Upon seeing Li Yufu, the 2 little girls rushed over, their faces still flushed from their baths. Li Yufu reached out and gently stroked the tips of their noses. Shengnan, Rushua, both of you, wash up nice and clean. When we get back, I'll have Mom make you some fish. Good. Upon hearing about eating fish, Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushua's eyes almost curved into crescent moons. Even though Nie Hailong's monthly income is among the high-income earners, he can only afford to eat fish once or twice a year. Besides the inconvenience of buying fish, the biggest reason is the high cost of fuel. If you want to cook fish well, you have to be willing to use plenty of oil. In this day and age, you might not even get a couple of drops of fish when you're stir-frying a dish, so how can you expect the fish to taste good? Therefore, stewing fish and drinking the soup has become the first choice for many people. Looks like I need to find an opportunity to get some cooking oil. As Li Yufu pondered this, he took a towel from his third sister and began drying the 2 little ones' hair. They're both so old, let them wipe it themselves. After Li Lady finished speaking, she gestured to Nie Shengnan and Nie Rushua. The 2 little ones immediately looked at Li Yufu. Uncle, I know how to dry hair, let us do it ourselves. My mother said that I should do things myself. Uft. Seeing Li Yufu's discomfiture, Li Lady laughed heartily. Don't spoil them. Be careful not to spoil them too much, or your third brother-in-law will cause you trouble. Li Yufu gave an awkward smile. I just saw that their hair wasn't dry, and I was worried they'd catch a cold. It's all right. I'm quite resilient. Li Lady didn't pay attention. If this were in later generations, parents would definitely warn her to dry her hair after taking a bath to avoid catching a cold. But in this era, Li Lady's approach was the common phenomenon. On the way back, the 2 little ones chattered incessantly, and even Nie Shengnan, who was like a little adult, talked much more than usual. Seeing how well her 2 daughters got along with her brother-in-law, Li Lady was very happy. Please sit for a while. I'll go to the kitchen to cook. Back home, Li Lady started preparing dinner. After dinner, she would take the fish to the wives of several soldiers to exchange for tickets. Dinner consisted of steamed sea bass, stir-fried cabbage with pork, and rice. It was the 50 gene of grain that Li Yufu had brought, half of which was mixed grains, but the group still enjoyed the meal. A nearly 2-pound bass was eaten clean, leaving only fish bones and spines. Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushua were still somewhat unsatisfied. 2 little gluttons. Li Yufu smiled and said, There's still one left in the bucket. If you want to eat it, Mom will steam it for you too when you come back from daycare tomorrow. Thank you, Uncle. My uncle is the best. Li Lady scoffed. Look at any family, they eat fish every day. It's okay, let them eat if they like. I'll go fishing again after they've finished eating. I heard that eating more fish can not only improve eyesight, but also enhance children's memory. Li Yufu grinned at the 2 little ones. Don't listen to your mother. Your uncle has agreed to this. Hee hee. The 2 little girls made faces and ran into the cubicle before Li Lady could get angry, causing Li Lady to roll her eyes at Li Yufu. What kind of uncle are you? Oh right, there are 3 left in the bucket. A bass, a carp, and a grass carp. I see that Shungnan and Rushua like to eat it, so I'll keep the sea bass. I'll take the other 2 to exchange for tickets. Li Yofu had no objection. Okay, you decide this matter. Li Lady reached out and slapped him. Pa, I don't know who was saying I'll listen to you just now. What kind of tickets do you want to exchange? If not, I'll exchange them for bath tickets and soap. Most importantly, I had arranged with several military wives in the afternoon to exchange bath tickets and soap, and it wouldn't be good if they changed their minds at the last minute. Li Yofu understood what his third sister meant and smiled at her. Then let's exchange them all for bath tickets and soap. We'll talk about other things next time we need to exchange tickets. By the way, third sister, could you check if there's anything we're still missing at home? The commendation letter, bonus, and receipts from the Public Security Bureau should arrive in the next couple of days. What's missing? I'll take the tickets and buy them later. Li Lady hurriedly waved her hand. Sixth brother, no need. Keep the ticket for yourself. The family doesn't lack anything. We have enough to eat and drink. Besides, your brother-in-law gives me receipts every month, so I can just buy whatever I need myself. Li Yofu nodded. All right, I won't worry about that. But if I feel there's anything missing when it comes to food and drink, don't stop me from buying it. Li Yofu was taking precautions in advance. Upon hearing this, Li Lady's eyes widened. Is the family short of food, or are they shortchanging you? In her opinion, the food she had been eating for the past 2 days had been good enough. No, I was just saying, just in case we run into each other. By the way, third sister, I'd like to go to the provincial capital for a visit tomorrow. Going again? Li Yofu grinned. The provincial capital is so big, we should at least take a look around, right? Then I'll go with you. No need. You still have to pick up and drop off Shungnan and Rushua. I'm not a child anymore. I'll be back before dinner. Okay, third sister, I understand. You're going to the provincial capital tomorrow, so get some rest early tonight. I'll just visit a few military wives and be right back. Okay, third sister. Li Yofu watched his third sister leave, then got up and went back to his room to lie on the bed. The next second, Li Yofu's consciousness entered the spirit spring space. In the breeding area, roosters are pecking at the ground, while 2 hens are incubating chicks in their nest. Typically, it takes 20 days from laying an egg to hatching a chick. The spiritual spring space has a time flow rate 10 times faster, which means that 2 days pass outside. We'll have to wait another day to see the chicks hatch. With a thought, Li Yofu added some more food and spiritual spring water to the breeding area, hoping that the chickens could accelerate the process by drinking the spiritual spring water. Ideally, the entire process, from egg to chick, could be completed in a single day. Just as he was thinking this, Li Yofu's consciousness returned to the aquatic product area. Since he had only stored the 7 kinds of fish into his space in the morning, and the time was still short, Li Yofu simply added food and spiritual spring water to the lake, and then left it alone. Finally, there is the planting area. Chapter 113. The letter of commendation has arrived. The next day, when Li Yofu got up, he saw his third sister bustling around, placing boiled eggs, white porridge, cornbread, and pickled vegetables on the table. Good morning, third sister. You're awake? It's still early. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? I can't sleep. Li Lady turned around and said, then go outside to wash up. Breakfast is ready. I'll go call Shungnan and Rushua to get up. Okay, third sister. Li Yofu responded, picked up his toiletries, and went out. There weren't many entertainment options in those days, and he was used to going to bed early and waking up early. Especially after using his mental energy, it was more effective than any kind of alcohol or sleeping pills. The key is that there are no side effects, and the next day, I felt refreshed and had an indescribable sense of ease. Good morning, uncle. Good morning, uncle. The weak voices of 2 little girls could be heard behind Li Yofu. Looking back, the 2 were still sleepy-eyed and yawning constantly, clearly not fully awake. Hello? Hello? Li Yofu chuckled and blew on their faces. Still sleeping? If you bump your head on the table, you'll get a big bump. Go wash your face with a towel, and you'll feel more awake in a bit. Okay, uncle. Understood, uncle. After washing their faces, the 2 little girls instantly became much more awake. Nie Shungnan looked at Li Yofu. Uncle, Mom said you're going to the provincial capital today. Yes. Li Yufu smiled slightly. When your uncle comes back from the provincial capital, he'll bring you both some good food. Really? Nia Rushiwe's eyes brightened slightly. Of course it's true. Li Yufu reached out and ruffled her hair. When has your uncle ever lied to you? After you two finish washing up, hurry inside and eat. Mom will help you comb your hair later. Okay, uncle. The two little girls quickened their pace. As soon as Li Yufu entered the house, he was met with a disdainful look from his third sister, who said, "We've been eating well enough these past few days. Look around the compound. Who else has such good food? Sixth brother, keep the money you have for yourself, and don't bring them any food back. You've only been here for 2 days, and you've already spoiled these two little ones." Li Lady complained about Li Yufu, mainly because she was worried that he would squander money. However, seeing how well Li Yufu got along with his two daughters, she was still happy. After reprimanding Li Yufu, Li Lady turned her gaze to Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushue. Neither of you are allowed to ask your uncle for anything. Do you hear me? The money on my uncle's body is for his future marriage to his wife. If we spend it all, where will we get the money to marry my aunt? I understand, Mom. I won't ask my uncle for any treats. I'll let him save the money for me to marry my aunt. When my aunt gives birth to a younger brother or sister, we'll take them out to play together. After Nie Xingnan finished speaking, Nie Rushue nodded hurriedly, and the two little girls' expressions were very serious. What left Li Yufu speechless was that his third sister smiled slightly and patted Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushue's heads with satisfaction. Let's go eat. Okay, Mom. Go, Uncle. The two little girls ran off to eat in a flash, not forgetting to wink at Li Yufu. Li Yufu. This scene. Li Yufu felt utterly bewildered, and also somewhat amused and exasperated. Third sister, Xingnan, Rushue are only a few years old. How can you teach them these things? Li Lady raised an eyebrow. What? Am I wrong? I'm telling you to save them money for your wedding, not to harm you. Third sister, Li Yufu sighed. Didn't I say I wasn't thinking about getting married so soon? Besides, even if I'm going to get married, I still have to find someone I like, right? After Li Yufu finished speaking, he could feel his third sister's eyes shining. What kind do you like? Tall, short, fat, slim? I still prefer girls with big eyes, preferably with 2 long braids, which makes them look delicate. No, this kind of girl is just okay to look at. She might not be very good at working. You still need to find a girl who is efficient and hardworking. Then your life will become more and more prosperous in the future. Why are you walking so fast? Li Yufu had already fled to sit opposite the two little girls, picked up the bowl of white porridge, and started eating. If I keep talking to my third sister, given her personality, it probably won't be long before she actually manages to get the girl to go on a blind date with Li Yufu. Slow down, don't worry about getting burned. Li Lady's eyes were practically rolling to the sky when she looked at Li Yufu. Is it easy for her to be the older sister? He's just a brat. Even now that he's grown up, he still needs to be disciplined just like when he was a kid. Li Yufu had no idea what his third sister was thinking. He ate quickly simply because he didn't want to hear her nagging about marriage. As a soul that traveled from the future, Li Yufu was indeed not used to having a wife, children, and a warm bed at such a young age. Crack boom. Mom, it's thundering. Li Lady glanced out the back window. It was a gloomy gray outside, with low-hanging clouds that gave it a somber feel. Yes, it's going to rain. You two eat quickly, and Mom will take you to daycare after you finish. Good. Okay, Mom. Li Lady nodded slightly, then turned to look at Li Yufu. Sixth brother, I think you shouldn't go to the provincial capital today. It looks like it's going to rain soon, and it might be quite heavy. Li Yufu also heard the thunder. When he went outside to wash up in the morning, he thought it was still early, but it turned out it was about to rain. Located on the coast, the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces can be sunny one second and dark clouds the next. Some people say the weather in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces is like a woman's face. It changes in an instant. Okay, let's go when it stops raining. There's no rush anyway. Third sister, after we finish eating, I'll take Shangnan and Rushue to the daycare. Li Lady didn't refuse and nodded. Take an umbrella with you when you go. Okay. After breakfast, Li Yufu took the two little girls to daycare, while Li Lady cleaned the house. Nowhere for the 4 pests to hide. Cleanliness and health depend on everyone. Love hygiene, Fight the four pests. Health department. No worries. This is also a slogan that can be seen everywhere nowadays. In the last 2 years, sparrows almost became an endangered species. In those 2 years, a total of 1.6 billion sparrows were wiped out. And that's just the number that has been counted. The number that hasn't been counted is probably much higher. Also this year, sparrows were removed from the list of the four pests and replaced by bedbugs. But the other pests are still targets that everyone hates. When Li Yofu returned, Li Lady had already cleaned most of the house. Finally, she and Li Yofu cleaned the rest of the house together. Just then, a heavy rain started pouring down outside. The rain was quite heavy, and within an hour, there was already standing water. The two of them braved the rain and busied themselves again, even tidying up the vegetable garden in the backyard to prevent it from being washed away by the rain. A dozen minutes later, Li Lady handed a clean towel to Li Yofu, saying, "Quickly wipe yourself. You've probably never seen such heavy rain at home, have you?" Li Yofu nodded. It was raining in Lijia village as well, but the rain was not as heavy as it was on the coast. The sky seemed to have opened up, and the rain poured down. Li Lady grinned. But this rain came just in time, so you wouldn't be stuck on the road unprepared. That's true. Moreover, the roads and transportation in that era were incomparable to those of later times. A large part of them were still dirt roads, making travel inconvenient when it rained. What Li Yofu didn't expect was that the rain lasted for 3 days, and the temperature in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces dropped several degrees during this autumn rain, finally giving a hint of winter approaching. Sister-in-law, Li Yofu is your younger brother, right? There is a letter from the local police officer. Could you please have him sign for it at the mailroom? Chapter 114, All for the People. Okay. Thank you, Squad Leader Lu. You're welcome, sister-in-law. It's what we should do. Squad Leader Lu saluted Li Lady, sister-in-law. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Goodbye, Squad Leader Lu. Li Lady waved politely, but couldn't hide the joy on her face. She needed to hurry back and tell Li Yofu the news. Sisters, you all continue chatting. I'll go back and tell my brother about this. The autumn rain fell intermittently for 2 days and 2 nights, and it wasn't until the morning of the 3rd day that the sun began to shine. It was only today that Li Lady was able to chat with the military wives in the compound about gossip. Of course, this included Zhang's wife taking Huang Ying back and taking 4 bath tickets from Huang Ying's sister, Huang Lan, as compensation. However, Zhang's wife, the person involved, didn't care, and the other military wives were happy to flatter her. Huang Ying probably felt ashamed and didn't come out even after the weather cleared up. Upon hearing this, someone said, "What's the rush? The letter's there, it's not going anywhere. Just go get it later. It's been raining every day for the past few days, it's so suffocating. Lady, you've only been out for a few minutes, and you're already rushing back. If I were your brother, I'd be annoyed by your nagging." Ha ha. The military wives burst into laughter again. Li Lady had just mentioned again that she had been rejected when she tried to introduce a potential partner to Li Yofu, but her words were clearly not a complaint, but rather a boast. Li Lady smiled and shook her head. Let's do it next time. Next time, I'll ask a few of my sisters-in-law for advice. Squad Leader Lu said that my 6th son should come over to sign for it, saying that it was a letter of commendation from the police, along with a bonus and some receipts. Let's go. It won't be good if we get there too late. Lady, don't forget to tell our little brother about the fish. Your sister-in-law is waiting. Aunt Zhang added that last time she made such a big sacrifice to finally get 4 bath tickets from Huang Lan, but then the fish were gone. If it weren't for the rain these past few days, Sister Zhang would have urged Li Yofu to go fishing for a few more fish. There were quite a few other military wives who shared the same idea as Zhang's wife. They were all military wives who had been too late to make their move last time. They just weren't as lucky as Zhang's wife in getting bath tickets from Huang Lan. Watching Li Lady's cheerful figure, and feeling a strong sense of envy, they realized that since they didn't have a capable younger brother, this envy could only remain on their faces. At the entrance, in the guardhouse, Sister-in-law Wang, Sister-in-law Li, Sister-in-law Chen, you're here too. Lady, come and collect the letter too. Li Lady shook her head. It wasn't me. I brought my 6th son to pick up the letter. The 3 military wives also looked over. Thanks to Li Yofu, who had accomplished two major things in just a few days. These three wives had heard about him even though they had never met him in person. This is your sixth son. He's quite the handsome young man. I also heard that your sixth son received personal praise from Commander Tian and political Commissar Li. Sister Chen nodded repeatedly. I've heard about this too. The two military leaders even took out 50 yuan from their own pockets as a bonus. That's amazing. The other two military wives also expressed their amazement. Li Lady grinned from ear to ear. No, he's just lucky. But my sixth son did receive praise from political Commissar Li, and he even wants to be the person who introduced him to us. Isn't this a good thing? If a regimental level leader is brought into the army, it must be because political Commissar Li values your sixth son. Once he's in the army, he'll be promoted to officer in a year or two. By then, Li Di, your family will have two military officers. Don't even mention it. Li Lady glared at Li Yufu. I was thinking about this too, but this brat doesn't like being restrained, so I had to give up. Are there still people who don't want to join the army? The three military wives stared wide-eyed once again, looking at Li Yufu as if he were a monster. In this era, a nationwide craze for soldiers swept across the country, and the admiration for soldiers was ingrained in people's bones. One person serving in the army brings honor to the whole family. This is not just a slogan, but something that is actually happening. I'm sorry, ladies. I love my country and I love this country too, but I think there are many ways to be patriotic, and it shouldn't be limited to just being a soldier. Take our farmers, for example. They work from dawn till dusk, growing crops not for themselves. If everyone were to join the army, without the farmers' food, how would the soldiers have the strength to fight the enemy? And what about those workers? Does their hard work in the factory mean they don't love their country? If it weren't for the steel weapons made by the workers, what would our soldiers use to kill the enemy? Therefore, I think it's just a different division of labor. No matter what kind of work you do, as long as you are doing something for the country, it's good. Li Yufu used two metaphors in a row, leaving the three military wives speechless. Well said. Squad leader Lu saluted Li Yufu and said, You must be Comrade Li Yufu. What you said is so well said. No wonder you were able to catch human traffickers on the train. With that kind of awareness, I think you are no less capable than us soldiers, even if you hadn't become one. Then, squad leader Lu handed a thick letter to Li Yufu. Comrade Li Yufu, this is a letter of commendation sent by the local public security comrades. I'm handing it to you now. Take a look. If there are no problems, please sign it. Li Yufu picked up the envelope. It was quite heavy, and the seal was intact. He then nodded to Squad Leader Lu. Squad Leader Lu, no problem. That's good. Squad Leader Lu then brought out the register for Li Yufu to sign, indicating that the letter was to be received by the recipient, and that this was the procedure for anyone receiving a letter, and that no one was being given special treatment. Quickly open it and see what it says. Your third sister has never seen a letter of commendation before. After I finish reading it, I can send a telegram back to my mother so she can have some fun too. Seeing Li Yufu's letter of commendation made Li Lady even happier than if she had received the commendation herself. The three military wives, Wang, Li, and Chun, also looked at the envelope with envy. Li Yufu smiled slightly, then grabbed a corner of the envelope and tore it open, revealing the contents inside. A letter of commendation stamped with the seal of the Public Security Bureau, 10 large black 10 bills, and several receipts. Hiss! Upon seeing what was inside, Li Lady, along with the three military wives, all gasped. It's not that the reward is too small. In fact, it's quite generous. 10 black coins are worth 100 yuan, enough to build 4 mud brick houses in the countryside. This doesn't even include those coupons: grain coupons, industrial coupons, sugar coupons, cloth coupons, cotton coupons, and even a sewing ticket. Li Yufu was also impressed by the generosity of the gesture, but his appreciation became normal after he opened the letter of commendation. The human traffickers who abducted babies on trains were a large-scale trafficking gang with a long history of crimes, spanning several provinces. Following the clues, not only was this criminal gang of dozens of people dismantled, but nearly 100 abducted infants and children were also rescued. It can be said that Li Yufu, with his own efforts, helped the police solve the case and indirectly helped hundreds of families. He deserves the police's efforts. Chapter 115, Another Letter of Introduction. What is this? Lee Lady's eyes widened at that moment. It was a letter of introduction stamped with the seal of the Railway Police, commonly known as a work quota. Railway Police, also known as Railway Police or Railway Police, are under the administration of the Ministry of Railways. Their duties are similar to those of local public security officers. One is to maintain social stability and combat criminal activities, and the other is to maintain the safety of train transportation and combat criminal activities. Meanwhile, some cross-regional criminals are also escorted by railway police. Sixth brother, is this a letter of introduction from the Public Security Bureau? So, you're saying you can become a police officer in the future? Lee Lady covered her mouth in surprise, then was overjoyed. Lee Yofu nodded and then shook his head. His heart was not as calm as it appeared. On the one hand, the commendation letter, bonus, and receipts sent by the railway police, along with this letter of introduction, demonstrate their sincerity. On the other hand, Lee Yofu also guessed that the railway police must have been attracted by his observation skills and keenness. In fact, it was similar to what Lee Yofu thought. The train was full of pedestrians and passengers. Without good observation skills, how could one discover that the other party was a criminal? Lady, what kind of letter of introduction is it? Tell me so I can be happy for you. It's nothing. It's just that the letter of commendation that the police sent to my brother also included a letter of introduction. Lee Lady straightened her back and spoke with immense pride, as if she, not Lee Yofu, was the one being honored. So that means your brother got accepted into the police force. Great news. This is fantastic news. I heard that once you start working there, the monthly salary is 30 yuan. The three women, Wang, Li, and Shun, looked at Lee Lady and her brother with undisguised envy. The salaries of public security police officers are divided into 13 levels, with the lower the number, the higher the salary. Even the lowest level 13 has a monthly salary of 30 yuan, which may vary depending on the region. Unlike them, who were just military dependents who came with the army, the military would arrange some jobs for military dependents to supplement their living expenses, but the treatment was only half that of Lee Yofu. Even so, each position is filled by a specific person, and the majority of them are military spouses without jobs. Third sister, let's go. Lee Yofu put away the envelope and gestured to his third sister. Lee Lady nodded. Sister-in-law Wang, sister-in-law Li, sister-in-law Chun, my brother, and I will be leaving now. We still need to go to the post office. Okay, let's talk again when we have time. We should head back now that we've picked up the mail. Good. Even after Lee Yofu and Lee Lady walked out of the gatehouse, they could still faintly hear envious voices inside. Sixth brother, let's go mail it first. Such a big thing should be sent to mother with a telegram to share the good news and make her happy. Lee Yofu had no objection to making Jiang Tsuehua happy. Lee Yofu, however, has not yet considered becoming a railway police officer. He smiled and said, Third sister, I have no objection to telling mother the good news, but I haven't decided yet whether I want this job or not. Why? Lee Lady asked, puzzled. In this day and age, finding a job is incredibly difficult, not just for military wives, but even more so for civilians. Lee Yofu had already prepared his explanation. Third sister, I'd like to think about it some more. With my qualifications, even if I went, it would be impossible for me to become a railway police officer so quickly. First, one must undergo a period of professional training, master basic police skills and investigative techniques, and pass the assessment before becoming a railway police officer. Lee Lady opened her mouth, but found she couldn't find the words to refute it. Although Lee Lady secretly hoped that Lee Yofu would have a decent job, she was unwilling to actually see him fight with the thugs and get injured. Third sister, don't overthink it. Actually, there's another job waiting for me. What? Lee Lady felt her head buzzing. Others might not even get a job, but Lee Yofu said there was still a job waiting for him. If she knew that she still had a job at the research institute in her hometown, Lee Lady would probably shut up on the spot. Lee Yofu smiled slightly. Red Star Machinery Factory, do you still remember it? Lee Lady looked at Lee Yofu. The fish, which cost 1 yuan per jean, allowed Lee Yofu to earn more than 2 months' wages from Niahailong in just half a day. I doubt anyone could forget it so quickly. There will be more after midnight. Chapter 116, Onboarding. Actually, I didn't mention it when I came back last time, but Hongxing Machinery Factory had reserved a job for me. Li Lady's expression was a little strange. Is that Section Chief Wang who bought your fish last time? Right. Li Youfu nodded. Section Chief Wang originally wanted me to go to Hongxing Machinery Factory to see him in the next couple of days. If all went well, I could complete the onboarding procedures that day. It's been raining for several days in a row. After saying that, Li Youfu shrugged. You brat, if I hadn't asked you, were you planning to keep this from me forever? Li Lady angrily reached out and pinched Li Youfu. Ouch, gently, gently. It's not that things haven't been done. Even if I told you, you might not believe me. It's better to wait until the work permit is issued before we talk about it. That's true. Li Lady couldn't help but roll her eyes, then reached out and rubbed the spot where she had pinched herself. Does it still hurt? It definitely doesn't hurt. Li Youfu was afraid that if he said it didn't hurt, his third sister would hit him hard again, so he might as well pretend to be grimacing from the beginning. I don't know how my brother-in-law can put up with my third sister's temper. Li Youfu still muttered a complaint to himself. It's all right, as long as you don't blame me for keeping it from you, third sister. You're so good at talking you knew I'd be angry, yet you kept it from me. After a pause, Li Lady asked, so what do you think? Go to the Red Star Machinery Factory, or become a railway policeman? When she said this, Li Lady's heart had already leaned towards the Red Star Machinery Factory. Hongxing Machinery Factory was a large factory with several thousand employees in the local area. It was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Metallurgy, and even on a national scale, Hongxing Machinery Factory could not be considered small. Another point is that if Li Youfu works at the Hongxing Machinery Factory, it's close by, so they can visit each other often. It would be even better if they settled down here, and then they could bring Jiang Zuohua over so she could enjoy a comfortable life here. Li Youfu was unaware that his third sister had already thought so much. I'll go to the Hongxing Machinery Factory to find Section Chief Wang first. Let's see how his arrangements are going. We'll talk about the rest later. When are you going? Now. Li Lady nodded. Go early and come back early. It just rained, and some places are still wet. Okay, then I'm leaving, third sister. Good. Watching Li Youfu's departing figure, Li Lady turned around and walked towards the compound. This younger brother is too outstanding. If he only had one job, he wouldn't have to think so much. Thinking of this, Li Lady couldn't help but laugh. The entrance to Hongxing Machinery Factory. Comrade, you're not from our machine factory, are you? As soon as Li Youfu arrived at the door, he was stopped by a security guard dressed in military uniform and wearing a liberation cap. The other person was in his early 30s, with sharp eyes, constantly sizing up Li Youfu. Li Youfu smiled politely. Hello, comrade. I'm here to see someone. Wang Baoqiang, Section Chief Wang. He said he's the head of the purchasing department at Hongxing Machinery Factory. As they were talking, Li Youfu offered him a cigarette. The cigarette is good. The security guard took the cigarette, glanced at it, and then said, Section Chief Wang is indeed the head of our factory's purchasing department. Please come in and register first. Okay, comrade. Li Youfu was then taken to the security department, where he filled in his name and other relevant information in the visitor registration book before finally being allowed to enter the machinery factory. Follow this road, turn left at the bend ahead, and that office building is there. Thank you, comrade. Li Youfu thanked the other party again before proceeding in the direction indicated by the security personnel. It must be said that Hongxing Machinery Factory is really big, covering an area of more than 600 acres, with factory buildings, the roar of machines, and workers constantly working on the machines. For first-time visitors to the Hongxing Machinery Factory, especially those with poor sense of direction, it is easy to get lost inside. Knock knock. Come in. Section Chief Wang. Upon seeing Wang Baoqiang's familiar face, Li Youfu greeted him. Sixth brother. Ha finally came. Sit. Wang Baoqiang got up from his chair, appearing very enthusiastic. After shaking hands with Li Youfu, he invited Li Youfu to sit down and then made him a cup of brick tea. Good tea is hard to come by. It took me half a day to get this. Wang Baoqiang smiled and offered him a cigarette, and Li Youfu took out matches and lit them for the two of them. In an instant, billowing smoke and swirling mist filled the air. Before Li Youfu could speak, Wang Baoqiang took a drag of his cigarette and continued. Sixth brother, I've already spoken to Deputy Factory Director Wang and reported your situation to him. Deputy Factory Director Wang wholeheartedly supports capable comrades. Now it's up to you whether you're willing to come to our Hongxing machinery factory. The conditions I told you before remain unchanged. As long as you can complete the procurement targets on time, you can have flexible working hours. By the way, could you tell me your educational background, Lao Lu? Junior high school. So, upon hearing Li Youfu's answer, Wang Baoqiang pondered for a few seconds. Sixth brother, regarding your salary, as an 8th level clerk, it's 33 yuan per month. The next level up is 7th level clerk, which is usually the salary given to vocational school graduates after they become full-time employees. I hope you understand this. Li Youfu smiled and nodded. This is already very good. To be honest, it completely exceeded my expectations. I thought he was at most a level 10 clerk. Haha, I have a lot of confidence in your abilities. Wang Baoqiang laughed and said, Sixth brother, don't worry. The level 8 clerk is only temporary. I believe in your ability. As long as you can contribute to the factory, your level will rise soon. Thank you, Section Chief Wang. Wang Baoqiang pretended to be angry. Well, when we're alone, just call me Brother Wang. I was thinking of asking you to teach me how to fish someday. Li Youfu chuckled. Actually, fishing is nothing more than baiting. Once you get the fish to come to you, it will be easier to catch them. As I always say, if you want to gain something, you have to give something in return. As long as the gains outweigh the losses, I think it's worth it. Wang Baoqiang seemed to be deep in thought. In fact, he had witnessed Li Youfu's fishing process firsthand and knew much more than the later fisherman. Because he knew this, he felt that Li Youfu was not as simple as he seemed. There wasn't enough food to eat. So how many people would be willing to use food to bait a hole? And yet he actually succeeded. This demonstrates tremendous perseverance, determination, and confidence in one's own abilities. At least, among the people Wang Baoqiang had met, only those at the level of Deputy Factory Director Wang and Factory Director Li were considered high-ranking, while Li Youfu was still quite young. By the way, Lao Lu, if there are any other difficulties, please tell me as well. I'll take care of what I can do now, and I'll ask Deputy Factory Director Wang for instructions on what I can't do. There really is. Li Youfu smiled sheepishly. Brother Wang, let me ask if the factory provides accommodation? Where are you staying? Wang Baoqiang was stunned for a moment before he realized what was going on. Living conditions, it's quite difficult to find housing in the factory these days. There's a large compound not far from here. After we finish the formalities, I'll take you to the sub-district office. Take the factory's documents and let the sub-district office make arrangements for you. It's not in a rush. I'm currently staying with my sister, but it's not good to stay there indefinitely. Wang Baoqiang agreed. That's no problem. At least it'll give you a place to stay. Let's talk as we walk. I'll also tell you about the purchasing department. Okay, Li Youfu responded, and then went out with Wang Baoqiang. Sixth brother, the procurement department is both difficult and easy. Based on your current level 8 clerk, you need to complete a procurement volume of 500 yuan per month. 500 yuan. Wang Baoqiang then explained. It's supplies worth 500 yuan. Are there any restrictions? Anything edible is fine, especially meat, which is something our Hongxing machinery factory is in short supply of. Li Youfu nodded in deep agreement. A large factory like Hongxing machinery factory with several thousand employees was considered good. Apart from a lack of oil and fat, basic food supplies could be guaranteed. However, this also served as a reminder to Li Youfu that when making purchases, he didn't necessarily have to limit himself to meat. He could also use up some of the existing inventory in the store. However, how to take it, and how much to take out, still needs to be considered. Hello, Section Chief Wang. Hello to you too. As the two walked toward the personnel department, they would greet Wang Baoqiang, an acquaintance, whenever they ran into him. Soon, we arrived at the personnel department. Section Chief Wang, what brings you here? Sister Luo, I brought him here to register. This is the note from Deputy Factory Director Wang. Please take a look. Sister Luo took the note from Wang Baoqiang, glancing at its contents while glancing at Li Youfu out of the corner of her eye. No problem. Comrade, what's your name? Li Youfu. You look so young, you probably don't have a boyfriend yet, right? How about I introduce you to someone? No need, Sister Luo, I haven't thought about getting married so soon. Harry, even blushing now. The personnel department was full of women, and they usually dealt with workers and rough men. It was rare to see a young and handsome guy like Li Yofu. Furthermore, Li Yofu was immediately assigned the rank of level 8 clerk and had his probationary period shortened, which means that from now on, Li Yofu is a formal member of the Hongxing Machinery Factory. They're all shrewd people. There's nothing they don't understand. Also, the protagonist doesn't follow the police route. The main plot revolves around food, and it will always be about that. Chapter 117. Current status of the procurement department. Sister Luo, don't make things difficult for him. Once Lao Lu gets a job at our machinery factory, do you still have to worry about him running away? Haha, you're right. Sister Luo then looked at Li Yofu and asked, your name is Lao Lu? Li Yofu chuckled. I'm the 6th child in my family. That's what everyone I know calls me. I see. Sister Luo smiled and said, then I'll call you Lao Lu too. It sounds more friendly that way. 6th brother, the onboarding procedures are all done. Please submit another 1-inch photo in the next couple of days so we can process your employment certificate. Do you know where to take the picture? Li Yofu nodded. I know, it's a state-run photo studio. Thank you, Sister Luo. Sister Luo waved her hand. You're welcome. We're all from the same factory. Just let me know if you need anything. Sister Luo, then I'll take the person away. Go. Wang Baoqiang led Li Yofu out of the personnel department and joked, 6th brother, I hope I didn't ruin your plans. Section Chief Wang is joking. I really don't plan to get married so soon. Why are you calling me Section Chief Wang again? Didn't I tell you to just call me Brother Wang? Li Yofu grinned. This is a machinery factory after all, so I think it's better to address people by their titles. If you want to call me Section Chief, then it's up to you. Despite saying that, Wang Baoqiang was still quite pleased. He patted Li Yofu's arm and said, come on, let's go back to the purchasing department first. I'll also introduce you to the colleagues in the 3rd department and the purchasing process in our factory. Li Yofu naturally had no objections. Since he had accepted the job, he naturally needed to familiarize himself with his colleagues and the procurement process. Before long, the two returned to the purchasing department. Wang Baoqiang sent someone to notify the people in the purchasing department to come to a meeting. While doing so, he introduced to Li Yofu. Our machinery factory's purchasing department is divided into 3 sections and a motor transport team. Section 1 is mainly responsible for the factory's food supply, as well as daily necessities, labor protection supplies, and living supplies. Section 2 is responsible for the factory's machinery, parts, raw materials, etc. You can just look into this. It is mainly Deputy Factory Director Wang, who is in charge of logistics, who coordinates and manages it. Let's talk about the 3rd department, which is the department I'm in charge of. It mainly handles the procurement of unplanned supplies, such as meat, eggs, vegetables, and fruits. Do you understand what I mean? Li Yofu nodded. Similar to those fish from last time? That's right. Wang Baoqiang, with an expression that suggested he was ready to learn, said, this job is not easy. There is a shortage of food everywhere, and our unit is not the only one lacking unplanned supplies. We need our purchasing staff to go deep into the townships, communes, and villages and do everything we can to purchase unplanned supplies. This not only requires the purchasing staff to be capable, but also to maintain good relationships with leaders at all levels. Otherwise, why would they sell us materials that are not part of the production plan? Don't you think that makes sense? Just as Li Yofu was about to nod in agreement, a flurry of footsteps echoed in the stairwell. Wang Baoqiang patted Li Yofu's arm. 6th brother, they've all arrived. You just joined the factory today. Let me introduce you to them. Yes, Section Chief Wang. Wang Baoqiang led Li Yofu into an office that resembled a classroom. Hello, Section Chief Wang. Hello, Section Chief Wang. Wang Baoqiang waved his hand. This is our new colleague. Let's all give him a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. Applause immediately followed. Wang Baoqiang whispered again. 6th brother, introduce yourself to everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Li Yofu. I am the 6th child in my family, so you can also call me Lao Lu. It is an honor to join the Hongxing Machinery Factory family and become a member of the Purchasing Department 3. Li Yofu looked around and saw 13 purchasing agents sitting in chairs. More than half of the purchasing staff are at the purchasing points, not at the factory. Li Youfu's tone gradually rose from a low and slow tone to a high one. When I first arrived, Section Chief Wang told me that you are the pride of Section 3. You are not afraid of hardship or difficulties, and you always complete the procurement tasks excellently. You have made great contributions to ensuring the workers' meals. You are also the role model for me, Li Youfu. Good. As everyone applauded, a tall, thin man suddenly stood up. Sixth brother, right? You're right. I like you. Want to come to my region? If you can handle it, the monthly quota will be a piece of cake. Monkey, you should just give up. Everyone knows you can't even collect supplies in your area. The monkey retorted angrily. You're talking nonsense. Who said I can't get supplies? This kid is so eloquent. I believe that with him on board, we will definitely be able to receive supplies. All right, everyone keep quiet. Wang Baoqiang spoke up. Let's start with the monkeys, and you can all introduce yourselves one by one. Gao Weidong, everyone calls me Monkey. Li Jianxin, Han Wanli. As each person was introduced, Li Youfu politely nodded to everyone, marking his first encounter with the people from the 3rd Procurement Department. Section Chief, which area do you plan to assign Lao Lu to? We'll talk about that later. It's not something you need to worry about. Go out and run around if you don't have anything to do. Don't fail to complete your tasks by the end of the month, or I won't tolerate it. Understood, Section Chief. The crowd scattered, giving Li Youfu a smile as they passed by. How are you feeling? I haven't interacted with them yet, but they all seem easy to get along with. The monkey that had just spoken left a deep impression on Li Youfu, and he was simply telling the truth. By the way, what's this area they were talking about? Let's go, we can talk as we walk. Okay. The two came out of the office and walked towards the section chief's office. Wang Baoqiang explained, there's nothing we can do about it. We can't all be crammed into one place. There are also county towns, townships and communes around the provincial capital. We also need purchasing agents to communicate with these places, so we adopted the principle of voluntariness. It's the same principle as in Li Youfu's hometown, where there's a purchasing station right next to the town's supply and marketing cooperative. In those days, apart from government departments, state-owned factories and state-owned units all had the authority to purchase unplanned materials from townships. Moreover, it is reasonable and compliant. In addition, villagers ate at the village canteen, and grain and livestock were required to meet the production quotas assigned by the commune, also known as planned materials. If the collective raises 1 or 2 extra pigs or chickens, these are considered unplanned resources. The money from selling them is recorded in the collective's public account and used to purchase piglets and chickens. The meat and money are then distributed according to work points at the end of each year. That's how it came about. Sixth brother, I've said enough. I'd like to hear your opinion. Should we choose a specific area, or? Wang Baoqiang stared at Li Youfu. He had arranged for Li Youfu to work as a purchasing agent at Hongxing Machinery Factory, partly because he valued Li Youfu's fishing skills, and partly because he suspected that Li Youfu's background might be more than just ordinary. Regardless of the method, completing the monthly purchase target of 500 yuan is still a breeze. This is definitely a good thing for Hongxing Machinery Factory. Li Youfu smiled and said, Section Chief Wang, there's no rush. We still have time. I can go and take a look around. Section Chief Wang, just give me 1 or 2 areas without purchasing staff. Besides, you can't ask someone for a favor empty-handed. The purchasing department has to take care of things like cigarette coupons, right? And what about transportation? How will we send the purchase supplies back? If it's a small amount, I can manage on my own, but what if it's a lot? Chapter 118. The third sister, once again shocked by Li Youfu. In this day and age, offering a cigarette when asking someone for a favor is a very common practice. This is a matter of human relationships and social customs, and it's not hard to understand. There are indeed people who don't offer cigarettes when doing business, or who are looked down upon for only offering unfiltered cigarettes, and end up not getting anything done. So, while purchasing agents may have a glamorous life, they still have to act subservient when asking for favors, which is the complete opposite of later situations where there is overcapacity and they have to beg factories to purchase their products. Of course, Wang Baoqiang smiled and said, our purchasing staff gets reimbursed for 1 pack of Lacoon cigarettes every month. If you want it now, I'll get it for you later. But you should be careful not to be like that monkey who went out all day and ran out of 2 packs of cigarettes without buying a single penny of supplies. He did that. That's right. That kid is as stubborn as a mule. Li Yofu chuckled as well. Section Chief Wang. Why not change it to Dakiaman? Dakiaman should have a higher profile, right? I know that too. We're supporting domestic cigarette brands, and besides, we might not be able to get this much at once, so we just decided to order Lacune. If you want Dakiaman cigarettes, I can only give you cigarette coupons. You can go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy them yourself. Just fill out a form, and I'll sign it later. It's all right, Lacune is fine. Actually, the taste is no worse than Dakiaman. If I ever really need it, I'll get the ticket from you again. You little brat. Wang Baoqiang chuckled, opened a drawer, and took out a pack of Lacune cigarettes, 10 Class B cigarette coupons, and 5 large black 10 yuan cigarettes. Take the cigarettes and cigarette coupons with you when you leave. The 50 yuan is an advance loan to you. Give me a 50 yuan advance loan slip. That's the procedure for us purchasing agents. We can't expect purchasing staff to go down to the lower levels and then have to pay for it themselves, can we? Once the purchase supplies are delivered, you can use the receipt to withdraw the money from the finance department, and the accounts will be reconciled. If a large amount of supplies are purchased, the other party should issue a receipt first. The finance department will transfer the money to the public account, and then the supplies will be brought back. I told you before that it would be better if the supplies could arrive at the factory first. After checking the quantity, type, and price, we can just take the receipt to the finance department to collect the money. Although Wang Baoqiang had already mentioned it once before, Li Yofu still listened attentively, since his methods were different from those of other purchasing agents, and in the end, all the money would go into Li Yofu's pocket. After a pause, Wang Baoqiang continued, another thing is transportation. The purchasing department has 2 bicycles that are about 80% new. If you're going to the countryside, it will be more convenient to ride a bicycle. You can ride a bicycle, right? If not, that's okay too. You'll learn in a day or 2. Yes, it would be even better if there were tricycles. Li Yofu still remembers that Duan Peng was riding a tricycle back then. Wang Baoqiang was somewhat surprised that Li Yofu mentioned tricycles, but when he thought about Li Yofu's fishing skills, he wasn't surprised anymore. This kid is so good at fishing. Is assigning him a shopping task worth 500 yuan too little? Such a thought flashed through Wang Baoqiang's mind. He then smiled and said, the tricycle purchasing department happens to have one left, but they think it's inconvenient and not as easy to ride as a bicycle, so I didn't mention it. Upon hearing this, Li Yofu recalled the image of riding a tricycle to the countryside, and he found it hard to bear to look at it. However, Li Yofu chose the tricycle not to go to the countryside, but precisely to transport supplies. While bicycles are comfortable to ride, they also mean that bicycles can only carry a small amount of supplies. With a purchase limit of 500 yuan, if it's just cabbage, which costs 3 cents per pound, that would amount to more than 10,000 pounds. Eggs also cost only 3 cents each, and not everyone can guarantee that every purchase will be meat. People in the city can't get much meat, so the countryside can't expect much either, and this is an unplanned supply. Therefore, achieving a monthly procurement target of 500 yuan is still quite challenging. This is the price for purchasing supplies. We should try our best not to let the people suffer losses. Then, Wang Baoqiang took out a handwritten price list. Li Yofu glanced at the price offered by Hongxing Machinery Factory, which was significantly higher than that of the state-owned purchasing station. He could understand that one was within the plan and the other was outside the plan. If everything were the same, things would really get chaotic. Okay, Section Chief Wang. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. I'll come back in a couple of days after I get the photos. Li Yofu had learned enough about the purchasing department's affairs, so he decided to go back first. Good. As for your accommodation, I'll have Monkey go to the neighborhood office. You can rest well for the next couple of days, settle things at home, and then you can go to work with peace of mind. Thank you, Section Chief Wang. Don't mention it. If there's anything you don't understand, just let me know. Good. Li Yofu shook hands with Wang Baoqiang and then left Hongxing Machinery Factory. As for the household registration, Li Yofu deliberately didn't mention it. It was very simple to transfer the household registration. He just needed to take the documents issued by Hongxing Machinery Factory to the police station, and it would be done quickly. After leaving the Hongxing Machinery Factory, Li Youfu went to the state-run photo studio. A 1-inch photo cost 60 cents, and if he wanted a color photo, the price would be several times higher, not to mention that he would have to wait a month to pick up the photo. A black and white photo was sufficient for his work ID. After arranging a time with the photo studio to pick up the photos, Li Youfu took a car back to the compound. "Six, brother, you're back. Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." "Then I'll go heat it up for you." "What did they say at the Red Star Machinery Factory?" "What's the rush? Take the meat into the kitchen first." Li Youfu called out to his third sister, raising a piece of wild boar meat in his hand. This was the wild boar meat he had taken out of his spatial storage before returning to the compound. It weighed about 2 pounds. "This is..." Li Lady's eyes widened. "You bought meat?" Li Youfu nodded. "Yeah, I just bought a little bit. Let's make dumplings tonight." All you know is how to spend money. You've already eaten well enough these past few days. Don't you know how to save some money?" Li Lady took the meat from Li Youfu's hand and didn't forget to roll her eyes at him. Li Youfu pretended not to see anything, picked up the thermos, and poured a cup of water into the enamel mug. He took a small sip, found the temperature was okay, and then hugged the enamel mug and gulped down a large cup. He really missed Jiang Tsuehua at home. Every time she returned from outside, Jiang Tsuehua would immediately pour a glass of water with sugar and place it in front of Li Youfu. Li Lady came out of the kitchen. "Drink slowly. There's still sugar in the house. I'll go get it." "No need, third sister. Please sit down first. I have something to tell you." "You say?" Li Lady looked at Li Youfu with some nervousness, knowing exactly what he had been doing all day. "I went to Hongxing Machinery Factory today and completed the formalities. Now I am a purchasing agent in the machinery factory, a level 8 clerk, and I earn 33 yuan a month." "What? 33 yuan? That's so high." Li Lady opened her mouth in surprise. The railway police had a monthly salary of 30 yuan, but that was because the lowest salary for a police officer was 30 yuan. Hongxing Machinery Factory was different. They also had apprentices and interns. Only after they were officially hired would they have a corresponding level. The lowest level was clerk, level 12, with a monthly salary of 23 yuan. Her younger brother is incredibly capable. Then, Li Lady asked, "So, are you planning to stay here from now on?" By the way, the author has finished organizing the plot. Including yesterday's chapters, there are a total of 9 chapters owed. It's just past midnight now, and I will repay 1 chapter every day from today until it's all paid off. In addition, I have read all the reviews, and thank you all for liking this book. I would like to emphasize one thing. Regarding your concerns about whether your family will be left behind and neglected, the author answers with certainty that this will not happen. I just hope that everyone will take their time reading it. The story has not yet been fully revealed, and the main plot will continue to revolve around food. Chapter 119, Raising Wild Boars. "Stay here." Li Youfu nodded, then shook his head. "If I stay here, what will happen to my mother and the others? What else can we do but take it?" Li Lady spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world, then looked at Li Youfu with some suspicion. "You don't mean you're not planning to bring your mother over here, do you?" Li Youfu thought for a moment and then nodded. "Yes. I don't plan to bring my mother to live here, at least not for the next few years." "Why? You've come all this way to work. Do you really want to leave your mother alone at home?" "I never said I wouldn't go back." Li Youfu pulled his third sister to sit down on a chair and then explained, "I came here mainly to see you and your husband. After I'm done, I plan to go back." "Then why are you still going to work at the Red Star Machinery Factory? There's no conflict between them." "What do you mean?" Li Lady was completely bewildered by Li Youfu's words. In her view, having a job is hard won, and since she chose to work at Hongxing Machinery Factory, she should be down to earth. In fact, most people are transferred to other jobs. This covers almost every industry. Finding a satisfactory job right in your neighborhood is almost unrealistic. "Then you'd better give me a proper explanation." Li Lady remained patient and didn't lose her temper. She wanted to hear what Li Youfu would say. "Sis, I just want to ask you a simple question. What is my current job?" "A purchasing agent. What else could it be?" "That solves it." Li Youfu chuckled. "Isn't the task of a purchasing agent to procure supplies and meet the targets set by the purchasing department?" So, if I've completed the procurement task, does that mean I'm considered qualified? Of course it counts. Li Lady hesitated, then said, but Li Yofu smiled and said, there's nothing wrong with that. When I accepted this job, Section Chief Wang promised me that purchasing staff wouldn't have to report to the machinery factory every day. Besides, third sister, how many purchasing agents have you seen sitting in an office every day? Aren't they all out there buying supplies? Li Yofu's words hit the nail on the head. Purchasing agents don't have to be busy in the workshop every day like workers, nor do they have to be like chefs cooking with an iron ladle. Their job is to go deep into the countryside to purchase unplanned supplies. Despite saying that, Li Lady still asked with some concern, then will you be able to complete your mission? Li Yofu nodded. A monthly purchase quota of 500 yuan can be completed in just 1 or 2 days. With the remaining time, I can either go back to visit my mother or stay here. In fact, Li Yofu exaggerated the amount of time by saying it was only a day or 2, just so he wouldn't frighten his third sister. Even so, it still shocked Li Lady. Complete a month's worth of tasks in just 1 or 2 days. It sounds so unbelievable. If it were that simple, purchasing agents wouldn't have to brave the sun and rain to travel to the countryside. Don't brag, or you'll lose your job. No way. Putting everything else aside, you've seen my fishing skills. A purchase order of 500 yuan only means 500 jin of fish. Only Li Yofu could talk about 500 caddies of fish so casually, and he even added, just that, afterward. Li Lady was speechless. It seems not impossible for Li Yofu to catch 200 jin of fish in half a day and 500 jin of fish in 2 days. But this is too eye-catching, and it's only a matter of time before it causes a sensation. Li Lady is unaware that the remarkable feat of Li Yofu, Nie Xingnan, and Nie Rushua fishing at People's Park has already become the talk of the town among the anglers. There's no need to wait until later. Those who have witnessed Li Yofu fishing now will probably respectfully address him as the god of fishing or a master of fishing if they ever see him again. However, these were not things that Li Yofu needed to consider. He paused for a moment, then continued. Third sister, have you forgotten that our ancestors taught me skills? I'm not just good at fishing, I can also hunt. If you don't believe me, I'll go to the mountains and catch a big wild boar another day, and I'll show you whether I'm bragging or not. You brat, are you out of your mind? Li Lady pinched him again in anger. When the troops went into the mountains to hunt wild boars, it was a squad of more than a dozen people, and they were carrying weapons. Let me tell you, never do anything dangerous. Don't worry, third sister, I'm not a child anymore. Li Yofu rubbed his arm. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't dare to cause trouble for wild boars. Besides, you should have heard of traps. Who would want to compete with a wild boar in strength? They always dig traps beforehand, so the wild boar falls into them. Pheasants and rabbits, that's how they came about. However, Li Yofu didn't say one thing. Using the spiritual spring space to store the wild boar was much more convenient than digging a trap. There are still 21 wild boars in the spirit spring space. Apart from a few that were killed by the bear and some that were injured, at least 10 of them are intact. In fact, these past few days, while raising domestic chickens, Li Yofu has also been thinking about whether or not to bring wild boars here to breed. Wild boars eat a variety of things, such as corn, sorghum, barley, rice, sweet potatoes, etc., which can all be used to feed them. And these foods are the things that the spirit spring space has no shortage of. After a period of mental training, combined with the spiritual spring water and the 10 times the time flow rate in the planting area, Li Yofu was able to accelerate the ripening of grains from seed to harvest in just a few hours. This is undoubtedly a kind of progress. Now that I have the identity of a purchasing agent, the breeding of wild boars can proceed gradually. I'm going to heat up the food. We'll eat the dumplings this afternoon. There's no time to prepare them now. Okay. Li Lady went to the kitchen to heat up the food, and Li Yofu's thoughts returned to the wild boar. This time, his consciousness entered the spiritual spring space. My gaze went directly from the planting area to the breeding area. Although only 4 days had passed, 40 days had passed in the breeding area. Each of the 2 hens was followed by a dozen or 20 chicks, chirping and chattering, which looked very festive. Although the number was small, it was the foundation. If we accelerate the process tenfold, the breeding area will be able to accommodate chickens for over a year. By then, The hillsides will be teeming with chickens, more than we could possibly eat. Then, Li Youfu turned his attention to dividing up the wild boars areas. The wild boars areas could not be less than 300 square meters. With his initial experience in raising domestic chickens, Li Youfu quickly completed the division of the areas. Next came the grains, mainly pumpkins and corn, with a small amount of soybean cake as a supplement. Li Youfu also brought in spiritual spring water for this area, wanting to see if the wild boars would grow faster after drinking the spiritual spring water. This is also an attempt. After finishing all that, he heard some noise outside. As soon as Li Youfu's consciousness left the spiritual spring space, he saw Li Lady carrying a steaming hot meal over. Let me fill my stomach first. I don't know if you'll be back at noon, so I haven't made much. Fine. Li Youfu smiled back and picked up his chopsticks to eat. Seeing Li Youfu eating with relish, Li Lady's lips curled up slightly, as if she were seeing a bright future. However, she still didn't understand why her younger brother didn't bring Jiang Zuohua over. They'd rather travel back and forth without spending money on travel expenses or food. Li Youfu was eating when he suddenly felt a sharp look from his third sister. He immediately put down his chopsticks and looked at his third sister with a puzzled expression. Chapter 120. There's still so much to do. What's wrong, third sister? Why are you looking at me like that? Li Lady stared into Li Youfu's eyes. Sixth brother, is there something you're hiding from your third sister? What have I been hiding from you? Then why don't you bring your mother here, and instead choose to run back and forth between the two places? Li Youfu's heart skipped a beat. How could he have forgotten about this? The third sister is different from the other sisters. She's very shrewd. Without a good reason, it's really not easy to just brush this off. Third sister, I think you're overthinking it. No, I wasn't thinking too much. Li Lady shook her head. The more Li Youfu said that, the more suspicious she became. All right. Since you want to hear it, I'll tell you. Li Youfu sighed. Actually, I won't lie to you, third sister. I also have a job in our hometown county. What? You have another job? Li Youfu got up, went back to the cubicle, and walked around, actually taking out a letter of introduction from Director Qian from his spatial storage. Look at this. Li Youfu handed the letter of introduction, which was essentially a business trip certificate, to Li Lady. She glanced at it briefly and completely believed what Li Youfu said. Li Lady never imagined that the business trip certificate was issued by Director Qian at Li Youfu's request. Providing this business trip certificate now has conveniently shut Li Lady up. Sixth brother, now that you have a job, why are you still at the Red Star Machinery Factory? What if people find out? They won't know. Before Li Lady could finish speaking, Li Youfu interrupted her. Why did Hongxing Machinery Factory take a liking to me and rush to give me a job? They only valued my fishing skills. These days, it's not just the Red Star Machinery Factory that's short of supplies. It's the same all over the country. As long as it's not planned material misappropriation, they don't care where the materials come from. Since I have this ability, why not take on another job? This, Li Lady was dumbfounded, but couldn't find the words to refute it. After a moment of silence, she asked again, since your connections are in your hometown, wouldn't a simple investigation here reveal everything? This is precisely where Li Youfu's brilliance lies. Many people don't understand why the root of the problem lies in the household registration system. In those days, everyone wanted to have an urban household registration. With an urban household registration, one could have a ration of grain and use the grain ration book to buy grain at the grain station. The monthly ration for an adult is 26 jin, 13 caddies, but this proportion has decreased in the last 2 years. Refined grains now account for only 30% of the total, and the rest must be purchased as whole grains. 1 jin of rice costs 0.138 yuan, and 1 jin of wheat flour costs 0.126 yuan. This is just the price of refined grains. Whole grains are even cheaper. If you don't have an urban household registration, you won't be subject to a ration, so you'll have to buy expensive grain on the black market. 1 pound of cornmeal, which is made by crushing corn kernels and cob together, is jokingly called cornmeal. At the current price, it can sell for 1.6 yuan. Is it an exaggeration? Not at all. In years of famine, the most valuable thing was grain. Li Youfu had no such concerns, so urban household registration was not that important to him. Furthermore, The lack of supervision gave Li Youfu an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Third sister, I think this is actually quite good. If I really settle down here, there are still my eldest sister, second sister, fifth sister, and fourth sister-in-law at home. Grandpa and Grandma are getting old now. We can't just feed and clothe ourselves and then ignore them, can we? Li Lady had no idea that Li Youfu would think so much. Looking at Li Youfu's extremely serious expression, she realized at that moment that her younger brother had become a real man. Not only can she protect her, the third sister, from the wind and rain, but she can also protect the whole family. Sixth brother, it's because third sister didn't think things through. You're so young, yet you've taken on so much. Your third sister. Li Youfu raised the corners of his mouth and said, there's no need to say these things. Don't forget we're family. Supporting each other is only natural. Yes, we are family. Li Lady choked up a little, feeling a heavy burden on Li Youfu's shoulders. She wanted to tell him about Li Weigua's situation, but the words stuck in her throat. Perhaps it's good to continue like this. Let's just pretend we don't know anything about it. Li Lady sighed inwardly, then tidied up the bowls and took them into the kitchen. Li Youfu returned to the cubicle, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then exhaled a heavy puff of smoke. There are some things I shouldn't tell third sister, so as not to cause her unnecessary trouble. In a few years, perhaps only rural areas will become safe. It doesn't really concern ordinary people, but they are deeply involved in it. These things cannot be said because they haven't happened yet, and there are still many things Li Youfu can do, such as making money, improving his career prospects, and ensuring that his older sisters have stable jobs. In the afternoon, at the entrance of the nursery, Uncle! Upon seeing that it was Li Youfu who came to pick them up, Nye Xingnan and Nye Rushiwa, like wild horses that had broken free of their reins, rushed into Li Youfu's arms. Be careful, or the other kids will laugh at you. Nye Xingnan wrinkled her nose. They wouldn't dare. If they laugh at me, I'll beat them up. Uft. Li Youfu laughed instantly. Girls shouldn't be so violent, or you'll regret it when you grow up. Why is that, Uncle? Why do we only regret things when we grow up? Li Youfu was speechless for a moment. He had just told his third sister that morning not to corrupt the children. How was he supposed to respond? He couldn't very well say. Too violent. They won't be able to get married when they grow up. If you're too violent, you might not be able to make any friends, because they're afraid you'll beat them up. Li Youfu couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. This reason was probably the best response he could think of. Upon hearing this, Nye Xingnan snorted. If you can't even stand being beaten, I don't want to be friends with a coward. Me too, little uncle. Li Youfu. Seeing the two girls looking very serious, Li Youfu patiently continued. You can't just want to know that, can you? Why? What do you think would happen if all the other children thought the same way you do? Do you think that just because you're strong, you can bully weaker children at will? What do you call this? This is called bullying the weak. In later generations, it was also called bullying. What would you do if a stronger kid bullied you like this? Li Youfu wanted to teach the two little girls these principles. Don't bully the weak, and don't let others bully you. We shouldn't cause trouble, but we shouldn't be afraid of trouble either. If you haven't provoked them and are still bullied, your uncle will only tell you one thing. Get back at them hard. Will Mom and Dad scold us? Your uncle will stand up for you. Real. My uncle is so kind. The two little girls were led by the hand by Li Youfu, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the three of them, casting long shadows. Come on, let's hurry back. Your uncle told you that Mom made dumplings today. Dumplings are ready. Uncle, run. Chapter 121, Work Permit in Hand. 2 more days have passed in the blink of an eye. Third sister, I'm going to the Red Star Machinery Factory after breakfast. I won't be back for lunch, so you don't need to save me any. Okay, I'll prepare some food for you to take with you. No need, sister. Hongxing Machinery Factory has its own canteen. I can eat there. That's right. Look at my memory. Even though 2 days had passed, and Li Lady had accepted the fact that Li Youfu had 2 jobs, she was still a little flustered when she saw him off to work for the first time. Li Youfu smiled slightly, waved to his third sister, and said, Then I'm leaving. Li Lady shouted at Li Youfu's retreating figure, Drive carefully on the road. When you get to the factory, Don't go around telling people that you still have a job back in your hometown, understand? I'm not stupid. After saying this, Li Youfu left the compound. He thought to himself, third sister is shrewd, but her thinking is still stuck in this era. It's already quite good that she can accept this level of understanding. 2 hours later, at the Red Star Machinery Factory, Li Youfu took the newly acquired 1-inch photo to the personnel department. Sister Luo, I'm here to deliver some photos. Oh, it's the 6th child. Let's put the photo aside for now. You mentioned last time that you're the 6th child in your family. Right. Who are the family members? Sister Luo pointed to a chair next to her. Sit down and talk. Several older women nearby covered their mouths and chuckled, making Li Youfu feel uncomfortable, but he still sat down and replied, Sister Luo, my family are just ordinary farmers. My parents are still alive, and I have 4 older sisters and 1 older brother. Except for my 5th sister and me, the others are all married. Sister Luo smiled and nodded. That's good. I told you last time about introducing someone to you. Do you want to find some time to meet her? The girl is about your age. Apart from not having a job, she is both beautiful and efficient. We can discuss the bride price and everything else. We won't put you in a difficult position. Li Youfu, just how popular am I? In TV dramas, it's always the same. City people look down on rural people, shaking their heads as soon as they hear someone's family is from the countryside. Why does he change his tune and even try to introduce potential partners to himself? Just as Li Youfu was starting to have doubts, another woman, surnamed Li from the personnel department, spoke up. Sister Luo, please don't make things difficult for Lao Lu. Look at his unwilling expression. Don't you know what's going on? Originally, I had the same idea as you. I wanted to find a match for my niece, so I wanted to ask where Lao Lu was assigned to live so that I could get acquainted with the family. When I asked Section Chief Wang, I found out that Lao Lu had been staying at his sister's house, which is in the military compound. Upon hearing this, everyone present's eyes lit up. In those days, family members who could live in military compounds with their spouses had to be at least at the deputy battalion level or have served for 15 years and be over 35 years old. In some areas with harsh conditions, the requirements for accompanying military personnel are relaxed to the company level. For example, Li Debao is a company commander with combat merits and special family circumstances, so he enjoys the preferential treatment policy for accompanying military personnel at the deputy battalion level. Li Youfu smiled slightly. Sister Li, I'm just temporarily staying at third sister's house. Once the factory arranges accommodation, I'll move out of third sister's place. To be honest, my third brother-in-law has a large family to support, so he can't offer me any help. These words were tantamount to telling Sister Li and the others that Nya Hailong is Nya Hailong, and he is him. If they thought they could take advantage of third sister's family in this way, they were mistaken. But to others, it was undoubtedly said that the third sister's family was doing quite well and didn't need any help. Sixth brother, I think you're right. Relatives are just relatives. When it comes to living life, the couple still has to close the door and live their own lives. So what was your first impression of me? The girl who said this was Wang Yu, also a member of the personnel department, and only 3 years older than Li Youfu. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Wang Yu, surprised that she was so bold as to actively promote herself. Sister Luo, standing to the side, wore a warm, doting smile. I almost forgot about Wang Yu. Sixth brother, why aren't you saying anything? Wang Yu is asking you a question. If this can be done, it will be a great success story in our department. Sisters, don't you agree? Ha, Sister Luo is right. Li Youfu felt like he had entered a wolf's den. The women were looking at him with eyes that seemed to want to devour him. Who said women in this era are conservative? Especially Wang Yu, whose gaze was so obvious, that unbridled scrutiny of his face, and his expression conveyed a sense of satisfaction. Li Youfu looked so embarrassed he could practically dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Should he say that his first impression was good or bad? All right. It seems that Lao Lu's skin is really thin. Sister Luo quickly picked up Li Youfu's photo, then dipped it in some paste and stuck it on the work permit, before pressing it firmly under the stamp. I've got your work permit. Just keep it with you. If you accidentally lose it someday, remember to come and get a replacement. Thank you, Sister Luo. Sister Luo smiled and said, Don't be polite. I'll let you off this time. Since you're already one of our factory's employees, it's better to let Wang Yu have the advantage of being close to us than to let outsiders benefit from this arrangement. Sixth brother, didn't you think so? That's bullshit. Li Youfu cursed inwardly. Wang Yu wasn't bad looking, but she was definitely not pretty either. She had the delicate, refined air and figure typical of Southerners, but Li Youfu preferred women with long legs and curvaceous figures. This is completely contrary to what we were thinking. It doesn't fit at all. Even if some people say, what's the use of finding someone so exquisite and beautiful? The important thing is that she can manage a household well. That might work for others, but Li Youfu doesn't lack those things. He'd rather find someone pleasing to the eye. On the surface, Li Youfu nodded vigorously and answered hastily, then grabbed his work ID and fled without looking back. This scene caused the people in the personnel department to burst into laughter again. Li Youfu didn't care about any of that. In a great mood, he put his work ID into his shirt pocket and walked briskly toward the purchasing department. Section Chief Wang. Sixth brother, are you here to pick up your work ID? Li Youfu nodded, then took out his newly acquired work ID and showed it to Wang Baoqiang, before offering him a cigarette. Great, you look quite energetic in the photo. Wang Baoqiang glanced at it and returned the work permit to Li Youfu. He took out matches and lit them for the two of them. You didn't get any trouble from the personnel department, did you? There wasn't any difficulty. It's just. Li Youfu's smile was still a little awkward. While smoking, he repeated the story of how Sister Luo wanted to introduce him to a potential partner. Ha ha. Section Chief Wang, you're still laughing. I knew I shouldn't have said it. Li Youfu was a little depressed, but overall he wasn't in a bad mood. It was understandable that others were willing to introduce him to potential partners. He was still quite popular. Wang Baoqiang spoke with the air of someone who'd been there, saying, You know why I went with you last time? It's not because I'm unfamiliar with the Red Star Machinery Factory, so. Li Youfu looked at Wang Baoqiang with a blank expression, and after seeing him nod with a smile, he shook his head. Chapter 122, Back to the Consignment Shop. Yes and no. It's true that part of the reason is that you're new to our factory and unfamiliar with everything. But if you think about it from another perspective, when you go to the personnel department to report, I can just ask anyone to take you there. Isn't that the same? Really, Li Youfu wasn't arrogant enough to think that Wang Baoqiang couldn't live without him. Of course, once Li Youfu demonstrated his ability to acquire supplies, that was another matter entirely. Wang Baoqiang took a drag of his cigarette and continued. Actually, there's another reason. People in our purchasing department are all highly sought after. You know, like the flesh of Tang Monk. The key is that you're still so young, tall and strong, and have a good appearance. Those single young women are still eyeing you. Isn't that a bit much? Li Youfu has been drinking spiritual spring water recently, and with his improved diet, he looks quite different from the people on the street who are pale and thin or have swollen cheeks and bodies. He has to admit that. Wang Baoqiang chuckled. That's not bragging, but every guy in our purchasing department has a girlfriend. These days, it's not that we can't get enough to eat, but it's not necessarily that we can eat very well either. What does our purchasing department do? Especially our purchasing department too. We go everywhere to buy supplies. Let me ask you, buying eggs and meat, it's not unreasonable to buy some for ourselves, is it? If someone's daughter marries a purchasing agent, although she might not be able to eat meat every day, do you think it would be difficult for her to have some meat every few days? Hearing this, Li Youfu finally understood. Putting aside the fact that he has the cheat code of the Spirit Spring space, it's not uncommon for other buyers to take a little extra for themselves when they buy eggs, hens, and fish. The key point is that it's legal and legitimate for purchasing agents to buy materials, but if others buy materials, it's considered speculation and profiteering. The higher-ups might turn a blind eye, but if they get caught and made an example of, they'll really be in trouble. Moreover, having a purchasing agent in the family benefits not only both families, but also relatives and friends. No wonder. I was wondering why they were so eager to introduce me to potential partners. I thought it was because I was so charming, but it turns out that's the real reason. Li Youfu was also somewhat dumbfounded. Wang Baoqiang patted his arm and said, I'm your mentor, so do a good job and don't embarrass me. Don't worry, Brother Wang. I will definitely complete the procurement task well. Here, Li Youfu directly called him Brother Wang. and since there were no outsiders present, it actually helped to bring the two of them closer. Wang Baoqiang smiled and said, "What I just told you. You just need to know, you don't need to take it all to heart." He sighed again. These days, life isn't easy for anyone. If you really meet someone you like, with your qualities, I, Brother Wang, believe you can definitely win them over. Brother Wang, why are we talking about this again? I told you last time that I'm still young and haven't thought about getting married so early. All right, then I won't say anymore. Then, Wang Baoqiang's expression turned serious. Now that you've got your work permit, I won't arrange anything else for you. Just finish the procurement task before the end of the month. Is that all right? If there's a problem, you should have told me earlier. I have connections elsewhere. Li Youfu shook his head. No problem, I guarantee it can be done. At worst, I can go fishing. Wang Baoqiang grinned. I almost forgot about you, an expert. But we can't just have fish. Our people have purchasing points in several fishing spots around here. I know that, Brother Wang. Don't worry, I'll give you a surprise in a few days. The surprise Li Youfu mentioned was naturally wild game like wild boar. He also knew that Wang Baoqiang recruited him into the factory not entirely because of his fishing skills, but also because he hoped to obtain other supplies through Li Youfu's connections. The two of them knew this perfectly well, but no one dared to say it out loud. Good. Wang Baoqiang laughed and said, then I'll wait and see your surprise. If there's nothing else, go to the logistics department and pick up the tricycle. It'll make transporting supplies easier. Thank you, Brother Wang. No need to be so polite. I won't keep you any longer. Go and get busy. Yes, Section Chief Wang. After leaving Wang Baoqiang's office, Li Youfu went to the logistics department to retrieve his tricycle, thus becoming a true car owner. Although this vehicle is just a tricycle, it can withstand any inspection. Afterwards, Li Youfu rode his tricycle out of the Hongxing machinery factory. This time, the security personnel did not stop him, but Li Youfu still offered them cigarettes, hoping to become a familiar face to them. It's just a cigarette, nothing to Li Youfu, but getting on good terms with the security personnel will make transporting supplies much easier next time. Li Youfu rode his tricycle for a short while, then found a secluded spot to store it in his spatial storage. He then took out a bicycle from his storage space. When it comes to convenience and ease of use, the bicycle is definitely the better choice. It took another half hour. Li Youfu visited the consignment shop once again. There are more than just this one store in the entire provincial capital. There are 7 or 8 others of varying sizes. The reason I came here is because I made an appointment with Brother Ho, a staff member, to come back in 10 days. Brother Ho, 6th brother. When he saw that it was Li Youfu, Brother Ho was very happy. Li Youfu had left a deep impression on him last time. After all, in this day and age, it would be hard not to be impressed if someone could take out 800 yuan at once. Brother Ho, did I disturb you? Li Youfu looked around and found that there were only 2 or 3 customers in the consignment shop who were lingering in the clock area looking at something. Elsewhere, the shops were either deserted or had staff sitting idly behind the counter. Actually, this is the normal phenomenon. People who come to the store to consign items are either looking for bargains or consigning items to sell. Naturally, it won't be as crowded as a supply and marketing cooperative or a state-run department store. Brother Ho grinned and said, if you hadn't come, I probably would have stayed until the end of the workday. Ha ha, Brother Ho is joking. Have a smoke. Brother Ho took the cigarette, looked around, and then took out a match from his pocket and lit it. I don't know what's going on lately, but more and more people are coming here to consign items for sale, while we hardly see any buyers. After he finished speaking, he sighed. Li Youfu pointed to himself. Brother Ho, I'm not here to entrust any goods to you. Ha ha ha, come on. Brother Ho will show you something good. Brother Ho took a few more puffs of his cigarette, then threw the butt on the ground and stomped it out. He then grabbed Li Youfu's arm and led him to a counter in the corner. Look, this is it. In the past, this would have been considered a family heirloom. When Li Youfu saw the antique in Brother Ho's hand, his eyes widened in amazement. Chapter 123, Double-Eared Vase with Qilong and Elephant Design. Is this blue and white porcelain? Li Youfu asked somewhat uncertainly, but saw Brother Ho nod with a smile. That's right. This is a yuan blue and white porcelain vase with a dragon and elephant design and double handles. Although it is not a rare human figure, There are probably not many yuan blue and white porcelains in such good condition that have survived. Then, Brother Ho began his popular science explanation, teaching Li Youfu how to identify yuan blue and white porcelain from 5 aspects: style, glaze, cobalt blue pigment, shape, and decoration. It must be said that everyone has their own expertise. If this were in a future era, Brother Ho would surely be a professor or expert. He is currently just an inspector at a commission store, which is a real waste of his talents. Li Youfu chuckled. Brother Ho, I don't really understand what you're talking about. I just like what I see, and I'd rather eat less and save money to buy it and keep it at home. Do you think I'm sick? Everyone has different interests and hobbies. If you consider this a sign of illness, then I am seriously ill. Brother Ho sighed heavily. In fact, he also really liked this yuan blue and white porcelain vase with dragon and elephant design and double handles. But he didn't have enough money to support his hobby. To be honest, if I didn't find you pleasing to the eye and have a real fondness for porcelain, I would have seriously planned to raise the money myself to buy this yuan blue and white porcelain. To those who truly appreciate it, it is priceless, but to others, it is merely a slightly nicer decoration. Since Li Youfu doesn't understand these things, there's no need for Brother Ho to explain the culture, heritage, and traditions behind them in detail. The important thing is that the yuan blue and white porcelain has fallen into the hands of someone who loves it. I just hope that it won't be sold off by its previous owner because of financial difficulties. Thinking of this, Brother Ho felt a sense of helplessness. He paused, then continued. 6th brother, this yuan blue and white porcelain vase with dragon and elephant design and double handles is 37.5 centimeters high, 8.5 centimeters at the mouth, and 12.8 centimeters at the base. It has a dish-shaped mouth, a long neck with double handles, a large and regular shape, a dense and white body, and a rich and bluish glaze. After we commissioned the store to authenticate the item, it was confirmed to be genuine, and the commission price was 80 yuan. How many? 80 yuan. When Brother Ho saw that Li Youfu didn't speak, he assumed that Li Youfu thought the price was too high. After all, Li Youfu had just spent 800 yuan, so it was normal that he couldn't afford that much. Little did he know that Li Youfu wasn't complaining about the price being too high at all. He never dreamed that yuan blue and white porcelain, which would cost tens of millions or hundreds of millions in later generations or be identified as a national treasure, would be so cheaply sold in the consignment shops of this era. If you can't come up with that much money all at once, I can only hold it for you for 2 days. No, Brother Ho, is this yuan blue and white porcelain really only 80 yuan? Although he didn't know why Li Youfu asked that question, Brother Ho nodded. This is the price set by the client himself, and we can only use it as a reference. After all, most people only recognize gold and jewelry. Li Youfu was indeed a little confused by this logic, but after thinking about it carefully, he understood the meaning of the 8 characters, gold in troubled times, antiques in prosperous times. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of most people in this era, antiques in calligraphy and paintings are not edible or drinkable, so they are really not as substantial as grain. During this period, the number of antiques destroyed was countless and impossible to count. Okay, I'll take this yuan blue and white porcelain. Shouldn't we get the invoices over there first? This time, it was Brother Ho's turn to look completely bewildered. He looked at Li Youfu with a slightly scrutinizing gaze and asked, 6th brother, may I ask what you do for a living? I'm just a small-time purchasing agent. Brother Ho is worried that I can't come up with that much money, right? Li Youfu asked the question knowingly, then first took out his work ID, then reached inside his clothes and took out a commendation letter from the railway police. Brother Ho, take a look. When Brother Ho picked up Li Youfu's work ID and glanced at it, then looked at the contents of the commendation letter, a smile returned to his face, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. He smiled and said, 6th brother, I really didn't expect that at such a young age you would not only be a purchasing agent at Hongxing Machinery Factory, but also a great hero in the railway police. I apologize for my attitude just now. I'm sorry, Laolu. I shouldn't have doubted you. It's all right. After all, I look young and don't seem like someone who can come up with that much money. On the surface, Li Youfu seemed indifferent, but inwardly he was giving himself a wake-up call. In this era of universal conscription, being slightly detached from reality without a clear path can easily lead to being treated as a spy. The next steps were simple. Li Youfu paid the money, received the ticket, and then handed the ticket to Brother Ho. In addition to the yuan blue and white porcelain, he also received a purchase certificate. It was stated that Li Youfu purchased the item from a consignment store. Brother Ho, do you have anything else of value? Even if you don't have enough money this time, you can still show me something to broaden my horizons. Li Youfu didn't rush to leave, as that would be too deliberate, and took out a cigarette to offer Brother Ho another one. The two men stood together, puffing on cigarettes, looking like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. Brother Ho laughed heartily. You're acting innocent after getting a good deal. I think you've already bought the most valuable collectible item. Why are you still not satisfied? When the money runs out, you'll really be eating dirt. Li Youfu didn't mind this tone. It sounded like a caring older brother. Li Youfu simply smiled and nodded. I just wanted to take a look and broaden my horizons, so you wouldn't laugh at me for not knowing these things. Did I say that? You little brat, you're really going to keep me hooked. No. Li Youfu laughed along. Brother Ho admitted that he did look down on Li Youfu for not understanding value. But Li Youfu was also a person who genuinely loved antiques. In some ways, they are the same kind of people as those who used to make a living by playing drums and collecting second-hand goods. In addition, Brother Ho had some misunderstandings about Li Youfu before, so now he finds Li Youfu more and more pleasing to the eye, and the tone of his voice is not at all like that of a customer. If you're really interested in this, I do have a book on the subject here. You wait. After saying that, Brother Ho turned around and walked to another counter. He took out a slightly yellowed book from his bag underneath, with the 4 large characters, Appreciation of Antiques, printed on it. Sixth brother, take this book back and take a look. It might be helpful to you and allow you to understand the cultural heritage of several dynasties. This is too valuable. Li Youfu waved his hands repeatedly, saying that the books looked quite old and were even thread-bound. The books themselves were antiques, not to mention the contents. Brother Ho shoved the book into Li Youfu's hands, saying, You call me Brother Ho, so I can't let you call me that for nothing. Here, take it. If you can master the knowledge inside, I dare not say anything else, but at least others will not be able to deceive you with counterfeit goods. Chapter 124, Becoming an Apprentice. Then I'll accept it. That's more like it. Li Youfu was a little embarrassed. This was considered Brother Ho's signature skill, and in this era, one would have to formally become his apprentice. Brother Ho, wait a minute. After saying this, Li Youfu dashed out of the consignment shop, not even bothering to take the yuan blue and white porcelain. 2 hours later, Li Youfu walked in carrying the apprenticeship gifts, and he put the items on the counter. What are you doing, kid? Master, please accept my bow. Li Youfu pointed to the items on the counter. These are the gifts I gave my master as a formal apprenticeship present. Haha, not bad. Lao Ho, you already have an apprentice. Hearing the commotion, another employee from the store came over and was surprised to see what Li Youfu had brought. Wild boar meat, eggs, dukong wine, rice, wheat flour, and cornmeal. Goodness, this apprenticeship gift is quite substantial. Whether it's wild boar meat, dukong wine, or rice and flour, they are all rare and delicious foods, and the total amount combined is quite substantial. Old Ho, where can you find such a good apprentice? If you don't agree, I'll agree for you. Go away, what's it to you? Get out of here. Brother Ho waved his hand like he was swatting a fly, shooing the other person aside, and then looked at Li Youfu seriously. Hey, sixth brother, what are you up to? Li Youfu smiled slightly. Of course I'll become your apprentice. Brother Ho, you've given me such a precious ancient book. If I don't become your apprentice, what kind of human would I be? Or are you saying you don't want to teach me? If that's the case, then I can't accept this ancient book. Li Youfu's decision to become an apprentice was not impulsive, but rather the result of careful consideration, and overall, the benefits definitely outweighed the drawbacks. There's also a saying, a teacher for a day is a father for life. In this era, the apprenticeship system was different from that of later generations. Once you became an apprentice, it was like gaining a relative. You not only had to learn the other person's skills and pass them on, but you also had to take care of them in their old age and see them off when they died. In the past, in order to learn a skill, in addition to working regular jobs, one had to get up early and work late to do housework and farm work for the master's family. If one had a master with a bad temper, being beaten and scolded was a common occurrence. Are you really sure? Brother Ho looked at the apprenticeship gift brought by Li Yufu, and then looked at Li Yufu, who had a serious expression on his face. Yes, I've thought it through. Li Yufu nodded. I do like antiques, not only because they are witnesses to history and culture, but also because they represent the inheritance of our 50-million-year civilization. If I had the ability, I would like to collect all the valuable antiques and bring them out when the country is peaceful and prosperous, instead of letting them go to waste. Li Yufu's words were partly driven by self-interest, but mostly sincere. He even considered bringing back all the national treasures that had been scattered abroad. All right, I agree. I'll take you as my apprentice. Really? Thank you, Brother Ho. No, thank you, Master. As Li Yufu was about to perform the apprenticeship ceremony, he was stopped by Brother Ho, who only told Li Yufu to bow. This isn't the old society. We don't do these things. A bow is enough. Sixth brother, Master's real name is Ho Jinbu. Remember it. I've remembered, Master. Ho Jinbu patted Li Yufu's arm. Take these back. If you bring them all here, what will you eat? This is the apprenticeship gift. Ho Jinbu smiled and said, the apprenticeship ceremony isn't about these things. The 6 items, namely dried meat, to express gratitude to the teacher, celery, to excel through diligence, dried longan, to enlighten the mind and inspire wisdom, lotus seeds, to teach with painstaking care, red dates, to pass the imperial examinations soon, and red beans, to achieve great success, are combined to form the 6 gifts, which are also called the apprenticeship gifts. Seeing Li Yufu scratch his head sheepishly, Ho Jinbu smiled again. The meat and wine are your apprenticeship gifts, Master. Take the eggs and grain back with you. We appreciate your kindness, Master. Old Jiang, come over here and be a witness. Ho Jinbu pointed to the teapot not far away. Serve me a cup of tea, and that will make everything perfect. Li Yufu picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and then presented it with both hands, saying, Master, please have some tea. Okay. Ho Jinbu said good 3 times in a row, picked up the tea that Li Yufu handed him, and drank it all in one gulp. That's wonderful. I've witnessed something beautiful. Congratulations, Lao Ho. Ha ha. Ho Jinbu laughed and handed him a cigarette, saying, Here, have a smoke. I'm in a good mood today. Come over to my place for a drink tonight. Good. When Lao Jiang saw the wild boar meat, he had been drooling with desire. When Ho Jinbu suggested that they eat at his place, he immediately agreed. Then, Ho Jinbu looked at Li Yufu and said, Come to my place for a casual meal tonight, so you can get acquainted with me. Okay, I'll listen to Master. The machine factory? Li Yufu smiled and shook his head. Besides fulfilling the monthly procurement quota, the purchasing staff have relatively flexible working hours. That's good. I didn't know who else was in your family. Li Yufu recounted the situation he could, including who else was in his family. Old Jiang, who was listening nearby, was a little envious. It was one thing to have such a generous apprentice, but to have a purchasing agent from the Red Star Machinery Factory was another. The 8 most common types of workers in that era were salesperson, driver, mail carrier, childcare worker, barber, projectionist, cook, and member of a performing arts troupe. Purchasing staff are not included. In other words, purchasing staff are even more enviable than the 8 types of staff mentioned above. Ho Jinbu listened carefully, and after Li Yufu finished speaking, he said, I'll find some time later to meet your family, so we can get to know each other better and visit each other often. Yes, Master. I'm going back today. I'll let my 3rd sister know first, but I'll have to find another time to talk to my mother. Li Yufu was telling the truth. In those days, the bond between a master and his apprentice was comparable to that between a father and son. It was perfectly normal for the 2 families to visit each other during festivals. For this reason, Li Yufu had no need to hide his family's situation, and Ho Jinbu also told him about his situation. They stayed there for several hours. When Li Yufu returned to the compound from his master's house, it was almost 9 p.m. In an hour, the troops will arrive and the lights will be turned off. Hey kid, why are you so late? I thought something had happened to you. You've been drinking? Li Lady sniffed and immediately detected the smell of alcohol on Li Youfu. Wait a minute, I'll get you a glass of water. Li Lady helped Li Youfu sit down in a chair, then turned around to pour some water, adding a little sugar so it tasted slightly sweet. Li Youfu put down his enamel mug. Today I found a master, had a meal at his house, and also became his disciple. Li Lady didn't think much of it when she heard this. The mentorship system was the mainstream nowadays, and she just assumed that the purchasing department had arranged the mentor for her. Unexpectedly, Li Youfu's next words shocked her greatly. What did you say? You found someone from a commission shop to be your mentor. Li Youfu smiled slightly. Third sister, your understanding is not good. What's wrong with entrusting the store? In the past, it would have been a pawn shop. Do you understand what an appraiser is? Without extensive knowledge, even if you wanted to get in, they wouldn't look down on you. Forget it. You've already acknowledged me as your master. What can your third sister say? You can make these decisions yourself. I'm just worried that you might get scammed. You can't possibly trick me into going fishing, can you? Both of them laughed at this, but Li Lady rolled her eyes at Li Youfu in annoyance, and Li Youfu's smile immediately faded. By the way, third sister, I'm planning to go back in a few days. Looking at the time, it's been almost half a month since I came out, and I'm starting to miss my mom. Li Youfu really missed Jiangsu. He planned to spend 2 or 3 days settling things in Jiangsu and Zhejiang before buying a train ticket to go back. Chapter 125, Third Sister Loses Her Temper. Uncle, are you going back so soon? Hearing Li Youfu and Li Lady's conversation, Nie Xingnan and Nie Ruxiu jumped out of bed and ran to Li Youfu's side, lying on his lap with deep reluctance in their eyes. Li Youfu grinned and reached out to ruffle the hair of the two little girls. Why aren't you two asleep yet? Be careful you don't stunt your growth later. Uncle, are you really leaving? Nie Xingnan ignored this and instead looked at Li Youfu with an extremely firm gaze, asking, Yes, once things are settled here, my uncle will take the train back. Uncle, I can't bear to leave you. Sob, please don't go. Nie Ruxiu sobbed, and Nie Xingnan, who seemed like a little adult, also had red eyes. It's not like it's a matter of life and death. Why are you crying? Li Youfu smiled and gently pinched the noses of the two little girls, feeling a pang of reluctance in his heart. But she still comforted him, saying, After my uncle goes back to see his grandmother, he will come back to continue working. You've never met your maternal grandmother before, have you? When you have the chance, your uncle, your mother, and your father will take you back to see your maternal grandmother, as well as your maternal great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Real. All right, you two go to sleep. Your uncle is just going home for a short trip. It's not like he's never coming back. Li Lady chuckled and scolded Nie Xingnan and Nie Ruxiu before urging the two girls to go back to their rooms to sleep. She didn't forget to mock Li Youfu, who was all smiles, saying, What are you so smug about? You've only been here for less than half a month, and you're already as clingy to me as I am to your brother-in-law. Isn't that right? Li Youfu raised an eyebrow. Li Lady immediately retorted irritably. That's because the food at home has improved since you came. Don't you know that? Li Youfu, third sister knows how to cut someone's heart. He was just so touched a moment ago. Uffed. Seeing Li Youfu's discomfiture, Li Lady smiled and said, All right, I've saved the hot water for you. Go wash up and go to bed early. Okay, third sister. Li Youfu responded and then got up to wash up. He didn't notice that Li Lady's gaze as she watched his retreating figure still held a hint of reluctance. After Li Youfu finished washing up and laid down on the bed, his consciousness entered the spiritual spring space. It's a bit of a shame that the yuan blue and white porcelain I bought today didn't improve the space at all. But in terms of value, I only spent 80 yuan to buy a yuan blue and white porcelain piece, so it's definitely not a loss, and it's even a huge profit. It seems we still need to find a way to obtain Imperial Green. The first spatial evolution gave Li Youfu quite a surprise. I wonder what kind of changes will occur if the Spirit Spring space continues to improve. I'm really looking forward to it. Another point worth mentioning is that Li Youfu will learn about antiques from his master, Ho Jinbu, and Ho Jinbu will also consider things from Li Youfu's perspective as a buyer. He only needs to go to Ho Jinbu's place to study for 3 days each month. This actually suited Li Youfu's wishes, so he wouldn't have to go to Ho Jinbu's place every day. Afterwards, he came to Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces to complete his work at the Hongqing machinery factory, and then spent a few days learning from Ho Jinbu. Not only did he have plenty of time, but he also gained some different experiences. The rest is practice. As the saying goes, seeing it 1,000 times is not as good as doing it once. Ho Jinbu's growth to this level is also closely related to his years of collecting second-hand goods by playing drums. After thinking for a while, Li Youfu began to concentrate on ripening the corn. After ripening the corn on 2 acres of land, he added some food to the chickens and wild boars in the breeding area. Li Youfu finally fell into a deep sleep after finishing his work in the aquatic products area. I slept without any dreams. The next day, Li Youfu slept until he naturally woke up before getting out of bed. Good morning, third sister. It's almost 10 o'clock. If you don't get up soon, I'm going to start making lunch. Li Lady urged. Hurry up and go outside to wash up. I left you breakfast. This morning, the 2 little girls were clamoring for you to take them to daycare, saying you should go back soon. I scolded them for that. Sixth brother, you should drink less alcohol when you're out in the future. Don't ruin your health at such a young age. Li Lady thought Li Youfu was drunk, but in reality, Li Youfu was suffering from mental exhaustion, but he was too lazy to explain. Hearing his third sister's concern and his 2 nieces' dependence, he smiled and replied, I understand, third sister. I don't usually drink much. Maybe I'm just happy because I recently found a master. I don't object to you acknowledging a master. Third sister just wants you to take care of your health. That's all. I know my third sister. Li Lady smiled slightly, turned around and went to the kitchen to heat up the food, while Li Youfu took the toiletries and went outside. Sixth brother, I heard from the other wives that your commendation letter has arrived. Yes, sister-in-law. Li Youfu wasn't familiar with this person, but he still politely called her sister-in-law. In the courtyard, it's always right to call a woman sister-in-law. The person who spoke smiled and said, My surname is Huang, and my name is Huang Lan. My husband and your third sister's husband were comrades in the same regiment, and I am also very familiar with your sister. Sixth brother, I heard that your letter of commendation also included a letter of introduction from the railway police. Is that right? Yes, that's true. Although Li Youfu was puzzled, he still nodded. Huang Lan clapped her hands and exclaimed, This is great news. It's like getting a job as a railway policeman, something that other people would kill for. She then smiled again. I heard you don't have a boyfriend yet. I have a younger sister. Your sister and brother-in-law have both met her, and everyone in the compound praises her. Huang Lan looked radiant with joy. After confirming that Li Youfu had indeed received the letter of introduction from the railway police, her smile seemed even happier than Li Youfu's own. Sister Huang, actually I didn't want the job with the railway police. What? Why didn't you take it? Huang Lan's expression changed slightly, without her even noticing, and her tone became very urgent. I don't like it, and I'm not suited to be a railway police officer. This. Huang Lan stared intently at Li Youfu, and when she realized he was serious, she suddenly sneered. Are you stupid? How can there be someone like you? After saying that, without waiting for Li Youfu's reply, Huang Lan turned and left with a long face. Sister Huang, don't go. Didn't you say you'd introduce me to someone? Huang Lan paused. What's the point of introducing anything? If I were to introduce my sister to you, wouldn't that be pushing her into a fire pit? Li Youfu shook his head, finding it somewhat amusing at the same time. After returning home, I told my third sister about meeting Huang Lan. Li Lady was trembling with anger. That man surnamed Huang is so shameless. What's wrong, third sister? Li Youfu sensed something was off about his third sister's tone, so he tentatively asked, You don't have some grudge against that guy surnamed Huang, do you? It's more than just hatred. She was practically ready to snatch Nia Hailong right in front of her. That's all. Li Lady had kept quiet before, partly because she felt ashamed for having given birth to 2 daughters for Nia Hailong, and partly because of her family situation. Despite suffering immense injustice outside, she never complained, swallowing her pride and bearing it all herself, just so as not to bring any negative impact to Nia Hailong. However, the Huang sisters not only set their sights on Nia Hailong, but this time they've even set their sights on Li Youfu. Li Lady suddenly erupted. Chapter 126. Third brother-in-law gets anxious. At the same time, Huang Lan walked home muttering curses under her breath. As soon as she entered the door, Huang Ying stopped her. Sister, how did your question go? Now all the women in the compound are saying that the commendation letter sent to him by the railway police included not only money and tickets, but also a letter of introduction. Is it true? If I could date him, it wouldn't actually be a bad thing. Although he is Li Lady's younger brother, he is quite handsome and tall. He is also capable. I heard from the other women that if you become a railway policeman, you can earn at least 30 yuan a month. I think you should stop dreaming about nice things. Mentioning Li Youfu, Huang Lan was furious. That kid's brain is full of water. He's a hopeless case. What's wrong, sis? Did he say something unpleasant? Huang Ying really wanted to date Li Youfu. Ever since she saw Li Youfu taking Nie Shengnan and Nie Ruxue to daycare, she felt that Li Youfu seemed different from others. Tall and strong. With a free-spirited air, Li Youfu's exploits spread throughout the compound, fishing, fighting human traffickers on a train, and so on. I heard that he was also commended by the military leaders and the railway police. The bonus and receipts alone were equivalent to half a year's salary for an ordinary worker. Not to mention, in addition to the letter of commendation, there was also a railway police work permit waiting for him. In short, it can be summed up in 4 words: a bright future awaits. This planted a seed in Huang Ying's heart. Since she couldn't take Nie Hailong away from Li Lady, becoming Li Lady's sister-in-law wouldn't be bad either, and she could also annoy her a bit. So, at Huang Ying's urging, Huang Lan went to find Li Youfu. Although Huang Lan also thought Li Youfu was a good person, deep down she felt that Li Youfu came from the countryside. Even if Li Youfu is quite capable, Huang Lan still displayed the superiority complex of city dwellers over country folk during their conversation. In particular, when Huang Lan heard that Li Youfu had refused the job from the railway police, she refused to say another word to him, as if talking to such a person would be an insult to her. Sis, are you telling the truth? He said himself that he didn't want the job with the railway police. After listening to Huang Lan's story, Huang Ying's head was buzzing, and she felt like she was about to go crazy. Such a good job as a railway police officer. Would anyone refuse it? Not to mention Huang Ying. Even Huang Lan believed that there really were such foolish people. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Huang Lan is usually proud and arrogant and disdains to associate with military wives from the countryside. But she has a good eye for people. Battalion Commander Ma and Nie Hailong, even within the entire military region, are outstanding individuals of their age. Huang Lan nodded. It's true. Don't you believe in my ability to judge people? What Huang Ying admires most is that her older sister found Battalion Commander Ma to be her husband. It would be a lie to say that she didn't want to find an equally outstanding man. But how many men are like that? Huang Ying hadn't completely given up. Sister, what do you think about me trying to persuade him? You may be shameless, but I, your sister, still have a sense of shame. I just told that kid I was done with him. How am I supposed to go find him? After saying that, seeing Huang Ying's aggrieved expression, Huang Lan sighed again. When Deputy Battalion Commander Nie comes back, have your brother-in-law go and mediate, and also persuade that kid. Such a good job. It's such a pity to lose it like this. Thank you, sister. Huang Ying smiled gently, already beginning to look forward to it. On the other side, Li Youfu was also startled by his third sister's angry expression. Sister, it's not that serious. What do you mean it's not that serious? Do you know that girl surnamed Huang? She used to pursue your brother-in-law. Li Lady realized she had said the wrong thing as soon as she got to this point, but it was too late. Li Youfu was taken aback at first. What? My brother-in-law cheated on me. You brat. Who are you calling a cheater? Li Youfu and Li Lady both turned their heads at the same time and looked towards the door. They saw a travel-worn man standing at the door, carrying a military green backpack. Who else could this be but Nie Hailong? Sister, brother-in-law, you're back? Hailong, when did you get back? Li Youfu was dumbfounded, while Li Lady's eyes were still darting around. She hadn't expected that her husband, who had just returned home, would overhear their conversation. These words were, in essence, Li Lady's deepest secret. I just got back, and this brat is already accusing me of cheating on him. Nie Hailong stared intently at Li Youfu, a half-smile playing on his lips. Li Lady got up from her chair, walked a few steps to Nie Hailong. took the military bag from his hand, and asked, "Have you eaten?" "I'm going to the kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles." Nia Hailong simply nodded, but his gaze remained fixed on Li Youfu's face. "I haven't done anything wrong. What am I afraid of?" Li Youfu was not afraid at all, and stared at Nia Hailong. "I told you to. That's enough. Can't you just shut up for a second?" Li Youfu and Nia Hailong stared at each other. Then their gazes simultaneously turned towards the kitchen. Nia Hailong's expression immediately changed. "Sixth brother, I haven't treated you badly, have I? You're making up stories about me like this, kid? If this were the army, I'd give you a good beating. How dare you say that?" Li Youfu's voice was louder, and he gave her a disdainful look. "If you hadn't been philandering outside, my third sister wouldn't have had that expression just now." "What? You better explain yourself today. When did I ever cheat on you with other women?" Nia Hailong pulled up a chair and sat down opposite Li Youfu. He was genuinely furious. He had just gotten home when he heard such shocking news. Anyone would be able to handle that. Besides, this person is his brother-in-law, so he can't hit him or scold him. But people have tempers too. If he really angers him, beating Li Youfu would be the least of his worries. Li Youfu took out a cigarette, lit it himself, and Nia Hailong opened his mouth, but then swallowed his words back down. He took 2 puffs and asked, "What's the story with the Huang family's younger sister?" "What Huang family sister?" "A military wife, surnamed Huang." Looking at Li Youfu's "keep pretending" expression, Nia Hailong felt both annoyed and amused. He suddenly remembered who it was. Nia Hailong was somewhat embarrassed at this point. Brother-in-law? You must be referring to Battalion Commander Ma's family. She's just a young girl. I only met her once because I was a comrade in arms with Battalion Commander Ma, and I invited him to my home for dinner. It's not what you think. If you don't believe me, ask your sister if I, Nia Hailong, have ever done anything to wrong her." Nia Hailong was truly anxious. His face was red and his neck was thick, and he also looked distressed as he desperately tried to defend himself. It would be a lie to say that some things didn't reach his ears, but Nia Hailong simply didn't take them seriously. He didn't have such thoughts, and Li Lady was doing well. He would never say such nonsense to Li Lady, lest it cause a conflict between the couple. Chapter 127. Tears of Grievance. "What do you mean it's not what I thought?" "Fine. Even if you didn't do anything to wrong my third sister, it's a fact that that young girl admires you, isn't it?" Li Youfu did save face for Nia Hailong by not using the word pursuit. "That's just baseless speculation." Nia Hailong stood up abruptly. "There's no smoke without fire." Li Youfu also stood up. "Stop arguing. The noodles are ready. Sit down and eat." At this moment, Li Lady came out carrying 2 bowls of noodles. Looking at the 2 men arguing over her, she couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. There was grievance, relief, emotion, and a sense of helplessness. She then looked at Li Youfu and said, "Sixth brother, your brother-in-law didn't do anything to wrong your third sister. Look, you brat, even your sister said so." Nia Hailong kept a straight face, feeling both relieved and guilty. He hadn't done anything wrong, yet he felt absurdly as if Li Lady had caught him in bed with another man. He didn't even dare to look Li Lady in the eye. Snort. Li Youfu snorted and stomped out his cigarette. Then he pulled his third sister's arm and said, "Third sister, sit down too. Let's have a good talk today." "Sixth brother, no need. Third sister hasn't fed the chickens yet. Sit down." Li Youfu's tone left no room for argument, which forced the third sister, who had initially wanted to settle things peacefully, to obediently sit in her chair. This scene also made Li Youfu look more like the older brother. "Third brother-in-law, please sit down too." Nia Hailong sat in the chair, his back ramrod straight. His military posture, standing like a pine tree and sitting like a bell, made Li Youfu glance at him slightly. But only for a moment. His gaze returned to the faces of the 2, and he kept scrutinizing the faces of the third sister and her husband. After a pause, Li Youfu slowly asked, "Third sister, third brother-in-law, what do you think is the most important thing between husband and wife?" "Third sister, you go first." "What else could it be? For us women, we should follow our husbands wherever they go. I just wanted to live a stable life with your third brother-in-law, and I didn't think about anything else." Li Lady was quite straightforward. Although she didn't know what Li Youfu was up to, she still spoke her mind. This is actually the thinking of the vast majority of women in this era. Once you're with a man, it's for life. Even in Li Youfu's later era, it was rare to hear of couples divorcing. Most of them had gray hair at their temples, leaning on each other, a beautiful sight to behold. On the contrary, later generations, who had no worries about food and clothing, treated marriage as a game. Some even faked divorces for the sake of a house, which turned into real divorces, and some daughters-in-law even married their fathers-in-law. This is undeniably an irony of marriage. Nia Hailong looked at Li Lady with satisfaction, nodded to her, and then said something similar to Li Youfu. I, Nia Hailong, have never had any other thoughts after marrying your third sister in this life. Brother-in-law, you must have misunderstood me. I, Nia Hailong, am really not that kind of person. Upon hearing these words, Li Lady's eyes welled up with tears. She desperately tried to wink at Li Youfu, signaling him that it was enough. However, Li Youfu ignored them and slowly shook his head at the two of them, saying, "What you are saying are just your own thoughts, but that is not the most important thing between husband and wife. The most important thing between husband and wife is loyalty." Li Youfu looked at his third sister and asked, "Third sister, have you ever told your husband about the grievances you've suffered over the years?" "You don't." Before his third sister could answer, Li Youfu had already answered for her. Then, he looked at Nia Hailong and said, "Brother-in-law, have you always thought that as long as you give my third sister something to eat and support her, you've given her happiness?" Nia Hailong couldn't answer, but his answer was quite different from Li Youfu's. As a soldier, Nia Hailong dedicated most of his time to the army, training, leading troops, and going on missions, keeping him extremely busy every day. Aside from providing Li Lady with practical assistance, he rarely showed concern or attention to Nia Xingnan and Nia Rushua, let alone knew what grievances Li Lady had suffered. Li Lady shook her head with a wry smile. "Old Nia, don't listen to his nonsense. I haven't suffered any injustice. I'm fine. All right, the noodles are almost soggy. You two hurry up and eat your food." Third sister, sixth brother, please stop talking. A pleading look appeared in Li Lady's eyes. Seeing this, Li Youfu felt very uncomfortable, as if he were some kind of wicked person, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Lady, don't make a sound. Let this kid finish what he has to say today. I was just thinking of hearing my brother-in-law's opinion of me, to see if I, as his brother-in-law, have done anything wrong. I am both your husband and a soldier. Let's correct our mistakes and strive to improve where we are not." In fact, Li Youfu's words had a great impact on Nia Hailong. Coupled with Li Lady's obviously abnormal behavior, he also wanted to hear where he had gone wrong. Li Youfu chuckled. "Brother-in-law, did you tell me to say this?" Nia Hailong chuckled and scolded. "You brat, stop putting on airs. Just say what you have to say. Then I'll tell you." Li Youfu looked directly at his third sister and said, "First of all, it's your third sister who has the biggest problem. You know perfectly well that your brother-in-law is a rough and uncultured man, yet you keep things to yourself. Do you think that way he will see it and comfort you? If you don't tell him, given your brother-in-law's emotional intelligence, he probably will never find out in his life, and you'll just have to swallow your pride. In the end, you'll become a resentful woman like Aunt Zhang, making everyone hate you and stay away from you." Li Lady was stunned. She couldn't believe that Li Youfu thought she was that kind of person. Was it wrong for her to swallow her anger and not tarnish Nia Hailong's reputation or cause him trouble? "Nia Hailong, I have a feeling this guy is indirectly insulting me. And you too." Li Youfu changed the subject, turning his attention to Nia Hailong. "I'll only ask you 3 questions. My third sister has been with the army for 6 years, which means she's been married to you for 6 years. Do you care about my third sister? When she was raising Nia Xingnan and Nia Rushua alone, did you help take care of the children? She lived in the compound for 6 years. Did you ask her if she caused any trouble and help her solve the problems? There's a lot more, but I'm too lazy to ask you anymore. Even I, who have only been in the compound for less than half a month, can see that my third sister lives on thin ice in the compound, afraid of bringing trouble to you. I don't believe that you can't see it at all in these 6 years. Is it that you can't see it? Or do you think it's a small matter and shouldn't be made a big deal out of it? Brother-in-law, answer me." Nia Hailong was completely stunned. Li Youfu's words were like thorns, piercing straight into his heart. Li Lady, who was standing to the side, could no longer hold back. She felt as if the grievances she had held back for many years had burst forth, and tears fell silently, quickly soaking a large area of the table. Wife, don't cry. Nia Hailong hurriedly got up and used his warm hands to wipe away Li Lady's tears, but the tears were like a kite with a broken string, and new tears would appear as soon as they were wiped away. Chapter 128. Completing the procurement task. Wife, it's all my fault. I'm standing here, you can hit me or scold me. I'll accept it, please don't cry. If Li Youfu hadn't spoken up, Nia Hailong would still be unaware that he had caused Li Lady so much suffering. Nia Hailong looked at Li Youfu for help. Sixth brother, your sister listens to you the most, so please help me persuade her too. Her crying broke my heart. A grown man, a leading figure among the younger generation in the military, was now as helpless as a child. Third sister, while your husband certainly has his faults, I think the main responsibility lies with you. Li Lady wiped away her tears and looked at Li Youfu with a blank expression. You brat, your third sister has already suffered so much, and you still say such things to me. I've really spoiled you for nothing. Don't you even think about it? Isn't it all for the family, for your mother's family? Do you think your sister would ever put herself through this? Li Youfu was unaware of what his third sister was thinking. Now that they had brought things up, he wanted to try and change her mind. A selfless personality is good, but it also means less independent thought, making life too tiring. My third sister is such a shrewd person, she shouldn't do this, she should live a happy life. Li Youfu took out a cigarette, offered one to Nia Hailong, and then lit it himself. Nia Hailong was a little embarrassed, unsure whether to accept it or not. In the end, he followed Li Youfu's example and lit a match. For a moment, the two men were puffing out smoke, while Li Lady glared at Li Youfu with a somewhat angry expression. Li Youfu smiled slightly. Third sister, I know you won't be happy if I say this. Let's not talk about anything else. Just when I first came to the compound, the neighbors came over asking for meat. I just pretended not to hear them. You two were at the door when I asked Shengnan and Rushua why they weren't eating meat. Do you know what Shengnan and Rushua said at that time? They said they wanted to save the meat for their uncle because he had come all the way from so far away to see their mother. They said it was a joy to have friends coming from afar, and they had never seen such a happy smile on their mother's face before. Do 5-year-old children not like to eat meat? No, it's just because they want to see their mother's smile. Yet you, because of face-saving and so-called neighborly friendship, have repeatedly deprived your 2 children of their right to eat meat. And you, as the mother, you only care about your husband's reputation. Have you ever thought about yourself and your children? Li Lady kept her head down, and Nia Hailong looked at her. Brother-in-law, you don't need to look at my sister. She just doesn't want to ruin your relationship with your comrades. She would rather suffer herself and the child than bring trouble to you. You're the most ridiculous one. You think all of this is perfectly normal. This is definitely not the first time. I don't mean to blame you. You're a soldier, protecting your country and bearing the burden for the people. You're a hero at the national level, but at home you're a bastard. Over the years, over so many times, you haven't even noticed that your wife and children have been wronged. And that military wife, surnamed Huang, I only heard my sister mention her briefly before. The rest is all my guess. Putting everything else aside, breaking up a military marriage is a serious crime. The idea that rumors stop with the wise is utter nonsense. Who knows how my sister was gossiped about in the compound? If it weren't for your military image, would she have put herself through this? Stop talking, brother-in-law. Please stop talking. I really didn't know I had made so many mistakes. Daughter-in-law Lidi, I'm so sorry for making you and the children suffer all these years of hardship by following me. Old Nia, too, didn't. Nia Hailong's eyes were red, and he felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Forget about his image. All he wanted to do now was to pull Li Lady into his arms. The two embraced tightly, sharing their stories. Li Youfu witnessed this scene and felt both heartbroken and gratified. However, the adorable images of the 2 little girls, Nia Xingnan and Nia Rushua, suddenly flashed through his mind. It's just that these 2 lovely children have suffered. Li Youfu sighed inwardly. He knew it was time to gracefully retire, leaving the 2 of them enough time and space to pour out their hearts to each other over the years. Cough, cough. Li Yufu coughed lightly. Third sister, third brother-in-law, you two can chat slowly. I'm going to work. Work? Nia Hailong released Li Lady and looked at Li Yufu with some confusion. Li Lady, standing to the side, had her cheeks flushed. She was hugging her man, and if this brat saw them, he would probably laugh at her behind her back. Li Lady glanced at the noodles on the table again. Aren't you going to eat? I'm full from all the PDA you two have shown me. I think I'll just grab something to eat at the factory. I know, Dexing. Take care on your way. Then, Li Lady explained to Nia Hailong, who was still confused, that Li Yufu had met the head of the purchasing department of Hongxing Machinery Factory through fishing. The head of the department was impressed by Li Yufu's fishing skills and found him a job. As Nia Hailong's mouth grew wider and wider, his expression one of utter shock. A sense of pride welled up within Li Lady. Is he really that amazing? Li Lady smiled and said, of course. Shengnan and Rushue, those two little girls, went with me. How could it be fake? I even took the fish I caught and exchanged them with a few other military wives for bath tickets and soap. They're still at home. This brother-in-law is really something else. Most importantly, his words completely woke me up. Nia Hailong looked at Li Lady with deep affection. Lady, you and the children have suffered all these years. I promise that I will never let you and the two children suffer again. Li Lady buried her head in Nia Hailong's arms. Hearing her husband say this, she felt that all the grievances she had suffered over the years were worthwhile, and she had a feeling that her suffering had finally come to an end. Sixth brother, thank you. While Li Yufu's few words awakened Nia Hailong, they also awakened Li Lady. She spoke from the bottom of her heart and remembered Li Yufu's kindness for the rest of her life. The instigator had already left the compound and was heading to the Red Star Machinery Factory by car. Li Yufu's earlier statement about going to Hongxing Machinery Factory wasn't just an excuse. He genuinely intended to come and complete his procurement tasks. After getting off the bus, Li Yufu found a secluded corner, took out a tricycle from his spatial storage, and found that it wasn't far from the Red Star Machinery Factory, plus the advantage of being in a deserted area. Next, he took out the wild boar that had been killed by the bear from his spatial storage. This step was also done with ease, and Li Yufu had even come up with an excuse. Crucially, the wild boar also had marks on its body from being slapped by a bear's paw. What he didn't expect was that the Red Star Machinery Factory didn't care about any of that. How the wild boar died and who killed it didn't matter to the machinery factory. The most important thing is supplies. Wang Baoqiang smiled broadly. Sixth brother, you've really given me a pleasant surprise. The wild boar weighed 232 jin, approximately 161 caddies. Li Yufu didn't need to do anything else with it. Since it was an unplanned ingredient, it was immediately handed over to the factory canteen, where the head chef gutted and processed the wild boar. Section Chief Wang, I was just lucky. I happened to run into a wild boar hunt. Li Yufu's words were intentionally or unintentionally steered towards the military. Wang Baoqiang thought to himself, just as I expected, but on the surface, he praised Li Yufu profusely, saying, this is just luck. Why don't other people have this kind of luck? Sixth brother, I knew I wasn't wrong. Wang Baoqiang patted Li Yufu on the shoulder. You've worked hard too. Go get the receipt first, then bring it over for me to sign and get the money from the finance department. Let's sit down and chat again in a bit. Yes, Section Chief Wang. Li Yufu was even happier than Wang Baoqiang. After all, this was another source of income. Wang Baoqiang had no idea that the wild boar was hunted by Li Yufu and had nothing to do with anyone else. Chapter 129, A Glimpse into the Factory Canteen. It weighs 232 jin, approximately 161 caddies, and at a price of 2.2 yuan per jin, it's 5 fun, 0.05 yuan, cheaper per jin than the research institute's price. But all in all, the price of this wild boar reached 510.4 yuan. Things went very smoothly. Li Yufu received the signed note from Wang Baoqiang and then collected the money from the finance department. The process was quite fast. Sixth brother, come and have some water. Thank you, Section Chief Wang. Li Yufu politely declined, and both of them had smiles on their faces. Wang Baoqiang waved his hand. You were able to complete a month's worth of procurement tasks so quickly. Even if you were to go to Deputy Factory Director Wang, I would feel proud. Work hard. Actually, don't just focus on the task at hand. To be honest, the workers in our machine factory have it tough. I heard yesterday that 2 of our workers fainted on the control panel. Fortunately, he was pulled back by his fellow workers. If an accident had occurred, it would have been a minor matter if he had lost his title as a safety model worker at Hongxing Machinery Factory. There were 2 families that he had to support. You tell me, if the pillar of this family collapses, isn't that like the sky falling? Yes, Section Chief Wang is right. There are no small matters when it comes to safety in production. Li Youfu nodded. Mechanical production in this era was completely incomparable to that of later generations. Not to mention the cumbersome machinery, the production environment relied on human willpower to sustain it. Don't forget that there was no air conditioning in this era. Most production workshops didn't even have fans, yet they had to deal with high temperatures of 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. You're right and wrong. I've looked into it from another angle, and the root cause is that the workers at our Hongxing Machinery Factory are short of money and do high-intensity physical labor, which is why they fainted on the workbench. I felt very bad when I heard that. This is also the responsibility of our purchasing department. Although our purchasing department does logistics work, its importance is no less than that of the frontline workers. Do you understand what I'm saying? Li Youfu nodded. Understood. The monthly procurement quota is just the bottom line. We will procure as many supplies as we can to ensure that the workers at our Hongxing Machinery Factory are well fed and have enough to eat. Only then will they have the motivation and enthusiasm to work. Well said. Wang Baoqiang smiled broadly. 6th brother, don't let your young age fool you. You're a smart man. I'll say it again, work hard. As long as you achieve results, not only will the factory leaders see it, but they will too. Are there any other difficulties? Li Youfu thought for a moment and said, Section Chief Wang, I'd like to ask you for some more receipts. As you know, these days, money alone isn't enough to buy things. You also need receipts. Let me put it this way, I also come from the countryside, so I know best what the people down there want. Take the workers at our Hongxing Machinery Factory, for example. They receive various receipts every month, more or less. As for the rural areas, they can only rely on the work in the fields to complete the commune's production quota every year. The better ones can raise a few more pigs, but they are reluctant to eat the meat they get, because they still need to use it to exchange for daily necessities. Hearing these words, Wang Baoqiang's expression also became serious. 6th brother, what you said is very good. I will find some time to report this matter to Deputy Factory Director Wang. He then opened the drawer and said, 6th brother, I have some tickets here. Take any you can find useful. But you better remember this, kid. You can't just take the ticket and not do the job. What's there to look at? Just give them all to me. Li Youfu grinned. There seemed to be quite a few coupons, including sugar coupons, milk powder coupons, cloth coupons, cigarette coupons, liquor coupons, and industrial coupons. You should at least leave me some. Wang Baoqiang was both amused and exasperated to see that Li Youfu had taken all the receipts. Brother Wang, I definitely can't leave it for you, but I promise you, my procurement quota will double next month. Because there are only a few days left until November. Wang Baoqiang then held up 3 fingers, saying, 3 times. 3 times it is, deal. Li Youfu readily agreed. He would have to pay for the research institute. This was free. Wang Baoqiang. Damn it. That's too little. Wang Baoqiang had a bitter expression on his face, but inside he was so happy he could jump for joy. 3 times the procurement task meant 3 extra people. It's practically free money. It's unclear who actually profited, but Li Youfu certainly didn't lose out. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, the workday bell rang outside. Wang Baoqiang chuckled and patted Li Youfu on the shoulder. It's time to get off work, Lao Lu. You haven't eaten at our factory canteen yet, have you? You're a hero today, so let Brother Wang take you to a private kitchen to broaden your horizons. Brother Wang, it's not appropriate for me to eat in the factory right now, but I'd like to try the cafeteria food too. Li Youfu actually wanted to see what a real factory canteen was like. Seeing Li Youfu say this, Wang Baoqiang did not insist, but instead took out 2 more apples from his office cabinet. 6th brother, this was hard to get from outside. Take it back and have a taste. The apples weren't very big, and they looked a bit shriveled and dehydrated, but in this day and age, they were definitely considered good stuff. More importantly, Once the apples are in Li Youfu's hands, he can try planting them in the spirit spring space, and then he will have an endless supply of apples. Thank you, Brother Wang. You little rascal, why didn't I see you being this grateful earlier? Looks like the allure of apples is truly great. Wang Baoqiang and Li Youfu chatted and laughed as they headed to the factory canteen. Hongxing Machinery Factory has several thousand employees, so one canteen is definitely not enough. The factory has a total of 4 canteens, which are located in different directions. The second canteen that Wang Baoqiang was taking Li Youfu to was also the canteen closest to the purchasing department. When the two arrived at the second canteen, the line for food was already packed with people. When it was Li Youfu's turn, he glanced at the food in the canteen. There were several kinds of staple food alone, including steamed buns made from pure white flour, steamed buns made from a mixture of 2 types of flour, cornbread made from a mixture of 3 types of flour, and rice. There are more than a dozen kinds of dishes, including both vegetarian and meat dishes. Meat dishes cost 20 cents, dishes with lard cost 15 cents, and vegetarian dishes cost only 5 cents. After getting their food, the two found a place to sit down. Wang Baoqiang said with a smile, "How about that? This is the scene of eating at our Hongxing Machinery Factory. You can't see so many people eating together anywhere else. I think it's great. It's more lively to eat with more people." Wang Baoqiang smiled without saying a word because Li Youfu hadn't seen the incident of fighting over a little bit of soup or arguing with the cafeteria cook because someone else got a big piece of fatty meat while he didn't. It just goes to show that with a large population, you'll find all sorts of people. But also because I wanted to fill my stomach and eat some oily food. What Li Youfu found most incomprehensible was that he also saw a burly man, 1.8 meters tall, order 2 steamed buns, but couldn't even afford a 2-cent bowl of vegetable soup. Wang Baoqiang sighed. It's not easy for anyone. Although the factory provides subsidies, not everyone can get a job and a salary. We also have a large family to support. We can only try to save as much as possible. Chapter 130. Old Nya, it's me, Old Ma. 6 brother, we heard you send a wild boar to the factory. We were just wondering if we'd run into you at the canteen. We didn't expect you to actually be here. Just then, Sister Luo, Sister Li, and Wang Yu from the personnel department walked over with smiles, each carrying an aluminum lunchbox. Section Chief Wang, are we not bothering you by sitting here? Don't worry about disturbing me, Sister Luo. Please sit wherever you like. Wang Baoqiang tactfully gave up some space, and he was happy to see Li Youfu surrounded by several women, looking rather humiliated. 6th brother, why didn't you order any meat dishes? Wang Yu glanced at the aluminum lunchbox in front of Li Youfu, then picked up a piece of braised pork from her own lunchbox and handed it to him, saying, "If it weren't for you, our hero, we wouldn't have this treat today. Have a piece to try?" The chef at the second canteen is a level 4 chef. Li Youfu felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect to run into Wang Yu again while eating in the cafeteria. He wasn't averse to being liked by girls, but Wang Yu wasn't his type. In this day and age, if you don't like someone, you should say it clearly to avoid causing a lot of trouble and ruining your reputation. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, the other 3 pretended not to see anything and continued eating the food in their aluminum lunchboxes, though they couldn't hide the slight upturn of their lips. As the saying goes, it's easy for a woman to pursue a man. Wang Yu came to the second canteen at the urging of several older women. Although she seemed very bold at the moment, she was actually extremely nervous inside. "Sister Wang, I'll buy it myself if I want to eat it. You should eat it yourself. The main thing is that I don't plan to get married right now. If other people see this, they'll start gossiping." As soon as they finished speaking, they noticed that some of the workers were looking in their direction. Wang Yu was speechless for a moment. I only treated you like a younger brother because you are young. Don't flatter yourself." "Thank you, Sister Wang." Li Youfu quickened his pace, finishing the food in front of him in a few bites. He wiped his mouth and said, "Section Chief Wang, Sister Luo, Sister Li, please enjoy your meal. I'm done." "Sister Wang, thank you for the braised pork too. I'll bring you something delicious another day. Then I'll be going now." Li Youfu got up and left, and only then did Wang Yu burst out. "This is so embarrassing. It's all your fault for insisting on saying that it's easy for a woman to pursue a man." Sister Luo chuckled and said, "What's the big deal? Old Six said he'd bring you something delicious. Sister Li chimed in. You have to hold on to a good man, lest he be snatched away by some other vixen. Don't you think, Section Chief Wang? Wang Baoqiang felt a cold sweat break out. Was this something he was supposed to hear? Should he say yes or no? Sixth brother, I'm so sorry. Wang Baoqiang thought to himself, but nodded in agreement, saying, Sister Li is right. I think Lao Lu is just shy. What young man doesn't miss his wife? Is that really true? Wang Yu looked at the three of them with serious expressions, feeling a little confused herself. After leaving the second canteen, Li Youfu picked up his tricycle and headed towards the factory gate. He then offered cigarettes to a few people from the security department, and now he was considered a familiar face to them. Sixth brother, are we going back already? Yes, Brother Chun. We plan to go down there and do more things, hoping to bring back some good stuff. Thank you for your hard work. Brother Chun and the others expressed their deepest respect. He praised Li Youfu while constantly expressing his admiration. We are all serving the people. If we're talking about hard work, it has to be the workers of our Hongxing machinery factory, and you security personnel who stand guard and protect the factory. Look at their awareness. Salute. Chun shouted something, and the other three security personnel, including himself, saluted Li Youfu. Li Youfu's expression changed, and he followed suit, returning the greeting. Sixth brother, go ahead and get busy. Drive carefully on the way. Okay, Brother Chun, I'll be going now. Li Youfu rode his tricycle leisurely out of everyone's sight, then took out his bicycle again, and went to a nearby department store to do some shopping before returning to the compound with bags and packages. Uncle. When Li Youfu returned, he ran into Li Lady and Nia Hailong bringing back two young girls. Upon seeing that it was Li Youfu, Nia Xingnan, and Nia Rushua, they let go of each other's hands and ran over in a flash. Uncle, did you just get back from work? Yes. Uncle, Dad and Mom picked us up from school together today. Li Youfu naturally saw this scene and even exchanged a glance with his third sister and brother-in-law from afar. But this didn't stop the two little girls from happily showing off in front of Li Youfu. Li Youfu smiled and asked, Shangnan, Rushua, are you happy that your parents pick you up from school together? Happy. Nia Rushua raised her head and said, Uncle, this is the first time Dad has picked me and my sister up from school. Li Youfu smiled and reached out to rub her head. Dad is busy with work, training, and missions, but your dad promised your uncle today that he will pick you two up from school whenever he's not busy. Really, Uncle? Nia Shengnan and Nia Rushua's eyes lit up. It's true. Li Youfu had one more thing on his mind that he didn't say. Even if it's fake, he'll make it real. However, from his perspective, his brother-in-law had changed a lot in just half a day, which was exactly what he wanted to see. All right, we should head back now. Uncle, let me help you with your things. And me too. Good. Shengnan and Rushua have both grown up and know how to help their uncle with chores. That's great. You two did very well. Your uncle will give you a reward when we get back. Uncle, what are you going to reward us with? I can't say now. You'll find out when we get back. Oh. As soon as the three entered the door, Li Youfu was greeted by Nia Hailong's kind gaze. He called out to the two little girls, Shengnan, Rushua, what is the first thing Daddy told you to do when you get home? Hand washing. That's right, that's really smart. Dad, I'm going to wash my hands. Sister, wait for me. Nia Shengnan and Nia Rushua rushed in like a gust of wind, then hurriedly ran out to wash their hands. At this moment, Nia Hailong looked at Li Youfu with a smile and said, Sixth brother-in-law, thank you. If it weren't for what you said today, I might not have realized how much of a failure I have been as a husband and father. Brother-in-law, let's not talk about these things. I just hope that you and my third sister can get along well and understand and tolerate each other. I even brought back some meat and mitai, and we'll have a meal together at the top of the hour tonight. Ha ha ha, good. Nia Hailong laughed heartily and patted Li Youfu's shoulder forcefully. He was finding his brother-in-law more and more pleasing to the eye. Li Youfu winced in pain, not knowing to be gentle. He was indeed simple-minded and physically strong. I should have known better than to bring Mitai back. Li Youfu thought to himself, but seeing his third sister and brother-in-law's relationship progress further, he was genuinely happy for his third sister. Just then, a deep, resonant voice came from outside. Old Nia, are you there? I'm old Ma. I've come to have a drink with you. Shungnan, Rushua, do you still remember Uncle Ma? Chapter 131. Battalion Commander Ma comes as a persuader. Hello, Uncle Ma. Shungnan, Rushua, do you still remember me? Aunt Huang. Good girl. Is your dad home? At home. Li Youfu and his third brother-in-law exchanged a glance. My third brother-in-law is here to see you. You go ahead and do your work. I'll go to the kitchen to check on my sister. Okay. Li Youfu called out to Nia Hailong, and then carried the things into the kitchen. Third sister, I'm busy. Who's here at home? Li Lady asked. Li Youfu shook his head. I didn't see the person. I only knew that the other party's surname was Ma, so I came in. Shungnan, Rushua said that your third brother-in-law went to the nursery with you? Isn't this fine? Why are you making such a long face? As Li Youfu kept taking things out, Li Lady opened her mouth. 5 pounds of wild boar ribs, the tenderest part, commonly known as spare ribs, a dozen eggs, a 2-pound base, and 2 pounds of soybean oil. Why did you buy so much again? What else would we do with it if we bought it? We'd eat it, of course. Li Lady was speechless for a moment. No. If you buy so much, aren't you going to make a living? It's not much. You've forgotten the money from selling fish last time, and the reward from the railway police. Li Lady. Upon hearing Li Youfu's words, Li Lady felt as if she had punched cotton, and she felt a deep sense of defeat. The things Li Youfu brought back were worth at least 10 or 20 yuan, which, for an ordinary worker, would be almost a month's wages. Even if Nia Hailong's salary is high, 89 yuan a month, it can't withstand such extravagance. But there was absolutely no problem with Li Youfu. He earned 192 yuan in half a day. If he were allowed to earn more, he could earn over 1,000 yuan a month. In this day and age, over 1,000 yuan is a huge sum of money that many people would never even dream of. Li Lady was unaware that the things Li Youfu brought back hadn't cost any money at all. The ribs were from wild boar he had hunted before, the soybean oil was made from soybeans he had grown, and even the eggs and fish were products of the spiritual spring space. If a few more days pass and there's still chicken left over, I wonder how she'll feel then. Li Youfu smiled slightly. Third sister, you know my abilities. We're family, so we can eat whatever we want behind closed doors. Just tell outsiders that I bought it with a reward. Besides, today is the day you and my third brother-in-law have resolved your differences. Shouldn't we celebrate? Fine, third sister. I can't argue with you, okay? Who told you, my third sister, to be so lucky to have such a good brother like you? At this point, Li Lady chuckled to herself. Third sister, then let me show you something else good. Li Youfu magically produced 2 apples and waved them in front of his third sister. Apple, where did you come from? Li Lady's eyes widened again. While meat could still be bought at the market, fruit was a true rarity. Li Youfu chuckled. Of course I didn't steal them. Didn't I say I went to the Hongxing machinery factory today? These 2 apples were brought back by our section chief, Wang, so my family could have a taste. Keep this for you and your brother-in-law, and I'll take the other one to share with the 2 little girls. Li Lady felt a warmth in her heart, but still said, 6th brother, your brother-in-law and I won't eat. You keep one for yourself, and give the other to Shungnan. Rushua can just have a taste. Okay then, I'll keep both for them, one for each of them. When I have the chance, I'll bring back more fruit. This time, I'll just have to fight with the 2 kids for it. Li Youfu was referring to waiting for the apples to grow in the spiritual spring space, as apple trees typically take 3 to 5 years to grow. A 10-fold increase in time flow rate would only take a few months. Furthermore, with the use of spiritual spring water and the stimulation of mental energy, this time will be greatly shortened. Li Youfu estimated that it would take at most a month, which he could easily wait for. The next time he comes to Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces from his hometown, he can take out the apple. You think fruit is all cabbage? It's probably not easy for your section chief Wang to get fruit. The fact that he gave you 2 apples shows that your section chief values you. Lao Lu, you have to work hard and not let your section chief down. As soon as Li Lady finished speaking, the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. Just then, voices came from inside the house. Battalion Commander Ma, you're too kind. You even brought a bottle of wine with you to visit me. I can't accept this. Old Nia, we're comrades in arms. Why are you suddenly being so distant? Call me Old Ma. That's right, Deputy Battalion Commander Nia. My husband Ma always praises you, saying that he's not close to anyone else, but he's closest to you. Sister-in-law Huang, please have a seat. I'll go get you a glass of water. Huang Lan smiled and said, Deputy Battalion Commander Nya, we're all family. Don't be so polite. Lai Di is cooking in the kitchen, right? Okay, you two men chat. I'll go check on Lai Di and see if there's anything I can help with. As she spoke, she walked towards the kitchen. Lady, it's me, Huang Lan. Oh, your sixth son is here too. When Huang Lan saw that Li Youfu and Li Lady were in the kitchen, her smile returned. Sixth brother, you can go out now. Okay, I'll go wash the apples. Huang Lan's eyes lit up as she stared intently at the apple in Li Youfu's hand. Why are you being so polite? It's an apple, how rare. Li Youfu didn't even glance at her, walking straight past Huang Lan, which made Huang Lan furious. However, the thought that Li Youfu was taking the apples out to wash made her feel much better. However, she still muttered to herself, Lady, I'm not trying to be mean, but your brother is all grown up now. He should at least greet you when you see him. He should still have some manners. Huang Lan practically blurted out to Li Lady that Li Youfu was from the countryside and didn't know any manners. Sister-in-law Huang, you don't need to teach my brother how to be disciplined. You? Okay, Lai Di is more capable. She won't even let me get involved when I want to. Huang Lan deliberately spoke loudly, but Li Lady didn't even look at her directly, feeling as if she were punching cotton. This must be Lao Lu, Lai Di's younger brother. He looks like a very handsome man. Li Youfu looked at the other person, who was around 40 years old, of medium build, with sparse hair and a square face. Sixth brother, this is Battalion Commander Ma. Hello, Battalion Commander Ma. Please have a seat. I'll go outside and wash apples for the two young girls. It was only then that Battalion Commander Ma noticed the apple in Li Youfu's hand. Huang Lan, who came out of the kitchen, also heard this and was taken aback. Isn't it the apples we were treated to? Li Youfu looked at Huang Lan as if she were an idiot. When did I ever say that the apples were for you? Sixth brother, how can you talk like that? Nya Hailong smiled and smoothed things over. Old Ma, sister-in-law Huang, I'm sorry, the apples were specially brought back from outside by Lao Lu for his two nieces. He didn't mean anything by it. Chapter 132, Planting Apples. Battalion Commander Ma glared at Huang Lan, who explained with an embarrassed smile, I misunderstood. Since it's for Shangnan and Rushue, two little kids, how could I possibly snatch an apple from them? It makes me sound like I'm being unreasonable. These words seemed more like they were directed at Nya Hailong, deliberately trying to sow discord in his eyes. The implication was, Old Ma and I brought over some good wine, but you didn't even offer us fruit, and you're just showing it off. Sister-in-law is right. It must be a misunderstanding. Nya Hailong chuckled, pretending not to understand the sarcasm in Huang Lan's words. Old Ma, you didn't come here just to have a drink and catch up with me, did you? What? Can't we reminisce about our camaraderie from the war? Ha ha. Nya Hailong laughed heartily. You're welcome to come and catch up anytime. I just thought something was up because you were carrying such good wine. Deputy Battalion Commander Nya, you're overthinking it. My husband, Lao Ma, brought the wine over partly to celebrate your successful completion of the mission and partly to strengthen the bond between our two families. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is worse than a distant relative, let alone the camaraderie between you two. Look, the way intellectuals speak is just different. At the entrance, as soon as Li Youfu came out, he saw Nye Shengnan and Nye Rushue squatting on the ground. Shengnan, Rushue, what are you playing? Uncle, uncle. The two little girls, like a gust of wind, ran up to Li Youfu with their short legs. I didn't play anything. Uncle Ma came looking for Dad just now. We'll just stay outside for a while and let them talk. Do you remember your uncle saying he'd give you a reward? Remember. The two little girls spoke in unison, looking at Li Youfu expectantly. Tada! Apple. It's an apple. Nye Shengnan and Nye Rushue smiled so hard their eyes narrowed into slits. They never expected that the reward Li Youfu mentioned would be an apple. Uncle, go wash up first, then you can eat. Li Youfu took the apples to the tap to wash them, cleaning off the dust on the surface, not the pesticides. Then, the washed apples were distributed to the two of them. One for each of you. After you finish eating, you should leave the core for your uncle. Uncle, why did you leave the fruit pit? Because my uncle wants to take the fruit core, that is, the apple seed, and plant it into an apple tree. So, do you still want to eat apples in the future? I want to eat it. If you want to eat it, you must leave the core for your uncle, understand? When the apple tree grows up, it will bear lots and lots of apples, so Shengnan and Rushue will have an endless supply of apples. Really? Nia Rushue's eyes were sparkling. Nia Shengnan tilted her head and said, Silly little sister, it takes many years for an apple to grow. Uncle, did you give the apples to my sister and me, so you didn't have any for yourself? Nia Rushue's gaze also turned towards them. Li Youfu smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, Nia Xingnan's intelligence must have come from her third sister. However, he had his own explanation. My uncle has already eaten them. These 2 apples were brought back specifically for Shengnan and Rushue. What about Mom and Dad? Mom and Dad said they're saving the apples for you 2 little girls so you can grow up quickly like the apple tree. When you grow up and have the ability and a job, you can buy apples for your parents with your own labor. Upon hearing this, Nia Shengnan pouted, but it will be a long time before my sister and I grow up. Shengnan just wants Mom and Dad to taste the flavor of apples now. Like snow too. Nia Shengnan and Nia Rushue looked at the apple in their hands, then at the direction of their front door, but refrained from taking a bite. Your uncle knows that you are both good children and know how to be filial to your parents. How about your uncle makes a deal with you too? What agreement? The 2 of them tilted their heads back, looking adorably puzzled. You 2 eat the apples first, then give the cores to your uncle. Your uncle promises to bring you apples back within a month. At that time, you can decide whether you want to eat them yourself or give them to your parents. I think it's better if my uncle doesn't want it. Nia Shengnan suddenly looked dejected. Buying apples will cost a lot of money. Uncle, you need to save the money to marry your wife. Sister, we 2 can just eat one. I'll give mine to Uncle so he and Mom and Dad can have it. Nia Rushue glanced at the apple in her hand with some reluctance, and the next second, without any hesitation, she placed the apple in Li Youfu's hand. Nia Shengnan smiled and patted Nia Rushue's head. Good girl, here's an apple for you. Thank you, sister. Nia Rushue couldn't wait to take a bite. Her little face puffed up like a hamster's. Sister, you eat too. The apple is so sweet. Nia Shengnan also took a bite, then suddenly grinned, a very happy smile on her face, so sweet. The 2 little girls took turns eating, politely offering each other bites, while their smiles were radiant. This scene made Li Youfu feel a pang of sadness. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you for the reward. Thank you, Uncle. The apple is delicious. Li Youfu reached out and ruffled the heads of the 2 little girls, feeling an urge to hug them tightly. Uncle, the fruit pit. The apple wasn't very big to begin with, and in no time, Nia Xingnan and Nia Rushue had eaten it all up, leaving only the core. The 2 of them hadn't forgotten what Li Youfu had said earlier, that he would plant the core and turn it into an apple tree. Come on, your uncle will take you to plant apples. Good. Li Youfu led the 2 by the hand to the vegetable garden behind the house, dug a hole with his hand, threw the fruit pit in, and then covered it with soil. In fact, during the burial process, Li Youfu had already stored the fruit pit into the spiritual spring space through his mind, but on the surface, everything seemed flawless. Nia Shengnan and Nia Rushue were very enthusiastic. They stomped on the apples and brought water to irrigate them, while constantly muttering, Apple, apple, you must grow up quickly and bear lots and lots of fruit in the future. Once the fruit ripens, we can pick apples for my uncle, my parents, and the children in the yard. And the soldiers, they protect our country, so we should share our food with them too. The 2 little girls chatted away, unaware that apple trees would never grow here. Let's go wash our hands. We should go back for dinner. Okay, Uncle. The 2 little girls walked hand in hand, skipping and hopping. Li Youfu felt as if his heart was being melted by the 2 little girls. Looking at the remaining apple in his hand, Li Youfu's smile widened. Mom and Dad, we're back. We also ate apples, which my uncle gave us. They were so sweet. The group of people reacted differently upon hearing this, but Nia Hailong smiled and asked, Did you wash your hands after eating the apple? It's been washed. It's washed very clean. You can ask your uncle if you don't believe me. Dad, Uncle just took us to plant apple trees. When the apple trees grow big, they will bear lots and lots of apples. The adults naturally didn't believe this, at most thinking that Li Youfu was just coaxing the children, and Huang Lan was even more disdainful. Nia Hailong smiled and gestured to Li Youfu. Sixth brother, you're the only one who spoils me. Now that everyone's here, let's get ready to eat. Chapter 133. Sister, it's your turn to perform. Okay, I'll go to the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Li Youfu responded and immediately beamed as soon as he entered the kitchen. Stir-fried cabbage with vinegar, stir-fried cabbage with radish, a dish of pickled vegetables, and a small pot of cornmeal porridge. Third sister, we ate enough vegetarian food for dinner. Why didn't you make some meat? How did you get in? When Li Lady saw that it was Li Youfu who came in, she said irritably, have you ever seen anyone eat meat every day? Besides, I didn't invite them. They should be grateful that they have something to eat. That's true. Li Youfu smiled and said, it's just that Shangnan and Rushua have suffered because of this. I was originally planning to celebrate with you and your third brother-in-law tonight. The kids are all grown up. What's there to celebrate? After Li Lady finished speaking, she sighed again. Sixth brother, actually your third brother-in-law has had a hard time too. The relationship has become too strained, and he can't stay in the army anymore. I understand. We must maintain proper social interactions. Third sister, please take the dishes out first, and I'll add another dish. What else do you want to do? You'll find out soon enough. Li Youfu was eager to get his third sister out of the kitchen. What he was going to make was braised pork ribs. He had bought 3 portions of ingredients when he braised meat at home before. Braised pork ribs were much simpler to make than braised meat. The ingredients star anise, bay leaves, cinnamon, rock sugar, and soy sauce are almost half the amount used in braised meat, and the method is actually very simple. Li Youfu first chopped the spare ribs into appropriate sizes, blanched them to remove the scum, then heated the oil, added a small amount of rock sugar to caramelize it, then added the blanched spare ribs and stir-fried them, adding a certain proportion of star anise, bay leaves, and cinnamon. Once the ribs are golden brown, pour in soy sauce and salt, and add water until it just covers the ribs. Finally, cover the pot and wait for the water to boil before turning to a simmer. It'll probably stew for an hour or 2, and by then the wine will be all gone, won't it? Li Youfu chuckled. When it comes to cunning and the ability to kill someone by destroying their spirit, he's the one. At the same time, Nia Hailong called out, Old Ma, sister-in-law Huang, let's go sit down too. Huang Lan glanced at Battalion Commander Ma, and then said, Deputy Battalion Commander Nia, my sister is still at home. I'll go and call her over. To be honest, I called her over because of her and your brother-in-law. Seeing that Battalion Commander Ma remained silent, Nia Hailong, who clearly already knew, nodded to Huang Lan. All right. Then he said to Li Lady, Wife, add another set of chopsticks in a bowl. Battalion Commander Ma's sister-in-law is coming over too. She said it's about her and Lao Lu. No. Li Lady's face was expressionless as she turned and went into the kitchen, saying, How shameless. What's wrong, sis? What else could it be? Immediately afterwards, Li Lady told Li Youfu what she had just heard and shared her own guesses. It's all right, you're fine. Li Youfu leaned close to Li Lady's ear and whispered something. Li Lady's eyes brightened, and she asked in surprise, Can it really work? Why can't it work? One of them is single, and the other is eager to get married. They're a perfect match. If they get together, you can rest easy, third sister. Okay, I understand. Li Lady sniffed the air. Sixth brother, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Braised pork ribs. Third sister, you go outside and handle things first. I'll be done in a minute. All that's left is to wait. Good. Li Lady nodded, ladled out another bowl of porridge, and went outside. Just then, Huang Lan led Huang Ying in. Hello, Deputy Battalion Commander Nia. Hello, sister-in-law. Li Lady nodded and said calmly. Please sit down since you're here. We've been waiting for you. Thank you, sister-in-law. Huang Ying looked around, and, not seeing Li Youfu, gave her older sister a wink. Huang Lan nodded in understanding. Deputy Battalion Commander Nia, Li Di, where is your brother-in-law? What does Sister Huang want with me? Just then, Li Youfu finished the preliminary work for the braised pork ribs and heard Huang Lan mention him. At the same time, Nia Hailong and Li Lady also looked over. Huang Lan smiled slightly. That's how it is. I'm here today to celebrate Deputy Battalion Commander Nia's successful completion of his mission, and also to try and match Huang Ying and Lao Lu together. We've known each other for so many years, and I was thinking it would be even better if we could become relatives through marriage. Then the whole compound would have a wonderful story about it. Upon hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces were varied. Huang Ying lowered her head shyly. Battalion Commander Ma remained expressionless. Huang Lan had a smile on her face. Nia Hailong was completely bewildered. He looked at Li Yufu, then at Li Lady, and seeing that the two of them looked normal, he was even more confused. So he was the only one who knew. At this moment, Battalion Commander Ma opened the wine bottle and poured a glass for himself, Nia Hailong, and Li Yufu. Old Nia, to be honest, I only found out about it recently. I asked my sister-in-law for her opinion, and that's why I was thinking of going over to talk things over. No, Lao Ma, this is too sudden. Huang Lan chuckled. Men should marry when they are of age, and women should marry when they are of age. Who wouldn't want to hold a good man in their hands? Deputy Battalion Commander Nia, you don't know, do you? A lot of things happened while you were on a mission. The railway police not only sent your sixth son a letter of commendation, a bonus, and receipts, but also a letter of introduction. However, your brother-in-law is quite capable. When I came to see him this morning, he told me he didn't want this job. You are his elder and older than him. These are matters that concern a lifetime, so we can't let him do whatever he wants. What the heck? The work of the railway police? Nia Hailong felt like he was hallucinating, or that he had misheard. Li Yufu clearly worked at the Hongxing machinery factory, and Li Lady had mentioned it to him today. How could a railway policeman suddenly appear? His gaze fell on Li Lady and Li Yufu. Li Yufu smiled slightly and spoke before Li Lady could say, "Third brother-in-law? Yes, that's true. You know that the railway police are going to send me a letter of commendation." Nia Hailong nodded. He had come with the regimental commander and political commissar. I never expected that the railway police would think so highly of me. They not only sent me a letter of commendation, a bonus, and receipts, but also a letter of introduction. But you know me, I'm used to being lazy. How could I stand the training of the railway police? What if something dangerous happens? Nia Hailong rolled his eyes at him, thinking, you recklessly fought with human traffickers and even caught them, and you're scared? Of course, Nia Hailong only thought these words to himself, and judging from the expressions of Battalion Commander Ma and Huang Lan, they were clearly unaware that Li Yufu was already working at the Red Star Machinery Factory. I'll still be a purchasing agent. Purchasing agents are much more sought after than railway police officers. Even a fool would know which one to choose. After a pause, Li Yufu continued, Sister-in-law Huang, even if you tell my third brother-in-law, it won't make a difference. I said I wouldn't go to the railway police, and I won't. Sixth brother, this is a once-in-a-lifetime event. You should reconsider. Yes, Lao Lu, I've always thought you're a good comrade, capable, and you and my sister are about the same age, so you'll definitely have common ground. If this works out, we'll be even closer than family. Chapter 134. The Huang sisters, their faces full of black lines. Battalion Commander Ma and Huang Lan, speaking back and forth, were essentially trying to get Nia Hailong to persuade Li Yufu to accept a job with the railway police, so that they could introduce Huang Ying to Li Yufu as a potential partner. So they wanted me to be their advocate. At this point, even if Nia Hailong was slow to react, he had finally figured it out. Putting aside the fact that Li Yufu already had a job as a purchasing agent at Hongxing Machinery Factory, what if Li Yufu didn't accept the job with the railway police? Or what if the job didn't even exist? Would Battalion Commander Ma and Huang Lan still rush here to introduce their sister-in-law, younger sister, to Li Yufu as a potential partner? The answer is definitely no. Nia Hailong's expression was uncertain. He suddenly thought of many things, including the words Li Yufu had said to him that morning. He looked at Battalion Commander Ma and said, Old Ma, my brother-in-law is right too. Political Commissar Li even tried to introduce him to the military, hoping he would join the army, but the kid refused. I think Lao Lu is right about one thing. There is no division of labor in the revolution. Everyone is here to serve the people. Perhaps without the railway police job, he might have other better opportunities. After a pause, Nia Hailong looked at the Huang sisters, Huang Lan and Huang Ying, and said, Sister-in-law Huang, I've said what I needed to say. If you still value Lao Lu, then putting everything else aside, based on my relationship with Lao Ma, I'd be happy to see them become a couple. In Sister Huang's words, this is a well-known story in our compound. No, absolutely not. Before Nia Hailong could finish speaking, Huang Lan interrupted angrily. He doesn't even have a job, and his household registration is still in the countryside. I can't bear to see my sister marry someone from the countryside. Li Yufu chuckled. Sister-in-law Huang, that's not what you said just now. You said I'm a good comrade and capable. Are you worried that Huang Ying won't have food to eat if she's with me? Li Lady snorted. I heard that too. Huang Lan's face was ashen, and Huang Ying's face was deathly pale. She thought that with her sister and brother-in-law acting as intermediaries, Li Yufu would definitely accept the job from the railway police. Nia Hailong looked at Huang Ying and said, Huang Ying, marriage is a major life event. You need to listen to the opinions of your elders, but you also need to make your own decisions. What do you think? Deputy Battalion Commander Nia, there's no need to say anything. My younger sister, Huang Ying, is still young and doesn't understand the difference between firewood and rice. As her older sister, I have to help her. I'll listen to my sister. After Huang Ying finished speaking, she lowered her head even further. Li Yufu looked at his third brother-in-law with amusement, as if to say, don't worry about my affairs. Nia Hailong sighed inwardly. This was what they called vision. Old Nia, don't take it to heart. That's just how Huang Lan is. When it comes to her sister, even my words don't carry weight. Battalion Commander Ma gave a wry smile, then raised his glass. Old Nia, even if we can't become in-laws, we'll still be the closest comrades in arms. This toast is for you, to celebrate your triumphant return and the successful completion of your mission. Sixth brother, don't take it to heart. Come with us for a walk. Okay, let's have one then. Li Yufu raised his glass and said with a smile, even if you don't give Battalion Commander Ma face, you should at least give my brother-in-law face. Brother-in-law, congratulations on your triumphant return and successful completion of the mission. Next, you will be promoted to Battalion Commander, Deputy Regimental Commander, and Regimental Commander. Then I'll take your kind words. Come on, let's have a drink. Nia Hailong chuckled and raised his glass to clink with Li Yufu's. Battalion Commander Ma's expression changed slightly, but the next second, he also clinked his glass with Li Yufu's. Li Lady also witnessed this scene. You guys keep drinking, I'll be right back after I go out for a bit. Watching Li Lady's retreating figure, Battalion Commander Ma asked, Sister-in-law, are you angry? Won't. Nia Hailong shook his head. Lady has a very good personality. Let's continue. Okay. Li Yufu smiled without saying a word. Only he knew what his third sister had gone out to do. 5 minutes later. Commander Ma. Deputy Battalion Commander Nia. Hello, sister-in-law. Everyone's eyes turned to the door, and following behind Li Lady was none other than Li Debao. Nia Hailong looked at her with a question in his eyes. Li Lady smiled and said, Debao, why don't you sit with my brother? We're all acquaintances, so don't be so polite with your sister-in-law. Thank you, sister-in-law. Li Debao nodded with a simple smile, then sat down next to Li Yufu, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally falling on Huang Ying's face. Battalion Commander Ma's sister-in-law, Huang Lan's younger sister, is said to be a girl from the city. Li Debao never dreamed that the person Li Lady was going to introduce to her would be Huang Ying. It's fair to say that Li Debao's smile hasn't faded since he entered the room. He practically had the words, overjoyed, written all over his face. Commander Ma, I'd like to propose a toast to you. I'll do it, you can do whatever you want. Li Debao poured himself a full glass and stood up to toast Battalion Commander Ma. Li Yufu almost burst out laughing at this scene, but as a bystander, he naturally just watched silently. Battalion Commander Ma was a little suspicious, but seeing that it was Li Lady who had invited him, he politely clinked glasses with Li Debao. Battalion Commander Ma, another cup. Good things come in pairs. Looking at Li Debao's magnanimous demeanor, Nia Hailong wondered if this was still the same Li Debao he knew. Just then, Li Lady whispered in his ear. Nia Hailong's eyebrows twitched. That's so damn mean. His gaze swept over Huang Ying and Li Debao's faces. To be fair, although Li Debao had a child with him, he was still quite well off in many ways. A company-level officer receives 80 yuan a month and enjoys the same preferential treatment policy as a deputy battalion-level officer. If the two really got married, not only would they be living in the same compound, but it would also fulfill Battalion Commander Ma's wish and strengthen family ties. Looking at it this way, the two of them are actually quite a good match. Why didn't I think of that before? Huang Ying felt a little uneasy under Huang Lan's gaze and kept giving her meaningful glances. Even Huang Lan herself couldn't sense it. However, to everyone's surprise, Li Debao took the initiative to strike. After 2 glasses of wine, Li Debao's face flushed slightly, and he stared intently at Huang Ying. Comrade Huang Ying, my name is Li Debao. I am 35 years old and a company-level officer. Battalion Commander Ma knows about my situation. I want to forge a deep revolutionary friendship with you. Are you willing? Sister. Huang Ying's voice was trembling with tears. Just by looking at his appearance, Li Debao was big and burly, and he couldn't compare to Nia Hailong or Li Youfu at all. Moreover, Li Debao also brought his son and his mother, Aunt Zhang. Everyone in the compound knew what kind of person Li Debao was. Li Debao, what are you saying? Who asked you to pursue my sister? Li Debao stood ramrod straight, reporting to Sister Huang. I have the right to pursue happiness. Comrade Huang Ying, are you willing to forge a deep revolutionary friendship with me? Li Debao, have you had enough of this nonsense? Sit down now. Seeing this, Battalion Commander Ma was also at his wit's end. He knew about Li Debao's situation and didn't want his sister-in-law to marry such a person, so his tone involuntarily carried a hint of command. Battalion Commander Ma, that's where you're wrong. Company Commander Li is your comrade in arms, and you comrades in arms know each other best. Besides, if the two of you get together, and you're both comrades in arms, it would be a double blessing, and it would become a celebrated story throughout the compound. After Li Youfu finished speaking with a smile, Li Lady looked at the constipated expressions on the faces of the others and felt a surge of relief. But to her surprise, her husband also stood on her side at this moment. Chapter 135. Tie these two up. Ha ha. Nia Hailong laughed heartily. Old Ma, you know Debao well, right? If the two of them really get together, they'll live in the same compound and can look after each other. But the age difference is too big. Huang Lan looked like she had swallowed a fly. Nia Hailong glared at him. What's wrong with being older? Men only learn to care for others when they get older. Don't you think so, Lao Ma? Battalion Commander Ma gave an awkward smile. He and Huang Lan were 10 years apart in age. Li Youfu almost burst out laughing. His third brother-in-law was really awesome. He couldn't help but give Nia Hailong a thumbs up. Debao, you should also say something. Yes, sister-in-law. Li Debao looked at Li Lady gratefully. He thought that the two families would remain deadlocked after the last incident, but unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. Li Lady came to him personally and said she wanted to introduce him to a potential partner. He remembered Li Lady's instructions, be bold and thick-skinned. Li Debao patted his chest and assured her, Battalion Commander Ma, sister-in-law Huang, don't worry. I, Li Debao, will definitely cherish my wife and children. As long as Ying is willing to be with me, I promise I won't let her suffer the slightest grievance. It smells so good. Nia Shengnan and Nia Rushua suddenly sniffed and stared longingly toward the kitchen. Just then, a peculiar aroma wafted from the kitchen and then throughout the entire room. The scene suddenly became eerie. The unique aroma of meat was not only noticed by the two little girls, but also caused everyone else to unconsciously sniff it. Nia Hailong and Li Lady turned their gazes toward Li Youfu. Don't look at me. You guys continue. Didn't we just say that Company Commander Li was going to treat Huang Ying well, right? Continue. After Li Youfu finished speaking, he beckoned to the two little girls, Shengnan, Rushua, come to your uncle. Your uncle will treat you to something delicious later. Thank you, uncle. Nia Shengnan and Nia Rushua's eyes lit up after hearing Li Youfu's words. Li Lady glared at Li Youfu. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, she would have reached out and pinched the boy's arm hard. Is this how you do things? People are still on blind dates, and you, on top of that, bring up food. You're just making things difficult for them. I wonder what this brat made. It smells so good. Li Lady swallowed hard. The others weren't much better off, especially Battalion Commander Ma. He looked at the stir-fried cabbage with vinegar and radish in front of him and suddenly fell into self-doubt. The most embarrassed person was Li Debao. He stared at Huang Ying expectantly, hoping to get some response from her, but all he saw was Huang Ying swallowing hard. Third sister, third brother-in-law. I think we shouldn't sit here staring at them. It's making us feel awkward. If it doesn't work out, it'll be your fault. Nia Hailong and Li Lady looked at each other, knowing that Li Youfu was up to no good. But what he said was both laughable and infuriating, and they couldn't find a reason to refute it. Sixth brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Huang Lan glared angrily at Li Youfu. Sister-in-law Huang, where did I go wrong? Aren't you and Battalion Commander Ma Huang Ying's family? You're all family. Huang Ying and Company Commander Li are going on a blind date. My third sister and I, and my brother-in-law, should naturally avoid any suspicion. Moreover, my third sister provided the venue for your blind date. Shouldn't you at least say thank you? Huang Lan felt extremely uncomfortable. Not only had she failed to achieve her initial goal, but she was also being targeted by Li Lady and her brother at every turn. With Li Debao's sudden appearance, she couldn't even leave if she wanted to. The most agonizing thing was the aroma of braised pork ribs, which she tried to force into her nostrils. Huang Lan's wisdom was not even half utilized at this moment. Half of the reason was anger, but more of it was the aroma of braised pork ribs that whetted their appetites. Old Ma, Debao, you two sit down and chat. My brother-in-law's words may not be pleasant to hear, but he's not wrong. I'm entrusting this place to you, Debao. Don't let me down. Yes, Deputy Battalion Commander Nya. Li Debao grinned sheepishly. There were dishes, wine, and girls on the table. Apart from a little less meat, he was happy to chat with Huang Ying more. You brat. The group went to the kitchen together, and the aroma of the braised pork ribs was even more intoxicating. Although it was not as overpowering as the aroma of braised dishes, it was still unmatched by other dishes. Li Lady pinched him while giving Li Youfu a hard glare. I think you're doing this on purpose, you brat. Li Youfu did not deny it. So what if they were innocent? They brought this on themselves. Besides, isn't this pot of braised pork ribs a celebration for you and your brother-in-law? Don't you agree, third brother-in-law? Nia Hailong was also somewhat amused and exasperated. But since things had already come to this, he could only agree with Li Youfu, saying, my brother-in-law is right. Actually, Nia Hailong was also angry at this point. Considering they were comrades in arms, he had given them a chance. In fact, as long as they agreed, Nia Hailong would immediately tell them that although Li Youfu had lost his job as a railway policeman, he had a better job as a purchasing agent at the Hongxing machinery factory. What happened later, Nia Hailong would never say a word about. So much so that when Li Lady called Li Debao to her house, saying it was to set up a blind date for Huang Ying, Nia Hailong also went along with the nonsense. This is called the wife leads and the husband follows. Li Youfu glanced smugly at Li Lady. See? My brother-in-law is right. After saying that, he smiled and reached out to pat the heads of the two impatient little girls. Are you getting impatient? Your uncle will scoop it up for you now. Be careful, it's hot when you eat it. As Li Youfu spoke, he picked up a spatula and lifted the pot lid. The moment the lid was opened, billowing white smoke filled the air, and the aroma became even stronger. Nia Shengnan and Nia Rushue were drooling with envy, waiting for Li Youfu to feed them. Li Lady and Nia Hailong, on the other hand, were watching the reddish-brown ribs in the pot, making gurgling noises. Whether something tastes good or not is not hard to tell just from its aroma and color. All I can say is that Li Youfu made this braised pork ribs a dish that is perfect in color, aroma, and taste. One bite reveals a savory and slightly sweet flavor that leaves a lingering fragrance in your mouth. Their eyes lit up immediately. Nia Hailong chewed hard, and the more he chewed, the less he could believe that this was braised pork ribs made by Li Youfu. Brother-in-law, this cooking is pretty good. Sixth brother, when did you learn to cook? Li Lady's shock was no less than Nia Hailong's. 6 years ago, Li Lady had been taking care of Li Youfu every day, so she knew exactly what kind of person this younger brother was. Unexpectedly, Li Youfu showed off his skills this time, even making Li Lady doubt her own cooking abilities. Uncle, it's delicious. It's so delicious. Nia Xingnan and Nia Rushue, the two little girls, couldn't stop munching. Their mouths were covered in grease, and their eyes were still glazed over, almost turning into slits. Li Yufu smiled and said in a doting tone, "Eat slowly, there's still some left in the pot." The two little heads nodded hurriedly, like they were pounding garlic. Chapter 136, Getting Ready to Kick Them Out. On the other side, a gentle breeze carries the aroma of braised pork ribs. What's this smell? It smells amazing. Several military wives in the compound sniffed the air. Although they had just finished eating, the enticing aroma made them feel hungry again. Today I saw Deputy Battalion Commander Nya and Li Lady picking up their children. This flavor probably came from their home. What does this have to do with Deputy Battalion Commander Nya? When Deputy Battalion Commander Nya was still here, his family's meals were never this good. I think it's his brother-in-law. Ever since he came to the compound, the food at Deputy Battalion Commander Nya's house has visibly improved. Have you heard? Sister Chun from heaven said she ran into those two siblings at the gatehouse. Guess what? The commendation letter sent by the railway police included a 100 yuan bonus, various receipts, and a letter of introduction. Doesn't that mean that kid could become a railway policeman? Upon hearing this news, the military wives exchanged glances. It would be a lie to say they weren't envious, since even newly recruited police officers earn 30 yuan a month. A military wife sighed. Lady is really lucky. I heard from my husband that Deputy Battalion Commander Nya is going to be promoted to battalion commander when he comes back this time. Now her younger brother has found such a good job, and the railway police even rushed to send him off. Why can't I have such good things happen to me? That's because his younger brother is so capable. Just by fishing, his family will probably never lack meat in the future. What's so special about this? Do you even know what Lao Lu's real name is? What's your name? Another military wife's words piqued everyone's interest. She chuckled and said, "The surname is Li, and the given name is Yufu, meaning fortune." Li Yufu. The group silently murmured Li Yufu's name when suddenly someone jumped up. Hey, I knew it. Ever since Lao Lu came, Deputy Battalion Commander Nya's family has been living better and better. Isn't that a blessing? He brought good fortune with him. Considering that Deputy Battalion Commander Nya would be promoted this time, the military wives who were chatting casually finally realized what was going on. With the aroma of braised pork ribs wafting through their noses, they looked in the direction of Deputy Battalion Commander Nya's house, their envy palpable. At the same time, in the next room, Li Xiaobao sniffed hard. "Grandma, it smells so good. Those two good-for-nothings must be eating meat again." "Grandma, I don't care, I want to eat meat too." "Grandma, I haven't eaten meat in so long." Looking at her chubby grandson, Aunt Zhang was unusually not on his side this time. Ever since Li Lady called Li Debao over, she had been closely watching what was happening next door. Until the aroma of braised pork ribs wafted from next door, even if you said Aunt Zhang wasn't tempted, she had already swallowed her saliva countless times behind Li Xiaobao's back. But so what? Can it compare to his son Li Debao getting married? When Li Lady came over, she said she was introducing Li Debao to a potential partner, who was also the sister-in-law of Battalion Commander Ma. Aunt Zhang knew Huang Ying. She'd heard she was from the city. If she married her as her daughter-in-law, well, she'd become the mother-in-law of a city girl. This is much more prestigious than marrying a country girl. Aunt Zhang swallowed hard and comforted him. "Little Bao, your dad is right next door. When he comes back, he'll definitely bring you meat to eat." "No, Grandma, I want to eat meat now." "Grandma, go find my dad now and ask him to give me meat." Li Xiaobao was practically drooling. He couldn't possibly listen to what Aunt Zhang was saying. "Oh dear, my little darling, just listen to me this once. Your father has something important to do right now." "I'd rather not have a stepmother. If she dares to come in, I'll kill her." "You dare? You're a bad grandma." Li Xiaobao, a 6-year-old boy, was almost as tall as a 10-year-old. He suddenly shoved Aunt Zhang, who stumbled and fell to the ground with a scream. "Hey, Li Xiaobao, you little rascal, you're trying to kill your grandma." "Ouch, that hurts so much. You little brat, you have no conscience at all. You deserve it. Who asked you to help my father find a stepmother?" After saying this, Li Xiaobao ran into the house, buried his head in the quilt, and started sobbing. He didn't care at all whether Zhang Denyang was alive or dead. It took Zhang Denyang a long time to get up from the ground in pain. On the other side, Nye Xingnan and Nye Ruxiue, the two little gluttons, were eating so much that their mouths were dripping with oil, and they had completely turned into greasy cats. Is it delicious? Delicious. The two little girls ate with great joy, their words somewhat mumbled, but Li Yofu felt that something was still missing. All right, Matai. A sip of wine, a bite of meat, that's life. Third sister, third brother-in-law. Wait a moment, I'll be right back. What are you doing now, you little brat? Li Lady and Nia Hailong were already feeling a bit awkward, having been fooling around with Li Yufu, and now this kid just wouldn't stop. Li Yufu smiled and said, Of course, bring over the wine I bought. Eating meat without some wine always feels like something's missing. Watching Li Yufu's departing figure, Nia Hailong gave a wry smile. This time, I've really offended old Ma to death. What? You think he's right? Honey, that's not what I meant. Li Lady raised an eyebrow. Nia Hailong, do you know what makes me angrier the most? What? Huang Ying used to secretly like you. So much so that everyone in the compound knew. I don't believe that these words didn't reach Huang's wife and Battalion Commander Ma's ears. Lady, Li Lady waved her hand. Let me finish what I have to say. I'm not at peace with myself if I don't say it. Okay, go ahead, I'm listening. I know what kind of person you are. Over the years, I have never lost my temper with you. If you don't want us three, you'll say it yourself. I didn't, I swear. Just as Nia Hailong raised his hand, Li Lady grabbed it. But this time, they've set their sights on my brother again. How can I not be angry? So don't blame me for making things this way. They kept causing me trouble, and even a clay figure has some temper. Let go. I won't let go. Li Lady's cheeks were flushed. She glanced at Nia Xingnan and Nia Rushue, and seeing the two little girls engrossed in gnawing on ribs, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Nia Hailong. The baby's still here. Nia Hailong smiled and said, Don't you think we should give them a younger brother? Nia Xingnan raised her head and asked, Dad, are you and Mom going to have another baby brother for us? What if we had another baby boy for you too? What would you say? Good. The two spoke in unison. Nia Rushue said happily, I have a younger brother. I have a younger brother. Li Lady blushed, then pulled her hand away from Nia Hailong's and quickly covered Nia Rushue's mouth, saying, What are you yelling about? Ribs can't shut you up. Nia Xingnan pouted. My sister didn't say anything wrong. Li Lady was both amused and annoyed, and then vented her anger on Nia Hailong, saying, It's all your fault, talking nonsense. What about those people outside? Nia Hailong smiled slightly. I told them to go back. The blind dates are over. They can't just stay here, can they? Chapter 137. On the eve of returning. I'll go check how things are outside. As he spoke, Nia Hailong walked outside, and the others turned to look at him. Old Nia, you only came out after you've eaten and drunk your fill. Battalion Commander Ma spoke with a smile, but anyone could hear the resentment in his tone. He had kindly invited him for drinks and to discuss matters, but instead, he had attracted this annoying Li Debeo, while he himself hid in his room, eating meat. Is this how you do things? Smelling the aroma of braised pork ribs from the kitchen, Battalion Commander Ma looked at the stir-fried cabbage with vinegar and radish in front of him, and it tasted like chewing wax. Huang Lan harbored the deepest resentment at this moment. She considered herself a city dweller and believed that it was Li Youfu's ancestors' good fortune that he was able to introduce his younger sister, Huang Ying, to Li Yufu as a potential partner. If word gets out, it'll be considered auspicious news from one's ancestors. She never expected that Deputy Battalion Commander Nia's family would be so ungrateful, even bringing Li Debeo over and hiding in the kitchen to steal meat. Huang Lan grew angrier the more she thought about it, and to make matters worse, her stomach started growling. I wonder what Li Lady is making at home. The aroma is so tempting. Third brother-in-law, what brings you out? Did you come to see me? Li Yufu waved the matai in his hand. When I came back just now, I forgot where I put the matai, and I spent ages looking for it. As he spoke, he looked at Battalion Commander Ma and said, Battalion Commander Ma, why don't you have a drink too? This is some matai that I just bought from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative today. It goes well with meat. A sip of wine and a bite of meat, it's delicious. Let's go, Battalion Commander Ma. Look at you sitting here. Even Company Commander Li doesn't know what to say. We should give the two of them some space. Battalion Commander Ma was somewhat tempted, his eyes fixed on the matai. The aroma of braised pork ribs was already making him swallow hard. If paired with matai, it would be intoxicatingly delicious. You're not allowed to go. Huang Lan jumped up and grabbed Huang Ying's arm. Old Ma, let's go back. Sister-in-law Huang, what's wrong? I'm sorry. I was so busy calling out to Battalion Commander Ma that I forgot to greet Sister Huang. It's my fault, my fault. Li Yufu feigned a look of sudden realization, unaware of just how obnoxious his expression truly was. Nia Hailong was genuinely worried for Li Yufu, and said with a smile, Battalion Commander Ma, Sister-in-law Huang, this food has just been cooked. Don't rush off. Have some before you go. Let Da Bao and Ing talk more. No need, Deputy Battalion Commander Nia. You can eat by yourself. Old Ma, are you coming or not? Battalion Commander Ma looked at Nia Hailong apologetically. Old Nia, I'm really sorry about today. We'll be leaving now. Nia Hailong gave Li Dabao a wink. Dabao, why don't you hurry up and see them off? Yes, Deputy Battalion Commander Nia. Then I'll go see her off too. Please pass on a message to my sister-in-law. Thank you. Li Dabao understood perfectly well that this was an opportunity created for him by Nia Hailong. Although he was still a little disappointed that he hadn't gotten to eat meat, as long as he had settled his life's most important matter, it didn't matter whether he ate meat or not. Hearing Nia Hailong's words, Huang Lan's face darkened even more, and she grabbed Huang Ying's hand and went out the door. Wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Hey Ma, are you still planning to stay and eat meat and drink wine? Let me tell you, I, Huang Lan, have completely lost face today. As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Huang Ying. If it weren't for this girl, she wouldn't have come to Nia Hailong's house to be humiliated by Li Lady and her brother. Sister. Don't call me sister. Huang Lan was still angry, and even if Li Dabao was simple-minded, he was caught in a dilemma. Just then, Battalion Commander Ma spoke up. Dabao, you go back first. Let me ask my sister-in-law what she thinks of you, and then we'll talk. Okay. Thank you, Battalion Commander Ma. Thank you, brother-in-law. Watching Li Dabao leave with a joyful expression, Battalion Commander Ma was speechless. He truly couldn't understand that this was an excuse. On the other side, seeing everyone leave, Nia Hailong shook his head with a smile. I say, kid, when did you become so sharp-tongued? How can you blame me for this? Third brother-in-law, you heard it just now too. I invited Battalion Commander Ma to have a drink, but sister-in-law Huang wouldn't let me go. I sincerely apologized to her and invited her to come along. Is this wrong? Li Youfu looked completely innocent, his main point being to stubbornly deny everything. He would never admit that what he just said was just to provoke these people away. At this moment, Li Lady also came out of the kitchen, glanced at the room and saw that only Li Youfu and Nia Hailong were left, and asked, Are they gone? Nia Hailong nodded with a wry smile. Just left. Now, you should be calmer, right? Li Lady rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Anyway, I don't think I did anything wrong. If you don't like it, then my 2 children and I can simply leave the compound. Okay, I misspoke, alright. Nia Hailong walked up to Li Lady and said, You're not allowed to say things like that anymore. If you and the children are gone, will this still be a home? Alright, I think we shouldn't celebrate tonight. How about I take Shangnan and Rushua, and we'll hide somewhere, giving you 2 some space. You're going to die. Li Lady was both angry and annoyed, but she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She was happy that Nia Hailong was able to stand by her side without hesitation. She felt that all the grievances she had suffered over the years were worth it. You brat, you're even teasing your third sister and brother-in-law. Isn't this just a joke? Li Youfu chuckled and asked, Brother-in-law, won't this affect the relationship between you comrades? If that's the case, I'll just apologize and make amends tomorrow. Alright, it's none of your business. Besides, dating requires mutual consent, so you don't need to worry about it. Li Youfu nodded upon hearing this. Oh right, there's something else. Just tell me everything at once. Nia Hailong was both amused and exasperated by Li Youfu's dramatic outbursts. He was genuinely afraid that Li Youfu would suddenly cause trouble again. Third sister, go get 3 clean cups. Let's have a drink while we're at it. Li Lady nodded, went into the kitchen and told the 2 maids to quickly wash up and go to bed. Only then did she come out with a cup. This toast is for my third sister and her husband. Li Yufu opened a bottle of matai and poured it for each of the three men, saying, "Thank you for taking care of me during this time. I plan to go back in the next couple of days." "Go back?" Nia Hailong was startled. "Why would you go back when you're perfectly fine here? Did my brother-in-law say something wrong just now?" "That's not true." Li Yufu smiled and said, "This trip has lasted quite a long time. I originally planned to stay here for a few days, but it's ended up being half a month. If we don't go back soon, Mom will call us in a few days." Uft. Li Lady smiled knowingly. Based on her understanding of Jiang Tsuehua, she knew that Jiang Tsuehua was capable of doing such a thing for Li Yufu. Nia Hailong gave an awkward smile. "Then what about your work here?" "I've already talked to my third sister about this. She'll tell you about it later. Brother-in-law, now it's just us family. With this toast, I wish you and my third sister a harmonious and happy life together." "Okay, thank you for your kind words. Your third brother-in-law will keep you company." Chapter 138, Back to the county town. "Then I'll drink less too." Li Lady raised her glass, and the three glasses clinked together gently, producing a crisp sound. "Cheers." After downing a glass of wine, Li Lady's cheeks flushed slightly, a stark contrast to Nia Hailong's smacking lips and expression of enjoyment. She felt only a burning sensation. "Ha ha." Li Yufu and Nia Hailong laughed out loud, which earned them another eye roll from Li Lady. "I really don't understand why you men like to drink this. Honey, if you can't finish it, just leave it. Go watch the kids sleep. I'll stay here and have a drink with my brother-in-law." Li Lady nodded. "All right, Lao Lu, you and your brother-in-law shouldn't drink too late. Your brother-in-law has to do morning exercises tomorrow morning." "Okay, sis." Watching Li Lady's departing figure, Nia Hailong gave Li Yufu an awkward smile. "Don't listen to your sister. Your third brother-in-law's job is to keep you happy. Look at what you're saying. I'm not an alcoholic. I just want to have fun. Brother-in-law, let's have a drink." "Cheers." Nia Hailong raised his glass and clinked it with his own. "Brother-in-law, your cooking skills are impeccable. These ribs are so delicious. The more you eat them, the better they taste. I really don't know where you learned this from. Even our cooking team can't make it taste like this. I learned from a chef back in my hometown." Li Yufu made up a random excuse, and the two chatted casually for a while. Suddenly, a scream came from next door, followed by what sounded like a pig being slaughtered, and then a constant stream of shouting and cursing. Nia Hailong raised an eyebrow, while Li Yufu, puzzled, asked, "Who is this? Their screams are so pitiful. It's probably about disciplining the child." Upon hearing this, Li Yufu immediately lost interest. He was already being polite by not going to cheer him on. There was no way he would try to persuade him otherwise. Sure enough, after listening for a while, Li Yufu found that apart from Li Debao's scolding and Li Xiaobao's crying, it was completely silent outside. If it were any other child, the neighbors would probably have already started to intervene. "That brat deserves a good beating. Brother-in-law, let's go one more time." After downing another glass of matai, Nia Hailong asked, "Sixth brother, when exactly do you plan to leave? If it's inconvenient to buy tickets, I'll have the messenger buy them for you. We don't need your brother-in-law, and it's not a big deal." Li Yufu didn't want to trouble Nia Hailong. In those days, few people took the train, and apart from needing a letter of introduction, buying a train ticket wasn't difficult. Besides, he also planned to arrange his accommodation, so that my third sister and brother-in-law won't have to live separately next time they come over. At least they'll have a place to stay. "Okay, just let me know if there's anything I can help you with." "Then I'll tell you." Li Yufu chuckled. "After I get back, third brother-in-law, you'd better hurry up and give me a little nephew. You little brat." Nia Hailong laughed heartily. "Brother-in-law knows. I'll discuss this with your third sister later. It's getting late. You should get some rest. Third brother-in-law, please take the wine and ribs with you. You'll be staying at Deputy Instructor Han's place for a while. Consider this a small token of my appreciation to Deputy Instructor Han." "Okay, I'll bring a few pieces of spare ribs over so Lao Han can have a taste. As for the matai, I won't stand on ceremony with you, third brother-in-law. To be honest, even your third brother-in-law is reluctant to drink such expensive wine. He's really opened his eyes to this kind of thing by being with you." "Ha ha." Li Yufu laughed and said, "You should have said so earlier. I'll bring 2 more bottles of matai next time I come back." No, No, just tasting it is enough. You can't drink this. When you come back next time, your brother-in-law will treat you to Finjio. Don't be disgusted. Won't. Li Yofu smiled, and saw Nya Hailong to the door before returning to his room and lying on the bed. The gains from this trip to Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces can be described as substantial. The biggest gain was naturally the upgrade of the Spirit Spring space, which added a breeding area and an aquatic product area. This alone was worth the ticket price. Not to mention, Li Yofu also got a job as a purchasing agent and found a master. In terms of money, apart from the largest expense of 800 yuan, the money earned from selling fish and wild boar meat once was almost enough to break even. In addition, there were 2 bonuses totaling 150 yuan. Li Yofu was the same as when he first arrived. He still had the same amount of money, and even more receipts. Crucially, Li Yofu also found a path to healthy development, which is something that money can't buy. In addition, Li Yofu was most concerned about his third sister, who was also the purpose of his visit. Seeing his third sister and brother-in-law's happy family, he also showed a happy smile. 3 days later, as the train whistle sounded, Li Yofu walked out of the train station. Although it was only a short 2-week absence, it gave people the feeling of having been away for many years. Li Yofu quickly left the station, then found a secluded spot to retrieve his bicycle and a sack. It contained things for my 5th sister. Department store in the county town. Li Yudi is greeting the crowd queuing to buy candy. She has been working there for a long time and has gotten used to life in the county town. If there's anything missing, it's that I haven't seen Li Yofu in a long time. It's only been half a month, but I miss my younger brother very much. In fact, this is the first time the two of them have been separated for such a long time after living together for more than 10 years. Just then, Li Yudi suddenly saw a somewhat familiar figure, and she rubbed her eyes hard. Comrade, I ordered gummy candies, you got the wrong ones. Excuse me, could you please wait a moment? 6th brother, is that you? Looking at Li Yofu, Li Yudi felt her eyes welling up with tears. 5th sister. 6th brother, it really is you. When did you get back? Just got off the train. Li Yofu looked around at the crowd and said, how about we find somewhere to talk? I brought you a lot of things from Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. Okay, I'm going to find Sister Ho. Li Yudi responded excitedly, and then ran towards Ho Guozhen's counter in a flash. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Comrade. The man who bought the candy was dumbfounded when he saw the sales clerk run away. Li Yofu smiled, stepped forward, and offered her a cigarette. Sorry, I just came back from out of town and brought some things for my sister. Comrade, please wait a moment. My sister has already sent someone to replace her. The man glanced at the cigarette in his hand, then at Li Yofu's sincere face. It's nothing, it's just a little while. Congratulations on your long-awaited reunion, you siblings. 6th brother. Ho Guozhen greeted Li Yofu with excitement. Sister Ho, I was wondering what was wrong with Li Yudi. She was in such a hurry and couldn't explain herself clearly for a long time. Turns out, it was you who came back from outside. I heard from your 5th sister that you went to Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. How was it? Yes, I went to see my 3rd sister and brother-in-law. They just got back and came right over to see my 5th sister and Sister Ho. Yeah, you've got a good mouth, kid. Go ahead. I'm watching. Chapter 139. 5th Sister's Admiration. Thank you, Sister Ho. Thank you, Sister Ho. Don't be so polite, go ahead. Ho Guozhen smiled and waved to the two of them, then called out to the crowd. Whose turn was it just now? It's me, salesperson. The man who had just bought the candy raised his hand. Seeing this, Li Yudi said with relief, 6th brother, let's go to the restroom. Li Yofu nodded and followed Li Yudi to the lounge. Please sit down. You haven't had a proper rest on the journey, have you? Seeing Li Yofu looking travel-worn, Li Yudi said with concern, 6th brother, have you eaten yet? Why don't you rest a bit more? 5th sister will go down and get you some food. I'm not hungry yet. Li Yofu smiled. To be precise, apart from not sleeping very comfortably on the train these past 2 days, eating has been a real treat. Then I'll go get you a glass of water. Okay. Li Yofu nodded, and just then he took the things he wanted to bring for his 5th sister out of the sack. A can of malted milk powder, a pound of brown sugar, a military water bottle, 2 dried fish, and a piece of cured meat. The method used was the same as when he went to his 3rd sister's house last time. It wasn't that Li Youfu didn't want to bring out fresh meat, but it was just difficult to explain its source. In fact, more than 100 days have passed in the spirit spring space. The chicks have grown up, and with the abundant food and spiritual spring water, the time has been shortened by half compared to the 6 months that Li Youfu had imagined. Next time, I can find an opportunity to bring 2 chickens for fifth sister. For now, let's leave the chickens in the spirit spring space to lay more eggs. These are the foundations for Li Youfu's future sales of goods. Sixth brother, drink some water. A moment later, fifth sister came in carrying an enamel mug. I also put some sugar in it. Thank you, fifth sister. Li Youfu didn't stand on ceremony and started drinking from the enamel mug. It was slightly sweet, just as his fifth sister had said, because there was a lot of sugar in it. In those days, there wasn't much to offer as hospitality. Aside from tea, the best thing to offer was sweet soup. Moreover, sugar was a rare commodity in those days, especially in the countryside. The only time people could taste sweetness throughout the year was during the Lunar New Year, when adults would bring back a few hard candies from the market. Seeing Li Youfu drinking happily, Li Yudi smiled happily as well. Drink slowly. If you're not full, I'll go get more. Enough. By the way, fifth sister, the things in the sack are what I brought for you from Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. Li Youfu put down the enamel mug, then reached into the burlap sack and took things out one by one, placing them on the table. As more and more things were unearthed, Li Yudi's eyes widened in surprise. Why did you bring so much stuff back? Sixth brother, fifth sister has everything she needs. Why don't you take these things back to mother? I brought these home and left them with a friend. Don't worry, these are all for you. Also, my third sister asked me to give you my regards. Upon hearing Li Lady's name, Li Yudi smiled and asked, Is third sister doing well? It's been quite a few years since I last saw my third sister, and I miss her a little. Li Youfu smiled slightly. Third sister is doing quite well over there. After all, she's with the army. Although the conditions aren't like in the city, she has enough food and such. And then there are the 2 little girls in my third sister's family. They're both so clever and mischievous. Afterwards, Li Youfu told fifth sister about the glorious deeds of Nie Shengnan and Nie Rushua. Especially when she heard that Nie Shengnan acted like a little adult, fifth sister couldn't help but laugh and burst into laughter. At the same time, there was a hint of envy in his eyes. Who wouldn't want to find a good man and get married? Now that Li Youfu said that her third sister was doing well in the compound, Li Yudi breathed a sigh of relief and was genuinely happy for her third sister. As for the unpleasant things that happened to the third sister, Li Youfu didn't mention them at all. Although the matter had been resolved, he was afraid that the fifth sister would worry about it. Did third sister say when she'll be back? I did say that, but it depends on the specifics. It mainly depends on my third brother-in-law. You know, soldiers sometimes have no choice in what they do. That's true. Li Yudi nodded in agreement, indicating her understanding, adding that people of this era had a deep-seated fervor for soldiers. Anything else? Sixth brother, tell your sister what other interesting things happened. Li Yudi blinked her big eyes and chattered at Li Youfu like a child, hoping to hear more interesting stories about the outside world. Li Youfu took out a cigarette, lit it, and told his fifth sister that he had gone fishing with 2 young girls. He not only traded bath tickets and soap with the military wives in the compound, but also sold nearly 200 jin of fish to the Hongxing machinery factory. When Li Youfu mentioned that Wang Baoqiang had invited him to join the Hongxing machinery factory and even patted his chest to guarantee that he would definitely get him a spot, Li Yudi was once again shocked. She parted her thin lips slightly, and after a long pause, she managed to say, Sixth brother, you're amazing. Li Yudi didn't even realize that the way she looked at Li Youfu at that moment was like that of a fangirl looking at her idol in later generations. Their eyes shone with admiration. Li Yudi knew perfectly well how she got this job. The younger brother in front of her spent 500 yuan to ask Sister Ho for help. This was later confirmed by Ho Guozhen. It wasn't that Li Yudi didn't believe Li Youfu would spend 500 yuan to buy a job quota, but rather that in this day and age, it was unbelievable to others that a younger brother would spend so much money to help his older sister buy a job quota. In most families, if a woman has a job, the priority is given to the son. Women are usually married off and considered to be water spilled out, so it's unacceptable for them to have a job quota that their husband's family benefits from. That's why, when Li Yudi and Ho Guozhen were chatting, Ho Guozhen brought her up and made her an object of envy. However, Li Yufu got a job as a purchasing agent without spending a penny, simply by fishing, which made Li Yudi admire her younger brother greatly. As for the railway police, Li Yufu didn't mention it. If he did, it would seem like he was showing off, and he was also afraid that his fifth sister would worry. Furthermore, Li Yufu also felt that it was unnecessary. So, what about your work back there now that you're back? Li Yudi asked the same question as her third sister, and Li Yufu gave the same explanation. Wouldn't that be too strenuous? Li Yudi didn't think too much about it, but she was worried that Li Yufu's body wouldn't be able to handle it. Li Yufu stretched out his arm. Fifth sister, look what this is. Don't worry, I know my own body. It's very strong. Li Yudi blushed and said, quickly put your sleeves down. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Li Yufu chuckled. Fifth sister, I'll leave the things here. You can take them back to your dorm later, and then I'll head back. Let's go now, sixth brother. Why don't you wait for fifth sister? I'll go ask for leave, and we can eat something outside. Fifth sister will go back with you. Fine. Li Yufu shook his head. Anyway, you'll have 2 more days to rest. You can come back then. Become. Li Yudi thought about it and agreed, but her answer seemed somewhat reluctant. Even though fifth sister didn't say anything, Li Yufu could tell that she also wanted to go out and see the world, but Li Yufu hadn't decided yet. Fifth sister, I'll go say hello to Sister Ho and then head back. Good. Chapter 140, Going Home. Sixth brother, I want to take out some of the things you gave me and share them with Sister Ho. I'll say that you brought them back for her from outside. I work here, and Sister Ho takes good care of me. Li Yudi was a little uneasy, and she was afraid that Li Yufu would disagree. What's the big deal? Li Yufu smiled slightly. I've already given you everything. It's your own stuff, so you can do what you want with it. Why don't you give these 2 fish to Sister Ho? When you come back in a couple of days, you can have some fresh fish at home. I'll go fishing. Li Yudi nodded obediently. Sixth brother, thank you. Li Yufu didn't continue the conversation. Being too polite among family would only make them seem distant. He left the lounge and headed straight for the candy counter. The line in front of the candy counter had only shrunk slightly from before. Ho Guozhen weighed, bandaged, calculated, collected money, and collected receipts in an orderly manner, her entire process appearing smooth and efficient. No wonder she's a veteran sales clerk who's worked in a department store for over a decade. Sixth brother, have you finished talking to your fifth sister? Sister Ho, you've gone to so much trouble for me. Look how busy you are. Li Yufu's comments were somewhat heartfelt. Compared to the deserted bicycle counter, the candy counter was bustling with activity. Another busy counter was the one selling cloth and cotton. Especially before the new year, people who had saved up their receipts would come to buy cloth and make new clothes to celebrate the new year. Thank you, Sister Ho, I'll do it. At this moment, Li Yudi finished packing her things and prepared to replace Ho Guozhen. No need to thank me. I might not be happy if it were someone else, but I'm happy to help you too. Do you two want to go and chat some more? Li Yudi quickly waved her hand. No. I've said everything I needed to say. If there's anything else, I'll just wait a couple of days before I go back. Ho Guozhen laughed heartily. All right, I'll finish weighing this, then you can come in. Good. Li Yudi responded, and Ho Guozhen was actually very quick. In just a few breaths, the two switched positions. She whispered a few words in Ho's ear, and Ho Guozhen's eyes narrowed into slits as she looked at Li Yufu. Sixth brother, thank you. You've come all this way, and you're still thinking of Sister Ho. Why don't you and Yudi come to my place for a meal after get off work, so you can try Sister Ho's cooking? Come on, come sit over there for a while, don't bother your sister. No, Sister Ho, I just came to say hello. I just got off the train and haven't had a chance to go back yet. Hearing Li Yufu say this, Ho Guozhen didn't make things difficult for him. Then next time you come over, you'll have to give Sister Ho face. We're just exchanging pleasantries. Become. Li Yufu waved to Ho Guozhen. Then I'll be going now, Sister Ho. Okay, drive carefully. Li Yufu didn't linger after leaving the department store. He sped along the road, almost breaking his bicycle in the process. The only advantage was that what used to be a nearly 1-hour drive was reduced to just 40 minutes to reach Lijia village. Hello, Uncle Yufu. Uncle Yufu. As soon as he entered Lijia village, he saw a group of teenagers. Seeing the familiar faces, Li Youfu's lips curled up slightly. Come on, line up here one by one, and I'll give you candy. Upon hearing this, they swarmed around Li Youfu, their eyes gleaming as they looked at him. Line up, all of you behind me, or Uncle Fu won't give you candy. The older children yelled at the younger ones, and tempted by the candy, they all stared longingly at Li Youfu, quickly forming a long queue. There were actually only 7 or 8 children. Yours, this is yours. Li Youfu didn't give out many candies. He gave each child 2 white rabbit candies. The children who had tasted white rabbit candies before were especially careful when peeling off the wrappers. They didn't throw away the wrappers, but put them in their pockets. So sweet, so delicious. Thank you, Uncle Youfu. Thank you, Uncle Youfu. One child shouted, and the other teenagers echoed, thank you. The joy in those eyes, almost squinting into slits, was also transmitted to Li Youfu. A few candies meant nothing to Li Youfu. He got 3 jin of candy coupons from Wang Baoqiang and used them all to buy white rabbit candies. But for the teenagers, it was the source of their happiness all day long. All right, go play somewhere else. It's time for Uncle to go back too. Take care, Uncle Youfu. Goodbye, Uncle Youfu. After saying goodbye to the group of teenagers, Li Youfu ran into a few acquaintances from the village on his way back. He offered cigarettes to those who were supposed to and greeted them as appropriate. In short, I was physically tired from the journey, but my spirits remained high. Mother, I'm back. What a blessing. It really is you. Quickly, let your mother see you. Upon hearing Li Youfu's voice, Jiang Zuohua immediately ran out of the main room and began to scrutinize him. It's good that you're back. A smile returned to Jiang Zuohua's face. When did you arrive? Have you eaten yet? Yume, your brother-in-law is back. Hurry up and go to the kitchen to get something to eat. Brother-in-law, you're back. Zhang Yume smiled at Li Youfu. Wait here, I'll go get you something to eat. Don't forget to add the meat. Jiang Zuohua couldn't help but call out to Zhang Yume's retreating figure. Yes, mother. This time it was Li Youfu's turn to be surprised. Mother, haven't we finished eating the meat at home yet? If he remembers correctly, there were only a few pounds of meat left in the house when he left, and half a month has passed since then. Jiang Zuohua rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Do you see any family that eats meat every meal? Are you tired? Sit down and rest for a while. I'll get you some water. Uncle. Dia looked Li Youfu up and down with her big, dark eyes, and when she realized it was indeed her familiar 6th uncle, she grinned. Dia, come here to Uncle Lu. After not seeing her for a while, Li Youfu noticed that Dia was walking much more steadily. There was still more than a meter between them. Li Youfu took a step forward, opened his arms, and lifted Dia above his head. Giggle. Is it fun? It's fun. Li Youfu smiled and reached out to pinch Dia's chubby little face. Dia has gotten fatter and more chubby. Uncle Lu can hardly carry Dia anymore. Giggle. Jiang Zuohua came out after hearing the two laughing, holding a cup of sugar water in her hand. She just got back and is already sitting down to rest. She doesn't even seem tired. Li Youfu put Dia back on the ground and smiled at Jiang Zuohua. It's all right. Dia is light. What I just said was just to tease Dia. How much can a child who is just over a year old really weigh? It's been a while since I last saw her, and Dia has indeed gained some weight. At least her face looks like she has the potential to become a chubby girl. Drink water. Jiang Zuohua handed the enamel mug to Li Youfu, saying, I had your Uncle Qiangzi read the telegram you sent me last time. I wonder if you could have sent fewer words? I heard from your Uncle Qiangzi that every word in a telegram costs money. As she said this, Jiang Zuohua still looked pained. Chapter 141, Ladies Watch. Isn't this also to make you happy? Li Youfu smiled, and then took out the prepared items one by one from the sack. Actually, the items were almost identical to those brought to Fifth Sister. The most eye-catching item was a Swiss lady's watch, which Li Youfu bought for 5 yuan at a consignment shop. Master Ho Jinbu told him that the watch's movement was in good condition, but the outer coating was damaged. He replaced the case and the coating, which only cost an extra 10 yuan. It looks exactly like a brand new watch. More importantly, there was also a sales receipt issued by the store, which essentially provided a clear path for the watch. In those days, even if a family had savings left by their ancestors, they dared not show them off easily. This meant that Li Youfu always had to have a good reason and excuse to bring something home whenever he wanted. This is what is known as the right path. Make it clear to discerning people that you have the financial means to buy it. Mom, try it quickly and see how it goes. Li Youfu picked up the watch and put it on Jiang Zuohua's wrist, but Jiang Zuohua was anxious and said, "You little rascal, you've dug up all of your third brother-in-law's secrets. How are your third sister and brother-in-law supposed to live? Don't let me wear it anymore. I'll take it to your third sister through the post office tomorrow and have her return the watch." "Mom, this is for you. Why would I return it? Besides, I didn't use my third brother-in-law's money. I bought it for you." Jiang Zuohua felt a warmth in her heart, but shook her head vigorously, saying, "You're so lucky. I'm happy that you're spending money on things for your mother. But I'm just an old woman. How could I possibly use such a precious thing? Tomorrow, I'll go to the post office with you, and we'll mail the watch to your third sister and send her a letter saying that I don't like the watch and that your third sister should make the trip." Upon hearing this, Li Youfu was also somewhat amused and exasperated. He reached into his military satchel and took out the sales receipt issued by the store. "Mom, take a look for yourself. I bought this watch at a consignment shop. It was second-hand and only cost me 5 yuan. "What the heck? 5 yuan? Jiang Zuohua glanced at the number on the receipt with suspicion. "Youfu, don't try to fool me. I can't read. Such a precious thing is only 5 yuan. In this day and age, the best dowry for a wedding is 36 legs, the 3 turns and 1 sound, referring to a set of 3 round watches and a radio. Will have to wait several more years." Another idea is that families who own a bicycle, a major purchase, may not be able to afford a watch, but families who own a watch can definitely afford a bicycle. One aspect is practicality. On the other hand, watches and receipts are hard to come by. Often, the first major purchase they make is a bicycle, not a watch. Li Youfu smiled and said, "This is a sales receipt issued by the authorized store. How could it be fake? There's even the authorized store's red stamp on it." What is a consignment store? A consignment shop is where you consign items that you don't normally need to sell, just like the pawn shops of the past. "So you're talking about pawn shops?" Jiang Zuohua suddenly realized that many people didn't understand what a consignment shop was, but if you mentioned a pawn shop, she believed that almost everyone knew what one was. She asked suspiciously, "Isn't this person crazy? How could they just sell something so valuable?" Jiang Zuohua looked at the brand new women's watch with a smile in her eyes, clearly delighted with it. Li Youfu chuckled, "I don't know then. Anyway, the receipt is here, and it didn't cost much. Mom, you can wear it without worry." Jiang Zuohua liked it more and more as she looked at it. "Youfu, show your mother. Does it look good on you?" "Nice. Brother-in-law, the noodles are ready." Just then, Zhang Yumei walked over with a bowl of noodles with minced meat sauce. The first thing she noticed was the women's watch on Jiang Zuohua's wrist. "Did your brother-in-law buy this?" "Mom, you look really good in it." "Isn't it beautiful? Mother thinks it's beautiful too." Jiang Zuohua shook her wrist, her mouth almost splitting to the back of her ears, completely losing the air of accusing Li Youfu of being a spendthrift. Zhang Yumei's eyes held envy, but she wasn't jealous. Ever since her brother-in-law's life improved, the family's life had been getting better day by day, and the smile on her face never stopped. "Thank you, fourth sister-in-law. This is for Daya. She's growing, so I'll make her a cup every day." Li Youfu then pushed a can of malted milk powder in front of his fourth sister-in-law, saying, "Don't be stingy with giving it to Daya. There's a reason for saying that. Last time, my third sister sent back some malted milk powder, saying that Daya should drink more of it, but in reality, Li Youfu drank the most. Li Youfu's body is not the same as before. He drinks spiritual spring water every day and feels stronger every day. In terms of strength alone, he can probably easily lift a 500-pound stone." Upon returning this time, Li Youfu also planned to try giving his family some spiritual spring water every day. As for Daya, she was still young, and if she drank the spiritual spring water and gained strength, it would be a troublesome matter if she couldn't control herself. Because of this idea, Li Youfu simply handed over the malted milk powder he brought back to his fourth sister-in-law to handle. Jiang Zuohua saw everything and nodded to her fourth sister-in-law. "Youfu loves the children, so take it if I tell you to." "Thank you, brother-in-law." Daya, why don't you thank Uncle Lu? Thank you, Uncle. Chapter 142. 2 Jobs. Thank you, Mother. When Jiang Zuehua saw the grateful look in Zhang Yumei's eyes, she felt a little different. During this time, Zhang Yumei had done her best, washing clothes, cooking, taking care of the children, and keeping the house in good order, hardly causing Jiang Zuehua any trouble. Aside from missing Li Youfu a little, Jiang Zuehua had no worries about food and clothing, and her life was actually not bad. The relationship between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law isn't always one of harshness. Treating her well will elicit overflowing gratitude. Jiang Zuehua said with a smile. Yumei, go pack your things, and you can rest for a while too. Yes, Mother. Zhang Yumei responded. Daya, go play by yourself first. Don't disturb your 6th uncle's meal. Okay. Daya looked at Li Youfu with a blank expression, then at Zhang Yumei. Although she answered, okay, she showed no intention of leaving. In fact, children this age can already distinguish who they like and who they don't like, and their usual way of expressing this is like playing with clay, sticking to the other person. Daya. Zhang Yumei raised her voice. Fine. Li Youfu beckoned to Daya. Daya, come here to your 6th uncle. Daya's tearful expression vanished instantly, replaced by a bright and cheerful demeanor, her eyes crinkling with laughter as she walked towards Li Youfu, reaching out her little hand. Li Youfu bent down, picked up Daya, and placed her on a chair. Sit down obediently. Good girl. Seeing that Daya was sitting upright in the chair without moving, Li Youfu smiled and praised her, then took out 2 white rabbit candies. Look what this is. Tang Tang. Daya's eyes lit up instantly, and she even reached out her little hand to Li Youfu. Then Daya, sit here and eat your candy obediently. Uncle Lu is going to start eating. Daya nodded her little head, and the moment the white rabbit candy entered her mouth, she let out a giggle. This scene. Zhang Yumei smiled and said, You little rascal, now you know how to hide here with your 6th uncle. Brother-in-law, don't spoil her like this. She's getting more and more disobedient. Despite saying that, Zhang Yumei's smiling expression was undeniable, and even her steps as she carried things to the kitchen were lighter. Jiang Zuehua rolled her eyes at Li Youfu. If you like children so much, when are you going to have one yourself? Puff. Li Youfu almost choked on his noodles. Mom, didn't we agree to talk about it again in a few years? So you didn't meet anyone suitable when you went to your 3rd sister's place this time? There aren't that many suitable ones. My 3rd sister lives in a compound, not a military base. I haven't even seen many female soldiers. Li Youfu was telling the truth. The military families live separately from the military units, and the two hardly interact. If you want to see female soldiers, you have to go to the military base. The cultural troop, communications company, and telephone company are 90% female soldiers. Jiang Zuehua sighed. Seeing Li Youfu's words, she knew she wouldn't see him get married and have children anytime soon. By the way, Mom, I'm thinking of going to the county town to buy a sewing machine another day. Why buy that thing? If you want new clothes, just have your 4th sister-in-law make them for you. Yes, brother-in-law, just tell me what you want to do. Zhang Yumei had just finished packing her things and entered the house when she heard Li Youfu say he wanted to buy a sewing machine, which startled her. Jiang Zuehua looked at Li Youfu with some suspicion. Did you go to the black market to exchange the tickets? No. When Li Youfu said he didn't have one, Jiang Zuehua really couldn't figure out where he got the sewing machine ticket. Buying a sewing machine not only required money, but also the corresponding receipt. If you didn't go to the black market, where did you get the tickets? Given to me by someone else. Who would give you this? Their eyes fell on Li Youfu's face at the same time. After a pause, Li Youfu continued, Railway police. Why did the railway police give you a ticket? What I received was not just receipts, but also bonuses and a job. What? The two looked shocked. Immediately afterwards, 2 pairs of eyes scrutinized Li Youfu. Seeing that Li Youfu did not appear to be injured, they breathed a sigh of relief, but then stared nervously at Li Youfu's face. Brother-in-law, why would the railway police give it to you? Here's what happened. Li Youfu put down his chopsticks and recounted how he encountered human traffickers and subdued them on the train, leaving the 2 men in shock. Jiang Zuehua complained. Aren't you afraid of hurting yourself? It's so dangerous. Zhang Yumei nodded in complete agreement. Just listening to Li Youfu's story made her feel incredibly nervous and excited. She really didn't know where her brother-in-law got the courage back then. He actually succeeded. You can't say that. If I hadn't discovered it in time, that abducted baby would be nowhere to be found. Besides, if a family loses a child, they would probably be frantic with worry. Anyone with a conscience should stand up and stand up. Otherwise, the criminals will continue to go unpunished, and more people will be hurt in the end. Li Youfu smiled slightly. Mother, fourth sister-in-law, I didn't think too much at the time. I was just thinking about how to save the baby. How could I have known that this was actually a large criminal gang spanning several provinces? The railway police followed the clues and wiped out the gang in one fell swoop. As a result, they gave me a letter of commendation, a bonus, receipts, and a work quota. Zhang Yumei nodded. Brother-in-law, you did the right thing. These damn human traffickers should all be caught and shot. Mother, aren't you right? Jiang Zuohua nodded, but neither of them noticed that an unnatural expression had appeared on Jiang Zuohua's stiff face. And then what? Zhang Yumei pressed on. Brother-in-law, are you going to become a railway policeman? No, not at all. Why? Not only Zhang Yumei, but Jiang Zuohua also looked full of doubt. Li Youfu shrugged, too lazy to explain, and simply pulled a work ID from his bag and placed it on the table. Jiang Zuohua reached out and took the work permit in her hand. It had a photo and an official seal. This is... Li Youfu smiled and said, this is my work ID from the Hongxing Machinery Factory. Purchasing agent, level 8 clerk, earns 33 yuan a month. This. The two looked at each other, not expecting this outcome. Li Youfu patiently explained again how he got the job as a purchasing agent. So, does that mean your brother-in-law came back this time to take mother to Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces? This was precisely where Li Youfu was struggling, but fortunately he had already come up with a solution. Li Youfu nodded, then shook his head. Fourth sister-in-law, my mother and I will stay in Li family village and won't be going to Jiangsu or Zhejiang province for the time being. Then what about your job at Red Star Machinery Factory? I didn't say I didn't want that job. Actually, I have another job in the county town. What did you say? You have a job in the county town. Jiang Zuohua's tone suddenly rose an octave. Zhang Yumei also looked at Li Youfu with an incredulous expression. Most people are lucky to have one job, but this brother-in-law not only has two jobs, he even turned down a job as a railway policeman. If these words hadn't come from Li Youfu's mouth, she would never have believed such a thing, even if you beat her to death. Yes, that's right. Li Youfu simply nodded in agreement. He knew he had to say it sooner or later, so he might as well say it now to put Jiang Zuohua at ease, since there were other things to do later. Chapter 143, The Food is Gone. I didn't tell you before because I hadn't settled on a job here yet. But when I went to Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, I already talked to Director Qian, and I'll be going to work at the Research Institute when I come back this time. I'm still working as a purchasing agent. Jiang Zuohua asked. Then what about your work at the Hongxing Machinery Factory? You're lucky. We can't have it both ways. If we get caught, you'll end up with nothing and won't benefit from either. Jiang Zuohua felt that her son was capable, but she was even more afraid that Li Youfu would mess things up. Zhang Yumei, who was standing to the side, did not speak, but her expression was exactly the same as Jiang Zuohua's. Fine. Li Youfu smiled and said, you don't need to report to Hongxing Machinery Factory every day. As long as you complete the purchasing department's tasks on time each month, you've completed your tasks. It's about the same at the Research Institute. Real. Li Youfu nodded. He wasn't exactly lying, but for others, completing their monthly procurement tasks was difficult enough, let alone running around like he did. Wang Baoxiang would probably never believe that Li Youfu could complete his monthly purchasing tasks so easily and casually. Seeing Li Youfu speak with such certainty, Jiang Zuohua breathed a sigh of relief. However, she still asked with concern, can your body handle running back and forth like this? What's so tiring about this? It can't be more tiring than working in the fields. Jiang Zuohua rolled her eyes in annoyance. If everyone were like you, who would farm the land? Li Youfu smiled and said, revolution is just a division of labor. There is no high or low, noble or base. As Section Chief Wang of Hongxing Machinery Factory said, although we are doing logistical support work, Our importance is no less than that of frontline workers. All right, all right, mother knows you're capable, okay? After Jiang Zuohua finished speaking, she started counting on her fingers again. Now your fifth sister has a job, and you found a job too. No, I'll go to the blind man and get some more yellow paper. May our ancestors bless me. You brat. Hurry up and find me a daughter-in-law, then I'll be at peace. With that thought in mind, Jiang Zuohua got up and walked out, and no one could stop her. Watching Jiang Zuohua's hurried departure, Li Youfu shook his head helplessly, but he wouldn't take the blame for this. Zhang Yumei smiled slightly. Brother-in-law, now that you're a city dweller, where will you transfer your household registration? I don't want to change my household registration for the time being. Don't mention this to Mom. If I change my household registration, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? It would immediately make people realize I have 2 jobs. Li Youfu could make up stories off the top of his head, but this startled Zhang Yumei. She nodded and said, Yes, I won't mention this to Mother. What if Mother asks about it? We'll see when the time comes. Okay, Li Youfu nodded. Fourth sister-in-law, then please clean up the dishes. I'll go to Uncle Qiangzi's place. Go ahead, just leave the dishes and chopsticks there, and I'll clean them up. Li Youfu stood up, hugged Dia tightly, and kissed her on the cheek. Dia, Uncle Lu will play with you again when he gets back. Be a good boy and listen to me. Brother-in-law, you go about your business. I'm watching over Dia. Li Youfu waved to the 2 men and then walked towards the village office. Uncle Qiangzi. 6th brother, when did you get back? I just got back not long ago, and I'm here to report to you right away. Li Youfu smiled and offered cigarettes to the group. This is Lacun from Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. It tastes just as good as Dakianmen. Youfu is becoming more and more successful now, definitely better than mass production. Ha ha. Everyone laughed, and someone chimed in. Uncle Youfu, no wonder we haven't seen you these past few days. You've been on a long trip. Yes, I went to visit my 3rd sister. There was nothing to hide, so Li Youfu directly stated the destination. How is Auntie? Serving with the army is a bit different from living in the countryside, but it's pretty much the same, nothing special. Are you having a meeting? Li Youfu could tell that the group was having a meeting. They were all from the same village and related by marriage, so they had all the usual rules. Li Daqiang nodded slightly, then said in a deep voice, Youfu, find a chair and sit down too. Isn't this inappropriate? Li Youfu waved his hand. I'm not a cadre in our village. Just sit down, kid. Why all the nonsense? Li Daqiang chuckled and cursed, then his smile faded. I asked Youfu to stay because I wanted to hear his opinion. Uncle Qiangzi, whatever you say goes. We'll listen to you. Grandpa Qiangzi, you're the village chief. We'll listen to you. Li Daqiang responded, then looked at Li Youfu with a meaningful gaze. Upon seeing this, Li Youfu also noticed the strange atmosphere and quickly asked, What's wrong? Did something happen in the village? The group exchanged glances, then finally turned their attention to Li Daqiang. Li Daqiang sighed. Youfu, just listen here, but don't go around telling anyone outside. Li Youfu's expression was serious. In fact, he was also wondering if it was related to food. After a pause, Li Daqiang continued. Our village is the only one in the vicinity that's doing a little better. If you hadn't told everyone about fishing, we probably wouldn't have had a good new year. We're sitting here today to discuss a solution. If we keep eating like this in the village canteen, we'll run out of food. What about the harvested grain? Li Daqiang looked troubled. I've gone to the commune several times, but they say they have no grain. These beasts, why don't they have any food? This is the grain we just handed over. That is. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in noise again, their faces clearly showing their dissatisfaction. I know that I and everyone else transported the grain to the commune together, but the commune's explanation is that it was transported to the higher-ups, and they don't have any grain now. What should we do then? How about we go to the commune again? Actually, Li Youfu already understood what was going on when he heard this. To put it bluntly, all the grain collected by the village was handed over to the commune. In principle, the commune would allocate a portion of the grain back to the village to continue operating the village canteen. In reality, after the grain was delivered to the commune, it was transported to other places by the commune. This was not the commune's fault, because they were just following orders from their superiors. Furthermore, starting in January next year, the cafeteria will become a mere shell of its former self, eventually leading to the abolition of the system. This also shows that the problem still stems from food shortages. You're lucky, you're quick-witted. See if you can help me think of a solution? Liu Fu gave a bitter smile. What could he possibly do? We can't just take the food from the space and give it to the village, because he can't afford that. On the surface, Liu Fu appeared to be deep in thought. Chapter 144. You have to bear the consequences of your own actions, even if it means shedding tears. Good luck. What idea have you come up with? Uncle Xiangzi, you overestimate me. What good ideas could I possibly have? But we can't just drive someone to their death. Liu Fu looked at everyone and said, in my opinion, we should still catch fish. The others shouldn't just sit idle either. The children can raise rabbits. They reproduce quickly. Also, our production team's pigs have given birth to piglets, eggs, and weaving. We can also organize people to go up the mountain, set traps, and hunt. In short, whether we keep it for ourselves or exchange it for food coupons, we can only rely on ourselves. I believe the difficulties will eventually pass. After these words were spoken, the room fell silent. It's not that Liu Fu's idea was unreliable, but rather that he was afraid of being labeled as a speculator. Well, some people think that as long as you buy something and resell it to someone else, that's enough. Others think that since it belongs to the collective, why should it be used to exchange for grain? Even the number of chickens each household raises is strictly regulated. These things did happen, and there were quite a few people who held this mindset, which greatly hindered the time it took to emerge from the difficult period. It wasn't until 1965 that the famine was finally over. Good fortune. Tell me about this and let me think about it. Village head. Uncle Xiangzi. Grandpa Xiangzi, we can't make mistakes. Bang. Someone slammed an enamel mug onto the table, saying, people are starving to death. What kind of mistake is this? You can't say that. Taidan is right. If all else fails, I'll try to talk to the commune leaders again. If they don't agree, I'll just live in the commune. The crowd started arguing back and forth, each offering their own opinion. Are you worried about being labeled as speculators and profiteers? That's easy, just sell it to a state-owned factory. Li Taidan curled his lip. You're lucky. You make it sound so simple, but the key is we don't have the connections. Even if we take a step back and find a way, like with the purchasing station, the most they'll give is money. They can't exchange it for grain, can they? I can. Liu Fu smiled slightly. For anyone else, this would be an insurmountable problem, but for Liu Fu, this problem simply did not exist. In some places, starting in August of this year, Chinese and Western restaurants, eateries, pastry shops, and snack shops have implemented a system of requiring food coupons or meal vouchers for food. In places like Haishang, a type of grain coupon with a value of 5 qian or half a liang was quite popular. In Jingnan City, it was even more outrageous, with a grain coupon with a value of 1 qian, 5 grams, which broke the national record for the lowest grain coupon value. To put it bluntly, in the hearts of ordinary people, grain coupons are more useful than money. Huh? Really? Good luck. But don't say anything out of line. Li Daqiang glared at Liu Fu, pulling Liu Fu back to reality. Uncle Xiangzi, I'm not making this up. Since everyone is here, I'll be frank. I'm a purchasing agent. This suddenly reminded Liu Fu of something. The 6011 disease. What does this mean? It means that in November 1960, a strange disease suddenly broke out across the country. People with this disease would have edema all over their bodies, like a big steamed bun soaking in water, and they would even have little strength to walk. If you look in the mirror at this moment, you'll find a large, round, deathly gray face, even more terrifying than a dead person's face. This is actually a disease caused by long-term malnutrition. If nutrients and protein are not replenished in time, it may lead to death. During this period, prices soared to an outrageous level. 1 kilogram of rice could be bought for 0.138 yuan, while on the black market, it would cost 4 yuan and only buy 1 kilogram of coarse grains. Is that an exaggeration? When faced with death, money is just an external thing. I left my work ID at home. If you don't believe me, I'll bring it over for everyone to see later. We believe, we believe. Seeing Liu Fu speak with such certainty, everyone was overjoyed. Li Daqiang asked, Yofu, when did you find this job? I've never heard you say anything. Just about 2 weeks ago. However, I'd like to make this clear from the outset. It's reasonable and legal for purchasing agents to go to the villages to buy supplies, but the research institute is small, with only a few hundred people in total. I only said I would give it a try because I'm a member of Lijia village and we're related to everyone. Whether it will work out or not is still uncertain. If it doesn't work out, please don't blame me. Blessed are you. With these words, my heart is already half at ease. Li Daqiang chimed in. Don't spread what Yofu just said around when you get back. If I find out, don't blame me, Li Daqiang, for dealing with him. Did you hear that? I heard you. Li Daqiang patted Li Yofu on the shoulder with a smile. Your name is well deserved. You really are the lucky star of our Li family village. Uncle Xiangzi, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. I'll let you know if I have any news after I go to the research institute tomorrow. Okay, take care on your journey. Whether this matter succeeds or not, everyone will remember your kindness. Li Yofu returned a smile and then walked out of the village office. In fact, Li Yofu had already made up his mind when he said those words, but it was impossible for him to get something for free. If he had to exchange something for it, Li Yofu would not be at a loss. In this way, he not only saved the villagers, but also gained a good reputation in Lijia village. He could also sell these supplies to research institutes, Red Star Machinery Factory, and even more state-owned factories. In short, he will definitely not be the one who suffers a loss. Yofu, did you go to see Uncle Xiangzi? When Li Yofu arrived home, Jiang Cuihua also returned. Upon asking, he learned that Li Yofu had gone to the village office shortly after she left. Li Yofu nodded. Uncle Xiangzi gave me a letter of introduction, so I should at least let him know when I get back. That's only right. Hearing Li Yofu say that, Jiang Cuihua didn't think much of it. She took 3 steps at a time, looked outside the courtyard, and after confirming that no one was there, waved to Li Yofu. Come, offer incense to our ancestors. Li Yofu was also somewhat amused and asked, right in the yard? Where else do you want to go? Li Yofu, shut up. Destroying the 4 olds and feudal superstitions will get you a lesson if someone sees it. Besides, he can only swallow his tears for the sins he himself committed. It's all because Li Yofu used his ancestors as an excuse from the very beginning. Hurry up. They're here. Li Yofu took the incense from Jiang Cuihua, lit it with a match, and waited until the incense emitted blue smoke before sticking the 3 sticks into the ground. I prayed to the air again. Jiang Cuihua looked devout, muttering incantations, roughly wishing Li Yofu would quickly find a wife so the Li family could continue its lineage. Mother, can't you bless me with something else? You brat, how dare you talk like that? Hurry up and apologize to your ancestors. Jiang Cuihua clasped her hands together and said, Ancestor, Yofu is still young, but he can't keep his mouth shut. Please don't blame him. If you have to blame someone, blame me. It's my fault for not educating him properly. The next second, under Jiang Cuihua's deathly gaze, Li Yofu clasped his hands together and said, Ancestor, I'm sorry. I misspoke just now. Please forgive me. Chapter 145, Revealing the Truth to Jiang Cuihua. Ancestors, please don't be offended. Please don't be offended. After Jiang Cuihua finished speaking, she glared at Li Yofu, still not satisfied. Your Uncle Xiangzi didn't say anything, did he? It's nothing. When I arrived, Uncle Xiangzi and the others were in a meeting. They kept me behind and asked me for my advice. Jiang Cuihua glanced at Li Yofu and asked, You want me to come up with ideas? In fact, Li Yofu was also hesitant about whether to tell Jiang Cuihua, but then he thought that this was a step he couldn't avoid. He pulled Jiang Cuihua aside and said, Uncle Xiangzi and the others are saying that the commune hasn't delivered the grain harvested this year, and we're afraid that our village will run out of food soon. What? Jiang Cuihua was shocked. How can this be? Why shouldn't we get the grain that our village has handed over? Li Yofu made a shushing gesture. Keep your voice down. Uncle Xiangzi doesn't want this to be spread around. Having experienced hunger herself, Jiang Cuihua understood all too well the importance of food. Looking at Li Yofu with a worried expression, she said, What can we do? We can't just watch people starve to death, can we? Your Uncle Xiangzi didn't go to the commune to make trouble. If all else fails, he can organize the villagers to go to the commune together. It's no use. Li Youfu shook his head. If the commune could produce grain, it would have done so long ago. Right now, disasters are happening all over the country. Just surviving is a blessing. Mom, I'll figure out how to feed our family. I won't let you go hungry. What solutions can you come up with? Jiang Cuihua was completely distraught and had long forgotten that her son had a job. Li Youfu grabbed Jiang Cuihua's hand. Mother, I have a job. Yes. My son is a purchasing agent. Jiang Cuihua breathed a sigh of relief. She was extremely grateful that Li Youfu had found 2 jobs, and with Li Yudi's help, they wouldn't starve to death. Li Youfu smiled and said, Now you should be glad you have 2 jobs, right? No matter what, our family will be fine. Jiang Cuihua sighed. It's just that you've suffered. Fine. Also, we should keep our own grain for ourselves. If anyone asks to borrow grain, you must not give in. Jiang Cuihua rolled her eyes at Li Youfu. My son works so hard running back and forth, and I don't know how much suffering he has endured. Why should I lend him the grain? Li Youfu smiled and said, After making up all this nonsense, all I wanted was a promise from Jiang Cuihua. His story seems flawless, but it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. First of all, the household registration is a loophole. You should know that when you go to a grain store to buy grain, you need to see the grain book, and only those with urban household registration have the corresponding grain book, as well as the ration based on each person. Everything was planned. Some people ask, isn't 26 gene of grain a month enough for an adult to eat? In fact, it's not enough to eat. The reason is quite simple. It lacks oil and fat, so people tend to eat more. If they let their stomachs run wild, any woman could easily eat 3 or 4 steamed buns, each weighing about 2 ounces. And I got hungry again soon after eating. Out of necessity, people can only drink water like crazy or reduce their physical activity to maintain their energy. This wasn't the most desperate situation. The most desperate situation was that every family had several children, and the saying, a half-grown boy can eat his father alive, spread around this time. You might think that the 26 gene, 13 caddies, quota is all refined grains like rice and wheat flour, but that's not actually the case. Part of it is replaced with cornmeal and sweet potato flour, and the other part is coarse grains. Only about 30% is refined grain. With a change of heart, Li Youfu continued, You don't need to worry about Grandpa and Grandma either. I'll take care of everything. You're lucky, but don't be reckless. I know you're capable, but I'm putting all the burdens on your shoulders. Before Jiang Cuihua could finish speaking, Li Youfu interrupted her, saying, Mother, it's not as bad as you think. Don't forget that your son is a purchasing agent. And I also told Uncle Qianzi that the village will raise more rabbits and chickens, and we will also make some handicrafts. I will use these to exchange for grain coupons and grain. Will this work? Anyway, the factory needs to make purchases. They only care about the materials and don't care where they come from. That is to say, Li Youfu had the confidence to say this. The state-owned factory was not short of money and coupons, and the grain was also rationed, with some surplus, but the amount was not large. What's truly lacking is oil, meat, eggs, fish. This situation reached its peak, especially after the outbreak of 6011, and it spread across the country. There are also cows that starve to death because they have no food, and this kind of situation is not uncommon in this era. Mom, you don't need to think too much. Just do as I say and don't let others dig up our family secrets. Jiang Cuihua nodded heavily at that moment. Li Youfu changed the subject. All right, I'll go see Grandpa and Grandma again. Aren't you going to rest for a while? Chapter 146, Jiang Feng Reunited. Let's rest when we get back. It wouldn't be good if they came back, and we hadn't even gone over to greet them. It's time to show yourself. Wait a minute. Hearing Li Youfu say that, Jiang Cuihua stopped him, turned around, and went back into the house. When she came out, she had half a pound of brown sugar in her hand. Take the candy to your grandparents and tell them you bought it when you came back. Jiang Cuihua shoved the box of brown sugar into Li Youfu's hand, saying, Don't bother with all that. Just go and come back soon. Okay, I'm leaving then. Li Youfu returned the smile. The main reason was that the things he had prepared for his grandparents were in the spiritual spring space. It wasn't that he hadn't prepared anything. Grandpa and Grandma, are you home? My dear grandson is back. When did you come back, Youfu? I heard from your mother that you went to Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. My dear grandson, sit down and talk. The old lady rushed ahead of Li Shanjin, grabbed Li Youfu's hand, and pulled him to sit down on a chair. You haven't visited Grandma in so long. She misses you. Then he looked at Li Shanjin and said, Go pour my grandson a glass of water. Li Youfu grasped the old lady's hand. Grandma, no need. I just had a drink at home before coming here. This is something I brought for you. Salted fish, cured meat, malted milk powder, brown sugar, all of these are included. Li Shanjin smacked his lips. You're so lucky. Why did you buy all this? We'd be so happy if you could come visit Grandpa and Grandma more often. Li Youfu opened another pack of cigarettes and handed one to his grandpa, saying, Grandpa, have a taste. This is a cigarette from over there. Okay. Li Shangen's eyes lit up. In this era, most men smoked and drank, and Li Shanjin was no exception. He was a heavy smoker, and as soon as he heard that the cigarettes were from out of town, he couldn't wait to put them in his mouth. Li Youfu took out matches and lit them for the two men. Li Shanjin took a drag and said with a satisfied look, Good cigarette. Grandpa, these are the 2 packages I brought back for you. Li Shanjin did not refuse and gladly put it in his pocket. As the two were smoking, the old lady went to the kitchen, and the second uncle's family, hearing the noise, also came out from another room. Blessed. Sixth brother, second uncle, second aunt. Li Youfu greeted with a smile, offering her another cigarette. Zhou Lihua smiled and said, Has Fu eaten yet? If not, your second aunt will cook for you. Have eaten. Dog egg, air egg, this is for you too. Li Youfu waved to the two of them, then grabbed a handful of candy from his pocket and handed it to them, totaling more than a dozen pieces. It's White Rabbit. Thank you, sixth brother. Thank you, sixth brother. Dog egg, and Erden's eyes lit up. Once you've tasted White Rabbit candy, you can never forget the flavor. The second aunt standing nearby said, Youfu, why are you giving these two rascals candy again? This candy is so precious. Li Youfu smiled slightly. It's all right, second aunt. It's just a few candies. It's not worth much money. That won't work either. If you give it all to these two kids, they'll eat it all in no time. Zhou Lihua looked at her two sons and said, Take one each, and I'll keep the rest for you. Mother, hurry up. Dog Egg and Air Dan looked reluctantly at Li Youfu, and then at Zhou Lihua, but still handed all the candy to Zhou Lihua, keeping only one candy for themselves. That's right. If you behave well in the future, Mom will reward you with a White Rabbit candy. Yes, Mother. I will definitely do my best. Mother, me too. Dog Egg patted his chest and made a promise, and Air Dan was not to be outdone. Li Youfu witnessed this scene but did not stop her. Other villagers would have done the same thing as Zhou Lihua in the same situation. In fact, this approach is quite effective. After confiscating the two men's White Rabbit candies, Zhou Lihua smiled apologetically at Li Youfu. I'm doing this for their own good, to prevent those two lads from ruining them all. With a candy in his mouth and his eyes crinkling into slits, Erden still managed to ask Li Youfu, Sixth brother, when are you taking us fishing again? Godan also stared longingly at Li Youfu. My dear grandson, see if it's sweet. If it's not sweet, Grandma will add some more sugar. Just then, the old lady came over from the kitchen carrying an enamel mug. Then she looked at her second aunt and the others and said, Why are you fishing? My grandson just got back. If you want to fish, go fish yourselves. Zhou Lihua nodded in agreement. You two go play by yourselves, but don't play near the water, understand? I heard you. Dog Egg, Erden responded, still sounding a little aggrieved. Li Youfu stood up, smiling as he reached out and ruffled their hair. Tell sixth brother, do you want to eat fish? Dog Egg and Erden nodded without hesitation. I'll ask my second aunt to cook fish for you tonight. Real. Li Youfu pointed to the salted fish he had brought. Sixth brother didn't lie to you. Great, we'll have fish for dinner tonight. Thank you, sixth brother. Thank you, sixth brother. Upon hearing this, Godan and Air Dan jumped up happily, all traces of their grievance gone. You're lucky, it's all because you spoil these two brats. Li Youfu smiled, but still reminded her, second aunt, this is salted fish, you can just steam it. Okay, I've got it. The old lady asked, My dear grandson, you can have dinner here with Grandpa and Grandma tonight. Tell Go Dan to call your mother over later too. Grandma, I ate before I came. Really no need. I'm not going to stand on ceremony with you. I mainly came to see you all. After that, I need to go back and rest. I haven't had much rest on the train these past 2 days. The old lady looked distressed and said, Then you can sleep in the room for a while. We'll call you to eat when the food is ready. Maybe next time. It's not like I'm not coming to see you. Then you promise, Grandma. Li Yofu nodded, chatted with his grandparents for a few more minutes, and then they urged him to go back and rest. The round trip only takes half an hour. This also includes the time spent traveling to and from the destination. Mother, I'm back. Did you tell your grandparents too? Jiang Cuihua was naturally asking about what Li Yofu had just said to her. Li Yofu shook his head. I haven't said anything yet. I'll go to the research institute tomorrow and discuss it with Uncle Qiangzi and the others before we talk about it. Mother, I'm going to rest now. Good. After Li Yofu finished speaking, he turned around and went back into the house. Looking at the room, which had been cleaned and tidied up, he felt much better. I fell asleep shortly after lying in bed. The next day, Li Yofu woke up at 8 o'clock. Although he was well taken care of by his third sister at her house, he still felt most comfortable sleeping in his own bed. Brother-in-law, get up. You slept for quite a long time. Good morning, fourth sister-in-law. Li Yofu greeted Zhang Yumei with a smile, saying, I slept from 5 p.m. yesterday until 8 a.m. the next morning. How could that not be long? However, this nap also swept away his fatigue, and Li Yofu became energetic and full of vigor again. Zhang Yumei smiled and said, Go wash up quickly. Breakfast is ready. Okay, fourth sister-in-law. Li Yofu responded and took his toiletries to fetch water. Compared to the tap water in the courtyard, in the countryside, drinking water had to be carried by hand. He also heard that some places had already started using hand-operated wells, also called hand pump wells, which are a memory for many rural people in later generations, but they would not become popular in rural areas until the 1970s. Very few people can use hand-operated wells now. The most critical issue is still the availability of steel. After the Great Leap Forward, some places still use ceramic pots for cooking. This thing has poor heat transfer properties, so it can only be used for stewing. Breakfast is over. Mother, fourth sister-in-law, I'm going to the county. Don't save me lunch. Okay, drive carefully. No. After saying goodbye to the two, Li Yofu headed towards the town. Along the way, he encountered many people from Lijia village, which meant that Li Yofu had to rely on his own 2 legs. We must take over the work at the research institute. Once you have a purchasing agent's work permit, riding a bicycle becomes perfectly reasonable, just like postmen, who are also provided with a bicycle by the post office. With a sudden change of heart, Li Yofu thought of Jiang Feng again. Since I still have some time, I might as well go and see how Jiang Feng is doing. Li Yofu found a secluded spot where no one could see him and retrieved the bicycle and bamboo basket from the spiritual spring space. Since he wanted Jiang Feng, Li Yofu also wanted to get some information from him. He didn't intend to come empty-handed. Jiang Feng was lucky. In the past, Li Yofu could only get some pheasants or wild boar meat. This time there are 2 roosters in the bamboo basket. Brother Jiang, you're busy, aren't you? Li Yofu parked his bicycle in front of the post office and saw Jiang Feng sitting there as soon as he entered. Sixth brother. Upon seeing Li Yofu, Jiang Feng was overjoyed. He immediately greeted his colleagues and ran over to Li Yofu. Let's go. Let's go. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go to my place. Okay. Li Yofu naturally had no objections and followed Jiang Feng back to his bungalow. Li Yofu had been here twice before and was familiar with the place where Jiang Feng lived. Sixth brother, I've missed you so much. Where have you been all this time? Several times when I passed by your house, I even glanced into your yard. As Jiang Feng opened the door, he chattered on, and it was clear that he was all smiles when he saw Li Yofu. Let me see, what did you bring? As soon as he entered, Jiang Feng couldn't wait any longer and stood on tiptoe to look into the bamboo basket. Upon seeing this, Li Yofu was both amused and exasperated. I thought you missed me, brother Jiang. Turns out you were just thinking about me bringing you something. You little rascal, you have no idea what kind of life your brother Jiang has been living lately. Li Yofu asked, what's wrong? Look at my face. Li Yofu looked closely and, to his surprise, Jiang Feng's face looked much rounder. What have you been eating lately? You've gotten so fat. Is this what you call fat? Jiang Feng said irritably. This is malnutrition. It's all swollen. Li Youfu put down the bamboo basket, found a chair, and sat down. What did the doctor say? What else can I say? It's about replenishing our nutrition. At this point, Jiang Feng sighed again. Chapter 147. Going to the Research Institute to report back from leave. Then you can take a good rest this time. Li Youfu chuckled softly, then lifted a corner of the cloth covering the bamboo basket. Rooster. Jiang Feng's expression was first taken aback, then replaced by ecstatic joy. He patted Li Youfu's shoulder hard. Sixth brother, you're really a lifesaver for Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang doesn't know how to thank you enough. Jiang Feng chuckled foolishly while rubbing his hands together, but then his face fell. Sixth brother, if you want to exchange grain, Brother Jiang doesn't have any grain to exchange with you. To be honest, even on the black market, you get a lot of questions but few exchanges, and the prices are beyond my wildest imagination. Jiang Feng gave a wry smile. When he saw the two roosters, his eyes were glued to them, and it took him a while to look away. It wasn't that Jiang Feng didn't want to change. The key was that he couldn't afford that much money to buy food. It's all right. Is the same price as before acceptable? Real. Jiang Feng couldn't believe it. Although the roosters Li Youfu brought were only 2 or 3 pounds each, they could definitely be exchanged for 5 pounds of fine grain on the black market. If you are patient, you can exchange 1 pound of refined grains for 3 pounds of coarse grains. That's 15 jin of coarse grains. A relative of Jiang Feng's only managed to buy 2 jin of coarse grains for 6 yuan. Just think about that ratio. Li Youfu smiled and said, of course it's true. Sixth brother, you're putting yourself at a huge disadvantage. You probably don't know how expensive food is on the black market right now. Li Youfu smiled and shook his head. Brother Jiang, the black market is the black market, and I am me. I'm the one exchanging it for you, not the other way around. But, no buts, unless you don't want to be my friend. Jiang Feng quickly waved his hand. No. Sixth brother, Brother Jiang didn't mean that. That's it. Hurry up and pay me. It's 10 yuan in total. That's all. I have to go to the county town for something. Li Youfu looked at Jiang Feng suspiciously. Brother Jiang, if you can't come up with 10 yuan, then I'll have to give it to Brother Ma and Brother Zhang. You little brat. Jiang Feng took out a large black dollar bill and said, Sixth brother, consider this a favor I owe you. No, we're exchanging goods, don't try that. When we have time another day, let's get Brother Zhang and Brother Ma together. I'll provide the ingredients, and you guys can provide the drinks. Let's have a good drink together. No problem. I'll go tell those 2 lads in a bit. Don't worry, the 3 of us will chip in and treat you to Matai. Then I'll wait. Li Youfu stood up from his chair and extended his hand. Brother Jiang, you go ahead with your work, I won't bother you any longer. Okay, drive carefully. The 2 shook hands briefly, then parted ways. Li Youfu took the empty bamboo basket and walked out of the bungalow, then rode his bicycle to the Research Institute. As Li Youfu's figure disappeared, Jiang Feng suddenly felt his eyes well up with tears. People who usually exchange roosters for money aren't necessarily friends. They might just be doing business. But if someone offers help in times of need and insists on the original price, then they definitely consider you a true friend. Li Youfu pedaled his bicycle happily, unaware that Jiang Feng had so much inner turmoil. This might be a lifeline for Jiang Feng, but Li Youfu didn't take it seriously at all. Even if Jiang Feng had paid 10 yuan for the 2 roosters, Li Youfu could have easily given them away for free. On the contrary, this incident brought the 2 closer together. True friends are those who support each other, beyond just joking and boasting. Soon, Li Youfu arrived at the entrance of the Research Institute once again. The gatekeeper. Li Youfu stopped his bicycle and greeted the gatekeeper. It's you, kid. I haven't seen you in a while. Grandpa, have a cigarette. The gatekeeper skillfully took the cigarette from Li Youfu's hand, then held it under his nose and sniffed it intensely, looking completely absorbed. You haven't been here for so long, lad. I haven't had such good cigarettes in ages. That expression, that look, that smug face, it just seemed so obnoxious. Li Youfu's lips twitched, and he took out 2 more cigarettes and handed them over. He felt his heart was bleeding. No, he was just angry at this old man. Sensible. Are you looking for Director Qian? Director Qian is in his office. Please come in. Sir, what about my car? Just leave it at the door. The gatekeeper couldn't help but roll his eyes. After saying that, he walked straight into the security office, leaving Li Yufu with only a dashing back view. Li Yufu. Damn it. I'll be driven crazy by this old guy sooner or later. Li Yufu parked his car at the entrance of the security department and then walked to Director Qian's office. Knock knock. Come in. Li Yufu poked his head in first. Uncle Qian, long time no see. Sixth brother, when did you get back? I just arrived yesterday. Li Yufu walked into the office, closed the door behind him, and then familiarly found a chair to sit down. At this moment, Director Qian also placed a cup of tea in front of Li Yufu, asking, why didn't you stay there a few more days? Judging by the time, the business trip certificate that Director Qian issued to Li Yufu will arrive in another week, so staying a few more days is not a big deal. I'm just afraid you'll nag me, Uncle Qian. Director Qian took out his cigarette case, while Li Yufu took out matches and lit them for the two of them. It's good that you're back. What have you thought about what I told you before? What's up? Director Qian smiled enigmatically. You're just playing dumb with me. It's all about coming to work for me. To be honest with you, you sent wild boars to the research institute twice. The institute's leaders know about you, and I have also reported your situation to them. The institute leadership has no objections. If you nod now, you'll be part of our institute from now on. Thank you, Uncle Qian. Li Yufu first thanked him. Uncle Qian, I have no problem working here, but I want to ask if there's any regulation regarding working hours. What do you want? Li Yufu chuckled. Of course, the more freedom the better. To be honest, I'm used to being lazy. If you really make me sit in an office and sign in for work, I'd rather be killed. Director Qian rolled his eyes in annoyance. He was quite annoyed by Li Yufu's words, and it took him a long time to say, do you even know how difficult it is to find a job these days? No. Isn't this something I'm discussing with you, Uncle Qian? Li Yufu acted completely like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Upon witnessing this scene, Director Qian was both amused and annoyed. After thinking for a while, he said, I can discuss this with the institute leaders. I don't think there will be any major problems. But you also need to ensure that you complete a certain amount of procurement each month. If you don't complete the task, even if I plead with you, it won't work. You need to understand that. Li Yufu nodded very seriously. Uncle Qian, I'm not the kind of person who just eats and doesn't work. Could you also tell me how much procurement volume you'll be allocating to me each month? You know, being a purchasing agent is no easy job these days. Chapter 148, The Old Fox, the Little Fox. Director Qian understood perfectly well that the job of a purchasing agent was not easy. Otherwise, Li Yufu would not have had a chance. The main issue is the shortage of unplanned supplies, especially meat and eggs. We need to find ways to make up for it with unplanned supplies. To put it simply, it's a lack of oil and water. People can go without meat and eggs for a period of time, but if they don't eat them for a long time and don't get enough oil and water, their bodies will suffer from malnutrition due to a lack of oil and water. Furthermore, the tightening of food rations has undoubtedly amplified this situation. The 6011 disease that is now spreading across the country, characterized by edema and a deathly pallor, is a consequence of long-term food and malnutrition. A monthly procurement target of 600 yuan. As long as you can complete your monthly procurement tasks, even if I don't see you for a whole month, I guarantee everything will be fine. Sure, but I have one request. You say? Li Yufu thought for a moment, then said, Uncle Qian, saying it's a requirement is also for the purpose of completing the task. It's like this. I hope Uncle Qian can give me a certificate that the Research Institute uses grain to exchange for unplanned supplies from the people according to a certain ratio. Sixth brother, I must say, you really have some wild ideas. Director Qian shook his head with a smile. It's not that Uncle Qian doesn't want to give you this certificate, but our Research Institute also has a ration of grain. The steamed buns, cornbread, and rice made in the canteen all required grain coupons, which you had to take to the grain station to buy grain. They didn't just appear out of thin air. It's not just research institutes that operate this way. State-owned factories and organizations across the country follow the same model. There may be some adjustments to deal with emergencies, such as receptions and rewards, but the amount will not be too large, and it is far less than that of a large factory, like Hongxing Machinery Factory with thousands of employees. Li Youfu chuckled. Uncle Qian, I think you've misunderstood. I just want this kind of proof, not to exchange it for the Institute's food. How so? Director Qian suddenly became interested and stared intently at Li Youfu, unable to understand Li Youfu's purpose in doing so. It's very simple. Take wild boar and pheasant for example. They are hunted by villagers in the mountains and belong to the collective. So let me ask you, won't these things eventually be exchanged for grain? To feed more people. Continue. Director Qian listened attentively and carefully considered every word Li Youfu said. Indeed, that was the case. So here's the problem. If you sell it to a research institute, which is a state-owned enterprise, it's legal and legitimate. But if you sell it to other places, it's considered speculation and profiteering. The root cause is food. The research institute definitely wants to buy unplanned supplies with money, even if it means paying a premium. Director Qian nodded again, just like the previous 2 times he bought wild boar from Li Youfu. If the price was in accordance with the plan, the pork would be divided into 3 grades, with the lowest grade, 3rd grade, costing only 55 cents per pound. We need meat tickets. Li Youfu smiled and continued. The village is also using the money to buy grain at a premium. That's why I say the essence lies in food. Uncle Qian, you helped me get the certificate, which is equivalent to purchasing grain at a premium in the name of the research institute. But the result is beneficial to both the village and the research institute. It's a win-win situation. If Uncle Qian agrees, I am willing to increase my monthly purchasing quota by 1,000 yuan. Director Qian ignored the 1,000 yuan procurement task and looked at Li Youfu to ask, I can issue you a certificate, just like you said, it will only benefit our research institute and not harm it. But if you buy grain at a premium, will the villagers be willing to accept it? Li Youfu gave a wry smile. Everyone wants to exchange for more food to take back, but people can't starve to death. To tell you the truth, this year when our village handed over the harvested grain to the commune, and then asked the commune for more grain, the people from the commune said that the grain had already been transported away by higher authorities. The village chief has gone to the commune several times, but no matter how much he makes a fuss or stays there, the commune can't provide any grain. Uncle Qian, what can we do if we don't come up with a solution? There are no quotas in rural areas. Li Youfu complained. Then we can only rely on the mountains for food, try to hunt some game in the mountains, dig up some wild vegetables and stuff. We have to find a way to survive. On the other hand, it's better to be able to buy food at a premium than to starve to death. Li Youfu's words were deafening, and they carried a fighting spirit. Director Qian was also infected by this emotion. He had heard about it before and knew that everything Li Youfu said was true. That's why Director Qian felt that it was truly remarkable that Li Youfu, at his age, had such vision and thinking. If it weren't for the fact that the son-in-law had been careless beforehand and hadn't investigated Li Youfu, knowing that Li Youfu was a native of Lijia village and had only completed junior high school, and even Director Qian would have begun to suspect that Li Youfu might have undergone special training to develop such meticulous thinking. Li Youfu didn't say anything more. He took out a cigarette and offered one to Director Qian, then lit one for himself. On the surface, the two of them were both smoking, but in reality, Li Youfu's heart was far from calm. That's right. What I just said from the bottom of my heart was only half true. How much does each pound of grain cost? Is it coarse grain or fine grain? Or is it ration coupons? Is anyone with Li Youfu? Did Li Youfu embezzle any of the grain? However, to put it bluntly, unplanned supplies are so hard to come by, and there's a shortage everywhere. State-owned factories and state-owned units don't care where these supplies come from. The price offered is based on the market price, or even slightly higher than the market price. Therefore, Director Qian's part will not go wrong. As for Lijia village, Li Youfu felt a pang of pity. He decided to ignore it. Many of them were relatives who couldn't survive and would definitely run to Jiang Zuowa's house to borrow food. Other families go hungry for 3 days and 9 meals a day, but you have rice, flour, and meat to eat. No wonder you feel resentful. Some might ask, Why not bring Jiang Cuihua to Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces? Li Youfu has money and tickets, and the Hongxing machinery factory even provided her with a dormitory. Li Youfu had thought about this issue before. To be honest, it's the same everywhere in the country these days. If you eat something good, people will immediately be eyeing you with envy, jealousy, and even backstabbing. Never trust human nature. Li Youfu didn't dare to gamble. In his mind, the people in Lijia village were at least related by blood, knew each other's backgrounds, and Li Daqiang was in charge of the village. You don't have this advantage outside. But if you want to manage the people in Lijia village, you have to find a way out for yourself. This was the case when you asked Director Qian to issue a business trip certificate, and it was the same case when you asked him to issue a procurement certificate. Okay, I'll issue you this certificate. But we also agreed that you can't go back on your word just now. Is there a problem with a procurement target of 1,000 yuan per month? Director Qian, like a cunning old fox, looked at Li Youfu with a smile. Li Youfu rolled his eyes at him and said in a muffled voice, "Fine. I can only suffer the consequences of speaking too quickly. Ha ha hey, kid. Uncle Qian won't let you suffer a loss." Director Qian laughed heartily, looking extremely happy, while Li Youfu was practically bursting with laughter inside. You think you've gotten a good deal, but I never lose out. Li Youfu's spiritual spring space contained commendation letters, bonuses, cash, letters of introduction from the railway police, and a work permit from the Red Star Machinery Factory, all to leave himself a way out, also known as a clear path. Even if we take a step back and consider the worst-case scenario, whether it's supplies or food, the ultimate beneficiary will still be Li Youfu. He is the biggest winner. Chapter 149, Level 7 Clerk. Sixth brother, sit here for a while. Never mind, you'll come with me. Uncle Qian, what's this? Director Qian smiled slightly. Go see the institute leaders and tell them about your joining the company. If you're afraid to meet the boss, you can sit in the office and wait for me. Li Youfu curled his lip and said, What's there to be afraid of? It's not like it's a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. Ha ha, okay. Let's go then. Director Qian laughed heartily, making no attempt to hide his admiration for Li Youfu. Then, led by Director Qian, the two walked to another office area and knocked on the office door. Enter. A deep, resonant voice came from inside. Director Qian pushed open the door and gestured with his eyes for Li Youfu to follow. Director Xiao. Old Qian, what's going on? Director Xiao was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a Zhongshan suit, with short hair and glasses. He was refined and gave off a scholarly air. While Li Youfu was sizing up the other person, Director Xiao was also sizing up Li Youfu. Director Qian smiled slightly and pointed to Li Youfu, introducing him. Director Xiao, this is Li Youfu, whom I mentioned to you before. He is the sixth child in his family, and I have always called him sixth brother. The two wild boars that our station sent over before were hunted by Lao Lu in the mountains. Comrade Lao Lu. Director Xiao. Director Xiao stood up from his chair, walked over to Li Youfu, and extended his hand with a smile. Sixth brother, I've heard of you before, but this is the first time I've met you in person. I didn't expect you to be such a young man. We also owe a great debt to the pork you delivered twice, which has given our staff even more motivation to contribute to the country. Director Xiao is too kind. Li Youfu and Director Xiao shook hands briefly before parting ways. Look at that. No wonder he's a leader who does administrative work. The words he speaks are so pleasant to hear. Sit down, don't be so polite. Li Youfu dared not sit down, while Director Xiao was still standing. This scene gave Director Xiao a very good first impression of Li Youfu, and he gave a slight nod to Director Qian. Please sit down if Director Xiao asks you to. Director Qian whispered a reminder, and Li Youfu finally sat down in the chair. Director Xiao smiled with satisfaction and sat back down in his chair. Director Qian then slowly said, Director, I brought Lao Lu here so you could take a look. You've always said that Lao Lu has made contributions to our institute. On the other hand, I have already spoken with Lao Lu and want to keep him in our institute so that he can continue to contribute to the institute. I hope the director can agree to this. Director Xiao nodded. Have you discussed the compensation and benefits? Not yet. Director Qian shook his head, then smiled. The director hasn't given his approval yet. How could I dare to make a decision on my own? You. Director Xiao chuckled, then looked at Li Yufu and said, "Sixth brother, you delivered meat to our station before, which solved a problem for us. I believe you can do a good job as a purchasing agent. In that case, there's no need for an internship. We'll start directly as a level 7 clerk. If we do well, we'll reward or promote those who deserve it. We'll follow all the rules and regulations. Do you think this is okay?" "That's absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Director Xiao." "Thank you, Director Qian." Li Youfu's face lit up with joy. He thought that being given a level 9 clerk position was the limit, but he was unexpectedly promoted 2 levels and started directly from a level 7 clerk position. This was the kind of treatment that only vocational school graduates could get after becoming full-fledged employees. Work hard. Whether our institute can improve the food and let our comrades eat more oily food depends on the work of you purchasing agents. Director Xiao picked up his pen and wrote a line on the note. "Old Qian, I'll trouble you to take Lao Lu to the personnel department for the rest. After all, he'll be your soldier from now on." "Don't worry, Director. I guarantee the mission will be completed." "Okay, if there's nothing else, you can go now." "Goodbye, Director Xiao." "Goodbye, Chief Xiao." The two left the office and quietly closed the door behind them. "What are you standing there for? Report to the personnel department first." Li Youfu chuckled. "I also have to thank Uncle Qian. I didn't expect to receive such high treatment." Director Qian raised the corners of his mouth. "This also shows that Director Xiao values you highly. As long as you do your job well and complete the Institute's procurement tasks, being a level 7 clerk is nothing special. To be honest with you, in our institute, vocational school graduates are the minimum. There are quite a few college graduates." Li Youfu smacked his lips, his good mood instantly extinguished. Upon seeing this, Director Qian chuckled again. "Can't even handle that. Like I said, as long as you do your job well, being a level 1 clerk isn't a big deal. Let's go. The personnel department will be closed soon." The two chatted as they walked. The research institute wasn't very big, and they arrived at the personnel department in less than 2 minutes. Chapter 150, For Roosters. Director Qian. Section Chief Lu. Director Qian handed over the slip of paper written by Director Xiao, saying, "I'm bringing a new employee here to complete their onboarding procedures. There's no need for you, Director Qian, to come in person." Section Chief Lu then opened the slip of paper, which listed the new employee's position and rank, with Director Zhao's signature at the bottom. "Buyer." Section Chief Lu looked at Li Yufu and asked with interest, "You wouldn't happen to be the young comrade who delivered wild boars to our station, would you?" "That's right, it's him." Director Qian laughed and said, "He went to great lengths to invite me here, so don't scare me away." "Director Qian, you're really joking." Section Chief Lu extended his hand. "Welcome to our research institute. I'm Lu Kemming, the head of the personnel department. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to me directly." "Thank you, Section Chief Lu. My name is Li Youfu. I am the 6th child in my family, and everyone calls me Lao Lu, 6th brother." Li Youfu smiled, reached out, and shook hands briefly, then they parted. "6th brother, I'll call you 6th brother from now on, but you still need to fill in your own name on your work ID. Can you read? Write your name here so I can create a file." Li Youfu picked up his pen and neatly wrote the words Li Youfu on the notebook. "It's a good name, and I hope it can bring you some good fortune. We're eating cabbage and radishes every day, and I'm getting stupid from it." "Well, Luke, you're complaining now." "Just kidding, Director Qian, don't be angry. This is just a joke." Lu Kemming quickened his pace and asked Li Youfu a few more related questions, such as his marital status, date of birth, and address. 5 minutes later. "6th brother, go to the state-run photo studio and get your photo taken. Give it to me later, and all your paperwork will be done." "Section Chief Lu, is this photo all right?" The black and white photo that Li Youfu took out was taken at a state-run photo studio when he joined the Hongxing Machinery Factory. Director Qian and Section Chief Lu glanced at the photo in Li Youfu's hand, and then their gazes settled on Li Youfu's face. Li Youfu looked puzzled. "Is it not allowed?" "Can." Section Chief Lu took the photo and began filling in the information on the work permit. In those days, all the relevant information on the work permit was filled in manually, and finally, a steel stamp was affixed to the photo and name. "All I need is a freshly issued work permit." Looking at his work ID in his hand, Li Yufu stuffed it back into his shirt pocket and thanked Section Chief Liu, saying, "Thank you, Section Chief Liu. You're welcome. Just come to me if you don't understand anything. Section Chief Liu, we'll be going now. Take care, Director Qian." Logistics Department. Director Qian took the thermos and refilled Li Yufu's teacup with water. "Now that the job is settled, don't forget the 4 wild boars you promised me last time." "No way. By the way, Uncle Qian, who should I contact for the supplies I deliver in the future?" Li Yufu chuckled. He hadn't forgotten about the 4 wild boars, but he couldn't just send them over all at once. That would seem too easy. "If it's not a lot of money, I'll just give it to you directly. If it's a lot of money, I'll give you a receipt so you can go to the finance department to collect the money. Our research institute doesn't have many people, so the rules aren't that rigid. These are mainly unplanned supplies. Now that you're one of us in the institute, I'll be frank with you." Director Qian wanted to say that he would accept any food offered, but when he got to the point, he ended up saying things like meat, eggs, and fish. He realized that the 1,000 yuan purchase quota was a lot, but when it was divided among several hundred people, it wasn't much at all. 2 ounces of meat coupons a month, to be honest. Everyone has to support their families, so they're hoping to get some meat at the institute. "Uncle Qian, I will complete my monthly procurement tasks and try my best to do them even better." Director Qian smiled reassuringly. "Sixth brother, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'm not telling you this to complain." As he spoke, Director Qian handed the completed certificate to Li Yufu, saying, "It's not easy for anyone. If you have any difficulties, just let me know. Uncle Qian, let me try first. If I really encounter difficulties, then I'll ask for help." Li Yufu did not refuse. Director Qian meant well, but Li Yufu was not short of food. He was just using the research institute as a shield. However, even if Li Yufu caught the research institute embezzling, he might not have many other receipts, but he probably wouldn't have many grain coupons. Even if it's only a few dozen or 100 kilograms, it's still a drop in the ocean when it's distributed to Lijia village. Director Qian nodded. In addition, the purchasing staff will receive a subsidy of 5 yuan per month. To put it bluntly, when you go down to purchase supplies, you will inevitably have to deal with people, and you have to give them cigarettes, right? I will give you an extra 10 cigarette coupons per month. This is good. Li Yufu rubbed his hands together with a smile. Director Qian ignored this, saying, "Don't be fooled by your current smile. You'll understand why there's this extra subsidy in the long run." He naturally wouldn't have imagined that these supplies belonged to Li Yufu. Normally, to complete their monthly procurement tasks, procurement officers would inevitably have to deal with people like the village chief and commune leaders. It's normal for a purchasing agent to contact more than a dozen communes. Just think about how many villages are under each commune. The subsidies seem substantial. You can buy a dozen or so good cigarettes, like a pack of Dakiaman cigarettes for 35 cents each. You'll have to go through several rounds of subsidies, otherwise why would anyone speak up for you? Another thing is transportation. The purchasing staff uses bicycles, which are convenient for going to the countryside to purchase supplies. If there are too many, they can call back and the office will arrange a vehicle to pick them up. But we'll have to wait. The institute doesn't have any bicycles on hand right now. It's all right, I have a bicycle. If I could, I would prefer a tricycle. Bicycles are nice, but they can't carry much. Tricycles can carry much more. Director Qian shook his head with amusement. Everyone else wants a bicycle, so let's leave it at that. You've ridden the tricycle in the cafeteria before, so just let Yang Jiqiang know when you need it. I'll have someone buy the bicycle back. Public matters are public matters, and private matters are private matters. Let's not mix them up. Okay, I'll do whatever Uncle Qian says. Li Yufu grinned, marveling at the good treatment of the purchasing agent, while also thinking that once he got the new bicycle, he would simply give the old one to his 5th sister so that it would be easier for her to go home. I've told you everything I need to say. Now, see if there are any other difficulties. It's gone. Li Yufu shook his head. As for the receipts and such, there was plenty of time. He had plenty of useless receipts in his space. Okay, just tell me if you need anything. Finally, when Li Yufu left Director Qian's office, he not only received the certificate he wanted, but also 10 cigarette coupons and 50 yuan in emergency funds. Sir, I'll be going now. The gatekeeper sized up Li Yufu. Why didn't you ride a tricycle? Li Youfu took out his work ID and waved it in front of the gatekeeper. Hey, let me see it. Buyer. Li Youfu. The security guard returned the work permit to Li Youfu, saying, not bad. Buy more meat next time, and I'll give you a cigarette. Real. The gatekeeper fumbled around and pulled out a box of mass-produced cigarettes. Want one? Just take mine. Li Youfu quickly handed over a Dakiaman cigarette. Yeah, Dakiaman cigarettes are still the most comfortable to smoke. Li Youfu's lips twitched. Compared to the gatekeeper's thick skin, his skills were really no match. The gatekeeper took a satisfying drag on his cigarette, his face full of ecstasy. All right, kid, you'd better hurry up and ride your bike back. If a purchasing agent just wanders around aimlessly all day, when will he ever get to eat meat? After saying that, he waved his hand impatiently. Li Youfu. Grandpa, I'm leaving. Go. Li Youfu rode away on his bicycle. Apart from bickering with the gatekeeper, he was in a good mood overall. Not long after leaving the research institute, Li Youfu found a secluded spot and carried a bamboo basket on his shoulder containing 4 roosters. At the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. 6th brother. It really is you. Where have you been all this time? I thought you disappeared. Li Youfu parked his bicycle and saw 3 familiar faces, Zhang Chunlei, Chen Ziqiang, and Sun Yume. Brother Zhang, Brother Chun, Sister Mei, they're all here. Zhang Chunlei rushed up and gave Li Youfu a hug. Chen Ziqiang, standing to the side, patted Li Youfu on the shoulder and said, Good lad. Your brother Chen has never missed anyone like this in all his life. You're the first one, kid. Li Youfu grinned. Brother Chun, don't think of me like that. I haven't found a wife yet. Ha ha. Zhang Chunlei laughed heartily, and Sun Yume also covered her mouth, her trembling body also amused by Li Youfu's words. 6th brother. The 3 seemed to have a tacit understanding. After exchanging glances, their eyes lingered on the bamboo basket behind Li Youfu. Li Youfu nodded slightly, and Chen Ziqiang grabbed Li Youfu's arm and winked at the other 2. Come on, let's talk inside. Brother Wang. 6th brother. When Director Wang saw that it was Li Youfu and Chen Ziqiang who came in, he smiled slightly at Li Youfu. Sun Yume followed closely behind and entered the lounge, leaving only Zhang Chunlei outside. Director, Lao Lu brought some good stuff. Upon hearing this, Director Wang immediately understood. Li Youfu put down the bamboo basket, lifted the cloth covering it, and the 3 of them stared wide-eyed. Rooster. Sun Yume rubbed her eyes vigorously. Chen Ziqiang stared wide-eyed. It really is a rooster. For roosters. It has to be said that the way the men looked at Li Youfu changed. In this day and age, being able to get 4 roosters at once was definitely a big deal. 6th brother, what's going on? Although Director Wang really wanted it, he patiently inquired about the situation. He dared not make any promises before understanding Li Youfu's purpose. These are roosters I bought from the countryside. They may only weigh 2 or 3 pounds, but it took me a lot of effort to get them. None of them spoke, waiting quietly for Li Youfu to continue. After a pause, Li Youfu smiled and said, It's nothing. I just asked Brother Wang to save some matai for me last time. It's 5 yuan a bottle. If you don't want it, I'll take it back to report. Director. When Li Youfu said it was 5 yuan each, it was like a windfall, and Sun Yume was immediately tempted. Chen Ziqiang, who was standing next to her, couldn't wait for Director Wang to agree. Director Wang looked at Li Youfu with some doubt. 6th brother, what you mean by handing over the task? Snap. Li Youfu immediately pulled out his work ID. Buyer. Graduate school. A smile returned to Director Wang's face, and the curve of his lips grew wider and wider. Chapter 151, Mutual Benefit. What's going on? What are you saying about a purchasing agent? Chen Ziqiang and Sun Yume looked at Li Youfu with some confusion, but because their view was blocked, they could only see the 3 big characters, work ID. Director Wang chuckled. Old Lu is the purchasing agent for our county research institute. This is his work ID. Real. 6th brother, are you a purchasing agent? Sun Yume was shocked, while Chen Ziqiang patted Li Youfu on the shoulder with delight. Good lad. You had such a good job, and you kept it a secret. I was just wondering where you got all those supplies from. After Chen Ziqiang finished speaking, he just kept laughing like an idiot, and it was unclear what he was laughing about. As Sun Yume and Director Wang were overjoyed, The last bit of doubt in their hearts vanished without a trace. Sales clerks at state-run supply and marketing cooperatives were among the 8 key positions and were the envy of everyone, as working there often gave them a natural advantage of being close to the source of information. Whether you're helping friends and family or bringing something back for your neighbors, they always treat you like a favor. So, purchasing agents have already transcended this system, making it a profession that even the 8 major officials would envy. Nothing more. In this era of frugality, money was far less valuable than food coupons. If food coupons were hard currency, then meat, eggs, and fish became luxuries. The purchasing agent buys meat, eggs, and fish openly and honestly, so no one can find fault with it. Li Yufu nodded with a smile. Brother Wang, Brother Chun, Sister Mei, I specially saved one for each of you. If you don't want it, then I'll have to take it back to complete the task. Want? Who said no? Sun Yume domineeringly covered the bamboo basket with her entire body, giving off an air of, if you dare not sell, you can forget about taking it away. Director Wang nodded slightly. Sixth brother, we accept this favor, but the price, 5 yuan apiece, is too cheap. The other 2 people looked somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. 5 yuan for a rooster might have been a reasonable price before, but now some people might not be able to buy a rooster even if they offer 10 yuan. How should I put it? The time from the outbreak of 6011 to its spread was very short, and many people had already noticed that their bodies were not functioning properly, but the only diagnosis and solution given by doctors was to supplement their nutrition. Some people even begged and pleaded to get a slip of paper from the hospital that said 1 pound of rice bran powder to be supplied. Only those who received the slip of paper were eligible to line up at the canteen to buy rice bran powder. Rice bran powder is said to treat edema, also known as 6011 disease. In reality, rice bran powder is practically useless. Many people die because they can't endure it. Their last wish is simply to be able to eat fish or meat once a month. However, even such a simple wish will not be fulfilled for many years. Brother Wang is joking. 5 yuan is the purchase price. I'm just running errands, and I'm not worth much. The 3 men knew perfectly well what Li Youfu was saying and naturally didn't believe him. But Li Youfu insisted, and in the end, they sold all 4 roosters for 5 yuan each. Sixth brother, put everything else aside. Just let me know if you need anything in the future, and Sister Mei will remember this favor. Me too. Me too. During this time, Zhang Chunlei also came in, and his attitude was the same as the other 3. He definitely owed them this favor. Brothers and sisters, please don't say that. If you keep saying that, I'll feel too embarrassed to stay any longer. All right, since sixth brother has said so, you're all acting all coy, like grown men. Director Wang then spoke up. By the way, when would you like to pick up the mitai you asked me to keep last time? They've got mitai now? Upon hearing this, Li Youfu's eyes lit up. Chapter 152, News. I've saved it for you, but you'll still need money and coupons. No problem. Li Youfu made a move to take out money, but after thinking about it, he changed his mind. He looked at Director Wang and said, Brother Wang, could you please hold it for me for a day or 2? I'll come back to pick it up later. This was originally meant for you. You can come anytime. With the purchasing agent as their backer, Director Wang and his team weren't worried at all that Li Youfu wouldn't be able to come up with the money. High-end cigarette and alcohol coupons are hard to come by for others, as they are reserved for officials. But for purchasing agents, there are too many people who want to curry favor with them, so exchanging some cigarette and alcohol coupons is an easy thing. After a pause, Director Wang suddenly thought, oh, right, Lao Lu, I have another piece of news. He looked at Sun Yume and the others. You guys go outside and keep watch, so that when customers come, we don't miss anyone. Yes, Director. After the group left, Director Wang lowered his voice and said, Sixth brother, when I went to pick up the goods this time, I heard from the leaders that the higher-ups are studying the possibility of loosening the supply of some pastries, candies, and biscuits and switching to negotiated sales. It should be right. They've started replacing supplies on a large scale these past few days. I have a cousin who works at a sugar factory, and she told me that the factory has received instructions and is working overtime to get things done. At that time, there will also be some high-end cigarettes and alcohol to be sold at a discounted price. Lao Lu, If you like mitai, I suggest you find someone to exchange some high-end cigarette and alcohol vouchers as soon as possible. Thank you, Brother Wang. Li Youfu thanked Director Wang. Director Wang's news is a timely help. This is the benefit of mutual benefit. For ordinary people, high-priced items may not make much of a difference because they are not targeted at this group. But for the wealthy, this was fantastic news, because without ration coupons, the supply of pastries, biscuits, and candies was often very limited. To put it simply, initially each resident could buy 0.5 gene of pastries per month with their grain ration book. Later, it was changed so that if there were elderly people or children in the household, they would have to pay an additional 3 liang of grain ration coupons for pastries, and they would have to pay money when they bought them. They are further divided into special high-end pastry tickets for Han Chinese, Hui people, and overseas Chinese. Don't mention it. Director Wang waved his hand dismissively. If anyone should be thanking you, it's me. To be honest, with the little money I earn, it's getting harder and harder to afford a decent meal these days. At this point, Director Wang couldn't help but shake his head. Sixth brother, Brother Wang wants to ask you for a favor. Brother Wang, if you say so, I'll definitely help if I can. Li Youfu did not refuse outright. He wanted to hear the details first before making a decision. Director Wang rubbed his hands, somewhat embarrassed, and said, Sixth brother, if we have extra meat and eggs to collect in the future, could you perhaps? No problem. Before Director Wang could finish speaking, Li Youfu readily agreed. If it were anything else, Li Youfu would have to consider the gains and losses, but when it came to supplies like meat and eggs, he didn't hesitate at all. Real. Li Youfu smiled and said, Brother Wang, it's not a big deal. At most, we'll just keep your share when we go shopping. But Brother Wang, I don't know exactly what it is right now. Don't be disgusted when it's brought to you. How could I possibly find it unacceptable? Director Wang was overjoyed. He knew Li Youfu quite well. Although young, Li Youfu was generally true to his word. In addition, Li Youfu was tactful and not rigid, so he had a very good impression of him. Upon learning that Li Youfu was the Research Institute's purchasing agent, this impression improved even further. Director Wang grasped Li Youfu's hand firmly, saying, I won't say thank you. Just let me know if you ever need my help. Brother Wang, I've been thinking about what you just said. I'll try to get as many cigarette and alcohol coupons as possible during this time. I'll need your help to save some for me later. These are all minor matters. Oh, right. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative also sent some pastries to sell. The quantity isn't much, but I'll have Sister May weigh out a pound for you to take home and try. As soon as Li Youfu entered the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, he was pulled to the restroom. He hadn't even noticed that the cooperative had added pastries. Usually, pastries are sold in pastry shops, which are also state-owned enterprises. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Wang, but I'll do it myself. Li Youfu pulled out 2 0.5 gene, 0.25 caddies, pastry coupons from his pocket. Director Wang wasn't surprised. Okay, if you want to eat them again someday, I'll treat you. Okay, then I'll head out first, Brother Wang. As soon as Li Youfu stepped out of the lounge, he was spotted by the sharp-eyed Chen Ziqiang, followed by Sun Yumei and Zhang Chunlei, who also gathered around him. Sun Yumei laughed and said, Sixth brother, what did the director say to you so mysteriously? It's nothing, just that if you get anything good in the future, don't forget him. Sixth brother, you can't show favoritism. That's right, we were the first people to meet. This is really unfair of the director. The three of them chattered away, making it sound like 500 ducks quacking. I was just kidding. Li Youfu grinned. I just promised Brother Wang that I would come to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative twice a month to deliver goods. As for what it is, we'll have to wait until I acquire it to find out. The three were taken aback at first, then smiles spread across their faces. Chen Ziqiang patted Li Youfu's arm happily. Good lad, you even fooled your brother Chen. Exactly, we almost thought the director had abandoned us. Sixth brother, Sister May isn't good with words, but don't worry, whatever you send is what you get. She won't complain about you. With Sun Yumei leading the way, Chen Ziqiang and Zhang Chunlei quickly followed suit, saying, To be honest, this isn't something the buyer can decide in the future. Sister May, I just heard Brother Wang say that the Supply and Marketing Cooperative sells pastries. Weigh out 1 gene, 500 g, of pastries for me. Li Youfu took out two 0.5 Jin, 0.25 caddies, pastry tickets. You purchasing agents have it so easy, you can just hand over the pastry vouchers whenever you want. Sun Yumei glared at Zhang Chunlei. Why are you being so nosy? Sixth brother, I'll take the tickets. Sister May will go weigh them for you now. How much? No need, consider it Sister May's treat. That won't do. One thing at a time. If it's like this, I won't come next time. Under Li Youfu's half-threat, Sun Yumei finally revealed the price. 6 mao per Jin of pastries. You need pastry coupons. And you also need to add 6 liang of grain coupons. Li Youfu then took out his grain coupons and money. Although 60 cents wasn't much, the grain coupons were the real value, and he certainly wouldn't let Sister May pay for them. Another account states that during famine years, many people would come out to beg. If they encountered someone with money, they would give them a dime or two, or even $1, but absolutely no one would give them food coupons. Tasty. Li Youfu picked up a piece and took a small bite. It was made with high-quality ingredients, had a rich flavor, and a sweet milky aroma. He was instantly captivated by the taste and texture. The thought of being able to enjoy cakes and candies freely in a while makes Li Youfu very happy. Some might ask, what does this have to do with ordinary people? Those who are still starving will still be starving. If you think that way, you're sorely mistaken. Not only is there a connection, but it's a very close one, which brings us to the term inflation. Starting in January 1961, high-priced candies, pastries, meals, and fine wines brought in 3.8 billion yuan in currency in just 1 year, with the profits from high-priced candies and pastries reaching 2.6 billion yuan. Using this method, by the end of 1964, all commodity prices had basically recovered to the levels of the mid-1950s. This might not give you a clear picture, but it's true that in those days, one person's salary could support the whole family. A few cents could buy a lot of things. Money was valuable, and this level of inflation remained for many years. Chapter 153, Opening Ceremony of the Village. Brother Zhang, Brother Chun, Sister May, I'll be going now. Sixth brother, drive carefully. Come and sit down when you have time. Okay. Li Youfu waved goodbye to the group, then got on his bicycle and disappeared from everyone's sight. Although this trip to the county town only took half a day, it was very rewarding. Li Youfu not only got a job as a purchasing agent with a monthly salary of 37.5 yuan, but also obtained a certificate from Director Qian. From then on, any supplies that flowed out of his hands would have the backing of the research institute, which could be considered a legitimate path that Li Youfu had found for himself. In critical moments, it can be used as a trump card. Even the bicycle that Li Youfu was riding, which was now a prominent object, was something that no one could find fault with. Apart from envy, no one could do anything about Li Youfu, since he didn't have a job as a purchasing agent. In addition to these, Director Wang brought news that high-priced pastries, candies, and food will be sold at negotiated prices to some extent, without the need for receipts. In other words, as long as you have money, you can buy these negotiated goods without receipts. On the one hand, the affordable pastries and candies are only available in limited quantities each month, making them difficult to exchange. On the other hand, even if Li Youfu were to offer pastries and candies, others would only assume that he has a high income. With a monthly salary of 37.5 yuan, isn't it normal to buy some pastries and candies? Soon, Li Youfu rode his bicycle back to Lijia village. Grandpa Youfu, your great-grandfather said he saw you and wants you to go find him. The one speaking was Li Guangqi's little brat. Last time, in order to get an extra white rabbit candy from Li Youfu, he yelled that he wanted Li Guangqi to get beaten up. Li Youfu stopped the car, ruffled his hair, and said, "Okay. Did your dad get a beating last time? I got beaten by my grandfather. He pinned me to the ground and beat me so badly that I cried terribly." "Real?" the little brat said with an arrogant look. "Who asked my dad to beat me? I can't beat him, so I'll ask my grandpa to beat my dad." Sharp. Li Youfu took out 2 white rabbit candies from his pocket. "If you let your dad get beaten up again tonight, these 2 white rabbit candies are yours. I'll definitely make sure my dad gets a beating." The little brat from Li Guangqi's family had his eyes light up and reached out to grab Li Youfu's hand. He had eaten white rabbit candy before, and it was incredibly delicious. Unfortunately, he wasn't out playing when Li Yofu came back yesterday, so he missed out on white rabbit candy, and he even cried a little. Unexpectedly, Li Yofu gave him an extra one, so he could show it off to the other children. Grandpa Yofu is such a good person. Come on. Li Yofu gave him a thumbs up. This guy is such a rip-off. There's no one else like him. Then I'm leaving. Remember our promise. If I hear that Li Guangqi got beaten up, I'll give you another one tomorrow. Keep your word. Li Guangqi's little brat actually did it for real. Just look at his little eyes. Upon seeing this, Li Yofu nodded with a smile. I'm a grandfather now. How could I possibly lie to a child? I can't live without laughing. Li Yofu pushed off with his feet and continued walking towards the village office. Blessed. Uncle Yofu. Grandpa Yofu. As soon as Li Yofu parked his bicycle in front of the village office, more than a dozen people gathered around, staring at him expectantly. Some people were whispering among themselves. Uncle Yofu seems to have really made it big. He's even riding a bicycle now. Could it be borrowed again? Last time, Yofu also rode his bicycle back, but it turned out he borrowed someone else's bicycle. A bicycle is such a precious thing. It's good enough if you can borrow it once. Who would borrow it often? Don't you see this bicycle is still brand new? Jiang Zuihua's family has turned their lives around. Her daughter got married and her unmarried daughter, Yudi, has also become a city dweller. Their life is truly enviable. Many people looked at Li Yofu with increasing fervor. At this moment, Li Daqiang walked out of the office. Uncle Qiangzi. Uncle Qiangzi is out. Li Daqiang spotted Li Yofu surrounded by the crowd at a glance and nodded slightly to him. Good fortune, you're back. Li Yofu smiled at Li Daqiang and said, I just got back. I heard from Li Guangqi's kid that Uncle Chang was looking for me, so I came over without even going home. Uncle Qiangzi apologizes to you. He was in a hurry, after all. Li Daqiang looked around, his smile appearing somewhat bitter. Good fortune, how did things go? Uncle Yofu, why don't we go inside and talk? The two people speaking were from yesterday's meeting. Seeing this, Li Yofu simply shook his head. Let's talk right here. Uncle Qiangzi, I've talked to the police station. You can gather everyone in the village for a meeting so we can talk things out. Keeping it a secret isn't a solution. In fact, once Li Yofu saw this situation, he didn't even need to guess. The content of yesterday's meeting had already been leaked. Although it's only a small part, it will probably only take a day for the news to spread throughout the whole village. After all, it concerns everyone's food supply. Can Li Daqiang's prestige be suppressed for a while, or can it be suppressed indefinitely? Real. Li Daqiang was taken aback, then laughed twice. All right. I'll have someone go and notify everyone to come over for a meeting. As he spoke, Li Daqiang felt a sense of lightness throughout his body, and his voice became much louder. Nizi, Xiangzi, Huzi, go and tell everyone to come to the meeting. Everyone must be present. Yes, village chief. I'll go and inform them right away. Uncle Xiangzi, I'll go too. More people will make it faster. Li Daqiang did not object. He nodded to the man, and then ushered Li Yofu to sit down in the office. Li Yofu took out cigarettes and offered them to the group. Then he took out a certificate issued by Director Qian, saying that no matter how much he talked, it was better to show the certificate to put people's minds at ease. The group of people didn't even bother to smoke. They huddled together, heads in groups of 3 or 5, their eyes fixed on the contents of the certificate. Upon seeing the contents of the certificate, just as Li Yofu had said yesterday, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became much more relaxed. Thank goodness, the village has been able to overcome this difficulty. Everyone should remember your kindness. Uncle Yofu, thank you. A man in his 40s, his eyes red and swollen, clearly under immense pressure. Li Yofu quickly waved his hand. Don't say that. I also grew up in the village and am a part of it. This time, we really owe a lot to the Research Institute for their help. I dare not take credit for it. Li Daqiang carefully placed the supporting documents on the table. Yofu, everyone is right. Without your help, people in the village might have really starved to death this time. Although it's still not easy, at least we can see hope. On behalf of the whole village, thank you. Li Daqiang led the way, and the people inside bowed deeply to Li Yofu. This scene almost brought tears to Li Yofu's eyes. He almost couldn't hold back and wanted to take out the grain, but he knew he absolutely couldn't do that. Nobody dares to gamble on human nature. Uncle Xiangzi, please don't do this. You're making it difficult for me to stay here. People will gossip about me. Let's see who dares. Li Daqiang revealed his domineering side, saying, if I say you have to suffer, then you have to suffer. These are human lives at stake. The village chief is right. Not to mention bowing. Even kowtowing would be appropriate. The men looked serious and their eyes were firm. Just then, a bell rang outside. Thump, thump, thump. The village canteen bell rang 3 times in a row, each ring having a different meaning. This 3 ringing of the bell was a signal to summon all the villagers. With the help of several villagers who went to call for help, a crowd had gathered in front of the village office within 10 minutes. Chapter 154, Demanding Justice. Uncle Xiangzi, most of the villagers have arrived. Go outside and tell everyone to wait a moment. Okay. Li Daqiang then looked at Li Yufu and asked, Yufu, Uncle Xiangzi will ask you one more question. Do you want to talk about the grain exchange? Speak. I'm worried that with so many people around, it might affect your work. Hearing this, Li Yufu felt a warmth in his heart. Uncle Xiangzi is fine. Rather than letting everyone guess, it's better to clarify things. All right, let's go out too. Everyone else is getting impatient. At the entrance, do you know what kind of meeting the village chief called everyone for? I haven't heard anything about what happened in the village. Someone said, you don't know yet, do you? The people from the next village are fighting with the commune. When did this happen? And why? Upon hearing this, everyone around them perked up their ears. The person who spoke first continued, just these past 2 days, I heard that the commune has been withholding the grain that the neighboring village handed over, apparently because of the grain issue. Isn't this forcing people to starve to death? How can they not go to the commune to make a scene? Have the people in the commune gone mad? It's not enough that they've completed their production quotas. They're also withholding their grain. Do you think the village chief called this meeting to discuss this matter? Someone asked, Aunt Jiang, I see that you and Yu Mei are unmoved. Do you know something? Li Guizi was the first to agree. That's right. I just heard your family's good fortune voice coming from inside the house. Jiang Cuihua and Zhang Yumei exchanged a glance. What's the rush? We'll know once Xiangzi comes out. What's the point of guessing here? I said, are you guys ever going to stop? Why do you keep making fun of Youfu? Ma Fong glared at the group, saying, if it weren't for Youfu's information, I wonder which of you would be able to afford meat. You can't be like that. You have to have a conscience. That is, the people around him were united in their indignation, and Li Guizi muttered under his breath, I didn't go fishing. However, his voice was drowned out by the angry stares of those around him. Just then, Li Yufu and Li Daqiang and their group came out of the office, and the noisy scene instantly became quiet. Li Guizi was very unconvinced. I said I heard a sound of good fortune. See? I wasn't lying, was I? Li Guizi, you're getting cocky now, aren't you? Li Guizi was about to say something when he met Li Daqiang's slightly authoritative gaze. Li Daqiang glanced around and gestured slightly to everyone. I've gathered you all here today because I have something important to tell you. Our Li family village has thrived on this land for over 100 years. To put it bluntly, everyone here and I are still connected by blood. This is the most difficult time for everyone right now. I hope that our whole village can unite as one and get through this difficult period together. Uncle Xiangzi, let me explain. Li Daqiang nodded and handed the rest of the conversation to the production team leader. The village chief was in charge of the overall situation, while the production team leader was in charge of grain and the production tasks assigned by the commune. These words are most appropriate for the production team leader to say. Li Shengchan nodded to the group and continued. Comrades, I have some bad news to tell you today. The food we have in the canteen can only last until the end of December at the latest. In other words, if there is still no new food by the end of December, we will go hungry. As soon as he finished speaking, a murmur of discussion arose from the crowd. Some were even more agitated, their necks turning red instantly. Captain Li, this isn't right. We've already handed over all the autumn harvest grain. Yes, with so much grain, even after we finish the task, it'll be enough to feed everyone until next spring's harvest. What about our food supplies? Were they detained by the people from the commune? Let's go to the commune and demand an explanation. Yes, We must go to the commune. We must get an explanation today. We can't let everyone just sit here and starve to death. Splash. Men, women, and children all stood up from their chairs, clamoring to demand an explanation from the commune. Quiet. Everyone sit down. Uncle Xiangzi, what time is it? How can I sit still? With so many of us going to the commune together, I refuse to believe that the commune won't give us an explanation. That's right. There's strength in numbers. Everyone should go. Are you all right? Right. We must get an explanation. Seeing this, Li Daqiang shouted with all his might. Listen to me. Everyone sit down. Does what I said no longer have any effect? Sit down, everyone. Li Shengchan, along with several other village officials, echoed his sentiments, and their previously imposing manner finally calmed everyone down a bit. Chapter 154, Solving the Problem. You're lucky. Tell everyone about it. Uncle Xiangzi, it's not appropriate for me, a junior, to speak up when none of you village officials are saying anything. What's wrong with this? You came up with the solution, but in the end, it still comes down to you. It won't work without you. All right. Li Yufu gave a wry smile. He knew that Li Daqiang wanted him to take the lead, not to harm him, but to establish his authority in the village and make the villagers remember his kindness. If he could, Li Yufu really didn't want to be in the limelight. They say the tallest tree in the forest stands out, but sometimes, if you don't take the lead and present the evidence, people will always think you're not good enough. Why should you eat well and drink well, while they deserve to go hungry 9 meals a day for 3 days? Cough, cough. Li Yufu coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention. Uncle Xiangzi, team leader Li has already explained the village's difficulties. I'm just a junior and not a village cadre, so it's really not my place to talk about these things. But since it was my idea, I think it's necessary to discuss with everyone how to make sure everyone has enough to eat. Since this has happened, we cannot sit idly by and wait to die, so we must unite as one. It's all talk and no action. But what about the food? Where does the food come from? The one speaking was Li Guizi, who was also the one who had been shouting the loudest just now. Li Yufu smiled faintly. Then tell me, where does the grain come from? Of course, we'll go to the commune together to ask for it. Aren't you right? What a load of rubbish. Li Yufu shouted. Do you think Uncle Xiangzi and Captain Li didn't go to the commune to make trouble? To tell you the truth, even if our whole village went to the commune together, the result would still be the same. It's not that the commune doesn't want to give us grain, but that the commune's grain has already been taken away by higher authorities, and the commune simply doesn't have any grain to give us back. How so? What should we do? Isn't this forcing us to die? Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grim, and 2 women were already secretly wiping away tears. Putting everything else aside, during this period, the village canteen provided only 1 meal a day, which was just enough to keep people from starving. Some people who couldn't stand it could only keep drinking water or simply sleep, because they didn't feel hungry when they were asleep. How many times have I woken up hungry in the middle of the night, afraid to disturb the children or my husband? Now, hearing that the commune had taken away the grain that belonged to the village, it felt like the sky was falling. If you think you have a solution, you can leave now. If not, then sit down quietly and let me finish what I have to say. Li Yufu waited for half a minute, and even Li Guizi remained seated. Only then did he say, very good. Since no one has left, it means that none of us have any good solutions. I can tell you very clearly that the path of seeking help from the commune is not feasible. We can only rely on ourselves. I've discussed this with Uncle Xiangzi and the others. The amount of food left in the village canteen is enough for us to eat until the end of December, which is less than 2 months. In other words, we need to find a way to make up for the food shortage within these 2 months. My suggestion is to select 7 or 8 good men to go up the mountain to dig traps, hunt, and fish. The women should take care of the work in the fields and, together with the children, feed more chickens, rabbits, and piglets. I was in charge of purchasing them and exchanging them all for grain. Will this work? Li Dadong said worriedly. Yufu, don't be reckless and get yourself into trouble. I've heard that selling things outside is considered speculation. Li Shanjin also advised. Yufu, your brother Dongzi is right. If things don't work out, we'll think of a solution together. We can't let you get arrested by the police for trying to exchange grain. After the two finished speaking, the crowd started discussing it again. You can get arrested by the police just for exchanging grain? Of course. That's called speculation and profiteering. We sold the fish to the purchasing station before, and nothing happened. How can they be the same? The purchasing station is a state-owned enterprise, while exchanging grain is a personal matter. Wouldn't they be arrested by the police, and might even be executed? My God, that's terrifying. Jiang Cuihua and Zhang Yume were also pale-faced. Although Li Yufu had told them that everything was all right, their hearts were still in their throats upon hearing these words. Li Yufu smiled and said, "Grandpa, Brother Dongzi, thank you for reminding me. That's what I'm going to say next." He pointed to the bicycle by the office door. Everyone has seen this bicycle, right? This is my bicycle. It was provided by the company. What? Is it provided by your company? What kind of organization provides bicycles? Is it the post office? But that doesn't seem like it. So Uncle Fu has a job now. The expressions on everyone's faces were varied. Bicycles were definitely a precious commodity in those days. There wasn't a single bicycle in the entire Li family village. It was like the bright moon in the dark night, hard to go unnoticed. Actually, everyone noticed it when they first arrived and made some guesses, but at most they just thought the bicycles were borrowed. After all, you can't just buy a bicycle with money. You also need a bicycle ticket. When Li Youfu told them that the bicycle belonged to him, and that it was actually provided by his work unit, many people were shocked, and Li Guizi was so envious that his eyes turned red. I work as a purchasing agent at the County Research Institute. This is my work ID. As they were talking, Li Youfu took out his work ID again and gestured for Li Dadong to show it to everyone. The name, photo, institute name, and official seal all match. Who else could it be but Li Youfu? Uncle Youfu, what kind of treatment did you get inside? Many people perked up their ears. Li Youfu smiled and said, "He's just a level 7 clerk, nothing special." How much does a level 7 clerk earn in a month? 37.5 yuan. My God, it's so high. Of course, this is a level 7 clerk position. It's written in the national salary standards. Hiss. What was said unintentionally was taken seriously by the listener. Li Youfu didn't need to deliberately publicize it. He only mentioned that he was a level 7 clerk, and someone immediately revealed how much salary he received each month. In this era, salaries were transparent, unlike in later generations when everyone's salary was kept secret except for the leaders and finance department. Aunt Jiang, your family has finally made something of itself this time. Yes, Aunt Jiang. Just wait and enjoy your good fortune. Many people looked at Jiang Cuihua with envy. All her daughters were married. Her fourth son was working in the army, and her fifth and sixth sons had jobs in the county town. The key point is that Li Yudi and Li Youfu are not married yet, and supporting an old lady is not an easy task. This is so much better than them having to farm and rely on the weather for their livelihood. Some people dream of becoming city dwellers, but Jiang Cuihua, through her children, is able to enjoy the city life ahead of time. Li Youfu watched this scene with a smile. He had walked this far on thin ice, all for the sake of having a good meal. It's easier said than done. You need a clear path to achieve it. Think about it. A layabout with no income living a life of luxury is like lighting a lamp in a toilet. It's like asking for trouble. With this income as cover, as long as you don't eat meat every meal in an exaggerated way, or let people see that your home is full of refined grains, you'll basically be fine. It means that if people find out that you've eaten well once or twice, you can use your job as a shield. In short, you don't have to walk on thin ice like before, and your safety is guaranteed. It's not as simple as everyone thinks. I also have to travel to other places for business every month. After Li Youfu finished speaking with a smile, someone realized that Li Youfu had produced a business trip certificate last time, but they had never been clear about what kind of work Li Youfu did. All right, now is not the time to talk about this. Li Daqiang coughed lightly. Some comrades were worried that Youfu might make a mistake. He has already taken out his work ID. Some comrades may not know that state-owned unit purchasing agents have the right to go down to the grassroots to purchase supplies. Village chief, if you put it that way, wouldn't that mean? Li Daqiang smiled and nodded. If it weren't for Youfu stepping forward to help the village find a solution, we might really have starved to death this time. Very good. Good fortune. Auntie, I need your help with something my family back home. Before she could finish speaking, Li Daqiang interrupted. Chunhua. It's not that Yofu is unwilling to help. Yofu has already put in a lot of effort to help our village find a solution. Aunt Chunhua, the research institute only has a few hundred people. Even if we exchange them for food, the amount we can get will be limited. The woman named Chunhua turned pale. She wasn't the only one. Everyone who married into Lijia village, whether from Lijia village or from another village, faced the same problem. Chapter 155, Second Uncle Gets a Setback. Li Yofu turned his head to the side, deliberately avoiding looking at her. He was afraid that he would soften his heart for a moment. Just like what Li Yofu had said to Li Daqiang, he used the Research Institute as his endorsement. The Research Institute only has a few hundred people, while Lijia village has 67 households, totaling 321 people. Helping one will lead to another, an endless cycle. Although the food comes from the spiritual spring space, explaining the source of so much food will be a huge problem. That's why they explicitly refused from the beginning, effectively blocking that path. Li Yofu didn't want to help others, but he ended up getting himself involved. Aunt Chunhua, please don't make things difficult for Yofu. Yes, our village has more than 300 people, and they all need to eat. Where would we find so much grain? Chunhua buried her face in her hands and wept bitterly. Wah, but I can't just stand by and watch my family starve to death, can I? What? Li Daqiang sighed. There's a saying that goes, even a clay bodhisattva crossing the river can't save itself. As the village chief of Lijia village, his first priority is to ensure that the villagers don't starve to death. Given the current difficult situation, he also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Aunt Chunhua, I'm procuring supplies for the Research Institute. The institute is small and has only so many people. It's already the best we can do to complement Lijia village and ensure that everyone in the village has enough to eat. I can't help you with this, and I also apologize to the villagers who have relatives and friends outside. With that, Li Yofu bowed to the crowd. You're lucky, what are you doing? You are a great benefactor to our village. How can we let you bow to us? That's right, Uncle Yofu. It's not your fault. You've done enough. You are blessed that even after you have started working, you still think of everyone and help everyone get through the difficulties. You are a living bodhisattva who saves people from suffering and is our hero. Do you all agree with what I'm saying? Agree. Hero. Shouts rose and fell, quickly becoming a chorus, and even the teenagers looked at Li Yofu with admiration, calling him a hero. At this moment, Li Yofu felt a strange mix of emotions. He was a soul from a later era, and although he had family members like Jiang Zuhua to hold him back, he could never truly integrate into this era. Looking at those pairs of eyes that had once held hope but then dimmed, Li Yofu was somewhat moved. He took a deep breath and said, Thank you everyone. I'm not a hero. I just did something insignificant. Aunt Chunhua, although I can't help you or many others, this idea is correct. It's not just our town, but also the county, the city, and many state-owned enterprises and factories. They all lack meat, eggs, and fish. There are also many purchasing agents like me, as well as purchasing stations in various places. What I want to say is that we can't just accept our fate. We have to find a way to survive for ourselves and get everyone moving. Well said. Clap, clap, clap. No one knows who started it, but once one person did it, another followed suit, and everyone applauded Li Yofu's words. Li Daqiang patted Li Yofu on the shoulder with a smile. Yofu, you have a good name. You are a blessing to our Li family village. All right, the village officials stay, everyone else go back. Let's discuss it and come up with a useful solution as soon as possible. I, Li Daqiang, hereby assure everyone that I will ensure you have a comfortable and pleasant new year. People left the village office one after another, some in small groups, others in large families. Except for the teenagers who knew nothing, everyone's expression was not one of despair, but rather one of trepidation. This feeling will likely continue until the food is received. Some women, like Aunt Chunhua and Ma Fong, quickly left after telling their families. These women who married into Lijia village, just as Li Yofu said, we can't sit idly by and wait for death. We must unite and take action. Li Daqiang looked at Li Yofu and said, Yofu, come in and let's discuss this together. Uncle Xiangzi, I've said everything I needed to say. Okay, you should go back and rest early too. You'll be busy later. Okay, Uncle Xiangzi, Captain Li, I'll head back now. After greeting the others, Li Youfu pushed his bicycle toward home. He hadn't gone far when he saw Jiang Tsuehua, Zhang Yumei, Li Shanjin, and his second uncle's family. Mother, why didn't you and fourth sister-in-law go back? Grandpa and grandma, second uncle, second aunt. Li Youfu stopped his bicycle and greeted everyone. Li Shanjin nodded slightly. You're fortunate. Are you confident? Have. Li Shanjin smiled with satisfaction, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, no wonder he's my grandson, Li Shanjin. From now on, let's see who dares to say that my descendants, Li Shanjin, are all good for nothings. Li Shengjun. You might as well just say so openly. Li Shanjin ignored him and looked at Li Youfu with increasingly gentle eyes. Youfu, your grandparents are still in good health. You and Xiangzi can discuss it. If there's anything you can do to help, just let us know. Li Youfu smiled slightly. Grandpa and grandma, that's all Uncle Xiangzi's business. I'll take care of purchasing the supplies and then exchanging them for the grain that the village needs. I have prepared your share. At your age, you should just stay at home and enjoy being taken care of by your grandchildren. Upon hearing this, Li Shanjin curled his lip at his second son. Look at you, an uncle. You don't even have a tenth of the good fortune others have. Aren't you ashamed? Li Shengjun. Dad, I can work too. I'll report to Xiangzi's place tomorrow. Huh? Tomorrow? Li Shengjun was startled. I'll go now, right now. The old lady rolled her eyes. That's more like it. Chapter 156. The whole family shares cakes. Mother, I'll go with you and keep an eye on Shengjun Point. At this moment, Zhou Lihua said awkwardly. Who can blame her when her nephew is becoming more and more promising? Compared to him, Li Shengjun's previous minor flaws are magnified infinitely. This made her, the daughter-in-law, feel somewhat ashamed. After saying that, Zhou Lihua looked at Jiang Tsuehua and Li Youfu. Sister-in-law? Youfu, I'll go over first. The group nodded. The old lady watched Zhou Lihua's retreating figure, then turned her gaze to Go-Dan and Dan, saying, You too, when you grow up, don't be like your good-for-nothing father, understand? It's grandma. Go-Dan responded and looked at Li Youfu with some admiration. When I grow up, I want to be like sixth brother. Quickly chimed in. Me too, sixth brother is so impressive today. All right, you two go play by yourselves, come back for dinner later. I know, Grandpa. Grandma, aunt, fourth sister-in-law, sixth brother, let's go play. Go. The two little ones fled as if running away. Although they wanted to play with Li Youfu, the pressure from their grandparents was too great, so they figured it would be more natural to play with other children. Tsuehua, you have given birth to a fine son. Jiang Tsuehua smiled brightly. Dad, Mom, Youfu is my son, and also your grandson. Ha ha. Li Shanjin smiled smugly. That's right. No matter how capable this brat is, he's still my grandson. The old lady raised her hand, saying, You old fool. How dare you talk about my precious grandson like that? Am I wrong? Li Shanjin disagreed. I think Youfu is better than his unreliable father. Hearing this, Jiang Tsuehua felt somewhat embarrassed. Tsuehua, that's not what your father meant. That old man just doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut. Jiang Tsuehua forced a smile. Mother, I don't blame father. Youfu's father has been away for 2 or 3 years. I don't know if he's doing well there. If he sees that Youfu is doing well, he'll definitely be happy. Mother, fourth sister-in-law reached out and took Jiang Tsuehua's arm. Li Youfu also looked at Jiang Tsuehua with some worry. His father had been gone for 2 or 3 years, and it was really hard to say whether he was dead or alive. But the chances of survival are very small, otherwise there would have been no news at all. When Li Shanjin mentioned it unintentionally, the atmosphere instantly turned a bit cold. Grandpa and Grandma, I'll take my mother home first. Li Youfu patted the bicycle seat and said, Mom, you've never ridden a bicycle before. Get on, I'll take you for a ride. Jiang Tsuehua rolled her eyes at him. What's the point of going for a drive? You're not a little girl. Mother, let your brother-in-law take you back. I'll walk back with Grandpa and Grandma. Tsuehua, your good fortune stems from your filial piety. If we were a few years younger, do you think I could still ride it? Although Jiang Tsuehua said she was unwilling, afraid of being laughed at, she was secretly eager to try, especially since the bicycle belonged to Li Youfu, which made her feel even more proud. Okay, father and mother, I'll have Yofu take me for a stroll around the village, and then I'll have him take you for a stroll too. Uncle. Daya stretched out her arms, clearly wanting Li Yofu to hold her. My dear girl, when you grow up, I'll have your sixth uncle take you out to play on his bike. After comforting Daya, Zhang Yumei quickly urged, brother-in-law, please drive carefully. All right, fourth sister-in-law, we'll be going now. Grandpa and Grandma, we're leaving. Li Yofu called out again and then disappeared from their sight with Jiang Zuohua. Mom, if you're scared, I'll ride slower. It's okay. Just ride your bike and concentrate. Jiang Zuohua was very nervous about riding a bicycle for the first time. She clung tightly to Li Yofu's clothes. Li Yofu rode at varying speeds, sometimes deliberately riding into a ditch to make her jolt, which made Jiang Zuohua scream repeatedly. You little brat, slow down. Ha ha. Still laughing. Li Yofu certainly wanted to laugh. Jiang Zuohua also had a cute side. Besides, when people are nervous and focused, their minds go blank. Although he didn't mention it, he didn't want Jiang Zuohua to continue to talk about her father and be sad. 10 minutes later, Li Yofu parked his bicycle at the entrance of the yard. When Jiang Zuohua got off the bicycle, her legs felt weak. You brat, do you think you did this on purpose? Mother, I'm innocent. You know the roads in the village. Jiang Zuohua stood there for a while before she recovered. If I find out you did this on purpose, I'll teach you a lesson. After saying that, she couldn't help but laugh. No wonder this thing is so precious, it's already circled the village in the blink of an eye. Yofu, park your bicycle in the yard. I'll clean it up properly later. Such a nice bike needs to be cleaned so you can ride it for longer. Jiang Zuohua liked the bicycle more and more as she looked at it. There was an even more important reason. The bicycle belonged to Li Yofu and was the first bicycle in the entire Lijia village. Mom, I can do it myself. How can you clean something you've never even washed your clothes? Just leave your bicycle there. Li Yofu blushed. He had never washed clothes before. His older sisters had done it for him, and later his fourth sister-in-law helped him. There's always a first time. How will you know if you don't let me try? Okay, I'll go get the water. Jiang Zuohua brought out a basin of water and handed Li Yofu a towel to wipe the bicycle. Watching the bicycle gradually become shiny and new, Jiang Zuohua suddenly felt that her son had grown up. If your dad could see what you've accomplished, he would be very happy. Why are you bringing up my dad again? Li Yofu smiled bitterly to himself. He had tried his best to avoid upsetting Jiang Zuohua, but she still mentioned her father. He asked, Mother, we haven't heard a single word from father these past few years. No. Jiang Zuohua shook her head. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Just consider your father as someone who didn't have the good fortune. Mother, I'm back. As Zhang Yumei carried Daya into the courtyard, she saw Jiang Zuohua and Li Yofu sitting in the corner wiping bicycles, and quickly greeted them. Uncle. Daya, with her short legs, ran towards Li Yofu. He walked up to Li Yofu, then hesitated before calling out to Jiang Zuohua, Grandma. Li Yofu smiled and said, Daya is such a good girl. She's talking more and more now. Giggle. I'll hug you after Uncle Lu washes his hands. Then he looked at Jiang Zuohua and said, Mom, go wash your hands too. I brought back some pastries from the county. Let's have a taste. Jiang Zuohua then noticed the military backpack slung across Li Yofu's chest. Your mother doesn't know what to say about you. The village is almost out of food, and you're still bringing pastries home. What's the big deal? I didn't steal or rob anything. I'll not only bring it this time, but I'll also buy it often in the future. Li Yofu knew that Jiang Zuohua was afraid of gossip, but he had done so much and deliberately exposed his job and salary. Wasn't he just finding a legitimate way out for himself? In this day and age, we do have to be careful and not be too high profile. But having a legitimate path is another matter. Does having money mean you can't afford to eat well? On the other hand, starting in January 1961, more than 40 large, medium, and small cities across the country began to negotiate prices for high-priced pastries, candies, and food. In just 1 month, or 30 days, they sold a total of 18 million caddies of high-priced pastries and candies, generating a cash inflow of 83 million yuan. Take pastries as an example. The regular price is 60 cents per pound, but the price can be negotiated to 3.5 yuan per pound. The regular price for candy is 80 cents per pound, but the price can be negotiated to 4.5 yuan per pound. Just from these data, you can tell the purchasing power of ordinary people. A large portion of these were not bought by city dwellers, but rather by people in rural areas. Isn't that hard to understand? The reason it didn't erupt before was because the ration coupons were strictly controlled. Residents only received a few sugar coupons and pastry coupons each month. These things are simply unavailable in rural areas. In addition, January 1961 was close to the Spring Festival. People were willing to spend a few cents or $1 to try it, since it was a high-end pastry that only city dwellers could afford. As the quantity increased, sales naturally went up. Chapter 157. On the eve of my second visit to my second sister's house. Daya, come here, let Uncle Lou give you a hug. Uncle, good girl, Uncle Lou will take you to wash your hands. Let's eat pastries after we wash our little hands clean, okay? Okay. Daya's eyes curved into crescent moons, and her voice was soft and sweet, with a drawn-out tone. Li Yufu reached out and tapped Daya's nose. You little glutton, you don't even know what pastries are, yet you say they're good. Luckily it's Uncle Lou. Uncle Lou will make sure you eat well from now on, so you won't be easily fooled by a piece of candy when you grow up. The little one blinked her big, innocent eyes, and when she heard Li Yufu mention candy, she echoed, candy. Li Yufu. He suddenly felt a sense of frustration. What could such a little kid possibly know? Seeing that Li Yufu remained silent, Daya reached out her little hand and touched Li Yufu's face. Uncle. Li Yufu smiled again. All right, let your parents worry about what happens next. Our task now is to fill our stomachs and grow up quickly. With Li Yufu nagging, the two quickly washed their hands. Mother, fourth sister-in-law, come and try some pastries. Pastries from the 1960s included a variety of traditional and local specialties. They were not only made with high-quality ingredients and had unique aromas, but also carried many people's memories and emotions. Li Yufu mentioned two kinds of pastries this time, sponge cake and peach shortbread. As soon as you open the oil paper bag, a wonderful aroma wafts out. Uncle. Daya flailed her little hands in a panic, her eyes never leaving the pastries. You little glutton. Li Yufu picked up a piece of sponge cake and handed it to Daya. The little girl couldn't wait to put it in her mouth. After taking just a small bite, her eyes were almost squinted into slits. Mother, fourth sister-in-law, take whatever you like to eat. This softer one is called sponge cake. It's made with eggs and flour, and it has a sweet and fluffy texture. Every bite is filled with a sweet, milky flavor. And this one that looks like a biscuit is a peach shortbread, which is especially crispy. As Li Yufu explained, he pushed two kinds of pastries in front of the two of them, each with a different texture. Children and the elderly generally prefer sponge cakes. Besides round and oval shapes, there are also sponge cakes shaped like bananas. Jiang Tsuehua sniffed. Is this the kind of pastry that city people eat? It has a very nice shape and smells delicious. Li Yufu broke off a piece of sponge cake and stuffed it into Jiang Tsuehua's mouth. Don't just smell it, Mom. How is it? Delicious, right? Tasty. Jiang Tsuehua took a bite and then hesitated, asking, Yufu, are the pastries expensive? How much per pound? The pastries aren't expensive, only 60 cents a pound, but pastry coupons are hard to come by. That's no joke. People in this era treasured sugar and were reluctant to eat it. Pastries were not only made from eggs and flour, but also contained a lot of sugar, making them both filling and satisfying. Therefore, even on the black market, it's rare to find pastry tickets. After a pause, Li Yufu continued. However, I heard from the supply and marketing cooperative that after a while, the government will lift the restrictions on pastries and candies and allow some to be sold at negotiated prices. I'll buy 3 to 5 pounds and keep them at home. If you eat them all up, just let me know. Jiang Tsuehua rolled her eyes at Li Yufu, annoyed. You can only taste this stuff once. You can't eat it all the time. You can have a piece too. Lock the rest in the cupboard, and I'll take them out when I want to eat them someday. Mother. Li Yufu wanted to say that there weren't many pieces to begin with, but Jiang Tsuehua wouldn't listen to him at all. After giving one piece to Zhang Yume, she locked the pastry in the cupboard. Good heavens. Li Yufu glanced at the open cabinet, which contained things like malted milk powder, brown sugar, eggs. Mom, aren't you afraid that all these things will get stale in the cupboard? Who said that? How can we cover it up and ruin it? Besides, that's how everyone lives. Unlike you, you don't even know how to save money. Jiang Cuihua looked at Li Yufu with a worried expression. This son was good in every way, but he was too extravagant and always caused her trouble. Li Yufu pursed his lips. If you don't want to eat it, then don't. I'll buy more later, and we'll see if you want it to go bad or eat it. You brat, I did all this for you. I was thinking of saving you some money so that you'll have an easier life in the future. Li Yufu didn't take it seriously. With your son's abilities, do you think he'll ever lack money? Uft. Watching the happy mother and son bickering every day, Zhang Yumei couldn't help but almost burst out laughing. However, this kind of family atmosphere was something Zhang Yumei never dared to dream of, but now it has actually come true. Fourth sister-in-law, do you think I'm right? Zhang Yumei couldn't hold back any longer. After swallowing the sponge cake in her mouth, she said, Brother-in-law, I have no objection to what you and mother said. Actually, I think our family's life is already very good now. I never even dared to dream of it before. What's there to be afraid of? Don't worry, when fourth brother comes back, life at home will only get better. If Li Yufu remembered correctly, his fourth brother returned from military service 2 years later due to injury. When Li Weiguo returned, he also brought back several hundred yuan in demobilization pay. Although a few hundred yuan is nothing to Li Yufu now, it was a huge sum of money in those days, especially in rural areas. What else was there? Li Yufu tried hard to recall. In his past life, he married Wang Shui, and they lived a very frugal life. Jiang Cuihua often helped Li Yufu's scheme to get his fourth brother's demobilization pay. They said they were going to build a brick house, but when it was finished, Li Weiguo didn't get a share and was left to live in an adobe house. Because of these things, they eventually broke off their relationship. His fourth brother's old injury relapsed, and he had no money for treatment, resulting in him becoming disabled in one leg. Thinking about all this, Li Yufu sighed. Fortunately, none of this happened, and there was still a chance to change everything. As for why Li Weiguo was injured and what mission he was on, he had no idea. It seems I'll have to wait until my fourth brother comes back and find an opportunity to probe him about what he does in the army. Fourth sister-in-law smiled and began to look forward to life after Li Weiguo's return. However, she did not notice that Jiang Cuihua and Li Yufu's expressions were slightly unnatural. Mother, fourth sister-in-law, I'm going back to my room to rest for a while. Okay, I'll call you when it's time to eat. Li Yufu nodded, as if he had suddenly remembered something. Oh right, fifth sister is coming back tomorrow too. So what if you're coming back? Jiang Cuihua didn't take it to heart, but Li Yufu smiled and said, Fifth sister only comes back once a week, so don't keep a long face. Oh, right. I was also thinking of going to the county town tomorrow and visiting my second sister while I'm there. Jiang Cuihua looked at him suspiciously. Didn't you just go to your second sister's house? Li Yufu said calmly. I'll go check on how the two of them are doing now. It's mainly because of this village incident. Think about it. If Li family village is in such a state, how can things be any better for second sister? Then I'll go with you. Li Yufu quickly shook his head. It's okay. Riding a bicycle is fast. I can be back by lunchtime at the latest. That being said, if Jiang Cuihua follows, Li Yufu will have difficulty taking out food from the spiritual spring space. In addition, among all the older sisters, the second sister is the most old-fashioned and the weakest in temperament. If a suitable opportunity arises, we should try to solve the problem at its root and provide my second sister with a stable income. Chapter 158, A Bountiful Aquatic Harvest. All right, Mother knows. You should go and rest. Jiang Cuihua urged Li Yufu on, because in her opinion, Li Yufu was the one who was working the hardest. Li Yufu nodded and turned to go back to his room. The next second, they entered the spirit spring space. Looking at the mountain of grain, Li Yufu felt a surge of pride. Just imagine, with so much grain piled up together, this was the foundation that allowed Li Yufu to live a comfortable life in this era. However, that's not enough. What he lacks is not refined grains, but coarse grains. To put it bluntly, it's already a miracle if he can survive in a famine year. If he were to give rice and flour to the villagers, he would surely be suspected. Even with Li Daqiang in charge, No one can guarantee that others won't reveal the grain exchange. Li Youfu dared not gamble. He could cover up the fact that his own family ate some fine grains by working, but this was food for more than 300 people. Soon, Li Youfu harvested all of his 2 mu of corn. This time, he planted potatoes and sweet potatoes instead of other crops. As 2 crops that easily yield over 1,000 caddies per mu, they are essential for many families to survive. They are high-yielding and filling. Just remember these 2 advantages, and the disadvantage of gastrointestinal discomfort caused by eating too much can be completely ignored. These 2 ingredients, along with pumpkin and a small amount of cornmeal, constitute the grain that Li Youfu intends to deliver to Lijia village. Certainly, the premise is barter. He won't do a deal that results in a loss. That's it. The people of Lijia village still owe Li Youfu an enormous favor. However, the steps for planting potatoes and sweet potatoes are different from other crops. The first step is to sprout them. Only after most of the sprouts have grown to a certain length can they be cut into small pieces for planting. This was no problem for Li Youfu. He used his mental energy to accelerate the ripening process, and soon several green shoots sprouted from the surface of the potatoes and sweet potatoes. He then used his mental energy to divide them into small plots and plant them in the black soil, watering them with spiritual spring water to accelerate ripening. After repeating this process several times, the next step is to wait. Potatoes have a growing period of 80 to 100 days after planting, while sweet potatoes have a longer cycle, about 5 months. Converted to the spiritual spring space, this time is shortened by 10 times. In addition, with the spiritual spring water and the stimulation of spiritual power, the process is even shorter. After planting all the plants, Li Youfu stopped tending to them. His consciousness had already shifted to the breeding area. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but if we keep raising chickens like this, we can't possibly eat them all. Looking up, I saw nests made by domestic chickens everywhere, at least dozens of them. And more importantly, each nest contained a dozen or 20 eggs. Once these eggs hatch into chicks, it's another cycle. The number of chickens in the breeding area will only increase. Li Youfu even suspects that if this continues, the grain grown won't be enough for the animals in the breeding area. As for the wild boars, since they had no natural predators and were constantly fed by Li Youfu, they had grown considerably larger. In addition, Li Youfu also noticed that 2 of the sows had slightly protruding bellies. Great news. Absolutely fantastic news. It probably won't be long before the wild boars have piglets, with 5, 6, 7, or 8 piglets in a litter. In another 2 or 3 months, the mountains and fields will be full of wild boars. After inspecting the aquaculture area, Li Youfu was in a good mood. After feeding another animal, his attention turned to the aquatic products. If the aquaculture area brought surprises, then the seafood area was simply astonishing. Different sizes and species of fish lay different amounts of eggs. For example, a carp can lay more than 300,000 eggs at a time, while the smallest, the bass, lays at least 20,000 eggs at a time. What does that even mean? Once these fish eggs hatch and grow, Li Youfu will be able to achieve financial freedom in the aquatic industry. Just thinking about it is like a dream, and this is only the first batch. The next morning, Li Youfu was woken up by Jiang Tsuehua while he was still asleep. Anyone who has ever been in bed in winter knows how difficult it is to get out of a cold bed. Lijiakan is close to the old city and surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The temperature in November is only a few degrees Celsius. Soon, the first snow will fall. It's time to prepare some supplies for winter. Li Youfu muttered to himself as he got out of bed and dressed. Breakfast is over. Mother, I'm going to the county. Okay, drive carefully. No. After saying goodbye to Jiang Tsuehua and the others, Li Youfu rode his bicycle toward the county. Along the way, he encountered villagers who greeted him, and he responded calmly and naturally. This is much better than him hiding it and deliberately finding a place where no one can see him to let the bicycle out. But the benefits of a clear path go far beyond that. An hour later. Fifth sister, are you there? Sixth brother, what are you doing here? Come on in. Hurry up and come inside. Have you eaten yet? When Li Yudi saw that it was Li Youfu, she was first taken aback, and then quickly pulled Li Youfu into the house. Li Youfu looked around at the furnishings in the room. He had been here once before, and this was his second time. Although Fifth Sister's room didn't have many things, it was kept clean and tidy by Fifth Sister. Some places where the paint was peeling off the walls were covered with old newspapers, and there was a girl's fragrance in the room. That's right. Whoever marries you in the future will definitely have a good life. Li Yuti blushed slightly and spat at Li Yofu. What nonsense are you talking about? Fifth Sister doesn't even have a boyfriend. Sixth brother, sit down for a while. Fifth Sister will go cook first. Li Yufu waved his hand. Fifth Sister, I've already eaten at home. You can cook for yourself. Okay, wait for me. I'll go back with you in a bit. Hearing Li Yufu say that he had already eaten, Li Yuti didn't doubt it, since her fourth sister-in-law would definitely have cooked at home. Li Yufu smiled and said, I'll go to the research institute first. This is for you. As he spoke, Li Yufu took off the bamboo basket from his back, which contained 10 jin of rice, wheat flour, 5 jin of cornmeal, and a small pot of soybean oil. Li Yuti was stunned for a moment. Sixth brother, why are you carrying so much stuff again? My fifth sister has a job now and earns an income every month, enough to eat. Li Yufu insisted. Here you go, just take it. Don't let anyone else see you eating it, so they won't be envious. Okay, fifth sister, I'll be going now. I'll come find you later, and we'll go to second sister's house together. Going to my second sister's house. Li Yuti looked at Li Yufu with a hint of suspicion. What's wrong with second sister? My second sister is fine, but I'm a little worried and want to go check on her. Li Yufu explained his guess. Given second sister's personality, I think it would be better to go and check on her to put my mind at ease. Then this. Li Yuti pointed to the grain that Li Yufu had brought. Sixth brother, why don't we give it to second sister? I get a monthly ration, so my life is much better than second sister's. It's all right, this is for you. You don't need to worry about your second sister. I prepared some for her. Li Yufu was indeed prepared, but the food was still in the spiritual spring space, and he could take it out whenever he wanted. Fifth sister, I'll be going now. I'll come find you later. Li Yuti nodded. Ride slowly. Li Yuti only returned to the house after she saw Li Yufu get on his bicycle and disappear from sight. Li Yufu's words were still echoing in her mind, and she was still somewhat dazed. Chapter 159, Sugar Factory Recruitment. Research Institute, Canteen. Master, someone is looking for you outside. Who is it? Can't you see I'm busy? Yang Jiqiang leaned back in his recliner, a steaming cup of tea beside him, looking relaxed and at ease, showing no sign of being busy. I don't know, he's a young man. How did you get in here? This is the kitchen. Get out right now. The person who entered was none other than Li Yufu. You bastard, what are you yelling about? Yang Jiqiang quickly stood up and put on a smiling face again. Sixth brother, what brings you here? Li Yufu chuckled. Brother Yang, did I bother you? Ha ha, hey, little rascal. You're still pulling this stunt with your brother Yang. All that talk about disturbing us. Yang Jiqiang stepped forward and shook hands with Li Yufu, then glared at his apprentice beside him as he spoke. This is our institute's new purchasing agent, Comrade Lao Lu. From now on, if sixth brother wants to come in, you're not allowed to stop him, understand? I heard you, master. Hello, Comrade Lao Lu. Hello to you too. Yang Jiqiang patted Li Yufu's arm and said, Sixth brother, come sit here and let's talk. No need, brother Yang. I just came to say hello. I need to use your tricycle to haul some goods later. Okay, I understand. Is the tricycle still there? Yes, master. Yang Jiqiang nodded. Sixth brother, the tricycle is still parked in the same old spot. You can ride it any time you need it. Thanks, brother Yang. You're still being so polite to me. The brothers are counting on you to bring over some good stuff, so they can really show off their skills. Li Yufu patted his chest and said, Just wait, I can't guarantee anything else, but you'll all be busy later. Ha ha ha, if a chef isn't busy, wouldn't he be waiting to lose his job? Then brother Yang will be waiting for you. Okay, then I'll be going now, brother Yang. See you later. As Li Yufu disappeared into the kitchen, his former apprentice ran over and asked, Master, who is this Lao Lu? You're the head chef in our unit. Do you need to be so polite to him? What do you know? Yang Jiqiang's smile faded. Don't underestimate Lao Lu just because he's young. He's quite capable. The 2 wild boars that were previously in the station were brought over by Lao Lu. Also, remember what I'm telling you. There are good cooks these days, but not everyone has the ability to get the ingredients that allow them to showcase their skills. When you see Lao Lu in the future, be more polite to him. Yes, master. Looking at the newly recruited apprentices, Yang Jiqiang sighed inwardly. Just as he had said, without ingredients, even the most skilled chef would be useless. On the other side, Li Yufu got on his tricycle, said goodbye to the gatekeeper, and left the research institute. Little did he know that Yang Jiqiang had given his new apprentice a severe beating. From another perspective, cooks will never starve, no matter the era. The reason why Yang Jiqiang still wanted to maintain a good relationship with Li Yufu was more like the two complementing each other. Sixth brother, are you going to buy supplies? Brother Wang. Li Yufu never expected that he would run into Director Wang of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative as soon as he came out of the Research Institute. He smiled and said, Brother Wang, what a coincidence. Are you heading to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Director Wang smiled slightly. I had some things to take care of at home, so I arrived late. Otherwise, I wouldn't have run into you. I also want to thank your rooster. To be honest, we haven't had any meat at home for a while. No need to be polite. I was paid for the rooster too. Director Wang dismissed it, saying, How can they be the same? By the way, Lao Lu, didn't you say you were going to find jobs for your family members? Have you found any yet? Li Yufu shook his head. These days, everyone has a specific job opening, so finding a job isn't that easy. Besides, I don't know anyone in the county. Even if you wanted to spend money to buy a job quota, there weren't any good ways to do it. You're subtly implying that your brother Wang isn't doing his job. No, Brother Wang, I didn't mean that. Director Wang wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, he looked at Li Yufu with a smile and said, Don't say that I, Brother Wang, won't do things for you. There really is such an opportunity now. Yesterday I told you I have a cousin who works at a sugar factory, do you remember? Li Yufu looked at Director Wang with delight. Brother Wang, do you mean the sugar factory has work quotas? How much? I can buy it. It's like someone bringing you a pillow when you're sleepy. If Li Yufu could get a job at the sugar factory through Director Wang, he would be willing to pay for it. The price for a job quota is generally between 300 and 500 yuan, depending on the organization and the job position. Just like the department store job quota that Li Yufu bought for his fifth sister, salesperson is one of the 8 key positions. Whether it's the working environment or the salary, it's a job that everyone envies. Sugar factories may not be as prestigious as the 8 major positions, but they are still highly sought after workplaces. Even after the reform and opening up, the treatment of employees in sugar factories was not much worse than that of other workplaces. Don't rush, let me finish what I have to say. Director Wang took a deep breath. It's not about the money. The thing is, the higher-ups want to loosen restrictions on the sale of some pastries and candies, allowing for negotiated pricing. Therefore, to expand production capacity, we need to recruit 100 workers to work in the sugar factory. This is a good thing. Li Yufu's eyes lit up. He had almost forgotten about this. In January of next year, the sales of high-priced pastries and candies alone reached an astonishing 18 million caddies, and this was in 40 major cities. As currency is withdrawn from circulation, the number of cities covered will expand from 40 to 200, and by March, all large, medium, and small towns across the country will be included. With so many pastries and candies, manual production is essential, making it inevitable to expand production capacity. Director Wang forced a smile. Sixth brother, the news I heard is that although we are going to recruit 100 workers to the factory, the neighborhood committee's suggestion is to recruit from unemployed people in the town. This, Li Yufu was taken aback. Recruiting workers from urban households would eliminate the need to consider household registration and grain rations. 100 people might not be a lot, but if expanded nationwide, that number would amount to a considerable grain expenditure. He understood that this was the best solution given the current food shortage, but he still couldn't quite accept it. Nothing more. For rural people who want to change their lives and become city dwellers, the only way is to find employment. The fact that employment is not open to rural people is tantamount to shutting them out. Moreover, even if a child gets married, their household registration will follow the mother. If the mother has a rural household registration, the child will also have a rural household registration. unless the mother had a job before giving birth. Sixth brother, there's no complete solution to telling you this. Yes, if we can't recruit workers, there's no point in the king going to all this trouble. Thinking of this, Li Youfu looked at Director Wang with some anticipation, listening intently to what he would say next. Including the bonus chapter, there are a total of 2 more chapters at 12 o'clock. Chapter 160, 2 wild boars exchange for job quotas. Everyone is having a tough time right now. If you could get some supplies, I don't mean give them away, just give us whatever price you need, based on the purchase price. Brother Wang, I understand what you mean, but I just don't know how many supplies the sugar factory needs. Li Youfu looked around, took out a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to him. Brother Wang, there's no one else here. I really don't know anything about this. If it's not a large amount, I'll try my best to find a solution. To be honest, I went there this time to catch 2 wild boars. Hiss. Director Wang took a deep breath, almost choking on the smoke. He looked at Li Youfu in astonishment. You mean 2 wild boars? Li Youfu smiled and said, the villagers who hunt wild boars are struggling to make ends meet these days. They need to exchange the money for grain. Director Wang had indeed heard of this, but what surprised him was not that, but rather that Li Youfu had the means to bring the wild boar back. Regardless of where the wild boar came from, just being able to get your hands on one is already quite impressive. Sixth brother, if that's the case, and you can get 2 more wild boars, then there's definitely no problem with getting a job. I need 2 job openings. Li Youfu scratched his head sheepishly. My eldest and second eldest sisters are still at home taking care of their children. I got the job quota for them. Director Wang gave a thumbs up. You're so lucky to have a younger brother like you. Brother Wang, don't say that. We're all family, and these are tough times. We should support each other and help each other out. Everyone has to survive, right? Director Wang was increasingly satisfied with Li Youfu. At first glance, he seemed smooth and mature, but after getting to know him, he realized that Li Youfu was loyal and righteous, and that making friends with such a person could only bring benefits and no harm. What is the price per kilogram for wild boar? The price of live pigs is 2.25 yuan per gene. Li Youfu revealed the price at which the research institute was acquired. In fact, it would have been a bit higher based on current prices. Director Wang nodded. In that case, sixth brother, if you can really get 2 wild boars, I guarantee you, 2 spots are no problem. Is 10 days enough? That's enough. It won't take that long. 5 days should be enough. Director Wang gave Li Youfu another look of admiration. All right, don't be too sure of yourself. If you manage to get a wild boar within 10 days, come find me, and I'll take you to the sugar factory to get things done. Thank you so much, Brother Wang. Li Youfu smiled and grabbed Director Wang's hand tightly. Director Wang chuckled and shook his head. All right, I'm going to the supply and marketing cooperative. You go ahead with your work. If you want to express your gratitude, bring your Brother Wang something nice too. Whether Brother Wang can improve his life depends on you. Ha ha ha, good. Li Youfu readily agreed. Compared to the supplies in the Spirit Spring space, what was Director Wang's little bit of resources? If it weren't for the fear of being too shocking, Li Youfu could have easily gotten 2 wild boars. Besides the wild boars in the breeding area, there were also 8 wild boars in the Spirit Spring space that had been killed by bears. Perfect. Li Youfu doesn't even need to kill the wild boar. He can just take the carcass. After saying goodbye to Director Wang, Li Youfu slowly rode his tricycle to the outskirts of the county town. When he returned, there were 2 dead wild boars on the tricycle. If Li Youfu had ridden any faster, the pig's blood inside would still be warm when the belly was cut open. In addition to the 2 wild boars, there were also 6 roosters. This weight was indeed considerable, but fortunately, Li Youfu was incredibly strong, and he rode the tricycle as if nothing was wrong, making it impossible to tell that the tricycle was carrying over 400 kilograms of supplies. Sir, please open the door. The gatekeeper ran out, and, seeing it was Li Youfu, asked with some suspicion, Didn't you just go out a short while ago? Why are you back so soon? This is 2 wild boars. The gatekeeper's eyes widened in surprise. Good lad, it's really good to have you as a purchasing agent. Grandpa, have a smoke. Li Youfu took out a cigarette and handed it to him, then took out a match and lit it. The old man slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Looks like I'll be in for a good meal at noon. Hey kid, Why aren't you going in yet? Can't you let me finish my cigarette first? Li Yufu rolled his eyes in annoyance. It was over 400 pounds of supplies. Even if he was strong, what was wrong with him slacking off for a while? When can't you smoke? I think you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Wild boars need to be bled as soon as possible if they're not alive, otherwise it will affect the taste. Wouldn't that be a waste of such good pork? The gatekeeper glared at him, looking ready to roll up his sleeves and get to work if Li Yufu didn't listen. Okay, I'll go, all right. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. Li Yufu was somewhat amused and exasperated, as he had never gotten the better of this gatekeeper. The gatekeeper quickly opened the gate and gave the back of the tricycle a hard push, but Li Yufu kicked hard, and the gatekeeper almost stumbled. You little rascal, I don't think you want to go out today. Hee hee. The only response he got was Li Yufu's funny face. The gatekeeper watched Li Yufu's departing figure, then smiled, shook his head, and went back to the gatehouse. Someone come quick. Brother Yang, are you there? Splash. Yang Jiqiang led a group of apprentices and cooks out quickly. Sixth brother, you're back so soon. Let me see what's here. TSK tisk TSK. Yang Jiqiang's eyes lit up when he saw what was inside the tricycle. Good heavens, 2 wild boars and 6 roosters. Sixth brother, Brother Yang really doesn't know how to praise you. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and unload the wild boar and weigh it. Then, Yang Jiqiang said with a smile, thank you for your hard work. These 2 wild boars look quite big. They should be enough to feed our station for a while. Sixth brother, you go rest with the director first. I'll report the numbers after I finish weighing them here. Oh, and don't leave at noon. Brother Yang will show you his skills again then. Okay, Brother Yang, I'll go report to Director Qian first. We can talk about dinner later, no rush. Yang Jiqiang smiled and nodded, then turned around and joined the weighing and slaughtering work. It takes a while to completely dissect a pig. Knock knock. Come in, came Director Qian's voice from inside. Li Yufu pushed open the door. Uncle Qian. When Director Qian saw it was Li Yufu, a smile spread across his face as he asked, why did you come today? Please have a seat. Li Yufu didn't stand on ceremony and plopped down in a chair. I just sent some meat to the institute. So fast. Director Qian was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Li Yufu to get so absorbed in his work so quickly. Okay, I'll make a list in a bit. If it's a small amount, I'll give it to you directly. If it's a large amount, you can take a slip to the finance department to collect it. Director Qian made the remark casually, but his hands moved quickly as he opened the drawer and took out the receipts. Just then, Yang Jiqiang, covered in filth, knocked on the door and walked in. Director, everything has been weighed. 2 wild boars, totaling 411.4 gene, 247.7 caddies. What? 2 wild boars? Yang Jiqiang looked at Li Yufu, who shrugged. Brother Yang, it's not my fault. I didn't even have a chance to say anything before you came in. Are they really 2 wild boars? Director Qian stepped forward and patted Li Yufu's arm. Good lad. You really gave Uncle Qian a surprise. Chapter 161, A Winning Strategy. Director, in addition to the wild boar, Lao Lu also brought 6 roosters, each weighing 2 or 3 pounds. Upon hearing this, Director Qian's smile grew even wider. In fact, Director Qian took a certain risk in bringing Li Yufu into the research institute. If Li Yufu did not do his job well, it would leave Director Xiao with the impression that Director Qian was bad at judging people. Some people might ask, weren't those 2 wild boars just given away for free? Wild boars are from the mountains, after all. Being able to bring wild boars here only proves that they have the ability to obtain them, but it doesn't mean that they can maintain this business indefinitely. Even wild boars in the mountains will eventually be hunted to extinction. However, Li Yufu had only been at the research institute for 2 days when he brought 2 wild boars and 6 roosters to the institute. With this kind of work efficiency, who would dare to gossip behind his back? Director Qian's smile stretched almost to his ears. The more outstanding Li Yufu was, the more it proved Director Qian's good judgment in judging people. Jiqiang, you've worked hard too. Hurry up and try to make sure our comrades can have some meat by noon. Yes, sir. I guarantee I will complete the mission. Then, Director, I'll go and get back to work now. Go. Director Qian waved to Yang Jiqiang, who winked at Li Youfu before turning and leaving the office. Upon seeing this, Li Youfu smiled slightly. Director Qian asked, "What kind of code did that kid Yang Jiqiang give you?" "It's nothing much. He just told me not to leave at noon and to try his cooking. Although this brat is careless in his work and likes to slack off, his cooking skills are really good." Director Qian smiled and said, "I still have half a bottle of good wine left. Let's go and try it together at noon." "Uncle Qian, I'm afraid it won't work today." Before Li Youfu could finish speaking, Director Qian slapped his forehead. "I almost forgot." Director Qian looked at Li Youfu with a serious expression. "It's Uncle Qian's fault. He was only thinking about his appetite. Uncle Qian is very happy that you were able to transport the wild boar so quickly, but you must also be careful. Wild boars can be very aggressive and can kill a person if they gore you. What on earth is going on here?" Li Youfu looked at Director Qian with some suspicion, thinking to himself, does he think that a group of villagers fought wild boars on the mountain, went through a lot of trouble to catch 2 wild boars, and then rushed them to the research institute? If that's the case, then there's a huge misunderstanding. Li Youfu didn't expose the misunderstanding. Letting it be was actually to his advantage. Besides, strictly speaking, Director Qian's guess wasn't entirely unfounded. In fact, the people of Lijia village had already organized 7 or 8 young villagers to go up the mountain to hunt, using the method of digging traps. For this purpose, they even found an experienced hunter to lead the team. Although the 2 people had completely different ideas, the reality was not that different. Seeing that Li Youfu remained silent, Director Qian was convinced that his guess was correct, and he lost the desire to invite Li Youfu to stay for dinner and drinks. He patted Li Youfu on the shoulder. "Sixth brother, the wild boar will still be priced the same as before, and the rooster will be 10 yuan each. Is that all right?" "Uncle Qian, the wild boar is fine, but the roosters are too much. 5 yuan each will do." Director Qian waved his hand. "Do you think Uncle Qian doesn't know the prices? Let's not let the villagers suffer losses. Uncle Qian will write out the receipt for you, and you can go to the finance department to collect the money. Although Uncle Qian can't help you with this, I can't just watch you and the villagers suffer. So, after you get your money, you still have to go buy grain. I won't keep you any longer. As I said before, please be careful." "Thank you, Uncle Qian." Li Youfu thanked him, took the slip of paper issued by Director Qian, and went to the finance department to collect the money. The 2 wild boars weighed 411.4 gene, approximately 27.6 kilograms, each, and at 2.25 yuan per gene, that's 925.65 yuan. Adding the 6 roosters at 10 yuan each, the total came to 985.65 yuan, just a few yuan short of 1,000 yuan. In fact, Li Youfu's delivery of these supplies this time almost completed a month's worth of procurement tasks for the Research Institute's purchasing staff. Of course, the 4 wild boars that I promised Director Qian when I issued the business trip certificate were not included in the calculation. They've left. Aren't you going to save some meat for lunch? Li Youfu shook his head. "No, sir, I have some other things to do. I might be leaving for dinner by the time I'm done." Upon hearing Li Youfu's words, the gatekeeper was filled with respect. Despite his constant attempts to take advantage of Li Youfu, he still held Li Youfu in high regard and admired him. The gatekeeper sighed and said, "No wonder you're so capable. Your attitude towards this job is something that not everyone can have. Sir, may I have a cigarette with you?" As the gatekeeper spoke, he took out a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and handed it to Li Youfu, saying, "I always smoke your cigarettes, but today I'll let you get the better deal." Li Youfu pursed his lips. A cigarette without a filter shows no sincerity at all. You should smoke it yourself. At the same time, Li Youfu put a Zhonghua cigarette in his mouth, saying, "This cigarette is still the most comfortable to smoke. Don't you think so, sir?" The gatekeeper's face visibly darkened. "You little bastard, if I'm nice to you, I'll change my surname to yours. Grandpa, why can't you take a joke? How about I send you another one, so you can get a better deal? Get out of here. If you don't leave, I'll beat you up." Before he could finish speaking, Li Youfu hopped on his bicycle and rode off. After being humiliated by the gatekeeper so many times, he had finally gotten his revenge this time, and Li Youfu was in an extremely good mood. At the same time, the gatekeeper grumbled as he watched Li Youfu's departing figure. then pulled out a brand new box of Dakium cigarettes. You brat, you're still too green to mess with me. Then, the gatekeeper hummed a traditional opera tune and turned back to the guardhouse. I wonder if Li Yofu will still be in such a good mood after learning about this. Half an hour later. Fifth sister. Sixth brother, are you done with your work? Li Yofu nodded. I'm all done. Are you done here? If you are, let's head over to second sister's place. Okay, wait a moment. Li Yudi turned around and went back into the house. When she came out, she was holding 2 large meat buns in her hand. Here, have this to tide you over. Li Yofu grinned, looking at the big meat bun, and he was actually quite hungry. What about you? Have you eaten yet? I've already eaten. This is something I bought especially for you at the state-run restaurant. Thank you, fifth sister. Li Yudi rolled her eyes at him, then noticed the bamboo basket tied to the side of the bicycle seat and asked, What's this? It's for my second sister. Fifth sister, hold on tight. We're about to set off. Good. Li Yudi responded and sat obediently on one side of the bicycle. This was only her second time riding a bicycle. Although she had experience from the last time, Li Yufu started to speed up, and Li Yudi's heart was still in her throat. He called out repeatedly, Sixth brother, slow down. Li Yufu turned his head and smiled. If you're scared, just grab my clothes. You're going to die? Keep your eyes on what's ahead. When Li Yudi saw Li Yufu turn his head, she was so frightened that her face turned pale. What are you afraid of? If you're that timid, I really wouldn't feel comfortable letting you ride the bicycle. What? Give me your bicycle, what will you ride? Li Yufu smiled slightly. The research institute is going to provide me with a bicycle, so of course you can ride it. Don't worry, I'll teach you, you'll learn quickly. Hearing this, Li Yudi felt a warmth in her heart. Sixth brother, why are you so good to fifth sister? Because we're family. If I'm not good to you, who else should I be good to? Li Yufu's words seemed perfectly natural, but they stirred something within Li Yudi. Her eyes reddened as she repeated Li Yufu's words. Sixth brother, you're right, we're family. Even if fifth sister gets married in the future, she will still treat you well for the rest of her life. Fool, Li Yufu murmured to himself. Only he knew that in his past life, in order to raise enough money for the high dowry to marry Wang Shui, his fifth sister's happiness for a lifetime was exchanged for only 20 yuan. Chapter 162, Speechless. Time flies. Li Yudi had long since lost the initial tension and excitement. All she felt was the warmth of family as she watched the ever-changing scenery. She asked with concern, Sixth brother, why don't you stop and rest for a while? You've been riding for almost an hour. It's all right, fifth sister, I'm not tired yet. Are you getting tired of sitting? Hang in there a little longer, we'll be at your second sister's house soon. Li Yudi forced a smile. Me? You're not tired even riding a bike, but I'm tired even riding in a car? Fifth sister is just worried about you, afraid you'll get tired. She had been riding a bicycle for almost an hour, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't uncomfortable, but compared to Li Yufu, what was this? Li Yufu smiled. With his current physical strength, he could easily ride a bicycle for 3 to 5 times longer than an hour. I remember the last time we came to my second sister's house. We walked here. I didn't expect that this time we would come by bicycle. That's because you're capable. Bicycles are so valuable. In our department store, more than half of the staff still walk. Li Yudi never dared to dream of such a life before, but thanks to her younger brother, she has achieved it all. Speaking of Li Yufu, who wouldn't envy her for having a younger brother like him? Li Yudi now regards Li Yufu as her pillar of support. She even feels that, in many ways, Li Yufu is more like an older brother, and she is the younger sister being taken care of by her older brother. Just as the two were talking, Li Yufu stopped his bicycle. Arrive. Fifth sister, slow down. Good. Li Yudi, supporting Li Yufu's waist, jumped off the bicycle and almost lost her balance. Is fifth sister all right? Li Yudi was a little embarrassed. My legs are numb from sitting for so long. Li Yufu grinned. You didn't say anything even though your legs were numb. Don't try to be brave on the way back. No. That's all because of you. As Li Yudi rubbed her legs, she thought to herself that her expression looked incredibly cute. Li Yufu didn't appreciate any of this. After parking his bicycle, he called out to the inside. Second sister, are you home? Big tiger, little tiger, your uncle has come to see you. No one responded for a long time. Li Yufu and Li Yudi exchanged a glance, and Li Yudi asked anxiously, "Sixth brother, could it be that second sister and the others aren't home?" Li Yufu hadn't given up yet, and called out again into the house. "Second sister, second brother-in-law, are you there? Looks like he really isn't home." In later times, it wouldn't be so troublesome. At worst, a phone call would be enough to get in touch quickly. But in this era, transportation is mainly by walking, and communication is mainly by shouting. There really isn't a good solution for the time being. "It's you." Just then, an old man came out from the neighboring yard and recognized Li Yufu at a glance. This man was none other than Grandpa Lu, who had taken them to the county hospital last time. Grandpa Lu laughed and said, "You're Li Pundi's younger brother, right? You're here to see your second sister. Uncle Lu, you still remember me? Just call me Lao Lu." Li Yufu smiled and quickly handed him a cigarette. "Uncle Lu, do you know where my second sister and the others went?" "What?" Grandpa Lu sighed. "Everyone in the village went to make trouble with the village chief. I reckon your second sister and the others went too." "What's up?" Li Yufu took out matches, lit one, and lit one for himself as well. Grandpa Lu took a drag. "What could it be? It's all because of the grain shortage. The commune withheld the grain we worked so hard to collect, and we couldn't even get enough to eat. We definitely had to go to the village to demand an explanation." Li Yudi looked at Li Yufu. "Sixth brother, you really guessed right." Li Yufu looked troubled. He wasn't guessing, it was obvious. The two villages weren't that far apart, and he couldn't possibly favor one over the other. However, what the commune people did was really dishonest. No matter what, they should have left enough grain for everyone to eat during the spring harvest. No wonder. That's how it was portrayed on television in later generations. The reality was far more serious than what was depicted on TV. There are just some things that can't be said. "Uncle Lu, it's lucky I ran into you. Otherwise I would have made a wasted trip." Grandpa Lu took a few deep drags on his cigarette. "Life's tough these days, Lao Lu. I have to head to the county town to see if there's any odd jobs, so I'll have to talk to you later." He pointed and said, "Just follow this path, turn a corner, and go another 200 meters or so to the village office. Go there to find your second sister and the others." Thank you, Uncle Lu." Li Yufu thanked her and walked up to Li Yudi. "Fifth sister, why don't you rest here for a while? I'll go find second sister and the others." "No, I want to go with you." "All right." The two resumed their journey and soon saw a dense crowd of people standing under the tiled houses, along with noise and the cries of children. "Village chief, you can't do this. Without food, how are we supposed to survive? Even if we only eat at the village canteen once a day, we have to make sure everyone has enough to eat until the spring harvest." "Zheng Jihong, stop spouting nonsense. I didn't take the grain. If you're so capable, go to the commune and get it back for everyone." Zheng Jihong was so angry that his face turned red and his neck bulged. "Are you the village chief, or am I the village chief? Everyone has handed over all their grain to the village." Fart. The village chief's voice was even louder. "You should ask your production team leader if all the grain was delivered to the commune." "Did I take any grain? Did I not go to the commune to make a scene?" The commune leaders only said one thing: "No grain, but you can take my life. Tell me what the hell I'm supposed to do? Kill the commune cadres, and I'll get grain." "This." Someone chimed in. "Village chief, please have mercy and try to find another way. If that doesn't work, you can take us to the commune to argue with the leaders. This year's harvest was already poor. If we don't get any more grain allocated to us, are we all going to starve to death?" The village chief shook his head with a wry smile. "Sister, fellow villagers, please listen to me. Making a scene here won't solve anything." The commune leaders also said that it's not just our Hongxing village that's in trouble, but the whole country is in trouble. They also told everyone the truth that the grain has already been taken away to support other more difficult areas. The commune can't provide any grain right now, so we have to find our own way. At worst, we can use wild vegetables and tree leaves. The village canteen still has some leftover rations. If we work together, we'll get through this. Wah, how can anyone live like this? This is forcing people to die. Many people collapsed to the ground, sobbing softly. The men fell silent, their dark faces revealing the deep sorrow and uncertainty they felt about the future. "Sixth brother, hurry up. I can hear my second brother-in-law's voice." Um, Liu Fu, with a sullen face, pedaled hard on his bicycle. His vision gradually cleared, and dozens or even hundreds of pairs of eyes, men, women, and children, whether standing or slumped, looked toward him. Who's that? Riding a bicycle? Could it be one of those higher-ups? No cadre is that young. Sixth brother. What brings this kid here? Upon seeing who it was, Zheng Jihong was dumbfounded. He never expected that the person who was mistaken for a cadre would be Liu Fu. Liu Fu, riding a bicycle, looked spirited and high-spirited, while he himself looked disheveled. A feeling of shame and speechlessness suddenly arose in Zheng Jihong's heart, and then gradually spread throughout her body. At this moment, Zheng Jihong wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. There are 2 more chapters that should be released at 12 o'clock. Chapter 163. Unable to hold back his anger. Uncle. It's my uncle. Da Hu and Er Hu, the 2 little guys, ran all the way to Liu Fu, looking at him with delight and touching the bicycle with great affection, as if they could touch flowers. Li Yudi jumped off the bicycle, feigning displeasure, and said, "You only care about your uncle. What about me? Auntie, you've come to see us too." Da Hu and Er Hu stood obediently in front of Li Yudi, letting her place her hands on their heads and rub them. "Where is your mother?" Da Hu pointed in that direction, and the figure who was slumped on the ground and then got up again was none other than Li Pundi. Li Pundi wiped away her tears. She was also a little dumbfounded, not expecting that Liu Fu and Li Yudi would find their way here. She also felt embarrassed at being discovered. Uncle? Aunt? Everyone turned their attention to Li Pundi and Zheng Jihong. They never expected that the young man riding a bicycle, who looked so spirited and like a cadre, would be Li Pundi's family member. Someone joked, "Pundi, your family is here. These must be your younger brother and sister. They look like city people." As soon as these words were spoken, quite a few people echoed them, saying, "I must say, his clothes and demeanor are exactly the same as the cadres I've seen before. Pundi, your family has really struck it rich. TSK. Look at this bicycle, it looks brand new. It must have been bought recently. Speaking of which, our Hongxing village doesn't even have a single bicycle yet. Old Zheng, why don't you hurry over there? They might need to see you about something." Yes, I never expected that Zheng Jihong's wife would come from such a well-off family. Hearing these words, Zheng Jihong felt terrible, as if someone was stabbing his lungs with a knife. "Can you please stop talking? What's wrong? Can't you even let people speak?" Just as Zheng Jihong was about to get angry, she heard Liu Fu call out to the 2 of them. "Second sister, second brother-in-law. Sixth brother, what brings you and Yudi here? Doesn't Yudi go to work?" Li Pundi asked hesitantly, unsure if her younger brother and sister had seen her earlier embarrassment. "Fifth sister is on vacation today, so I asked her to come with me to visit you all." This is... Zheng Jihong forced a smile. "Pundi, you take Dahu, Eru, and Yofu first. Your sister-in-law will go back first." Liu Fu asked knowingly, "Second brother-in-law, aren't you leaving? I haven't finished dealing with this matter yet. You should go back first." Zheng Jihong naturally didn't want to say much, especially when he heard the discussions around him. He felt even worse. "Sixth brother, listen to your second brother-in-law. Let's go back first." At this moment, the village chief spoke up. "Zheng Jihong, your brother-in-law and sister-in-law are here. You should go back. I've said everything I need to say. Even if you stay here, there's nothing I can do." Upon hearing this, Zheng Jihong's face turned green. He had just been terrified that his brother-in-law would see him in such a disheveled state. It was worse than death for him. "I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving until this matter is resolved today. At worst, I'll just stay at your place and eat whatever you eat." This is utterly absurd. The village chief also got angry. "We all eat the same food. What do you mean by saying that you eat what my family eats? Zheng Jihong, you should have a conscience." Zheng Jihong was a little speechless. Opening the village canteen was in response to the call to action. Everyone ate the same food, but some couldn't resist and secretly cooked some food at home. Especially towards the end of the 1960s, the term canteen had become practically obsolete in many places, and it will be completely phased out next year. "Second sister, call your husband, and let's go back together." Li Pundi looked troubled, but under Liu Fu's emphasis, she still called out to Zheng Jihong. Honey, the fifth and sixth brothers are here. If we can't make it, we'll come again tomorrow. Okay. Before leaving, Zheng Jihong didn't forget to deliver a harsh message to the village chief. Someone came to my house today, but this matter won't be so easily dismissed. I'll come back tomorrow. Why are you as stubborn as a mule? If you're so angry, go find the commune. Get out of here, all of you. I've said everything I could, good or bad. If you're still not satisfied, go find the commune yourselves. Don't blame me for not warning you up front. If you incite unrest and disrupt unity, the militia will handcuff you. Don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. These words were a mix of soft and hard. In fact, the villagers knew that the village chief had done his best. At least they still had food to eat and wouldn't starve. If he were really arrested, he would be sent for ideological reform. Second sister, second brother-in-law, let's go. Seeing that Zheng Jihong was about to say something, Li Youfu had to remind her. Li Pundi grabbed Zheng Jihong's arm and pressed it hard. Zheng Jihong was holding her breath, and even she herself couldn't understand why it was actually her pride acting up. The more unsatisfactory things are, the more one wants to be respected. Li Youfu shook his head helplessly. In truth, he had come to terms with it. Saving face was all nonsense. Nothing was more important than filling one's stomach. Auntie, is your workplace fun? Li Yudi smiled and said, what's so fun about this? Going to work is work. I'm exhausted every day, and all I want to do when I get home is sleep. Do you guys think this is fun? Dahu shook his head and then nodded. But I heard them say that you get paid for working, and you can use the money to buy food. Lots of delicious food, sugar, and meat. Big brother, I also want to eat meat from my uncle's house. Eru hung his head. The few days he stayed at Li Youfu's house were also the best days he had eaten. Upon hearing this, the expressions on their faces varied. Zheng Jihong's face was so gloomy, it looked like it was about to drip water. Li Pundi immediately shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? Is the family short of food or not? Mother. Don't call me mother. Li Yudi advised. Second sister, Eru is still a child. Look at him. How is he acting like a child? Even a dog doesn't mind that its home is poor. Wah, Mom. I was wrong. I'll never eat meat from my uncle's family again, Wah. Li Yudi and Li Youfu exchanged a glance, and Li Youfu smiled and said, Eru, be good, don't cry. Uncle, here's some candy. Big Tiger, this is yours. Little Tiger, this is yours. While pushing his bicycle, Li Youfu took 4 white rabbit candies out of his pocket with his other hand and handed them over. Li Pundi grew anxious. Sixth brother, don't spoil him like that. What kind of child complains about being poor? Zheng Jihong didn't speak, but his gloomy face was enough to show that he thought the same thing as his second sister. Li Youfu stretched out his hand for a long time, but Dahu and Eru still didn't dare to take the candy from his hand. Li Yudi quickly reached out and dragged and pulled, finally managing to stuff the candy into the 2 little ones' hands. The monotony of the journey, the distance of a few hundred meters, felt like an eternity. Finally, we arrived at my second sister's house. Li Youfu parked the car in the yard. At that moment, he could no longer hold back. His temper erupted like a volcano, and he vented it all on his second sister and brother-in-law. What are you two up to today? Are you not welcoming me and fifth sister? If so, we're leaving right now. Don't worry about your expressions. If you're angry, take it out on me, not the 2 kids. Is this even acceptable? Chapter 164, Suffering for the Sake of Saving Face. Sixth brother. Second sister didn't mean that. Li Pundi quickly looked at her fifth sister. Yudi, please say something for me. Second sister really doesn't mean you're not welcome. Zheng Jihong said with a bitter face. Brother-in-law, sister-in-law, your second sister, and I absolutely did not have that kind of intention. It's all because of this. The village handed over the harvested grain to the commune, but now the commune can't produce a single grain. Your second sister and I are really worried. Finally, you're telling the truth? You can't take your anger out on the child. Eru is just one more person. What could he possibly know? And I think Eru wasn't wrong either. Sixth brother, what are you doing? After Li Youfu finished speaking, he went into the kitchen and started searching. Li Pundi and Zheng Jihong followed him. Where is the food? Li Youfu looked up and met their gazes directly. Where did all the grain I delivered last time go? This. Li Pundi was at a loss, her hands rubbing together incessantly. Let me explain. The head of the household. Li Pundi quickly looked over, but Zheng Jihong waved her hand to interrupt her. He looked at Li Yufu and said, I took the grain to help my parents. It's all my fault. I'll accept whatever you want to do, even if you hit me or scold me. I shouldn't have taken the food you gave me to help my family. After saying that, Zheng Jihong lowered his head, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. The head of the household. Li Pundi quickly looked at Li Yufu with pleading eyes. Sixth brother, it has nothing to do with your second brother-in-law. He asked me about it, and I agreed. Where's the money? The money was used to buy food. Oh, and there's 21 yuan left. I'll go get it for you now. After Li Pundi finished speaking, she turned around and was about to go back into the house to get the money when Li Yufu stopped her. Etc. As Li Yufu approached Zheng Jihong step by step, Li Pundi's heart was in her throat, and her pleading gaze became increasingly obvious. Sixth brother, if you want to hit or scold me, do it to me. Your second brother-in-law still has work to do. He can't get hurt. Zheng Jihong grabbed her second sister's arm. You old woman, don't cause trouble here. Go back to the room and get money for your brother-in-law. These words made Li Yufu's heart tighten again, as if he had been slapped hard. Brother-in-law, have a smoke. Li Yufu grinned, handed a cigarette to his second brother-in-law, and thoughtfully lit it with a match. Zheng Jihong looked bewildered, and subconsciously took a breath, which lit the cigarette. Everything seemed so smooth and seamless. Anyone who didn't know better would think the two were working together perfectly. Who said I was asking you for money? This money is for you, and I never intended to get it back. Li Yufu smiled again, then lit a match and lit a cigarette for himself. He took a drag of his cigarette and looked at the two of them with a half smile. Let's go outside and talk, lest a who and heir who think that their uncle only knows how to hit people. Li Pundi and Zheng Jihong smiled awkwardly, exchanged a glance, and were still puzzled as to what Li Yufu was up to. Zheng Jihong didn't understand, and Li Pundi understood even less. The two followed Li Yufu out of the kitchen, and as soon as they came out, they were locked onto by 3 pairs of eyes. Li Yufu rolled his eyes at his fifth sister. Fifth sister, take the things in the bamboo basket into the kitchen and cook another meal while you're at it. We'll eat here today. Good. Li Yudi obeyed Li Yufu's words without hesitation and went to get the bamboo basket tied to the back of the bicycle. 5 caddies of wheat flour, 10 caddies of corn flour, 10 caddies of sorghum flour, a piece of salted meat weighing about 5 caddies, and a small pot of soybean oil. Lots of food, including meat. Auntie, let me help you. Auntie, I want to help you too. Dahu and Er, who were practically drooling, their eyes glued to the cured meat. Li Yudi smiled and gently flicked the tip of their noses. Good girl. Then help your aunt carry these things into the kitchen. Then wait for your aunt to cook something delicious for you. Okay, Auntie is the best. Zheng Jihong and Li Pundi looked at each other, seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Then they turned to look at Li Yufu with disbelief and a hint of confusion in their voices. Sixth brother, what are you doing? Don't ask any questions. Bring out chairs. I'm going to have a serious talk with you two today. Zheng Jihong nudged Li Pundi's arm. Go on. What? As Li Pundi turned to get a stool, Li Yufu said with a smile, Second brother-in-law, don't overthink it. I don't blame you. You're helping your family with the food. On the contrary, I'm very happy that you can do that. The stool is here. At this moment, Li Pundi came out with 2 long benches. Li Yufu took one from her, sat down, and gestured for the two of them to sit down as well. Li Yufu then looked at his second sister and said, Second sister, when you want to get the stool just now, I already told my husband that I didn't blame you. You took the grain I brought to help you, and then took it to help my husband's family. To be honest, every family has its difficulties and its good times. If relatives don't lend a hand to each other, are they still a family? But, actually, there were some things Li Yufu had wanted to say for a long time, but he kept them to himself. In the end, the two of them were the same, and it really proved the saying that birds of a feather flock together. Even when helping your own family, you have to do what you can. Do you understand what I mean? Li Yufu pointed to the kitchen and said, logically speaking, the grain we brought over last time should last a month if we're careful with our diet. And before, There were only 2 or 3 pounds of cornmeal left in the house, and you still brought it over, second sister. You didn't leave any food at all. What if something happens? Tu was just thinking that you were going on a blind date. Li Youfu sighed. Let's not talk about this anymore. And what about your second brother-in-law? Is saving face really that important? I just said that Eru is right. He misses the meat from his uncle's house. When you left last time, I told you repeatedly that if anything happens, your family will always be your support. Is this your backup plan? If my fifth sister and I hadn't come, would we have waited until you couldn't survive, or even died out there, before we found out? Brother-in-law, I was the one who told your sister not to go. Zheng Jihong asked Li Youfu for a cigarette, lit it, took a few deep drags, and then said with a bitter expression, Brother-in-law, you're right to criticize me. It's my pride that's bothering me. Just like you said before, no one has an easy time. Isn't it because we took so much grain last time, and you even gave us 50 yuan? If we go back to you, how are your sister and I supposed to face you again? Your brother-in-law is right. Sixth brother, second sister thinks so too. Li Pundi nodded hurriedly in agreement, saying that it would be ridiculous for the two older sisters and their husbands to go to their younger brother to get food to help him out. Once is enough. You can't keep doing it forever. They can't bear to lose face like this. How will she get along with her family after this? Li Youfu smiled helplessly, then reached out and grabbed the hands of his second sister and brother-in-law, saying earnestly, There's nothing to be ashamed of. We're family. Let me ask you this. If my mother and I are struggling to make ends meet, but you are living well, and I come here to beg for some food, would you refuse to give it to me? No, that won't work. Both of them shook their heads at the same time, asking themselves honestly, if it were really as Li Youfu said, how could they not lend a hand? Is that even human? That's settled then. Li Youfu smiled slightly, a relaxed smile. Chapter 165, Determine Work Targets. Do you know what really makes me angry? At this point, Li Youfu sighed again. Second brother-in-law, you've pushed away the good intentions of family members for the sake of that so-called face. What's wrong? Such a big thing happened, and you can't even get the grain back. What will you eat? What will the two children eat? You two are adults. You can afford to go hungry, but the child is so young. How can you bear to do that? Li Youfu was speechless. To put it nicely, it meant not causing trouble for others. To put it bluntly, it was a typical case of low self-esteem. They simply saw that Li Youfu's family was well off while they were poor, and they were afraid of losing face in front of Li Youfu. They preferred to go hungry and argue with the village chief rather than ask Li Youfu for help. They were even more afraid that Li Youfu might say something unpleasant. Li Youfu really wanted to say, People are starving to death. Why are you thinking about all sorts of nonsense? In fact, many people have this idea, but the final result is not good. Even if they survive the difficult period, they will eventually develop health problems. Upon hearing this, Li Pundi and Zheng Jihong looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Zheng Jihong sighed helplessly. Sixth brother, your second brother-in-law is very grateful to you. Everyone is in such a difficult situation now, and you are still thinking of us. You are right. Your second brother-in-law is concerned about his reputation and is afraid of being looked down upon. But I'm also a man, and my younger brother from my wife's family has been supporting me all this time. Even if you don't say anything, other villagers will laugh at me and say that I, Zheng Jihong, a grown man, can only afford to eat because of my wife. I really can't bear the shame. These were all Zheng Jihong's true feelings. Regardless of how Li Youfu viewed him, after speaking them out, he felt a huge weight lifted from his heart, and he felt much lighter. Li Youfu, dinner's ready. Just then, Li Yudi shouted something outside. Immediately afterwards, you could hear Da Hu and Er Hu shouting happily, Dad, Mom, come and eat. Auntie's dumpling soup is so delicious, and it has lots of diced meat in it. The two little ones were shouting and drooling. They hadn't had a decent meal like this for several days, and were really looking forward to it. Li Youfu stood up. Second sister, second brother-in-law, let's eat first. Oh. Li Pundi quickly got up from the stool. Sixth brother, sit down first. Your second brother-in-law and I will go inside and bring out a table. That's right, brother-in-law, you rest first. Your second sister and I are enough. Zheng Jihong pressed down hard on Li Youfu, trying to get him back down on the stool, but he underestimated Li Youfu's strength. Li Youfu smiled slightly. Second sister, go to the kitchen and help get the bowls and chopsticks. My brother-in-law and I will take care of moving the table. Okay. Li Pundi turned back to her second brother-in-law and instructed, put in more effort. The sixth brother has never done heavy work since he was a child, so he's not very strong. Zheng Jihong. He has the strength of a bull, yet he's not strong? Li Youfu didn't expose them. He and his second brother-in-law moved an 8 immortal table out of the house. Everyone was busy, getting bowls and chopsticks and moving stools. In no time, everything was ready. Li Yudi smiled and added a bowl of dumpling soup for everyone. I thought everyone was hungry, so I just made something simple. Second brother-in-law, please don't mind my cooking. My sister-in-law is joking. Although the dumpling soup is made by mixing wheat flour and sorghum flour together, it also contains a lot of diced meat, making it not only look appetizing but also smell delicious. It's not like my sister-in-law said, that she dislikes her cooking skills. This one bowl alone would cause a huge uproar in the village. Second sister, you should try it too, and see if my cooking skills have deteriorated. Li Pundi nodded vigorously. You eat too. Li Youfu curled his lip. It's all because the ingredients are good. What does it have to do with your cooking skills? Li Yudi was extremely dissatisfied. Second sister and second brother-in-law both said it was good. Look, Dahu and Air who are eating so well. Only you are complaining. Okay, you did a good job, alright? With just a few words, Li Youfu made fifth sister very happy again. This scene, the second sister and brother-in-law saw it all, and both of them had smiles on their faces. Zheng Jihong had never seen such a warm and cozy meal scene before. At that moment, he seemed to somewhat agree with the family that Li Youfu often talked about. After the meal, everyone except Li Youfu was quite full. Not to mention that the two teenagers ate 2 bowls of dumpling soup. Even the seemingly frail second sister ate 3 bowls of dumpling soup in a row. The two looked at Li Youfu and Li Yudi somewhat embarrassedly, feeling that they ate too much and that their younger brother and sister-in-law, brother-in-law and sister-in-law, had laughed at them. However, Li Youfu didn't find it a joke. Instead, he felt heartbroken. Li Youfu took out a cigarette and offered one to his second brother-in-law. Second brother-in-law, I heard that your neighbor next door gave birth to twins. Zheng Jihong was a little confused. Brother-in-law, I don't know any of Uncle Lu's relatives. If I help you out, won't everyone else still not know me? This, Zheng Jihong was stunned. Before he could react, Li Youfu continued. Outsiders will only envy you. Envy my sister, for having a younger brother who can lend a hand, a brother-in-law. No matter what, they just want a relative with better conditions. Do they even have one? Do you think a free lunch will fall from the sky? Don't feel ashamed of this. I helped you today, and you'll pay me back double when you're better off someday. The important thing is to survive and figure out how to get through the current difficulties. During these difficult times, there's another saying, living on a salary. Everyone has a few relatives. Life was tough in the countryside, and people in the city were also scrimping and saving. The food coupons they saved were practically saved bit by bit, and then they sent these food coupons to poor relatives in the mountains who were struggling to survive. To put it bluntly, if the mutual help and support among relatives were to disappear, at least 30% of the population would starve to death. Second brother-in-law, I think what Lao Lu said is right. Second sister has helped the family a lot in the past, and you also helped the family with grain. Why are you being so stubborn again? Li Yudi was a little unhappy. Actually, Lao Lu asked me to come and see you. At first, I scolded Lao Lu, saying that I had just visited Urji and brought her food and money. Why do I have to go again? It was Lao Lu who told me that the village's grain was taken away by the commune. If that's the case in Lijia village, I'm afraid that my second sister and brother-in-law's Hongxing village is not much better off. Sixth brother, Li Pundi and Zheng Jihong's gazes fell on Li Youfu's face, and they finally understood why Li Youfu had come again, and not only that, but he had also brought food. Zheng Jihong felt ridiculous, like a clown. Don't listen to fifth sister's nonsense. I have another matter to discuss with you. You say, here's the thing. I got 2 job openings from the sugar factory, one for you and one for my older sister. Work targets. Sixth brother, you're not kidding? All 3 were shocked by Li Youfu's words. Even fifth sister was surprised to learn that Li Youfu had quietly obtained 2 more job quotas. Amazing. However, having learned from past mistakes and knowing Li Youfu's abilities, Li Yudi remained relatively calm. However, my second sister and brother-in-law were a little restless. For rural people, work was such a distant thing. Having a job meant becoming a city dweller, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, receiving not only a monthly salary, but also a food ration. This is very different from the way rural people rely on the weather for their livelihood. That's right. Li Youfu nodded. 2 work quotas, 1 for my second sister, and 1 for my eldest sister. Chapter 166, Dilemma. Sixth brother, why didn't you tell me about this on your way here? Fifth sister complained, but her face beamed with joy, and she was very happy for her eldest and second sisters. In this way, she wouldn't be living alone in the county town. Perhaps she could cook together with her eldest and second eldest sisters, or at the very least, the 3 sisters could talk to each other. Isn't it the same now? Li Youfu ignored this and looked at his second sister and brother-in-law, continuing, with a job, you'll have a fixed income every month. Now no one will say that I've been helping them out all along, right? Puff. Li Yudi smiled lightly. Others would beg for this. Who would laugh at me? Zheng Jihong. This brother-in-law is unwilling to suffer any loss and is subtly criticizing himself. Second sister, please agree quickly. You have no idea how bored I am all alone in the county town. If you and eldest sister come to the county town, we sisters can talk to each other when we have nothing to do. Fifth sister grabbed second sister's arm and shook it incessantly. Big Tiger, standing to the side, widened his eyes. Auntie, you're saying my mom is going to work in the county town? Era looked completely bewildered. Big brother, what does going to work mean? Fool, going to work is work. From now on, Mom will be a city person. Li Yudi reached out and patted Dahu's head. Dahu knows quite a lot. That's right. Your mother became a city dweller after she started working. I can also bring you 2 to study in the county town then. Is it true, Auntie? Can Eru and I go to school in the county town? Li Youfu smiled and said, your aunt is right. Once your mother goes to work in the county town, she can send you to study there. Of course, there was something else Li Youfu didn't say. Studying is something that can only be done in the next few years. In a few more years, even if I want to study, there won't be anywhere to study. That's great. We can go to school in the county town now. Go away, adults are talking, you 2 go play somewhere else. Big Tiger, keep an eye on your little brother. Yes, mother. Big Tiger didn't care about any of that, and happily took Little Tiger's hand to play on the side. Zheng Jihong listened to everyone's comments with a complicated expression. Honey, what am I going to do now that you're at work? Li Yudi smiled and said, second brother-in-law, when my second sister first starts working, she definitely won't have time to take care of the children. You'll have to take care of Dahu and Erhu. Once my sister is familiar with the work environment and has established herself, we'll bring you, Dahu, and Erhu to live in the county town together. Zheng Jihong. It sounds more like he's settling for a future where he'll rely on his wife for food, with her earning money to support the family while he stays home taking care of the kids. Li Pundi hesitated for a moment. Sixth brother, why did you decide to help second sister find a job? It must have cost you a lot of money, right? Not many. Li Youfu thought to himself. It's just 2 wild boars. He has plenty more in his storage space. The fifth sister chimed in. Second sister, my job was also bought for me by the sixth brother. It cost 500 yuan. 500 yuan. So much. The second sister and her husband's faces changed. 500 yuan was a huge sum of money for a farmer. Li Youfu did not deny that live pigs cost 2.25 yuan per gene, 0.5 kilograms, and a wild boar was probably worth 3 or 400 yuan. However, he did not have to pay that money. On the contrary, the sugar factory would pay Li Youfu at that price. It's just that we sold 2 more wild boars. Sixth brother, this is too valuable. 500 yuan is so much. How is your second sister going to pay it back? Li Pundi felt her whole body trembling, as if a huge rock had pressed down on her. Li Youfu's affection was too much and too great, and she felt a little breathless. Second sister, 500 yuan isn't much. Look at me, I'm in the same boat. After working for a while, Li Yudi's speech, knowledge, and confidence far surpassed what they had before. Compared to her, her second sister seemed to be a head shorter. Mother has already said that there's no rush to pay it back to Lao Lu. If you don't believe me, ask Lao Lu. I only take 8 yuan a month now, and I give all the rest to Lao Lu until I pay back all 500 yuan. That's a good deal, and it's an opportunity that others would kill for. Zheng Jihong listened for a long time, and he wanted to agree on the spot, constantly winking at Li Pundi. Li Pundi ignored it. Sixth brother, is this matter urgent? It's not in a rush, but please give me an answer as soon as possible. I'll take you there to complete the formalities and transfer your household registration as well. The Grain Bureau won't issue a grain ration book if you don't have an urban household registration. Yes, second sister, we also need to get a certificate from the village. Li Yufu interrupted his fifth sister, second brother-in-law. It's getting late, so fifth sister and I will go back first. Mother is still waiting in the house. Let me see you off. Okay. The two escorted Li Yufu and Li Yudi to the village entrance. Li Yufu waved goodbye to them and then rode his bicycle back home. Sixth brother, I just saw that my second brother-in-law seems to want this job too. Li Yufu hummed in agreement. I know. Li Yudi was taken aback. You know why you didn't just refuse? This is the job you found for your second sister. I know what you're thinking. It's true second sister and brother-in-law are family, so it doesn't matter which one of them goes to work. Moreover, if my second brother-in-law can transfer his household registration through his job, he can get a few more kilograms of extra ration each month. Li Yufu, who was riding the bike in front, smiled wryly and didn't say anything. He was someone who cared about the few kilograms of rations. To put it bluntly, fifth sister said she only received 8 yuan a month in wages, and the rest was all given to him. But in reality, the grain, meat, eggs, and oil that Li Yufu delivered each time were worth more than that. Meat and eggs were also supplies that were hard to buy even if you had money. It was because Li Yufu protected his fifth sister so well that she naively thought it wouldn't be bad if her second brother-in-law went to work and would get a few more kilograms of extra rations. On the other side, watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Li Pundi and Zheng Jihong turned and walked home. Pundi, where does your brother-in-law get such great abilities? How come he can find job openings so easily? Two don't know either. Recalling how good Li Yufu had been to her, Li Pundi smiled and said, It's my business if Lao Lu is capable. Didn't you say before that I only thought about my family? Wife, I was wrong. Li Pundi glanced at him sideways and said, I think Lao Lu is right. You just care too much about what others think. This time you gave all the food in the house to your parents-in-law, and Lao Lu didn't say anything, did he? Zheng Jihong was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, I did act impulsively before. Just like my brother-in-law said, you should help others within your means. My husband, so am I. Let's not talk about that for now. The job opportunity my brother-in-law gave me is something I think is feasible. It's like becoming a city dweller overnight. Many people would never even dream of having this opportunity. Wife, look at me. Why don't you talk to your brother-in-law about me going to work? The man is in charge of external affairs, and the woman is in charge of internal affairs. I can go to work and earn money to support you and the three of you. This, I don't know, let me think about it. Li Pundi frowned. I don't know how to tell Lao Lu. Chapter 167, The Hunting Team Returns. Mother, we're back. You're back, so what's with all the shouting? Faced with Jiang Tsuowa's oppressive gaze, fifth sister playfully stuck out her tongue, then jogged away, not forgetting to use fourth sister-in-law as a cover. I'm going to see what fourth sister-in-law is busy with. I'll go help. Jiang Tsuowa ignored her and looked at Li Yufu, whose expression was slightly sullen, and asked, Did you go to your second sister's? Li Yufu nodded and parked his bicycle in the yard. The situation is worse than I imagined. When I arrived, my second brother-in-law and the others were arguing with the village officials. What kind of result can that lead to? You can't fight City Hall. Jiang Tsuehua, having lived half her life, was able to discern the secret even without witnessing it firsthand. Sit down and rest for a while. I'll go get you a glass of water. Have you two eaten yet? I've already eaten. It was dumpling soup made by my fifth sister. Li Yufu explained. We brought food with us when we went, so we wouldn't eat second sister's food for nothing. Jiang Tsuehua nodded, turned and went to the kitchen, and then she heard the voices of her fifth sister and fourth sister-in-law talking. Fourth sister-in-law, what are you busy with? Oh, dumplings. Sister-in-law, you're back? Zhang Yumei smiled and said, you only come back once a week now. You're already tired enough from work. Go and rest. I'm not tired. Today, Lao Lu and I went to visit my second sister. Lao Lu rode the bicycle the whole time. Fourth sister-in-law, I'll roll out the dough, and you can take care of wrapping. Okay. Zhang Yumei nodded slightly and asked, is everything all right at home, second sister? Okay, I'll go with Lao Lu. Second sister and her husband are arguing with the village officials, saying that the commune won't give them any of the grain they received during the autumn harvest. Lao Lu managed to persuade them to go back. At this point, Li Yudi lowered her voice. And fourth sister-in-law, let me tell you, second brother-in-law took all the grain that sixth brother helped with last time and gave it to his parents. Zhang Yumei was startled and opened her mouth. Huh? What will they and the two children eat? Li Yudi said irritably, what can we eat? The village canteen only serves one meal a day, just enough to keep us from starving. In the end, I got a severe scolding from the sixth brother. Mother! Mother! The two men were startled when they saw Jiang Cuihua enter. Did Yofu go to deliver food to your second sister again? Li Yudi confessed honestly. I took 5 jin of wheat flour, 10 jin of sorghum flour, 10 jin of corn flour, and a piece of meat. So much. I only found out when I got there. Jiang Cuihua sighed. If you keep helping her like this, what will Yofu become? Yofu is kind-hearted and cares about you older sisters. It breaks my heart to see that. Mother, I will remember the kindness of Lao Lu. Even if I get married in the future, I will still treat Lao Lu well for the rest of my life. At least you have some conscience. Jiang Cuihua changed the subject. I just heard you say that your second brother-in-law took the grain that Yofu helped provide to his parents? Li Yudi pursed her lips and looked at her fourth sister-in-law. She hadn't expected that Jiang Cuihua would hear her even when she was speaking so softly. Say, yes, that's how it is. Seeing Jiang Cuihua's unpleasant expression, Li Yudi still spoke up for her second sister. If you don't believe me, ask Lao Lu. He knows about this too. He even gave my second sister and brother-in-law a good scolding. He said that everyone has difficulties, but we should do what we can. Your brother is right. Jiang Cuihua snorted coldly. I think your second sister has just eaten too much for a few days and ruined her brain. All right, I'm going out. Jiang Cuihua carried a cup of sugar water out of the kitchen. Yofu, have some water. Thank you, Mother. Li Yofu smiled. He had overheard the conversation in the kitchen. Mother, don't blame second sister. I guess she just wants the family to be harmonious. That's not right. The grain that my son worked so hard to get is being given to the Zheng family to benefit from, without leaving them any. That's what makes me angry. Who can argue with that? On his way back, Li Yofu kept thinking about these things. Even from the perspective of later generations, he felt that his second brother-in-law had gone too far. Saving face can be a killer. Li Yofu felt that his second sister and brother-in-law's thinking was still stuck in ancient times. It's not just a perfect resemblance. It's a perfect illustration of what it means to put on a brave face when you're not. My second sister is like this, and so is her husband. It can only be said that these two are vain and incompetent. If they were truly capable, they probably wouldn't be so superficial. Li Yofu shook his head. After all, she was his second sister. By the way, Mother, there's something else I want to ask you. What's wrong? Jiang Cuihua asked Li Yofu. Li Yofu took a sip of water and said truthfully, I got 2 job quotas from the sugar factory, thinking of giving one to my eldest sister and one to my second sister. There's an old saying, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. I think that if my older sister had a job and an income, her life would be a little easier. I told my second sister about this when I went there this time, but judging from my second sister's husband's expression, he seemed very interested. I'm afraid that the two of them will have a falling out over this, and a good thing will turn into a bad thing. After saying that, Jiang Cuihua stared at Li Yofu's face for a long time, then grabbed Li Yofu's hand and said with a sob, Yofu, you were supposed to be the older sister taking care of your younger brother, but now it's you taking care of the older sister. You have too much to bear. I'm so sorry. Before Jiang Cuihua could finish speaking, Li Yufu interrupted. Mother, we're family, so let's not be formal. It doesn't matter who takes care of whom. Besides, my ancestors taught me their skills in the hope that our Li family could be united as one. Don't worry, my little shoulders can handle it. Hearing Li Yufu say this, Jiang Zuehua didn't think so. She believed that Li Yufu was just trying to comfort her and not let her worry. In her heart, she felt even more sorry for her son. Jiang Zuehua patted Li Yufu's hand and said through gritted teeth, if your older sisters don't remember your kindness in the future, I'll risk my old life to tear them apart. No, it's not that bad. Li Yufu was both amused and exasperated, but a warmth filled his heart. He could sense the profound love a mother has for her son in Jiang Zuehua's words. Having transmigrated from the future and taken over this body, Li Yufu felt that his greatest fortune was experiencing deep family affection, which gave him, an orphan in his previous life, a surge of adrenaline. Jiang Zuehua was taken aback. What kind of wonderful idea is Zheng Jihong thinking? If you ask me, your second sister married him and went from being a peasant woman to a city dweller, which is a good deal for him. Do you think any farmer can marry a city wife? Okay, I understand. Li Yufu grinned, already having the answer in his heart. When his second sister and the others came looking for him, he would say that the sugar factory only wanted female workers, and he didn't believe that Zheng Jihong could shamelessly change all of this. On the other hand, Li Yufu acted as the matchmaker, and he was the one in charge. It was just a matter of a word. Good fortune, are you home? Just then, a somewhat anxious voice came from outside the door. Uncle Xiangzi, I'm here. The next second, Li Daqiang pushed open the courtyard gate, followed by two villagers. Upon seeing Li Yufu, Li Daqiang breathed a sigh of relief. Yufu, the hunters who went hunting today have returned. Look, he pointed behind him, where two villagers were carrying 5 pheasants and 2 rabbits. Chapter 168, Pumpkin, Sweet Potato, Potato. Uncle Xiangzi, did you hunt all of these in the mountains? 5 pheasants and 2 rabbits. From Li Yufu's perspective, he had no idea what these people had gone through. Their cotton-padded clothes were covered in mud and ash, and had several cuts from tree branches. That's fine. I've seen chickens that have shed their feathers before, but these pheasants have patches of baldness and missing feathers. I wouldn't say they're all the same, but at least Li Yufu almost didn't recognize them at first glance. You're lucky. Do you think these will do? Everyone has been busy in the mountains all day, without even having time to eat, and they've only caught a pheasant. If this doesn't work, I don't know how I'll explain it to everyone. Xiangzi, sit down and talk. Thank you, sister-in-law. Jiang Zuehua put down 2 long benches. Don't be so polite. You two chat. I'll go help out in the kitchen. Uncle Xiangzi, let's sit down and talk. Brother Dedong, please have a seat too. Li Daqiang shook his head with a wry smile. Yufu, give your uncle a straight answer. Otherwise I won't feel at ease sitting here. Okay, Uncle Xiangzi. How much grain can we exchange for these? Li Daqiang plopped down on the stool. You're lucky. I know there aren't many things, but these things are hard to catch. They disappear in the blink of an eye. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Dadong, who was carrying a pheasant, chimed in. Yeah, these things are hard to catch. Our whole team chased after them, and it wasn't easy to catch these few. Li Yufu smiled and said, even if I set the price high, such a big pheasant will only cost 10 yuan at most. If it's a wild rabbit, it weighs less than 2 pounds, and it's worth at most 5 yuan. That high? All 3 were startled. Li Daqiang quickly asked, Yofu, are you sure you're not mistaken? 10 yuan for a pheasant? 5 yuan for a rabbit. This is the price now. Li Yufu didn't care how much others gave him. He only charged 10 yuan per animal. No matter who came, it was still 10 yuan. Don't ask. The one with more supplies got to decide. Hiss. The 3 gasped, not because the price Li Yufu offered was too low, but because the acquisition price he offered far exceeded their expectations. Rural people toil in the fields from dawn till dusk. If they're lucky, they might get 10 or 20 yuan a year. But if the harvest is bad, they can't even afford to eat. Li Dadong suddenly became excited. That's great. Uncle Xiangzi, you're so lucky. In that case, everyone in our village will be able to have food to eat. Upon hearing this, Li Daqiang could hardly hide his joy. His mouth stretched almost to his ears. Don't be too happy yet. Do you know how much cornmeal costs per pound outside? 1.7 yuan, 1.8 yuan per jean. What? Li Daqiang jumped up from the stool, his eyes wide as saucers. 1.7 yuan, 1.8 yuan per jean? Li Dadong and another villager also gasped. If they were delighted by the purchase price offered by Li Youfu earlier, now the three of them felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Uncle Xiangzi, in previous years, did you ever hear anyone say that a pheasant could sell for 10 yuan? All three shook their heads at the same time. That's settled then. There's a food shortage now. It's the same everywhere in the country. Prices have skyrocketed just to have something to eat. If we calculate it this way, 5 pheasants and 2 rabbits would cost 60 yuan. At 1.7 yuan per jean of cornmeal, that would be 35 jean of cornmeal. This is an understatement by Li Youfu. The actual price was far higher, even reaching 8 yuan for just 2 jean of grain coupons. To put this into perspective, a large white steamed bun costs 3 cents at a state-run restaurant, plus 2 liang, approximately 100 grams, of grain coupons, meaning you had to spend 8.3 yuan to buy 10 large white steamed buns. All three of them were speechless, genuinely shocked by the price. After a pause, Li Youfu continued. This is the price for high-priced grain now. If you're not comfortable with it, have a few people go to the black market to inquire. You're lucky, that's not what I meant. Li Daqiang said with a bitter expression, there's only so much food. There are more than 300 people in our village to feed, and it's not enough. It's not that it's not enough, it's far from enough. On average, each person only has 1 ounce of grain, let alone doing any work. If they only eat that little bit all day, they probably won't even have the strength to get out of bed. Li Youfu shook his head. Uncle Xiangzi, I can't decide the price. These days, money doesn't always help. If it's rice or wheat flour, the price will be 2 or 3 times higher. What should we do now? The 3 men looked at each other. Their joy and composure from when they heard that a pheasant cost 10 yuan were gone, replaced by worry on their faces. There are solutions. The 3 of them looked up at Li Youfu as if they saw hope in his eyes. Good luck, tell me quickly. As long as it can fill the stomachs of the whole village, everyone will be grateful to you. Li Youfu took out cigarettes and offered them to the 3 of them, then lit one for himself. It's definitely unrealistic to expect to be full all at once. As I said at the previous meeting, we still have time. We must take a 3-pronged approach to get out of this predicament. Li Youfu didn't keep anyone in suspense. Pointing to 2 wild rabbits in another villager's hand, he said, what I mean is, there's no rush to exchange rabbits for food. We can raise them first, and then bring them back from the mountains later. With more rabbits, they'll reproduce faster. As for pheasants, I'll see if I can buy domestic chickens, especially hens, from other places. When I bring them back, the village will find someone to take care of them. The eggs can also be exchanged for money or grain. We can't just keep focusing on the mountains. It hasn't snowed yet. What if it snows? Will we still be able to get prey from the mountains then? Li Youfu talked about sustainable development, but as for the hens, that was just an excuse. He said he could just get a few from the spiritual spring space and give them to the village. There are still fish, so this fishing route can't be interrupted. I think we should switch to the old fishing method and put some small things in the fish baskets to attract the fish. We can harvest them the next day. Lastly, there are sweet potatoes, pumpkins, and potatoes. These things are filling and not expensive. If you trade these pheasants for them, you can get at least 100 jean, 50 caddies. The 3 men's eyes lit up, as if the clouds had parted and the fog had cleared. Li Youfu was indeed a clever fellow. Nowadays, as long as you can fill your stomach and not go hungry, who cares whether the food you eat is refined or coarse? Does it make a difference? You're so lucky, you're absolutely right. I'll take these 2 wild rabbits back with me, and later have someone make some cages so the village kids can watch them. What about these 5 pheasants? Li Youfu smiled and said, Uncle Xiangzi, the pheasant won't run away if it's tied up, so let's leave it for now. I'll take it to the county town tomorrow and bring back 100 jean of coarse grains afterwards. Let me make this clear first. It's not cornmeal or anything like that. You little rascal, aren't you insulting Uncle Xiangzi? I know you're talking about pumpkins, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. If I really bring it back, I guarantee no one will dare to say anything. Whoever has that ability, I will personally pressure them to try. Li Youfu chuckled. It wasn't that he was afraid of these things. To put it bluntly, if anyone could do what he did, Li Yofu would dare to twist his head off and let them kick him around like a ball. By the way, Uncle Xiangzi, find someone to come with me tomorrow so we can familiarize ourselves with the research institute. I don't know when I'll be on a business trip, and I'm afraid it might cause some delays. That's all. Li Daqiang stared at Li Yofu for 3 seconds, then said, Dadong, since Yofu said so, you should go with him tomorrow. I'll start adding more chapters tomorrow. Chapter 169, Taking Li Dadong to the Research Institute. Okay. Li Dadong glanced at the two men, realized they weren't joking, and then responded. The two agreed to meet at the department store in the county town the next day. Li Yofu then asked Li Daqiang and the others to take the pheasant back first, because he had to take his 5th sister to work at the department store the next day. This is nothing serious. Li Yofu planned to introduce Yang Jiqiang to the village, considering that he would later go to Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, so that the village could send supplies directly there and keep accounts. On the one hand, the supplies sent there will still be counted towards Li Yofu's income, and there's no need to worry about the village catching fish. They can only raise them until Li Yofu returns. On the other hand, Li Yofu also intended to reassure both sides by bringing the matter to the forefront, explaining the source of the supplies to the research institute, and making it tangible and visible to the villagers. It's clearly a way of telling everyone that I, Li Yofu, have acted uprightly and honestly, and haven't done anything underhanded. This is a completely open conspiracy. Unless someone else has a spiritual spring space like him, asking about prices on the black market will only highlight Li Yofu's ability to obtain low-priced grain. You're lucky, your Uncle Xiangzi and the others have left? Yeah, just left. What about the pheasants and rabbits? Li Yofu smiled slightly. I'll have Uncle Xiangzi and the others take them back first. We can try to raise the wild rabbits for a while. Brother Dadong will bring the pheasants to the county town tomorrow. I'll meet with him after I send 5th sister to work. Won't it cause any delays? If you can't manage, have your 5th sister get up earlier. Your Uncle Xiangzi and the others have it tough too, managing such a big operation, with over 300 people waiting to be fed. Li Yofu smiled and said, Mother, there's no need. I've already arranged the time with Brother Dadong and the others, so let's not keep changing it. All right, you can arrange it yourself. I won't say anything more. Go and rest for a while. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Okay. Li Yofu nodded, turned around, and went back into the house, then entered the spiritual spring space. As he himself said, helping Lijia village exchange grain was already a great favor, and Li Yofu never even considered giving grain to the villagers for free. Sustainable development is indeed a very good idea. Rabbits, chickens, eggs. However, pheasants are troublesome to tame, and their eggs are much smaller than those of domestic chickens. Li Yofu plans to take out a few domestic chickens from his space when he returns this time, preferably chicks. Besides producing eggs that add some value, the more important function is to confuse the public. To put it bluntly, pheasants can be explained as being hunted in the mountains, but everyone knows exactly how many chickens each family raises, so we have to be careful. Li Yofu glanced at the breeding area and became even more eager to hand over the chicks to the village to raise. However, he couldn't rush things. He decided to first give the sweet potatoes, and pumpkins to the village. The Spirit Spring Space had previously harvested over 600 pumpkins, totaling more than 10,000 jin, 5,000 kilograms. Apart from the few used initially, the biggest consumption of these pumpkins was from feeding the wild boars in the breeding area. However, there are still about 200 pumpkins left, which should be enough for a short time. Therefore, Li Yofu began to accelerate the ripening of sweet potatoes and potatoes. It was visible to the naked eye that the sweet potatoes and potatoes on the 2 acres of land took root, sprouted, and bore fruit. The process was quite fast. After the entire harvest, Li Yofu was too tired to speak. Early the next morning, after a night's rest, Li Yofu was full of energy again. More importantly, he selected some of the harvested sweet potatoes and potatoes last night for replanting. 6th brother, breakfast is ready. Go wash up quickly. Okay, 5th sister. It was just getting light outside when 4th sister-in-law had already prepared breakfast for the whole family. Congee, boiled eggs, and leftover dumplings from last night were fried again with a little lard until the dumplings were golden brown on the outside. They not only smelled delicious, but also tasted amazing. Unfortunately, there weren't many dumplings left. Of the dozen or so fried dumplings, half of them ended up in Li Youfu's stomach. Looks like I'll have to make some pan-fried dumplings sometime. They're so delicious. Li Youfu ate while thinking to himself. The meal is over. Fifth sister was already standing next to the bicycle, waiting. Mom, I won't be coming home for lunch. If things go smoothly, I'll go to my eldest sister's house again. Going to your older sister's house? Will you be back tonight? We'll see. If it gets too much, I'll just sleep at my older sister's house. Jiang Suohua also knew that her eldest daughter lived far away and the road was difficult to travel. Last time, she and Li Youfu walked there, and it took them most of the day to get there. Drive carefully. If it gets too late, you can sleep at your older sister's house. Yes, mother. Fifth sister and I are leaving now. Li Yudi, sitting on her bicycle, called out, Mom, I'm going to work. Jiang Suohua waved to the two of them. Take care on the road. No. The two quickly disappeared from Jiang Suohua's sight. An hour later, at the entrance of the county town's department store, a solitary figure, huddled together, with a bamboo basket beside him. Who else could this be but Li Dadong? Brother Dadong is here so early. Li Youfu stopped his bicycle. He never expected that Li Dadong had already arrived. Even it took him an hour to ride his bike, so you can imagine that Li Dadong must have set off for the county town before dawn. Brother Dadong. Li Yudi got off her bicycle and greeted Li Dadong. Li Dadong smiled and said, You're lucky, Yudi. Li Yudi looked at Li Youfu and said, Sixth brother, I'm going up first. After saying that, he looked at Li Dadong and said, Brother Dadong, I'm leaving Lao Lu to you now. I'm going to work. Good. Li Youfu nodded, then looked at Li Dadong. Brother Dadong, have you had breakfast? Not yet. Li Dadong smiled shyly. Wait. Hello. Before Li Dadong could call him back, Li Youfu sped off on his bike, returning with 4 steaming hot buns in his hand. These 2 are for you. Li Youfu handed 2 steamed buns to Li Dadong, and then took a big bite out of the other 2 buns. Eat up. These big meat buns from the state-run restaurant are piping hot. I can't accept this. I'll pay you back when I get back. It's nothing. It's just 2 steamed buns. Thanks. Li Youfu smiled slightly and ignored him, focusing on eating the steamed bun in his hand. A bowl of porridge, an egg, and 7 or 8 fried dumplings. This amount of food wasn't even enough for Li Youfu to chew. Now, after eating 2 large meat buns, he finally felt a little better. After finishing his 2 steamed buns, Li Youfu took out a cigarette, handed one to Li Dadong, and then lit it himself with a match. He waited for Li Dadong while smoking. Seeing Li Youfu looking at him, Li Dadong felt a little embarrassed. You're lucky. Maybe I'll eat later. Let's take care of business first. It's okay. You eat yours. I'm just having a smoke. Okay. 10 minutes later. At the entrance of the research institute. Looking at the imposing gate, Li Dadong asked, Youfu, this is the research institute. It looks very impressive. There are 2 more chapters, which should be at 12 o'clock, or at the latest 2:30. Chapter 170, Li Youfu's overt scheme. It's all right. Li Youfu was not modest at all. Compared to the gate of the Red Star Machinery Factory, the gate of the Research Institute could only be described as simple. This is all right. If I could work there, I'd be laughing in my sleep. Li Daqiang looked on with envy. What rural person wouldn't want a job in the city? It would mean a change in household registration and the ability to receive a fixed amount of food. Li Youfu ignored this and called inside. Gatekeeper, open the door. I'm here again. You little rascal, you're here so early today. The gatekeeper smiled at Li Youfu, then looked at Li Dadong and asked, Who is he? The gatekeeper. He came with me to deliver pheasants. I also wanted him to familiarize himself with the place, so that if I'm not here one day, Brother Dadong can deliver them to me. Li Youfu explained with a smile, and then offered a cigarette to the gatekeeper. I see. The gatekeeper looked at Li Dadong and said, Young man, come in and register. Li Youfu nodded to Li Dadong. Go ahead, Brother Dadong. This is the procedure. Okay. The gatekeeper took out a register for Li Dadong to register, and then instructed Li Youfu. Keep an eye on the person you brought. Don't let him run around. Don't worry, gatekeeper, it really is a pheasant. It'll be out in a minute. With Li Youfu's assurance, Li Dadong registered, and the gatekeeper opened the gate to let the two in. Lucky you, this gatekeeper is terrifying. Li Dadong followed behind Li Youfu, his palms still sweating. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the gatekeeper had put a lot of pressure on him. It was partly due to the rural people's sense of inferiority, but more so because of the gatekeeper's imposing and authoritative aura. Li Youfu smiled and comforted him. I was also frightened by the gatekeeper when I first met him. They are all veterans who came from the battlefield. Which one of them hasn't had the blood of the Japanese devils on their hands? You'll get used to it. The security guard is quite kind to his own people. I see. Hearing Li Youfu say this, Li Dadong felt a little better, but he was still very stiff in his actions and awkward with unfamiliar things. Arrive. Soon, Li Youfu led Li Dadong to the kitchen. Brother Yang. Sixth brother. Upon seeing Li Youfu, Yang Jicheng happily shook his hand and asked, "Why are you here again today? Let me introduce you to someone." Oh. Yang Jicheng looked towards Li Youfu's side and asked, "What's this?" Li Youfu smiled and introduced the two men to each other, saying, "This is Li Dadong, from the same village as me. This is our institute's head chef, Yang Jicheng." Hello. The two shook hands, and then Li Youfu said, "Brother Yang, today is mainly to introduce you to Brother Dadong. If I'm not here one day, Brother Dadong will come to deliver supplies. I'll put the cost on your tab." Upon hearing this, Yang Jicheng was taken aback at first, but then he realized that Li Youfu might be going to other places to purchase supplies, so he felt relieved. He nodded to Li Dadong. "I'll call you Dongzi. If you come to deliver supplies next time, please let the gatekeeper know. If it's inconvenient for him, I can send someone to pick it up." No need. Li Dadong hurriedly waved his hand awkwardly. "I'll give it to Youfu. If Youfu isn't here one day, I'll bring it over." This statement further confirmed Yang Jicheng's guess. He never imagined that the two of them were talking about completely different things. However, on the other hand, research institutes only care about paying for materials and don't care where the materials come from. This is the case for state-owned enterprises all over the country. Okay, just do whatever you want. I'll just take care of receiving supplies and cooking. Brother Dadong, quickly bring out the pheasant. Oh. Upon hearing this, Li Dadong quickly took the bamboo basket off his back, saying, "All 5 pheasants are here." Yang Jicheng glanced at the pheasants in the bamboo basket, then looked at Li Youfu, as if to say, "These 5 pheasants are rather pathetic." Li Youfu thought to himself, "If the feathers are bald in patches, it won't look good, will it?" On the surface, he smiled and said, "They were all caught by villagers, so they probably don't have much experience. What's the big deal? As long as it's edible. I'll report to the director in a bit, and that'll be it." "Okay, thank you so much, Brother Yang." Yang Jicheng patted Li Youfu's arm. "You're still pulling this trick on me, kid." He then called out to the 2 kitchen helpers, "Someone come and process these 5 pheasants." "Yes, master." Yang Jicheng then put his arm around Li Youfu's shoulder and said, "Brother Yang cleaned up all the intestines yesterday. Don't leave later, kid. I'll show you how to make a delicious stir-fried pork intestine dish at noon. I guarantee you'll swallow your tongue." Li Youfu hadn't had braised pork intestines in vinegar for a long time, and he really missed the taste. Li Youfu gave a wry smile. "Brother Yang, I'm afraid it's still not possible today. I have other things to do after delivering these 5 pheasants." Yang Jicheng looked puzzled, then understood. He patted Li Youfu on the shoulder and said earnestly, "You're great in every way, but you work too hard. If I were to stop you, not only would the director not let me off the hook, but the staff of the research institute would probably devour me alive. Sixth brother, you've worked hard. If you want to eat anything in the future, just tell Brother Yang. He may not have any other skills, but he always says the food is delicious." Li Youfu grinned. It seemed that Brother Yang had imagined things again, but he didn't explain. He thanked Yang Jicheng and said, "Then I'll thank Brother Yang in advance. If I ever treat you to dinner, I'll ask Brother Yang to show off his skills. Don't even mention one move. As long as you ask, 6, 7, or 8 moves are all fine." Yang Jicheng patted Li Youfu's arm and said, "All right, I won't take up any more of your time. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Okay, Brother Yang. After saying goodbye to Yang Jiqiang and leaving the kitchen, Li Dadong seemed to snap out of a daze. Yofu, where's the grain? The kitchen only needs to receive supplies. Don't worry, there will be enough food. At this point, Li Yofu lowered his voice. Brother Dadong, this matter can't be discussed openly, since we're going to use the Research Institute's name to purchase grain. I understand. Li Dadong was a little embarrassed. Yofu, it's Dadong Ji who's in a hurry. Fine. After the two left the Research Institute, Li Yofu pointed in the direction of the black market and said, Brother Dadong, that's the black market. You can also check out the price of grain while you're at it. That way, Uncle Xiangzi and the others won't feel bad when we get back. No need. You're so lucky. How could anyone not trust you? One thing at a time. This is not a matter of trust. Li Yofu insisted. Brother Dadong, this isn't just a matter for 1 or 2 people. It concerns our entire Li family village. You should go and find out the price. As long as you don't buy it, it's okay even if someone sees you. Okay then. Seeing that Li Dadong agreed, Li Yofu was happier than anyone else. When Li Dadong went back and spread the word, the whole village would know what was going on. If they didn't believe it, they could come and ask for themselves. It may seem like a superfluous move, but it is actually quite necessary. It is simply to shut everyone up when Li Yofu actually produces the grain. To avoid the situation where someone thinks Li Yofu got something out of it even though he did a good deed. Never try to guess human nature. Brother Dadong, then I won't keep you company. I have other things to do. Li Dadong nodded. You're doing your thing. I can go by myself. Thank you. I bow to you on behalf of the whole village. As he spoke, Li Dadong bowed to Li Yofu, who accepted the bow without hesitation. Then he added, Brother Dadong, I'll be going now. Li Yofu waved goodbye to Li Dadong, then got on his bicycle and headed in another direction. Chapter 171, The County Sugar Factory. Before long, Li Yofu found a secluded spot, put the bicycle into his spiritual spring space, and then took out the tricycle from the Red Star Machinery Factory. After all, we were going to deliver 2 wild boars to the sugar factory with Director Wang, so a tricycle would be more convenient. Sixth brother, you're here so early. Upon seeing that it was Li Yofu, Zhang Chunlei, Chen Ziqiang, and Sun Yumei, they all greeted him with smiles on their faces. Brother Zhang, Brother Chun, Sister Mei. Has Brother Wang arrived yet? Sun Yumei looked at the tricycle behind Li Yofu and said with a smile, You came here to see the director right away. Did you bring some good stuff again? Next time, definitely next time. I have something else to discuss with Brother Wang. Look how scared you are. Do you think Sister Mei would eat you? Sun Yumei rolled her eyes at him and said with a smile, Wait a minute, I'll go in and call the director out. Thank you, Sister Mei. Li Yofu thanked them and then looked at the other two. Brother Zhang, Brother Chun, is the supply and marketing cooperative busy lately? Do we look like busy people? Chun Ziqiang suddenly lowered his voice. To be honest, we've been closing very early every day these past 2 days. Why? What else could it be? Zhang Chunlei pointed to the empty counter, and Li Yofu was taken aback. Isn't this the counter that used to sell pastries? That's all. I don't know what happened, but after you bought the pastries and left that day, a lot of people came. Our supply and marketing cooperative sold out of all the food we had. According to the director, it seems we won't have anything to replenish for the next month. Just then, footsteps came from inside, and the two stopped talking immediately. They saw Director Wang following Sun Yumei out. Director. Director Wang smiled broadly. Sixth brother. Brother Wang, did I disturb you? Of course, you can contact me anytime. I'm always happy to help. Li Yofu smiled and shook hands with Director Wang, whispering, Brother Wang, I brought the 2 wild boars with me. What? Director Wang was taken aback and looked at Li Yofu in disbelief, only to see Li Yofu nod with a smile. He was genuinely terrified. These are 2 whole wild boars. Although Director Wang had overestimated Li Yofu in his mind, Li Yofu was like someone deliberately rubbing his heart against the ground. If Director Wang hadn't had a strong heart, he would have been scared to death by Li Yofu. Although it's a bit of an exaggeration, it perfectly reflects Director Wang's state of mind at that moment. What's even more crucial is that only 1 day has passed. Sixth brother, Director Wong gave him a thumbs up. Li Youfu was a little embarrassed, mainly because he wanted to finalize the work targets as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to take the risk. On the surface, Li Youfu humbly said, "It's all luck. We happened to run into the villagers who were returning from hunting in the mountains. Your luck is just too good." In his mind, Director Wong raised Li Youfu's importance even higher. These days, having money is nothing. Being able to procure supplies is what everyone fawns over. Once you tell a lie, you have to tell countless more to cover it up. Li Youfu mentally scoffed, then continued, "Brother Wong, I won't hide our friendship from you. Life is tough in the village now. The commune has gone too far this time. It didn't leave a single grain of the autumn harvest for the village and sent it all to other places. Just tell them, even if we only keep 30%, it would be good. If we don't come up with a solution, people will really starve to death." At this point, Li Youfu revealed his true feelings. "There's no other way. We live off the land, so we have to find a way to survive. We can't let people really starve to death, can we?" Director Wong understood the meaning behind Li Youfu's words. He felt some sympathy, but more so a sense of helplessness about the current situation. He took a deep breath. "Sixth brother, everything will be all right. Have faith in the country." "I know that." Li Youfu traveled from the future, a time when everyone had food and clothing and no one had to worry about going hungry. But after arriving in this era, he realized how difficult life was for people in this age through what he heard and saw. Director Wong nodded to Li Youfu. "Sixth brother, I'm going to give you a few instructions." Director Wong then turned and went into the supply and marketing cooperative, said a few words to a few people, and then returned. "All right, let's go. Let's go to the sugar factory and take care of things first." "Thank you, Brother Wong. You're still being polite with me, kid. If you keep this up, I'm going back." Okay. I won't say anything more, all right." Li Youfu smiled again, looking much more relaxed. The sugar factory wasn't far from the supply and marketing cooperative, only a 10-minute bike ride away. Director Wong led the way on his bicycle, while Li Youfu followed behind on his tricycle. As the two were talking, they arrived at the entrance of the sugar factory. "Hello, comrade. I am from the supply and marketing cooperative. This is my work ID. I am here to see Comrade Chen Kai-Xian from your factory." The security guard took the ID and glanced at it. "Let's register first. Section Chief Chun is in his office." "Thanks. You are welcome." Then he looked at Li Youfu and asked, "Young man, what's in your tricycle?" Li Youfu got out of the car and lifted the sack covering the wild boars. "There are 2 wild boars. Section Chief Chen asked me to deliver them." Okay. I'll open the door for you right away." Li Youfu asked in confusion, "Don't we need to register?" The security guard waved his hand dismissively. "Why are you still registering? Hurry up and go inside." This attitude, it's not just the same. It's completely 2 different faces. This scene, Director Wong was also somewhat amused and exasperated. He, the director of a supply and marketing cooperative, was not as effective as 2 wild boars. Li Youfu thanked them, then quickly took out cigarettes to give to the security personnel before getting back on his tricycle. Director Wong saw everything, and even he had to admit that Li Youfu was very good at dealing with people. "Good cigarette." After taking the cigarette from Li Youfu, the security guards became even more enthusiastic. Someone else advised, "Just keep walking straight ahead, and you'll see a red house. That's it." "Thanks. You're welcome. We're the ones who should be thanking you." "That's right. You guys hurry up and go in. Whether we get to eat meat at noon depends on you." Okay. Let's go in then." Following the directions given by the security guard, the two soon came to the 2-story red building. Director Wong reminded him, "Sixth brother, Comrade Chen Kai-Xian is the head of the personnel department of the sugar factory, and he is in charge of this recruitment." "Clear. Knock, knock, knock." "Come in." Director Wong pushed open the door, and then heard someone inside ask, "Who are you looking for?" "Director Wong." Chen Kai-Xian was delighted and quickly got up to walk up to Director Wong and shake his hand. "Director Wong, what brings you here?" "Shall Li, go and pour 2 cups of tea." "Yes, Section Chief." Director Wong smiled slightly. "Section Chief Chun, I've come to you with some good news." "Sixth brother, come over here and get acquainted. This is Section Chief Chun from the personnel department of our county sugar factory." "Section Chief Chun, this is Li Youfu, whom I mentioned to you. He is the sixth child in his family, so you can just call him Lao Lu, sixth brother. Chen Kaishuan's eyes lit up, and he shook hands with Li Youfu. While he was looking Li Youfu up and down, Li Youfu was also looking him up and down. Chapter 172, Winning Over. Chen Kaishian was in his early 40s, of medium build, and wore thick reading glasses. He appeared thin, especially thin. Hello, Comrade Lao Lu. Hello, Section Chief Chen. Chen Kaishian smiled and said, I heard from Director Wang that you work as a purchasing agent at the Research Institute. Is that right? Yes, Section Chief Chen. Why are you being so polite? Would you be interested in transferring to work at our sugar factory? This isn't appropriate. Li Youfu looked at Director Wang with some surprise. Director Wang scolded. Section Chief Chen, how did we end up talking about transferring jobs? Chen Kaishian chuckled. Just kidding. Why don't you sit down and have a cup of tea first? Director Wang shook his head. I won't have any tea. I need to rush back to the supply and marketing cooperative after I finish things here. Okay, let's go to the purchasing department first, and we can talk as we go. Okay. Li Youfu naturally had no objections and followed the two out of the personnel department. These are the two wild boars we brought. Looks like we're in for a treat at noon. Let's go. The purchasing department is just ahead. Chen Kaishian lifted the sack to look at the wild boar, then looked at Li Youfu with even more eager eyes. Sixth brother, is it okay for me to call you that in private? Section Chief Chen, you can call me by my name or Lao Lu. It's fine. Then don't call me Section Chief Chen anymore. It sounds too formal. Just call me Brother Chen. Chen Kaishian smiled and looked at Li Youfu with some seriousness. Sixth brother, Brother Chen wasn't entirely joking just now. If you're really willing to transfer to our sugar factory, I'll take care of the job application process for you and guarantee that you'll get a promotion in terms of salary and benefits once you arrive. Brother Chen, I'm doing quite well at the Research Institute. What a pity. Such a talented person. Our sugar factory just doesn't have a purchasing agent as good as you. Chen Kaishian looked regretful, but it was unclear whether it was because of the two wild boars Li Youfu had brought or something else. But one thing is certain. In this era, anyone with the ability to acquire resources could choose any state-owned enterprise in the country. Some people may think this is an exaggeration, but it's the truth. Director Wang, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but say, Section Chief Chen, don't even think about poaching Lao Lu from the Research Institute. Lao Lu is so capable. The Research Institute treats him like a treasure. If I were you, I'd probably use a strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. Those two work targets were arranged by Lao Lu for his sister. You wouldn't be afraid that Lao Lu would run away then. It has to be Director Wang. Chen Kaishian laughed heartily. Sixth brother, did you hear that? After your two older sisters come to work, you have to extend your love to them and think of our sugar factory a little. You don't need to come often, just once a month will do. Before Li Youfu could answer, Director Wang interrupted. You old Chen, you're really asking for the moon. Do you think the Research Institute would agree to let Lao Lu deliver supplies to you? To put it another way, why should Lao Lu deliver the supplies? Wouldn't that just increase his workload? Chen Kaishian looked at Li Youfu and said, Sixth brother, say something. How about I give you a position at the sugar factory? Or maybe I can raise the purchase price. Li Youfu waved his hand with a wry smile. Brother Chen, aren't you making me make a mistake? He pointed to the wild boar in the tricycle. The Research Institute buys live pigs for 2.25 yuan per gene, and I get the same price when I deliver them to the sugar factory. Brother Chen, I was just thinking of working harder to help my family get 2 job openings. If you put it that way, I'll just have to bring wild boar back to the Research Institute and forget about the job openings. Anyway, I've already completed my procurement tasks for this month, and maybe the Research Institute will even give me an award for being an advanced worker or something. No, we're already here. How can we leave? Chen Kaishian grabbed Li Youfu's arm. Brother Chen misspoke. Sixth brother, how about this? When our 2 sisters come to work at the sugar factory, I'll take care of them and help them get promoted as soon as possible. Please work a little harder here, and remember to help out at our sugar factory. Chen Kaishian looked bitter. Sixth brother, to tell you the truth, the sugar factory is tough. The workload has suddenly increased so much. Even if we have to work in shifts, We still have to make sure the workers have enough to eat so that they can be motivated to work. Director Wang, don't you think that makes sense? Chen Kaixian was getting anxious. Even if it were just 2 job openings, 2 work quotas would be a bonus, let alone 2 recruitment slots. Li Youfu's eyes darted around. Brother Chun, I know everyone is working hard in temperatures of tens of degrees Celsius. I also traveled to many places to buy 2 wild boars. My legs are so thin from all the running. Look, since I work at the Research Institute, I definitely have to complete the Institute's monthly procurement tasks. If I have extra energy, I can help the sugar factory purchase some supplies. Let's make this clear first. I don't need the sugar factory to give me a position, nor do I need to raise the purchase price. I'm just helping out. Is it okay if my 2 older sisters work at the sugar factory? Sure, why not? Shin Kaishuan's smile was somewhat bitter. It would be best to keep Li Youfu in check, but he also knew that if he did so, Li Youfu might give up the job opening, which would really be a complete loss. Fortunately, Li Youfu was willing to help. As long as we kept Li Youfu's 2 older sisters in line, it would be easy to get him to help us purchase some supplies. Thinking about it this way, Chen Kaixian felt much more relaxed. This is our purchasing department. Old Wang, come out here for a second. Section Chief Chen gave a brief introduction to Li Youfu's situation, and Section Chief Wang's eyes widened when he saw the 2 wild boars in the tricycle. 6th brother, thank you for your contributions to the sugar factory. On behalf of the purchasing department, I thank you. Section Chief Wang, I'm also trying to get a job opening. Section Chief Wang waved his hand. What quotas? All I know is that if we can't get any money out of the factory, the workers might revolt. Section Chief Chen, you've done a really great thing for our factory. Chen Kaixian smiled and said, I'm doing this for the factory's sake too. All right, you 2 hand over the work. 6th brother, come to the personnel department to find me after you're done here, and I'll give you a note. Thank you, Brother Chun. 6th brother, I'll be waiting for you over there too. The following words were spoken by Director Wang. Li Youfu nodded gratefully to Director Wang. Okay, Brother Wang, I'll come find you later. 6th brother, let's have them weighed now. How much does wild boar cost per kilogram? Section Chief Wang, the price of live pigs is 2.25 yuan per gene. I am purchasing them according to the Research Institute's price. The 2 wild boars that were sent this time were originally intended to be taken to the Research Institute. Li Youfu made up a story, but Section Chief Wang didn't care about the price at all. He immediately called over 2 purchasing agents, gave them some instructions, and the 2 rode a tricycle toward the canteen. 6th brother, come in and sit down for a while. They'll be right over after they've weighed it. Want a cigarette? Okay, thank you, Section Chief Wang. There are still 2 chapters left, and it was yesterday's time. Chapter 173, The Battle Between Foxes. The office was filled with smoke. 6th brother, sit down for a while. It might not be that quick. It's all right, Section Chief Wang. You live nearby? It's really commendable that you're able to help your family find jobs through your own efforts. As he poured water, Section Chief Wang praised Li Youfu without reservation. He then placed the enamel mug in front of Li Youfu and said, try it. I didn't pour you tea, just some boiled water with some sugar produced by our sugar factory. Thank you, Section Chief Wang. Don't mention it. If you want sweet soup in the future, just come to Brother Wang. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can give you as much sweet soup as you want. Li Youfu was laughing so hard he couldn't live anymore. Who would come here specifically to freeload on a drink of sweet soup? However, this was just a polite remark. Li Youfu took a small sip and said, it's pretty good, Brother Wang. This sugar factory looks quite large. How many workers does it have? There are still about 1,000 people. So much. Li Youfu was taken aback, as he didn't know much about the sugar-making process and workflow at the sugar factory. Section Chief Wang smiled and said, it's not a small amount, is it? Do you know where all the candy we eat comes from? I only know that sugar cane can be made into sugar. That's all I know. Section Chief Wang nodded. Besides sugar cane, there are also sugar beets, which are also raw materials for sugar production. He pointed north and said, the land behind our sugar factory is planted with sugar cane and sugar beets, but our technology is still relatively backward, and the sugar yield is not high. I heard that there are more advanced technologies in the north. Li Youfu didn't take the bait. Now that relations between the two sides are breaking down and escalating. Even if they have advanced technology, they won't give it to us. Section Chief Wang seemed to realize something and changed the subject. Sixth brother, speaking of which, the sugar factory's land is all planted with sugar cane and sugar beets, and a small amount of vegetables are also grown for self-sufficiency, but not much. The 2 wild boars you sent this time have really helped us a lot. Li Yufu agreed wholeheartedly. Everyone has their difficulties. To be honest, these 2 wild boars were initially kept at the research institute before being sent here. Therefore, on behalf of the purchasing department, I thank you. Section Chief Wang smiled and said, Sixth brother, let's not beat around the bush. We're both in the purchasing business, and I'd like to learn from your experience. As he spoke, he took out another cigarette and lit it for Li Yufu. Li Yufu had no idea about this. All his supplies came from the Spirit Spring space, where he would hunt in the mountains himself. It was unrealistic to expect the sugar factory to organize people to hunt on their own. Brother Wang, how am I supposed to explain this? Sixth brother, just say what you need to say. I won't blame you if you say something wrong. Section Chief Wang looked at Li Yufu and then played his trump card. How about this? When your sister comes to work at the sugar factory, I'll find a way to get her into the office. To be honest, the workers down here are working really hard. Especially when boiling the syrup, the temperature is so high that even in winter you'll be covered in sweat inside. Old fox. Li Yufu cursed inwardly. When being gentle didn't work, they started threatening. But getting his 2 older sisters into the office was actually a good option. He held up 2 fingers to Section Chief Wang. Brother Wang, if both of my older sisters come into the office, no one will gossip, right? Little fox. Section Chief Wang cursed inwardly, but still gritted his teeth and said, Let's see who dares. Then I'll thank you in advance, Brother Wang. Li Yufu thanked Section Chief Wang and then said, Actually, there's no secret. It's just 4 words. Put yourself in someone else's shoes. Put yourself in someone else's shoes. Li Yufu explained, Brother Wang, I come from the countryside. When it comes to enduring hardship, who can compare to a farmer? I'm telling Brother Wang something. This year, in many places, after the autumn harvest was handed over to the commune did not return the grain that was harvested in the spring. Section Chief Wang was shocked. He wasn't stupid enough to ask Li Yufu what the rural people would eat if the grain wasn't returned. After a pause, Li Yufu continued, People always need to eat. Even if it's just 1 meal a day, it's okay. But the food has already been distributed by the public to support other more difficult areas, leaving everyone to figure out their own solutions. This was the first time Section Chief Wang had heard of this situation. He hadn't realized it had become this difficult. We need to understand each other. There are poor harvests everywhere, and the country is not having an easy time either. We will always find a way to overcome the difficulties. We still have mountains and water here. As the saying goes, those who live by the mountains live off the mountains, and those who live by the water live off the water. After listening to Li Yufu's words, Section Chief Wang finally understood where Li Yufu had gotten the 2 wild boars. Sixth brother, thank you for telling me so much. Don't worry, I'll figure out how to get your 2 older sisters into the office. Thank you, Brother Wang. In any case, helping those rural people is also helping ourselves. It's a win-win situation. Just then, 2 purchasing agents knocked on the door and came in. Section Chief, the 2 wild boars have been weighed. Their live weight is 427.6 gene. Okay, I understand. Section Chief Wang nodded. Go tell the canteen to hurry up and get it ready. Our workers haven't had any meat in a long time. Section Chief, there's no need to say anything. When the 2 wild boars were delivered, the people in the canteen were all yelling and screaming, like they were on steroids. Section Chief Wang smiled knowingly, as if he could picture that scene. Sixth brother, the 2 wild boars weigh 427.6 gene, 218.8 caddies, with their hair. Do they match the weights you collected? If they do, I'll issue a receipt. Can. Li Yufu had no idea how heavy it was. He only knew it was about 400 gene, 200 caddies. All right, I'll give you 430 gene. If it's more, you can use it to buy cigarettes. If it's less, consider it the cost of 2 job openings. You don't have any objections, right? No objection. I'll listen to Brother Wang. Li Youfu had no objections. He was about to make 967.5 yuan, so he was making a profit no matter what. Section Chief Wang also felt he had gotten a good deal, as this was like snatching food from the tiger's mouth from the research institute, and both of them were very satisfied. Sixth brother, take the slip to the finance department to collect your money. I won't keep you here any longer. Thank you, Brother Wang. No need to thank me. Come over and sit down sometime. I'd love to exchange some experiences with you. Okay, Brother Wang, I'll be going now. After leaving the purchasing department, Li Youfu immediately went to the finance department to collect his money. The thick stack of 10 yuan notes looked very satisfying. Sixth brother, are you done with your work? Li Youfu greeted Chen Kaixian and Director Wang with a smile. Immediately, Chen Kaixian handed the recruitment slip he had prepared to Li Youfu, saying, Sixth brother, here's the slip for you. It has the official seal of the personnel department on it. I have to remind you that no matter who you give the note to, they will only recognize the note here, and the time is written on it. Li Youfu glanced at the contents and time on the note. He could report for duty in 2 days at the earliest. He hoped that Section Chief Wang could help him out. Since he was going to work in the office doing logistics work, it would be best not to go through the apprentice worker process again. Thank you, Brother Chun. At this moment, Director Wang spoke up appropriately. Section Chief Chun, now that the matter is settled, Lao Lu and I will be leaving first. Okay. Chen Kaixian stepped forward and shook hands with Director Wang. Come visit me sometime. Let's have a good drink together. Good. Sixth brother, don't worry. All the necessary procedures will be completed, and I will take care of everything that needs to be done. Chen Kaixian escorted the two out of the sugar factory before returning to his office. To his surprise, the deputy factory director came to his door not long after. Chapter 174. Eyes at the entrance of the state-run restaurant. At the entrance of the sugar factory. Sixth brother, I'd like to congratulate you. Thank you, Brother Wang. Without you, I wouldn't have had this kind of good opportunity. Director Wang waved his hand. What nonsense are you talking about? What good would it do to tell you if you didn't have the ability? Didn't you see how envious Section Chief Chen was? While you were busy in the purchasing department, he kept asking me about your situation, thinking about whether we could transfer you to work at the sugar factory. Li Youfu was both amused and exasperated. Putting aside his good relationship with Director Qian, he didn't want to deal with Section Chief Wang and Section Chief Chen, who were all cunning and scheming. Brother Wang, I really think the research institute is great. All right, you can decide where you want to work. I'm just telling you these things. Thank you, Brother Wang. Why are you being so polite? All right, I've finished my business, and I'm going back to the supply and marketing cooperative now. Brother Wang. Li Youfu stopped Director Wang. It's almost noon. Let's have lunch together before going back. Let's make it clear first. You pay the money, and I'll provide the food coupons. Li Youfu laughed. Let's go. One meal won't bankrupt me. You forgot. I'm a purchasing agent. 2. Director Wang chuckled and said, Then today I'll beat you up, you nouveau riche, and see how I eat you out of house and home. Ha ha. The two chatted and laughed as they entered the state-run restaurant. Director Wang, who was shouting about fighting against the local tyrants, only ordered a bowl of noodles. Li Youfu, however, felt a little guilty and ordered braised pork, lion's head meatballs, 2 vegetable dishes, and 6 ounces of rice. That's enough, that's enough. Did you really order this much food? If you're going to fleece me, then fleece me severely. To be honest, Brother Wang, if you don't eat, I can handle it all by myself. I have a huge appetite. Li Youfu wasn't bragging. The two of them ate everything clean, causing the 2 people peeking in from the doorway to curse their bad luck inwardly. Li Youfu became interested and asked, Brother Wang, do you know those 2 people at the door? They've been watching us eat. Director Wang glanced at it and said, Just eat your food and mind your own business. He sighed. In a way, he's a pitiful person. Li Youfu only learned after hearing Director Wang's account that someone was specifically squatting at the entrance of the state-run restaurant, watching passers-by eat, and if there were any leftovers, they would immediately come in and eat all the leftovers. And the 2 people at the door are like that. Need a helping hand? Can you help them? Li Youfu thought about it and agreed. So he stopped talking and ate with his head down. The meal is over. It cost less than 3 yuan, plus a pound of grain coupons. This amount of money was just a drop in the ocean for Li Youfu. The two left the state-run hotel. Sixth brother, thank you for your hospitality today. I wonder how things are at the supply and marketing cooperative. I'll head back now. Okay, Brother Wong. I'm also planning to go to my older sister's house. Drive carefully. See you later. Li Youfu watched as Director Wong rode away on his bicycle. He then rode his tricycle towards his elder sister's house. After riding for a while and seeing that no one was around, he put the tricycle into his spatial storage and switched to a bicycle. In comparison, riding a bicycle is definitely more comfortable. Time passed. Despite Li Youfu pedaling his bicycle until it was almost smoking, it still took him nearly 3 hours to reach Kyojigu. It's not far from Kyojigu to my eldest sister's house. Li Youfu simply stopped his bicycle to make repairs, and also took out a bamboo basket from the spiritual spring space to use as cover. Wheat flour, corn flour, sorghum flour, sweet potatoes, and pumpkins were all taken out of the spiritual spring space by Li Youfu and put directly into the bamboo basket. Li Youfu only took 2 jin of wheat flour. It wasn't that he was stingy. Who would bring fine grains when visiting relatives? Coarse grains were already the limit. In other words, Li Youfu now has a clear path forward. A monthly salary of 37.5 yuan, plus a letter of commendation and bonus from the railway police, and some grain to help the older sister. No one can find fault with that. In addition, considering that the eldest sister has a large family. The bamboo baskets were mostly filled with sweet potatoes and potatoes. Those were the main types of food. But then again, having sweet potatoes and potatoes to eat to fill your stomach is a million times better than starving and eating clay. Pumpkin Li Youfu was not stingy. He picked out a large pumpkin weighing nearly 20 jin, 10 caddies, and put it into a bamboo basket. This calculation shows that he brought quite a lot of things to his eldest sister. Li Youfu thought for a moment, then took out a rooster from his spiritual spring space, grabbed a handful of grass from the road, tied it to the front of his bicycle, and after tidying it up, he set off again. Chapter 175, Back to Eldest Sister's House. Big sister, are you home? Who is it? The courtyard gate opened, and it was Demao who opened it. He was taken aback when he saw Li Youfu. Uncle, what brings you here? I've missed you so much. Demao ran up to Li Youfu in a flash, his smiling face as bright as a blooming flower. Li Youfu freed one hand to pat his little head and said with a smile, Your uncle has come to see you. Move aside, I need to park my bicycle there. Demao quickly stepped aside, his eyes fixed on the bicycle. Uncle, this is the bicycle. He reached out to touch it, but didn't dare. Demao had heard adults say before that bicycles were very precious and cost a lot of money. Go ahead and touch it if you want. Later, when I have time, I'll take you and Shirtu out for a ride on my bicycle. Real? Demao's eyes lit up, and he kept grinning foolishly as he looked at the bicycle. Are you home alone? Where are your mother and the others? Demao smiled back and said nonchalantly, Uncle, it's just me and Xiao Shirtu at home. It's cold outside, so Xiao Shirtu is lying in bed. Mother and the others have gone up the mountain. Have you two eaten yet? Demao was a little embarrassed. Mom said to make it when I get back tonight. Li Youfu parked the bicycle and took the bamboo basket off the back seat. Come on, let's go see Xiao Shirtu first. Your uncle will make you roasted sweet potatoes later, so you can have something to eat. He thought to himself, I should have bought some steamed buns at the state-run restaurant when I came here, but the roasted sweet potatoes were not bad either. Uncle, are the roasted sweet potatoes delicious? It's not bad. The sweet potatoes are soft, sweet, and chewy, while the yams are a bit softer. Many people mistakenly believe that sweet potatoes and yams are different plants. Stone, look who's here. Uncle. Shirtu jumped up from the bed with joy, and Li Youfu then noticed that Shirtu was still naked. Get under the covers quickly, or you'll catch a cold. Li Youfu shoved the stone back down, then turned to ask, Demao, where are your brother's pants? Little Stone peed in his pants. It smells awful, and his mother washed them, but they're still not dry. You're the one who wet your pants. I didn't. I just accidentally wet them while drinking water. You wet your pants. I don't. All right, you two stop arguing. Li Youfu was somewhat amused and exasperated, but felt mostly heartbroken. Whether it's wetting your pants or getting wet, having an extra pair of pants means you won't have to hide under the covers. Shirtu looked like he was about to cry. Uncle, I didn't wet my pants. Big brother is bullying me. Just as Demao was about to retort, Li Yufu grabbed him, saying, You're the older brother. If Shirtu says no, then no. All right, you two are brothers, you can't fight over such trivial things, do you hear me? I heard you. Li Yufu smiled and patted the two little ones on the head. Little stone, lie down and rest for a while. Your uncle will make you 2 roasted sweet potatoes. Demao, come and help your uncle start the fire. Uncle, I want to help you too. You naked ass, stay put. Uncle. Shirtu looked at Li Yufu with pitiful eyes again, wanting to help Li Yufu start the fire. Li Yufu grinned. Your brother is right. What if you catch a cold later? When your uncle is roasting sweet potatoes, he'll dry your pants too. Thank you, uncle. Let's go? Li Yufu led Demao back to the yard. The bamboo basket was quite full, containing not only wheat flour and cornmeal, but also mostly sweet potatoes and potatoes. Uncle, there's so much. Demao was older and more sensible, and he already knew how hard his family worked. But when he first saw so much grain, he wasn't happy. Instead, he asked Li Yufu about it. Uncle, you brought all the grain from Grandma's house. What are you going to eat? This isn't grain from Grandma's house. It's my uncle's own. Demao was still a little confused, but there's no but about it. Are you worried that your uncle will take all the grain and you won't have anything to eat? Demao glanced at Li Yufu and nodded. Li Yufu grinned and flicked his nose. Don't worry. Your uncle has plenty at home. You won't starve. Help me bring the rooster into the kitchen. Are you brave enough? Dare. Li Yufu didn't expect that Demao would reach out and grab it. The rooster kept flapping its wings, but it couldn't escape from Demao's grasp. Uncle, look. Okay, take it to the kitchen and leave it there. Good. Demao grabbed the rooster and happily went into the kitchen. Li Yufu smiled slightly and followed behind Demao with a bamboo basket in his hand. Bang! The sound of the bamboo basket hitting the ground. Demao smacked his lips and said, Uncle, you're so strong. Eat more food, and you'll grow stronger like your uncle. Just as Demao was about to nod, he saw the meager amount of food left. Uncle, I'd better wait until later. If I eat too much, none of us will have anything to eat. No, didn't my uncle bring you food this time? Demao shook his head. Uncle, Mom said we can't trouble you too much. Uncle needs to eat too. My uncle has a job. Does having a job guarantee food? Demao blinked his big eyes and looked at Li Yufu with innocent eyes. 2 more chapters, same time, word count will be added later. Chapter 176. Demao gets beaten up, brother-in-law gets caught in the crossfire. Li Yufu thought for a moment, because he didn't know how to answer the question. Urban household registration and grain rations were things that even if he told Demao, Demao might not understand. So he simply said, if you have a job, you get a salary, and you can use that salary to buy food. Demao listened attentively and said longingly, I wish I had a job too, so that my mother and the others wouldn't have to go up the mountain to find food. You're so young, do you even know what work is? Li Yufu laughed and ruffled Demao's hair. Go and gather some firewood. Your uncle is going to start roasting sweet potatoes. Okay, uncle. Despite his young age, Demao was more adept at starting a fire than Li Yufu. He first used some dry grass to ignite the fire, and then added firewood little by little. With their combined efforts, the task of starting the fire was completed quickly. Next, put the sweet potatoes into the stove fire, but not too close to the open flame, lest they burn. It would be a waste to just roast sweet potatoes after starting a fire. While they were roasting, Li Yufu poured some water into the pot and asked Demao to bring over Shirtu's wet pants to roast. During this time, Li Yufu used a wooden stick to continuously turn the sweet potatoes over. Time passed little by little. Just as the firelight shone on their faces, turning their cheeks a reddish brown, the sweet potatoes were finally cooked. Li Yufu carefully used a wooden stick to transfer 2 sweet potatoes to a plate. This one is yours, and the other one is made of stone. Watch out, it's hot. As they were talking, Demao reached out to peel the sweet potato skin, but his fingers were so hot that he quickly pinched his ear. Li Yufu smiled and said, I already told you to be careful of the heat. Where are the chopsticks? Demao quickly pointed to the wall where the chopsticks were hanging, and Li Yufu took 2 pairs of chopsticks from there, saying, watch how my uncle does it. Li Yufu demonstrated by example, using chopsticks instead of fingers to gently separate the roasted sweet potato from the middle, revealing its reddish-yellow flesh and releasing an irresistible aroma. Did you see it clearly? I saw it clearly. Demao couldn't wait any longer. Li Yufu picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, blew on it, and then stuffed it into Demao's mouth. Big Hare's eyes lit up instantly. Delicious. Li Yufu grinned. All right, take it over and eat it with sure too. Demao hesitated for a moment. What about you, uncle? My uncle isn't hungry yet. He already ate before he came. Li Yufu waved his hand. Go on. Your uncle will dry Shirtu's pants here and then come over. Seeing Li Yufu say this, Demao looked back every 3 steps, but finally nodded and carried the 2 roasted sweet potatoes into the room. A dozen minutes later, Li Yufu took the dried trousers into the room. Uncle! Uncle! Seeing the 2 big, hairy, and stone-like creatures eating until they looked like cats, Li Yufu burst into laughter. Here, put your pants on first. Who are you going to show your bare butt to? Thank you, uncle. The little face, like a cat with a stone-like face, was flushed with shyness. Even such a young child knows how to be shy. You've learned to be shy now. Li Yufu joked that Shirtu could put on his pants even faster. Have you all eaten? I'm full. Uncle, the roasted sweet potatoes are so delicious. I wish I could eat them every day. It was Little Stone who said this. Li Yufu pinched his nose with his hand. Even if it's delicious, you can't eat it every day. Eating too much of this stuff will cause a lot of farts. Demao didn't take it to heart. So what if I fart a lot? It's still better than going hungry. Stone nodded in agreement. Big brother is right. What do you mean, right? Go wash your hands and face right now. There's hot water in the pot. After all that fuss, the 2 little ones were finally cleaned up. Li Yufu took out his watch and glanced at the time. It was already 5 p.m. When did your mother and the others go up the mountain? Stone quickly replied. I went there first thing this morning. Oh no, it's been so long. I hope nothing bad has happened. As Li Yufu thought about it, he told Demao and Shirtu, you 2 stay in the house and don't go anywhere. I'm going to check on your mother and the others. Demao, do you know which direction your mother and the others came from? Uncle, I know. I'll take you there. Shirtu said urgently. Uncle, I don't want to be home alone. I want to go with you. Demao frowned. Stone, listen to me. Your uncle and I walk fast, and you can't keep up. I don't want to be home alone, brother. I beg you. Uncle. Shirtu looked at Li Yufu with tears welling up in his eyes, his expression suggesting he was about to cry. Li Yufu was really anxious. He was just about to tell Demao to stay and watch the stone while he went alone. Suddenly, Li Yufu's ears twitched as he heard familiar voices and footsteps approaching from afar. All right, none of you need to go. Your mother and the others are back. Real. The 2 little ones turned to look at Li Yufu at the same time, their faces full of suspicion. However, not long after, Demao's face changed from surprise to joy, and he ran quickly towards the door. Mother, father, uncle, aunt, grandpa, and grandma. Demao, why did you run out? Didn't I tell you to watch the stones? Are you hungry? I'll go cook something right away. Mom, I'm not hungry. Stone and I have already eaten our fill. All eyes turned to Demao, and Li Zhaodi became even more anxious. You brat, didn't I tell you to wait for your mother to come back and cook dinner? What did you eat? The clay of guanyin will kill people. Upon hearing this, Chao Jiqiang smacked Demao's buttocks twice, saying, I'll teach you to eat. I'll teach you to eat guanyin clay with stones in your mouth. You're trying to drive us crazy. Why I didn't bring any stones to eat with the clay. You're still lying. 2 more blows, and Demao burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. It's my uncle. 6th brother. Li Zhaodi was taken aback. She looked at her husband with a reproachful look, as if to say, see? Who told you to hit him? Chao Jiqiang. This is not you falsely accusing the child of eating guanyin clay. Li Zhaodi glared at him fiercely, and Chao Jiqiang immediately lowered his head. Old man Chao and old lady Chao looked at each other in bewilderment. It was their sister-in-law, Madame Wu Chao, who spoke up. Sister-in-law, you should hurry back and see what's going on. Okay, sister-in-law, please comfort Demao for me. As he spoke, he glared at Chen Ziqiang again. Chao Jiqiang looked aggrieved, and Chao Laodao wanted to laugh, but dared not. Go quickly. Hey. Li Xiaodi responded and ran home, just in time to run into Li Youfu. Sixth brother, it really is you. What brings you here? Li Xiaodi looked delighted and grabbed Li Youfu's arm. Are you alone? Where's your mother? Didn't she come with you? Li Youfu looked at his older sister without saying a word. The older woman was taken aback. Why are you looking at me like that? Why did you beat up Damao for no reason? The older sister's face flushed slightly as she was told. How can you blame me? If you want to find fault, go find your brother-in-law. It was your brother-in-law who beat me up. Li Youfu. I'm not deaf, Li Youfu thought to himself, rolling his eyes. With his new abilities activated, Li Youfu felt as if he had witnessed what had just happened. At the same time, he silently mourned for his brother-in-law for 3 seconds. Chapter 177, The Eldest Sister's Shock. Sixth brother is here. Uncle Chow, Aunt Chow, Brother Chow, sister-in-law, brother-in-law. Li Youfu greeted the group with a smile, and then he saw Damao looking at him with a pout, his face full of grievance. Damao, come to your uncle. Uncle. Li Youfu rubbed Damao's head and said, It's okay, don't feel wronged. Your uncle will get you some candy. As she spoke, she rolled her eyes at her older sister. Look, you've made the child feel wronged. All right, Damao, it was my fault. I apologize to you. Damao is a brave man, so you're not allowed to pee like that again, or sure too will laugh at you. If he dares to laugh at me, I'll beat him up. Uffed. Li Youfu couldn't help but laugh. All right, take the candy and go play with the stones. Thank you, uncle. Go. Watching Damao jog away, Li Youfu's lips curled up slightly. It was at this moment that Old Chow noticed a brand new bicycle in the yard. Sixth brother, is this the bicycle you rode here? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to him. Li Xiaodi asked in surprise, Sixth brother, whose bicycle did you borrow? Don't let someone break it. Borrowed? This is my bicycle. Your bicycle? Li Xiaodi acted as if she didn't recognize Li Youfu. The last time Li Youfu and Jiang Cuihua came to her house to deliver grain, it was already surprising enough. This time, her younger brother even rode a brand new bicycle. These days, bicycles aren't like common cabbages on the street. They're quite precious. Moreover, having money alone is not enough. You also need the corresponding bicycle ticket. Where did Li Youfu, a farmer, get his bicycle ticket? Xiaodi, stop talking and call your brother inside to sit down and talk. It's cold outside. Yes, mother. Li Xiaodi grabbed Li Youfu's arm. Sixth brother, come inside with me and tell me where you got this bicycle. My older sister is such a meticulous person. If you don't explain things to her clearly, she can keep bothering you. Li Xiaodi looked at Wu Chaoshi and said, Sister-in-law, I'll trouble you with dinner. I'll go in and talk to Lao Lu. Wu Chaoshi smiled and said, Sister-in-law, let's talk things out. Okay, sister-in-law. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Old Chow looked at his son and said, Jiqiang, you go in and keep an eye on things too. Yes, father. Before Chao Jiqiang could even enter, the next second, Wu Caoshi's exclamation came from the kitchen. Come quick, man, look. There's so much grain. What? Food. Upon hearing the sound, the group hurried towards the kitchen, and then, as if frozen in place, they were immediately taken aback. The bamboo basket was full of grains, wheat flour, cornmeal, a huge pumpkin, and the rest were sweet potatoes and potatoes, which took up almost 2/3 of the basket. This is too much. And a rooster. The group looked at each other, and immediately thought of Li Youfu. All 4 of them turned to look at Chao Jiqiang. Old man Chao sighed. Second brother, your brother-in-law brought all of this, didn't he? So much money. Are your in-laws not going to make a living? Chao Jiqiang was also bewildered. I'll call Xiaodi over and ask her. Xiaodi, wife, come here for a moment. Li Youfu came to the kitchen with his older sister, who was also stunned by the full bamboo basket of grain. Sixth brother, are you not going to live a normal life anymore? The eldest sister's words were exactly the same, and all 6 people's eyes were fixed on Li Youfu's face. Who says I don't live my life? You bring so much grain when you're just trying to make a living. Li Xiaodi felt both distressed and worried. She was afraid that Li Youfu had taken the grain away from Jiang Cuihua. As the saying goes, no family is rich, and if so much grain is suddenly lost, people will really starve to death. Big sister, it's not what you think. I'm not in such a dire situation. I don't even have enough to eat at home, yet I'm giving you all my food. Do you think I'm that stupid? These words were spoken to Li Xiaodi, and also to everyone else. Hearing Li Youfu's words, Li Xiaodi breathed a sigh of relief, and her tone softened considerably. Sixth brother, where did all this grain come from? Some were replaced, and some were bought. I work as a purchasing agent at the County Research Institute. I am a level 7 clerk and earn 37.5 yuan a month. That bicycle outside was also provided by the Research Institute. At this point, Li Youfu said jokingly, "It's not too much for me to use my own salary to buy some food to help my older sister, is it?" In fact, when everyone heard that Li Youfu worked at the County Research Institute, they were already relieved. The eldest sister was even more relieved when she heard Li Youfu say that he used his salary to buy food to supplement his income. Li Xiaodi felt a warmth in her heart, and her eyes seemed to well up with countless tears. Sixth brother, I know you care about me. The salary you earn is for getting married in the future. Also, I haven't touched the 50 yuan you gave me last time. Take it with you when you leave tomorrow. Father, mother, and eldest brother and sister-in-law. As the eldest sister, I not only failed to help my younger brother, but I also kept relying on the sixth brother to help me. I can't watch the sixth brother get himself into trouble too. Old Chow took a deep breath. Xiao Di, you're right. He then looked at Li Youfu and said, Sixth nephew, we appreciate your kindness. We are able-bodied and can still find food on the mountain. We can't let you get yourself into trouble because of our family. Grandma Chow chimed in. That makes sense, the old man is right. Then, pointing to his 2 sons and daughters-in-law, he said, You should also remember the kindness of the 6th son, but we don't need the grain. Everyone is struggling now, and it's not easy for anyone, let alone food, which can save lives. The chatter from everyone made Li Youfu somewhat annoyed. Stop talking, just listen to me. Li Youfu smiled helplessly. Uncle Chow, Auntie, I'm not lying. This little bit of food is helping my older sister, and it won't affect my life. If it were really going to affect my life, I wouldn't have brought so much food all at once, right? Besides, my older sister is my family, my own sister. As long as it doesn't affect my life, what's wrong with helping her out a little? Shouldn't family members help each other? Didn't my older sister help me a lot before? If you really care about our relationship, then don't refuse. If you want to thank me, wouldn't it be better to wait until everyone's lives are a bit better before thanking me? The group exchanged glances. They could feel the sincerity and deep affection in Li Youfu's words. Chao Jiqiang nudged Li Xiaodi with his elbow, as if to say, Look what we're going to do now. Your brother has said such things. Li Xiaodi looked at Li Youfu. Sixth brother, you didn't lie to big sister? Li Youfu rolled his eyes, then took out a recruitment notice from the sugar factory. Look at this. Chapter 178, Persuading the Eldest Sister. This is... Li Xiaodi only recognized the red seal. For someone like her, who was semi-illiterate and had only attended school for a few days, it was still quite difficult to understand the contents of the note. Chao Jiqiang. Li Xiaodi handed the note to Chao Jiqiang. Although Chao Jiqiang had only completed 5th grade and struggled to understand the contents of the note, he managed to grasp its meaning. Chao Jiqiang looked at Li Youfu with surprise. Brother-in-law, these are the recruitment quotas for the sugar factory. What? Job openings at the sugar factory? Seeing Li Xiaodi's shocked expression, Chao Jiqiang swallowed hard. Immediately, everyone's eyes fell on Li Youfu's face. Li Xiaodi had some vague guesses, but dared not confirm them. The Chao family members were somewhat bewildered, especially since Li Youfu had just said that he had a job at the County Research Institute, and now he had produced a recruitment quota for the sugar factory. What are they trying to do? Just to get Li Xiaodi to accept the supplies, is it really necessary to come up with another recruitment quota? While the Chao family felt envious, they quickly lowered their heads. Li Xiaodi's family was doing better and better, and the two families had grown quite far apart. They wondered if Li Xiaodi's family would look down on them, their in-laws. Such thoughts kept swirling in their minds. Li Youfu's expression was very calm. He nodded to his elder sister and brother-in-law. That's right. These are the recruitment quotas for the county sugar factory. I got 2 job openings from the sugar factory. One is for my second sister, and the other is for you. Everyone was taken aback. This is a chance to work in the city. With a job, One's rural household registration can be changed to urban household registration, and one can receive a fixed amount of food. It's no exaggeration to say that it's like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. For me, Li Xiaoti's mouth was wide open, and she couldn't close it for a long time. If it's not for you, then who is it for? Li Youfu retorted. But sixth brother, your eldest sister can barely read. Can she manage? Why not? Besides, the county also has literacy classes. If that doesn't work, we can enroll you in one. At this point, the Chow family members chose to remain silent, because they couldn't get a word in edgewise. Then, Damao, what about the stone? Once your household registration is transferred, bring Damao and Shirtu to the county town. It will be more convenient for them to go to school there. Wife, why don't you listen to your brother-in-law? Damao, I'll keep an eye on Shirtu. The more Chao Jiqiang said this, the more reluctant Li Xiaoti felt. Despite her fierce attitude towards Chao Jiqiang, the couple had a very good relationship. Li Xiaoti looked at Li Youfu and said, Sixth brother, why don't you let your brother-in-law go? I'll stay home and take care of the children. I'm really afraid I won't do a good job, and I'll embarrass you. Li Youfu was not surprised at all that his older sister could say such a thing. In her past life, her eldest sister broke her spine while collecting herbs on the mountain to help him, resulting in a lifelong disability. Her brother-in-law has always been by her side, taking care of her without ever leaving her. Therefore, Li Youfu had a very good impression of his brother-in-law. To be honest, Li Youfu just wanted to help his older sister out of her predicament, and he didn't care who ended up doing the work. However, in this era, children's household registration follows their mothers, so it's the best choice for the eldest sister to take this job. As for her husband, there are plenty of opportunities ahead. There's also a job quota for railway police lying in Li Youfu's spiritual spring space. It wouldn't be a bad idea to give this job to his brother-in-law later. Give it to me, that's not appropriate. Chao Jiqiang shook his head with a wry smile and refused without even thinking. What would it mean if I actually managed to snatch the job myself? How do your brother-in-law and your wife's family view you? Big sister, let's go inside and talk. Chao Jiqiang laughed and said, Xiaoti, you and your brother-in-law should go back inside to talk. It's not proper for you all to be crowding in the kitchen. Sixth brother, try to persuade your eldest sister. Her husband really doesn't have that intention. I know my brother-in-law. Li Youfu looked at his brother-in-law and said, Brother-in-law, why don't you come too? This is related to you as well. It concerns me too. Second brother, you guys go ahead. We should start a fire and cook. These were the words of old man Chao. Wu Chaoshi raised the corners of her mouth and said, Father, mother, husband, you should go back to your room and rest. I can handle the kitchen. Chao the eldest nodded. Father, mother, you go and rest first. I'll stay and help with the fire. Old man Chao and old lady Chao did not refuse, and the group returned to the house together. Father, mother, grandpa and grandma. As soon as they entered the house, they saw Damao and Shirtu. The two little guys smiled, and Shirtu even took a step forward and hugged Li Xiaoti's leg tightly. Damao, Shirtu, come here to grandpa and grandma. Your uncle and your mother have something to say to each other, so listen to them. Li Xiaoti smiled and ruffled Shirtu's hair. Go on. Oh. The two little ones responded and obediently sat down next to old man Chao and old lady Chao, looking well-behaved and sensible, but their little eyes kept glancing this way. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Youfu just smiled, then took out cigarettes and offered them to old man Chao and his brother-in-law. After lighting his cigarette, he found a stool and sat down. Big sister, I understand what you mean. I'm happy to see that you and your brother-in-law have a good relationship. But you really can't give this job to your brother-in-law. Why? Li Xiaoti was puzzled. So Li Youfu explained the household registration policy to the two of them again, and how much more benefits her eldest sister would gain after changing her rural household registration to urban household registration. Wife, you heard it too. The two children have small rations each month, but when you add them up, it's not small. It's equivalent to the food rations of an adult. Li Xiaoti never expected it to be so complicated, but Li Youfu's words had convinced her. Her only worry was that she wouldn't be able to do this hard-won job well. Big sister, don't overthink it. The job isn't as complicated as you think. When you first arrive, someone will guide you and teach you how to work. Fifth sister is a perfect example. She's doing quite well now. When Li Youfu mentioned his fifth sister, the eldest sister immediately gained some confidence and said with a firm expression, "Sixth brother, don't worry. Your eldest sister won't let you down. It's not that serious." Li Youfu grinned, then turned to his brother-in-law. "Brother-in-law, what I'm about to say is about you." "Yes, brother-in-law, you go ahead." "It's like this." Li Youfu recounted his journey to Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces to visit his third sister, his encounter with human traffickers on the train, his subjugation of the traffickers, and the reward he received from the railway police. Although Li Youfu spoke of it in a light and casual manner, the others still sensed the thrill and excitement in his words. Even Damao and Shirtu were captivated by the story he told. "Uncle, is there anything else? After you caught the bad guys, did the people's police bring them all to justice?" The one who said this was Damao, whose eyes were filled with undisguised admiration as he looked at Li Youfu. Li Youfu smiled and said, "Of course, the bad guys were brought to justice, and even their hideout was taken down." "Very good. My uncle is awesome." Being admired by two teenagers, Li Youfu couldn't describe how he felt. Old Chow had already pulled the two little guys aside. "Sixth brother, are you all right? Let my older sister take a look." Li Youfu reluctantly got up and turned around in front of his older sister, but his heart was warmed. "I'm fine, otherwise I wouldn't be sitting here. You're always showing off." The eldest sister grumbled, her tone sounding exactly like Jiang Tsuehua's and the third sister's. They truly are born of the same mother. "So, you went to see the third brother a while ago? How is the third child?" Chapter 179. I understand, I really understand. Traveling was extremely inconvenient in those days. For places that were far away, a letter of introduction was required. Even with a letter of introduction, various reasons such as money and transportation could cause problems. Therefore, especially for those who marry far away, spanning several provinces, seeing each other again can sometimes be harder than climbing to heaven. In the blink of an eye, my eldest sister has been married for 8 or 9 years, and my third sister has been away from home for 6 years. The eldest sister never expected that Li Youfu would travel so far to see Li Lady. At that moment, all her work was forgotten. In her heart, she only wanted to hear news about her third sister. "My third sister is doing quite well in the compound, but her husband often has to go on missions, sometimes for half a month at a time." Li Youfu gave a general account of his third sister's situation, omitting some unpleasant details and emphasizing her twin daughters, Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushua. When the eldest sister talked about how Nie Xingnan was like a little adult, she couldn't stop smiling. Those two little girls must be very lovable. Li Youfu was a little regretful that he forgot to take Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushua to the photo studio when he came back. That way, when talking about the two little girls, he could take out the photos and let everyone see them. However, it's not like there's no chance at all. When the time comes, we'll have Nie Xingnan and Nie Rushua take some photos. Maybe third sister will come back someday. Don't you dare try to persuade your third sister. Your third sister's husband's salary has to support a whole family. Let's talk about that later. For others, there might be many factors to consider, but for Li Youfu, he only needed to consider his third brother-in-law and his two nieces' holidays. With a growing population, there aren't enough houses to live in. After the new year, we'll have been back at work for several months. Legally speaking, with the bonus from the railway police and the salaries of my sisters, it's reasonable to build a few more brick houses. In particular, the people of Lijia village still owe Li Youfu a huge favor. While thinking about these things, Li Youfu changed the subject. Let's put third sister's matter aside for now. Brother-in-law, the human trafficker I caught on the train is someone with a lot of connections. It was a human trafficking organization that spanned several provinces, and it can be said that it made a great contribution. The railway police not only gave me a letter of commendation, a bonus, and receipts, but also a work quota for the railway police. I plan to have my brother-in-law become a railway policeman after I get the job quota. Of course, this is just my idea, and I need to get your consent, sister and brother-in-law. With such good news, what else is there to say? I'm definitely happy to accept. But brother-in-law, why don't you take such a good job as a railway policeman? Li Youfu shrugged. I had no choice. I can't be both a purchasing agent and a railway policeman. That's true. Chao Jiqiang smiled sheepishly, his eyes almost squinting into slits. The eldest sister rolled her eyes at him, then looked at Li Yufu and said, "Sixth brother, I don't know how to repay you for finding me a job, and you're thinking of getting your brother-in-law a job too. Don't pay any attention to him. With this job, we can make a good living. You can keep the job yourself, or you can sell it if necessary." The brother-in-law's smile froze, but he quickly followed up on his sister's words, saying, "Sixth brother, I was just joking with you." "I'm not joking. Sister, what do I need so many jobs for? Can I even handle them all?" The older sister was just speaking in the heat of the moment. She was embarrassed to ask her husband for another job after already accepting one. What has this turned into? Even if word gets out, or if the other sisters and brothers-in-law hear about it, they will feel unbalanced. She said this simply to make Li Yufu feel better and not to put her younger brother, who was genuinely good to her, in a difficult position. She wanted to stand in Li Yufu's shoes and consider his perspective. Li Yufu smiled slightly. "Big sister, to put it bluntly, I can give my job to whomever I want, and nobody can interfere. Look, my fifth sister and I both have jobs. My third sister is a military wife, and my fourth brother is in the army. The people I worry about most right now are you and my second sister. As for this railway police job, firstly, it hasn't been officially announced yet, and I'm just mentioning it here in advance. Secondly, if it is officially announced, I'll give it to my brother-in-law. If you feel bad about it, my brother-in-law can compensate me a little bit every month after he receives his salary. Isn't that the logic?" Li Yufu lied about this. He can produce the railway police's work quota right now, but he still needs to ask if he can get a replacement. If he can't find a replacement, Li Yufu will have to think of other solutions. In addition, the performance targets of railway police are also a significant and effective way to achieve their goals and can be considered a powerful tool. Li Yufu hasn't brought it up now, and there are actually some considerations in that regard. Upon hearing this, the eldest sister and her husband exchanged a glance, feeling as if they had been hit by a windfall. How come in the blink of an eye, the whole family is about to become city dwellers? It feels like a dream, and I hope this dream never ends. Brother-in-law, what I'm talking about won't be settled so quickly. Sixth brother, your brother-in-law didn't think much of it. Chao Jiqiang shook his head with a smile. I'm already very happy that you're thinking of your brother-in-law. Even if it doesn't work out, it doesn't matter. I still have your sister. Your eldest sister went to the sugar factory. Once she's settled, I can also find a job in the county. My brother-in-law is still quite strong. As he spoke, Chao Jiqiang stretched out his hand to show off his muscles. The older sister next to him rolled her eyes so hard they almost reached the sky. She reached out and pinched her brother-in-law's waist, saying, "Look at you showing off all day long." Ouch, 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 wife, I was wrong. Li Yufu smiled knowingly at this sight. He made up his mind, no matter what, I have to find a way to help my brother-in-law get a job. Dinner's ready. Just then, Wu Caoshi's voice came from the kitchen. Li Zhaodi glanced at Li Yufu shyly, then turned to her brother-in-law and whispered, "I'll deal with you later." To Li Yufu, it sounded more like she was being affectionate with her husband. What are you laughing at? If you're so capable, find me a younger brother and sister-in-law too. Li Yufu, why are you bringing this up again? Chao Jiqiang covered his mouth and chuckled, only to be met with another eye roll from his older sister. You invite Lao Lu to the table for dinner. I'll go help in the kitchen. Okay, wife. Virtue. The eldest sister walked out of the house with light steps. Li Yufu and her husband exchanged a glance. Chao Jiqiang said somewhat shyly, "Sixth brother, your eldest sister isn't usually like this. She's probably just happy to see you today." I understand. Li Yufu thought to himself. So what if he's henpecked? On the surface, he patted Chao Jiqiang's arm and said, "Brother-in-law, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Come on, let's get ready to eat. Uncle Chao, Auntie, dinner is ready." Chao Jiqiang. You know nothing. Chapter 180, The Promise with the Two Little Ones. It's chicken. Damao and Shirtu were so hungry when they saw the chicken that Li Zhaodi brought in that their mouths watered. Behave yourselves, the adults haven't even started eating. Yes, mother. In addition, there was a small bowl of chicken giblets stir-fried with chicken blood and chicken innards, shredded potatoes, and a few steamed sweet potatoes that were a little soft. These oddly shaped dishes, put together, turned out to be the best meal the family had eaten in a while. Everyone gathered around and ate immortal table. Old Chow expressed his gratitude, saying, "Nephew, we don't have much to offer you, so we can only borrow your rooster and cook 2 dishes to entertain you. Please don't mind. Uncle Chow, you're too kind. Anything will do." "That won't do." Old Chow shook his head like a rattle drum. "It's not like my Chow family doesn't know manners, nephew. We'll remember how much you've helped us." "Uncle Chow, you're being too serious. We're in-laws. My older sister has been married into the Chow family for so many years, and you haven't treated her badly. Everyone has difficult times, and it's only right for family members to help each other out. This isn't as simple as just giving you a bite to eat. I also want to assure you that once your eldest sister goes to work in the county, you, second brother, are not allowed to hold Zhaodi back. Otherwise, neither your mother nor I will let you off the hook." "Father, am I that kind of person?" Chow Jiqiang got anxious. Why was he being brought up again? Old Chow's eyes widened. "That would be best. Why don't you give your brother-in-law a guarantee?" Chow Jiqiang quickly raised his hand. "Wife, I promise you, I will take good care of Demao and Shirtu at home, and I will never let you down. Otherwise I'll have Dad break my legs." Li Zhaodi rolled her eyes at him. All right. How old are you? Still making notes like that? "Sixth brother, your brother-in-law isn't that kind of person." Li Yufu smiled and nodded. "I know. I didn't say anything about my brother-in-law." Chow Jiqiang glanced at his father with a hint of resentment, then gave Li Yufu a kind smile. "You understand me best, brother-in-law. All right, let's start eating, or the food will get cold." Grandma Chow smiled kindly and placed a chicken leg into Li Yufu's bowl and Li Zhaodi's bowl respectively, saying, "Yufu, have a chicken leg. Zhaodi, you should have one too." "Thank you, Auntie." "Thank you, Mother." Demao and Shirtu shouted, "Grandma, I want to eat too." Okay, we have them all." Grandma Chow nodded with a smile and put a piece of chicken in everyone's bowl. When it was her turn, she only picked up the chicken head and put it in her bowl. Upon seeing this, Li Zhaodi quickly put the chicken leg from her bowl into Grandma Chow's bowl, saying, "Mom, you should eat the chicken leg." "I won't eat it, you eat it." The two argued back and forth for a while, until finally Grandma Chow put the chicken leg into Li Yufu's bowl. "Nephew Yufu, this chicken leg is for you too. Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking?" "No, my sister-in-law's cooking is excellent." Li Yufu picked up 2 chicken legs from his bowl and put them into Demao's and Shirtu's bowls, saying, "These 2 chicken legs are for you. Eat more meat, grow tall, and you can help your mother and the others with more work in the future." "Thank you, Uncle." "Thank you, Uncle." Demao and Shirtu, the 2 little guys, were eating with their mouths full of oil and forgot everything else. They only had time to thank Li Yufu before lowering their heads and starting to gnaw on the chicken. Seeing this scene, everyone smiled knowingly, but thankfully there was no argument about the chicken leg. Li Zhaodi smiled and glanced at Li Yufu, feeling happy to have such a sensible younger brother. The meal is over. The 2 little ones had eaten their fill, their faces showing a satisfied expression. The eldest sister, Wu Chaoshi, was busy clearing the table and tidying up the dishes and chopsticks, while Li Yufu took out cigarettes and offered them to everyone. Chow Jiqiang grabbed Li Yufu's arm. "Brother-in-law, stay here tonight." Chow Laodon nodded in agreement. "Yes, we couldn't keep him here last time. It's getting dark outside, and it wouldn't be good if something happened on the way. Listen to your brother-in-law, let's stay here tonight." Old Chow asked, "Nephew Yufu, is there anything urgent? Stay here tonight, and leave when it gets light." "Okay." Li Yufu nodded in agreement. In any case, he had already informed Jiang Cuihua in advance. Unlike in later years, where a phone call was all it took to communicate, in this era where communication was basically done by shouting, Jiang Cuihua would have gone crazy if he hadn't made arrangements beforehand. Seeing Li Yufu nod, the 3 of them smiled with relief. Chow Jiqiang quickly stood up. "Brother-in-law, please sit down first. I'll go tell your older sister. He really is henpecked." A moment later, the eldest sister came out of the kitchen with wet hands. She smiled and said, "Sixth brother, that's right. It's not like there's not enough room at home. Wait a minute, I'll make the bed for you." I'll make sure you're comfortable. It's okay, we can make do for one night. If it really doesn't work, Demao, sure too, and I can squeeze in together. Those two are restless sleepers. Demao was unhappy. Mom, I sleep very soundly. Sure too grabbed Li Yofu's hand. Uncle, are you going to sleep with me and my older brother tonight? You don't want to sleep with your uncle? No, I want to sleep with my uncle. Uncle, could you continue telling my brother and me stories about fighting bad guys? Li Yofu was both amused and exasperated. He rubbed Shidu's little head with his hand and said, so Shirtu wanted to sleep with his uncle just so that his uncle would tell you stories. Stone's little face turned bright red and he lowered his head shyly. All right, go play with your older brother for a while, then get ready for bed. Li Xiaodi added, stay in the yard, don't run around. Yes, mother. Li Xiaodi acted quickly. The Chow family originally had 4 rooms. The eldest son had never given birth. Demao and Shirtu were getting a little older, so she cleaned up the remaining room for Demao and Shirtu to live in. In the end, Li Yofu didn't tell Demao or Shirtu a story. He was chased away by his older sister, and the 4 of them, along with his sister's husband, squeezed together for one night. Li Yofu, on the other hand, occupied Demao and Shirtu's room all by himself and had a good sleep. The next day, early in the morning, Li Yofu ate some corn porridge and then prepared to head back. Uncle Chow, Auntie, Brother Chow, sister-in-law, I'll head back now. Why don't you stay here a few more days? No, I have to go back to work. Old Chow nodded, muttering, work is important. Young people should focus on their work. Second brother, you and Xiaodi see off your nephew Yofu. There was no need to say anything. The eldest sister and brother-in-law were already waiting at the door. Uncle Chow, I'm leaving now. Li Yofu waved to Demao and Shirtu. Demao, Shirtu, be good at home. Your uncle will come to see you again in a while. Uncle, uncle. The 2 little ones surrounded Li Yofu, their faces full of reluctance. Li Yofu bent down, hugged the 2 little ones at the same time, and patted them on the back. All right, your uncle is leaving now. Once your mother starts working, I'll take you to the county town for a visit, and your uncle will treat you to a meal there. Real. Just a moment ago they seemed reluctant to leave, but as soon as they heard about going out to eat, their eyes lit up immediately. Li Yofu couldn't help but laugh. Really, your uncle isn't lying to you. Thank you, uncle. Goodbye, uncle. After getting rid of the 2 little ones, Li Yofu pushed his bicycle toward the door. His older sister and brother-in-law immediately stepped forward, saying, Sixth brother, let us see you off. Li Yofu did not refuse. He also had things to say to his elder sister. Chapter 181, Li Daqiang's Worries. Sixth brother, thank you. Big sister owes you so much. Big sister, what nonsense are you talking about? I used to be such a good-for-nothing, but you still didn't give up on helping me. This is different. How are they different? The eldest sister pinched her brother-in-law, who laughed awkwardly and said, what your eldest sister means is that the help she gave you in the past can't compare to what she's doing now. You turned your older sister into a city dweller in one fell swoop. So many rural people dream of becoming city dwellers. Brother-in-law, your older sister and I discussed it last night. From now on, your older sister will give you half of her salary every month. Otherwise, this job will be too hot to handle. Li Yofu looked at his eldest sister, who nodded in agreement. Sixth brother, what your brother-in-law said is also what I think. All right. Upon seeing Li Yofu agree, the 2 immediately showed expressions of relief, and smiles returned to their faces. Upon seeing this, Li Yofu knew he had done the right thing, and he didn't want to argue with his older sister about it. Otherwise, given her strong-willed personality, she would rather go up the mountain to support herself than owe too much money. This was already the limit that the eldest sister could endure. Thank you, Lao Lu. Don't mention it. You'll have to give me half of your salary from now on. Brother-in-law, you don't have any objections, do you? Chao Jiqiang quickly waved his hand. How could that be? Others would beg for this kind of opportunity. If you don't believe me, just ask anyone and see if they're willing to. Chao Jiqiang is right. Having a job in the city doesn't mean anything. The key is to make a leap and change your status from rural to urban. Without food ration coupons, monthly rations, and various receipts, city dwellers wouldn't necessarily be any better off than rural people. Of course I'd be willing. Li Yufu laughed and said, "By the way, eldest sister and brother-in-law, when we get back later, we need to go to the village chief to get a certificate and the household registration book. We can't afford to lose these things, so we must bring them with us. With these certificates, plus the certificate from my work unit, I can go to the police station to transfer my household registration. Without a household registration, I can't get my food ration book, and I'll be completely lost." Li Xiaodi nodded hurriedly. "You should also write this down, and come with me to the village chief to get the certificate later." "Okay, I've got it." Chao Jiqiang then looked at Li Yufu and asked, "Brother-in-law, is there anything else we should be careful about?" Based on his experience in helping his fifth sister last time, Li Yufu pointed out a few things to pay attention to, but his eldest sister's situation was different from his fifth sister's. Fifth sister is not married, but eldest sister is married and has 2 children, Demao and Shirtu. Shirtu's household registration will follow eldest sister's. We can only ask someone knowledgeable, but it shouldn't be a big problem. That's all. Get it done as soon as possible and come find me tomorrow. Let's agree on a place and meet in the county town. So urgent. Li Yufu smiled and said, "It's better to be in a hurry than to rush things. We can only feel at ease once things are settled." "That's true." The two smiled and Li Xiaodi thought for a moment. "Sixth brother, I'll have your brother-in-law come with me tomorrow. We won't go to your place yet. It'll be too much of a hassle. Let's meet in the county. You can tell me a time. It's at the entrance of the county sugar factory. If you don't know where the sugar factory is, just ask someone on the street for directions." "Would 9 a.m. be okay?" "They said it would be 9 a.m., but if we leave from my older sister's house, we'd probably have to leave around 4 or 5 a.m. That's a conservative estimate. If there are any delays on the way, it will take even longer." But Li Yufu also had his own considerations. He had to go to the personnel department to report for duty in the morning, and after completing the formalities, he still had to go to the public security department to change his household registration, as well as find a place to live and other necessities. At the very least, he needed a bed and blankets. Li Xiaodi gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I'll go back and tell my parents to keep an eye on Mao and Shirtu. Big sister, please take this." "Sixth brother, what are you doing?" "The money you gave me last time, I haven't spent a single penny of it." Li Yufu withdrew his hand, leaving only 3 jin of grain coupons, saying, "I won't give you the money, but you must take the grain coupons. If you arrive first tomorrow, go to the state-run restaurant and have a hot meal. If you don't have food coupons, no one will tolerate you. It's fine to eat at home. Take it, better safe than sorry." Besides, in the past, it would have taken several hours to get things done. Chao Jiqiang nodded. "Wife, your brother-in-law is right. Besides, we already owe him so much, so this little bit won't make a difference." Li Yufu grinned. "My brother-in-law is still the most understanding." Li Xiaodi reached out and pinched him. "How dare you say such a thing as a brother-in-law? You're really shameless." "Ouch. Honey, be gentle, be gentle. Can you two stop flirting in front of me? I don't even have a boyfriend yet." "Puff." The older sister chuckled. "How envious. Then hurry up and find me a sister-in-law. I really don't know what kind of wife you'll marry. I will never marry a woman who is not good-looking." Li Xiaodi pursed her lips. "What's the use of just being pretty? You also need to be able to manage household chores." Chao Jiqiang nodded vigorously. "Brother-in-law, I think you should look for someone like your eldest sister. That way you can't go wrong." Li Yufu. He didn't want to be henpecked, yet he acted like he was too happy to leave, all smiles and eager to please. To be honest, Li Yufu was quite envious of the relationship between his older sister and brother-in-law. Their little squabbles and bickering actually enhanced their bond. Couples who never have a disagreement or even a quarrel in their entire lives are usually the type to scatter when disaster strikes. Let's not talk about that now. I'm still young and don't want to get married so soon. Big sister, don't try to persuade me. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. Besides, your brother has money and a job now. I don't want to live a life of confusion and compromise when it comes to marriage." Li Xiaodi sighed. "Fine, I won't ask anymore, okay? That's more like it." Li Yufu smiled slightly. "Big sister, big brother-in-law, you can drop me off here. I can get back quickly by bicycle. When you get back, hurry up and get the certificates. You can bring the clothes and stuff a few days later, but make sure to bring the blankets." "Good. Sixth brother, You can go back now. We're heading back too. Drive carefully. Goodbye, brother-in-law. Take care on your journey. Goodbye, elder sister and brother-in-law. I'm leaving. Li Yufu said goodbye to the two men, rode his bicycle, and disappeared from their sight in the blink of an eye. Noon. When Li Yufu returned to Lijia village, familiar villagers greeted him even before he arrived home. Yufu is back. Uncle Shanzi said that whoever sees you should let you know so you can go and find him right away. Okay, then I'll head over there. After a moment's thought, Li Yufu knew that Li Daqiang's purpose in contacting him at this time was nothing more than grain. If nothing unexpected happened, Li Dadong should have already reported to Li Daqiang what he had seen on the black market yesterday. With that thought in mind, Li Yufu turned his bicycle around and arrived at the village office in just a few minutes. Uncle Xiangzi, you're back, I'm so glad. Sit. Li Daqiang gestured for Li Yufu to sit down, but you could tell from his face that Li Daqiang hadn't slept well last night. He looked exhausted. Uncle Xiangzi, what's wrong? You look like you haven't rested well. Li Yufu took out a cigarette, handed one to Li Daqiang, and then lit one for himself. Li Daqiang smiled, but it looked extremely bitter. How can I sleep if I have something on my mind? Blessed. Li Daqiang looked at Li Yufu and asked, can we really exchange our little bit of stuff for grain? What I'm worried about now isn't whether I can get the food, but whether there's anyone willing to do it. Li Daqiang took a deep drag of his cigarette and then exhaled heavily, as if he were trying to expel all his worries at once. The incident stemmed from what Li Dadong saw and heard in the black market. The black market wasn't large. One could walk around it in a few circles and see the whole thing. That's why Li Dadong's heart sank more and more as he turned around. More than 90% of what he saw was grain being purchased. What were they used to buy them? For example, money, watches, leather shoes, and other items that Li Dadong considered valuable were simply put out and exchanged for corresponding grain, without any money or coupons. Occasionally, one or two stalls would have grain for sale, and the price was even more outrageous than the price Li Yufu had quoted. But grain isn't gold, yet the price was almost as high as gold. Is this even a way for people to live? Li Daqiang recounted the story while smoking, going into great detail. He believed that Li Yufu had a way to get the grain, but with over 60 households and more than 300 people in Lijia village, how could he possibly manage? Chapter 182. Second sister is here. Someone must have switched it. Li Yufu smiled and said, Uncle Xiangzi, the city is different from our countryside. To put it bluntly, we country folk rely on the weather for our livelihood and depend on the little grain we grow in the fields. People with urban household registration have a monthly ration, so even if they don't have enough to eat, they won't go hungry. Of course, the city has many advantages, but there is one thing that the countryside can't match, such as the land we depend on for survival and these mountains. These are things that city dwellers don't have. After a pause, Li Yufu continued, Uncle Xiangzi, let's take a broader view of what we're doing. Think about it. What do all those purchasing stations and state-owned enterprise procurement departments buy? Aren't they just supplies like fish, eggs, and meat? If the city really has everything that everyone thinks it does, then why would it need so many purchasing stations and procurement departments? Don't you think that makes sense? As I just said, we have mountains and rivers, we can fish and hunt, and that's the foundation for our survival. Li Daqiang said with satisfaction, You're lucky. What you said makes sense. You're the first person from our village to become a purchasing agent in the county. You've made something of yourself. Li Yufu said modestly, Uncle Xiangzi, please don't say that. No matter how successful I become, I am still a member of Lijia village. This is the place where I was born and raised. You're a good kid. Uncle Xiangzi is proud of you. Li Daqiang felt a warmth in his heart. He reached out and patted Li Yufu's arm. Yufu, don't feel pressured. Uncle Xiangzi just wasn't sure, so he asked you to come and talk to him. No matter what, as long as you've done your best, that's enough. Even if things don't work out, no one will blame you. It's all fate. You're so lucky. On behalf of the whole village, I thank you for all of this. We will always remember your kindness. As he spoke, Li Daqiang bowed to Li Yufu. Uncle Xiangzi, what are you doing? You are my elder. How can you bow to me? This is insulting me. Li Yufu finally managed to help Li Daqiang sit down in a chair. If he didn't give him something substantial today, This stubborn old man might do something else. Uncle Xiangzi, please sit down and listen to me. I know you're worried. With over 300 mouths to feed, the amount of grain alone is not small. Relying solely on the black market to exchange for it is definitely not feasible. Good luck. Do you have a plan? Li Daqiang stared intently at Li Youfu, his gaze instantly replaced by surprise. Based on his understanding of Li Youfu, the young man had recently become a completely different person, and everything he had done had left everyone speechless. Maybe he really does have a good idea. Li Youfu smiled slightly, then opened the military satchel he was carrying and took out the letter of commendation sent by the railway police from his spiritual spring space. This is Uncle Xiangzi. You'll see when you take a look. Seeing Li Daqiang's puzzled expression, Li Youfu handed the letter of commendation directly to Li Daqiang. Li Daqiang only glanced at it briefly before looking utterly astonished. When he showed me the entire letter of commendation, he was completely dumbfounded. Good fortune. Is this a letter of commendation sent to you by the railway police? That's right. Li Youfu nodded with a smile. In addition to the commendation letter, bonus, and various receipts, there is also a letter of recommendation, which is the work quota. Well done. You didn't bring shame to our Li family village. To deal with these bad people, we must stand up and bring them all to justice. At this point, Li Daqiang looked puzzled again. Youfu, why don't you become a railway policeman? It's a pity to waste such a good job. Li Youfu chuckled. Uncle Xiangzi, there's nothing to regret. We're all serving the people, so it doesn't matter where we work. You're lucky. Your level of awareness is better than your Uncle Xiangzi's. Hearing this, Li Daqiang looked ashamed and said, Uncle Xiangzi also needs to learn from you. Li Youfu pursed his lips and remained silent, thinking to himself, what's the point of learning this? Isn't being a purchasing agent better? Even an idiot knows how to choose. Even if Li Youfu were given another chance, he would still choose the purchasing agent without hesitation, rather than the railway police. When it comes to work, there are really few professions that can compare to that of a purchasing agent. Of course, Li Youfu only thought these things to himself. In this era, people believed that no profession was superior or inferior. All professions were for serving the people. However, Uncle Xiangzi, although I didn't choose the railway police, I still got along well with several railway police officers because of this. That's why I dared to take on this job. You mean? Li Daqiang had barely uttered a few words when he covered his mouth with his hand. Matters concerning food could only be understood implicitly and not spoken aloud. Li Youfu nodded with a smile. When it came to how to use someone's connections to intimidate others, he had never been impressed. This was also due to the fact that communication was underdeveloped in that era, resulting in a huge information gap. In later times, a single phone call would have exposed the deception. Good lad. Li Daqiang slapped Li Youfu on the shoulder hard. You're keeping this good news a secret, making your uncle unable to sleep all night. Hiss. Li Youfu winced in pain, then looked aggrieved and said, You didn't even ask me about this. Ha ha. Li Daqiang laughed heartily, his laughter so loud that it attracted several people nearby. Village chief, what's the good news? Why are you laughing so loudly? Grandpa Xiangzi, is Grandma pregnant again? Get lost, get lost. What do you mean your grandma is pregnant again? Li Daqiang laughed and cursed, feeling incredibly happy, like the dawn before sunrise bringing him light. Of course it's a good thing, thanks to Youfu. Anyway, don't ask now, you'll know when the time comes. After saying that, Li Daqiang looked at Li Youfu with burning eyes. Youfu, you are the blessing of our Lijia village. You always stand up for us when the village is in the most difficult time. If this is done well, and Lijia village overcomes its difficulties, Li Daqiang even has the idea of enshrining Li Youfu in the ancestral hall. Li Youfu was unaware of Li Daqiang's thoughts. At this moment, he was also very happy and smiled at Li Daqiang. Uncle Xiangzi, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Don't worry, I'll take care of the grain exchange. Right now, the main focus is on hunting. I will handle this personally. I won't keep you any longer. Go home soon. He yawned again as he spoke. I'm getting old. When I was young, I could stay up for several nights in a row. Uncle Xiangzi, you still seem to be as vigorous as ever. Go do what you're supposed to do. I think you're just killing the donkey after it's done its work. You haven't even done the work yet, and you're already thinking about kicking it out. Li Daqiang's eyes widened. Then you can keep it if you want. Otherwise, when your brother Dedong comes over, I'll let you lead the hunting team. Let's forget about it. Goodbye, Uncle Qiangzi. You brat. The two waved and laughed. Li Youfu then rode his bicycle home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his second sister, his second brother-in-law, and two elderly people. Brother-in-law, you're back. I heard from Mother that you went to your eldest sister's house. Chapter 183. People from the Zheng family arrive. Second sister, second brother-in-law. Zheng Jihong smiled at him. Brother-in-law, my parents are here too. I met them when your second sister and I got married. Uncle, aunt. My lucky nephew. You've grown so much in the blink of an eye. I remember when I first met you. You were only this tall. Old Zheng smiled and gestured with his hand. Li Youfu returned his smile. He really couldn't remember all of them, but the proper respect still had to be shown. Second sister, when did you arrive? Li Youfu asked questions while parking his bicycle. We've only just arrived a short while ago. Big Tiger, where's Little Tiger? I can't see them. The second sister was a little embarrassed. Dahu and Eru, let their uncle and aunt keep an eye on them. We were in a hurry, so we didn't bring them along. Li Youfu didn't say anything after hearing this, but Jiang Cuihua pulled him aside and said, You were right. When you weren't home, you kept trying to find out what I wanted from you, and what you were implying was that you wanted your second brother-in-law to go to work. It's not up to them to decide. Li Youfu sneered. What about my second sister? What does she mean by that? It makes me angry just thinking about it. I don't know if they planned it beforehand. Li Youfu patted Jiang Cuihua's arm. Mother, don't worry about this. Leave it to me. Okay. Jiang Cuihua nodded, then asked, How's your older sister doing? The situation is pretty much the same everywhere, mainly due to food supplies. The new year is just around the corner, and the worst part is that the weather is getting colder and colder, and it could snow any day now. When I arrived, my eldest sister and the others had all gone up the mountain to find food, leaving only Dumb Mao and Shirtu in the house. At this point, Li Youfu sighed again. If we're talking about difficulties, his eldest sister's family had it much worse than his second sister's, but they still managed to get by. Jiang Cuihua deeply agreed, saying, I hope that with this job, I can get through these days. What did your older sister and the others say about the work at the sugar factory? At first, my older sister was a little reluctant and thought about giving the job to her husband. But her husband didn't say anything, and the two of them are getting along well. That's all right. Have you eaten yet? I've already eaten breakfast. Then let's wait a bit. While the two were talking, Old Man Zheng also pulled his brother-in-law aside to talk to him, saying, Eldest brother, your brother-in-law doesn't seem like someone to be trifled with. Could it be that the deal is just going to fall through like this? Zheng Jihong glanced at it furtively. Probably not. Of course you would. Old Zheng said sternly. After your brother-in-law finishes speaking, tell him clearly that the job is for you. It's not like no one in the surrounding villages goes to work in the city. When you see a family with a job, the man is always the first choice. The man is the pillar of the family. But what about Pundi? A married daughter-in-law is like water spilled from a cup. Pundi is your daughter-in-law, and she belongs to the Zheng family. So we should listen to you on this matter. You absolutely mustn't give in. So many people are hoping to go to the city, but haven't had the chance yet. Grandma Zheng nodded in agreement. Eldest son, your father is right. If your wife doesn't listen, give her a good beating. A good beating will make her behave. I don't believe it. She's already given you 2 kids. How could she run away because of work? If she does run away, let's see who else would want her. Zheng Jihong agreed verbally, but she was actually quite scared. Ever since Li Youfu taught her a lesson last time, she was still a little afraid of him every time she saw him, even though she didn't show it on the surface. However, just like my parents said, I must seize this job opportunity. Once I get the job, I'll settle the score with that bitchly Pundi for letting her brother-in-law hit her. Sister-in-law, just tell me if there's anything I can help you with. Second sister, you should rest. There's no need for your help. Li Pundi chuckled. This is also my maternal home. Zhang Yumei waved her hand with a smile. Second sister, I'm not being polite with you. There's really nothing I can help with. My brother-in-law won't even let me gather firewood. Apart from cooking, I'm so bored all day that I'm practically calloused. I still envy you guys, being able to work in the county. It's like my sister-in-law. After not seeing her for a while, she seems to have become a city person. Zhang Yumei never dared to dream of such a life before, but now it has actually come true. She said this with a smile on her face, and anyone could tell that Zhang Yumei was extremely satisfied with her current life. Li Pundi's smile was a little awkward. Well, about work, I was just thinking of talking to Lao Lu about it today. What's wrong with second sister? It's because I have to go to work, and there will be no one to take care of Dahu and Erhu. The two children are still so young. Grandpa and Grandma can help take care of it. Working isn't a bad thing. I heard from my sister-in-law that in addition to a salary, you can also buy cheap grain at the grain station every month. It's still better than raising children in the countryside, isn't it? That's true, but before Li Pundi could finish speaking, she heard Zheng Jihong calling her. Li Pundi quickly replied, "Sister-in-law, your second brother-in-law is calling me. I'll go over there first." "Okay, second sister." Zhang Yumei watched Li Pundi's retreating figure. It was clearly a good thing, so why was she still unwilling? "Pundi, wife, we've already discussed this at home, about your brother-in-law." Li Pundi nodded. "I'll tell Lao Lu about this after he finishes talking to mother." "Wife, you're so wonderful. You're like a living bodhisattva." Zheng Jihong was overjoyed, and old man Zheng and old Mrs. Zheng also showed satisfied expressions. "Mother, I know what to do. You go ahead and do your thing." After Li Youfu finished speaking with Jiang Cuihua, he strode towards his second sister and said with a smile, "Second sister, I've been waiting for you. Have you gotten the village certificate yet?" "Sixth brother. What's wrong? Didn't you get the certificate?" Li Pundi looked at him with some difficulty. "It's about what you told me yesterday. I discussed it with your second brother-in-law." She looked up and said, "Sixth brother, do you think it's possible for your second brother-in-law to get this job?" "Brother-in-law, the main concern is Dahu. Erhu is still so young and can't be separated from your second sister. Your second sister and I have discussed it. I will go to work first, and I will give up my job when Dahu and Erhu are a little older." In this era, there is indeed the concept of job replacement, but it doesn't mean that the person replacing someone can continue working in the original position, just because the original position was like that. No, not at all. You have to start as an apprentice. Putting that aside, how could Li Youfu have the audacity to tell his second sister to stay home and take care of the children while he returns the job to her in a few years? This is like holding a meat bun and saying to a dog, "I'm leaving this bun here. You're not allowed to eat it. I'll come back for it later." At least Li Youfu didn't believe such nonsense. Li Youfu offered a cigarette to Zheng Jihong, who then took one and lit one himself with a match. What a nice cigarette. Old Zheng's eyes lit up. He was really reluctant to smoke such good cigarettes. He had to take them back to the village to show them off. Li Youfu didn't even glance at old man Zheng. He took a deep drag of his cigarette and slowly exhaled, but his eyes remained fixed on his second sister's face. A long time. Li Youfu threw his half-smoked cigarette on the ground and stomped it out. He asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "Second sister, do you know that with this job, you can change your household registration to urban and then receive a monthly ration? Also, if you really want to think about Dahu and Erhu, you should accept this job instead of giving it to your brother-in-law. Because the children's household registration is with their mother, in this way Dahu and Erhu can also eat a ration every month. Although the ration for half-grown children is only 16 jin of grain per month, it is still better than nothing. Think carefully about what I'm saying before you tell me." Chapter 184, The Robber's Mentality. "Brother-in-law, you can't say that." Zheng Jihong couldn't keep up the act any longer. Dahu and Erhu are still so young. It's definitely different when they have their mother taking care of them versus when they don't. Besides, your second sister and I have been married for so many years. Isn't it the same thing for her to go to work and for me to go to work? Hearing this, Li Youfu laughed in anger. "Zheng Jihong, so what I just said was all for nothing. Putting aside the fact that I found this job for my second sister, what gives you the right to think that my second sister should stay at home taking care of the children while you go to work? To put it bluntly, if I gave you the job, could you support my second sister and her two children? How can I not afford to support them?" Zheng Jihong was so angry that his face turned red and his neck bulged. This was a matter of male dignity, and he even forgot the fear that Li Youfu had instilled in him earlier. "You want to support me? Pot. Li Yofu spat angrily. You think you can get less than 30 jin of grain a month? Zheng Jihong was speechless for a moment. Then, isn't there still a salary? Salary. Li Yofu laughed even louder. You're a new worker who just joined the factory. You have a 1-year internship. I'll give you an internship salary of 18 yuan per month. After deducting the monthly expenses for food, coal, rent, and other miscellaneous costs, I'll only charge you 5 yuan. That's not much, is it? You'll only have 13 yuan left. Do you know how much a pound of grain costs on the black market? It's 4 yuan a pound. With that little money, how many pounds of grain can you buy? Do you want my sister, Dahu, and Erhu to starve? Or would you be happy if they all starved to death? It's not as exaggerated as you say. With so many workers, just one job is enough to support a whole family. It was old Mrs. Zheng who said this. She thought Li Yofu couldn't hear her because she was speaking softly, but the next second, Li Yofu turned his head and looked at her coldly. Auntie, if you're going to keep making trouble like this, then I won't be happy. You're right. There are indeed many workers who only have one job to support their entire family. But do you know that they are subject to food rations? If they use their wages to buy cheap food, it would be enough to keep their family from going hungry. What are your son Zheng Jihong, my second sister, Dahu, and Erhu's household registration? Do they receive a monthly food ration? Li Yofu snorted coldly. But then again, the work quota is mine. I can give it to whomever I want. So what if I want to give it to my second sister? Mrs. Zheng was speechless for a moment, and Mr. Zheng quickly looked at Jiang Tsuhua. In-law, look at the mess this has made. It was supposed to be a good thing. If you ask me, the job is given to the couple, and we appreciate their help. Why don't we let them discuss it behind closed doors? After all, we're family, and it's not like we're letting outsiders benefit. And didn't Jihong also promise that when Dahu and Era get older, she will hand over the job to Pundi? Jiang Tsuhua gave Li Pundi a disappointed look, then said with a forced smile, I've heard what you're saying. My son is right. The job went to the second child. Her household registration is settled, and the 2 little ones' household registrations are settled too. Although I can't count and have never been to school, I know that the food ration for 3 people is better than that for 1 person, right? But, let me speak. Old man Zheng wanted to say something, but old Mrs. Zheng pulled him aside, and her gaze met Jiang Tsuowa's. In-law, you've lived to a ripe old age and have both sons and daughters. I'll be frank here and not beat around the bush in all the villages around here. If someone has a job, they always prioritize the boys in the family. Women are supposed to cook, take care of the children, and look after the home. Working is a man's job. Why would a woman who has given birth still want to go out to work? I bet she's trying to seduce men. Mother, I didn't. Li Pundi became anxious, her face showing grievance. Li Yofu pulled his second sister behind him and angrily shouted, You old hag! Who are you calling seducing men? If it weren't for seducing men, my son should be the one to get the job. Li Yofu glared fiercely at Zheng Jihong. Is that what you think of my second sister too? Brother-in-law, Before he could finish speaking, Li Yofu kicked him, yelling, Damn it! I even brought you food to see you guys, and you just fed it to the dogs, didn't you? Bang! Still not satisfied, Li Yofu kicked Zheng Jihong again. Let go of my son. You little beast! How dare you touch my son? I haven't settled the score with you for hitting my son last time. Seeing her son being beaten, old Mrs. Zheng suddenly charged over with teeth and claws, and there was a loud smack. When it comes to fighting prowess, Jiang Tsuehua has never been inferior to anyone. When she saw old Madame Zheng about to hit Li Yofu, she couldn't stand it and went up and slapped him hard across the face. During this period, Jiang Tsuehua ate and slept well, and given her strong fighting ability, she was not easily intimidated by an old woman who couldn't even get enough to eat. The two are simply not in the same league. Snap! The scene fell silent instantly. Jiang Tsuehua pointed at old Mrs. Zheng, who had been slapped to the ground, and angrily cursed. What kind of trash is this, daring to come to my Li family to cause trouble? I think you've forgotten who you are after just a few days of good food, haven't you? Mother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Don't call me mother. I don't have a son-in-law like you. Honey, are you all right? Old man Zheng reached out and pulled old woman Zheng up from the ground, pointing at Jiang Tsuehua. Why did you hit her? Hit someone? If she hadn't hit my son, would I have laid a hand on her? I'm lucky that I don't fight with my elders, so they won't say I'm bullying the elderly. My mother would never do that. Jiang Zuihua showed no mercy. Zheng Jihong, what promise did you make last time? And another thing, not to mention the distant ones, my family kindly brought you some grain, but all that grain ended up in the dogs' bellies. How dare you take the grain that Yofu gave you back to your parents? I know everyone has a hard time, and Yofu has always advised me to think more positively. Did I mention the word heavy to you? And you even brought your parents to my house to interrogate me, saying that since we didn't give you the job, why should we give you anything from the Li family? And who do you think you are? Li Yofu couldn't help but give Jiang Zuihua a thumbs up. If it weren't for the fact that his second sister was still alive, he would have wanted to hug Jiang Zuihua's face and give her a big kiss. Mother, you're absolutely right. After saying that, Jiang Zuihua looked at Li Pundi and said, You good for nothing. Stay here tonight and don't go anywhere. Tomorrow, your brother will help you complete the work procedures. Li Pundi glanced at everyone, then at Jiang Zuihua, lowered her head, and whispered, I know, Mother. You haven't eaten? Yes, Mother. Zheng Jihong witnessed this scene and clenched his fists tightly. Li Pundi, do you really want to do this? Li Yufu said with a disdainful look. Zheng Jihong, get this straight. I got the job quota from outside, and if I don't give it to my sister, do you expect me to rush to give it to you? You ungrateful wretch. Fine, very well. You force me to this. Chapter 185, Tearing Off the Face. Li Yofu, since you won't let me have an easy time, I'll just fight to the death. Zheng Jihong, what do you want to do? Jiang Zuihua warned, her face full of anger. What are you doing? Instead of getting angry, Zheng Jihong laughed and pointed at Li Yofu. He's just a spoiled brat who only knows how to steal chickens and dogs in the village. Tell me, where did he get so much grain? Zheng Jihong, what are you trying to do? Li Pundi panicked. She never imagined that the man she married would be like this. You bitch, you're no better than me. I've raised you for so many years, and you've betrayed me, always siding with your mother's family. Do you dare say your brother isn't like that? Have you taken too little from your parents' home over the years? Zheng Jihong, you're inhuman. If it weren't for my brother bringing money and food, I would have starved to death long ago. Sob, sob, sob. Li Pundi plopped down on the ground and burst into tears, burying her face in her hands. Li Yufu winked at his fourth sister-in-law, who rushed over and comforted her. Second sister, let's not cry anymore, okay? You still have your mother, your brother-in-law, and Dahu and Erhu. We can't let people look down on us. Zhang Yumei's words struck a chord with Li Pundi. She sobbed. Yes, Lao Lu said I still have my family. My family is my support. Sister-in-law, help me up, I won't cry. Li Pundi sobbed, forcing back her tears as Zhang Yumei helped her up. The way she looked at Zheng Jihong was as if she wanted to devour him alive. Zheng Jihong sneered. Stop pretending, go ahead and cry. Why can't you cry anymore? Zheng Jihong, are you even human? Li Yofu was furious. How could he believe that a dog could change its nature? So many lessons from his predecessors showed that domestic violence either happens 0 times or countless times. The root cause is a distorted mind. Go ahead and hit me. See if I can make sure you spend the rest of your life in jail. Blessed. Jiang Zuihua quickly grabbed Li Yofu and shook her head frantically at him. Mom, why are you stopping me? Li Yofu's eyes were bloodshot. He wished he could beat this wolf in sheep's clothing to death. Jiang Zuihua sneered. Even if you beat him to death, this kind of bastard will only dirty your hands. It's not worth it. Yes, I'm a bastard. I'm a son of a bitch, okay? Only your son is so high and mighty. Jiang Zuihua's expression changed. Zheng Jihong, what exactly are you trying to do? I don't want anything. I just want this job. He joked. Mom, you should persuade your brother-in-law to give me this job. Then we can still be a good family. Dream. Also don't call me Mom. It just makes me feel disgusted. Zheng Jihong chuckled, not annoyed at all. If you don't want to call me, then don't. It's not like I care about it. Don't look at me like that. Actually, I didn't want to come to this point. You all forced me to. Zheng Jihong, please stop making trouble, okay? Second sister. Li Pundi. Zheng Jihong didn't even look at her. I'll stop making a fuss if you just give me the work quota, and we'll call it even. Otherwise. Or what do you want to do? Li Yufu stared at him coldly, as if he were looking at a dead man. He had countless ways to drag this family into the abyss. Brother-in-law, don't try to scare me. I, Zheng Jihong, am not easily frightened. Now that you're successful, shouldn't I, as your brother-in-law, also benefit from this? As long as you give me the job, I'll forgive you for the debts you owe me before. Otherwise, I'll report it to the commune. Yes, go to the commune and report him. There's still flour and rice at home. With so much grain as evidence, I don't believe we can't bring him down. Old Mrs. Zheng and old Mr. Zheng were of the same ilk. They chatted amongst themselves, as if they had Li Yufu completely under their thumb. Jiang Cao's expression remained relatively normal, but Li Pundi's face turned deathly pale with fright. She screamed, Zheng Jihong, you're not human. You're not human. What good will doing this do you? Benefits? Haven't you seen them all? Zheng Jihong smiled at Li Yufu. Brother-in-law, how is it? Can you explain away those grains? If you don't want to get arrested by the police and convicted of speculation and profiteering, give me your job, and we'll call it a day. Also, since you earn a lot, the food for this mother and her 2 children will depend on you, their uncle. Shameless. Zhang Yumei was so angry that her teeth itched, and she even felt an urge to tear Zheng Jihong, that scumbag, apart. Li Yufu chuckled. I will definitely take care of my second sister. You don't need to worry about that. Dahu and Erhu. If you are willing to follow my second sister and sever ties with your Zheng family, I won't mind giving my 2 nephews an extra bite to eat. As for you, Li Yufu waved his hand, as if shooing away flies. Go wherever you want to sue. If you can't find a place in the commune, I can kindly point you in the right direction. Now it was Zheng Jihong and the other 2's turn to be dumbfounded. This is completely different from the outcome they had previously agreed upon. Zheng Jihong looked at Li Yufu in surprise and said loudly, Li Yufu, I'm not joking with you. If I really go to the commune to report you, you'll be in big trouble. Can't you understand human language? Li Yufu looked directly at 4th sister-in-law and said, 4th sister-in-law, could you please go and call Uncle Qiangzi and the rest of the villagers over here? Good. Zhang Yumei barely hesitated before turning around and running out the door. Li Yufu had intended to tell his 4th sister-in-law to ride her bicycle faster, but when he got to the point, he realized that she didn't know how to ride a bicycle. The second sister, no longer caring about anything else, walked up to Li Yufu in a few steps and called out, 6th brother. Li Yufu patted his second sister's arm. Leave this to me. Second sister, I just want to ask you one question. Do you still want to live with this thing? Li Yufu was too lazy to call her second sister's husband anymore, and he only refrained from calling her bastard out of respect for his second sister. Jiang Cuihua's eyes were piercing. Second brother, someone is going to put your brother in jail. You better wake up, or the Li family will have no place for you. Mother, it wasn't me, I didn't. Li Pundi gripped Li Yufu's arm tightly. 6th brother, your second sister will listen to you. Fine, as long as you blame me. Li Pundi seemed to resign herself to her fate and lowered her head. Sister, I don't blame you. It's just my bad luck. What do you mean by fate? Li Yufu clenched his fist and said, my fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. As long as you don't underestimate yourself, your mother, your sisters, and I will all support you. Thank you, Lao Lu, thank you. Li Yufu shook his head with a wry smile. His second sister's personality wasn't formed overnight. Her inferiority complex and timidity were all due to her long-term living environment and the influence of the people around her. If my second sister had married a man like my eldest sister's husband, a man who loved her to the core, I believe my second sister wouldn't have this kind of personality. So, some things really can't be blamed on my second sister. It's the environment and the education she received from childhood that turned her into a puppet without her own thoughts. She is the most pitiful person. Thinking about all this, Li Yufu looked at Jiang Caoa again. Mother, if second sister regains her freedom, please don't say anything that might upset her. We are all the family she has left. Jiang Cuihua rolled her eyes. Let's see who dares. Just stay put and listen to your brother. Li Yufu rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking to himself, if this were the original owner of this body, you wouldn't say that. However, Li Yufu was still quite satisfied with Jiang Caoa's attitude. Everyone says that time can change a person, But Li Youfu thinks that's nonsense. Food is the foundation, and only with a foundation can you stand tall. If you can't even afford to eat, anyone would want to get rid of your second sister. Not to mention that your second sister will be a divorced woman in the future. Chapter 186. Hit you? I'm afraid of getting my hands dirty. Boss, they've gone to call the villagers. What are we going to do? Just as Li Youfu and Jiang Tsuhua were talking, the Zheng family gathered together again, trying to persuade Zheng Jihong to give up now, as they were on the verge of success. Zheng Jihong gritted her teeth. Mother, they're just trying to scare you. Honey Dehua is right. This is a new society now. If they dare to do anything wrong, we'll report them to the police. I refuse to believe we can't find a place to reason with them. Old Zheng had heard people say that their behavior was considered disorderly conduct and that they would at most be given a lecture. But Li Youfu was different. He suddenly produced so much grain without any explanation. What else could this be but speculation and profiteering? The Zheng family now holds leverage over Li Youfu. If you displease them, the worst that can happen is a fight to the death. The ones who should be worried are Li Youfu and Jiang Tsuehua. Youfu, what happened? Who's causing trouble at your house? Just then, Zhang Yumei and Li Daqiang arrived, followed by a large group of people. Brother-in-law, I've called Uncle Qiangzi over. Li Youfu nodded to his fourth sister-in-law. Uncle Qiangzi, it's good that you're here. What happened? I asked Yumei, but she couldn't explain it clearly no matter how long she talked. Isn't this the man your second sister married? Li Daqiang also noticed Zheng Jihong and the others. He still remembered Zheng Jihong. If this really was Li Youfu's family matter, he, as the village chief, could only mediate. Uncle Qiangzi, it's me. I didn't expect you to still remember me. When Zheng Jihong saw that Li Daqiang recognized him, his face lit up with joy. Uncle Qiangzi, Youfu and I had a little disagreement. I didn't expect to trouble you with this. You might have to make a wasted trip. We can discuss this among our family members behind closed doors. Hearing this, Li Daqiang was a little embarrassed. Youfu, since it's a family matter, then Uncle Chang will get involved. If there's anything you can't resolve, then you can tell Uncle. No. Uncle Qiangzi, I sent you here specifically to solve this problem. Li Youfu looked at the crowd and said, Is there anyone who can ride a bicycle? Give me a word. Lucky you. What? You want us to ride your bicycle? Even if I were given the chance to ride such a new bicycle, I wouldn't dare. What would I pay for if I broke it? That's right, just tell me what it is. If it's an errand, I'll go and run it. The speakers were the Li brothers, Dedong and Dedong. Li Youfu smiled and said, Brother Dedong, I want you to make a trip to the commune and call the commune leaders over. Shout at the commune leaders? It can't be that bad, we're all one family. Why are you calling us commune leaders? Most people shared this sentiment, and even Li Daqiang looked at Li Youfu with some confusion, saying, Youfu, call the commune leaders over. This matter is no small thing. If it's not a big deal, I think the family should have a proper talk behind closed doors to avoid damaging their relationship later. Li Youfu sneered. Uncle Qiangzi, we really need to get the commune leaders involved in this matter, in order to prevent someone from going to the commune to complain. I might as well invite the commune leaders over now and let them judge the matter properly. This, Li Daqiang glanced at Li Youfu, then at Jiang Tsuehua and the others behind him, and seemed to understand something. Okay, Li Daqiang instructed Li Dadong. Dadong, go to the commune. Brother Dedong, let's go by bicycle, it'll be faster round trip. What if you fall? If you fall, it's on me, as long as you're not afraid of hurting yourself. Brother Dedong was eager to try, rubbing his hands together. How could that be? If you fall, it's not your fault. I also want to thank you for letting me ride such a precious thing. By the way, Brother Dedong, you must invite Minister Wei Jiangwo, the armed forces minister of the commune, and it would be best if he brought a few militiamen with him. Hearing this, the Zheng family was dumbfounded. It wasn't what they had expected. Zheng Jihong, with her neck stiff, shouted, Li Youfu, stop putting on airs. You call yourself the commune's armed forces minister? You dare to do that? I'm putting this out there today. If you dare to call Minister Wei here, see if he doesn't arrest you and send you to jail. What? Jail? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Li Youfu, their worry impossible to conceal. Some people muttered under their breath, Jail? Is it that serious? I don't know what Youfu did wrong to deserve going to jail. Didn't you hear what the village chief said? That man is Li Youfu's second brother-in-law. If his second brother-in-law can say something like, go to jail, then he must have some dirt on Li Youfu that he's caught. Li Dadong held onto his bicycle with one hand and looked at Li Youfu with a troubled expression. He had heard what Zheng Jihong had just said and was now caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to leave or stay. Li Daqiang asked with a worried look, Youfu, why don't you just not go to Dadong? Tell us what's wrong, and we can all think of a solution together. If it really gets to the commune, there won't be any room for maneuver. Did you hear that? Since your village chief has already said so, brother-in-law, you shouldn't be so stubborn. Your second sister and I are family. It doesn't matter who goes to work. Why make our two families so hostile? Pa, who the hell is related to you? Brother Dadong, just listen to me. You can go directly there. Okay, then I'll be going. Li Dadong tried to imitate the way others rode bicycles. At first, he was a bit wobbly and unsteady. Fortunately, he was a big man with great strength and long legs. When he felt he was about to fall, he pushed off the ground with his feet. After repeating this several times, I quickly mastered the basics of riding a bicycle. Li Youfu was not surprised. Bicycles are not difficult to learn. In later generations, even a 5- or 6-year-old child could master them after being told the key points a few times. Watching Li Dadong leave, Li Daqiang looked at Li Youfu and sighed. What a mess this has become. Youfu, tell Uncle Qiangzi the truth, what he said. Before Li Daqiang could finish speaking, Li Youfu interrupted him, saying, Uncle Qiangzi, don't worry, nothing like that happened. That's good. The Zheng family members not far away looked at each other in dismay, and Zheng Jihong's face turned red. Li Youfu, you're ruthless. Uncle Qiangzi, have someone stop them. No one is allowed to leave until this matter is resolved today. Someone come here. Surround it up. Since Youfu has said so, how can we, the people of Lijia village, let people from other villages bully us? The village chief is right. We can't let people from other villages bully us. You're lucky. Just let me know if you need anything. Want to beat them up? What are you trying to do? It's illegal to resort to violence. When Grandma Zheng saw that it was for real, she was truly frightened and sat down on the ground, bursting into tears. They're bullying people. The Li family village is taking advantage of their numbers to bully people from other villages. No matter how much old Mrs. Zheng cried and screamed, no one paid any attention. Li Youfu smiled contemptuously. Don't worry, I won't touch you, nor will I let them touch you, so as not to dirty my hands. I, Li Youfu, would like to thank everyone here today. I will go door to door to express my gratitude afterward. Youfu, what are you saying? Aren't you just slapping us in the face? That's right, you haven't helped everyone enough. Don't worry, with us here, none of those three will be able to leave today. Li Youfu didn't say anything, but bowed to everyone. Chapter 187. Zheng Jihong. Don't blame your brother-in-law. You forced me to do this. I'm not afraid of people laughing at me, Li Youfu. They say a little kindness is appreciated, but too much kindness breeds resentment. Now I know what it means to raise a thankless child, and what it means to be like the farmer and the snake. Let me ask everyone here, how does it feel to not have enough to eat and to be hungry? Is it uncomfortable? Of course, who wouldn't want to be full if they could eat their fill? I don't want to go hungry anymore. It's so agonizing. I can't sleep at night. It's unbearable. It's like you're saying no one is innocent. It's just that Uncle Youfu hunted a wild boar down from the mountains last time and got to taste some meat. Otherwise, that wild vegetable porridge would have made people throw up. Come on, even if you throw up, it's better than going hungry. After that, everyone started talking at once. It was only because of Li Daqiang, the village chief, that the situation in Lijia village was much better than that of other villages, but that was only to the point that no one was starving to death. As for getting enough to eat, forget about it. I'll do whatever anyone can feed me. Me too. Me too. I'd be willing to have his baby. Li Youfu sarcastically remarked. But some people are not satisfied. Recently, I used my connections to get a job opening for my second sister at the sugar factory. I've made it very clear that the job is for her, because she's had a hard life and is on the verge of not being able to survive. As her younger brother, I feel sorry for her. Everyone still remembers my kindness and appreciates my help. But what about him? I'm his second brother-in-law. I brought him grain to visit him because I was afraid he wouldn't have enough to eat, but he not only didn't appreciate it, he even used it to threaten me. They said I didn't give him a work quota, so they reported me to the commune and put me in jail. Did you all know? At this point, Li Yofu's eyes reddened as he began to put on an acting performance. It's so hard to find a job in the city. There's only one opening for every person. I went through a lot of trouble to finally get a job opening. I thought that once my second sister got a job, she could transfer her household registration to the town, and the children could follow their mother's household registration. Both children could also receive a fixed amount of food. But he just couldn't see that point. He even said that he would give the job back to my sister after he had worked for a few years. Do you think I'm stupid, or that my entire family are stupid? If we don't need the ration for 3 people, can the ration for 1 person support the whole family? After hearing these words, everyone's eyes turned red, and their fists clenched tightly. There's no harm in comparison. In particular, the grain harvested this autumn was taken away by the commune and not brought back. If it weren't for the efforts of people like Li Daqiang and Li Yufu, people would have starved to death. This isn't just a free favor. The villagers also have to earn their living through their own labor, hunting in the mountains, and raising livestock. Some people didn't have to do anything. Just because Li Yufu felt sorry for his second sister, he not only provided her with food, but also found her a job. It was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, a meteoric rise to the top. Compared to this, people feel envious and jealous, and even want to tear a piece off Zheng Jihong's face and bite it. You get an opportunity that others would kill for, yet you're not satisfied and cause trouble. Have you ever thought about those who risk their lives against wild animals in the mountains just to get a bite to eat? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Someone yelled, "Zheng Jihong, are you even human? What a blessed person you are. He even brought food to visit you, worried that you wouldn't have enough to eat. He even found you jobs and relieved your worries. To say you're not human is an understatement. I think you're not even as good as an animal. Beat him up. This kind of ingrate deserves to be killed." Zheng Jihong looked terrified. "Don't come any closer. Hitting someone will get you arrested. Even if you get arrested, I'll still beat you up today. You beast, kill this beast." Stop hitting him, you're going to kill him. It would be better if you were killed. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too. You 2 old geezers are no good either. You younger folks shouldn't come, lest you be accused of bullying an elder. Let me handle this. I'll beat them to a pulp. Help. The 3 members of the Zheng family were beaten so badly that they ran away with their heads in their hands, wishing they had more legs to dodge the attacks. Zheng Jihong was the worst off, with half of the fists hitting his face and body with all their might. Just then, someone shouted, "People from the commune are here. Stop. All of you stop." Li Yufu was delighted when he saw that it was an old acquaintance. Secretary Sun Haoran, Director Zhu Kaixian, Women's Director Wu Guozian, and the commune's armed forces Minister Wei Jiangwo. "Stop it, all of you." Old Mrs. Zheng cried her heart out. "Leaders, you must do justice for the Zheng family. Auntie, please get up and tell me what's wrong." Sun Haoran helped old lady Zheng up, then turned and glared at Li Daqiang. "Li Daqiang, you're supposed to be the village chief, a village cadre. Is this how your Li family village is? What's the difference between this and bandits and highwaymen? Whoever made the move, step forward." "Comrade Sun Haoran, shouldn't you at least ask why?" Wei Jiangwo laughed in anger. "You're a cadre, after all. You can't take action for any reason. Do you have that right? Or did Li Daqiang give you that right?" Li Yufu tugged at Li Daqiang's arm. "Uncle Xiangzi, let me do it." "It's you again." Wu Guozian still remembers Li Yufu. It was because of Li Yufu that several members of the Wang family were sent to the farm for reform. It hasn't been long, less than a month. Could it be that this kid caused trouble again? When they saw Li Yufu step forward, Sun Haoran and the others' eyes narrowed. Li Yufu had left such a deep impression on them that it was hard to forget him. "That's right, it's me again." Li Yufu pursed his lips and nodded. Then, in front of the commune members, he repeated what he had just said to the people of Lijia village. Before Li Yufu could finish speaking, Sun Haoran and the others saw that the expressions on the faces of the 3 members of the Zheng family were exactly the same as those of the people from Li family village earlier. Wu Guozian was the first to lose her temper and angrily shouted, "Serves you right. I think they did the right thing. These ungrateful wretches. You should all be grateful that we live in a new society, for not killing you. I'm innocent. Zheng Jihong's face was bruised and swollen, and when she looked at Li Yufu, a sinister expression flashed across her eyes. In an instant, he resumed his pitiful expression. Leaders, I admit we were wrong, but you can't just listen to his side of the story. My intentions were good, and I had promised that I would return the job when the child was older. But he wouldn't let it go. He not only hit me, but also got the villagers to beat me. My mother, my father, at such an old age, still get beaten up. I hate it so much. Now that things have come to this, I'm going to report this. Zheng Jihong pointed at Li Yufu and said, I want to report Li Yufu. Just like he said, he delivered grain to my family twice. Each time about 20 jin, 10 caddies, of rice, wheat flour, cornmeal, and sorghum flour. Boss, where did he get so much money to buy so much food? Even if he does have a job, how long has he been working there? So much grain must be bought with money. So where does the money come from? After Zheng Jihong finished speaking, she looked at Li Yufu with a smug expression. Luckily, I remembered that old hag said you had a job. So what if you have a job? How long have you been working? You're still just an intern. How much do you make a month? Just over 40 jin of grain. Let's see how you explain that. You regret not giving me a job now? I'll make you pay this time. After he finished speaking, there was complete silence. The people of Lijia village had only heard Li Yufu say that he had sent grain twice to help his second sister, but they didn't know the exact amount. They thought it was at most 1 or 2 jin, 100 kilograms, of grain. More than 40 kilograms of grain, including rice and wheat flour. Hearing these words, many people's eyes reddened. How long has it been since they've eaten refined grains? Let alone refined grains. Even coarse grains like cornmeal are only used in small amounts, made into a porridge. As it turned out, it wasn't just 40 jin, 20 caddies, but more than 40 jin, 20 kilograms. I dare not think about it. I absolutely do not want to. At this moment, the people of Lijia village looked at Li Yufu with a knowing look in their eyes. The people in the commune were even more shocked, going from surprise to astonishment and then to anger. He gave so much grain to help his second sister. So how much grain did he actually have? And where did he get this grain? Bought it. Where's the money? The group was eager to get started. This was no longer just speculation. There might be some big fish behind it all. Chapter 188. Li Daqiang smiled happily. Li Yufu, do you have anything to say now? Is what he said true? That's right. I did deliver about 40 jin of grain to my second sister's family in 2 separate trips. Hiss. A collective gasp filled the air around them. Good heavens. It's actually true. My God. I'm starving at home every day, but Uncle Fu is able to give away dozens of kilograms of grain. They're giving food to his second sister, not to outsiders. I'm telling you guys, they're already very kind to us. We should know how to be grateful. But we can't let him keep eating and drinking well. We should at least ask him where he got all this food, right? Where else could it be? Didn't you hear his second brother-in-law say that he's definitely out there speculating and profiteering? It's infuriating to compare yourself to others. Shut up, all of you. Li Daqiang flew into a rage and roared at the crowd. You're all grown men. Who do you think you are? Do I need to tell you how you treat everyone? Instead of appreciating the blessings you have, you're just meddling here. After speaking, Li Daqiang looked at the commune leaders and asked, Secretary Sun Haoran, Director Zhu Kaixian, Minister Wei Jiangwo, I wonder if there's some misunderstanding here? You can't just listen to the side of the story of someone from another village. This is retaliation, a frame-up. Sun Haoran frowned. Li Daqiang, as a cadre, you know everything clearly. Even Li Yufu has admitted it. Why are you still trying to defend him? I think you don't want to be the village chief anymore. If you don't want to be the village chief, there are plenty of people who do. The leader is truly insightful and discerning. He's practically a reincarnation of Bao Zheng, a legendary upright official in Chinese history. We should arrest this scoundrel Li Yufu now and interrogate him thoroughly. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the commune all frowned, their gazes towards Zheng Jihong filled with disgust. Even if Li Yufu had problems, he still used grain to help her family. In everyone's eyes, Zheng Jihong's actions made her seem like a petty person who kept changing her mind. Wei Jiangwo waved his hand and shouted without any expression. Tie up Li Yufu and interrogate him properly when we get back. Yes. Two militiamen immediately stepped forward, one of them holding a hemp rope about the thickness of a thumb. Don't touch my son. Sixth brother-in-law. Not far away, Li Pundi, Zhang Yumei, and Jiang Tsuohua watched as the militiamen were about to take Li Yufu away. They all looked anxious and seemed to be preparing to protect Li Yufu in the middle of the three of them. The three members of the Zhang family smiled, their previous frustration and resentment finally released, and they wanted to shout. Too late. What were you doing just now? Are you only regretting it now? Zheng Jihong smiled despite her bruised face, but as soon as she raised her lips, she winced in pain. Her gaze toward Li Yufu darkened, and she wished she could just eat a peanut off Li Yufu. When Wei Jiangwo saw Jiang Tsuohua blocking the way for the militia, he coldly snorted, "Rebellion. Get them. I'll tie up anyone who dares to cause trouble." Li Yufu shouted, "Stop. Mother, second sister, fourth sister-in-law, what are you doing? I haven't done anything wrong." "You stubborn Li Yufu. You're still denying it to this day." When Zheng Jihong saw that the militiamen really didn't move, she started shouting anxiously. "Secretary Sun Haoran, Director Zhu Kaixian, Minister Wei Jiangwo, you're supposed to be commune cadres, yet you had me tied up without even asking what happened. With leaders like these, it's no wonder everyone is going hungry." "You? What do you mean, you? Did I say anything wrong? My family has been poor farmers for 3 generations, so don't try to label me like that." "Blessed." Li Daqiang called out Li Yufu's name and gestured to him with his eyes. Li Yufu snorted. "Uncle Qiangzi, everything requires evidence. I won't accept any accusations made without evidence." Fine, you want evidence, right? Then let me ask you, did you just admit that you sent more than 40 jin of grain to your second sister's family?" Wei Jiangwo laughed in exasperation. If he had felt any sympathy for Li Yufu just now, he was now the first person he wanted to pin down. "That's right. I admit that I gave it to you. You all heard that. Now you have nothing to say, right? Anyone who dares to obstruct us again, don't blame me, Wei Jiangwo, for turning hostile." "No. Comrade Wei Jiangwo, I admit that I delivered the grain. What mistake did I make? You don't have any brothers or sisters. Could you just stand by and watch your own brothers and sisters starve to death?" "Good." Zheng Jihong clenched her fist excitedly. "There's a saying, people who want to court death must first go crazy. Is this exactly what Li Yufu is doing now?" Wei Jiangwo's face turned ashen with anger at Li Yufu's words. Sun Haoran, standing to the side, retorted with a stern face. "Comrade Li Yufu, I understand your feelings of heartache for your sister, but that is not an excuse for you to make mistakes. What exactly did I do wrong? You all say I've made a mistake, so why don't you just say it?" Li Yufu looked at the commune members with feigned confusion, but inside he was practically bursting with laughter. The reason he didn't present evidence from the beginning was not only because he wanted to see Zheng Jihong's expression turn from hope to despair, but more importantly, it was to consider his second sister's feelings and make her see Zheng Jihong's true colors. Furthermore, the longer Li Yufu delays, the more those who speak ill of him and those who feel it is unfair will feel guilty when things begin to turn around. This guilt will turn into anger, which will be directed at Zheng Jihong and the Zheng family. This is human nature. Fine. I see you won't give up until you're completely defeated. If that's the case, where did you get the money to buy so much grain? As far as I know, you have a job at the research institute. According to urban residents, an adult male's monthly ration is no more than 30 jin of grain. Just considering your own daily consumption, even if you eat 20 jin a month, that leaves you with only 10 jin of grain. And you gave your second sister more than 40 jin of grain, leaving a 30 jin grain shortfall, including refined grains like rice and wheat flour. How much do you earn in a month? Can your salary be enough to cover this food shortage? And where will the money come from? To convince everyone, Sun Haoran meticulously calculated the grain inflows and outflows on his fingers. If Li Yufu had encountered this before, he really wouldn't have known how to explain it. Even if you fish, you can get money by selling the fish to the purchasing station. To put it another way, if you take the money to buy food on the black market, the authorities will turn a blind eye. It just depends on whether they investigate further. If this matter is investigated thoroughly, it will be labeled as speculation and profiteering, and Zheng Jihong's case will be seen as a minor punishment to serve as a warning. But is this the result Li Youfu wanted? Obviously not. Then Li Youfu took out a work ID from his shirt pocket and handed it to Sun Haoran. Comrade Sun Haoran, I need to correct you. I am a proper purchasing agent at the County Research Institute. My salary level is 7 clerk, and I earn 37.5 yuan a month. Sun Haoran was somewhat surprised. Li Youfu was so young, and a monthly salary of 37.5 yuan was not low. Besides him, the other people in the commune also crowded around. Name, photo, job title, and official seal, everything is there. This is a genuine work ID. Comrade Youfu, here is your work ID, please keep it safe. Although you are a level 7 clerk with a monthly salary of 37.5 yuan, you should know better than us the current price of grain outside. How do you explain this money? Don't rush. Li Youfu smiled slightly and reached into his military green satchel. Li Daqiang's eyes widened in surprise. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! How could I have forgotten about this?" Chapter 189. Grasping Human Nature, Stepping into the Abyss. Uncle Qiangzi, what did Youfu take? Li Daqiang glanced at the man and said, "Let me tell you, heaven is watching what people do." He raised both hands and said, "Sir, I'm not promoting feudal superstition. I'll teach you all to remember how lucky you are. None of you listen. If I didn't care about you, I don't think you'd starve." Li Daqiang grew angrier as he spoke, wishing he could find a willow branch and whip the men. However, he wasn't comfortable with the thought of giving them a good beating afterward. The people in Lijia village weren't the ones who were worried. Li Daqiang was afraid that Li Youfu would have a grudge. If Lijia village wasn't taken care of, the 300 or so people there would just starve and wait to die. What is this? Just as Li Youfu took out the letter of commendation and handed it over, everyone stared wide-eyed. Comrade Sun Haoran, I think this letter of commendation should be enough to prove my innocence, right? Li Youfu shrugged, completely unconcerned about the stares he received from those around him. Then he whispered to Jiang Cuihua, "Mother, keep an eye on second sister. I'm fine, don't worry. You little brat, are you trying to scare your mother to death?" Jiang Cuihua rolled her eyes in annoyance, but when she heard Li Youfu say that, she felt relieved, but at the same time, she also disliked Li Pundi. Nothing more. She has such a precious son, he's good to her in every way. He works himself to the bone outside, but never complains. He helps his older sisters find jobs and provides them with food. And yet, such an ungrateful child was born. Jiang Cuihua had already made up her mind. The second son is still stubborn and doesn't appreciate the good fortune he has. As his mother, I won't stand for that. After reading the contents of the commendation letter, Sun Haoran, Zhu Kaixian, Wei Jiangwo, and the others all looked solemn. Their gazes towards Li Youfu not only softened, but also became filled with apology and respect. We almost wronged a good comrade. He was someone who received praise from the railway police. The letter of commendation, the 100 yuan bonus, and various receipts were enough to make up for the food shortage. What they admired was that, despite his young age and extraordinary abilities, Li Youfu had not forgotten the responsibility of a man. This confirms what Li Youfu said earlier. The grain he rushed to deliver ended up producing an ungrateful child. Boss, don't believe that kid. He's notorious for talking nonsense. Grain is so precious these days. They sent almost 10 jin of refined grains to my family. It would have been better if Zheng Jihong hadn't said those words. The more he said them, the more the people in the commune looked at him with eyes that seemed to want to devour him. Shut up. Boss, why are you telling me to shut up? I'm the whistleblower. Shouldn't he be the one shutting up? Before Zheng Jihong could figure out the situation, things had already taken a 180-degree turn. He still naively thought that Li Youfu couldn't produce any evidence. But don't forget that he still had a last trump card. Even if the grain issue doesn't destroy Li Youfu, there's still 50 yuan and a few kilograms of grain coupons. Could Li Youfu possibly come up with all that all at once? Tie him up. Wei Jiangwo pointed at Zheng Jihong. Boss, you've kidnapped the wrong person. He's the one who made the mistake. Zheng Jihong tried to struggle, but 2 militiamen pinned her hands down. One of them quickly took out a rope and tied her up tightly in no time. Old man Zheng and old woman Zheng were stunned. By the time they came to their senses, Zheng Jihong had already been tied up by the militia. By simply inserting a wooden board at the back, it looks like a criminal about to be beheaded in ancient times. Boss, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? My son was the whistleblower. It's one thing that your commune didn't give me a reward, but why did you tie him up? Is there no justice in this world? Is there no law in this world? Shut up. Wei Jiangwo was truly angry. Just as Li Youfu had thought, his humanity was completely unleashed at this moment. He felt like a clown, being bossed around by a petty, ungrateful person, and almost caused a major mistake by wrongly accusing a hero who dared to catch human traffickers on the train. Thinking of this, Wei Jiangwo's face darkened. You keep saying that Comrade Li Youfu's money comes from unknown sources, so let me tell you how Comrade Li Youfu got his money. Wei Jiangwo held up the letter of commendation in his hand. Does everyone know what this is? This is a letter of commendation sent by the railway police to Comrade Li Youfu, commending him for bravely fighting against human traffickers on the train and successfully apprehending them and handing them over to the railway police. What? Such a thing actually happened? Lucky you. You even caught a human trafficker on the train. As soon as Wei Jiangwo finished speaking, the surrounding crowd immediately started discussing. This is what a reversal of power looks like. Li Youfu smiled and nodded at everyone, his gaze finally meeting that of the bewildered Zheng Jihong. Li Youfu's lips curled upwards, as if to say, "Idiot. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He's just a thug, a lazy good-for-nothing. How could he possibly catch a human trafficker?" Zheng Jihong looked panicked. Li Youfu had become a hero, but what had he become? Not only could he not bring down Li Youfu, but in the end, he would become a rat that everyone wanted to beat. Sun Haoran listened to Zheng Jihong's words with a face full of anger. The facts are right in front of us. Are you saying that we are all framing you? Shameless, despicable. How could there be someone like you in our commune? I'm so angry. Minister Wei, please continue. Wei Jiangwo nodded slightly and continued. These two human traffickers were extremely vicious. They were in the act of committing a crime when Comrade Li Youfu discovered and arrested them in time. Our railway police officers also found important clues on the arrested human traffickers. In the end, this human trafficking organization spanning several provinces was successfully dismantled, and hundreds of abducted children were rescued. Therefore, Comrade Li Youfu is hereby commended for his contributions and awarded a bonus of 100 yuan and various receipts. At this point, Wei Jiangwo's eyes widened, and he pointed at Zheng Jihong. Do you have anything else to say now? Comrade Li Youfu couldn't bear to see his second sister go hungry, so he used his bonus and ration coupons to buy grain to help you. But you, instead of being grateful, are thinking of killing him. If Comrade Li Youfu had not been clear in his conscience, we cadres would have been misled by you and wronged a good comrade who made great contributions to the country and the people. Clap, clap, clap. I'm sorry, Fu. I'm not human. I was almost led astray by this bastard. Can you forgive me? Uncle Youfu, I shouldn't have been jealous of you. I was wrong. Please forgive me, Uncle Youfu. Blessed. The harsher their words were, the more remorseful they felt now. They all lowered their heads, none daring to look Li Youfu in the eye. How could Li Youfu miss such a good opportunity to boost his reputation? He quickly waved his hand. This is not everyone's fault. It was because I didn't explain it clearly to everyone at the beginning that everyone misunderstood. After all, I only did a good deed. If I hadn't been pushed so hard, I really wouldn't have wanted to be so ostentatious. The words had barely left his lips when the crowd erupted in commotion. One by one, they roared at the Zheng family members with the loudest anger they had ever felt in their lives. Kill these ungrateful wretches. Yes, kill them. Sun Haoran shouted loudly. Comrades, comrades. I understand your feelings and I know you are very angry, including myself. Knowing the whole story, I also want to slap them a few times. But this is a new society now. If they do something wrong and their thinking becomes problematic, there are plenty of places that will educate these scoundrels. Please keep your rationality. The cadres of our commune here assure you that we will absolutely not allow such a black sheep to remain in the commune. After saying that, he looked at Li Youfu and asked, Comrade Youfu, what do you have to say? Chapter 190, Sending the Zheng family to the horse farm. How am I supposed to explain this? Li Yufu put on a pained expression and said, Comrade Sun Haoran, I never expected that my help would lead Comrade Zheng Jihong's family to make such a serious mistake in their thinking. I firmly uphold the commune's instructions and believe that comrades with ideological problems should be sent to reform their thinking. Moreover, it is not only Comrade Zheng Jihong who has ideological errors, but also his parents' education. Someone once said that when you find a rat dropping, countless rats have already moved in. If this mentality of getting something for nothing, repaying kindness with enmity, and even biting back continues to exist, it will only harm more people in the future. Upon hearing this, old Mrs. Zheng and old Mr. Zheng nearly fainted. This Li Youfu was so ruthless. He not only wanted to exterminate them all, but also wipe them out in one fell swoop. Zheng Jihong's face turned green with anger, and he cursed at Li Youfu. Li Youfu, you bastard, you'll die a horrible death. I'm reporting him, and I'm also reporting Li Youfu. There's definitely something wrong with his money. Besides the grain, he also gave out 50 yuan and several kilograms of grain coupons. Leader, you must believe me. What I'm saying is true. He really did give me 50 yuan and several kilograms of grain coupons. The more Zheng Jihong said this, the more people looked at him with hatred, as if they wanted to devour him alive. It was like a scene from the fable of the farmer and the snake. I can also explain the 50 yuan. Li Youfu smiled slightly, but then revealed a rather helpless expression. I forgot to tell you all that there was a political commissar, surnamed Li, on the train. He saw the whole process of how I subdued the human traffickers. Coincidentally, political commissar Li is the leader of my third brother-in-law's unit. This 50 yuan is a reward from political commissar Li and regiment commander Tian to commend me for setting an example for military families. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can call the military at any time to verify. If there is a single lie, I am willing to accept any punishment. After hearing Li Youfu's account, the faces of the commune members turned ashen, and Sun Haoran was furious on the spot. He pointed at Zheng Jihong's nose and said, Zheng Jihong, haven't you made enough of a scene? How could there be such scum as you in this world? Comrade Li Youfu has been so helpful, worried that you wouldn't have enough to eat. Even I, as an outsider, feel that Comrade Li Youfu has done everything he could for you and treats you like family. But how do you treat others? I think there's a serious problem with your thinking. Comrade Li Youfu is right. When one bad apple appears, it proves that your whole family has a problem with their thinking. Then, Sun Haoran looked at his colleagues. They must be severely punished. Agree. I agree. Zhu Kaixian, Wu Guozian, and Wei Jiangwo all expressed the same sentiment. Not only should Zheng Jihong be punished, but his parents should also undergo ideological re-education. Quiet. Given that Zheng Jihong and his parents have developed serious ideological problems, our commune has unanimously decided to send them to the horse farm for ideological re-education for a period of 3 years. 3 years? You can't do this. My parents are so old. They'll die if they go to the horse farm. Take away. Wei Jiangwo waved his hand impatiently. 2 militiamen and a young man from the village who was helping him carried the 3 of them away. No matter how much the 3 of them cried and begged for forgiveness, it was no use. Someone even took out a dirty rag and stuffed it into the mouths of the 3 men. Suddenly, the whole world became quiet. Comrade Youfu, I hope these things won't affect you, and I hope you will continue to shine and contribute more to this country. Thank you for upholding justice. I will always stay true to my original aspiration and resolutely fight against criminal traffickers and evil forces. Also about my second sister. Your second sister? Li Youfu looked at his second sister and said, Second sister, Zheng Jihong's family are all ungrateful wretches. They're really bad. The commune leaders just said that they're going to send them to the horse farm to reform their thinking. I think that instead of leaving you in Hongxing village where people will point fingers and gossip, it would be better for you to take advantage of the fact that all the commune leaders are here and sever ties with the Zheng family. What do you think? I'll listen to you. Sixth brother, second sister believes in you. Wu Guozian, the commune's women's director, looked at Li Pundi and asked, Comrade Li Pundi, is this your intention? Wu Guozian looked at Sun Haoran and the others again. Seeing them nod, she continued, Okay, Then come to the commune this afternoon to complete the formalities. Is that all right? No. Thank you, Director Wu. I'll take my second sister to the commune this afternoon. Li Yufu answered on behalf of his second sister, because when the topic of divorce came up, Li Pundi seemed to have exhausted all her strength. If Zhang Yumei hadn't been supporting her the whole time, she probably would have collapsed to the ground long ago. All right, let's head back to the commune now. Li Daqiang, find a few people to help escort him to the commune. Yes. Just as Li Daqiang instructed several villagers to help, in coordination with the militia, send the 3 members of the Zheng family to the commune. This farce quietly came to an end. Second sister, are you all right? Li Youfu stepped forward to help his second sister up, and seeing this, Li Daqiang had the idea of backing down. He greeted them. You're in good spirits, so you can get back to work. I'll come find you later. Li Youfu nodded. Okay, Uncle Qiangzi. Sister-in-law, I'll be going now. Thank you, Qiangzi. The villagers of Lijia village scattered in all directions. A few who didn't want to leave and wanted to stay to watch the excitement also slunk away under Li Daqiang's intimidating presence. For a moment, only Li Youfu's family remained in the entire courtyard. Zhang Yumei advised, second sister, if you want to cry, just cry it out. It's uncomfortable to hold it in. Wah. Li Pundi could no longer hold back and burst into tears. In this day and age, no matter the reason, divorced women are often talked about behind their backs. Besides the blow to her marriage, she still needed to eat and had 2 children. Li Pundi cried hysterically, but more than anything, she felt lost about the future. All you do is cry. Do you know that Youfu almost got killed by your heartless man while trying to help you? The matter was resolved, but Jiang Zuohua still felt a lingering fear when she thought about what had just happened. If Li Youfu is really arrested and sentenced, what's the point of this old woman living? Fortunately, there was no real danger. Just like the name Li Youfu was given, Youfu, meaning blessed, he is sure to become very wealthy and prosperous in the future. Mother, this matter is not second sister's fault, so please say less. You're just too kind. What will your mother do if you ever stumble and fall? All right, mother, don't be angry. You see, I dared to send someone to call the commune people over, which shows that I have the confidence. Li Youfu chuckled and comforted Jiang Zuohua, who was feeling down. After finally calming Jiang Zuohua down, he said to his second sister, don't cry anymore. Crying won't solve anything. Now it's just my family, so I'll share my thoughts. As Li Youfu spoke, he took out a cigarette and lit it. Chapter 191, A New Beginning. Second sister, I'll accompany you to the commune in a bit, back to Hongxing village, to complete all the necessary procedures, and then bring Dahu and Eru back. Li Youfu took a drag of his cigarette and continued. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to meet my older sister and the others in the county town to complete the onboarding procedures at the sugar factory. You have a job and you get paid every month. As long as you're working, what do you have to worry about? Afraid that the villagers will talk behind your back, spread rumors about you everywhere, and ruin your reputation? I think your worries are unnecessary. Once you're in the sugar factory, you'll be a city dweller. You'll live and eat in the county town, and we can even find a school for Dahu and Erhu so they can go to school. Others would envy you, and no one would criticize you behind your back. If anyone would criticize you, it would be Zheng Jihong's family. They would just say that the family is greedy and ungrateful. The fourth sister-in-law nodded in agreement. Second sister, your brother-in-law is right. If you're really worried, just leave Dahu and Erhu at home. I'll help look after them. You should focus on working in the county town first. Once things are better and you've settled down, you can bring Dahu and Erhu to the county town later. Sixth brother, thank you. I'm crying because my second sister is sorry for you. If it weren't for you helping my second sister, how could that bastard Zheng Jihong have framed you? It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I'm just a jinx. Second sister, please don't talk about yourself like that. What jinx? I've told you before, we're family. Okay, hurry up and wipe your tears. Li Yufu then looked at his fourth sister-in-law and said, Fourth sister-in-law, you go and cook first. I'll talk to my second sister. Okay. After Zhang Yumei responded, she walked towards the kitchen. Jiang Zuohua glared at Li Pundi and finally sighed. Yumei, I'll go with you. The two of us will be able to move faster. Okay, Mom, I'll need the dough, and you can chop the vegetables. Okay. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had a clear division of labor, and soon the sounds of clattering and knocking came from the kitchen. But what about mother's side? After all that happened, Li Pundi felt guilty, but she also saw disgust in Jiang Tsuehua's eyes. Li Youfu patted his second sister's arm. Mother is all bark and no bite. Don't worry, mother is only angry with Zheng Jihong and the Zheng family. It has nothing to do with you. All right, I'm going to pick up Dahu and Erhu later. Don't let those two little guys hate their uncle. They dare. Li Pundi clenched her fists. Sixth brother, second sister isn't the kind of person who doesn't know what's good for her. It was Zheng Jihong who kept pestering me and even knelt down to tell me that once he got a job, he would definitely treat us three mothers well. I was just being soft-hearted for a moment. Sixth brother, second sister really didn't know he would use these things to threaten you, Hua? As she spoke, Li Pundi started sobbing again. Seeing his second sister crying with tears streaming down her face, Li Youfu didn't know what to say. He had already said what he needed to say, but some people are just like they're born without a screw in their head. Even in later generations, there are still many people like this. No matter how you talk to them, they pretend to be stupid or let it go in one ear and out the other. Even when you explain things clearly and carefully, they still make mistakes. Li Youfu didn't know how to describe it. Perhaps these kinds of people are just born with a screw loose. This is all he could do. If he continued to help without any limits, his body wouldn't be tired, but his heart would be exhausted. The meal is over. Li Youfu rode his bicycle with Li Pundi, first completing the divorce procedures in the presence of the commune leaders, and then rushed back to Hongxing village. He simply packed a few clothes for Dahu and Eru, and a quilt. Then they loaded these things onto the ox cart and entrusted Grandpa Lu to take the two little ones and the luggage on the cart to Lijia village. Uncle Lu, thank you for your trouble. As they were talking, Li Youfu took out a yuan and handed it over. That's too much, just give me 50 cents. Li Youfu chuckled awkwardly. Uncle Lu, take it. It's not easy for anyone. You need to eat too. Thank you, Lao Lu. Grandpa Lu said politely. Whenever you're coming back, have someone send me a message, and I'll come pick you up. No need, Uncle Lu. This time, I might never come back. Grandpa Lu looked at Li Youfu. Then his gaze fell on Li Pundi's face, as if he understood something. Meanwhile, the news that Zheng Jihong's family had been sent for ideological reform had not yet spread throughout the entire Hongxing village. He sighed. Pundi, we've been neighbors for many years. No matter where you are, if you see me again, don't pretend you don't know Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu wouldn't do that. Li Pundi forced a smile, then called out to Dahu and Erhu. Dahu, listen to Grandpa Lu on the way and take good care of your younger brother, understand? You heard me, mother? And you. Your uncle and I still have some business to attend to in the village. Li Pundi pointed to Li Youfu's bicycle. You two go ahead first, and we'll ride back after we're done. Eri looked at the bicycle and said, Mom, I want to ride a bicycle too. Li Pundi glared at her. I think you're asking for a beating. Li Youfu smiled and said, All right, second sister, don't scare the child. Eru, when your uncle gets back, I'll take you for a ride on his bike. Good. Eru's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't look at Li Pundi, but grinned at Li Youfu. Uncle, I want to sit too. Li Youfu pointed to the front bumper and the back seat. All right. You two together. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle. Li Youfu smiled and waved to the two of them. Listen to Grandpa Lu on the way, understand? Otherwise, I won't let you ride on the bicycle. Uncle, I'll be good. I will definitely listen to Grandpa Lu. Uncle Lu, then I'll have to trouble you. Seeing this, Li Youfu smiled and nodded, then waved goodbye to Grandpa Lu, watching the ox cart slowly disappear from sight. All right, second sister, let's go and get the formalities done. Once the formalities are completed, I will no longer be a resident of Hongxing village. Li Pundi responded, her gaze falling again on the house where she and Zheng Jihong had lived for several years. There were traces of their lives there, as well as the shadows of Dahu and Erhu, from birth to talking and walking, and then to fighting with each other. Undeniably, she made sacrifices and efforts in her marriage with Zheng Jihong, both wanting the family to gradually improve, but each had their own ulterior motives. It's impossible to simply blame one person for things reaching this point. This can only be attributed to the fact that the feelings within a marriage are not inseparable. People's thoughts are still influenced by their respective families, and their greed is amplified as a result. Just like the classic saying, they can only share hardship, not wealth. This perfectly encapsulates the nature of their marriage. The procedures with the village chief are a bit more complicated. Strictly speaking, it's not an exception, but rather a practice that many rural people do. In this era, especially in rural areas, marriages are witnessed by relatives, friends, matchmakers, and the parents of both parties. Even if they are married, they don't go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate. It's just a piece of paper, but many people are reluctant to spend the money. The news of Li Pundi's relocation from Hongxing village and the Zheng family being sent to the horse farm for re-education also spread when Li Pundi was handling the procedures in the village. Inevitably, he was subjected to pointing fingers and whispers. Li Youfu explained the whole story and the certificate issued by the commune. By the time he finished and returned home, it was already 7 p.m. "Mother, we're back. Why did it take you so long?" Jiang Zuohua ran out and saw Li Youfu and Li Pundi, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "We had to go to several places, so it took a while." "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" "It's sitting in the kitchen." "All right, you've all had a long day. Eat your meal and go inside to rest." "Big Tiger, where's Little Tiger?" Jiang Zuohua pointed to Zhang Yumei's room. When she came, she was covered in dirt. "Your fourth sister-in-law just washed the two little ones and gave them a meal. They're playing with Dia now." Li Pundi felt a warmth in her heart after hearing this, but also a sense of guilt. She didn't know how to face Jiang Zuohua. Li Youfu nudged her arm, and Li Pundi whispered, "Mother, thank you. It's all my fault. I've let down mother and sixth brother. I accept it whether you scold me or hit me." After saying that, Li Pundi knelt down in front of Jiang Zuohua with a bang. Chapter 192, Joining the Sugar Factory. "Hit you, scold you?" Jiang Zuohua said irritably. "Does hitting or scolding you do any good? Let me tell you, Li Pundi, Youfu has not wronged you. It is you who have wronged Youfu. Now that things have come to this, you should live your life properly and make things clear to those two brats. If I find out that they dare to hold a grudge against Youfu, don't blame me for being ruthless as their grandmother. I don't want to raise two more ungrateful wretches." Jiang Zuohua's words were extremely serious, carrying a clear warning. Da Hu and heir who really dared to oppose Li Youfu, and Jiang Zuohua was truly capable of putting righteousness before family. Li Youfu remained silent. Emotionally, it was quite cruel for Jiang Zuohua, an adult, to say such things to two 5- or 6-year-old children. From a rational perspective, Li Youfu completely agreed with what Jiang Zuohua said. Even he wouldn't want to waste food on two ungrateful people. Li Pundi's face turned pale. "No, mother, sixth brother, I promise you, I will definitely educate Da Hu and heir Hu well, and I will explain things to them clearly." Li Youfu neither nodded nor shook his head, and said to Jiang Zuohua, "Mother, go and rest. Second sister, let's go eat first. You've had a long day. Get some rest after you eat. Tomorrow we'll take you and eldest sister to complete your onboarding procedures." After finishing his own words, Li Youfu walked towards the kitchen. Just as he said, he was tired after a long day and finally got home, so he really didn't want to waste his energy on these trivial matters. After finishing his meal, Li Youfu returned to his room to rest. That night, he didn't even enter the spiritual spring space before hastily closing his eyes. The next morning, when Li Youfu came out to wash up, he noticed that his second sister's eyes were red, obviously from crying the night before. "Good morning, second sister. Good thing, breakfast is ready." At this point, Li Pundi hesitated, as if she wanted to say something more. Li Youfu pretended to be nonchalant. "Is there anything else?" "Hey, Lao Lu, last night I told Da Hu and heir Hu about my divorce from Zheng Jihong. They didn't understand, but I made it clear that Zheng Jihong made a mistake and had to undergo ideological reform. They cried, and I cried too. Lao Lu, they won't hate you. It was Zheng Jihong who was wrong." "Okay, I understand. Second sister, get ready for breakfast. We still need to get to the county town after we finish eating." Li Youfu didn't know how to face Da Hu and heir Hu, but fortunately, as long as he settled his second sister, he could send the two little ones over, and then he wouldn't have to face Da Hu and heir Hu. After the meal, Li Youfu busied himself folding his second sister's bedding neatly, stuffing it into a bamboo basket, and tying it to one side of the bicycle's back seat, so as not to interfere with the other side being occupied. "Mother, we're leaving," Li Youfu asked. "Second sister, is there anything else you've forgotten?" "I brought them all." Jiang Zuohua waved her hand. "Drive carefully." "Yes, mother." "Mother, Lao Lu and I are leaving." Li Pundi then looked at Da Hu and Er Hu. "You two must listen to your grandmother. Once your mother is settled, your uncle will come to pick you up." "Did you hear that?" "I heard you." Two small eyes were misty, and there was also a sense of confusion about the future. Li Youfu didn't know exactly what his second sister had said to the two little ones, but at least at this moment, there was no hatred in their eyes when they looked at Li Youfu. This fact somewhat eased Li Youfu's anxiety. "Big Tiger, Little Tiger, say goodbye to your uncle." "Goodbye, uncle." "Goodbye, uncle." Li Youfu smiled and nodded, then rode his bicycle with his second sister towards the county town. The entrance to the county sugar factory. Big sister, big brother-in-law. Li Youfu could see from afar that his older sister and brother-in-law were squatting not far from the entrance of the sugar factory. His brother-in-law was being very obsequious, holding his sister's hands and breathing on them to warm them. This scene, Li Youfu recalled his brother-in-law's stubborn shout, "What do you know?" Puff. Thinking of this, Li Youfu felt very happy. Sixth brother. The two were taken aback at first. The older sister quickly withdrew her hand and stood up, as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for the slight blush on her pretty face, who would know that she was shy? Chao Jiqiang chuckled twice. "My brother-in-law is here, and my second sister-in-law is here too." Big sister, big brother-in-law. Li Punni got out of the car and greeted the two men. Li Youfu stared at their hands, and Li Zhaoti's face turned even redder. He must have seen it. "Big sister, big brother-in-law, have you eaten yet?" "I've eaten. Big meat bun, it smells delicious." Chao Jiqiang chuckled foolishly twice, which angered Li Zhaoti, who pinched his waist again. "Why are you pinching me?" The eldest sister rolled her eyes so hard they almost reached the sky. She lowered her voice and said, "It's all your fault. You made me the laughingstock of the sixth brother." Chao Jiqiang. "I suspect you're deliberately trying to cause trouble." Li Zhaoti looked at her dull husband with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. She didn't see that Li Youfu was practically beaming with joy, while he remained oblivious to it. Li Youfu smiled and said, "All right, let's go in and complete the formalities now." "Are you really going in?" Chao Jiqiang looked at the gate of the sugar factory, and for some reason, he still felt like he was dreaming. "Since we're already here, let's go in together. By the way, big sister, did you bring everything I asked you to bring?" The brother-in-law patted his pocket. "I can't forget it. I put it in my pocket as soon as I finished the procedures yesterday. I didn't even take off my clothes to sleep last night." Puff. The second sister was amused. This was the first time she had a smile on her face since so many things had happened. However, she couldn't help but think of her and Zheng Jihong, and her face darkened again. This scene was naturally seen clearly by the eldest sister. She looked at Li Youfu, as if to say, "What's wrong with the second son?" "I'll tell you later." Li Youfu lips synced, while the eldest sister realized what was happening. Then, Li Youfu produced a note written by Lu Kemming, and the four of them easily entered the sugar factory. Next, they went through the formalities for the two men. "Sixth brother, I've finished the formalities here. You take your two older sisters to the state-run photo studio outside to have their photos taken. After that, give me the photos, and I'll give you your work permit." "Thank you, Section Chief Lu. And what about the dormitories? How is it arranged at the sugar factory?" "Both of your older sisters need to stay at the hotel, right?" Li Youfu nodded. "The main problem is that it's too far away." "Okay, I'll issue you the certificate now. By the way, if you're transferring your household registration, you'll have to go there yourself. Did you bring your household registration booklet and other documents?" "I brought it." "That's good." Soon, Lu Kemming issued employment certificates to the two of them. Even without a work permit, they could use the employment certificates to complete the relevant procedures. Looking at the two employment certificates in his hand, Li Youfu thanked him again. "Thank you, Section Chief Lu." Mustering her courage, Li Zhaoti asked, "Thank you, Section Chief Lu. By the way, when can we start work?" Section Chief Lu smiled and said, No need to be so polite. There's no rush to start work. You can go and complete the necessary procedures first, settle in, and then start work after you get your photos and work permits. But don't worry, you'll still get paid for these 2 days. Really? Section Chief Lu? That's not what we meant. We didn't work, so how could we accept a salary? The three were secretly delighted, but outwardly they were busy waving their hands. Lu Keming didn't mind. He leaned close to Li Yufu's ear and said, "Sixth brother, the deputy factory director has already spoken to me. Don't worry about the position." Li Yufu chuckled. "Then thank you, Section Chief Lu. Don't mention it. Come visit me more often when you have time. You two go ahead and get your household registration done. I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye, Section Chief Lu." Chapter 193. Second sister bravely faces the challenge. At the entrance of the sugar factory, looking at their employment certificates, the three of them still felt like they were dreaming. Chao Jiqiang exclaimed, "Wife, pinch me so I know this isn't a dream." Hiss. "It hurts, it hurts." Then came Chao Jiqiang's pig-like screams. He touched the spot where Li Zhaodi had pinched him. "Looks like I wasn't dreaming. My wife really got a job at the sugar factory." Li Zhaodi gave her a charmingly disdainful look, but couldn't suppress the upward curve of her lips. What a character. "We haven't even officially started work yet. What's the rush?" Then, Li Zhaodi looked at Li Yufu and asked, "Sixth brother, what did Section Chief Lu whisper to you just now?" "It's nothing." Li Yufu smiled slightly. "I wanted to ask Section Chief Lu to help me get you and my second sister some easier positions. Section Chief Lu just told me that the deal is done. He will tell you when the photos are taken and your work permits are issued." This. The three looked at each other, staring at Li Yufu in disbelief. "Sixth brother, I really don't know how to thank you enough. Brother-in-law, if you ever need anything, just let me know. I'll do my best to help." "Sixth brother, second sister, it's me." The more Li Yufu did, the more ashamed Li Pundi felt. Compared to her elder sister's family, she felt like she wanted to disappear into a crack in the ground. All right, it's nothing. Big sister, second sister, let's go to the police station first to change our household registration. We also need to get our grain ration book with the household registration and find a place to stay. There's still a lot to do. Once I'm done, I'll call fifth sister, and we'll have lunch together to celebrate that eldest sister and second sister have new jobs." Upon hearing this, Chao Jiqiang was initially displeased, saying, "How can I let you spend money? I still have money. What's the rush?" Li Yufu smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, you'll be living in the county from now on, and there will be many places where you'll need to spend money. I suggested this lunch to celebrate for my eldest and second eldest sisters. If you want to treat us, then wait until next month when you get your salaries. I won't be able to stop you then. Then it's a deal. You absolutely have to come when your older sister gets her salary." "I will definitely, absolutely. Not only will I come, but I will also drag fifth sister into it. I'll eat you out of house and home." The older sister laughed and patted Li Yufu's arm. "I'm not afraid you'll eat me out of house and home." After speaking, Li Zhaodi winked at Chao Jiqiang. "I have something to ask Lao Lu. You two go ahead first." "Okay." Chao Jiqiang was completely obedient, doing whatever Li Zhaodi said. They increased the distance by about 4 or 5 body lengths. Li Zhaodi spoke up, "Sixth brother, what happened to second brother? She's been a bit absent-minded since I saw her this morning." Li Yufu sighed and recounted the events of yesterday, adding at the end, "Don't tell your second sister about this." "How could there be such a beast?" Li Zhaodi frowned. She felt sorry for Li Yufu, not for Li Pundi. "No, my sister just can't swallow this. Big sister, Zheng Jihong has already been taken away for re-education. What more do you want? We can't exactly make him eat peanuts, can we?" After Li Yufu finished speaking, he added in his mind, "Spending 3 years at the horse farm is practically the same as being dead. Even eating peanuts is a way to end it all, a quick and painless death. Staying in the horse farm to undergo ideological reform is not a life for a human being." "What?" Li Zhaodi's chest heaved, and she sighed heavily. "What about the 2 children? Dahu and Eru are being looked after by their mother. Zheng Jihong, old Mrs. Zheng, and old Mr. Zheng have all been sent for reform. If I say I don't care about Dahu and Eru, I think my second sister will have a mental breakdown. If you put yourself in your second sister's shoes, you see her husband, with whom she spends every day, and she's willing to fall out over a job. It's really pitiful for her. What's there to pity? I think she brought it on herself. Hearing this, Li Youfu shook his head with a wry smile. If his second sister had a personality as strong as his, he wouldn't have to worry about her so much. However, this also confirms the old saying, there is always something hateful about a pitiful person. Li Youfu's ability to achieve this can be considered as fulfilling the original owner's wish. Actually, it's also my fault. Subjectively, I still wanted to test Zheng Jihong, but who knew he wouldn't even wait that long? How can you be blamed? I think this is for the best, so as not to be able to judge a person by their appearance, but not by their true intentions. If you help, you might end up getting yourself into trouble. Who can argue with that? Li Youfu left himself an escape route, wanting to have an extra trump card in a critical moment. Little did he expect that his second brother-in-law, whom he had helped, would use the grain issue to threaten him. Thinking of grain, Li Youfu thought of Lijia village again. He shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions. All right, sister, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get the household registration issue sorted out as soon as possible. This busy schedule lasted until noon. Things went relatively smoothly. With the work certificate from the sugar factory, there was almost no difficulty with the household registration. However, it took some time to register the child's household registration. Especially for Li Pundi, she and Zheng Jihong are divorced, and they don't have a marriage certificate. Without a marriage certificate, where did the child come from? Fortunately, with a certificate issued by the commune and signed and stamped by commune officials, the matter of marriage was resolved, and it was no longer considered premarital pregnancy. Li Youfu explained repeatedly, and then produced a certificate issued by Hongxing village. After finishing all this, he didn't even have time to exchange the grain ration book, and it was already noon. It was almost time. I'm going to find fifth sister. Let's finish eating first, rest for a while, and then we can take care of the rest this afternoon. Even if we get there now, she'll need to eat too. Okay, I'll do as you say. After Li Pundi came out of the police station, her eyes were red. Sixth brother, second sister thanks you. Li Youfu patted his second sister's arm. No need to thank me, we're siblings. Second sister, your household registration has been transferred to the town, and you have a job now. As your younger brother, I only hope that you will stop thinking about this and that, live well, and raise the Hu and heir Hu to adulthood. As for that bastard Zheng Jihong, let's not mention him anymore. Speaking of which, you're still a woman who's never been married. When you meet the right man, it's not impossible for you to start a new family. Getting married? May I? Li Pundi's eyes seemed to light up. There's nothing wrong with that. Men should marry when they're of age, and women should marry when they're of age. You're not ugly, and you have a job. Even without a man, you can support yourself with your own hands. We're not any worse than others. There might be a long line of people waiting to marry you. The second sister burst into laughter through her tears. Go ahead and make fun of me. I'll be happy as long as no one talks behind my back. Who would bother with a divorced woman with 2 children? Second sister-in-law, you're divorced? Upon hearing their conversation, Chao Jichang's mouth dropped open. Mind your own business. Li Xiaodi quickly pulled Chao Jichang aside, signaling him not to talk nonsense. Li Pundi smiled and shook her head, then said, Brother-in-law, I am indeed divorced. Sister, we're all family. There's nothing we can't say. Chapter 194, The Helplessness of Patient 6011. Just as Li Pundi was telling her brother-in-law the reason for her divorce, Li Youfu greeted the 3 of them and rode his bicycle to the county department store. Fifth sister. Sixth brother. Upon seeing that it was Li Youfu, Li Yudi smiled broadly. What brings you here? Come and call you to dinner. Your eldest sister, brother-in-law, and second sister are all here. Oh. Fifth sister's red lips parted slightly, instantly enveloped in joy. Really? Eldest sister, and the others came too. Li Youfu nodded with a smile and asked, Can you walk like this? Wait for me a moment. I'll go tell Sister Ho. I'll go with you, and I can also say hello to Sister Ho. Okay. In the blink of an eye, the 2 walked smilingly to Ho Guozhen's counter. Sister Ho, I'm troubling you again. Sixth brother, we're already so familiar with each other. Why are you still being so polite with Sister Ho? Ho Guozhen looked at the 2 of them and asked, Are you getting ready to go out for dinner? Li Yudi said apologetically, Sixth brother told me that eldest sister and second sister are here and invited me to have a meal with them. They also asked Sister Ho to keep an eye on things for them. All right, it's almost lunchtime. You and Lao Lu go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things for you when there are customers. Thank you, Sister Ho. Thank you, Sister Ho. The two thanked her and left the county department store. Fifth sister immediately transformed into a lark, chirping incessantly. Sixth brother, you're really amazing. Now that my eldest and second sisters are working in the county town, I can talk to them after get off work. Where are my eldest sister, second sister, and the others? They're waiting up ahead. Li Yudi asked, since the eldest brother-in-law is here, why isn't the second brother-in-law here? How should I tell you this? Get in the car first. We can talk as we go. Okay. Li Yudi sat skillfully on the back of the bicycle. Can you tell me now? My second sister and brother-in-law have divorced. What? Divorce? Li Yudi screamed and almost fell off her bicycle. She was utterly stunned by the news. I accompanied my second sister to handle the formalities. As Li Yofu rode his bicycle, he told his fifth sister what had happened at home the day before. If these words hadn't come from Li Yofu's mouth, Li Yudi would never have believed them. She said angrily, isn't this an ingrate? Sending them to the horse farm for ideological reform is what they deserve. They got off too easy. Li Yudi became increasingly agitated as she spoke, but suddenly calmed down and asked, what about Dahu and Erhu? Now my mother is watching over me. Once second sister is settled here, we'll bring Dahu and Erhu over. Zheng Jihong made a mistake, but the two children are innocent. That being said, Li Yudi still felt a pang of sadness when she heard that her second sister had divorced and was raising Dahu and Erhu alone. The journey wasn't long. They met up within minutes. As soon as the bicycle stopped, Li Yudi jumped off the back seat, calling out, big sister, big brother-in-law. After saying that, she looked at her second sister and threw herself into her arms. Second sister, Lao Lu told me everything. Second sister, please don't do anything rash. You still have us. Things will get better and better in the future. Li Yudi's voice was trembling with tears. She had never experienced marriage, but she felt that divorced women were like the sky had fallen. She was comforting her second sister in her own way. All right. Second sister has come to terms with things now. Why are you still crying? The second sister reached out and wiped Li Yudi's eyes. Don't worry, I still have you all, and I also have Dahu and Erhu. I would never do anything foolish. That's good. Li Yofu stepped in to smooth things over, saying, all right, everyone's here. Let's go eat first. After we eat, we'll accompany my eldest sister and second sister to get our grain ration certificates. At Li Yofu's invitation, the group of 5 quickly arrived at the state-run restaurant. Li Yofu also noticed that the beggars squatting at the entrance of the state-run restaurant were several times larger than the group he had seen last time. Sixth brother, look at those guys at the door, they've been staring at us. Let's go in first and talk about it later. Li Yofu was the first to enter the state-run restaurant, and the others exchanged glances and followed closely behind. After everyone was seated, the waiter came over. Gentlemen, please show your food coupons if you want to eat. Li Yudi was taken aback. What? We haven't even eaten yet. Why do we need to show food coupons? The waiter glanced at her sideways. This is the restaurant's rule. You have to show your food coupons before you can eat. If you're not going to eat, please leave. Is this how you treat people? It's like you can't afford it. Why wasn't this rule in place when I came here to eat before? Fifth sister. The eldest and second eldest sisters each grabbed Li Yudi's arms, both with expressions that urged her to let the matter drop. Is this enough? Li Yofu took out 3 jin of grain coupons and 10 yuan. Can we order food now? Can. The waiter glanced at the food coupons once more and then nodded affirmatively. Then Li Yofu began ordering 5 servings of braised pork. There aren't that many, only 2. Li Yofu glanced at the waiter and said, give me 3 portions of the meat dishes and 2 portions of the vegetable dishes as well. For staple food, let's start with 1 jin of rice, and we'll add more if that's not enough. The waiter didn't say much, but wrote a few words in his notebook. 3 yuan in total, plus 1 jin of grain coupons. Li Yofu paid the bill, and the waiter turned to leave. Just then, Li Yudi asked in confusion, Sixth brother, we can just not eat here. Why put up with this? Look at her. She's looking up at the sky with her nostrils pointing straight up. Li Yuti works at a department store, where customers speak to her with utmost caution. She has never been treated like this before. Looking at her sulky fifth sister, Li Yufu found her rather cute and smiled, saying, "Fifth sister, strictly speaking, the service attitude of your department store isn't much better than theirs." "No way." Li Yuti's face flushed, and she wanted to argue, but Li Yufu interrupted her, saying, "Let's not talk about that for now. Didn't you just ask if someone was watching us? These people are waiting for us to finish eating. If there are any leftovers on the plates, they will swarm in and eat them all up, leaving nothing behind." Isn't that a beggar?" Yes and no. Li Yufu didn't know how to explain it either. If he wasn't forced to, who would lower themselves to do such a thing? These beggars are different from the beggars seen on the street. The former said they were suffering from 6011 disease, and their bodies were starting to swell. They thought they would try their luck at the entrance of the state-run restaurant, and if all else failed, they would try to find a way to make some money. The latter are usually beggars, homeless, without relatives or labor, and have no choice but to beg to survive. While they may seem to be begging in an attempt to survive, they actually reflect the helplessness of those suffering from 6011 disease from another perspective. After Li Yufu finished speaking, all four of them were taken aback. Chapter 195, Settling Down in the County Town. Then, fifth sister opened her mouth wide, but couldn't utter a single complete sentence, because she saw many such people among the customers who came to buy candy. If what Li Yufu said is true, then that would be terrifying. Li Yufu didn't want to say more about this issue. If he knew what his fifth sister was thinking, he would tell her that the truth was far more terrible than what she had seen. City dwellers are guaranteed to survive, but that's only in terms of rations. The vast majority of people suffering from 6011 disease are from this group. Not to mention rural people. It's not that rural people don't suffer from 6011, but rather that they are a group of people who struggle to even have enough to eat. And if they get sick, they can only wait to die. Li Yufu forced a smile. Also, the reason why the waiter asks customers to take out their food coupons first is because there is a shortage of food supply right now. There are too many people who only have money but no food coupons. Upon hearing this, the older sisters looked at Li Yufu with nothing but gratitude. "Sixth brother, thank you." "Why thank me?" Li Zhaodi pursed her lips. "If it weren't for you, your brother-in-law and I would have been stuck in the countryside for the rest of our lives, not to mention the grain you brought. Without it, I'm afraid." All right, it's all in the past, why bring it up again?" Li Yufu stopped his eldest sister from continuing, saying, "Eldest sister, second sister, I'm happy today, so I'll toast you both with tea instead of wine." As he spoke, Li Yufu raised the enamel mug, which contained neither wine nor tea, but just a little water. Several cups clinked together. "Cheers." Me too. Fifth sister quickly raised her glass. "I also wish eldest sister and second sister success in establishing themselves in the county town and in their work." Thank you all." Soon the food arrived. For the group of people who rarely ate anything oily, braised pork was the best dish. However, a serving of braised pork was only about 3 liang, 150 grams, and the eldest sister and her friends ate each piece of meat very carefully. Li Yufu saw all of this. 1 jin of rice was divided among 5 people, which meant that each person only had 2 liang of rice. It wasn't enough for him and his brother-in-law, let alone his sisters. After the meal, Li Yufu had spent another 40 cents plus 2 jin of grain coupons. The money wasn't a big deal, but the fact that he had spent 3 jin of grain coupons on one meal made the others feel very distressed. If they knew that it now costs 4 yuan to buy 1 jin of grain coupons on the black market, they probably wouldn't just feel sorry for them. They would be heartbroken. "I went outside," the older sister said with a pained expression. "Sixth brother, let it go today, but don't waste food like this next time. If you want to eat anything, come to my place and I'll make it for you." "Okay." Li Yufu smiled and agreed. "I'll just bring the ingredients and wait to eat what's ready." The older sister wanted to say something more, but she could only keep Li Yufu's kindness in her heart. She and Chao Jiqiang exchanged a glance. They would remember this kindness for a lifetime. Li Pundi, who was standing to the side, nodded in agreement. "Sixth brother, your second sister can't offer anything right now, but in the future, As long as you ask, your second sister will give you everything she has. We're family, so don't stand on ceremony. Li Yofu looked at his fifth sister and said, Fifth sister, you go back to work first. I'll go with my eldest sister and the others to get our grain ration certificates. I'll give you the address once I've settled on a place to stay. Okay. Li Yudi nodded. Big sister, brother-in-law, second sister, I'm going to work now. I'll come find you after I get off work. It's all right, you go ahead and do your thing. There's still a long road ahead. Chao Jiqiang chimed in. Sister-in-law, you go ahead and get busy. I'll take care of things here. After saying goodbye, Li Yufu and his older sister went to handle the grain ration book and dormitory procedures. 3 more hours passed, and this time it went very smoothly. Not only did they get the grain ration certificate, but they also got the dormitory for their eldest and second eldest sisters. Although it's called a dormitory, it's actually a large courtyard with anywhere from 5 or 6 households to 7 or 8 households. Director Wang from the neighborhood office brought several people to see the house, introducing the neighbors they saw and explaining the situation in the area. Hello, Director Wang. Director Wang pointed to an elderly woman. This is Grandma's son, and her son is also an employee of your sugar factory. Hello, Aunt Sunday. Hello, Aunt Sun. Aunt Sun, this is Li Zhaodi, and this is Li Pundi. The sugar factory has expanded its recruitment this time, and the 2 sisters have already joined the factory. From now on, you'll be neighbors. If anything happens, look out for each other. Don't worry, Director Wang. I will definitely do as you ask. Li Zhaodi, Li Pundi, if you don't understand anything in the future, just come and ask me. I live in that room. Grandma's son pointed to another room. Thank you, Aunt Sunday. Thank you, Aunt Sun. Director Wang nodded in satisfaction. All right, I'll hand over the keys to you. The rent is 3 yuan per year. If you need anything in the future, just come to the street office to find me. Thank you, Director Wang. Looking at the keys in their hands and the houses they had just been allocated, they all felt like they were floating on clouds. Brother-in-law, pinch me. Hiss. Chao Jiqiang's mouth practically stretched to his ears in a wide grin. This isn't a dream. We really do have a house in the county town now. The older sister smiled, pursing her lips. It's true. Look at you, so pathetic. The second sister, standing to the side, covered her mouth and laughed, but as she laughed, tears streamed down her face again. Chapter 196. Asking Director Qian for a business trip certificate. Second sister, why are you crying? Li Pundi wiped her eyes with her hand. Second sister didn't cry. Second sister is happy. Seeing Li Pundi crying and laughing, the expressions on the faces of the eldest sister and her husband were no better than those on the second sister's face. Perhaps only those who have experienced food and clothing shortages can understand how difficult it is to transform from a rural person into a city dweller. Let's go inside and see what we're missing. I'll buy the missing items later. Sixth brother, you've already helped us enough. We'll handle the rest ourselves. Your second sister and I get paid for our jobs, so we can just add things to the house little by little. The second sister nodded hurriedly. The eldest sister is right. If we keep asking you for help, what will we become? Let us handle the rest ourselves. As long as you don't starve, you can save up what you have and eventually make it into a real home. People in this era have very simple ideas, and they advocate that being poor is more glorious. Seeing that his 2 older sisters said so, Li Yofu didn't continue, so as not to put them under psychological pressure. Not saying anything doesn't mean that Li Yofu did nothing. It is worth mentioning that, thanks to Director Wang's mediation, the rooms where the eldest and second sisters lived were only 3 households apart. Li Yufu busied himself taking the bamboo basket tied to the back of his bicycle and putting it into the room where the second sister lived. The house needed cleaning, and there were basins, thermos flasks, and some other miscellaneous daily necessities to tidy up. Li Yufu silently noted these down. Second sister, you tidy up first. I'll go check on my eldest sister's place, and then I need to go to the research institute. Sixth brother, hurry up and get on with your work. I've already wasted a whole day of your time. It's okay, I'm quite free at work. Then you clean up first. I'll go say hello to the older sister and the others. Okay. Li Yofu left his second sister's room and walked a few steps to his eldest sister's place. At that moment, his eldest sister had borrowed a broom and a rag from Aunt Sun, and the two of them were cleaning the house with a clear division of labor. Sixth brother, it's dusty, you should wait outside for a while. Big sister, I came to tell you that I need to go to the research institute. Li Xiaodi put down the broom. Okay, work matters are more important. Your brother-in-law and I are here, so you don't need to worry about it. As for the second sister, once we're done here, my brother-in-law and I will go over and help her. Okay. Li Yufu smiled and said, then I'll be going now. Brother-in-law, I'm leaving. Brother-in-law, drive carefully. 20 minutes later. Knock knock. Come in. Li Yufu smiled and said, Uncle Qian, did I disturb your work? Hey kid, get in here now. Hey. Li Yufu chuckled twice and closed the office door behind him as he entered. Sit. Li Yufu didn't stand on ceremony and plopped down on the chair without any hesitation. Upon seeing this, Director Qian smiled helplessly, then placed the poured tea in front of Li Yufu. Sixth brother, how did things go? Uncle Qian can't be of much help with the grain issue. I hope you can understand. Uncle Qian, I've already solved the food problem. Oh. Director Qian looked at Li Yufu with a puzzled expression. Even he, the logistics director of the research institute, had no way to manage the food supply for more than 300 people. How did Li Yufu manage to solve this problem? Li Yufu smiled slightly, and then took out the commendation letter sent to him by the railway police. The letter contained the bonus and various receipts. In addition to that, there was the letter of introduction from the railway police, also known as a work quota. Just as Director Qian was engrossed in reading the contents, Li Yufu spoke up to explain. This is from when I went to Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces last time, and I happened to encounter human traffickers. Your situation is more than just encountering human traffickers. Director Qian spoke meaningfully. He admired Li Yufu. At such a young age, he was already very capable. From his ability to help the village and the contents of the commendation letter, which mentioned that the other party was a vicious human trafficker, it was enough to prove that Li Yufu was a good comrade. Luck, it's all luck. Li Yufu smiled modestly. Although I ultimately chose to work at the research institute instead of the railway police, I still managed to build a good relationship with the comrades in the railway police through this incident. The grain was obtained through their connections, and it was just some coarse grains. Director Qian listened attentively, nodding occasionally. He knew Li Yufu had more to say, but he could explain the source of the grain. After all, food is scarce everywhere. If you use money, you can only buy it at high prices. 4 or 5 kilograms, or 10 or so kilograms, is probably the best you can get. Can the black market in a county town meet the needs of more than 300 people? It seems that Li Yufu did a flawless job with Director Qian last time and convinced him, but upon closer examination, a clue can still be found. But with the commendation letter and introduction letter from the railway police, it shouldn't be a problem to help out with a small matter. Li Yufu's act of producing the railway police's commendation letter at this time was certainly not without reason. Uncle Qian, relying solely on the railway police to help carry grain is fine once or twice, but it becomes too much trouble for them if it happens too often. What I was thinking was, could I go out myself and find a way to bring the food back? Upon hearing this, Director Qian looked at Li Yufu with a half-smile. No wonder you brought the villagers to Yang Jiqiang's place. So that's what you were planning. Li Yufu gave a wry smile. Uncle Qian, I don't have a good solution either. After all, the shortage is just too big. Besides, even if I'm not in the county town, they will still send wild game over, so you don't need to worry about that. You brat, is this what Uncle Qian is talking about? Director Qian rolled his eyes at him, then took out a cigarette and offered one to Li Yufu. Uncle Qian is worried about whether your body can handle it. It's okay, I'm still young. Li Yufu chuckled and took out a match to light Director Qian's cigarette. Then, before the match went out, he lit his own cigarette. Director Qian took a drag of his cigarette. When you first came to work, I told you that as long as you could complete your monthly procurement targets, I wouldn't restrict your working hours. Uncle Qian can issue you a business trip certificate, but you can't neglect your work. Li Yufu chuckled and assured him, Uncle Qian, don't worry. I've already completed my procurement task for this month. I know that. Don't forget the 4 wild boars you promised me last time. No way. Even if you go outside to buy food, it still costs money. For both of them, it was actually a mutually beneficial relationship. Li Youfu went to great lengths to bring Li Dadong to the research institute, precisely because he wanted people to know, and through these people, to hear from Director Qian that the wild boar he brought was obtained collectively by the village. He obtained grain for the villagers by exchanging the money from selling wild boars. In essence, he traded wild boars for grain. In this day and age, if you complicate simple matters without going through the proper channels, or even have to go through a purchasing agent to implement them, you're bound to make mistakes. Chapter 197. I'm really happy today. By the way, those 5 pheasants you sent over last time, make sure you get the necessary paperwork done before you leave. Uncle Qian, do you think I could exchange some receipts or something here? Cough, cough. Li Youfu coughed twice and said somewhat embarrassedly, the main problem is that my eldest sister and second sister have settled down in the county town, and we still need some receipts for daily necessities. Take it yourself. Director Qian opened the drawer, and the various receipts were dazzling. Grain coupons, cloth coupons, cotton coupons, industrial coupons. However, there weren't many food coupons. In Director Qian's words, the extra food coupons were the surplus of the entire research institute, which was usually used for entertainment and travel allowances. If grain coupons were strictly enforced, which unit would dare to hold banquets? The food for the employees can't come from the unit's cadres. Li Youfu hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. He had just casually mentioned that if he couldn't get any receipts from Director Qian, he would have to buy them on the black market. The shelves at the supply and marketing cooperative were long gone, but there were still plenty of everyday items, such as enamel mugs, wash basins, brooms, towels, aluminum lunchboxes, soap, and rubber shoes. These are 2 extremes. On the one hand, many people are starving, and on the other hand, no one is buying everyday necessities. Most importantly, Li Youfu also saw a coal receipt among the bills, a receipt for 3 tons of coal. Besides giving some support to my eldest and second eldest sisters, the remaining coal, along with the firewood we had stockpiled at home, was enough to get us through the winter. Watching Li Youfu rummaging through the receipts, Director Qian chuckled. Hey kid, are you trying to catch them all in one fell swoop? No, that's not true. As he spoke, Li Youfu had already put the selected receipts into his pocket. Surely Director Qian couldn't just snatch them from his pocket, could he? Is that enough? That's enough. Director Qian nodded, then took out 5 large black bills from inside. Consider these receipts a gift from Uncle Qian, and congratulations to your 2 sisters on settling down in the county town. How could I possibly accept this? Despite his words, Li Youfu still reached out and took the 5 large black coins, his face beaming with joy. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were some bandit from some mountain stronghold. As he spoke, Director Qian's smile faded. 6th brother, keep the money safe. You can't afford to lose it. Li Youfu understood what Director Qian meant. After all, in Director Qian's view, this money was the lifeblood of the people of Lijiao village. Don't worry, it won't get lost. Li Youfu smiled. The money went into his pocket, and in the blink of an eye it entered the spirit spring space. Even if he lost it, the things in the spirit spring space would not be lost. He was laughing so happily, but he had no idea how enjoyable it was to get something for free. Uncle Qian, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Okay, don't forget the other 4 wild boars either. Also, just let me know when you need a business trip permit. Thank you, Uncle Qian. Li Youfu walked out of the office with a smile. Although he did not bring any supplies to the research institute this time, the gains he made far exceeded any previous trip. Nothing more. Only after resolving his worries could he travel back and forth between the 2 places, and even go to other cities, such as Beijing, Shanghai, and the Great Northern Wilderness. Only those who lived through that era truly understand how difficult it was to obtain a proper letter of introduction or a business trip permit. At the entrance of the research institute, kid, you seem to be in a good mood. That's right, I eat well, sleep well, and have no worries every day. Hey, you've even started making up a rhyme for me. Li Youfu chuckled, then took out a cigarette from his pocket. Grandpa, please have one, so you can experience my happiness right now. I think you're just being cheeky. That said, the gatekeeper was quick to accept the cigarettes, and even took out matches to light them for the 2 of them. The gatekeeper took a puff of his cigarette. Why haven't I seen you deliver any supplies to the station today? Li Yufu said irritably. Do you see any purchasing agent making money every day? After saying all that, did Director Qian criticize you? Shaw, do you think I look like someone who's being criticized? Director Qian praised me to the skies. At this point, Li Yufu muttered to himself. I've only gotten the short end of the stick a few times because of you. Huh, he's praising you. Why can't I believe it? Li Yufu rolled his eyes. That's because you're ignorant. If it weren't for me, I don't know when you guys would be able to eat meat. The gatekeeper smacked his lips, still savoring the meat dishes from the cafeteria at noon. And you know what? Since this kid came along, the food at the Research Institute's cafeteria has visibly improved. Everyone praises him behind his back, saying that a capable person has joined the Research Institute's purchasing department. But because of this, my wallet is emptying faster than ever before. All right, old man, I don't have time to chat with you. You've finished your cigarette, so hurry up and go home. What's wrong? Can't you argue with me? Why don't you write me the word I submit? Get out of here right now, or I'll lock you inside. Li Yufu pursed his lips. He didn't believe the gatekeeper could do such a thing, but he didn't continue arguing with the gatekeeper at the gate. Grandpa, I'm leaving now. Remember me. You're not a little girl anymore. Why would I miss you? Ha ha. Li Yufu laughed heartily, then quickly rode his bicycle away from the Research Institute's entrance. Watching Li Yufu's departing figure, the gatekeeper's lips curled up. Having a young man to chat with made the days less boring. Li Yufu rode his tricycle around the county town, then found a secluded spot and took the tricycle out of his spiritual spring space. Next, they went to the supply and marketing cooperative to make purchases. With money and ration coupons, Li Yufu didn't want his eldest and second sisters to start with a dilapidated house like everyone else, having to rely on time to accumulate wealth. If that's the case, then it's a bit of a disgrace to time travelers. Even so, the things Li Yufu bought were only to enable his eldest and second eldest sisters to settle down in the county town. It could be said that everything he brought out was a necessity. As for furniture and such, we'll talk about that later. Second sister. Li Yufu rode his tricycle back to the courtyard. In the back of the tricycle were enamel mugs, thermos flasks, and other daily necessities that he had just bought from the supply and marketing cooperative. There are also some cooking utensils and seasonings like soy sauce, vinegar, and salt, which they can only purchase by going to the store with their food ration book and receipts. Urban residents receive a small amount of ration coupons each month for daily necessities. If they are careful with their spending, it's enough for one person's expenses. Li Yufu bought items that weren't listed in the receipts, or rather, similar receipts weren't issued every month. Just like enamel mugs, they're only issued once a year. Second sister, I'm back. As Li Yufu carried things into the house one by one, Li Pundi's eyes widened. Sixth brother, you're not going to the Research Institute anymore. So what's this? It was just some daily necessities. I happened to have the ration coupons, so I just bought them. It's not just you, my eldest sister has it too. Sixth brother, Li Pundi's nose stung, and her eyes instantly reddened. Second sister did something wrong to you. Why are you still so good to her? Are you stupid? All right, stop crying. If people see this, they'll think I'm bullying you. Besides, it's Zheng Jihong. What does it have to do with you? Just then, two figures walked in. Li Zhaodi looked at her second sister, whose eyes were red, and then at Li Yufu. What happened? Chapter 198. Be good to Lao Lu for life. I just bought some things, and my second sister started crying. Oh right, I bought 2 sets of these things. Sister, pick one to take back with you when you go back later. Li Yufu scratched his head sheepishly. When his older sister and brother-in-law heard this, their eyes widened in surprise. The older sister complained, didn't I tell you not to waste money? These things must cost a lot of money. Money is secondary. It's not so easy to gather enough receipts to buy these things. Chao Jiqiang was once again astonished by his brother-in-law's extravagant spending. They really don't treat money like it's anything. But why do I suddenly feel a warm feeling in my heart? All right, let's not talk about these things anymore. Li Yufu smiled slightly. My 2 older sisters are moving to a new environment, so it's only right that I, their own brother, buy them some things. His face stiffened, and he pretended to be angry, saying, Do you still consider me family? Brother-in-law, what are you saying? Chao Jiqiang said with a forced smile. That's not what your older sister meant. She just felt that you were spending so much money all at once, both to find a job and to help you settle down in the county town. Your older sister is just worried about you. Li Xiaodi nodded in agreement. Your brother-in-law is right. Sixth brother, I really didn't mean anything by it. I just feel that you will have many expenses in the future. We have these things at home. They are a bit old, but they are still usable. Why waste money like this? I've already bought it. How can they expect me to return it? Li Yufu's tone stiffened slightly, and his brother-in-law quickly tugged at his sister's sleeve. Brother-in-law, we'll accept your kind offer. You're really something. You've already bought everything. It's all from your brother-in-law's good intentions, and you're not happy about having something new? Li Yufu grinned. My brother-in-law is the most reasonable one. Fine. Fine. I can't argue with both of you by myself, okay? Li Xiaodi rolled her eyes at Chao Jiqiang. She knew perfectly well that this was Li Yufu's good intention. While feeling warm-hearted, Li Xiaodi felt even more sorry for her younger brother. With the eldest sister's help, her husband joined the cleaning effort, and the room was quickly cleaned. In no time, the room was spotless, and all the areas that needed cleaning were thoroughly wiped clean. Apart from the room being relatively empty, it's safe to live in at night. Thank you, elder sister and brother-in-law. Thank you, Lao Lu. Don't mention it. A house only feels like a home when it's clean. The group had just finished cleaning and looked travel-worn, but they couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. The older sister smiled and held her brother-in-law's hand, saying, when we save up some money, we'll buy some more furniture for the house. When I went to borrow a broom from Aunt Sun just now, I saw that she had a big wardrobe at home, which looked really beautiful. Honey, as long as we work together, we'll have all of these things. After that, we also need to bring Mao and Shirtu to the county town so that they can also study in the city. Good. The planning is quite good. Li Yufu listened to his elder sister and brother-in-law's conversation, and a smile appeared on his face. Go away, you're just making fun of your older sister. No, I really think it's great. There's something to look forward to in this kind of life. Don't you think it's second sister? Li Yufu deliberately turned his head towards his second sister. Li Pundi chuckled awkwardly. My older sister and brother-in-law are discussing it. Why are you asking me? Don't you want to live like this? Li Xiaodi grabbed her second sister's hand and said, Second sister, everyone standing here is family. What's there to be shy about? Sixth brother has already paved the way for us. Many people dream of this kind of life, but don't have the chance. Listen to your older sister, now you should focus on your work and your 2 children. I know it's not easy for you to raise the child alone, but I'm here for you. Your brother-in-law may be a little slow, but he's strong. If there's any physical work, he can help you. Chao Jiqiang. What did I do wrong? He was just an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. Li Xiaodi didn't even look at Chao Jiqiang's aggrieved expression. She gripped Li Pundi's hand tightly and said, Second sister, I don't believe that life can crush us for a while, but it can crush us for a lifetime. Eldest sister, second sister, and me. Li Xiaodi smiled and said, Yes, and our sixth brother too. Your eldest sister will never forget you, my hero. I swore that I would treat you well for the rest of my life. Then I'm so happy, ha ha ha. Li Yufu laughed heartily. He felt a warm sense of being cared for by his family, and he felt that all his efforts had not been in vain. By the way, sixth brother, second brother, your brother-in-law and I are about to head back now. Not staying here. The older sister thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, Let's go back. We'll take stock of everything later and bring some more things over tomorrow. That way, we can cook and sleep, and that will be enough. Since you bought these things, your brother-in-law and I can bring less stuff tomorrow. Also, I need to tell my parents about the situation here so they can feel at ease. I should definitely mention it, and don't forget about taking photos. Li Yufu added. Regarding schooling, we can ask Section Chief Liu or Director Wang of the neighborhood committee which school our child should attend. Oh, and here's the money. As he spoke, Li Yufu took out 4 more large black bills, giving 20 yuan each to his eldest and second sisters. The eldest sister shook her head vigorously. I still have the 50 yuan you gave me last time. You can give it to the second sister, but I don't want it. Li Pundi nodded. Sixth brother, I can't take any more of your money. You've already given me enough. Just take it if I tell you to. Buying food costs money, But sending children to school also costs money. Li Yufu insisted and forced the money into their hands, saying, "Consider this money a loan to you. Don't rush to pay it back. You can pay me back whenever you've settled down and established yourself. Take it, I still have money. You guys forgot, I also have bonuses. I have them with my third sister, and I even fish to sell to the purchasing station. Okay, then we'll accept it." The eldest sister looked at her second sister and said, "Second sister, just take it. You need the money right now. You already owe the sixth brother so much, so this little bit won't make a difference." "Okay, I understand, big sister." Li Pundi then looked at Li Yufu. "Sixth brother, second sister thanks you. I told you not to be so polite. By the way, second sister, are you coming back with me tonight, or staying here?" Unlike her eldest sister, Li Pundi planned to bring back some things she could use from home. Her second sister, after divorcing Zheng Jihong, only took some clothes for herself and her two children, as well as bedding. Apart from that, she didn't take a single thing from her original home, not even a needle or thread. She didn't take anything before, she won't take anything now, and she certainly won't take anything in the future. Li Pundi thought for a moment. "Sixth brother, I'll stay here tonight. I don't have much to take back. You go back and tell Dahu and Eru that once second sister is settled here, we'll bring them over. Let them stay at home for now, so they won't have nowhere to eat when they come over. You still have to report for duty and buy some food, seasonings, pots and pans, etc. You don't have time." Chapter 199, 3 tons of coal tickets. "Sixth brother, thank you for your trouble." "What are you saying? After all, Dahu and who are my nephews." Li Pundi bit her lip. "Sixth brother, I will teach them a good lesson, and I will never let them be like their father. If they're just like their father, then I'll just have to pretend I don't have these two nephews." Li Yufu's words were half true and half false. The conflict is between the Zheng family and him, and has nothing to do with Dahu and Erhu. Even for the sake of his second sister, as long as Li Yufu's bottom line is not crossed, he will not really hold a grudge against the two children. Certainly, if they really were two ungrateful wretches, Li Yufu would rather not have these two nephews. His grain didn't come from thin air, and he wasn't that foolish to go through the trouble of feeding two ungrateful wretches. Li Pundi gave a wry smile, but she had already figured out how to educate Dahu and Erhu. Dahu was a little better, as he was old enough to distinguish right from wrong. She hoped that Erhu could learn this from his older brother's influence. Time flies. After leaving the courtyard, Li Yufu made a special detour to the department store to say goodbye to his fifth sister. He told her the addresses of his eldest and second sisters, and he was still a little worried about leaving his second sister alone after they left. With fifth sister around, second sister has someone to eat dinner in the evenings, and someone to talk to, so she can get over the shadow of divorce as soon as possible and live a good life in the county town. When Li Yufu got home, it was already 7 p.m. In November, the weather was getting colder and colder, and it was getting dark earlier and earlier. "Mother, I'm back." Li Yufu couldn't help but shiver. The temperature in the countryside was on average 2 or 3 degrees lower than in the county town. It seemed like it was time to heat up the kong, a heated brick bed, at home. "Why are you back so late? Go wash your face first. Yume, get some hot water for your brother-in-law." "Yes, mother." Son Yume responded, picked up the thermos and poured hot water into the basin, then added some cold water. "Brother-in-law, wash your face first. You must be exhausted." "Thank you, fourth sister-in-law." Li Yufu smiled. After washing his face with hot water, he finally felt a little better. In this era, everything was developing in a positive direction, but the only regret was that going out in winter was a real ordeal. Especially when riding a bicycle, the wind feels like a scalpel scraping your face. Those who know, know. However, owning a car was like a dream, and Li Yufu knew it was very unrealistic. In addition, the cars of that era, especially the larger Jiefeng brand trucks, had very stiff steering wheels, and you had to use all your strength to shift gears every time. Even so, the drivers treated the Jiefeng brand trucks like treasures and wanted to wash them 2 or 3 times a day. Other similar vehicles, like the Jeep, can only be seen in residential compounds. Not to mention the more comfortable cars of various brands that came after. Just then, Jiang Tsuhua brought out a cup of sugar water from the kitchen. "I also put some shredded ginger in it." Drinking it will help ward off the cold. Thank you, mother. Li Youfu picked up the enamel mug and sipped it slowly. The taste was spicy with a hint of sweetness. After a few sips, the flavor went down his throat to his stomach, and soon after, a warm current came from his stomach, followed by a warm feeling throughout his body. On this night, nearing winter, it dispelled the chill from my body. Bang! Li Youfu put down the enamel mug, exhaled a sharp breath, and a wisp of mist could be faintly seen. He smiled and asked, "Mother, shouldn't we heat up the Kong, a traditional heated brick bed, at home?" It's not even December yet. Who would heat their Kong, a traditional heated brick bed, at this time of year? Jiang Zihua glared at Li Youfu, then softened her tone. Of the 300 bundles of firewood, there are still more than 260 left. If we burn them now, the mountains will be blocked by heavy snow, and we won't be able to make it until next spring. I'll think of a way. Li Youfu didn't take it seriously. He had just harvested 3 tons of coal today, which, along with more than 260 bundles of firewood, would be enough to last until next spring. Jiang Zuihua quickly grabbed Li Youfu's hand. You want to buy firewood again? Mother knows you have money. Right now, everyone in the village is very restless. If it weren't for your Uncle Qiangzi keeping things in check, they would have started causing trouble long ago. Let me tell you, everyone who can move is starting to go into the mountains now. Don't send anyone to chop firewood for you at this crucial time. It's not about the money. It'll make people jealous and they'll talk about our family. Jiang Zihua didn't say what she meant next, but Li Youfu understood what she meant. It was about making an example of someone who sticks out, and it also stemmed from resentment towards the rich. Jiang Zuihua wasn't worried about the village itself. To be frank, there were only so many people in the village, and everyone knew each other well. But she couldn't compete with other villages. In this day and age, the ability to debate with a group of scholars or heroes is a myth, but the power of words to kill is real. Imagine a group of people criticizing and pointing fingers at you from behind. This is why so many people value their reputation. Besides, it's already good enough if you can eat your fill and have meat at home. In comparison, others eat coarse food and wild vegetables every day. Even though there are clear paths ahead of you, everyone knows you have a job and an income. Tell me, if someone is on the verge of starvation, wouldn't they come to your house to borrow food, things, or money? You can say you don't have any, or you can say you won't lend it, but when someone is starving to death, their eyes turn red with greed. Who cares where these things came from? They'll just grab them first. Mom, I understand what you mean. The bigger the tree, the more the wind will blow against it. Jiang Zuihua reached out and tapped Li Youfu on the forehead. You brat, you know what's good for you. Li Youfu chuckled. Mother, I didn't only mean burning firewood. There's also coal. Urban residents receive coal coupons every month, and I also got some from Director Qian. Jiang Zuihua looked at him suspiciously. How much is 1 point? Li Youfu held up 3 fingers. 300 kilograms. Jiang Zuihua pondered. 300 kilograms can burn for a few days, but it's a bit wasteful. What's with all this talk about waste? People in the city burn coal briquettes all the time, don't they? Li Youfu smiled again. I meant 3 tons. How many? 3 tons, a full 3,000 kilograms. Jiang Zuihua was taken aback. How much does this cost? Not much. Coal is cheap. Only 6 yuan per ton. Jiang Zuihua breathed a sigh of relief. 6 yuan a ton wasn't expensive, but she didn't know that although coal wasn't expensive, you needed coal coupons to get enough of it. Each person with an urban household registration could only receive 40 kilograms of coal coupons per month. If you calculate it, these 3 tons of coal coupons are equivalent to the amount of 75 people for 1 month. Another point is that coal is a necessity for cooking for urban residents, so even coal coupons circulating on the black market are quite rare. Alright, go ahead and do whatever you want. By the way, how are your older sisters doing in the county town today? When my second sister and I went there, my eldest sister's husband also came along. He accompanied my eldest sister. Things went fairly smoothly. My eldest and second sisters have already started working at the sugar factory. Once their photos are ready, they will be able to start working at the sugar factory. After they finish their onboarding, I accompanied them to the Public Security Bureau to register their household registration, get their food ration books, and arrange their accommodation. That's good, that's good. Although Jiang Zuohua had always favored her son, her attitude has changed significantly now that he has become successful, and she has also started to care about her daughters. Chapter 200, Surrounded by Three Little Ones. Did your second sister say when she'll bring Dahu and Erhu over? Li Youfu nodded. I did. But mother, I think we should let Dahu and Erhu stay here first. It's not like we'll miss out on their food. As for my second sister, I think we shouldn't rush things. Let's wait until she's settled down first. What do you think? Jiang Zuohua stared at Li Youfu for a moment, then said, I just feel that after what happened with Zheng Jihong, looking at the two little brats reminds me of his attempt to kill you. I've never seen such an ingrate. Just thinking about him makes me furious. Who can argue with that? Li Youfu smiled and said, they're both grown up. Zheng Jihong is Zheng Jihong. Even if it's just for second sister's sake, let them stay a little longer so they don't cause trouble for her. You're just too kind-hearted. Mother, brother-in-law. Just then, fourth sister-in-law came over carrying a steaming bowl of noodles. Have something to eat first. Okay, I am actually a little hungry. Li Youfu then looked at his fourth sister-in-law and said, thank you, fourth sister-in-law. Don't mention it, brother-in-law. Eat up, taste it first, and I'll add anything if it's missing. Li Youfu stirred the noodles, took a few breaths, and put a mouthful in his mouth. To be honest, it was just an ordinary bowl of noodles, far from the various seasonings of later generations, but the taste was just as good, especially the rich aroma of wheat. Where in later generations could one taste such a flavor? Slurp slurp. Li Youfu praised vaguely. It's very good, fourth sister-in-law. I must say, your cooking skills are so good that even the state-run restaurants in the county would be considered top-notch. Uft. Zhang Yumei covered her mouth and chuckled. Brother-in-law, it's not as good as you say. It's a state-run restaurant. I heard that people line up every day to go to state-run restaurants. If you don't go early, you won't even be able to get a meal. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Li Youfu smiled. In those days, going to a state-run restaurant was called dining out, and it was a fashionable and something to be proud of. However, there is a nationwide food shortage. Food coupons are the hard currency for eating at state-run restaurants. Without food coupons, even wealthy families will not serve you, and those who have food coupons dare not make a big fuss about it. Usually, the saved food stamps are used to support relatives who have nothing to eat. Besides, it's common for families to have 4 or 5, or even 6, children. With so many mouths to feed, as mentioned before, a half-grown child only receives 16 jin, 7 caddies, of food per month. A half-grown child can overeat his father because his stomach lacks oil and fat. The monthly ration of 16 jin, 8 caddies, is only enough to keep him from starving, and it's far from enough to make him feel full. Having a job, income, being single, and having no family burdens makes life easy for such people. But looking at the 400 million people in the country, how many of them can you find? Slurp slurp. Seeing that Li Youfu was eating with relish, Zhang Yumei said happily, eat slowly. No one is going to take it from you. Brother-in-law, I'll go make you some more noodles. Fourth sister-in-law, don't bother. It's late at night, and I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep if I eat too much. Zhang Yumei smiled wryly. Only her own brother-in-law was capable. Anyone else would have been scolded to death. She found it quite amusing to think about it, but when Li Youfu said it, it sounded so natural. Yet it doesn't feel out of place at all. Li Youfu, of course, had no idea what his fourth sister-in-law was thinking. He ate a few more mouthfuls of noodles, leaving not even a drop of soup. He finished the whole bowl of noodles and soup. He put down his chopsticks and smiled contentedly. Finally, I feel comfortable. By the way, fourth sister-in-law, where are Dahu and Erhu? He's in that room, playing with Daya. Then I'll go take a look. Zhang Yumei smiled and waved her hand. Go ahead, just leave the bowls and chopsticks there. Good. In another room, a kerosene lamp trailed a flame, illuminating 3 small figures. Big brother, when is mother coming back? I miss her a little. My mother and my uncle went to the county town. I just heard my uncle's voice. Eru's eyes lit up. Then has mother returned? Big brother, I want to go down and find mother. You're not allowed to go. Why? Eru squatted on the earthen bed, his eyes filled with confusion. No means no. If you don't listen to me, I'll beat you up. Eru shrank back. If you hit me, I'll tell Mom and Dad. Dahu glared at him fiercely. Don't mention Dad again. He thought for a moment, then added, Dad made a mistake and has gone to a very far place. In short, you are not allowed to mention Dad again. Understood, brother. Does that mean Dad won't come back anymore? Still not asleep? Just then, Liufu, feigning nonchalance, pushed open the door. Upon entering, Dahu was sitting on the edge of the bed, playing with her fingers. Dahu and Erhu were not far away. When they saw Liufu enter, all three of them were clearly stunned for a moment. Daya grinned, revealing 6 teeth. Uncle. 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 Dahu and Erhu quickly greeted Liufu. Good. Liufu ruffled their hair, then pulled Daya into his arms, making the little girl giggle nonstop. Uncle, where's my mother? Dahu finally mustered up his courage, but after speaking, he lowered his head again. Liufu plopped down on the earthen bed, then picked up Daya and held her in his lap, facing Dahu and Erhu. Your mother is in the county town. She'll stay there tonight. Oh, mother has settled in the county town? Liufu nodded. Dahu, has your mother told you that she's going to work in the county town? I did say that. Yes, you're a big kid now. Today, your uncle accompanied your mother to the sugar factory to complete the formalities. The factory has arranged a place for her to stay, and your mother will stay in the house arranged by the factory tonight. You'll be staying with your uncle for a while. Your fourth aunt and maternal grandmother will take care of you. Once things are more stable on your mother's side, your uncle will send you over there. From then on, you'll live with your mother in the county town. And your aunt's 2 kids, they can go to and from school together from now on. What do you say? Uncle, can Erhu and I really live in the city from now on? Sure. Liufu nodded affirmatively. Otherwise, why would my uncle go to so much trouble? Your uncle has been running around with your mother all day today, to the factory, the police station, and the grain bureau. His legs are about to break. Uncle, let me rub it for you. Uncle, let me rub it for you too. Dahu and Erhu raised their little hands and kept pressing on Liufu's legs. Although they didn't have much strength, they still felt quite pleased with the intention. Daya blinked her big eyes. Uncle, does Daya also want to massage Uncle's legs? Liufu gave her a kiss on the cheek. You're still too young. When you're older and stronger, you can help Uncle massage his legs and shoulders, okay? Good. Daya giggled. She was just a little kid and didn't understand any of this. Liufu was just having a good laugh. However, when Dahu and Erhu heard this, the 2 boys worked even harder. All right. I've received your kind offer, Uncle. Liufu didn't actually let the 2 boys massage his legs. He just did it as a formality. He then said, Dahu, Erhu, what you 2 need to do now is to behave and not hold your mother back. Dahu won't hold his mother back. Erhu won't hold his mother back. Liufu smiled with satisfaction. All right, since you all say you won't hold your mother back, then your uncle will give you 2 tasks. What mission does my uncle have? Go to bed early and get up early every day. And Dahu, you've been in school for a year, so you should teach Erhu what you've learned. This way, Erhu can learn something, and you can also review it. Notebooks and pens, your uncle will bring them back for you tomorrow. Whoever performs the best will receive a brand new school bag from your uncle when you go to the county town. Real. The 2 little ones' eyes lit up.